The delicious aroma of food wafts up from the stove, and the sizzling sounds fill the quiet space. The girl happily cooking is Junhee, humming an unnamed song to herself. After finishing, Junhee carefully tastes a bit on her lips to check the salty and sweet flavors. 8:30 a.m. Looking at the clock, Junhee was a bit in a hurry. As usual, she would go into the room and wake up the family members. "Hurry up and go to bed. Look at that young man still sleeping," Junhee whispered as she shook him gently. "Wake up. You're still sleepy. I won't give up calling you. You'll be late." After a moment of hesitation, Runhai spoke again. "Dad." Hearing this, the young man suddenly jolted awake, opening his eyes wide, seemingly surprised by the shock. He immediately sat up, still looking stunned, sweat breaking out on his forehead, and he gave Junhee a bitter smile. "All right." The gentle look in the girl's eyes, Junhee also let out a breath and then gave a faint smile. Looking at Dawn, she immediately said, "Let's go have breakfast." The story is about 2 months ago, through a contract to become a father because Junda has a daughter. It's hard to believe, but 10 years ago, cracks started appearing on Earth. Everyone was extremely surprised. What is that? Looking at that huge crack, some people are so scared they can't move. And from here, countless monsters emerge from the fissure. Humans' strength cannot resist them, luckily. But some people do gain abilities through awakening. They possess supernatural powers, defeating monsters, and are called hunters. And every hunter has a status window where they can see their stats and skills like in a game. This also satisfies the hunters, not bad. Soon after, they cheerfully say to each other, "Let's do another round." And our main character is Lie Down, an ordinary person studying a 3-year program after completing military service. Now he has joined the Rift Management Department and become a new member of a team here. Daily work can also be quite busy. Huh? What the hell is this report sheet? Hey, lie down. Usually you would obediently answer yes, sir. Dune is a forgetful and disorganized employee. And the boss often gets annoyed because of it. Are you seriously working right now? Down just bowed his head. I'm sorry, but I still managed to get into their hearts after more than a year of participation, because I was so excited and nervous about my first job. That night, just after finishing work, he went to Gangdong District to check for any cracks. But on the way, a speeding truck ran into him due to trembling, and he couldn't dodge in time. The sound of the siren blared loudly through the neighborhood as he fell unconscious. That night, he was truly hit by a truck. When he opened his eyes, Down was a bit dazzled by the light shining in his face. And once again, Down wakes up to find himself in a Murim world. This place is not as simple as Down's world. Countless battles and killings unfold around him as Dojun is murdered countless times in that world. But strangely, Dojun keeps getting back up every time because he possesses a skill that awakened in this Murim world. It's a skill that allows him to go back to the previous day whenever he dies, called the Pocket Watch. Whenever the situation is dire, Down can do nothing but scream in helplessness. Luckily, every time those moments came, Dune would regain that power and come back. And until his memories faded, Lai Dune had become the strongest. He sits there above, with the bodies of those who wanted to kill him at his feet, and from that moment, everyone in the Murim world calls him the Demon of Heaven. But even after becoming the strongest, sometimes he wonders what he still has left. And just as suddenly as he was transported to the Murim world, Down has now returned to the real world. Before you leave the hospital, the nurse and doctor were very worried. Please come back if the wound causes pain again. Are you really okay? The nurse looked at his back with fear, wondering if he was the one who had undergone the 17-hour surgery yesterday. I heard he was in a truck accident, and the doctor was helpless. I don't know either. At that moment, looking up at the sky, he told himself that the memories of life here were too vague, and it would probably take some time to get used to it again. Recalling that, he whispered to himself, after many betrayals, he no longer trusts anyone, and now he has become so powerful that food and money are no longer issues. But he feels a bit sad, looking at his bloodstained hands, knowing how many people he has killed in his old world. This is the consequence of dying and coming back to life. Wait a moment, Down's mind suddenly becomes calm. Usually, I lift my face to look around, but right now I really just want to live a normal life without worries. Then cut to the city hall out of nervousness and immediately go to work. Good morning. Everyone in the company fell silent upon seeing the newcomer, and Chiansu was immediately startled. Hey, are you okay? He responded casually, trembling. Yes, sir. As you can see, I am completely fine. Colleagues are surprised. It's hard to believe he looks unharmed. Chiansu also quickly realized. Wait, it seems like you're no longer stuttering. Do run, scratching his face. Did it really happen before? Everyone glanced around and took a look. Hey, Lai, it seems like your body has become more muscular and firm. What's going on? You're right. He used to look like a pile of dry firewood. Chiansu approached him, looking a bit confused and seeming to have grown taller as well. You act like nothing's wrong. I see now. Thank you for the information. Chiansu opened his mouth in shock. Is it really because of trembling? It's not someone else, right? You lazily reply. As you can see, I might have changed a little, but I am indeed trembling. He glanced away and asked, where is my place? I forgot a few things after the accident. Chiansu again looked disdainful. Are you forgetful? That's suspicious. You're not the one trembling, are you? Wait a moment. He looked around. Hey, high on you. Bring the fingerprint scanner here. Hansen added, it also looks like it was caused by nervousness, but he's more handsome. Quickly take out your device, he said. Place your right thumb on the scanner. We'll believe it if it recognizes you. Of course, due to nervousness, he quickly reached out his hand. As everyone waited, the sound of machinery rang out. The crack management staff confirmed that the worm didn't believe Che On-su again. And once more, that voice echoed. The crack management staff confirmed he was still dissatisfied after several attempts, which startled Che On-su. No way, how could someone change so much in just one day? Hansen said it seems like the memory loss helped him overcome his stuttering, but he argued that even so, it wouldn't make someone grow taller that quickly. She smiled brightly like a flower and said, I wonder how I could know that I'm sorry. I have a headache. Can you tell me where my seat is? Cheon-shu suddenly said, No, go home and rest. He quickly advised Down, You have already been granted leave so you can return to work tomorrow. He hesitated, but Cheon-shu turned away trembling. I will take you home. I'm fine. I can go home by myself. It's been a long time since Down last walked down this familiar road, but only a day has passed here. He walks while trying to recall. Oh, I think this is my house. I'll slowly walk up the familiar corridor. Feeling a bit unfamiliar with the trembling, he reached up to the automatic lock, his hand hesitating, as if he had been moving through space for a long time. Down also forgot a few things. He wondered what the password was, and at the same time, a voice from inside the house suddenly spoke. Down's trembling eyes suddenly stop, and he stammers. Run! Hai walks out from inside. Uncle Down was startled. What is it? Now he looks dazed. Who are you? Then the two of them went inside to talk, the atmosphere feeling a bit suffocating. Junhai sits up straight in silence, trembling as he drinks water, his gaze scrutinizing her. Seeing Junhai's tearful face, he asked again, So from what you said, you are the daughter of... He paused for a moment, then asked nervously, My brother and his girlfriend, right? She happily stood up and loudly replied, Yes, that's right. Then set down her glass of water and trembling said, But my mother died in an accident and I have nowhere to go. Therefore, I took care of her, so she knows the password and moved on to today. Junhai obediently replied, Yes, that's right. He paused for a moment as he tried to recall his memories. Have I ever met you before? Junhai hesitated. No, we haven't met in person before. And today is the first time. He hugged his own chest and asked, Do you have no other family? Junhai fiddled with his fingers to ease his nerves. My mother was an orphan, so I have no one to rely on. I paused for a moment, trembling, and glanced at the plate of food on the table. What is this? Junhai honestly said. I made a rolled egg rice dish. I thought I should make it for you once you finished work. I immediately refused straightforwardly, saying I can't let you stay over for now. Junhee suddenly shouted loudly, But clearly you already did. She took out her phone, startling him. What's going on? Junhai said. This is the message exchange we had 2 days ago, and it's true that June agreed with her. You're surprised, huh? So, I said that? After a moment, he replied, I was in the hospital until yesterday because of a car accident and just got discharged today. Junhai was surprised. A car accident? Do-Run continued. It's not just that, it's more serious. I also have some memory issues. Looking at Down, she seems worried. Are you okay? Down replied coldly. I am completely healthy. While washing the cup, Down said, The problem with memory seems like it will become an obstacle in my life. You go on, so I probably don't have the capacity to worry about anyone else anymore. I still need to adjust my own life first. Junhai hesitated for a moment, unable to speak, then looked at him uncertainly, took a deep breath, and Junhai seriously proposed, Let's make a contract, you and I. Down asked back in surprise, The contract! Duong looked at him and said, Please become my dad until I graduate. Down's eyes remained full of surprise, and he immediately asked, What? Holding your hand, she said, Didn't you say you have memory problems? Then, living alone will be even harder. It will be very tough for you to clean, do laundry, and cook by yourself. So let me help you try to persuade Do-Run-Hai sincerely. Just let me stay here until I graduate. Duong pouted. No, just half a year is enough, at least until I move into the dormitory. Do-Run quietly calculated. The conditions aren't too bad. Actually, it's pretty good. I think I've been in the old world for too long, so it'll take some time to get used to life in this world. If there's anything I don't know, I can also ask the girl directly. Duong-Chut-Do starts to look interested. So isn't it a win-win for both sides? Then he paused for a moment before opening his bag. All right, then let's draw up a contract. Junhai was surprised. Huh? A contract? Down said nothing and sat down directly, focusing on writing on paper. He quickly handed over a complete contract to Junhai. June told her to just say if there was any part she didn't understand or wanted to change, and inside the contract he would support her and she would do household chores. She quickly read it and hesitated. All right. Do you have any questions or want to make any changes? Junhai seemed confused and replied, I don't have any. She trembled, then raised the pen, then sign here. Junhai's eyes suddenly welled up, and she sniffled as if she was about to cry. She hesitated and then said, Please take care of me from now on. Miss Junhai. She stood up and bowed her head deeply. Yes, I will do my best not to let you down. Junhai cheerfully said, then added, From now on, I will call you Dad. Down replied, If you want to. Watching his back, she said softly, Then call me Yoonhee. Just speak normally. He calmly replied, Yes. Junhee is well behaved. Now, looking at the contract, she still couldn't believe it. He arranged everything so quickly. Junhee then casually walked into the room while he was changing. Oh, Dad. Seeing Do-run's body, she was a bit startled. Junhee couldn't help but blush and quickly turned away, covering her face with both hands. I'm sorry. Do-run was surprised. Huh? Why? Junhee scratched his face awkwardly. There isn't much left in the fridge anymore. I think I need to buy a few more things. Duong Chut Do-run calmly nodded. Yeah, show her the bank card and say, here, from now on just use this card. Run Hai looked a bit confused. Then she happily suggested, isn't Dad having memory problems? Would he like to go to the nearby grocery store with me? Maybe Dad will remember something, so Down didn't refuse either. That sounds good, let's go. And then the two quickly headed to the nearby convenience store. The sound of the vendor's knife ringing out, Junhee said, Dad, based on your usual eating habits, I was thinking of making a few vegetable dishes. Okay? I'm calculating in my head. Pork belly is on sale. But Don also didn't say anything. Thank you, Junhee. At the same time, a loud noise rang out, startling both of them. Still trembling, Do immediately asked, what's going on? Seeing the large hole appear, everyone gasped and shouted, run, run, run at once. Junhee immediately drew her fake gun, pointing it straight ahead and loudly said, the crack, this place is dangerous, run quickly. At this moment, a blue monster emerged from the crack, causing the villagers to panic. It's a goblin, but despite the chaos, he stood still and silent, trembling. At the same time, a gun was quickly raised and aimed directly at it. Junhee, she shot the goblin with practiced ease. The gunshot pierced through its body, and June was also stunned to see her so strong. It growled and looked at the hole in its chest. It seems this is not an ordinary gun. Immediately after, Goblin quickly collapsed to the ground. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. The little elf is dead. Luckily, there was a hunter nearby. Looking at Junhee, he silently thought to himself, oh, so she's a hunter. Put the gun away, Junhee said to him. Weren't you the one who told Dad to run away because it was too dangerous? What if Dad gets hurt? Do-run softly replied, sorry, from now on I will be more careful. The girl looked up. Really? Do-run quickly replied, yes, Junhee. Immediately after, the police quickly arrived at the scene. A goat was there, with no victim. The police then asked, may I ask if you are the one who handled Gopin? And they directly brought Junhee in front of them. No, she is my daughter. The police looked surprised. I understand. Then the police said, please show me your ID. If you provide your phone number, home address, and bank account, we will transfer the compensation to you. You look surprised. Compensation? He quickly explained to him that it was for dealing with the demon and the cost of the magic stone. Furthermore, since you protected the people, the government will transfer the compensation through the police, who will then ask Dune. It seems like you're the guardian. Please read out your account number and we will transfer the money to you. Then Down looked at the girl. Junhee, give him your account number. She was surprised. Really? I was the one who defeated it. I didn't expect you to be so kind to me. Junhee blushed shyly. In the evening, as both of them were returning home together, Junhee was cooking when the phone suddenly rang. Junhee quickly picks up her phone and looks at the screen. What's going on? The message appears, confirming a transfer of 50,000 to cover the gap, with a compensation fee of 100,000, totaling 150,000. Coming from Seon District Police Department, Run From Behind says, that's a big amount. Duong Chut, he said again, if you can make such a big amount just from hunting one monster, then why should you be here with me? Junhee sighed and said, it's just luck. The chances of gaps appearing are mostly random. And it's not always guaranteed to be a weak and useless monster either. Junhee explained that dungeons can only be entered by recognized hunters with teams, and since you don't have a hunter's license, you can't go inside. He paused for a moment, then asked her, do you want to learn any skill or technique? Junhee was surprised. What do you mean? He said that was when I had the ability to receive and absorb external energy. So I hesitated and spoke tremblingly. Forget it, Junhee continued. Your father must be very surprised too. Actually, I got into the National Hunter Academy. While cooking, she also told him that although she hasn't awakened yet, she can already use mana. She's not an official hunter. But I still have a mana gun license, so I'm allowed to carry it with me. Down couldn't help but praise. That's amazing. Not everyone can become a hunter, right? She smiled brightly and said, so Dad has to treat you well, Nietho added, because you've already planned to become extremely famous. A plate of food has been served. Junhee cheerfully says, thank you for the meal. Please don't waste any food. As soon as she sat down, she asked curiously, so what does Dad do for a living? Junhee, my dad works at the city hall. She looks pleased. Oh, so Dad is a civil servant. He replied, why do you ask? Junhee smiled brightly. It's nothing. I just worry that you might be doing something dangerous. Quickly pushing the meat plate over, Junhee smiled brightly. Eat this all up, Dad. The scene shifts to another area, now showing the clock indicating 9 o'clock. I am feeling cold as usual, so I am back to work. Good morning. Xian Shu immediately exclaimed upon seeing you, oh, Lai do run. He then asked worriedly, how do you feel? Is it okay to continue working now? Che Run replied casually, yes, sir. Thank you for your concern. The boss can see that I am completely fine. Then Che Onu quickly sat down in the chair. If you're not feeling well, you must let me know right away. Health always comes first. He quickly pointed out your seat and said, remember your desk over there. June flinched. As soon as he sat down, the young man next to him spoke up. Just ask me if you forget anything. I'm Kwon H. Uk-shu, your senior. Yes, thank you. Cheon-shu looked at the clock and then said, shouldn't they be here by now? Hai Uk-shu replied, just wait a moment. After all, they are great hunters. He looked bored. A mediocre hunter is still considered a great one. He smiled kindly. After all, they are still hunters. At the same time, a voice rang out from outside the door saying, I'm sorry. The girl rushed in, panting heavily, as if she had been in a hurry earlier, wiping sweat from her forehead and smiling brightly. Sorry for being late. Cheon-shu smiled happily instead. Oh my, I should have gone to the lobby to greet her. He hurriedly lowered her head. Oh no, boss, I apologize for being late. Huk-soo pointed at her and told him to go say hello. She's a new contracted hunter. Following his gesture, Do-run simply turned his face calmly and remained silent. Hu-shu smiled brightly and then said, I guess you don't know, right? Come out now. Immediately after, he said, I have recently taken on the responsibility of exploring fishers, so we will have to frequently go into battle with hunters. Looking at that girl, Hai Uk-shu introduced again, this is Hunter Cha-ai. According to what he said, that position used to be your responsibility. Do-run casually said, nice to meet you. The girl looked extremely surprised. Ah, wait a moment. Both of them turned to face Hai Uk-shu at the same time. He looks a bit flustered, and his awkward smile quickly appears. But given your current condition, I will take care of it. Do-run asked nervously. So you're saying this was originally my responsibility? Huk-soo smiled brightly and said, that's right, but it would be better if I took it instead of you. You look fine, but we can't know if you'll have any side effects. Cheons quickly added, at first we worried whether you could do the job well, but now you're even injured on the head. He quietly wondered to himself what was going on. Am I being bullied? Without waiting for his answer, you immediately cut him off and said, no, I will do it. Hey, you don't need to push yourself too hard. I'm trembling. Cheon-shu shouted loudly, hey, I told you to go rest. When he got to his workplace, he couldn't even find it anymore, and we've already reported to the boss that Hu-shu will handle this. Standing amidst the loud voices of the two, Down felt a bit uncomfortable but then coldly said, I will do my own work. H. Uk-soo quickly straightened up and trembling said, so, it's the end of the workday. Scene transition to below the company building. Cheon-soo, annoyed, said, is he crazy? Who knows what accident might happen next? Hai Uk-soo reassured him, I understand the boss's worries. He sipped his soda and offered some advice, but just give him a chance. After all, he's still a team member. Seeing his calm demeanor, Cheon-soo also seemed confused. In the end, he had to sigh. All right, Dunn and Y are working together on this mission, quietly nodding as they read the documents in their hands. I think I roughly understand this now. Down starts to calculate. Despite the limited time, I managed to read it 5 times. Hopefully that's enough to handle this. The main goal is to gather as much information about the gaps as possible. Based on what Do-jun knows, this is originally equipment meant for hunters. However, many fake documents circulating between the headquarters caused numerous problems, forcing the government to take action. As Do-jun was pondering, a voice suddenly spoke in his ear. I am Eiji's father. Thank you for working with me. I am 21 years old. Down only now noticed her. Sorry, I am reviewing some work documents. Y smiled brightly. No problem. Then he glanced at Y's person again. What is that? She hesitated, clutching her belongings. Oh, this is my suitcase. It contains clothes and weapons, all essential items for fighting monsters. We've arrived. Both of you get out of the car, Run politely says. Thank you. The two quickly move forward together, Y still clutching tightly the item in his hands. After a while, she opened it and took out the strange object inside. Curious despite her trembling, she quickly glanced at the orb, which immediately lit up from within Y's body, revealing a form-fitting combat suit. She looks like a noble warrior holding a sword, making Down gasp in surprise. Y turns to Down and says, I guess you've never seen this before. You're also being honest. That's right. Keep going forward. EJ says this is the cheapest set and it already cost me 3 million world. That's pretty expensive, Down then asked. And what about that sword? She replied that it was a D-rank sword made from a warrior's bone. This one isn't very expensive. Then she turned to ask you how I should call you. Do-run said coldly, it doesn't matter. Hand the weapon to the security staff. He says, hold this for me. She said to Do-jun again, I will call you manager then, because you manage the gap. He replied indifferently, all right. The staff here also confirmed that you can go in. They continued walking forward together. The surrounding space is eerily quiet. In front of them, a large crack is forming, and he looks at it with a hint of confusion. He looked up and said, this is the first time I've done this alone. And at that moment, a mocking voice echoed. Oh, look who it is. That big black guy has been walking by for quite a while now, hasn't he? I thought you quit this job, but it doesn't seem like it. As soon as she saw him, IJ's face paled and she was a bit startled. Hanjong glanced at Down and asked, are you also joining the team? He hesitated. Yeah. Hanjong still didn't stop. Oh, so they actually accept you? You can't even use mana? I was mocked, but she still didn't dare to retort. Seeing her look unhappy, he became even more pleased. Getting this far really is amazing. I'm complimenting you. She ran away, then turned back. Does she know him? Yes, she replied reluctantly. We study together at the academy to prepare for becoming hunters. His gaze still keeps scrutinizing. Han Jong suddenly realized something. He looked at Do Run's name tag and burst into crazy laughter. Are you going back to work as a contract hunter again? Han Jong pretended to wipe away tears. That makes sense. Which team would actually accept someone like you? The more you get there, the more it proves you're only fit for forced ranks. Do Run then also spoke up. That's enough. It's really annoying. He's looking down, you know. Han Jang points at himself and asks the two guys behind him, what is this guy talking about? After saying that, he walks over to look at Down. This pig! Han Jong immediately grabbed Down's neck and lifted him up. I was startled, manager, Han Jong said sharply. If you're annoyed, what can you do, huh, Mr. Office Worker? He said while laughing mockingly. What can you do? At the same time, Down's eyes also started to change, but then he was taken aback. Do Jun's cold voice rang out. I will leave you alone if you give up on this in 3 seconds. And Down's eyes now turned red. He looked no different from a demon lord at this moment. He had never felt fear like this before. Han Jong felt as if he was surrounded by a wave of dark energy, sweat pouring down his face. Hanong was trembling so much that he was sweating and couldn't breathe. Seeing him standing still, Transhuk went over. What's wrong with Han Jong? In the end, he couldn't withstand the pressure. Han Jong fell down like that. Sung Tae also looked a bit worried. What's wrong with you, Han Dong? He kept stammering and hesitating. Sung Tae complained about his pants. What is this? You idiot, did you eat something again? She just wet herself. She didn't expect this to happen, so she covered her mouth to stop herself from crying out. He chuckled softly, then exhaled, pretending to lower his head and ask, Are you okay? Can you stand up? But he knew you weren't stupid. That red-eyed gaze haunted him. Han Jong could still hear the voice saying, Nah, Han Jong, Ha Dong, that guy looks like he's possessed by a demon when he trembles. If you still cherish your worthless life, better not get in our way. Tears and mucus run down his face as he stammers. I understand, big brother. The other 3 on this side can't bear to see this anymore. Do run immediately, then left. Let's go before we encounter something even more disgusting. Y quickly followed. Yes, sir. The 2 quickly moved forward, and in front of them was a large gap. He nervously reached out and slowly explored inside. Finally, the 2 of them made it to the other side, where lush green grass covered the ground. As soon as they passed through, they looked around, and from afar, Do-Run looked over nervously. Oh, so this is the pressure crack? Is this place too simple? The system immediately sends a notification. Welcome to the Vulnerability Management System. The control screen reappears. You have registered a vulnerability in Seoul City, Gangdong District, Mean 002 Ward, and are very pleased. That sound rings out again. Please choose the level of the vulnerability. You have chosen the compression level. If you find this gap more difficult than the selected level, please refer to it. There is still a notification inside. Pin's map is currently online. Down is also satisfied. Okay, it seems we are ready. After finishing, he turned to ask why. Are we good to go? She smiled happily. I will lead the way from now on. Dune always quietly observes her expressions. Inside, he thinks maybe he was just someone who carried things before, but now he has the responsibility to protect others. Moreover, thinking about this, she became even more determined to prove to the manager that she is more than just a contract hunter. As they walked, both of them looked over at the noise they heard, where a group of people below were discussing among themselves. Okay, let's end it here for today. There are quite a few hunters who went ahead, huh? Does he seem disappointed? Oh, no. She's so disappointed she sank to her knees. I just wanted to prove I'm really trustworthy. I respond indifferently. This is also good. I can move faster on the map without dealing with troublesome goblins, so I can get back sooner. Wait a moment. Suddenly Down is also a bit surprised. Looking at the stats, he is a little startled. Isn't this just the stats of an ordinary person? It clearly shows a trap hunter manager with no strength, 6 agility, 11 health, and no mana. Down's gaze slightly faltered as he looked at his own information and sighed. The passive S-rank skill, Swordsmanship Scholar, allows you to learn the current stage of swordsmanship skills. You won't be able to gather mana until you reach stage 3. Immediately, he asked his question. Is her IG the skill she gained after awakening, the swordsmanship trainer? Hearing this, she was also surprised. I saw it in your status window. After hearing that, Age also became honest. That's right. At first, I was extremely happy because it was a rare S-rank skill. I was the top student when I first entered the academy. As I said that, she was trembling. I completed all the written exams with perfect scores and never lost a practice match. That was truly my peak. She kept interrupting with her trembling, biting her lip despite being called by him. I'm stuck again at the skill stage. I don't even know what to do when I don't have enough mana, so please be patient with me one more time. Yeje didn't listen at all. He said you would gather mana from stage 3, but I don't even know how to reach stage 2. What can I do besides trying my best? No matter how hard you try, you might still fail. At that moment, Down rushed over, scooped Edge up, and shouted loudly, Hold on! Before she could even regain her composure, someone attacked the spot where Y had just been standing. Looking closer, it was a type of weapon used by goblins, and seeing them made her tremble. Since when did the elf fall in love? Down quickly cheered her up. Don't just stand there, frozen EJ, he whispered in Y's ear, telling her it was time to deal with these guys. She immediately responded, Yes, sir. As soon as she finished speaking, he quickly pushed her forward. Go on, Y stammered. Fight. Now her face also quickly furrows. I need to focus and control it. Without hesitation, she immediately charged forward. Follow the technique. She extended her leg with a long kick, knocking a goblin down. Not stopping there, she quickly leapt into the air, swinging her sword fiercely at the goblin's face. Seeing that the wound wasn't deep, she felt a bit regretful. Too shallow. As soon as the opportunity arose, EJ quickly jumped up and kicked it. There it is. Immediately, the goblin was struck down by a powerful kick from E, but it seemed too strong. The goblin hesitated and stepped back, but at that moment, its eyes showed fear. AJ acted quickly, slicing through with her sword to decapitate the goblin. One has been defeated. IJ crouched down, panting and covered in sweat. Y then turned happily and said, See, even when you can easily destroy the monsters. Looking at Down, she was terrified. Manager, a goblin is coming. Y was terrified. She was stunned but also shouted, Be careful! Even though she shouted like that, Run remained calm. At this moment, the goblin swung fiercely at him, but somehow missed. Y was stunned, never expecting that trembling could be so formidable. In just a moment, that goblin was knocked over backward. Y didn't see exactly what he did, but with the second move, the goblin fell into the pit. Seeing how calm and composed he looked, I was stunned and had to praise him. So cool. Wait a moment, she stammers, still in the middle of the fight. Focus on that enemy. Hearing this, both IJ and the nearby goblin are also stunned. As soon as she regained her composure, it launched a direct attack on her again, but it seemed EJ was struggling to keep up with this next goblin. The large tree branch in its hand wildly swung toward her, leaving her utterly confused. For a girl like Edge, fighting multiple goblins is too difficult. Seeing her look so confused, June asked, Are you already tired after just dealing with two? No, I'm fine. The goblin here no longer holds back and charges again. In a life or death situation, IJ couldn't dodge its attack and was knocked back, instinctively taking a few steps backward. Seeing IJ in a weaker position, Goblin Lynn smiled a wicked smile. She clenched her teeth tightly, sweat starting to drip down her forehead. He refuses to give up, now gripping her sword tightly and shouting as she charges forward. The goblin also lunges, and the two face each other head-on. Down still stands calmly there, even as Y starts to struggle, and finally seems unable to hold back. He sighs deeply. Miss Y, you must surely know that the basic form of swordsmanship is not about aggressive attacks. Since June spoke loudly, you should take advantage of the enemy's movements to create a strike that requires the least effort. He continues to guide, now step back one pace and take a deep breath. Her recent spinning attack was unsteady because her breathing was irregular. Following his advice, she immediately kept her distance and responded loudly. Understood. She takes a deep breath as Down instructed. It seems she truly respects what Down said, watching the goblin you just guided, paying attention to the enemy. You see, it's as tired as she is. It won't last much longer. Down's eyes are deep and focused on its next attack. She will find an opportunity, IJ said seriously, determined to speak loudly. Yes, seeing the running goblin trembling and rushing forward. A quick and powerful counterattack is ideal for the current situation. Watching its attack approach, he said that the most important thing now is to time the enemy's strike correctly. Looking over at each, he spoke like a teacher. YJ, I want you to show me the true nature of a swordsmanship scholar. Now, Edge's eyes began to turn colder. The goblin then started to attack as well, making shrill screeching sounds. Immediately after, the goblin struck down, but something strange happened. Its face suddenly paled, and its mouth opened in continuous shock. He had the sword pressed right against its neck. The goblin didn't even have time to react. Following your instructions, she managed to do it. And now the goblin could only gape in astonishment as the sharp iron sword sliced through, blood spraying out like a fountain. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down her forehead. With such satisfaction from trembling on this side, that's what a true master swordsman scholar would look like. The sky is gradually turning evening, and the sunset makes this place look like a vibrant painting. After both of them emerged from the crack, Run was satisfied and said, Good job. Thanks to you, we finished the crack exploration easily, right? I'm tired and out of breath. Let me rest for a moment. Today I caught a total of 17 demons. You must have earned a lot of money if you went alone. Why? I quickly stood up and dusted myself off. I'm not doing this for the money. I just want to join a team. Wait a moment. She quickly glanced at him. So you're hiding your skills, manager, right? Then you hesitated and changed your story. No, what nonsense are you talking about? He replies, You know a lot about swordsmanship after all. That's strange. Down didn't reply and just walked away. I'll go ahead. I knows you don't want to talk, but right now she's also at a loss. Night falls and the city still sparkles with lights. On the busy street, pedestrians are bustling about. In the darkness, a figure is pressed against the corner of the wall. That silhouette seems to be watching Down, but he continues to walk calmly. After walking for a while, Doe finally gave up. Doe Run felt a sense of boredom. He takes a deep breath. Do runs back and loudly says, I won't get angry if you step out in the next 10 seconds. He starts counting continuously. At this moment, Y hurriedly runs out. Both fall into silence. He stood there panting, a bit surprised. He asked, why are you following me? She quickly replied, because I haven't heard your answer yet. What answer are you surprised about? He shyly responded, asking if he was hiding his strength, then immediately turned away. Since you've come all the way to my house, let's grab something to eat before you go. Jay hesitated. Thank you, manager. The scene shifts to the apartment where Do Run is. Y silently follows behind, having said nothing from the beginning. Duong lightly said, Manager, looking back, maybe it's too late now. I should go home. He looked at her and then reassured her, we're almost there. It's dinner time. The dinner should be ready by now. I was surprised by this statement and trembling explained, I live with my daughter. Hearing this, YJ was startled, right? She stammered, your daughter. Before going in, he quickly advised her to keep our work a secret. My daughter thinks I am just an ordinary civil servant. She quickly bowed her head. Yes, I understand. She quietly feels down. He got married so early. Is it okay for me to keep getting involved like this? I feel pretty bad because they might just be a newlywed couple. At that moment, Junhai ran out of the house, happy to see his father come home. Seeing her grown up like that, he was startled. Oh my God, it was like a bolt from the blue. Why is his daughter so grown up? He stands there stunned, thinking to herself, I thought he was only 26, or that girl was some kind of preschool superhero. Is your nickname at home, Dad? That's ridiculous. Junhai looked at her cautiously. Who are you, Dad? He casually said, a colleague. Hearing this, Y awkwardly smiled and introduced himself as a colleague of the manager. I mean Dongjun. Junhai still remains cautious of her. Really? I hesitated. Yes. Junhai suspiciously turned to ask you. Really, Dad? Jun replied tiredly. She works at the same branch as Dad, so now can we go in? Junhai happily opens the door. Is that okay? I was very surprised as soon as she entered. His house is really clean. Junhai quickly and politely urges her to leave. We're about to have dinner. It's best for you to go home after drinking tea. Don't announce some news that made her very angry. Then she will eat with us. Get the food ready. Although she didn't want to, Junhai still obediently nodded. Yes. Seeing her strong reaction, Do wondered to himself, is she going through puberty? Hearing what you said, she got annoyed. I don't have that. Wait a moment. Y also suddenly got startled. She looked at Junhai's pouty face and those strange expressions. He looked pale and thought to herself, don't tell me all three of them sat down at the table after a while. She cheerfully said, thank you for the meal. You're really good at cooking. You even know how to make kimchi soup. Junhai still won't give you a chance to buy it, sister. Gigi keeps trying to start a conversation, but the two keep running into each other, with side dishes, supermarkets, seaweed soup, instant food companies, rolled eggs, and snack shops. Suddenly, Junhai looks over and asks curiously, is that a suitcase? They quickly changed the subject after catching the girl's attention. That's right, I'm a hunter. Although I'm a lower rank, I quickly blurted out what I couldn't remember right after. Although it's not worth much, it's made from SWP. And as Y was speaking, she suddenly realized she had let slip something. Seeing Dojun's cold, piercing gaze, she hesitated and apologized. Junhai only then began to feel suspicious. A hunter. But Dad is just an ordinary civil servant. He quickly stood up and threw the dishes into the sink. Just her sister. She'll get into trouble if everyone finds out. Keep it a secret. At that moment, Junhai suddenly slammed her hand down on the table and quickly stood up. He looked a bit scared, her spine tingling when she saw Junhai, but she quickly changed her attitude. That's great. I also want to become a hunter. Junhai shows her certificate and says, I've been studying at the National Hunter School for 3 months. I'm not that shy either. You only have the rank of push. What if Junhai doesn't care about ranks? You're a hunter, which means you've passed the exam, right? She hesitated. That's right, isn't it? Junhai then looked pleased. What kind are you? Melee, ranged, or mage? Healer, right? After chatting happily, time passed quickly and it was getting late. Before leaving, I also said goodbye. Sorry for staying so late. Manager, I mean June. I will go home by myself. Junhai is delighted. I had a great time today. Y replied. I feel the same way. Junhee and Y also seem to like the girl. Next time, I'll come see you. But Junhai immediately changed her expression and said, no, you should rest instead. E innocently said, what's wrong? If you don't like it, you're hard to part with by nature. Hearing Junhai speak, Y was so nervous he broke out in a sweat. That's right. Down then said, go home, Junhai. Dad will go with her to the dock. Although Junhai didn't like it, he still forced a smile and said, yes, Dad. Remember to come back early. Then the two of them went together to the bus stop. He happily asked her, Runhai isn't your biological daughter, right? Dawn hesitated. What did you just say? He replies, the ages don't match at all. You're 26 and she's 17. You don't wear a wedding ring and there are no wedding photos at home. She added her suspicions, saying, not only that, Yoonhee's surname is C, so that means she's not his biological daughter and he isn't married yet, right? The manager's face darkened with worry. She's quite perceptive about this. So why is EJ asking about the relationship between him and that girl? She said as she took out her phone to call the police. It's not something dangerous, right? She was so nervous she pretended to be confident. Immediately after, he also admitted honestly, the girl is my niece. Because of the circumstances, my older brother can't take care of her now. Hearing this, Y's face showed a hint of sympathy. She whispered, I understand. Sorry for interfering. Do-Run replied, it depends on the situation. Remember to keep this secret. He naturally agreed. All right. After walking for a while because of the tremor, he then said, we're there. Y happily replied, thank you. Drive safely. Seeing you walk a bit ahead, Y suddenly snapped out of her thoughts. She wondered, wait, so his older brother's last name is Shu? As she thought about it, Y couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. She paused for a moment and then told herself again, I'll just go home anyway. The next day, at John's company, you did all this in just one day? June casually asked back, is there a problem? He stammered, no, that's not it. Cheon's opened his mouth in shock. It's perfect. Did you really do it all by yourself? It usually takes a few months to gather all this data. Then Cheonsu looked at another staff member. Kwan Hayu-Su, did you help make all this? He quickly replied, of course not. I'm actually quite surprised myself. He cheerfully smiled and raised his thumb. You did a great job, Down. It seems I will have to try harder. Down calmly bows his head. Thank you. Y also cheerfully responded shortly after. I didn't realize the manager was so good at their job. He looked surprised. Why are you here? You didn't need to come today. He explains, when did you come? I just happened to pass by. Do-Run calmly sat down. It's up to her since the salary will stay the same. Immediately after, a piece of paper was handed over to him. This is from Run. You look at the paper and ask, what is it? Hai Ukshu happily explains that it is the Hunter Ranking Evaluation Test Plan. Now that you are managing someone, you need to know about this too. This is the Hunter Ranking Evaluation. Each hunter is required to participate in a ranking evaluation test once a year, and their rank can go up or down depending on their score. So it's a significant day for hunters. June replied, is it like a system that determines their worth? According to June, there are already hundreds of teams in Korea alone, competing to recruit members with higher ranks. And that's why many hunters switch from one team to another, and June knows that the ranking evaluation day is also the start of these transfers. Hai Uksu whispered to you, that's what the boss is most worried about. Down wondered again, because contract hunters with higher ranks tend to leave and join other teams. Hai Ukshu replied, yes, that's exactly right. He said while sitting down and typing on his computer. Anyway, if E's daughter gets an average score, it would be better. Then we can continue working. Let's see, EG plans to take the exam in a week. This will be her first exam. Dune over here is watching E. Is she planning to move if she ranks higher? She says no way. Actually, I want to extend the contract. You turn away and reply, I can't decide that for you. Down seems a bit more serious. Anyway, it's good if she can improve her rank before the evaluation. That will make exploring easier for me. Not only that, but you'll also get a higher annual salary. No matter what you say, I will always stay in the lower rank. You didn't say anything, then turned to look at her. According to Do-Run, a curse cannot be used to evaluate mana, so the ranking of hunters is determined by skill, stats, and combat experience. All of those factors together determine a hunter's rank. But according to Do-Run's assessment, the most important factor is still the amount of mana a person possesses. Hunters can use mana stones to enhance their physical body, and those are called mana implants. But with E's father, those things are pointless. Dune thought hard. If she had no mana in her body, leveling up to E rank would truly be impossible. So I thought and replied, well, I can't know unless you try. Y pouted, I know myself too well. I was born to be assigned to forced ranks. Down then said, well, it seems I can only take on forced missions too. He stood up because you are the only hunter I was assigned to, and your rank also determines the gap I will work with. EJ hesitated, but if he accepted someone else, he could do more. Do-Run replied, yes, maybe I should do that. I can also announce that I am looking for a hunter. Doong Trut looked into her eyes and confirmed, UIG, my only hunter, come with me. As the scene shifted to the training room, Egg immediately asked, this is what Do-Run said about this place being an office before. He also glanced around and explained, now we're renovating it into a training room. Actually, this is also my first time here. Down explained while practicing, using materials provided by the Hunter's Bureau, so they are hardly affected by attacks. Duong hesitated and explained again why she didn't have mana, and Y was surprised. Yes. When June asked again, have you tried strengthening your body? Y happily replied, yes. But you know that you have to reach the third stage of the swordsmanship scholar before you can draw mana? Hearing this, Y welled up with tears. That's the worst part. I was trembling and then became curious. Can I see it? AJ quickly put his hand in his pocket to look for it. Wait for me for a moment. I wonder if you brought your notebook. Then she handed over a thick notebook. Here it is. Down replied, thank you. Looking through it again, Down quickly praised her. You're quite thorough in your notes. E replied, yes, but I don't really understand all of that. Inside, there are notes and things called the three entities. The universe was created by three entities, heaven, earth, and humans, because everything in the universe begins with these three entities. If I mention again, I also drew illustrations of the movement techniques on the backside. Hearing this, Down remained silent, still focused on examining the notebook. I was a bit shy and apologized, saying she couldn't draw very well. Rooney said, I'm not sure, but it looks similar to the triune sword technique. I was also surprised to hear that. The three-body sword technique is not a scholarly sword art. Because of Run, the scholar of swordsmanship also originates from the three-body sword technique. Everyone talks about Jin Sogun, the saint of swordsmanship. According to records, he was a scholar from Huangjiang, who appeared suddenly like a shooting star across the sky. After defeating the strongest warrior in heaven at that time in a cunning battle, he disappeared without leaving a trace. He was able to reinterpret the contemporary understanding of the triple-body sword art and was a genius among geniuses. And from then on, he called him the swordsmanship scholar. He told Y that the legend says he disappeared after passing on that sword technique to the defeated warrior. At this point, Do Run quietly sighs, finally choosing to speak to her. Miss Y, she happily replies. Yes, when she suddenly feels his hand on her shoulder, she startles and cries out. Do Run moved closer. No one else was lucky enough to gain that power like she did. Hearing this, she remained very surprised. Yes, the clock here is striking the hour, Che Onu smiles slyly, with a face more cunning than ever before. Finally, the long hand is almost at 12. Seeing the clock point to the hour, Che On-shu's eyes shine even brighter. Finally, the moment has arrived. Because of the trembling, I was even faster than him. I'm heading home first. IJ hurriedly ran after her. See you all later. Cheonsu takes a sip of water while assessing. What's going on? They've only met a few days ago, but they go out together so often. What do those two have with each other? Hi, Ukshu replied happily. I think that girl likes him. He was surprised. You feel the same way too? Hi, Ukshu calmly replied. Only a fool wouldn't notice that. His face is more cunning, but it seems he's trembling and not paying attention, right? Ai is focused on training here. Her body is agile, and the sword in her hand glides gently through the breeze. In a short time, Age has improved a lot, and finally, Age has finished training. She looked at her hands in amazement, unable to believe it. Can I really feel that it's mana? Edge begins summoning the system panel named after his father, level B. The title has no power, 6 agility, 11 stamina, 10 mana, and swordsmanship, scholar skills. Below there is additional information about the S-Rank passive knight swordsmanship skill and its benefits. Learning the current stage 3 of the scholar swordsmanship skill, he claps happily. You've reached stage 3 in just a week. Well done. He was just so happy. Manager, I'm really lucky to have met you. He also didn't deny it. Of course, we'll also discuss this when renewing the contract. He smiled brightly at these words. Okay, just a moment, she said immediately afterward. Seeing her hesitate, he asked, What's wrong? She couldn't hold back either. You're hiding your strength, aren't you? Hearing this question, Dune sighed deeply. Durun didn't answer. He turned away. See you again tomorrow at the hunter's office. E cheerfully, yes, please go home safely. The next day at the hunter's office, then the two head to the arena together. Durun glanced over and asked, Is this your first ranking evaluation? Y happily said, I did a similar test when I participated in the hunter exam, but this is indeed my first time since then. Durun then said, Your hard training will surely pay off. Keep it up, Y cheerfully replied, Yes, thank you. Immediately after, those people started to get excited, saying, Look over there. Then they said, And Han Min is there too. 2 S-rank hunters. And then the three of them went inside. Min Jin smiled brightly and said, I apologize. I will be leaving now. Min H-Shock looked cold and expressionless, showing clear displeasure. June quickly asked, Are they really that famous? She was surprised and asked, Do you not know them? Yi replied, They are ranked 7th and 10th in the world and come from Icarus. Those two are among the strongest hunters in the world. It's nothing. If you try, you can catch up with them in a year too. Hearing the two of them talk like that, the crowd behind laughed mockingly. Catch up to them in a year? Those two saints must have gone crazy. I'm so embarrassed I turned red. Manager, please don't say such shameful things. Mien Hyuk is annoyed. Min Jae, why do we have to be in this place? She glanced over carefully, her expression, and there are many cameras around. At the same time, a voice rang out. Min immediately turned around and said, Isn't it more interesting than just fighting monsters all day? Stop for a moment, she smiled brightly, and this time a genius prodigy will appear, right? Despite his face turning red, Min was fooled all along, and couldn't afford to lose that talent to another gang. So he hurriedly said, Wait a moment. He stood still, unable to say a word. Unable to. Han Jang smiled brightly and said, Do you hear me clearly? It seems like they are talking about me. At this point, his eyes suddenly turned cold, so eager. The two behind him mocked, Or maybe you'll embarrass yourself again later. Did you remember to bring a change of pants? Han Dong snapped angrily. Take it now. A young man on this side loudly said, Let's start with the measurement section. The new hunters advance in order, hesitant as they look at her. It's starting. Let's go in. He replied happily. Yes. Hanung over here says loudly, Get ready to welcome me. Icarus Guild. The crowd immediately surrounds them, and then everyone begins to be checked. The first person to lay a hand on the crowd caused everyone to gasp. Power level 10, dexterity 4, stamina 9, mana 2, rated as C rank in the preliminary assessment, C rank, and the man standing behind looked on with amusement. You can do it, I know. At the same time, the people standing nearby come over. Hello, I am the HR manager of the Bangojong Guild. The other person also stepped forward. I am Hui Jin from the Buffalo Guild. Very quickly, that C-grade young man became the center of attention. Most of our hunters are grade C or higher, and we provide free weapons and gear, with the lowest being grade D for new members. We will also pay you double your current salary. E is forced to stay. Please make way. As soon as each came out, Dune asked, have you finished measuring? H happily raised her hand. Yes, I got a D rank. She excitedly kept talking, her strength at 6, dexterity at 11, stamina at 8, and mana at 10. My mana water increased significantly. Congratulations, Down said casually. Then he told E, let's go, and she agreed immediately. Yes, sir. Seeing the person inside trembling, I think it looks pretty tough, huh? That's right, the gap in the gear shift. Then he asked E, are you ready? It's your turn next. He then calmly said, I can really challenge the gap in the gear shift. Don't worry, you can handle it. Seeing his attitude, I felt a bit worried. Why do you look so sure? He told her just to believe it, and it would be so. Why welled up with tears? How could she believe that? At this moment, the sound from the speaker rang out. The 3 gaps on the C step will be activated immediately after. Down then said to her, get ready to go into the demon. E obediently ran away, yes. She quickly went out, her clothes being changed, and as soon as she saw everyone, she thought to herself, is it because so many people are watching that she's getting more and more anxious? At this moment, a loud voice suddenly rang out. What is going on here, Dad? As soon as she heard the voice, she froze, knowing exactly who it was. Han then said, what? Why are you here? Why stammered? He asked, what's going on? She whispered, I'm here. Han Zhong responded, what are you doing here? As soon as he heard, he shouted loudly, challenge, challenge. You want to test the gaps between step C. The more he spoke, the louder he yelled. Are you crazy? He didn't understand why she was stammering. Sorry. Han felt helpless and bored. In all his life, he had never seen a rank E challenger attempt the level X gap challenge. The crowd was also abuzz. So what is it? Is there a rookie hunter here? The elite class. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention to her. That outfit looks so cheap. Wow. Risking so much. Are there many kids who don't know their limits? Han Jiang once again got to mock her. This girl is really crazy. Mei, who has no mana, still dares to challenge a C rank. He gapes in shock. Is Han Zhong pacing around looking for that demon? Down is still standing still over here. Your eyes remain strangely calm. At the same time, an external voice echoes. The manager of the Xianhai UC unit, contract hunter, responsible employee, Lie Down, 26 years old. June replied casually. That's right. Min Hyuk was surprisingly unfazed. He didn't seem surprised at all. But in response to his surprise, Down said nothing. Min Hyuk replied, I only briefly mentioned his name. Down then asked, what is your purpose in talking to me? Min Hyuk said, I want to have you join the guild. He continued, the mana extraction only happens once in the first stage, and the enchanted mana stones are given to anyone who receives their first hunter certificate. As he spoke, he pushed the items over, yet she managed to increase her mana by 10 just from the mana stone injection. Mian Hyuk rambled on, then was unable to perform the mana extraction even once more. That's strangely unreasonable because June secretly said to himself that it wasn't because of the mana extraction. According to what he knows, the Icarus Guild will grant her wings. If she joins the guild, she could reach rank A or even higher, and we will pass on the knowledge of the predecessors, leading her to high-level gaps in raids as well as equipping her with real combat experience. Mian Hyuk, at this point, the challenge is set, but what can you do for her from the management side? Seeing you not respond, she asked again, are you promoting her? According to him, someone with no experience at all, yet you let her face the C-grade cracks. Mian Hyuk coldly asked, what are you guys thinking? Think the game is easy? At the same time, the C-level crack has been activated. According to the announcer, for this challenge, eliminate the enemy soldiers within the time limit. Over here, those monsters have finally been released. Han smiles happily, finally getting started. Y also quickly draws his sword. Min Hyuk quickly spoke up. Our guild can turn her into a real hunter. Down then said, if she wants to stand firm in this meat-hungry hunter world, just hand her over to us. Min Hyuk moved closer, thinking he truly cared for her, but Down didn't seem to care and just grunted. Down then said, it's up to her whether you join the gang or not. Do you want to make a bet with me? Mian Hu also seemed somewhat cautious. He silently watched Do run with focus. Cut to the C-grade Fisher area. Han Dong roars loudly. Come here, my dear. The commander behind him says, Father White, get ready. She replied firmly, all right. Are you trying to challenge a C-class hunter? The next second, the burly soldier swung his large hammer forward and a beam of light suddenly appeared. Han Zhong instinctively grabbed his weapon to block the attack, shouting in panic. Huh? The orc soldier still aggressively lands heavy blows one after another. Han struggles to hold on. He's terrified inside. How could this be? It's much stronger than me. The relentless barrage of attacks forced Han Zhong's knees to buckle quickly. The thug tremblingly shouted, unable to hold back anymore. the rough soldier delivered a brutal punch to Han Zhang's face. He staggered and fell to the ground, crying out in pain. "It's too strong. It even knocked the weapon out of my hand." Han Zhang immediately drew his axe in panic. The thug lunged forward, planning to strike with a heavy blow. Han Zhang shouted loudly, "Stop!" and his face turned pale. "Hey, wait a minute." At that moment, Wai suddenly jumped from behind the soldier. "Take this!" Losing her balance, she staggered and fell to the ground. Han Zhang froze in place, then quickly got up and turned around to reassure him. "Stay still. I'll handle this one." Han Zhang is utterly confused. "What are you talking nonsense about?" The enemy soldier growled at Wai and attacked furiously, swinging a heavy club downwards. Wai dodged skillfully. Again and again, she quietly calculated that she understood its attack pattern. If so, she was determined to do it. Her figure flickers in and out as she moves around the ogre soldier, with flashes of sharp sword light streaking continuously. The soldier screams in pain, anxiously searching for IJ, and immediately, its eyes widen in terror. He spun in the air, ready to strike from above. She clenched her sword tightly, a sharp blade streaking down the body of the soldier. He executes a move, mastering the scholar's sword technique, the first skill, the scholar's strike. She lands steadily, smiling as she looks at the two pieces of flesh splitting apart before her. The witnesses gasped in shock. Their hand movements in the crack also froze, while Han Zhang stared with wide, incredulous eyes. As if she had predicted this outcome, Daon nodded slightly in satisfaction. Mian Haiyu exclaimed in excitement, "No way!" He chuckled softly and asked, "What's so interesting?" You must understand that each hunter has 3 methods of using mana. One is to channel mana into weapons to strengthen their power and enhance their effectiveness. The second is releasing mana through the weapon, emitting mana. And the third is replacing it with other factors. So, channeling mana into a weapon isn't difficult at all. The real challenge lies in controlling it. Manhwa was still in shock, but she used her weapon enhancement perfectly. At the same time, a notification sound rang out, indicating the test was over. The hunters who completed the test can leave the examination room. Everyone was in awe. "Oh, that was tough," someone immediately agrees. "Yeah, I almost died too." Only Han Dong still stood frozen in place. Why does it feel like something's off? He looked up at the results screen, seeing the rankings, with IJ8's father at the top and Na Han Zhang at the bottom with a perfect 0. Han Zhang shouted angrily, "Damn it, it's that one!" On the other side, AJ happily called the manager as soon as he stepped out. She couldn't hide her excitement in her voice. "I really did it." He replied softly, "Yes, you have trained very hard." He frantically shook her head. "No, it's all thanks to the manager." She suddenly made eye contact with Minhyuk standing right there. "Wait, what?" He smiled warmly and praised her. "That was truly a great match." He shyly scratched her cheek. "Not at all for an S-rank hunter," Minhyuk interrupted. "You used the weapon enhancement skill perfectly. Did someone teach you?" He looked at Daon nervously. It was him who stepped in directly. All of it was just Wai practicing on his own. Minhyuk looked suspicious. "Really?" I glanced around and quickly admitted yes. She scratched her head and smiled shyly. "I didn't know it was that amazing." Min Hyuk suddenly called out, and the hunter nervously responded, "Yes, the other person's face looks extremely serious. I will get straight to the point. I hope you will join the Icarus gang." Min Hyuk desperately searched for words to persuade her. "If there is anything you desire, as long as it is within my power, I will get it for you." And before I could finish, Wai smiled apologetically. It really was a wonderful offer, but I must decline. Min Hyuk looked confused and asked again, "Excuse me, ma'am?" Daon directly interrupted the conversation. "Let's go." Wai turned to look at you. "Yes, manager." Min Huc immediately panicked upon seeing that. "Wait a moment, please reconsider. Opportunities like this don't come often. We can offer you more than Seoul City Hall." I look uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, but I prefer working at the Seoul City Hall." She said that and left, not forgetting to bow politely. "Goodbye." Do-Run suddenly turned back. "Don't forget to contact us." Min Huc hesitates for a moment, then suddenly remembers something and can't help but laugh. "Oh, right. Earlier on, Do-Jun proactively asked if I wanted to bet with him. I bet that E will take out at least 5 soldiers. If I lose, I'll tell EJ to have her go to the Icarus faction. He specifically emphasized that if I won, I would give him an A-grade outfit. Okay, Minhyuk was happy to accept at that time. Not bad, let's move to the Seoul City Hall scene. A cheer of joy erupts as she happily hugs the card in her hand. "Now you're a C-rank hunter," Cheon-Soo claps in praise. "Wow, jumping from rank F to rank C in one go." Cheon-Soo gives a thumbs up, impressed. He looks worriedly at his phone screen. "Is she really okay?" "Not many people are talking about her," Cheon-Soo asked curiously. "Why is that?" They read through the recent headlines smoothly. Sancha IG refused to join the Icarus gang. Even though Kang Min-hyu really wanted her, what is her personality like, Sancha IJ? But my city hall isn't the biggest in Korea. Honestly, if I were her, I would reconsider and join Icarus. He continued to speak casually. "Of course, all your decisions will be supported because we care about you. Still, I think refusing the Icarus Guild is a real waste. It's a rare opportunity for someone as talented as you." Cheon-Soo, upon hearing this, started to feel uncomfortable. Why does he keep? He just smiled softly and turned to ask Doon, What do you think about my decision, manager? You won't regret it, of course. Hearing that confirmation, Wai smiled brightly. That kind of answer is more than enough. Chiansu was very pleased with this reaction and happily made a heart shape. At this moment, Do-jun suddenly announced that I and the hunter Sha Iji would be going to the workshop for a while. To briefly introduce, it is the largest equipment store for hunters in Korea, located inside the hunter department. This is where hunters buy and sell costumes, weapons, and many other miscellaneous items. When Hookshu heard the name, he immediately waved his hand and struggled to smile. Do run. I know equipment is really important, but you don't have enough money to buy even one thing. I think it would be better if you saved up for a few more years before buying. He calmly said, Don't worry, I wasn't planning to buy anything. I just came to pick up some items. The scene shifts to the workshop. Down surveys the area, which is much larger than I expected. Aji nodded in agreement. Yes, because there are many things sold in the workshop. Their eyes lingered on the combat outfits along the way, and the entire space exuded a glamorous vibe. The staff approached warmly to greet them. Welcome, please proceed directly to the main story. I am Lydun from the Seung Gap Management Department, a hunter from Australia. You've probably heard of me. The other party smiled and confirmed. Yes. She bowed deeply. Take your time to look and call me if you need anything. He nodded slightly. Thank you. A shimmering gold outfit catches their eyes, and EJ sighs in disappointment. It seems none of these are suitable for you. As she finished speaking, she suddenly noticed something. IJ's eyes immediately lit up. She exclaimed happily, Manager, look at this, a silver wing outfit. Wai excitedly runs over, constantly praising it. I think this suits me. I heard everyone say it's made from the wings of a queen ant. Down asked only one question. Do you want this? No, it's too expensive. Just skip the trembling part and look at something else. Damn it, why do we have to hang around here for 4 whole hours? Your steps pause briefly, your gaze falling on a box with a sign that clearly states a 1-day 50% discount. Do Run asks directly, what is this? The store manager explained, these are level E weapons but still very useful. He cheerfully offered, take a few. They're super cheap, only 1 million per piece. What? 1 million per weapon. He could only force a smile. Even level E hunter weapons are still expensive. The manager still tried to persuade him, saying these were all level E so they were super cheap. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked away. That's enough. Just a few steps in, your footsteps suddenly stopped. You can feel something special in that huge box of goods. Down hurriedly turned back to search. Seeing your reaction, Wai called in confusion. Manager. He also found that thing while trembling, eyes wide with surprise, wondering in amazement why it was here. Do Run picks up the old sword, suddenly lost in thought. Why is this item supposed to be in the Murim world here in this place? The sword I used to dominate Murim, my eyes fixated on the price tag of 50,000 W. As the manager hurried over with a fake smile saying, Oh no, how did this get mixed in here? Sorry, I accidentally put it in. Shakingly asked directly, Boss, is this really 50,000 watts? The manager broke out in a cold sweat and confirmed, Yes, I accidentally put it in. He asked Down somewhat confusedly, Do you plan to buy it? I honestly admit, yes, I will buy it. The manager was surprised. Oh, you really want to buy it? It's just a broken sword with only the handle left. Down replied with a cold tone. It's okay. Playing late into the night. The scene shifts to Gumi on floor. Down quietly examines the object in his hand, muttering softly with a sad tone as if his sword is only worth 50,000, tightening his grip on the hilt, and suddenly a flash of black energy erupts with overwhelming power. For a moment, all that overwhelming energy suddenly retracted. As Dojun tightened his grip on the sword and remembered something. Oh no, he forgot that the girl was preparing dinner. He hurriedly took out his phone, needing to find the nearest subway station. Soon, Dojun's figure had vanished. When he got home, he softly said, Sorry, Dad, I'm back a bit late. The voice of the radio announcer echoed through the room. The regular radio broadcast will be temporarily interrupted for the latest breaking news. Around 7:20 p.m. today, a major gap was detected around the Gumyeon-san area, and it has disappeared. She quickly takes off her coat and looks around. Where could she have gone while the TV is still on? You notice the back door slightly open, and Down is about to go in to check. Inside, Junhai is worriedly looking at the tuition fee notice, not considering the costs of moving in, equipment rental, teacher fees, or facility maintenance. The more she listed, the more anxious she got. Why is it all so expensive? Is it because it's the National Hunter Academy? The total revenue even exceeds 50 million? Junhai hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to ask her father. No, this isn't part of the contract terms. At this point, she suddenly felt really overwhelmed. Having him let her stay here was already more than enough. If I still have to pay more tuition fees, it would only bother him further. Just then, Do-Run happened to walk in. What are you doing? Run. Hai was startled. When did you come in, Dad? She hurriedly hid the notice. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just tidying up my desk. You're pretending not to see, just asking if you're ready for dinner, right? Let's eat together. Junhee hesitantly replied, I don't want to eat right now. Please go ahead and eat first. I won't force you to run. Okay. Seeing that he still hadn't left, Junhai pretended to be busy tidying up. Clean the table. Clean the table. June squinted slightly, looking pensive. Not long after, his voice echoed into the room. Junhai, where is Rao Mi? She asked loudly. It's in the compartment below that induction stove, that's what I said. Junhai is a bit curious. What does Dad use sesame oil for? Do-Run replied that it just adds flavor to the dish. Junhai had no choice but to leave the room and sigh in frustration. Whatever you want is fine. She just left and started asking questions. Can I stick the certificate myself? Do runs back confidently. Okay, go ahead and watch TV. Junhai obediently follows. Yes, sir. A moment later, Down quietly entered Junhai's room. He picked up the paper on the table to read the tuition fee. When he saw something, he was startled and froze. It was already late at night, and due to the cold, Down lay down on the bed. A pile of blankets made it impossible for him to fall asleep. If the enrollment fee is already $50 million, then the 3-year tuition fee must be even higher. Hearing this, Down immediately sat up from the bed. He looked at the small balance in his account and sighed. Down started to calculate carefully. I think I should find a gap in A-level to get some A-level mana stones and sell them for easy money. But I need to ask EG first about the prices. You think you should do it now? Do-Run pressed the call button, but then he regretted it. Is it too late now? Suddenly, the other end picked up the phone. Yes, manager, what are you doing? I was surprised. Why are you still awake at this hour? Don't you have nothing to do tomorrow? Yes, I don't know. I suddenly remembered I needed to ask. By the way, how much is a level A mana stone? The person on the other end immediately responded. An A-grade mana stone, although it varies depending on the size of the stone, but I hear a typical A-grade mana stone sells for 100 to 200 million. Down's eyes immediately lit up. I thought 100 to 200 million. Then I might as well go all out on Saturday without hesitation. He here has sat up, nervously speaking. Manager, thank you for your concern, but I don't think I'm skilled enough to get into an A-grade gap. I just started as a C-rank hunter. I'm quite curious. What is she talking about? On the surface, he responded calmly. I understand. Take a break now, okay? Y smiled softly. Yes, manager. Thank you for the costume. Having finished, she lay back on the bed and put on the blindfold. The scene shifts to the next day, just as dawn breaks. Down checks the belongings in her backpack. Hat, sunglasses, mask, and gloves. That's enough. And a fake ID as well. Everything's ready. Before leaving, he left a note, quietly muttering that it would be enough to reach the top of Guryeon-san Mountain and slip through a gap within 2 hours. Let's go. The note simply says, Dad is going out for exercise. Transition to Guryeon floor. After adjusting the goggles and covering his face completely, he then lunged into the forest ahead. Your body is agile, and soon you have gone quite a distance. You stop in front of the gap area. Do-Run scans the fake ID card. The machine beeps to confirm the hunter Kim Hyun-Yu's identity. The current gap alert is very difficult for your rank. The system reminds you that if you still want to enter, please swipe your card again. Do-Run operated without hesitation. The alert sounded, and the identity was confirmed. He quickly entered the A-level gap. While moving and calculating, he only had 1 or 2 hours for this trip, and since it was the weekend, he needed to finish quickly and go home. Footsteps echoing, he instinctively turned his head back to see a group of 3 hunters, one of whom looked surprised upon seeing Do-Run. Huh? Who's that? The young man next to him was also stunned. What's going on? Unable to respond due to nervousness, I silently lament how dark it is. The girl across from me is beaming and praising, so everyone still wears clothes like this. But he doesn't even bother to wear his battle gear. Dong-ho just forced a nervous smile and said, Stop. Don't say that right in front of others. Keep your voice down. Dong-hyun frowned tightly. Isn't he not carrying any weapons or gear in his gap? Dong-ho just realized he didn't know this was a boss. He reminded his teammate to speak politely. Dong-Hyun simply responded with a formal reply. He took the initiative to introduce himself, saying, I am Han Dong-Hyun from the Manga gang. What is your name? Seeing that Do-Run didn't answer, Dong-Hyun pretended to understand. I mean you don't want to reveal your identity, but do you realize how dangerous this place is? Do-Run replied indifferently, yes. Dong-Hyun irritably criticized, are you even a hunter? Dressing like that here is just asking for death. The tone softened slightly. Thank you for your concern, but you don't have to worry because I don't need any costumes or weapons. This guy's wandering around, Dong-Hyun immediately snapped. Hey there, buddy! Suddenly, the ground trembled unexpectedly, and he blurted out, what's going on? Even June is suspicious. The announcement is made, the gap transformation process begins, and a boss monster is about to appear. The exit will be sealed until the warriors inside defeat it. A frustrated curse echoes out. Damn it! The sound of the machinery still echoes through the space, or the gap will open on its own when all the challengers are dead. The crowd is a bit panicked. Oh no. Dong-Hyun quickly regained his composure and hurriedly took command. Everyone quickly turned on their cameras and Dong-Ho followed suit. Understood. The scene shifts to another area where director Dong Yang-cheon, the Hunter Bureau Chief, stands with his arms crossed, attentively watching the screen. Min-hwan stands beside reporting, having confirmed there are 4 hunters in total. 3 A-rank hunters from the Dreaming Bang and 1 F-rank hunter. Yang-cheon frowned slightly. Rank F. The other side immediately confirmed, yes, it's the hunter Kim Hyun-Yu. According to him, Due to the urgent function of the camera, we couldn't hear the sound. It seems they are trying to handle the small monsters by attacking from behind. Me and Juan assessed that all members of the Magi gang are among the top A-rank hunters, and they are also equipped with weapons, so if luck is on their side, this tactic might be worth trying. Yang Qian stroked his chin thoughtfully and asked which one is the boss. Me and Juan replied, "Oh Lord." Yang Qian's face immediately turned serious. Then it's unlikely that it went straight to the control room. Inside the crevice, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts echoed non-stop. "Don't stop, keep running, speed is life. Take all your energy drinks now, Dong Hyun is in command." M continued to scan the surrounding monsters with eagle eyes. The enemy naturally agreed. Okay, according to Dong Hyun's calculations, Misa is an excellent long-range attacker capable of taking down enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Dong Ho is the best medic I know, while I'm just good at rough armor. He told himself we're strong enough, just do what we usually do and be luckier than usual. At this moment, Do Run suddenly spoke up. "I think I should split off and take a different route." Dong Hyun snapped sharply. "Shut up. Do you want to get killed and eaten? Just pay attention and follow us. If you keep talking, you'll get us all killed." I'm really trembling and can't speak anymore. Dong Ho stepped forward to mediate, saying, "Sorry, he's a good person, he's just a bit hot-headed sometimes. Please understand." Mia here is a bit worried. Do I really have a chance to survive? Only an S-rank hunter can defeat the Dark Lord. Dong Hai-hun immediately reassured him, "Don't think about it, just focus on the mission right now." He suddenly crouched down and signaled, "Stop for a moment." Dong Hai-hun assessed the situation. There is a shadowy OT in front of us. "Take care of this one first," he ordered the others. M goes to observe the surroundings to see if there are any others, and the opponent immediately takes a ready stance. Understood. In an instant, her eyes flashed with a golden hue. Dong Hyun then turned to look at Dong Ho. M and Dong Ho are behind. I will go ahead. He nodded in agreement. All right. Dong Hai-un, trembling, reminded him not to forget, and he sat still, not to do anything on his own. After finishing, he rushed forward to the clock. Mi-ra suddenly stepped in to stop him. Wait a moment. The two of them suspiciously looked back at her. Mi-ra muttered tremblingly, "There's nothing strange about it." As she spoke, her whole body trembled violently. These guys are all moving to the same place. Just as Mia said, the shadowy minions are tailing behind and heading in the same direction. They are gathering near the boss, looking exhausted as they tremble at the 3 people facing them. It's going to be hard for these guys to defeat the Dark Lord with all his disciples gathered around him. The more they hit, the more enemies come. Mia suddenly pinched her nose, lucky she just released her shield, huh? Dong Ho Lee shyly replied, "Sorry, I was too nervous." Seeing how things are, I'm even more convinced. These kids will never defeat the Dark Lord. He couldn't help but feel a headache. So frustrating, but there's nothing else he could do. Do Run just stood up when someone grabbed his collar. Dong Hyun pulled him down and sternly warned, "Stop moving, I told you to stay still." Do Run sighed, "I know," but the other person cut him off directly. "If any of those kids see you, they'll tear you apart, so just sit here and hide." Do Run said again, but Dong Hyun glared warningly. "No buts or anything, just stay here and watch us from behind." Do Run helplessly sat down on the ground. "Okay, if you like, then this afternoon." On the other side, Dong Hyun begins to discuss the strategy. If they've gathered in one place, there's no more time to hesitate. "I will distract them, and you guys attack the OAT from behind." He shouted the command, "Everyone get into position, let's start the battle." Dong Hyun stands in front of a ghoul, while the other 2 circle around behind it. The shadow beast growled at them. Dong Hyun tightened his grip on his weapon and charged forward, decisively swinging his sword down. "Take this!" In the next second, Dong Hee Unun's pupils immediately contracted as the dark beast easily grabbed his greatsword, even tightening its grip on the blade. At the same time, countless arrows shot straight at the beast's back. It was M's attack. Not only that, a barrage of bullets was fired in rapid succession. The beast roared loudly in anger and spun around. Dong Ho attacks relentlessly, hurriedly urging him on. "Han Dong Hyun, hurry up!" Dong Hyunin quickly closes in from behind the beast. I know, he's sweeping his sword across the ankle of the beast. I'm trying to finish it off. It screams in pain and collapses to its knees. Dong Hyun suddenly seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. A precise strike aimed down, the smell of blood immediately filling the air, and the body of the piglet collapsed heavily to the ground. Dong Hai-hun wipes the sweat from his forehead and asks if the next target is nearby or not far from here. Dong Hai-un immediately decided, "Okay, let's go now." At that moment, Dong Ho suddenly noticed something. Huh? Where did that guy go? Where has the figure caused by the tremor disappeared to? Dong Hee-un curses in frustration. That crazy guy switched scenes. Countless sword lights flashed in an instant, and it didn't take long before many OT monsters were defeated and lay scattered on the ground. Down stomped on a large OT under his foot, searching for something. Down happily looked at the mana stone he just collected, then carefully stored it in his backpack and muttered, "I think this amount is enough." Combined with the previous notice, Down knew clearly, but couldn't go back. If he didn't kill the Lord Bug, the exit would be sealed until the warriors inside defeated it. Thinking of this, he immediately made up his mind, unable to waste more time here, and decided to go kill that oat right away, suddenly recalling Dong Hyun's eager expression. And you just sit there and don't do anything on your own. The boy collapsed to the ground, thinking to himself, well, I can do it later. In another corner, the growling and clashing of weapons never ceased. Dong Hee-eun struggled to control an oath, urging his teammates, do it. As the words finished, sharp arrows pierced the head of the ogre. The team finally managed to take down another ogre. Dong-ho slumps down on the ground, catching his breath. I don't think I can keep going like this. Her face was covered in sweat, muttering irritably, why do the Oots keep gathering close together? Dong Hee-eun's condition isn't any better. He thought to himself that we only defeated 7 so far and are about to reach our limit. It would be good if that damn alt was separated from the herd. That thought was immediately crushed by Dong Hee-eun himself. No, even then, he clenched his teeth in anger and cursed. Damn it, just then Dong-ho shouted, Han Dong Hee-eun, look over here. He immediately turned around, his eyes gradually filled with fear, as the scene before him shocked all 3 of them. The Lord and his followers boldly approached this way. Their voices trembled as they said, that's the O-Lord over there. Dong Hee-eun was stunned, his eyes wide open, and asked, why are they here already? He quickly pulled himself together and continued to wield his weapon. Everyone is ready to fight. Dong-hoon seriously advises his teammates, be careful not to get hit as much as possible. I will hold them back and you support from behind. And suddenly he choked on his words, only able to repeat the words, and inside Dong Hee-eun understood how could they possibly win against those guys. No matter how much it means, it's all useless. At that moment, a swift attack struck, knocking Dong-ho away, his body crashing into the tree. Dong Hee-eun panicked and turned around. Dong-ho, the little dog, growled and bared his teeth, shadows covering them, his lips trembling. Does this mean it's the end for us? Dong Hee-eun had no choice but to risk it and stand in front of her. I will hold them off. You run while you can. Mia-jia forced a smile and said, I can't run anymore. Dong Hee-eun frowned and charged forward. She sternly ordered, damn it, go take care of him and support me from behind. Without hesitation, he charged forward. 2 huge monsters step out to block the path, more and more gather, surrounding Dong Hee-eun's attack direction. At the critical moment, countless beams of light suddenly flash, and in an instant, those monsters are defeated, howling in agony. Dong Hee-eun stands frozen in place. What's going on? She coughs and opens her eyes wide in amazement. Opposite her, a figure slowly steps out, and Do-run appears from somewhere, leaving Dong Hee-eun with a steady silhouette. He found it hard to believe, you were the one who just did that? Do-run suddenly waved his hand and kindly warned him, don't come over here. Dong Hee-eun looked around in confusion, realizing this was a barricade. He couldn't help but be stunned. But who could build such a huge barrier like this? Before he could say much, a bug darted toward Dong-run in a panic. He simply grabbed a dry branch, trembling as he waved it and threw it at the insect, causing its body to be torn apart instantly. Dong-ho struggles to lift his eyelids. What's going on? Jia gapes in shock as the branch he threw pierces through the Yokchuk. The swarm of insects continues to head towards down. He quickly pulls out his treasured sword and decides it's time to end this. He casually swings his sword up, and a stream of black energy immediately appears, transforming into a sharp blade. The next moment, countless golden lightning flashes. The ground trembled violently, and the 3 of them suddenly staggered. Dong Hee-eun was puzzled. What kind of shockwave was this? Mia struggled to speak. I don't think it's just an ordinary seismic shock. Dong-ho was so stunned he almost vomited. Even Dong Hee-eun collapsed this time, shaking more and more intensely, and the camera mounted on his shoulder also shattered. Unable to escape, the sword light suddenly slashed down, causing the entire swarm to cry out in pain. Dong Hee-eun's eyes widened in shock. Was that a piece of metal? The sword light shot straight at the demon lord, and in an instant, its body was torn apart by countless slashes. It howled in agony, blood spraying everywhere. Finished, Down calmly sheaths his sword, effortlessly taking down the huge beast without even moving. At the same time, a notification sounds. The Chua has been successfully defeated. The challenger can now leave the gap. Feeling relieved and finally able to go home, Dong Hee-eun was still stunned, having killed the entire group in just a moment. Standing nearby, clutching his head and lamenting, oh my head, Dong Hee-eun, trembling with excitement, rushes over to his side. Hey, what did you just do? Take your time to answer. I only killed each boss. Then it wouldn't be good for your careers, would it? Selling this pile of stones will get you a lot of money. The other person shook their head repeatedly. No, that's not what I wanted. I smirked and said, are you trying to repay me for saving your life? No need, I'm a good person. Dong Hee-eun hadn't even finished speaking when his tremors disappeared, so I complain now. Froze for a few seconds. Huh? Did he leave already? Dong Hee-eun sighed in disappointment. I should have handed over my business card. Mia-jia heard that and burst out laughing. Hey, wasn't he planning to protect him from the gang? The other side snapped angrily. Shut up. At the same time, everyone in a room at the Hunter Bureau was staring intently at the screen. Minhan suddenly tensed up. Then Yang Qian spoke again, replaying from the moment the owl appeared. The video quickly rewound, and the sound in the video played. There it is, the chieftain. A voice reminds in the video. Everyone is ready to fight. Be careful not to get hit as much as possible. Yang Qian watches intently. The sound from the video echoes. Don't come here. Then he quickly said, stop. Yang Qian looks at the paused image on the screen, showing a boy wearing a cap and holding something, and he exclaims, "Is that a sword?" A voice responds, "No, that sword only has the hilt left." He repeated loudly. The sound from the video played again. "What kind of clash is this? I don't think it's just an ordinary clash." Yang Qian closed his eyes and focused intensely. A roar echoed from the video clip. Manhwa quickly said, "The other cameras only captured up to this point." Yang Qian asked, "What is his name?" He replied, "Kim Hee-eun." The man wondered if there was any other information about him. Manhwa hesitated about that, and Yang Qian shouted quickly. He quickly replied, "I couldn't find any information." Hearing that, the man said with tense urgency, "What?" Manhwa explained that all the information about the social security number and address is fake. Then he added that he registered the card last year. Immediately, Yan spoke firmly. "Is there any witness? Someone must have seen him when he slipped out." "Didn't you call Kang Min-hyuk and Han Min-hee there? They must have seen him." Manhwa quickly replied, "No, they said they didn't see that man." "Are you saying no one saw?" A few minutes later, Yang Qian thought to himself that it didn't have to be a top-tier S-rank hunter or even higher, and he had never seen anyone wield enhanced weapons as skillfully as him. Not to mention, he also created a giant barrier. "Based on what I know, there's no S-rank hunter with skills like his," Yan then said firmly. "Anyway, if he's that skilled, he'll show up sooner or later." So he ordered to just wait until then. "Yes." Meanwhile, the sound of the door opening caught Dawn's attention. He asked softly, "Where have you been?" Junhai cheerfully says, "Dad is home." Then she explained, "I just went to the market for a bit. I was trembling when I said it right away. That pile must be very heavy. You did well." Then, Hai softly asked, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet. If not, I will go prepare it right away." But Dawn refused. "No need to. It's already late." "Ha, you said Dad is going to clean the room." She replied, "Yes." Feeling nervous, he entered the room and sighed. Then he lay on the bed and wondered what there was to clean in his own room. A minute later, he thought to himself that he had been at it since dawn, and now he didn't feel like doing anything at all. Suddenly, he sat up abruptly. That's right, Do-Run pulls out the drawer and finds many mana stones inside. Then Do-Run took out a notebook, flipping through the pages quickly, and exclaimed, "I made a lot of money from the hunting workshop after selling just one mana stone. I remember when I sold the gem, the shopkeeper said this mana stone was worth 250 million. Now Down says aloud, I only sold one because its value was much higher than I thought." Then he looked into the drawer, wondering what he should do with the remaining 9 stones. He took them out and threw them into the space, deciding to keep them just in case in the future. Then he lies on the bed, surrounded by scattered stones as night falls. The light from the window shines out like bright eyes in the dark. "By the way, if you think the meal is too little, just tell me, and I'll cook again." At this moment, Dune hands over a stack of papers, and I say, "This." Seeing that, she looked worried. "Dad has read it." Then he exclaimed, "Why didn't I tell you earlier?" After a few seconds of silence, Runhai calmly explained, "Because just having you let me stay here is already enough. If I ask for more tuition money, it would be too much, especially since it's up to 50 million, and I don't want to pressure you further." Then she gently bowed her head tremblingly and hurriedly said, "Don't worry, and if it's not included in the contract, just add it in, and you can keep talking." "Were you surprised?" and saw him happily writing, Junhai exclaimed, "Dad, when did you bring out the contract?" In just a moment, the new clause was added to the contract. He said, "You sign it too." Junhai, confused, but before she could finish speaking, she quickly said tremblingly, "Dad will wait for you to sign, but he's in a hurry, so please do it quickly," as she held the contract paper with tears in her eyes. He sighed in relief as Jun urged him to sign quickly. With tears streaming down her face, Junhai whispered, "I thank you, Dad. Here, use these tissues to wipe your tears. Stop crying now. Eat up. The next day will be here soon." At this moment, Down is wearing a coat. He speaks loudly. "Dad, I'm leaving," Junhai called out. "Oh, wait a moment, Dad." She stepped closer. "Your tie is crooked," Junhai exclaimed. "Thank you, Dad," and then handed him a bag. She told her father to take this too. "I made it." Jun quickly grabbed it and said softly, "Thank you, my child. I'm leaving now." Junhee smiled brightly like a flower and said, "Yes, and please be careful." "Oh." And then he steps outside. Her grip on the bag strap tightened as she froze, looking bewildered. "Are you wondering if this is the power of 50 million watts? At the crack management office, Hyuk-do said, "Lately the fan clubs are really active, huh?" As Run arrived, he said, "Good morning." The senior replied, "Good morning." Next, Hyok-su exchanges words. "Oh, have you read the news? 3 A-rank hunters from the Meiji state defeated the monster from an A-rank gap. You seem surprised." "Oh, I see. I didn't know that." Suddenly he hesitated. If it's an A-rank gap, the boss must be S-rank, right? Yet 3 A-rank hunters have already defeated it. Then Huksu exclaimed, "I don't understand anything at all. Oh, there's also a rank E guy in there. But whether he's good or not doesn't really make a difference. Down, what do you think?" At this moment, Down was sweating profusely. He gave a half-hearted answer. "Well, since it's a high-level guild, that's not impossible." Yukshu was dissatisfied with the answer. He thought to himself, such a big guild. They must equip their hunters with high-level gear and tools. Then Yuxu turned to talk to Down and said, I think you should look into the gaps from rank C and above. If you pay attention to EG's progress, you'll see that her reaching B rank is only a matter of time. He added, so our team has never had a B rank hunter before, right? So I'm not sure what I need to prepare either. Suddenly, Hai Ukshu pulled out a notebook. Oh right, I forgot to give you this. What did you ask about? He replied, the new loophole documents at Deokjangu. Wait a moment, Hai Ukshu added. Last time I went on a business trip there, I also visited for a while and saw a few things. Plus, he explained, estimating the rating as C, and now her IG has also reached C level. So the two of them should go there once. Then Ukshu chuckled softly and said, it's the boss's order. You can't escape. Hearing that, Du-run gently bowed his head and softly said, I still need to thank everyone for trusting me. Immediately after, Ukshu spoke with a worried look. Luckily, you think that way. But are you taking on too much? I quickly replied, don't worry. It's just a bit more than usual. Then he stood up with a cheerful face and said, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I'll answer everything within my knowledge. You reply, okay, thank you. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. I'm sorry, I'm late. Hi, Ukshu said with a confused face. You don't need to come here every day, Hunter, father. We'll call when we need you, Jiansu interjected. She can come whenever she wants. She wondered when he had been here since. Then he loudly said that you two should also welcome the hunters if they come. Hearing that, Hai Ukshu immediately responded, you're welcome to come anytime you like. She smiled brightly and said, yes, thank you. A few minutes later, Do-run suddenly asked, Senior, can I go home early today? Hukshu asked again, what's wrong? He replied, EJ and I will stop by the gap at C-step earlier. He replied, I'll ask the boss first. Cheon immediately spoke up. Of course I agree, I can go right now. She jumped up happily, thinking to herself, thank you, boss. Suddenly he shouted, wait a moment. Cheonu handed over a stack of money and said, take this. You have to make sure the hunters are well fed according to their preferences. The sky outside is clear with a few clouds drifting lazily. Y says, it really looks delicious. I hurriedly replied, it's all thanks to the boss. Then I cheerfully said, it seems the boss is more lenient with us now. She said, yes, really. Then IJ shared with a confused look. I don't know, maybe he just wanted to encourage me a little. Right now Dunn seems suspicious, but unfortunately that's not the case. Even with the department head, 150,000 is still a lot of money. Then he thought to himself, but I don't really need to. I have 200 million after all. A minute later, Down said, let's go, the gap is right in the middle of the other area. Yes, I will do it politely. She suddenly looked surprised. There are many people here, huh? EJ watched carefully and said, there's an agent from the Hunter Bureau and a few famous B-rank hunters. Dune asked again, and Age explained, well, usually people hunt in gaps, one rank below to ensure safety. Then she seemed to be lost in thought, so he asked, are you worried? I is really confused. She replied, well, it's just the first time I entered a lower tier gap. Deep down, she thought about how she also had to protect someone else. She recalled the image of the demon that attacked Do-run in the past and reminded herself that this time she wouldn't make any foolish mistakes. He suddenly said, if you're worried about me, then please let me handle myself. Y said firmly, Manager, if you get into danger, remember to run away. With her current skills, she won't be able to handle a goblin easily. He gently bowed and said confidently, I am sure she can easily defeat a goblin, so if you go carefully, there's no way you'll be in danger. Then he encouraged her to trust herself. She nodded softly. Yes. Then Down pointed ahead. It seems like the teams are recruiting new members, right? Can I join? Yes, I agree. Of course. Just wait a moment. Suddenly, I remembered Dong Hyun, M, and Dong Ho. He thought to himself, upon reflection, those people work well together. But he reminded himself that it's except for their personalities. At this moment, after changing her outfit, Ija asked, what are you thinking about so deeply? I see you're back. Then he looked at her attentively. Y felt embarrassed. She immediately asked, why do you look like that? Does it not suit me? Hey, Edge. Yes, manager. Then Down asked, if she wanted to recruit team members, how would she want to test them? He explained as if there were artillery to distract the monsters and snipers to support her from afar. Edge is listening now, but she looks pouty. She repeats, did you forget what you told me before? He was very surprised and exclaimed, what? Y confided that you would be his only hunter. So it was a lie? He asked, and she replied with a displeased look. Or are you planning to find someone else? Hearing that, Du quickly said, wait, signing with another hunter doesn't mean my contract with you is canceled. The manager replied firmly, yes. I don't need it. Then she turned around and walked away, simply saying, let's go, before turning back and urging, what are you standing there for? Aren't you supposed to be here to work? Nearby, Tit is an intern at the Gap Management Hunter team outside the headland. Then he flicked his nose and muttered, strange, Taj thought, the hunters who participated in the second day of the Gap exploration still haven't returned. He's checking on the first team from the first day after 8 hours. Taj calculated that 32 hunters entered right after, and there's been no sign of them coming out after 8 hours. Usually, hunters would return after an 8-hour hunt, and there's nowhere to eat or rest in this gap. and he wondered if they were still continuing the hunt without taking a break at all. Then Taj wondered if he should report back to the bureau, but he stayed silent, lost in thought. Then he burst out laughing and said, "Well, no need. I'll swap shifts later." And who would believe what an intern says anyway? "Hello, I am Lidown from the Seiyun Gap Management Department. This is E, a contracted hunter working with us." Taj exclaimed, "Ah, hello." He scratched his head and said, "You two must be here for the exploration of the gap today, right?" He replied, "Yes," a voice echoed. "Lie down," the gap management officer of the Seiyun unit confirms. Tit turns and says, "Hey, you are the one who refused Icarus's invitation." She gently scratched her cheek and replied, "Yes, at this moment do run barged in. Can I go in now?" He responded, "Of course." Then Down turned and asked, "You're like a celebrity or something?" Y replied, "Stop it, I feel embarrassed." Suddenly Taj re-exclaimed, "Oh wait, I forgot to tell you both something important." "But it was too late," I exclaimed. "They're in now. Will it be okay?" At this moment, Down turned around and asked, "I think my brother said something." He asks again, "Yes." Then Dune replied, "Oh, it's nothing." The notification sounded from your phone. Lie Down welcomed you to the Gap management system. You press the button and the notification sounds again, confirming the Gap has been registered. Then Down looks ahead and says, "Let's start mapping." "Wait, look over there. Those two seem very tired from afar, and a male hunter with curly hair is lying unconscious." Near there, two other hunters are slumped over, their bodies seeming completely exhausted. Y exclaimed, "What's wrong with them?" Calmly you reply, "Just go out there first." Seeing the two people approaching from afar, a hunter speaks up, and there's also a victim. "That is Taeyong," he said slowly. "Some people aren't even hunters. What are you doing here?" "I am Lai Do-jun from the Seiyun Department of Gap Management," Tang exclaimed. "Oh, you're the official in charge of that Gap Management? So that means she's your contracted hunter, right?" Jun replied. "Yes. If you don't mind, could you tell me what's going on in here?" Looking around, I asked, "I see many people are in pretty bad shape. Why aren't they leaving?" He then pointed in another direction. "Well, even if we wanted to, we couldn't get out." "Look over there." Y and Down both turned to look in that direction. He froze, his eyes wide open. Down wondered, the gap is closed now. Then he wondered to himself, is this the changeling? No, if that were the case, we wouldn't have been able to get in. He exclaimed, "Maybe it's because of the hidden trap." The boy was surprised. "Holes?" Then she explained, "I don't think he's a changeling. If that's the case, it must be at level B or higher, so it's probably just a gap trap because any level can have one. At this point, you deduce it's a gap trap. The phenomenon occurs when the loophole encounters a special condition. Now Y asks Tang, "Tell us what the mission is." He replied, "Yes." Then he opens a screen showing the current number of challengers, which is 25. Eliminate all remaining normal monsters in the gap. Kill the boss and its supporting monsters. The second piece of information quickly appears. Do not leave the area until the mission is complete. The reward is a 5-point increase in strength, agility, and stamina. A random B level or higher weapon drop is also given to those who defeat the boss and supporting monsters. The latest update states there are 280 normal monsters remaining, 3 support monsters left, and 1 boss remaining, with IEG exclaiming about the 280 monsters. TY coughs softly a few times and whispers that it would be better if he could wait until the Hunter Agency team arrives. Then he confides that they've been trapped here for a few days, so sooner or later the Hunter Bureau will send someone. Down was surprised. "So you guys still couldn't kill the 280 monsters even with combined effort?" Hearing that, TY said seriously, "You'd be right if they were just some C-class monsters. But do you know what kind of creatures they really are?" "You said it out loud." "That's right." He nodded. "That's right." Then Tang exclaimed, but only near the exit. At this moment, Down and Y were both very surprised. Feng Hang loudly said, "If we go a little further, there will be some B-grade Cho right away." Y shouted, "Cho hits hard, so I feel pretty confident," but Y quickly adds, "Yeah, Cho is many times stronger." Now, you understand why we are sitting here. At this moment, I tell myself Cho can't be killed by small successive wounds because it can heal very quickly, so it must be finished in one strike. Suddenly she hesitated, and the biggest concern was that afterwards she looked toward Doan. Wide kept reminding himself whether he could ensure the safety of the manager. So, now she agrees, "Yeah, you're right. It's too dangerous. Do-Run is also considering it. Waiting here is just a waste of time. This is a good opportunity for her to get new weapons." You suddenly recall the information provided that secondary rewards like B-grade weapons or higher are randomly given to those who defeat the boss monster and its supporting monsters. "Hey, if I guarantee your safety, will you go hunting?" "Yes, I will. I also don't oppose that." Suddenly, a noise rang out, and IJ spun around. That is the group of 3 hunters Sion Min, Houn, and Tae Sung. He spoke. "Hello?" Sion Min is excited. "Do you two want to join us for the hunt?" Hoon agreed to join. "If you want, follow me closely. I promise no one will have to die." "By the way, why are you here? Are you that brave?" He tilted his head, eyes wide open, coughing nervously. "Do you know that if someone, right now, you're not paying much attention? You said there are 30 Tro in front, ready to fight." He asked again. "Huh?" He said, "What are you talking about? I don't see any Tro here." Immediately behind, 3 Tro appeared. Hound shouted, "This is real. Dawn is now activating her phone with less than 5% battery, continuing the setup. Ha quickly drew his shield to block and shouted, "Come! At me!" The ugly Cho guys immediately looked toward the sound and suddenly charged at Hound. At this moment, Y exclaimed, "Counter the general!" The Cho swarm attacked Hound relentlessly, and he shouted loudly, "Damn it, these guys are so annoying." Then Hound charged at a Tro with his shield and forcefully knocked it into the air. Then he shouted for Seon Min to focus on the one on the right. The boy quickly raised his bow. Seon Min responds firmly, "Got it." A mark was thrown toward the Cho creature. It was the mark of the attacker. The skill significantly weakens the enemy's defense and increases damage by 50%. Then Seon Min fires another shot. The arrow soared through the air at an incredible speed and pierced a Tro. It whimpered before crying out and breaking the arrow. Many marks are thrown at the Tro. Now Seon Min firmly says, "By the way, it might hurt a bit because you're about to get hit by 20 consecutive shots." As soon as he finished speaking, many arrows simultaneously shot forward and pierced through the Cho, but it was unharmed, pulling each arrow out one by one. Seon Min was stunned and exclaimed, "Why is it still alive and grinning? Or is my attack too weak?" At that moment, the Cho charged forward, chasing after him. He shouted, "Run, everyone, run!" At this moment, a foot swiftly rushes forward, sliding past a Tro, then delivering a strike towards it. Explosions and dust fill the air. Meanwhile, Y ran up to the Tro and threw one of them far away. Then she let out a sigh of relief. Sungmin exclaimed, "We make a good team, huh?" Ta-sung shouted, "Good teamwork, but you didn't do anything?" Ho coughed loudly and said, "Thanks." Hearing that, Zongmin reacted. "Didn't you see I already attacked that bastard?" Ta-sung replied, "Yeah, but your attack was weak." Zongmin shouted, "What are you talking nonsense?" Ta-sung teased, "It's not embarrassing." At this moment, she quickly asked, "Manager, are you okay?" "I was just cold, that's all. How could I get hurt?" "I did fight with those guys like you," she said sadly. He exclaimed, "I'm just worried about you." "Aye," she replied immediately. "Yes." He clenched her sword and charged forward like a lightning bolt. With a determined face, she only looked ahead. AJ drew his sword in shock. Then, she struck multiple blows to its chest, and IJ quickly stepped back. It clutched its chest, moaning, its eyes fading, and it opened its mouth wide to scream in pain. He trembles as he carefully observes the situation, trembling in surprise. Why is it suddenly screaming like that? Then he deduces, "Don't tell me it's not what I think it is." Then he felt something coming from afar. A minute later, many Tro creatures are approaching, and Hot Tao is thinking this way. The Cho monsters charge fiercely. At this moment, Taeshung shouted, "It's too cold." I'm coughing and running while shouting, "Let's go." We can't stop them. Now she's watching carefully. She accidentally said there are only 9 of them. Then she exclaimed, "If he gets his hands on you, no one will stay alive." Hearing that, Songmin turned his head to look behind. "Wait a moment." Taesung asks again, "What's wrong?" He's worried. She hasn't run yet. Taesung shouted, "Are you crazy, heavens?" Then Taesung asked what to do next. Ho-Run hesitated and answered, "I think I'll just keep running. If I turn back, I might die too." Zonmin is sweating all over. He suddenly exclaimed as he looked at her sword. A few seconds later, Zonmin spoke loudly. "It's radiating a lot of mana right now. Back then, hiding behind that big rock, you remarked that your weapon enhancement was pretty impressive, huh? You're still pretty naive. Howlin urges him to keep running. Do you want to die here? Look at how many guys are there." Min shouted, "Shut up. Just follow me." He's annoyed. "What?" On this side, EJ is getting ready for the confrontation. The Cho gang is rushing forward at full speed, running and growling. Yej squinted, silently waiting as the Cho gang approached IJ, baring their fierce, snarling teeth. He also charged forward, shouting loudly. Then a big explosion erupted, filling the air with smoke and dust. Witnessing the scene, Hoet screamed. "He's gone crazy!" Ta-sung was stunned. "That was the first time I saw someone so crazy." Then he shouted, "Come on, guys, let's go together." The light blue clouds stretch out across the sky. A few clouds drift lazily overhead. The apartment buildings stand 10 inches tall and imposing. Right now, Junhee is happily looking at the wardrobe. She looks inside and says, "I've cooked quite a few side dishes. Dad will definitely be happy." "Oh, he said it's. Then Junhai cheerfully said, "Let's go clean the house now." She vacuumed the whole house and folded the dry clothes. Then, Hai opened a door to a room, she exclaimed as she cleaned her father's room too. She diligently vacuumed the boy's room, suddenly trembling. She discovered something, looked at a book, and exclaimed, "This one looks strange." Then she picked up the book and said, "It seems like Dad is trying to recall things he has forgotten. Memory loss is really scary." Junhee quickly grabbed the book and read silently, surprised by the amount of information she found. She said, "Dad marked so many words." Then she remembered, she's not reading a book now, she's cleaning the floor. "Hurry up," she shouted to herself. "I need to graduate quickly and become a hunter to repay my father. No, 20 times faster. But I have to clean the floor first." At this moment, Junhee noticed a trash bag on the floor. She quickly grabbed it, but it seemed like she discovered something. Now, the thing Junhee is holding in her hand makes her exclaim, "It's Mana Stone." A minute later, Junhai exclaims again. No matter how long she looks at it, it's definitely a Mana Stone. Then she said to herself, "It looks pretty expensive. Did it fall out of the drawer?" Immediately, Junhai pulled out the drawer. What is this? Now Junhai is lying on the bed in shock. She holds a mana stone and says, how much money would I get if I sold all 9 of these? Then she notices a long stick and exclaims, why is this handle mixed in there? Should I throw it away? Next, what Hai found was a card. She wondered, is this a hunter's ID card? It is a temporary entry card for Kim Hyun. Meanwhile, in another space, IJ is fiercely attacking, swinging her sword rapidly at a troll. Suddenly, 2 trolls appeared behind her attacking, their hands smashing the ground and rocks shattering. Luckily, IJ dodged just in time and exclaimed, that was close. Then IJ charged at the troll again, repeatedly slashing at it. Right now, Seon Min is being pinned to the ground by a troll. He shouts, Hound, save me! He replied, hold on, I'm coming. Seon Min urged, hurry up. Now Hound is holding the attacking Cho tightly, shouting, what the hell? How are you so strong? He yells loudly, hurry up and do something. Sungmin shouts, you stepped on my foot. Why is tired right now? She told herself she was doing her best. Facing the 2 Cho, she wondered silently if she was going to die here. He remembered Down's image and exclaimed, manager! Then she tightened her grip on the sword handle. Long silently warned, no, not yet, and then she charged forward quickly, shouting loudly, I can't die here. He jumps down from the sky, shouting, take this! Then swings her sword fiercely forward, a loud explosion echoing as dust billows everywhere. The slash hit the arm of a Tro, causing it to stagger. Y's eyes widened, her gaze piercing through everything. The Tro roared and charged forward suddenly, its eyes widened and its whole body trembled. It was stunned, then staggered and collapsed to the ground. That was Down's long-range attack. Then he quickly hid behind the rock and whispered, keep hiding. At this moment, EJ quickly attacks the remaining monster while Taeshung and Hone are still struggling with another one. At that moment, IJ collapsed to her knees, panting and lost in thought. Thank goodness, if it hadn't been for what happened earlier, I might have died. Down then came over to check on me. Are you okay? She immediately responded cheerfully. Yes, I am not injured. Next, he said, luckily it's all over now, you should take a break. It seems like those guys are also resting now, right? In the end, all 3 of them also defeated the Tro. Time passed quickly, and 2 hours later, everyone was still fighting the remaining Tro. Hone is now looking at the Trap Gap information board. Currently, there are 171 normal monsters left, 3 support monsters remaining, and 1 rare monster remaining. Then he thought to himself, moving so quickly. He silently credited her for it. Then Hound glanced at IG and thought to himself, we're in the same rank, but she's too strong. Next, he analyzed that if his intuition was correct, she might be able to jump to rank S in the future. And he saw that it seemed Seon Min also realized he was starting to cling again. At this point, Seon Min asked if she had any plans after work. If you're free, let's go out for dinner. Hearing that, Y politely declined. Sorry, but I have some work at the city hall. At that moment, Hound interrupted. Sancha, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. I'm inviting you to dinner to thank you for saving my life. Min shouted, what's wrong with you? Now you're just busy on your phone? A voice came from the phone. The gap map is 60% complete. I'll do the review quickly. At this rate, I'll finish it today. Then he thought to himself that EJ had improved again. Her mana capacity had doubled since last time. He looks at each and sudden thoughts cross his mind. I wonder how strong she will become in the future. Then he reminded himself, just wait until then. Do run, said loudly. Everyone, get ready to fight, Hound quickly replied. Take a break to regain your strength. Do run warned immediately. We can't rest. There's an enemy 200 meters ahead, and among them is a very powerful monster. As Down finished speaking, everyone suddenly felt a tremor. Both Hound and Taeshung felt it too. They showed expressions of horror. So, in front of Hound and Taeshung is a Cho head monster. Taeshung can't believe his eyes. Is it the Cho Daochu? Hoon isn't quite sure. Maybe. I seems a bit worried. In front of Down's group stands a fierce 3-headed Cho Daochu. From its 3 heads, it fires 3 beams of light. Then the Cho Daochu aims directly at Y. Y is a bit surprised, and Down frowns seriously, thinking, such a powerful attack. If it hits Y, only death awaits. Do-jun quickly moved to AJ's side and shielded him, surrounded by a powerful aura that seemed to make it difficult for AJ to resist. Suddenly, YJ looked ahead and realized something surprising. AJ loudly calls the education management to find the worm management. Min and Tung are hiding far away and hear the loud noise, so they speak up. Hey, what's going on? Who's the boss here? Seeing that, Hoon bowed his head and pushed Zong Min down to bow as well. If this kid gets caught, all of us are dead. And Y is still looking for June. Where is the manager? It seems that Y has discovered something. Y has found June. E anxiously approaches June. The manager desperately shakes him, trembling all over. Wake up, please. Min's car seems worried about Y. He shouts loudly at IJ. It's very dangerous there. Let's go. He stood there in shock because she had just uncovered earth-shattering news. He is no longer breathing. He gently lay him down, crying as she told June, I'm sorry, manager, I couldn't protect you until the end. Then, Y hugged Do tightly, trembling, unaware that she was being attacked. I'm truly sorry. Indeed, a strike is heading towards Y and Down. Seon Min saw that and became worried. Yi's father couldn't hold back anymore and ran over to save Y. Damn it. Hoon saw that and asked, Zhang Min, what are you doing? Seon Min firmly said, just follow my lead. Seong Min devises a plan. Sure, there will be a pause before the next attack. Meanwhile, Mei will engage in close combat with it. I'll attack from the side. Hyun has no other choice. He yells loudly, calling Taeshung to join the fight. I'll go ahead first, and you two each take a side. Then Hound grabs the hammer and aims straight at the boss. Whoa, the boss unleashes his light power again. Seeing that, Hound was frozen in place, thinking he was done for. I thought it would take a while before it made its next move. Then Hyun was hit by Cho Daochu's attack and was thrown far away. Ho Run fell down in pain. The armor was completely damaged. Suddenly, the boss shielded himself with his hand as if under attack, and it turned out Seon Min from afar had shot an arrow at the boss's head. Seon Min there, smiling, said, "You're the real opponent for me. Remember to protect your eyes, or you might lose them without even realizing." He recalls the moments with Dojun and herself from the past. When Down and Y first met, "Hello miss, nice to meet you. I am lie down." Even in dangerous battles, Down still protects E and is still focused on the enemy in the middle of the fight. And even in everyday life, Down treats Edge very well. That's really nice. Edge also remembers Jozun's smile and sigh. Dojun once told EJ, "EJ, you are my only hunter, so I rely on you completely." Thinking that, EG finally relaxed. I thought I had found a place to stay. Suddenly, EG saw the system screen pop up, and EG had no idea what was happening. The system announced that the conditions for unlocking a new skill had been met. The skill received was a vow. On the other side, the battle between Seon Min and the chieftain is very intense. Seon Min aims his arrow directly at the chieftain's head and shoots. The head of the beast growled fiercely. Seon Min shouted, "Is that all you've got?" As if responding to Seon Min, the Cho Dao Chu thrusts his spear toward him. Seon Min has no choice but to run. Luckily, Seon Min managed to dodge the attack, but he was still incredibly stunned by it. The power of the attack was too fierce, directly injuring Seon Min. Seon Min collapses after being struck by Cho the boss's attack, crying out in pain. "Hey, that guy didn't save me. He's not much better than Seon Min. Just die already, buddy. Don't go blaming me for not saving you. Serves you right for being stupid, stop complaining. It's your fault." Choi Dung saw that and immediately asked Han Seon Min, "Seon Min, are you okay?" Seon Min was lying there crying. "Damn it, I couldn't do anything to help." The system announced the passive S-Rank Oath skill. EJ heard the system's notification requiring him to designate a monarch and swear loyalty to that person. If your monarch is within a 500-meter radius, the blessing effect of the prophecy will be activated, and the system will ring again. However, if your monarch dies in an enemy attack, you will face a terrible punishment. The system continues to provide the blessing effects of the wish, increasing all stats by 100%, reducing damage from enemies by 50%, immune to all negative effects, penalties, rankings, and skills returning to the starting point. The owner does not have it yet. The system asks if you're sure you want to choose Lai as June's commander. You won't be able to change your choice. Hearing this, IG seems very happy. "Manager, are you still alive?" He suddenly seemed to realize something. With trembling hands, they held their wrist, and suddenly 2 glowing bracelets appeared on their arms. The system sounds again, confirming the owner. If the owner is within 500 meters, clench your fists and the blessing of the oath will take effect. Over there, Hoon is running for his life. Seeing he couldn't run, Hound lay down. "Hey, you, wake up quickly and save me." "Min, are you really going to die here?" Behind the rock, Zong Min is still recovering. "Take it easy, I'm still very tired. Calm down." Taeshung added, "Tian Lei will watch you." Suddenly she jumped out and shouted, "Hunter Taeshung, please protect my manager." He's still alive. Seon Min, who is injured, also jumps up to follow. "Dad, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. Wait for me." Hoon froze in place, pointing at Sun Min and muttering, "That bastard abandoned his brothers for a girl." Unaware, Hoon was hit by the boss's spear. Hoon was taken behind a rock for Taeshung to treat. Taesung glanced and said, "You still look pretty good." When he was about to join San Min's group, Hound held his hand back. "Just sit here and wait for them to finish with that one." Ho Run pleads, "Please don't leave me alone, just treat her." Taesung heard that and immediately snapped, "Hey man, let go of my hand." At this moment, Down has already woken up. "Dude, trembling, I don't know what's going on. What just happened?" "I just see the system screen in front of me showing that AG's father has appointed me as the owner." June silently thinks, "IG has become a bit stronger again, huh? It seems like it's doubled or something." Then Do nervously fiddles with some stones, thinking to himself, "If I stay this healthy, could there be something wrong?" Far away, Y and the head chopper are facing off. Yej prepares to attack. He has dodged all of Cho Dao Chu's attacks. It seems Cho Dao Chu also knows how strong YJ is. The Cho Dao Chu spews even stronger flames at YJ. YJ dodged to the side, but Y still couldn't avoid getting hurt. Suddenly, YJ felt something. Cho Dao Chu was about to crush EJ when suddenly someone intervened and struck Cho Dao Chu's head. So it was Zon Min's arrow. "Keep going, priest." "Come on, priest. I've always supported you." The boss attacked Zon Min, but he dodged it. That's some luck. At this moment, YJ is holding a sword and sneaks up behind the Cho Dao Chu, planning a surprise attack. This is the perfect opportunity to strike. He strikes Cho Daochu's hand with great force, causing him pain, and he turns back to look at Y growling. Then Cho Daochu launched an attack towards YJ, knocking YJ far away. He is extremely amazed by the scene before him, which is a powerful attack from the Cho Daochu. Age intends to use his sword to counter this move. He moves forward. You are already dead. He drives straight into Cho Daochu's weak spot. Age is thrown behind Cho Daochu. Age unleashes a flurry of strikes on Cho Daochu's head, giving it his all. At this moment, Cho Daochu can only defend passively. Suddenly, Cho Daochu raises his hand high, as if about to do something. Cho Daochu tried to push YJ away, but she dodged. Y launched an attack on Cho Daochu's head. The boss was so badly injured that his teeth were broken, and then he collapsed. He delivers another blow to the head of the Cho Daochu. This time, Cho Daochu is truly down on the ground. He gasped for breath as he spoke. The battle is over. YJ raises his sword in front of him. It's finished. A flash of light tore through the sky. Y has defeated the boss. Min's vehicle watched the entire battle and calmly moved back behind the rock to update Hound on the situation. That was close. You're alive, my friend. Ho Run blames the car. Mr. Min also thanks you because I almost ended up on the altar watching a naked chicken. Dune also witnessed Y's recent fight. He stroked his chin and said, her swordsmanship is getting better. Then June examined his outfit. But before going home, I need to change into different clothes, or else I'll definitely attract attention. Run imagines Junhai holding his shirt and complaining. Dad, are you being oppressed at work? Let me give him a few shots. Down picks up the shoes and finds a lot of sand inside. Only then does Taesung notice Down. Is he awake? Hearing that, Y quickly turned away. I was crying as he ran toward Down. Manager Y hugged Dojun tightly. Min's car doesn't seem very happy. Still alive after being beaten like that? Taesung carefully asked, are you really okay? I'm not sure if I responded properly. Hound still hasn't regained his composure. Did you think you went ahead of me? Taesung suggested. Then I'll try using H. Lin. Suddenly, Taesung stopped, and Songmin behind asked what was wrong. Right now, Taesung is very confused and can't use his skill on him. Y asked the manager anxiously, are you hurt anywhere? It's not very clear if it's due to trembling. Not sure if it is. Min doesn't seem completely satisfied. He's still alive. It's okay, Hound speaks seriously. Let's stop here, okay? He agrees despite trembling. That would be better. Then, the Ho Run group discussed how to split the items. So how should we divide the mana stones and the corpses of the monsters? Since there are 4 of us, each gets a quarter. Hound, noticing Do Run didn't seem to care, asked, and what about you? Run replied, I'd be considered illegal if I earned money here. Hoon chuckled. That's not a bad rule. Hoon laughed even louder. Only civil servants get caught, Dung confirmed. Sure, then Down made a request. Instead of splitting the money with IJ, can we make a trade instead? Hound asked in surprise. Okay, how do you want to do it? Do Run pointed to one side. That spot is a sword, a bonus reward for killing the boss, so give it to the hunter. The 3 of Hound's group looked at each other then. Ho Run laughed and said, take it. After all, if it weren't for you, Dad Edge, we wouldn't be able to handle it. AJ took the sword in his hand, feeling grateful. Thank you all. Then Min smoothly praised. We are skilled with swords like you, so it's right for you to take it. Suddenly, June noticed someone approaching. It was indeed 2 people, and it turned out to be Min and Min Hugh. Hello everyone. I didn't expect Sancha Y and Lie Down to be here. Then Min Hee-uk looks towards the shop owner and praised YJ. You're stronger than before, right YJ? You've made great progress. EJ shyly says thank you. Do Run also chipped in. Ama also thanks you for the outfit you gave. Hunter Kang Min Hai Australia is feeling a bit resentful right now. I lost badly, so that's just how it is. Min Jae saw that and immediately intervened. Senior, let's go. You still have a lot of work to do. Min Hai UK quickly turns around to meet later. I'm busy today. Min Jae politely hands over a business card. If you change your mind, feel free to contact us. Do Jun seems confused about what she means. Minji Jae is talking about recruiting Shaw IG workers into our gang. I see, I understand. Let me tell you this. Do Jun tore up the business card. I'm just like everyone else. Seeing this scene, Min was a bit surprised. Usually, I don't pay attention to others either. I don't care where someone gets transferred to after being sold. The group of people shivering gasped and then opened their mouths before throwing pieces of the business card onto the ground. But if that person was one of mine, it would be a different story. My face turned pale. Why do I suddenly feel so scared? Then Down gritted his teeth and said, I'm warning you one last time, don't push your luck anymore. Down's warning, very annoyed. Sorry everyone, I can't make it to dinner tonight. I have to leave early, and it seems Cheon-su understands too. It's okay, you're probably tired today too. EJ was a bit drunk and telling stories enthusiastically, so the manager stepped in at that moment. Cheon-su said nervously on the phone that it's okay if he threw a bomb at us and then ran away. The more I drink, the more fired up I get. But if that person belongs to me, things would be different. Hai Uksu listened to E's story with great enthusiasm and also praised him. With such an amazing hunter, even if you leave her behind, going to the police station would still be fine. Still fine. Then Hai Uksu snatched Cheon-su's phone. reminding him that tearing up someone's business card like that isn't okay. I trembled and replied, I also feel a bit guilty now. Hai Uksu is sincere, but I find it quite amusing. Do-Run seems to be in disbelief. Yes, Hai Uksu explains. Because of the nerves, I want to tell you that when you need to bow your head, do it. But if you're angry, there's no need to hold back. Hai Uksu continued. Ikarkakaros is indeed a big faction, but that doesn't mean we have to bow to them, right? It seems Hai Uksu is a bit drunk and very excited. Who are they that we have to transfer the YJ hunters to them? He also strongly agreed, feeling it was right, so Hayuk praised him, saying, well done. Hayuk shouted loudly over the phone, I don't know how to leave, but I believe you won't let things happen like this. H is even more determined, never. Chiansu also joins in. That's right, Little's brother. What are those S-rank hunters anyway? Hai Ukshu agreed. That's right. I'm curious. Yes. Then UK-Do raised his head proudly. Am I on my list of people now? Hearing this, Do-Run was speechless, while Hukshu changed the subject. Forget that bastard who ran away earlier. Let's drink, guys. Roy, hiya. Let's drink. Seeing everyone having fun, Do-Run spoke up. See you all tomorrow. Do-Run turned off his phone and suddenly sighed. Do-Run confidently walks home. Soon, Doon was back in the familiar neighborhood. Run Hai politely greets Do-Run. Dad is home. Hearing that, Down kindly asked if he had eaten yet, and Jun-Hee looked surprised, eyes wide. Yes, Jun-Hai asked. Did Dad buy new clothes? Hearing that, Jun could only stammer in response. It's on sale, but Dad is a bit cold. Also, the old lady selling clothes seems to be struggling. Run-Hai finds it a bit unreasonable. The old lady sells suits. This left Down stunned and unsure how to explain, so she quickly changed the subject. Pour some tea for Dad Lai. Jun-Hai obediently follows. Yes. After leaving, Jun-Hai worriedly thought about asking. She was pouring tea while pondering if her father went to the office during the day and hunted at night. Jun-Hai imagined a strange scene where an assistant was reminding Down, Master, it's time, and Do-Run is about to carry out the mission. Suddenly, Jun-Hai remembered something else. That's right, remember, Sister Y is also a hunter. At this moment, Jun-Hee envisions a scene where Jun and Y work together seamlessly. Ofong asked, Can I wipe out these guys, comrade? As for Jun, he works very well in a team with Ij, it's just amazing. Jun-Hee also imagined a more spectacular scene where EJ was aiming and shooting. We truly are a perfect pair, comrades. It seems Down is also very pleased with this partner. You know, buddy, just calling me Oppa is enough. Since Jun also didn't refuse this way of calling. Okay, Oppa. Thinking about this, Jun-Hee was extremely angry. The only thought in her mind was a stupid one. Jun-Hai clenched her fists in anger, with a boiling pot of water beside her. Down, noticing her trembling, warned, Jun-Hai, the water is boiling. At this moment, Jun-Hee suddenly realized and thought, oh no. She tried to turn off the kettle but accidentally pushed it down. Down quickly understood the situation. He used his bare hands to hold the boiling kettle and warned Jun-Hai to be careful, almost causing himself injury. Jun-Hai, feeling worried, asked, What are you holding in your hand? It seems like you're trembling and not aware of how hot the water is. You said that. Then, Do-Run looked down at the teapot in his hand. Do-Run placed the kettle on the table and said, It's not that hot even if you're numb. The water's cooled down now. Jun-Hee didn't seem very convinced. It's so hot, almost to the point of exploding. Then Jun-Hee asks Do-Run to pour cold water. Put your hand in here. Do-Run remains calm. It's nothing. Seeing that, Jun-Hai seems to feel sorry. Dad's hand looks fine. Jun-Hai lowers his head and says, I'm sorry, I was too reckless. I just grabbed a towel to wipe my hands and asked, what are you worried about? Jun-Hai rubbed her hands and denied, No. Did you suddenly remember something? Jun-Hai said. That's right. Jun-Hai runs into the room. When going out, Jun-Hai carries an envelope and politely hands it to Down. After Jun finishes reading the letter, she is very surprised. It's an acceptance letter. Jun-Hai explains, I just want you to know, remember this date. Jun-Hai waved her hand and said, I'm not forcing you to come. You're busy too, and it's a weekday after all. He rests his chin in his hand, thinking, Next Monday? Then Jun decided that maybe Dad could make it. Hearing that, Jun-Hee was very happy. Really? Jun-Hai smiled brightly and said, Thank you. Oh, right now Zong-Min is recounting what happened earlier to Min Hyuk. He actually tore up the business card in front of Hunter Han-Min. Min Hyuk looked indifferent. Are you really surprised that he's trembling for no reason? As for Zong-Min, everyone knows he's throwing a fit. Min Hyuk then asked, This is what Min Hee-Utsi cares about. Why are you complaining about him? Han-Min didn't say anything either. Seon-Min is not speaking for now. Then after a while, tears streamed down from Zon-Min's eyes. Don't let that Down get away with it. He's really annoying. At the headquarters, Doan was settled at his desk, but it seemed like he was about to do something. Doan approached department head Shiansu. Do-Run asked for a favor. You should write the welcome speech yourself next Monday. Shiansu, curious, asked what's going on. Do-Run said briefly that it was a personal matter. Shiansu seemed displeased. Can't you be more specific? Jun nodded. Yes. Shiansu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This is going to be complicated. Next Monday, both Hyas and I have business trips, Do-Jun asked immediately. Work trip? Chiansu confirmed that there is an event scheduled for next Monday. Chiansu explained, the official letter says they want to cooperate with our partner agency, so no one is going, right? Then Cheonu added, so Hai Ukshu will attend the academy's opening ceremony. Chiansu explains, I assigned Hukshu to focus on the Shaw IG workers. Jun suggests, I understand, can you assign someone else? Chiansu crossed his arms and said, if you're in a hurry, you can take a break. The agency won't collapse if you both rest for a day. In Chiansu's mind, he thought, he's panicking. My face suddenly went pale from the shock. It's okay. It's okay. Then Cheonshu finalized it. So just go to work. At a coffee shop, Hai Ukshu seemed to feel at ease and was quite informal. I'll just drink until I'm full and done. Du Ran was the one to speak first. Are you going to attend the Hunter Academy's opening ceremony next Monday? Hai Uksu asked curiously. How do you know that? Then H. Uksu added that he would return from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. after lunch break. Du Run asked if she could come along. H. Du didn't know what could have caused Dawn to be so urgent, so she asked why suddenly. Dune, upon hearing this, suddenly didn't know what to say. That morning, Do Run was about to tell Hai Ukshu everything. After hearing that, Hai Ukshu was extremely shocked. A daughter. Du Run looked quite thoughtful, and although what he said was a bit lengthy, it was just because of the circumstances. Please don't tell others. H. Uksu asks Du Run, seemingly wanting to confirm that this year is the first time he's getting married. Du Run responds. Then Hai Uksu continued, seeming very surprised. So your daughter is already 17. Have you gotten married yet? He shook his head and said, not yet, but she's not really my biological daughter anyway. Hai Ukshu suddenly didn't know what to say about this. The two of them finished drinking, and Hai Ukshu asked as he left, does IJ know about this? Do Jun confirmed, why do you ask? Do Jun explained further, I've already been to my house so they know each other. Hearing this, Hai Ukshu sighed in relief. Did she say anything? Alright, Hai Ukdu was very generous and made arrangements for Du Run. If that's the case, then it's right for you to go. I'll ask them to arrange it. Hi, Ukdu promises to keep this secret, of course. This made Down very grateful. Thank you, senior. The second day has arrived, and it's a warm welcome to the new students of the National Academy. Down has arrived at the school. In Down's mind, he thought that a prestigious school would have a lot of people attending. Hearing the crowd's commotion, he nervously looked back. Look over there, a crowd is shouting. It's Han Min. A mother with a pen and paper eagerly approaches Min. May I have your autograph for my child here? Min Jae waved her hand. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Seeing this, Do Jun thought to himself, why is she also here? Down quickly turned to the side. I don't want to be mistaken for her. Min Jae saw Run. She called him lie down. Down didn't like this at all. Min Jae greeted him. The manager is here too? Down responds politely. Hello, ma'am. Min Jae bows. I'm sorry about last time. Min Jae likes you. At that moment, I was a bit excited and acted impulsively. The crowd around was buzzing with gossip. What's going on? Could he be even better than Han Min? Is he an S-rank? Minji Jae still hasn't stopped. The manager was right. Minji Jae keeps apologizing. I sincerely apologize for what I said. Seeing that, I was so nervous I couldn't hold back. Hey, don't bow your head anymore. Everyone is watching. Then, due to nervousness, she admits her fault. I also think I was a bit too much. Sorry about that. Min Jae suddenly stood up straight after hearing that. Fine. Seeing that, Down froze. Feeling nervous, she thought something was wrong. Why do I feel like I just got tricked? Then Min handed over the business card again. Once again, Du quickly asked, what do you mean by this? Min Jae says, let's consider this a memento of our reconciliation. Min Jae adds, Hunter Han Min from the guild is recruiting Y. This has nothing to do with your father, Down calmly asks. Is it important? Min Jae cheerfully said, take it. If you have any problems, we're happy to help. Min Jae added, I told you to celebrate our reconciliation. Seeing his sincerity, Do Jun smiled and said, thank you. Then Min bid farewell. So should I go in now? The time is almost up. Duran also said goodbye. All right, see you later. The loudspeaker in the hall announces that the opening ceremony will begin shortly. Please gather in the hall. The loudspeaker's reminder became clearer, urging new students to line up in their assigned positions. Junhai is also standing in line with his peers. On the auditorium seats, Minji rests one hand on the railing, her eyes focused on those below. Her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze looking down as if lost in thought. Could that be a flashback of Min's memories and thoughts, with Du's image appearing in her mind, whispering softly that the strength she felt that day, the thing an ordinary person could never have? She saw Du trembling among the crowd below the hall and quietly confirmed that he was definitely hiding his identity. But afraid Do trembling would see her, Min quickly turned to the side, closed her eyes tightly, and softly said, Guess I have to wait. Sooner or later he'll be exposed. Down still stood downstairs in the hall, glancing around to look for Junhai, wondering where she might be. As Jun was searching, she suddenly froze in place and widened her eyes, staring in one direction. He saw the familiar figure of Junhee ahead, standing just a few steps away, and inside he exclaimed, That's her! But instead of rushing over to greet her, he frowned, covered his mouth with his hand, and thought regretfully, trying to find that girl who looks just like her father. On the stage, an elderly man was bowing, and the MC's voice continued to ring out. First, I would like to respectfully introduce a distinguished guest who, despite a busy schedule, has taken the time to attend today's ceremony. Please welcome Mr. Dongi Cheon, Director of the Hunter Bureau, along with Miss Han Minji from Icarus. Maybe Junhai wants to eat ribs, huh? To see if there's a clean restaurant nearby, a voice suddenly rang out, breaking Do-Run's thoughts and making him look up to search. I promise, that's a girl with long blue hair raising her hand to make a vow. They are either students of the Hunter Academy. Next to where Do-Run is standing, two girls are whispering quietly to each other. Is that your younger sister, the S-class student? The other person replied, I heard that girl has also achieved rank A, so she's a hunter now. Hearing that, Do-Run looked stunned at the girl still passionately speaking on the stage. Yes, we will always cherish this honor, both honesty and friendship. You think that's impressive, huh? Then he sighed, closing his eyes and recalling what Junhai had told him before. So remember to treat me well because I've already planned to become super famous. The sun is high above the Academy building as the host's voice echoes everywhere. The Academy's opening ceremony today has ended, and a crowd of people is pouring out of the hall. Some people look relieved as if they've escaped torture, while others are worried about their aging bodies from standing or sitting too long. On Dylan's left, he's checking his phone, when suddenly a voice from behind makes him turn around. Dad! Junhai grinned brightly, clutching his hands in excitement, and happily said to Down, Luckily you're still here. Down looked at Junhai and said, So why does the opening ceremony last 2 whole hours? Then he suddenly pulled out a bouquet of fresh flowers wrapped in pink cellophane. To congratulate Junhai, congratulations. Seeing the bright red fresh flowers in front of him, Junhai involuntarily frowns, his eyes wide open, tears sparkling, and he stammers, Oh. She hugged the bouquet in her hands, her face drooping as she tearfully said, I apologize. Thinking about the flowers, she burst into tears in front of Do-Run, causing Do-Run to gape in surprise with her mouth wide open. Hearing her emotionally say, Dad is so thoughtful, but this isn't even edible, Do-Run asked again, So do you like this? She replied, I like it. Down and Junhai strolled away together. He asked her as he walked away, So when will you start school? She looked at Down happily and replied, I'm going there right now, Dad. I've finished all the class arrangements. Hearing about the class placement, Down casually asked Junhee, Which class are you in this year? Junhai puffed out her cheeks, sweat running down her forehead as she stammered when her father asked, Class D. She shyly touched her fingers together, holding the bouquet high to hide her face, and softly said, I will try to get into Class A, which has 5 colors representing classes from A to F. Seeing Junhai's reaction, since Jun understood, he patted her head and encouraged her, making Junhai stare in surprise. You have to study hard, and you'll be in Class A before you know it. All right, with your father's encouragement, Junhai seems to regain her energy. She smiled brightly and squinted her eyes, asking Dad, Are you hungry? Let's go eat at a restaurant. Run pointed in one direction and said, The beef ribs haven't finished yet. Junhai shouted excitedly and prepared to run in another direction. I heard that the Bakiji restaurant nearby is very good. Run just stood silently behind. Suddenly, Junhai saw something and exclaimed, Hey! She and her father were standing far away, looking at the crowd ahead and asked, What's going on? A pair of black trousers appears. The person opens a path through the crowd and says, Let me through. Junhai stared intently at the crowd and shouted. There, she saw the old man and the young girl among the crowd. They are being protected by the backs of the men in black suits. She shouts loudly, Look, it's the director of the Hunter Bureau. Junhee looks at the girl with the scarf behind the old man waving to everyone and continues. She also has Han Min from the Icarus faction. On one side, Junhee also saw another person, a tall, cold-looking young man with blue hair. The young man raised his face, and the sharp features of his face became even more prominent with his exquisite appearance. After recognizing the face of that young man, she opened her eyes in shock and exclaimed. It was Lai Kang-hoon, the swordsman. Among the crowd, Min suddenly turned her face to the side, raising her eyebrows and opening her eyes in shock. It turns out she saw Down and a little girl hiding behind him. She approached him politely and asked, Have you eaten yet? He replied, I'm about to leave now. Hearing their conversation, Junhai turned pale, feeling like a thunderbolt in a clear sky, and she screamed inwardly. Are Dad and Han Min's sister dating? Knowing you're nervous because you haven't eaten, Min suggested. That's good. Let's go together then. Then she smiled kindly at Junhee standing beside her and asked, Is that okay with you? Junhai looked frozen, instinctively flustered. Yes, of course. Seeing Min talking to someone, Director Yang Xian approached and looked towards Down's parents, asking Min who that was. Minji kindly introduced Jun to Yan. This guy is a hunter management officer from the Seiyun unit. That's why he's nervous. I thought I already mentioned that, Mr. Yang Xian said in surprise. Oh my god. He looked at Down and continued casually. So, you're her hunter manager? Then he extended his hand to shake and introduce himself to you. Hello, I am Dong Y.H. Han. Director of the Hunter Bureau, I bow politely and shake hands with you. Very pleased to meet you. I am Lai Down, a hunter management officer at Seiyun. Min, smiling warmly, is chatting with Junhai, who looks pale. You've been frozen all this time. Is she your sister? Sweating profusely, she raised her hand and pointed at her face, slowly saying, "No, this is my daughter." Hearing Down say that, Min-hee continued to giggle, looking at Junhee, who was forcing a smile. After a few seconds of silence, Min-hee beamed, leaning forward to closely examine Junhee, softly asking again, "Are you joking?" Junhee responded, rebutting Min's words. "No, I am son Junhee." Min-jae could only force an awkward smile, feeling speechless, trembling with an expression of helpless resignation, slowly uttering words driven by the circumstances. After hearing his explanation, Junhee and Min bowed their heads to the ground, feeling really embarrassed. Director Wai Cheon was no exception, as if he had just heard something unbelievable and was speechless. "Oh, I see." Then suddenly someone's voice came from behind. "So Hyun is now talking to you. Hurry up, everyone has been waiting for a long time." Down's sharp voice responded, "Why would it be me?" Gang Hyun is approaching. Mr. Yang Cheon also introduces him to Down. "Oh, let me introduce him to you. This is swordsman Lee Kang Hyun." Seeing clearly that the approaching person is Kang Hyun, Down widened his eyes in shock. Kang Hyun also stared at Do-run in amazement, his mouth agape. Then, Kang Hyun gently smiled and looked into Do-run's eyes as if something was weighing on his mind, with a few sparks flashing in his gaze. Do-run recovered from the surprise and bowed with Junhee. "Hello, I am Lee Do-jun from the Seon unit." Kang Hee-eun carefully bows and responds, "Ah, hello, nice to meet you." Young Cheon ruffles her hair, making her fidget and shout, and this is his younger sister La Yu-do, who annoyedly says, "Uncle, you're messing up my hair." Junhee was stunned, covering her mouth with both hands as if she couldn't believe it. Her face distorted in thought, thinking to herself, is Lee Kang Hyun really the top hunter? A bead of sweat rolled down her cheek as she opened her eyes wide and remembered, "You established the sword technique Shuet and Nian." Junhee was frozen like stone, thinking to herself as if in a dream. "All right, the sword saint Lee Kang Hyun is standing right in front of me." Kang Hee-eun, the renowned hunter, resting his chin on his hand, eagerly asked Do-run, "You're a hunter, right?" "That looks pretty impressive," Do-run replied calmly. "No." Kang Hee-eun sighed with his eyes closed upon hearing that. "It's a pity, such a shame. If he became a hunter, he would definitely be in a crisis." Down just kept a stiff face, closed his eyes, and slowly responded, "Thank you, but I'm satisfied with my current life, and at the same time, you think to yourself that he's really clever." Kang Hae-hun turned around and looked at Yu-do, who was crossing his arms with a scowl. He called Yu-do to come out and greet everyone. Do responded coldly with a blank expression, "I'm not interested in weaker people." Kang Hae-hun quickly turned his face back, looked straight at his sister, and warned in a deep voice, "Thank you." Do her voice trembled, cold sweat pouring down. She had to follow her brother's orders immediately and stepped forward to bow repeatedly. "Hello, nice to meet you." Then he turned to the side, pursed his lips in frustration, and whispered, "Don't think that just because you've been accepted into the family, Do." Run and Junhee both chuckled happily. Run reluctantly replied, "Fine, I'm pleased to meet you." Yang Cheon stood nearby, closed his eyes, let out a gentle sigh, and said, "That's enough of the greetings. Let's go eat, everyone." In a towering skyscraper, a voice echoes, "Everyone, the food at this VIP restaurant is delicious." Inside a beautifully decorated room, exquisite dishes are neatly arranged on the table. Min-jae, sitting next to Kang Hyun, said, "It's quite famous among hunters. I've only eaten here a few times." Yang Cheon added, "I just had breakfast here this morning." Run? Hai, sitting opposite, smiled politely and said, "Who cares what you think?" I was thinking quietly inside, no one asked. Min sat across from Down, watching him talk, and said, "I just remembered that the first time Down and I met was also in this building, right?" Down looked confused, not remembering anything. Min smiled happily again and recalled the moment when he was talking with my senior before the ranking evaluation. As if reminded, Down responded. Oh, hearing this conversation, Junhee opened her eyes wide and stared intently. She thought, Dad said he's the Gap manager, so does that mean he also went in there before? Suddenly, Junhee looked up in surprise, holding her spoon and laughing loudly in a relaxed manner. She kept stirring her spoon with her hand, enjoying the moment and praising how delicious it was. Mr. Yang Cheon, sitting with his arms crossed and eyes half closed, nodded and said, "Just eat comfortably." Deep down, he thought that, since the doctor has been eating here all along, there's nothing to argue about. Yu-do sat to the side, glancing sideways and sighing in disdain. Oh my goodness, please! Seeing Yu-do behave impolitely, Min could only give a dismissive smile. Kang Hwan's face stiffened, and he scowled as he reminded his sister to behave. Only when her brother spoke did Yu-do realize she was afraid. She quickly apologized, saying, "Please forgive me." Yu-do sat with her arms crossed, looking away. Chumo sighed, "I never get a moment of peace with you." Being an older brother is hard. It's not a joke, so Kang Hyun has to represent his sister to apologize. I apologize. I wish Do's favor were even half of Junhee's. That would be great. Junhee sat awkwardly opposite, waving her hands with a bright open smile, saying, "No way. With all these delicious foods, I should be thanking everyone." She squinted her eyes and gently turned to Down, who was busy eating, and called out, "Dad?" Do-run, lost in the food, replied, "It's really delicious." To Junhai's surprise, Down gently stacked the empty bowl on top of the previous full bowl. Seeing Dad eating happily, Junhai gently smiled and said, I will learn to cook more delicious dishes in the future. Do-run, chewing and looking around, said, nothing beats that. Suddenly, Min's thoughtful gaze turns to Junhai, and she calmly suggests, Junhai, since you're here, do you want to do a quick assessment? She carefully asked again, have I ever done it before? Do-run, sitting next to Junhai, who was forcing a smile like a doll, looked confused and repeated a few words, giving a rough assessment. Wan Duan Yao points his finger and explains to Down that they are talking about evaluating potential skills, etc., measured by a special device. She narrowed her eyes, smirked, placed her hand on her chin, and said some unfriendly words. It's okay if you're not a hunter, but the costs are a bit high, so not everyone can afford it. Her brother glares in silence, warning from across, making her shrug helplessly and snap angrily. I was just explaining to them. Seeing the situation clearly, Junhee smiles brightly, touches her face hesitantly and says, oh, thank you for the suggestion. But Mr. Yang Qian, who had been listening quietly, suddenly spoke up, saying, we'll cover the participation fee, secretly thinking, Bo D, this will definitely boost Junhee's confidence. She clenched her fists and confidently said, I'll do it myself. Junhai smiled like she'd found a treasure and added, I haven't measured it yet. On-Do sat to one side, propping her chin, quietly thinking about how lucky Junhai was. So lucky. With the tide in their favor, Kang Hyun encouraged Down to join as well. If that's the case, even better, Down should do it too. Jun sighed, closed his eyes, and looked down in refusal. I was stunned by this rejection. She tries to persuade him. Why is that? If the evaluation is good, you could become a hunter right away. But Do-jun still firmly sticks to his decision and continues speaking. I'm not interested, Mr. Y.I. Cheonan calmly advised and persuaded. Just give it a try. Not every day you get an opportunity like this. Kang Hyun, sitting beside, adds, I'm really curious too. Everyone had already agreed, so Do-run couldn't refuse any longer. He closed his eyes in resignation and said, all right, fine. A device with a pink light shining from above, Junhai's head emits a beeping sound. Junhai is positioned upright on the device, and the machine beeps. Ting! The results will be ready shortly. Do-run glanced at Min, who looked very anxious, eagerly waiting for the results, then stepped forward to receive the results and asked, so? Holding the result paper in her hand, Min read aloud in surprise for everyone to hear. She has A-level potential, and her skills after awakening are also predicted to be A-level. Hearing the good news, Junhai quickly stepped down from the device, excitedly asking, a rank, right? Kang Hyun fell into deep thought for a few seconds before speaking with a subtle intention, deliberately hinting at the hidden power. Oh, this is rare. You must be hiding some incredible power. Min Jae also glanced at Down with a knowing look and congratulated her. Down later enjoyed a life of wealth and luxury, spending money without end, but out of nervousness, he only mumbled softly. To change the subject, On-Do saw Junhee approaching. Her arrogance momentarily froze on her face, instinctively turned her head aside, realizing she had underestimated her opponent, but still tried to speak in a cold tone. That's fine. Junhai didn't think much, still lost in her joy, smiling happily at her hidden strength, naively saying, thank you. On-Do turned her head to the side, her cheeks flushing shyly. Chumo thought, why does she keep smiling like she's been stabbed? Next is Do-run. Then Min turns to look at him and reminds him, now it's his turn, Do-run. Junhai is still lost in her bliss, carefully examining her results. Yuru stands beside, hands in her pockets, pouting and complaining. Why does it take so long? Why not go get coffee? Or do something else? As soon as she finishes speaking, she notices the deadly gaze of Mr. Yang Qian and her brother shooting silently at her, startling her, and she shouts, Yuru, are you okay? Do-run quickly lies on the scanner, a stream of light covering his body, a ringing sound echoing in his ears, his eyes slowly opening, his mind calm and peaceful, but the machine's noise growing louder and louder. If they see the results, they'll be worried again. Seeing the serious faces and waiting for the others' results, Dun has a strange feeling. It seems like these guys also have a suspicion. Suddenly, Do felt something unusual. Small beams of light floated around, then seemed to crawl into his hand. He raised his hand to look closely, guessing it was crawling inside him, intending to scan with mana. Realizing the danger, he clenched his jaw tightly and thought to himself with a darkened gaze. Not a chance. You lie close to the device and use your own power to suppress the intrusion of the red device, preventing it from extracting any data from your body. A quick alert from the device sounded, surprising Min as he finished his check. Min Jae thought something unusual was about to happen. She didn't think it would be that simple. A big question mark was placed in her heart. Is that all? Shaking slightly, he stepped down from the device and approached Min to ask, have you got the results yet? Min Jae, holding the result sheet, responds with a moon-shaped face. Here they are. But a drop of sweat rolled down her cheek, and Min stammered, an unusual reading. Mr. Yang Qian broke out in a cold sweat, closed his eyes tightly, and remained silent behind Kang Hyun. Seeing that, he asked, has there been a case like this before? Then he suggested to Wai-Chian, let's do it again. Ichian sighed heavily, scratching his head and expressing his feelings. No, I don't think it's necessary. On-do chuckled teasingly, resting her hand behind her head and playfully provoking, I told you so. There's no point wasting time. Min-jae was still focused on the result sheet, her eyes wide in disbelief, feeling an irrational rage inside. As she pondered, she unconsciously bit her fingertip and kept thinking. Even if he didn't have real strength, he should be at least in class E or F. Impossible otherwise. Such cases are almost non-existent. With her confidence and intuition, Min was almost resolute. She had to prove her guess was correct. She begged, trembling, please check again. Maybe the machine is just malfunctioning. Mr. Yang Qian, with his eyes closed, gently shook his head and advised, that's not allowed. Continuous testing isn't good for the subject. Min-ji, hearing that, despairingly covered her face with her hands, and Kang Kang-hyun also shared his thoughts. I don't trust the head either. He turned to down with a bright smile and said, next time when you have time, let's try again. Maybe the result will be different. Yang Qian, standing nearby, nodded thoughtfully and added, yeah, there are a few cases like that too. Kang-hyun added, speaking like he's comforting, don't be discouraged. Mi-and-dee stood beside, still in shock, lost in her own thoughts, convinced that the power she felt that day was that of a hunter, and couldn't be wrong. But she quickly pulled herself out of that train of thought and calmly said to Down, I'm sorry. Everyone took turns speaking. Standing there, trembling and expressionless, he said, hey everyone, are we good to go now? Under the starry sky a few days later, with the clock on the office wall showing only 21:25, the exhausted face of office manager Cheon-soo looked drained. He frowned, sighed, kept tapping his hand, staring intently at the computer screen, muttering, I'm doomed. In another corner, H. Uk-soo was turned away, holding a stack of reports and reading carefully. Suddenly, he hears his boss sighing. He turns around and suggests, do you want to go to the sauna? Cheon-soo raises his trembling hands and opens his mouth wide, saying, I no longer have the strength for the country. I just want to rest now. H. Uk-do, still holding the report, closing his eyes behind his glasses, softly says, maybe I should also take a rest. Mr. Cheon-soo replies, that's fine. Let's warm each other up in this cold room. At home right now, Jun-hee is calling her father. Jun-hai gently asks, are you not coming home today? He responds with a tremor, yes. He looked at the thick, unprocessed documents on the table and said on the phone, yeah, I don't really know either. If I finish this pile, over here Jun-hai frowns and says worriedly, I'll bring you the late-night snack. Do-run responds from the other side. Don't. If you're hungry, I'll go buy it myself. Do you need any clothes to change into? Do-run refused again, saying no need to bring anything else. Jun-hai didn't give up and tried to find more options, asking her father, what about the other stuff? She couldn't hear her father's reply over the beeping sound, only the beeping noise, and she sat silently, deeply contemplative, holding her phone with her eyes closed. Seeing Down hang up, Cheon-soo sitting opposite asked, who was that? Oh, really? Jun quickly retorted, no, but Cheon-soo didn't listen at all. He continued, there's nothing to hide. We already know everything. Suddenly, Hyuk-soo turned to Chae-onu and asked a question. Boss, are you sure about the gap at Im Kwang-san? He also glanced at H. Uk-soo and whispered, yeah, what's wrong? Then he turned his face back, his expression sagging, and he muttered to himself, which was quite frustrating. After saying that, he pursed his lips, closed his eyes, stretched, and said, huh? Who would take on these hunting academy missions of ours? Hai Uk-soo put his hands in his pockets, stood straight, and politely asked, boss, what should we do now? Chae-onon-shu looked up at the ceiling. Chumo said, who knows? Just tell them to promote him to do the job. Hearing their conversation, Down couldn't help but wonder if Run-hai would go or not. Should I tell her? His eyebrows relax as his head swells, whispering to himself. She also knows she's creating a loophole for the management department. At night, the lights in the tall buildings are sparse, and Run-hai's trembling voice echoes. Her father closed his eyes, smiled with pursed lips, and said, so you were worried for nothing? Next time I come home late, just tell you beforehand. Jun-hai, trembling, held her phone in one hand and her pillow in the other. Eyes squeezed shut, voice firm. En-ha! He was sweating profusely and responded awkwardly. Yes, Dad, I'm sorry. All right, next Wednesday I get to go on a field trip. Dune looked at Jun-hee and said, okay, she responded enthusiastically. Even though it's just a tight spot, it's the first time I got in there. I was so excited. Then she suddenly remembered something and shouted, so Dad is working in the loophole management department? So what did Dad say he was doing last time when you asked him? Hearing his daughter ask that, Dun's face turned pale with sweat running down his cheeks as he weakly replied about the regulations on gaps and some other miscellaneous things. Dunhai's eyes lit up brightly as he quickly asked, so that means Dad has already gone in there? Standing there trembling, he answered under his daughter's intense gaze. So, Dad is still allowed to enter the loopholes, huh? Then she asked, trembling, causing him to sweat profusely. So, what does Dad do inside there? Do-Run nervously fidgeted with his hands. He rambles on about patrolling around to check the situation, confirming the number of monsters, identifying the level of the gap, then writing a report to send back to the teams. Entering is not forbidden, but is actually part of the rules. Only hunters who have signed a contract with the city hall can go along. And if danger arises, They must run immediately and call for rescue. The more Dad spoke, the more Runhai's face swelled up and his eyebrows furrowed in worry. Seeing that, Do-run stepped in to reassure him, saying, "You don't need to worry. I won't mention it if you don't bring it up." Since it's been mentioned, Runhai fumes with anger and shouts, "How can I not worry, Dad? You're so thin and weak but still have to go into the cracks to work." His voice trembles even more instead of calming down. "Do you know how many hunters have already lost their lives in there?" I was begging on one side, too deaf to hear. Calm down, calm down." Hearing that, she shouted again, her face twitching, eyes unfocused. How could she stay calm now? Then, she seriously raised one finger and solemnly suggested, "Dad, you need a few special training sessions." Dune, confused, looked at Junhee in bewilderment. Dun looked at Junhai thoughtfully, then pointed at herself, asking for confirmation, while her other hand pointed at herself as if she couldn't believe it, and she finished the sentence by telling her dad to teach him. Junhai clenched his fists, full of determination, with a resolute face, shouting to his father, "I may look like this now, but who knows what I'll be in the future." She silently thought that the previous measurement device predicted an A-rank, but, trembling and pursing her lips as she watched Junhai speak non-stop, she clenched her fists and confidently scheduled the plan for her father. "From now on, every weekend you have to train with me. I will teach you everything from A to Z." She squints her eyes, serious, and raises her hand to make a condition. "By next Monday, you have to go to the hunter's office to register for physical enhancement to gain mana." Hearing this, his face tensed up with veins bulging, and sweat breaking out, he dared not speak. Junhai hurriedly put on his coat, grabbed his bag, and rushed to the door, telling his father, "Let's go." Trembling with helplessness, he asked his daughter, "Where are you going at this hour? Can you go to sleep now?" Under the big trees, the street lamp is shining, and Hai's trembling voice echoes. "First, I will check my dad's status." Dad opens the status window as Junhai stands quietly beside June. He shouted loudly, "Open sesame!" The status window appeared, and all the stats reached the maximum score of 999. The skills are also at a high level. His trembling voice echoes again. "Dad, let me read it to you." Seeing the status screen trembling silently, I didn't know what to say. Sweat beads broke out on his face as he stammered and mumbled. I guess?" You turn your back to Junhai and decide to make up a story. You say, "Level 1 attribute, strength 10, agility S, stamina 9, no internal energy, no skills," which makes Junhai exclaim, "Huh?" She looked stunned and surprised, running closer and speaking loudly with trembling. "What? Altogether, only 25? How can that be, Dad?" He's just an E-rank hunter. Seeing Junhai's reaction, Do-run helplessly thought to himself, "Is that considered high too?" Junhee's head swelled up. Sweating profusely, he touched his face and muttered sadly to himself, "My dad's strength and stamina are even higher than mine." In his mind, he thought, "Can ordinary people be like that too?" Then I convinced myself again. "Yeah, right? That's quite reasonable." But not overlooking the small detail, Junhee put his hand to his mouth, puzzled, and asked, "What is internal strength, Dad?" "I don't know if I have this stat." Durun's face turned pale as his mind raced, and he waved his hands to give Junhai a fiery response. "Oh, Dad thought it was Manana. Manana won't let go of Durun no matter what." Junhai cheerfully giggled and casually said, making Durun's heart tremble, "Being loved like this is normal, but some of the other stats are a bit strange." Under the streetlight among the trees, Runhai's voice echoes steadily. "Casting spells is the easiest, but you need skill to do it, so Dad can't do it." She raised one finger, excitedly pointing out the secret, which was easy to use and the safest, a spell that could be used to attack from a distance. Then she took out a gun, trembling as she held it, biting her lip and widening her eyes, and Runhai enthusiastically said, "Since Dad doesn't have mana right now, he can't use it either, but look at how I do it." She held the gun firmly with both hands, aimed straight ahead, and shouted. A blue beam of light slowly appeared from the barrel of the gun. Junhai proudly presses the gun against her cheek. With Du's admiring gaze, she pouts and says, "This method requires focusing mana in the body and channeling it into the weapon, called weapon enhancement." Done, she quickly turns to look at Du, trembling, happily saying, "If you can do it, that's half the success already. Do you want to try?" Junhai opens her hand holding the gun, encouragingly saying, "The status window isn't open now, but everyone actually has a little of that energy." Holding the gun in her hand, Do's gaze fixed on it intently, remaining silent. Junhai's trembling voice echoed steadily. "First, you need to close your eyes and try to sense if there is any weak energy source in your body." According to Junhee, the trembling body is now surrounded by a blue light energy. He nodded softly. Junhai also closed her eyes tightly, extending her hands forward, spinning to guide him further. "Now imagine that energy has been transferred into the mana gun." You hesitate, wondering if it's safe to do so. Then, trembling, you extend the gun straight ahead, tightly closing your eyes as a tiny green light quietly escapes from the barrel, causing Junhai to jump back in shock. She opens her eyes wide in amazement, shouting in disbelief. "How did Dad manage to do that on his first try?" "Damn it, what's going on? It's so surprising." Junhai raised his hand to touch his face, thinking he was dreaming. She whispered softly, "Dad, it seems like you really do have potential." She clasped her hands to her chest as if trying to calm her nerves, her trembling hand holding the gun shaking back and forth, as if denying the compliment. He said, Yeah, just luck. I tried again earlier and didn't succeed. Hearing her father say that, Junhai looked distressed, closed her eyes, placed her hands on her stomach, and weakly said, I need to train for a whole month to do it, but I still firmly oppose you becoming a hunter. I'm still against you becoming a hunter. It's too dangerous. Jun also agrees to reassure her. Anyway, I have no intention of doing that. It's late at night on the way home. Only the two of us are left. Run gently said, let's go home. I'm tired. In my mind, I think training like this is a bit boring. Junhai obediently replied, yes, okay. The sun is high at the office and the clock strikes 9 a.m. Shu walks over to Down's desk with his hands in his pockets, while he is busy typing on his computer without noticing what's happening behind him. Soo, curious, looked at the computer screen, stunned, eyes wide open, and froze in place. Seeing the words about increased physical strength on the screen, Shu jumped up. He shouted loudly, what are you doing? Then Run pressed the stamp again, the hunter's office seal. Soo shouted in panic, do you want to get locked up? Run still stares intently at the screen, ignoring Shu's frantic shouting. He replies, not for a long time. Soo doesn't think that way. He hurriedly said, what do you mean not for a long time? Definitely, for sure. Suddenly, he broke out in a sweat, gaping as he asked Down why he was doing that. Wait, what are you doing that for? Run fell into thought and remained silent. Standing under the building, Down stood next to Shu with his arms crossed, feeling that life was so unfair. Suddenly, he turned around wide-eyed and asked Run, so your girl is also joining the tour? Run thoughtfully replied yes. Hi, Shu asked sincerely. Are you not planning to hide it from her? The manager and our two brothers will all be going. Run looked helpless and said, I also didn't plan to hide it and just thought quietly, but it seems she already knows. Shu sighed in relief and smiled with squinted eyes, saying, oh, I see. Then there's nothing to worry about. Then he continued with something that made Down curious. Oh, right. There's an important matter next week. Ukdu continued. The comprehensive inspection by the Hunter Bureau gives me a chance to oversee a major loophole. After saying that, he closed his eyes, looked down the lane, and lazily said, I hope I will get a good evaluation. Deep down, I was worried, but then I remembered that my boss, Che Onu, was very determined. He revealed that his boss is working very hard on this, and if it succeeds, he will get a promotion. Down stood nearby, listening, holding a can of water, with a tense face. The rice went silent. He thought for a moment and then said, what if it doesn't work? Uksu replied, well then, I have to hide for a while, as the teacher's voice echoed through the lush green trees and white clouds. Students, gather here now. A young man claps his hands loudly and shouts, focus, focus. After seeing that all the students had gathered, everyone was curious and wondering. Then the young man turned to the side to introduce. These are the delegates from Seoul City Hall. Today they will lead our group. The tour guide is the man along with Hugh and Dune. He greets everyone. Hello, I am Cheon Shu. Standing in front of the students, each with their own look, he kept rambling on, introducing himself to the children. This is a gap in the floor. It's mainly inhabited by demons, but they won't trouble you. But I want you to understand that you can't predict what might happen inside the gap. He continued speaking, saying, first is safety, second is caution. We must ensure everyone's safety. A student standing next to Junhai softly whispers in response, why did the city hall send a department head instead of someone else? After explaining the issues, Cheon Shu stood in front of the students, raised his hand and asked, do you have any questions? The students remained silent, so he concluded, all right, can we go in now? Yudu stood to the side, arms crossed, her lips pursed in annoyance. She looked around nervously, thinking, how did this useless guy manage to slip through? Chu then smugly laughs and brags. Hi, Uksu, did you see? After you finished talking, did they all roll their eyes? No way, boss. On a clear sunny day, everyone is happily laughing and joking. The elves are being teased and toyed with like objects from above. Everyone laughed and gathered around, kicking and punching, making the goblin terrified. The smiles on their faces gradually lost their humanity. Seeing that scene, Cheon Shu sighed and said, old sayings say, the new hunters are truly the most terrifying creatures in the world. Hi, Uksu replied. That's right. He looked disappointed and continued. Do you think any of them will join us after graduation? Hi, Uksu replied softly. I don't know. Hopefully there will be some. Besides, Run asked do you not want to join them? She only coldly replied, hunting demons doesn't really teach you anything new, just a bunch of weaklings. Then Undu casually asked, are you in charge of us? Run calmly replied, no, I am just an assistant. Is there anything else you can do? Hearing their conversation, Mr. Che Onu glanced at Down curiously and replied to Undu, ask yourself. Che Onu smiled kindly, secretly praising her as adorable. He said, do you think you're scared? It's your first time doing an experiment, right? A gentle and kind smile appeared on Che Onansu's face as he spoke soothing words. Be good. Don't be afraid. The elders will support you from behind. Just try it. Responding to Cheonsu's good intentions, Yudu coldly said with a hint of contempt in her voice. WTF. I don't even know who will protect whom anymore. He might not even have the strength to run anymore. Hearing what she said, Che Onu was furious. He scolded loudly. This naughty girl, go play with your friends and don't bother the adults working. Hai Ukshu, standing behind, anxiously kept trying to reassure Che Ononshu. Gasp! Cough! He whispered nervously into Che Ononshu's ear. She's Yudu, Li Yudu, the sister of the swordsmanship prince Lai Konghuan. His face showed a look of panic. Hearing that, Chiansu immediately ran after Yudu and he started to flatter. So you're actually Yudu? Drinking jujube tea, huh? Looking at Chiansu, Hai Uksu forced a nervous smile and said, Today the boss will have a tough day. Seeing that, Do-run said, Are you flattering that girl again? Suddenly, Hai Ukshu turned to ask Do-run, So, which one is your daughter? Do-run pointed in a direction and said, Look over there. Seeing Junhai, Hai Ukshu praised. So pretty, that girl seems quite popular with her friends from afar. Junhai suddenly recognizes Down. She turned to wave happily. Do-run also waved back at Junhai. Suddenly, the instructor announced that the students could now roam freely, but they should gather back at the designated spot an hour later, and they could work in groups. Hearing this, Hai Ukshu turned to say, Go with the girls. Do-run was surprised. Oh well. Do-run hurriedly ran off. He said, Yeah, I'll be back soon. Okay. Seeing Down disappear into the distance, Hai Ukshu quietly said to himself, It's been a while since I saw Do-run run like that. A loud explosion echoes from deep within the forest. Run Hai strikes decisively, taking down a demon spirit. Seeing this, Do-run praises him. Dad thinks you're pretty good at shooting, huh? Junhai said modestly with a smile. I'm not that good. Those monsters are simple. Run Hai couldn't help but clap in praise. You said proudly, I've been practicing myself too. Very good. At that moment, Dylan suddenly froze, his eyes turning cold as he looked up at the clear blue sky that suddenly turned pitch black. Junhai wondered why the sudden change in the sky, as Khan Goblin suddenly stood up with a fierce face and eyes full of evil intent. Junhai, in astonishment, said, It's a fairy, but I was surprised, and continued, Why is it so strange? It looks different too. Then Junhai tightly gripped the gun, her eyes becoming determined. Junhai stepped forward to stand in front of Down and said, Dad, step back quickly. She aimed her gun at the goblin. Junhai decisively pulled the trigger, and the magic bullet shot out swiftly like an arrow. The bullet hit the goblin directly in the head. She asked in confusion, Oh, that's it? Looking at the goblin, it shows no sign of movement. Junhai cheerfully says, Done, Dad. It's okay. Suddenly, a blood-red light bursts out behind her. Seeing that, Down shouted in panic, Junhai! A crack appears behind Junhai, and from within it a voice says, You have defeated the Gap Guardian. The voice continues, indicating the event can now begin as the crack slowly pulls Junhai inside. It continues, the difficulty of the gap will be chosen randomly. Frightened, I shouted loudly, Come back here, Junhai! The wind around her was too loud for her to hear clearly. So Junhai hesitantly asked again. Yes, what is it, Dad? She shouted in fear. Dad! Junhai was pulled into the crack and reached out for Down to help. Down was stunned, running towards Junhee and shouting loudly, Junhai! He didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the crack. The crack gradually closed, flashed brightly, then disappeared completely, leaving the sky as dark as ink. Everyone was confused and unsure what had just happened. They started to discuss. The weather seemed strange. CLGT. Chiansu is lying on the ground, pouring apple tea all over his face and clothes. Chiansu shouts loudly, Hai Uksu, let's go back. In a distant land, the surroundings are soaked in a blood-red hue. Suddenly, a sound echoes, and Junhai kneels trembling on the ground while calmly standing beside him. Junhai's eyes filled with shock as she knelt on the ground trembling with fear. Looking into the distance with a trembling gaze, she wondered to herself, A trap gap? A voice echoes, You are inside the Yas cave. Do run. Looks up towards the source of the voice, which continues to speak, urging you to survive for 30 minutes and defeat the Yas monster if possible. Suddenly, a huge Yas dragon appeared in front of Do-jun. Junhai closed her eyes tightly, trembling with fear. Seeing her like that, he thought to himself that she must be caught off guard. Then Do took a deep breath and said, That's enough for now. Skill-wise, right? Pick up the gun on the ground, Down speaks. Junhai, can I borrow your gun? He gently turned back and reminded her, Stay here. Dad will be back soon. Junhee was still terrified and saw Jun approaching Yas. She reached out to hold him back. Dad, wait a moment. Yas looked at him with contempt before roaring loudly. Where did this brat come from? The fire in its mouth burns fiercely. Yas spews fire at Down and roars, Get out right now! Seeing this, Junhai shouted in panic, Dad! As Down faced the raging flames with a completely expressionless face. He snorted coldly. Then Do-run calmly swung his hand, splitting the flames in two. Seeing this miraculous scene, Junhee sat behind in amazement, her mouth agape and speechless. She thought to herself, the flames dispersed, so how did Junhai manage to look at the dragon Yas, wondering if it was because of that dragon? Unexpectedly, it was even more shocked and terrified than she was. Seeing that, Junhai thought there was no way she would turn to look at Do-jun, who was silent. Junhee guessed that meant it was her father. Seeing you pointing the gun at Yas, she thought that, but Dad doesn't know how to use a gun. Doon coldly said to IAS, You just shot me. Now if I shoot back, it'll be fair. Okay, hearing that, Iza froze in fear. He starts to act, and a blinding giant blue energy sphere appears in front of the gun barrel. Seeing that, Yas panicked, eyes wide with fear, desperately begging, "Don't act rashly. Time's up. It's over." With the same cold tone, Down replied, "If you have something to say it quickly. Don't make me use force." Hearing that, Yas stammered and said, "Can you ask just one question?" It trembled and asked, "You forgiving yeah means there's a reason, right?" Why ask such a stupid question? Now my life is in your hands. Then Do runs straight at Isa. He decisively launches the energy sphere. The sphere shoots out swiftly, with gusts of wind seemingly cut in half. Isa, overwhelmed with fear, shouted loudly, "Oh my god." It panicked and ran to save its child, the energy sphere. The collision with the ground caused a massive shockwave. A huge column of smoke appeared at the impact site, and the ground cracked open. Yas was stunned and sprayed a hardening glue. It trembles and wonders what the hell is so terrifying about this. Yas nervously turned to Down and asked, "Are you human or what that can do this? Right now, all I can think about is not breaking, right?" Trembling, it looked up at Yas and asked, "Do you want to know why I spared her?" It answered in fear, "Yes, I do." Down's face darkened. "And you just say that?" Suddenly Down leapt up from the ground, and you said, "Let's try to warm up a bit now." Do run clenched fists and charged at Yas, sweating with fear. Isa froze, looking dazed and lost. It barely managed to gasp. Yes, do a powerful strike to Isa's head, causing it to crash face first into the ground. Your strike seemed to carry a huge force, tearing through everything. After that attack, Isa's head was knocked off. "It hurts," holding my head and crying out my head. A lump the size of an apple has swollen from the hit. Run mercilessly said, "Now I will teach you to behave." Yas, holding his head, asked, "What do you want to do?" Yim replied indifferently that if she behaved, she would get hurt, but if she disobeyed, she would be punished. Looking up at the sky, Junhee silently remembered that 3 years ago, before the Masali's dragon appeared, groups of warriors set out toward the giant dragon. She wondered how many people had gone to destroy it. Among them were 3 S-rank hunters who had abandoned their guild. Junhai was stunned and softly said, "I clearly heard it that way." She knelt on the ground looking at Do-run and said she couldn't be wrong. Seeing the once mighty giant dragon now obediently listening to Do-run, he begins to scold and teach. "What's going on? Cross your arms over your chest and lean in a little more." Do-run stomps on Isa and says one more time, "Are you not convinced?" It panicked and replied, "No, brother." Down kept on lecturing Isa with unwavering determination. Unanimous. Seeing that, Junhee was stunned, wondering who his father really was. He looked at Isa and asked, "Are you also in the top?" "Stronger than that." Yas immediately retorted, "He's joking. I'm actually quite useful." He coldly replied, "So, in your mind, you're secretly calculating that someone like this could be hired as a security guard. I think Y, even though he's a bit mentally challenged, seems pretty obedient. Let him stay at home to play with Junhai, then I can rest assured." Junhai called out, "Dad, can we go home now?" Jun suddenly jumped down and said, "Okay, let's go." He approached Junhai and said, "Dad told you about this." Junhai looked at him with worry. Do-run spoke. "Junhai, about this." Junhai interrupts Do-run and nods, saying, "It's a secret." As I guessed Down's intention, Junhai cheerfully said, "So you mean that? I promise I won't tell anyone about this." Do-run stammered, You pick up quickly, don't you?" She shyly replied, "There must be a reason why Dad is hiding it. We are family, so I support you." Looking at Junhee, you say, "Thank you. Let's go home now." Jun turned to look at Yas standing there. He asked, "Do you plan to go?" Yas obediently replied, "Yes, judging by its giant appearance." Du hesitated and asked, "Do you know how to transform?" "This form looks pretty eye-catching too." He sternly warned, "If you dare to be rude outside, I will choke you to death." Yas politely replied, "I remember, let me transform now." It started transforming from a giant dragon into a tiny figure right before Dojun and Junhee's eyes, appearing small like a plush toy. Junhai couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, so adorable." Hearing that, Dojun, confused, said, "What the heck?" Yas showing a pouty face. Junhai nervously said, "Sorry, little one." Jun clenched his fist and reminded him in a stern voice. "What kind of attitude is this?" Yas nervously said, "I'm sorry." Because Jun continued speaking, Junhai likes cute things, so she always has to act adorable. Remember? Hearing that, it started to roll on the ground acting cute. "Yes, I remember now." Seeing Junhai's sparkling eyes, Dojun gently said, "Do you want to try touching it? It's softer than you think." Junhai, looking excited, ran over to pet Yas. Yas, despite feeling discouraged, had to endure because of Down's threat. The sky has returned to clear again. Chiansu said, "The weather is back to normal." Watching the children still playing happily, he continued, "The class is fine too." Chians asked indifferently, "Where have the worms gone that I haven't seen them?" Huk-Su replied, "I don't know. I just saw it wandering around here earlier." Then he shivered and stepped out from the crack. Cheonu and Hai Ukshu looked on in surprise. Seeing him trembling, Cheonu angrily shouted, "Where have you just been?" He calmly replied, "Sorry, boss. I had some business to take care of." Cheon-Shu frowns. "Well," he continues, "it's time to head back." Seeing Down with Junhai, he wondered and asked, "Oh, do you know this student?" "So she's your daughter?" Xian's Shu was startled and said in surprise, I can't explain the details for certain reasons. I hope you understand. Cheonu patted his shoulder comfortingly and smiled. It's okay. It's a normal thing. Everyone goes through their youth. Hello, sir. I am Sun Junhai. Cheonu smiled warmly, thinking, I'm very pleased to meet you. Sir, I am the head of the crack management department at City Hall. He suddenly interrupted, saying, Son, I told you I couldn't go into details. Hearing that, Cheonu cried and turned away. Hai Ukshu introduces himself, saying, I am Kwanhee Ukshu. Senior to Dojun Junhai cheerfully responds, I've heard a lot about you. My dad says you're very helpful to him. Cheon Shu turned to eavesdrop, and Junhai expressed his gratitude, saying that he and his father are very thankful to him. Hai Ukex waved his hand and replied, It's nothing. Actually, Jun is the one who often helps him. Cheon saw Yas and wondered, Where did you find this dog? He continued, Why did you dye its fur? After dying, do you know what breed it is? Are you abusing your pet? Yas looked in fear at Dawn, who was threatening him. Cheonsu curiously pinched Yas's cheek and said, Wait, why does it look like this? Here, take this dog to the vet. He lifts it up. Yas frantically corrected the sound of the dog as Dawn was lifting it up. Yas struggled fiercely. He hesitated and said, Hey, is it trying to bite me because it's holding on too tightly? Hookshu hesitated and replied, I don't think it's a dog, boss. I tremble slightly before calmly saying, This pet will be my left hand from now on. I have awakened and just tamed it. Everyone is amazed as they look at you. Mr. Cheonu stepped forward in surprise and asked loudly, Is it true? You've awakened? So now Hookshu adds, Hey, Down, are you planning to become a hunter? He scratched his head and said, I don't think so, but it could be useful for scouting out gaps. Hearing that, Cheon Shu let out a relieved breath. I'm just worried you'll abandon our brothers. Fong is already short-staffed, and if things keep going like this, Cheon Shu's words won't be good. Let's grab a few drinks after work today. We need to pump a little more fat on Do-Run, or he'll just leave. He let Wyatt down and told him to go chew grass. Cheon Shu turned to invite Junhee. Junhai, do you want to come with us? We might as well discuss your career path too. Do you know what to do when managing loopholes? She hesitated before answering. Oh, he said there's beef. There is beef. Hearing that, Junhai agreed without hesitation. Okay, I'll transfer it now. Suddenly a voice rang out. Wait a moment. Duke pointed at Yas and asked curiously, What is this? Seeing Yas so cute below, she was utterly stunned. Yas started to feel scared inside. Yundu held him up and couldn't help but shout, Is this my pet? Wow, that's some nerve. Junhai saw this and hurriedly stopped him. Yudu, don't lift it like that. Down stepped forward and said, This is my pet. Yudu replied. Bet, you keep going. I just awakened. Yudu was stunned, she said loudly. Awakened? So, are you planning to become a hunter? This is extremely rare. Down replied, Well, even if your initial assessment isn't conclusive, what if it turns out to be right? Hearing that, she looked disappointed and asked, Do you plan to become a hunter? No, you answered, I have no such intention. Ondu wondered and asked, Why not if I become a hunter, I will be pampered and celebrated like a flower in full bloom. I only use it when I find gaps, she said with a weary tone. Is that all? You have no ambitions at all. Then the instructor interrupted, saying, You have to become a hunter, right? You can get by without doing anything. Chiansu stepped forward to stop everyone, patting Do's trembling shoulder and speaking in a coaxing tone. All right. Why do you keep bothering him when he's already said he doesn't want to do it? Let's go. Because I am nervous. Everyone has their own path in life, right? Dune calmly said I will not give up my profession. Why bother caring? Should I say that? Hearing you say that, Cheonu seemed overwhelmed with emotion. He hugged Do-Run tightly and said, Do-Run. I love Do-Chusi. Do-Run, scared, ran and said, Let go. You're really annoying. Cheon still refuses to let go. I don't want you to be so cold. Seeing that scene, Do-Thought exclaimed in horror, clutching his face and silently thinking he knew. The gap outside is really dangerous. Everyone was talking excitedly on the way home. Let's go home and have dinner at the company. We need to buy some good food for Junhai. Eondu asked, Hey, can I keep this pet? June immediately refused. No, I still have it watching the house. The next day at June's company, Chiansu and Hugh are focused on their work. June coldly says, Why should I apologize? He sat next to Do-Jun, feeling discouraged as she slumped on the table. She muttered bitterly, Why are you sitting there? Get up, and loudly complained. How can everyone leave without inviting me, and not even call me? She angrily continued, I've been here for a while, and I've waited a long time. Dunn said, You really don't have to. Why can't I come too? I'm also part of this heart. She said indignantly, Did I hear correctly that everyone is going to have pork BBQ with soju? Pork meat, Y said loudly across the office. I also want to spend a whole day drinking BBQ, but instead I'm sitting here cleaning the entire company. Hearing that, Chiansu and Hyushu suddenly felt guilty and stammered to explain. No, we're eating beef. Hearing you say that, Y was struck by lightning. Are you scared? Chiansu and Hyushu approached and patted Down on the shoulder, implying, What are you talking about, Down? We just said this pig was fed grains and tastes like beef, Hai Ukshu continued. Right, we're eating pork, remember? Do-Run, who seems not to understand their words, calmly replies, that's right, it's Hanyu type special and you even cried when paying the bill. Remember the chef? Du-Ran asked again, were you both drunk yesterday? Chiansu looked panicked and awkwardly said, I think I gave you too much wine yesterday, so you're probably drunk now, right? A wave of murderous intent surrounds her. She grits her teeth and says, deception! Everyone says it's pork! Chiansu was sweating with fear and tried to reassure her, saying, Miss Y, calm down. Tonight, let's have pork BBQ at the company. Y, upset, turned and walked away, saying, fine, I'll go eat the special hengu myself. Chiansu called out to stop her. Suddenly, Haishu took a piece of candy out of his shirt pocket and said seriously, I think this will do. Hyushu ran after Y in front of Dozin and Chiansu's eyes, shouting loudly, Why, we don't want to leave you behind. It's just that yesterday in the office, Yu said irritably. In short, she kept chewing gum and continued speaking. Don't forget I am also part of the Gap management team, so get going. Hukdu smiled sweetly and patted his hand in flattery. Of course, he kept pouring honey into his ear. Next week's inspection would greatly appreciate your help, she replied. I will do my best. Suddenly, Chiansu shouted, what do you mean? Don't tell me I've lost everything. After all the sweat and tears, Hookshu and Y turn around in shock to look at him. Chiansu angrily shouts into the phone, suddenly bringing up the hunter from this side. What do you mean that the hunter from that side is involved? Everything has already been settled, hasn't it? He hurriedly questioned in panic, not qualified for this requirement. The call suddenly dropped, and he shouted loudly. Chiansu angrily hung up and cursed those bastards. He hurriedly ran outside. Chiansu told everyone, sorry, everyone go back to work. I'll be out for a moment. Aren't we here to request special cooperation for this project? Hi, Yukesu thought for a moment and replied, well, this isn't the first time either. You say that, but they still can't do it? Hi, Ukshu sighs and responds, when did they start acting like they're the boss? Right now, Yas is angrily questioning this. Does she think she's the boss or something? Why do you always decide everything on your own? Junhai explained nervously. No, Yongyung, I just said I was busy packing and we couldn't go out. Junhai reassures. Besides, who knows what might happen if we go out? Hearing that, Yas, feeling discouraged, said, if you go with me, there's nothing to worry about. She gently said, I worry about you more. I can't control you by myself. Y sighed with a look of frustration. Bro, she's acting like, if I go out, I'll bring a bunch of trouble on myself on purpose. Junhai comforted him, saying, when Dad comes home, we'll go out then. Yaz refused to listen. He rolls around throwing a tantrum. I want to go outside to CR. Junhai cheerfully greets his father home. And hearing this, Yas suddenly wakes up in shock. Jun's grip on Yas's head was a warning. I told you Junhai likes cute things. And trembling with fear, Yas begged, please forgive me, Prince, for the cursed dragon. Suddenly trembling, he clenched Yas's head tightly and said in a stern voice, I've spoiled you too much, so you've become spoiled, right? Shaking with seriousness, he raised both hands to press his face against the wall. Yas obediently obeys, following orders. He was so scared he pressed his face against the wall and trembled as he called out, let's eat, Junhee! She replied, yes, ma'am. Junhai asked, and what about Yongyung? Hearing this, Yas secretly glanced around. Do-Run replied, Dad already bought stuff for him. And then Yas obediently pressed his face against the wall. Junhai recalled what had happened in the world within the crack. She hesitated whether she could pretend nothing had happened, then suddenly a flash of memory came back. Junhai once told Dojun that after becoming a hunter, she would protect her father. She shouted at him, it can't be like this. From now on, Dad has to train with you on weekends. Thinking back, Junhai felt terrified. Oh man, she's covering her face. I'll teach Dad everything from A to Z. Junhai shyly complains. Oh my god. Seeing her flustered and pulling at her hair, Do-Run silently wondered if everything was okay. The voice coming from the TV caught your attention. How could he be like that? Even Yas, who was punished with his face against the wall, couldn't resist eavesdropping. Let's break up. I'm too exhausted. The voice from the TV keeps ringing out. I was the one who took care of and supported you throughout your exam preparation, but now that you passed, you left me for someone else. Yas scoffed disdainfully. Oh, this bastard is so damn annoying. Then Dojun called IAS. Hearing that, he immediately felt guilty. Down angrily questions. I told you to face the wall or keep your eyes on the TV. Yas nervously said, I'm sorry. He sternly asked, sorry for what? Yas bowed his head and begged, I won't do it anymore. Down still questioned coldly. What do you mean by that? He replied, I promise to behave and listen. His stomach growled, and he trembled as he struggled to hold on. I'm giving it my all. Yongyung has been holding it in since this afternoon. She continued speaking near the door. Yas looked at the black plastic bag in front of the house with longing. Dad, this. Hearing that, Yas was startled and exclaimed, what? Seeing Yas's reaction, Do asked sternly, what's wrong? What's the problem? Are you planning to sit at the dining table? At this point, he kept silent, trembling with fear. Yas couldn't hold back his frustration and spoke up. I also have human rights, Long Quan. Do-Run coldly replied. Not a chance to eat with that. You pour the food into the bowl for Yas to eat. I bought the dog food, so eat freely. Then, trembling, I took off my coat and turned to go take a shower. You said, Junhai, Dad is going to take a shower. Don't let it near the fridge. Yes. Yas looked at the dog food bowl thoughtfully. He took a grain and put it in his mouth to bite, when Runhai suddenly snatched the bowl away and she intervened, saying stop. Iza tearfully and indignantly asks, do you also want to take this? Runhai signals to him. Shh, be quiet. Yas cheered happily. The ribs are tender. Iza picks up a piece of rib and eats it slowly. Junhee gently reminds you to eat quickly because Dad is about to finish his shower, and Iza ate too fast and choked. Iza keeps pounding on his chest. Junhai hands him a glass of water and smiles, saying, take a drink. Iza, holding the glass of water in his hand, suddenly felt touched. He looked up at Junhai and said emotionally, Junhei, because you are happy and taking a bath. Outside, Ya spoke up and said, I will protect you. Junhai asked in surprise, what's going on? Suddenly, yeah, thank you. At the loophole management office, everyone was chatting excitedly. Wow, a B-class hunter is about to sign a contract with me. Everyone gathered around Hai Wuxu, praising him nonstop. Oh my, earning 300 million a year and he still accepts? Your friend Hai Wuxu is really kind. He humbly said, he's a high school classmate of mine and we're close. Hai Uksu continued, it said it has earned enough money and wants to sign a contract to help me. The female colleague cheerfully added, stacking Kang's laughter from this morning until now. The male staff member replied, so now I have confirmed my authority over the B-grade loophole. Mr. Cheon Shu happily ran over to Hai Ukshu and said, Hai Uku, to Jang Hei. He leans on his shoulder and asks, did you two go to high school together? Yes, since he became a hunter, we lost contact. I didn't expect we'd meet again like this. Nervously, I stepped forward and Hyuk-soo continued. Today we arranged to meet and talk. Che Ononshu exclaimed. That's amazing. Huk-shu continued. She said she's planning to buy something expensive. You go with me. Suddenly, Down hurriedly interrupted the two, saying, I'll go instead. Feeling nervous, I think meeting juniors would be less awkward than meeting the department head. Boss, please don't go, Che replied with disappointment. I know, I was planning the same. Inside the elevator, Hai Shushu said, it's really high up here. He lightly said, I've already gone 3 times this morning. Hai Ukshu smiled and replied, it's not so bad. When will we get to come here again? He continued, it's just friends sitting and drinking together. There's no bribery involved. Do Run coldly replied, yeah, in my mind, I think purely. A beautiful girl warmly welcomes the two of them. She asks, are you here with anyone? Did Hai Uksu reply, may I ask if Choi Yoon has arrived yet? Hearing that, she happily showed them the way. So, you're friends with Choi Yang Hun. She enthusiastically pointed the way for the two to follow me. I will show you the way, Down hesitated and said. Then they walked through the noisy corridor, and Do Run, lost in thought, glanced at H. Ukshu with curiosity. What are those guys inside doing? The girl asked as she opened the door. This way. Have a good time, guys. Hi, Uksu replies. Thank you. The people in the room saw them and spoke up. They're here. Are they talking? Is Hai Ukshu busy or something that made her late? Yang Hun calmly said, it's been a while, hasn't it? The atmosphere in this private room was extremely awkward. Bae Hee-yeon smirked mischievously, trembling as he watched them in silence. Suddenly, Hai Uk-du broke the silence, saying, sorry, I should have taken a taxi here. Yang Hun asked curiously, who is that? Is that your junior? Hai Ukshu turned to introduce him, saying, yes, it's just nervousness. I've been working with him for 5 years. He laughed, patting the seat and said, sit down first. Go ahead. Step aside for the officials. Suk had his thanks. He replied, it's nothing. Yang Hun quickly pours the wine into the glass. Cheers. Looking at Do Run, he said, you should have a drink too, right? The indifferent boy replied, thank you. Everyone raised their glasses. Come on, drink up. Yang Hun roughly wiped his mouth with his hand. How long has it been since he said that? It must be about 11 years. Yang Hun asked Han Hyuk-shu. Hyuk-shu, we lost contact when you went to Sion, remember? Are you still doing well these days? He forced a smile and replied, yeah, my colleagues are great and the work is really good too. Hyuk-shu asked cheerfully. So, what about you, Yang Hun? Are you still a B-class hunter? So successful? You've even been to places like this, he replied with a sarcastic tone. It's nothing special, just ordinary, huh? Yeah, since you're a salaried worker, these things probably seem impressive. H. Ugdu awkwardly said, what kind of civil servant is this guy? He took a deep breath and continued. Yeah, all talk and no action, and he even takes the subway to save on taxi fares. Hearing that, Hai Ukshu could only force an awkward smile. Then Yang Hun began to introduce, pointing to Bae Hee-hun and saying, this is our gang's B-class hunters. Han hạnh ruốc gặp mặt, tôi là Quan Hee Uksu, bác Hee Hun thở nổi, chào, rất hân hạnh. Ewan sitting nearby looked indifferent and spoke up. Forget about the introduction. Yang Hun sneered and said contemptuously, don't lie to the government officials. Because you're nervous, you glared at them darkly. Ewan sitting opposite also started to pay attention to him. Then Hai Ukshu hesitated and asked, when will you be able to go to the city hall about the contract? He replied casually, huh? Hai Ukshu enthusiastically continued, boss, I want to see you. He wants to meet and say hello and all that. Suddenly they sneered contemptuously and said, yeah. Shivering with a cold face, Hakdu looked at them seriously and thought to himself, Indeed, they are all heavy drinkers. He kept thinking, with an average income of 4.7 billion for a B-grade hunter, why would he need to come to me? Suddenly, Wai-hun interrupted his thoughts. Hey, Australia Shu, I will go to the city hall tomorrow to sign the contract. Hi, Australia Shu suddenly asked back. Really? He looked at him with a sinister expression and replied, Yeah, but first, young Hun, put your half-smoked cigarette into the glass of alcohol. The guy hesitated and said, Drink this whole glass. Bak-hyun and Eun sat next to each other, unable to hold back their laughter. Young Hun, that's a bit too much. Eun added, Well, you need a bit of humanity. He smirked and said, Aren't you high school classmates? Take it easy, or the director will start crying now. Hearing that, Hook-soo trembled with anger. He clenched his fists, trying to hold back his emotions. Seeing the situation was getting out of control, Jin hid his phone inside his coat. You secretly call Min. Come here. They still won't stop this farce. Yang Hoon continued to encourage him. What's wrong, Hai Uk-do? Finish drinking and then I'll sign. Do? Run stood up and spoke. Senior, let's go. Continue talking. Change the meeting location. Huh? Do-Run raised his head and said, So you look at them coldly and say, With scum like this, why should I waste my words? Hearing this, Yang Hun clenched his teeth in anger. What did you just say? Hai Uk-soo hesitates before speaking to Down. Do-Jun! Do-Run replied that Senior Han Min, the one he met last time, had agreed to sign the contract. He exclaimed in surprise, What? Continue? She's nearby and coming over. Hearing that, Yoon chuckled bitterly. WTF, a rank S hunter signing a contract with you? He replied indifferently, Yeah, I heard that's what they say. Eun shouted loudly. There is that shit, Hai Uk-soo said nervously. Just run, leave it be. Doon spoke up. Last time, Senior said he was still negotiating with Han Min. Suddenly, a noise came from outside the door. Min Jae stood at the door, panting as she spoke. What are you doing, boss? Are you going to continue, or should I leave now? Looking at their group, what did Min say? Did you tell me to wait and deal with these bastards? She continued, Why shouldn't I be prioritized over them? They're all stunned. Eun trembles as she speaks. It's really Han Min. Eun kept turning around, continuously praising. How did Hyuk-do manage to get Hunter Han Min to agree to sign the contract? Meanwhile, Hai Uk-soo stood beside her, stunned with her mouth open. She cheerfully said to H. Uk-soo, Let's go to a really good coffee shop nearby. He responded strangely. She turned around and said reproachfully, So, are you planning to settle down here? I don't think so. Hearing that, H. Uk-soo hurriedly ran after him. Please forgive me, Do-Runs calmly said. Please call me an Americano. I'll be out back, Hai Uk-do said in surprise. Huh? Minji nodded happily in response. Okay. The door slammed shut like a warning bell. Do-Run, standing silently for a moment, looked at the glass of alcohol on the table and said, That bastard will finish this drink. His eyes were full of murderous intent as he glared at them with rage, threatening in a low voice. So I will forgive you? At the small cafe, Hai Uk-soo and Min sit at a table by the window, he nervously bouncing his leg. Hai Uk-soo secretly fears that they intend to retaliate. Earlier, due to his rage, he tore up his business card and argued. Min Jae looked at Hai Uk-soo and thought to herself that with such a gloomy expression, his pride must have been deeply hurt. She considered whether she should comfort him with a few words or just pretend not to know. But what is there to say now? She lowered her head. Oh my God! Both of them were silently screaming inside, thinking they wanted to leave this place right now. The alarm rang, breaking the awkward silence. Hai Uk-soo stood up and said, I'll go get it, but Min was quicker. She rushed ahead, surprising him. The cheerful staff said, Here are your 3 Americanos. Minji replied, Than you. In her heart, she silently cursed. So annoying. Hai Uk-soo looks at Min, thinking to himself, Fly away for goodness sake. You're trembling, just leave. She spoke to reassure Hai Uk-soo that he would be fine and not to worry too much. He nervously replied, Thank you for forgiving me. Min looked puzzled and asked again, Yes. Huh? She wondered what does that mean. Huk-soo gently pats his head, looking worried, and says, If anything happens to those guys, who are all B-class hunters. Min Jae forces a smile and says, Are you worried about me dealing with B-class guys? On the contrary, they are the ones who are truly pitiful. Hai Uk-do asked in surprise. Huh? Min's eyes gradually turned cold as he said, I've never done that. Standing there trembling in front of them without a hint of fear, Yang Hoon questioned, What did you just say? Looking into his eyes, Down calmly said, If you finish this glass, I'll pretend nothing happened. Yang Hoon stepped closer and challenged him. So what if Dad keeps refusing to drink? What can you do to me? He grits his teeth. What? What can I do to you? Shivering coldly, he quickly executed a move, striking so fast that the other man couldn't react. Yang Hun trembled, mouth wide open, eyes rolled back. He tried to move but couldn't. Yang Hun silently wondered, Why can't I move like this? Trembling, he leaned in close to his ear and said, Yang Hun, you should be the one drinking. A blazing red lightning bolt shot out from your hand, causing him to scream in pain. Seeing that, Ewan shouted angrily, What are you doing? He charged forward aggressively, aiming to attack from behind, but with a single glance, you knocked the Ewan away more than a meter, causing him to crash painfully into the wall. The North Hun stood frozen in fear, trembling as he glared at him. Anyone who gets in the way must die. He was terrified and breaking out in cold sweat. You quietly look at Wai Hun, who is trembling and holding his face as a warning. Everything has its limit. I Hun. Then you cast your spell again and without mercy, aim straight at his stomach. Yang's eyes widened in pain, his body trembling uncontrollably. In the end, Yang Hun collapsed to the ground, unable to fight back. Looking at him, you say seriously, I already destroyed your energy core, you should find another job. Seeing Win also defeated, Down continues, be smart and shut your mouth. I'll keep warning you, if you cause any trouble later, I'll cut out your tongues. Bak Hyun nervously replied. Yes, yes. She hurriedly slammed the door shut, leaving them inside. You walk away confidently without looking back. Bak Hyun in the room calls out loudly, Yang Yun. Huk-soo asked, so you really want to sign a contract with us? Actually, I was nervous and asked for his help because I got involved with those guys now. Seeing that, Huk-soo stood up to apologize. Sorry about that, it's my fault. Min-jae nervously waved her hand. It's okay, it's not your fault. I was just nervous standing outside quietly listening to their conversation. Huk-soo said, sorry ma'am, it's my fault, Min-jae replied, confused. It's okay. Do-run turns his head to look. Min-jae comforted him, saying, it's not your fault. Huk-soo replied sadly, but I was too thoughtless and caused trouble for so many people. She forced a smile and said, no, it's okay. Run standing outside silently making a call. Hai's clear voice rings out. Yes, Dad. Do you think eating when you're sad helps me feel better? She cheerfully replied that if it tastes good, it should be okay. Because Jun-hai said I cook well, Jun-hai was left speechless. She asked again, are you having trouble with something? He replied, no, it's not Dad. It's Uncle Hyuk Dewey. Hearing this, Jun-hai immediately sat up and asked, do you really know what he likes to eat? Jun calmly replied, no, I think I'm best at making whatever I'm good at. Hearing that, Jun-hee was speechless. He quickly added, Hunter Han-min is coming too. Jun-hai was surprised and asked again, Han-min the hunter, is that right? Here. Jun-hai hurriedly runs outside. She says 2 words. Dad will wait for you exactly 2 hours, and you will do your best. Okay. Thank you, my daughter. See you later. After a while, there was a knocking at the door. Jun-hai responded politely. Please wait a moment, she politely greets. Hello, uncle. Hello, Dad. Hello, sister. Min-jae cheerfully responds to the greeting. I've met you again. The Spirit Y appears in the middle of the house. What is that, manager? Ya sighed, tired of their antics. Do-run replied, oh, it's a dog, my new partner. Hai Ukshu explained to Min during the previous field trip through the crack for the students. Since Do-run has awakened, I'm not sure if her skill is taming or summoning. She exclaimed in surprise. What? Oh my god, Min thought to herself. Only those with a unique skill or lifestyle can truly awaken. Only those with enhanced physical strength can have the summoning skill. The image of a man taming a panda appears. Summoning skills are usually for pet keeping at home or zoo staff. Looking at Down, Min thought she knew a little about him, but she never expected him to be this special. She turned her head to look at Izas. Minji-ji suddenly noticed the number on his forehead. That mark, the dragon in Busan 3 years ago, also had the number 10 on its forehead. She watched IAS scratching its belly, thinking that the 3 S-rank hunters had been brutally killed by it. Min-jae reassured herself. How could this thing be a dragon? Huk-soo stepped aside to talk, feeling very embarrassed in front of the boss. A sound came from the phone, covering his face. It's okay. Don't be discouraged by those bastards. He continued. It's the weekend. Just rest and take care of yourself. I'll meet him on Monday. Yes, sir. Good night, boss. Do-run spoke up. Come in and eat. Hai Ukshu responded shyly. Oh, sorry about that. Hai Ukshu was stunned. Looking at the lavish meal in front of him, he marveled. Do-run really eat like this? Do-run looked at Jun-hai, who was shyly scratching his head, and replied, Yes, Jun-hee, there's nothing you can't do. At the dinner table, Hai Ukshu expressed that he truly appreciated everyone today. He was moved to tears. Thank you all very much, Do-run gently said. No, I'm the one who always has to thank him. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my job at the office already, Min-jae said with a smile. Commander Kwan has such great subordinates. Huk-shu smiled brightly like a flower. He replied, Yeah, what could be better than that? His voice trembled. Everyone, eat up, the food is getting cold. Jun-hai prepared it very carefully. Ya stood outside, watching silently. It was a happy evening. Thank you for the meal. Hope everyone comes again next time. Down is sitting in silence. As he scrolls through his computer, he sees a notice looking for a professional hunter for the new beta level gap. This Sunday, June decided to check it out. Hello, I am Hunter Choi Kusi from the Solomon Gang. The Hunter Bureau has reported a search for a public hunter for the breach exploration in the B gap. They said it's still a secret location since it hasn't been publicly announced. Hello and Uong are waiting. You keep welcoming new members to join. Contact 1234567 Due to nervousness, I had difficulty understanding and welcoming the newcomer. So you're wondering if even C-rank hunters can participate. Do-run pondered silently, but then turned to the water monster. As far as I know, hunters usually try to avoid getting caught. Do-run calls on the phone. You think to yourself that you've gained quite a bit of experience from that. Fong Minton, trembling, speaks up about the C-Rank. Hello, sorry for calling so late. I just saw your announcement. Do you accept C-Rank hunters? The other side replied. Yes, all new hunters are welcome. Wong is already an A-Rank hunter, so the attacks should be easier. He continued, and there are 2 hellers including me, so it's very safe. You don't need to worry. Down looked at the phone confused, thinking that in the hunter world there's no shortage of combat hunters, and the phone screen displayed a very welcoming message for new participants. Contact 0123456678. He ponders quietly, while Hello and Wong are both very few. He quietly considers. But Wong, an A-Rank, and the 2 hellers still accept a C-Rank. After thinking for a moment, Down said, I will join. What time shall we meet? Where are you? The other end of the line replied. Can you arrive at Swingo Station before 10 a.m.? Dune replied nervously. All right, see you there. Do-Run thought hunting in the cracks is deadly dangerous. Hurry up and die stained with red. I think that no matter where or when I die, it's not a big deal.
The 2 allies working together in battle appeared in Do-Run's mind, and he wondered why they hadn't asked anything, since understanding teammates' abilities is always a top priority and should be assessed through an interview.
Yas is sleeping with her stomach growling non-stop. Do-Run watches the computer intently thinking about Solomon's gang. Only 3 members? Is there something unusual here? Then Do-Jun started making a call again. This is Manager Down speaking. Sorry to call on a Friday night, but are you available to talk? Yes. Just tell me what to do. I'm free. He asked, so can you come to the basement tomorrow at 4:30? Hearing this, Y smiled brightly like a flower and happily agreed. Yes, I will come. No matter if it's sunny or rainy, noon or night, I will be there. He hung up. Yeah, thanks. See you again tomorrow, Y replied happily. Okay, manager. After thinking for a long time, I put on my clothes and got ready. He said, to be safe, I'll go in first. Y excitedly tossed aside the pile of clothes. Going to heaven, going to heaven, going to heaven. Let's go on a date. Late at night, the warm yellow streetlights illuminate a corner of the street, and he nervously jumps over the fence. He said, it's best to go early and come back early so you don't get caught. Suddenly stopping in fear, he seemed to discover something, with streams of energy emanating that caught his attention. A deep, dark cave appeared before his eyes. He said as he walked, a cave? It'll probably take a while like this. Suddenly, June's phone buzzed with a notification. You have successfully registered a gap in Seon City, Jongsan District. Jongsan area, month 6001. Pay attention to the ground below. A strange liquid is flowing out from deep inside the cave. Out of curiosity, Nay, you touched some and brought it up to examine. It's probably not deadly poison, but getting it in a wound could be dangerous. Do-Run suddenly remembered, wait, as far as I remember, there is a merfolk tribe with this kind of toxic slime. From afar, a figure appeared, and the mermaid slowly approached, noticing it was trembling. It opened its mouth and made a cooing sound. You looked at it and thought, this is the first time you've seen it outside of books. Then Do-Run suddenly paid attention. Looking at the tail of the mermaid, he said, is this the culprit behind the sticky dung deech? The mermaid opened its mouth to threaten Ku. The trembling eyes coldly looked up, and seeing that, it trembled in fear, whimpering weakly as you said, hey Q, if you take one more step, you'll be summoned to the heavenly court to meet with your friends. Do-Run stared fixedly at the mermaid, causing it to scream in fear. Suddenly, he grabbed its face and started examining. He told it to open its mouth and look at the liquid inside, thinking it might be a numbing poison. It seems it's not the translation from earlier. Do-Run thinks, the key is to remove the mucus from the skin. But if you're not a B-rank hunter, it will be difficult. He started examining it carefully, thinking there must be some part secreting that slime, right? Ren-Yu kept screaming, Do-Run, shouted in annoyance. If you want to sit still, just say so and I'll smash you right now. The boy looked at his hand and thought, so it's here. Because of hesitation, cutting off his hand is an easy win. I decisively kicked the human fish hard and said, it's done. The kid ran away in fear because of hesitation. Just stay hidden at the end of the cave if you want to live. Don't come out. He turns around and whispers, now I have to find the endpoint on the map. The phone suddenly notifies you that you have become a target of the merfolk. Do-Run wondered, Tai, you could sense me already just after saying a word? On the phone display, if you are detected by the mermaids within 50 meters, your stats will decrease by 30%. As you cautiously move deeper into the cave, a voice from the phone announces that 99% of the gaps have been secured. He looked up and said, so this is the only place left. A giant stone gate stood before Down. The gate slowly opens, and he steps inside. Down looks up, and a giant Stas appears before him. A red, blood-like glow flickered from its pitch-black eyes. Down looked at it with no expression on his face. Sadis's teeth are extremely sharp. After taking a deep breath, a special sacrificial task appears on the screen. A red line appears beneath your feet. According to the notification on your phone, Sadis will start attacking if you cross the red line.
The phone continues ringing. 5 minutes after you cross the red line, the sacrifice meter will be calculated.
When the target score is reached, Saitus will be sealed for 1 hour. You will be notified, and you will also receive SCUS's Dragon Treasure. The screen shows a target of 9 out of 10. Do run quietly. thinks there's no way anyone can survive 5 minutes with that thing. 9 people have already sacrificed themselves. You look at the sun artifact and realize that's why they didn't need to ask about skills or even your name. So you just need to arrive. Do Run confidently steps forward. Where did those trashy guys disappear to? St suddenly charged forward. Do Run shouted at him. Your dad's not in the mood. Just say it. Satis was startled and froze. Panicking, Sactus ran away while Do sat down on the resting platform. Since there's still time, I'll go gather data. The phone shows you've completed the sacrificial special mission. The portal opens, Sactus sighs, and it begins to vanish. The phone still shows a notification that Sactus will be sealed for an hour, and the boundary will disappear forever. You can see the loot June received, a sword, which is an A-rank 6-tooth bone sword. He swings the sword and says, I think Y will like this a lot. Down swinging the sword in his hand says, let's go home first, once we get back. Seeing AS sleeping soundly, Do Run sighed and said, I brought it here to watch the house. Do Run kicked him awake with his foot. Hey, get up and sleep in the corner of the house. Looking at Huamat in amazement, Yas drifted into a daze and started mumbling. Junhee, get some different food to cover the meat spot, or you'll get caught and I'll be in trouble. Do Run looked at Yas for a long time, then went back to his room and said, oh my god, what's the point of living just to waste oxygen? Do Run's voice echoed outside, or should I just throw it away? Yas, feeling drowsy, stood up shivering. Why is it suddenly so cold? He started groping. Junhai, Aiza always gets into your bed. Did you turn off the heater outside the living room? Is it crowded now? He droops his face and sleepily says, are you abusing animals? Then Yas snuggled into the blanket and fell asleep straight away. In a bustling neighborhood, she walked confidently down the street. She looked at herself in the glass door and couldn't help but marvel. Who could be born like this? The child sitting inside the house saw this and cried out in fear. Q. Run called out, Ms. Y arrived so early? E shyly replied, Manager, why did you come so early? He said he still needs to organize the data about the cracks. She cheerfully replied, what is it? Down looked at her with confusion and thought, could it be because of work? Then he held out the sword in front of Y and said, this one is better quality than your old one. Eve was stunned as she received it and asked, a rank, Manager, where did you find this? He replied secretly, Dujun, in short, will help her become stronger. Can I find a place to sit over there? While waiting for the other hunters, I'll give a quick overview of this gap. He froze for 5 seconds, then sadly said, I knew it. Today, I didn't come here to fight. Dujun started observing YJ. He paid attention to every small detail of Y. It was the first time I saw her wearing designer earrings. Down looked from her ears down to her neck, including her necklace. He looked at Y's outfit. Du thought that her clothes didn't seem like she was about to fight. He glanced at the woven basket in her hand and wondered what she was doing with that, as no one would bring such a thing into a crack. Then you seem to realize everything, call out to the manager, and Do Run, startled, responds. Yes, Y is furious, but she still forces out a smile. She said, this is entirely the manager's fault, isn't it? Y angrily said, as a contract hunter, I have the right to be informed about overtime like this, but you didn't say anything, making Down sweat cold while listening. He smiled brightly and emphasized, this isn't a breach of contract, is it? Y looked at Down and said, you have to take responsibility for this. Down hesitantly said, I'm sorry, I should have notified you earlier. You can be sure you'll still get your overtime pay. She clenched her woven basket and said, I don't need a salary. Do trembled as he spoke. All right then, Y sighed and said, so next time, the manager can take me out for dinner. He suddenly replied, what about that? She shyly reminded him. It's just the two of us. Because of the fuss, I said, I know. Hearing that, Y happily returned to his cheerful mood. She said, I promise. She turned and walked away, calling out in regret. Let's go. Under the clear blue sky, Down and Y sit together under the eaves eating cake. You're eating and saying, if we throw all this away, it's a shame. It's all thanks to your effort. She forced a smile and replied, but if you do that, you'll be late for your appointment. Do Run calmly said, I've messaged them back. It's okay. We'll meet them before the crack at the chicken house. Down looked at Y and said, I want to tell you a few things about the mermaid clan. Their characteristic is the toxic slime they secrete. He takes a bite of the cake and continues, so it will use its teeth to inject paralyzing poison into the hunters, making them unable to move. Are you even listening to me? He cheerfully replied, yes, of course. But what do you think of the sandwich? He replied. Very tasty. Down continued. Anyway, for a mermaid hunter who's paralyzed like this, she interrupted you. Have another one. Looking at the trembling sandwich in his hand, she said, I'm full. She narrowed her eyes and said, how can that be? I didn't know I would be working on the weekend, so I was busy preparing all those sandwiches. I don't want to just throw away the leftovers. Hearing her say that, Down replied, yes, she told you to eat quickly, and after finishing, we'll go. Under the clear blue sky, Dune and Y moved toward the crack. He greeted everyone. Hello, everyone. I am Lie Down, the one you contacted the others about. Jiayu looked at me and said, oh, just the two of you? He wondered aloud. It seems only one person came. From your outfit, are you just an ordinary person? I explained. She is IJ's hunter, and I am the hunter supervisor. Hearing that, Ga-in and Isu looked at each other with suspicion. Scion City Hall Rift Management Department? Do government officials also do this kind of work nowadays? He trembled as he said, "Our management office has been established for 5 years and currently oversees cracks below level C." He looked suspicious and replied, "Really? But the place we're heading to is a level B crack. Don't worry, my hunter team has also reached level B. Plus, I'll go with you into the fissure." Hearing this, all three of them were stunned. Jiayu was surprised and exclaimed, "Huh?" He tried to stop them, but ordinary people can't enter the fissure. Run glanced at his watch and said, "The management office staff can come in. You don't need to worry about this, Jiayu." "Sorry, but we've already made up our minds," Ga-in interrupted. "So today I'm counting on you, manager." He slung his arm around him and said, "Let's go." He irritably replied, "Hey, wait a minute," Guy whispered. "Don't complicate things like that. We could kill both of them." "Really?" Unwillingly, he replied. "I feel so annoyed." Everyone passed through the narrow gap into a cave when suddenly an arm extended to announce the presence of a boss within 500 meters. The blessing effect of the oath is being activated. She smiled gently and turned to look it down. He asked nervously what was wrong. She quickly waved her hand and smiled, saying nothing's wrong. He trembled as he called out. She hesitantly replied, "Yes." "What's wrong?" I whispered into her ear. "It seems you weren't paying attention at all when I mentioned the merfolk tribe earlier." "How can that be? The wrist, right?" She waved her sword and said, "Don't worry. I'm very confident." Run looked at her with suspicion and replied, "Yes." After looking around for a while, he asked, "What's the situation?" Jiayu responded, "I don't see any mermaids at all. We've been in this crack for a while now. It's normal to see 20 mermaids appear at this point." Suddenly, Ga-in shivered and interrupted. "There are 5 mermaids 10 meters ahead." Then Lin appears with some mermaids. They fiercely charge at them. Jia-on shouts loudly, "Prepare to fight!" Y rushes towards the mermaids swiftly, surprising Jiayu. He said, Wait. She fiercely swung her sword at the mermaids, her sword tearing through space itself. Jia unpanicked, thinking if they died before facing the boss, it would be a disaster. He shouted loudly, "Everyone follow me!" Ga-in and Yu prepared to fight. He shouted this loudly. They charged at the mermaids, each strike decisive. Jiayu steadfastly swung his sword, trembling, watching everything from above. He secretly thought that the way he held his weapon looked a lot like hello. Du Run called out, "There are 7 mermaids 15 meters ahead." Jiayu looked confused and turned around. Hearing that, Y quickly dashed away. She said, "Yes." Jiayu stepped in to stop her. "Hey, wait a minute." "Miss E, there are 7 ahead. It's very dangerous." She charged into the mermaids like a female warrior. Every sword stroke she made was sharp and decisive. All the mermaids fell to the ground beneath her blade. Ga-in watched the scene in shock and exclaimed, "How is this possible?" His voice trembling as he said, "Why? There are no more fish nearby. Adjust your breathing and keep going." He happily replied, "Yes." Ga-wai looked at the two of them. Long Tim wondered, who exactly are they? He grits his teeth in anger. Damn it, everything's gone wrong. Then Y gathers all her strength, shouts loudly, raises her sword high, and with tension, strikes the water monster. Then she leapt powerfully from the ground, hovering above the water monster's head and shouting fiercely for it to die. Immediately afterward, a series of slashes were unleashed all over. In the blink of an eye, Y had finished dealing with the water demons. Their bodies lie scattered on the ground, writhing in pain. After a hard-fought battle, she wiped the sweat from her brow and Y took a deep breath. Jia was overwhelmed and speechless. Yu, standing beside her, also had to marvel. Her swordsmanship is truly top-notch. Ga-in gawked, staring blankly, wondering how she could be a low-level hunter.
Then he furrowed his brows, his face turning bitter as he realized, no, at least a B-rank hunter, maybe even on par with an A-rank hunter.
He looked at her back and assessed that a B-level hunter capable of continuously launching sharp and precise attacks like her was truly rare. Ga-in glared, his heart bitter as he had to accept that she was too strong. Damn it. I've been through a lot, but seeing her smile happily despite her exhausted appearance makes me feel like I've grown a little more. I think so too. Jiayu and Yu also approached, still surprised and hesitant, saying, "You're so talented." She turned and replied, "Thank you." Then she modestly told him that it's nothing special. Just knowing their weakness makes it easy to defeat them. Jiayu asked in confusion, "Weakness?" Ai's face lights up with a radiant smile. She pointed out to him that if they cut the mermaid's wrist, they would lose all their strength. The manager told me that. Hearing that, the two of them looked at her in surprise, wondering if such a method was possible. Then Down spoke up, "Let's go." He runs happily back to the boy's side. The cave is now silent. Jiayu hesitated before approaching the water spirit to examine it. Ga-in looked at the scene and said, "Clearly there are fewer merfolk than usual, only a few strong ones at key points." Yu's eyes showed a look of disappointment. He said, "Let's take our time. It'll be fine." Then suddenly he glanced to the left. Y still hasn't left. Yu asked, "Do you wear high heels?" She waved her hand and said, "Oh, it's okay." He politely asked him, "Please have your security manager help me. He needs to be taken care of." The boy standing behind him glared at her when he heard that. Yu asked, "Where are you hurt?" Du-Run replied, "Nothing's wrong. I was just observing from behind." Ga-in crossed his arms and leaned against the rock wall, watching them talk, feeling bored as thoughts of unexpected events kept coming up, and sure enough, more headaches were on the way. Then he looked at IJ, who was happily chatting, and in his mind, he started calculating. First, that hunter girl, the three of us could handle her, but a scheming look appeared on Ga-in's face. He secretly thought that in this situation he might be at a disadvantage, and then a sinister smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, Down caught his attention, glancing at him and asking, "Aren't you coming?" He replied, "Sorry." The vast dark cave echoed with their voices. They walk together to a deep dark cliff, and a voice calls out that there are two diverging paths. Jia-Yun points to the right and says, "This way." He turned his face to the left and then spoke. "The left side is better." Hearing that, Jia-Yu exclaimed, "I know this place very well." Before he could finish speaking, Y immediately agreed with Down. She said, "Yes," and then Jia-Yun still tried to tell the hunter, "You have to go on the right," and she turned around and replied casually, "If the manager says turn left, I will go on the left." Hearing that, Jia-Yu froze in shock. His body started to feel uncomfortable, and his voice lowered as he said, "Hey, the manager and the Chara hunter, E.G., are here for the first time. But we've been here several times, so who do you think we should listen to?" E, with an innocent and carefree face, replied, "Then you guys go right. My manager and I will go left." Jia-On, overwhelmed with anger and helplessness, said nothing. Ga-in smiled faintly and said, "You two lead the way. We'll follow behind." His face showed a bitter expression. "Jia-Un told you, I will deliver the final blow. I will kill them with these hands." He just nodded. Then they decided to head to the left. 10 minutes later, Ga and Jia-Yu and Waishu looked up in panic at something. They are now standing in front of a huge door, someone's voice full of surprise. "No way," a question echoes. "Are we close to the boss's room?" Sweat drips down Jia-Un's bewildered face. He thought to himself that normally it would take us 2 hours to get there, but now it's only been 10 minutes. Then his attitude quickly shifted to annoyance.
Manager, it might be dangerous. Should we go in?
You answer casually, testing her patience. She obediently follows your lead, immediately prepares to enter, and says, "Then let's go in. You must not leave me, okay?" Suddenly, her whole body became strangely different. A pair of hands using magic on her. This is a shield reduction spell that decreases the opponent's skills by 30%. So that was the deal. A sleazy smile appeared on his face, and his thoughts were just as sleazy. Even if she has nearly A-level abilities, she can't beat the three of us in this situation. Suddenly, he received a notification that thanks to the blessing effect of the oath, his eyes widened in surprise. Wow! My jaw dropped when I received the notification that the armor reduction effect on the opponent had been nullified. He exclaimed, "Blocked?" Then a gentle voice sounded from Y's mouth. "You guys don't seem to be in a good mood, huh?" Sure enough, she raised her sword, her face serious, and said, "You guys are just PKers. Zonshun." Immediately after, Jia-Yu and Yu became frightened, gripping their swords tightly and ready to fight, shouting, "Damn it! Kill them!" Suddenly, a powerful voice came from behind Y, causing her to turn around and look. "Don't move or she'll panic." Ga-in has been trembling and holding a knife to her neck, threatening her for some time now. "If you don't want to see this guy's neck get cut, stay still," she exclaimed in panic. "Manager!" She silently blamed herself for being too careless. She should have protected the manager first. However, Down's face remained completely calm. He asked, "What are you guys planning to do?" Ga-in smiled and looked at him, then replied, "Because we need to use you for something." He grabbed her by the collar, trembling as he threatened Y. If she wanted to save this guy, she had to stay still and let them take him away. Anxiety flickered in her eyes. He dared not disobey. Then they led Down through the door, leaving her kneeling outside. He exclaimed in helplessness, "No, you can't. You're in charge." The four of them walked together through the cave, when suddenly something caught Ga-in's eye. Estus opening its large mouth full of sharp teeth. He thought it would attack him, but it closed its mouth instead. That made Ga-in feel confused and wonder what was going on. What is it? Why is it reacting like that? Hearing the name suddenly shout out, he turned to ask, "What now?" His eyes widened in horror as he exclaimed, "The red line is gone." Hearing that, Ga-in's face also became stunned. Yu hurried over to see what was happening and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Suddenly, a system screen appeared in front of Jia-Yu's bewildered face, displaying a golden message that said, "The special sacrificial mission has been completed earlier." He was confused and said, "How did things turn out like this?" Then Yu ran to a chest, opening his mouth in shock and shouting, "The chest is also open, damn it!" Ga-in, confused, asked curiously, and finally, Run behind the scenes softly smiled and said, "I guess you guys are very curious because you've spent so much effort offering 9 sacrifices here." Hearing those words from Yu, he was so surprised that he turned around quickly, shouting loudly, "What do you mean, brother?" His face remained unchanged despite trembling. "You explained that you also saw the object inside the box, and now it's being used by the IG hunter." At this moment, a big question mark appears in Ga-in's mind. He froze in place, and the boy continued, "I came here after talking to you yesterday." Then, anger appeared on his face, and he gritted his teeth as he said, "This is a big crack, not a place you can just enter whenever you want." "I also think so." Ga-in gradually lost control, grabbing your collar and shouting loudly, "Stop talking nonsense, you bastard!" A teasing smile appeared on Dune's face. He said, I don't have time to argue with you. Don't forget what happened. His eyes suddenly darkened with coldness, and he said, the only things that disappeared are the bloodstains on the ground and the loot. Dus is still here. Hearing that name, Ga-In suddenly froze for a moment. Then suddenly Sidus's giant mouth appeared from behind him with sharp teeth ready to bite him. In the blink of an eye, he couldn't react. A scream echoed through the cave, accompanied by blood spraying like rain. Witnessing the terrifying scene just now, Jia Yu and Yu became terrified, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Then down left and told Sus, handle the rest, I'll spare your life. Sus, with its terrifying form, stared at them as growls escaped from its mouth. Then suddenly lunged at the two terrified individuals, opening its deadly jaws while they screamed in fear. At this moment outside the door, YJ collapses to the ground, tearfully crying out, manager, 2 tears streaming down her cheeks. I is tormented. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. She lowered her hand to the ground, her voice trembling. I should have protected you instead. Suddenly, a blazing red magic ring appeared on her wrist. Immediately after, IJ lost consciousness. She spoke aloud, I have to protect. It's me! Her face darkened with rage. She nearly lost her mind and shouted, I will kill them all. Just then, Down went outside and saw her sitting there, calling out, what are you doing? When she didn't respond, he leaned down and patted her shoulder to ask, are you okay, miss? Why are you under such a spell? Unexpectedly, she returned to her normal state. He looked up and said, sir, the manager. He replied, yes, I am here. Immediately after, she hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably from the trembling. He called out, manager! Seeing that, he gently stroked her head and asked, are you okay? Yes. She rested her head on his chest, crying from the trembling, and he comforted her, I'm still okay, don't cry anymore. Then the two of them stood up, and he gently suggested that they go outside. She looked downcast and apologized. He placed his hands on her shoulders and gently comforted her. Don't worry, you've been working hard all day. I'll buy you some delicious food. He rubbed her wet eyes and replied, yes. He wondered to himself again, but the power from earlier, caused by trembling when thinking about Y's uncontrollable moment just now, radiated a fierce purple energy throughout his body. He wondered what that savage strength was. Dunn looked at his palm, wondering if she had other abilities. The scene shifts to a nighttime cityscape with bright building lights. Junhai was mopping the floor when she suddenly saw something strange. She wondered, do we have a cleaning robot? He is standing proudly on a cleaning robot, and it responds, no. He turned around and gave a cute reply. He is your soulmate. We had a fateful encounter. She helplessly asked, where are you going again? Junhai smiled professionally and said, I guess its owner isn't eager to find it, right? He replied, it has decided to work with me. She said, but when no one was watching, I angrily ordered the robot to turn around and face her, saying this is the villain trying to divide us. Attack. He raised his short arms and shouted, attack! Junhai cheerfully pretended to run away. She exclaimed, oh, I see, you have to keep an eye on it. Her trembling voice echoed through the large room. Do you smell like that? Did you take a bath today? Isaeus replied casually, yes, I used the dog soap you bought for me. Junhai immediately took Isaeus into the bathroom, washed and bathed him. She gently said, Long, you smell really bad. He sat sadly in the basin and said, I hate taking a bath. I'll clean the vacuum cleaner later. So now it's time to bathe. A little while later, when Junhai came out with the vacuum cleaner, he saw Down had returned. He asked, what's going on? I'm busy. She approached you and politely replied, it's nothing. I'm just giving Long a bath. He sighed heavily and said, how old is it that it can't bathe itself? Then he harshly said, throw it away, useless thing. Yas, hearing this from the bathroom, becomes dejected and quietly sheds tears. Junhai says, Dad, Long can hear you. Then, as he was about to leave trembling, she stopped him by speaking up. Yes, Dad. Junhai smiled shyly and said, if Dad is free tomorrow, let's go to the Hunter Festival. Hearing this, he asked in surprise, the Hunter Festival? She said this festival is held every year. Junhai looked excited, her eyes shining as she told him they would display and sell hunting gear and supplies. They also hold demonstrations and competitions. Additionally, experienced hunters will give advice, and Down puts his hand in front of his mouth, looking thoughtful. Seeing that, she said, if you're tired, there's no need to go. You've already had a hard day at work today. Down smiled and replied, let's go. Hearing that, she was completely surprised. Really? So those are the 50 ways to become a good father. Doan thought that to develop a father-son bond, it's best to share hobbies and experience cultural activities together. Junhai happily clapped his hands and spoke. Thank you, Dad. Suddenly, Yas ran out of the bathroom, soaking wet, and hurriedly shouted, I want to go too. I've saved up every penny to get there. Seeing that, he angrily kicked Yas and said, the water spilled all over the floor. His whining voice echoed through the entire apartment building. My money, transitioning to a cold morning in the city center. Junhai and Down stand amidst the bustling crowd. She exclaims, too crowded. Do you agree? That's right. This event is bigger than Dad thought. Yas clings tightly to Junhai's head, sounding disappointed. Junhai, you can go by yourself. She firmly believed it was not safe. Too many people here, you might get trampled. Junhai guessed Isa Asma's thoughts and said, "So Long. Long, you're planning to go buy some food, right?" She had caught him in her grasp, happily looked up and said, "I know you've been collecting spare change lately, and you've even been picking up the vacuum cleaner, haven't you?" A small bag of money, tightly tied, is hanging on Ayas's back. He thinks he has been diligently saving money for today. Then the three of them went to the festival together. Junhee cheerfully said that if Isa behaved, she would buy her something. Save your money and be frugal. Hearing that, Yas was immediately delighted. "Really, really?" She turned around and spoke. "Junhai must be heavy, right? Give it here to Dad." Dad carries long tro. Junhee smiles brightly in response. "No, not heavy at all." YG stretched out his hand to stop and show he didn't mind. He said, "No, master, she's fine." A while later, the three of them sat at a table with 2 tempting plates of ribs. Seeing him trembling, he asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Junhai wondered. "What's wrong?" Y happily exclaimed, holding 2 plates. "This pork rib stew is so delicious." With eager eyes and a mouth watering, he exclaimed, "Sometimes I look for it to eat, but this is the first time I've cooked it like this." Then he opened his mouth wide as he trembled and fed him. She kindly said, "Try eating first." As the rib piece entered his mouth, Isa's expression changed, and while chewing, he looked passionate. He hesitated with a thumbs up, and she said, "Try it, Dad." Suddenly, a small, scruffy, ugly dog appeared and barked loudly, causing the three of them to turn and look. She said it seemed like this dog was lost. Yas looked at it with a disappointed expression and said, "What are you, a monster?" It kept barking nonstop. He angrily clenched his fist and shouted, "Hey, are you not leaving yet?" It was frightened by Y's scolding and fell silent. "What are you barking at? Do you want to get scolded?" Then the dog immediately ran away. "Should we put a collar on Long Long? I see many pets wearing those on the street." Hearing that, Yas was confused and said, "Hey, wait a minute. I'm not a pet." He climbed onto the table, patted his stomach proudly, and said, "If I speak seriously, I am a professional bodyguard hired to protect the owner's property and safety." "Isn't that right?" she shouted. "Get off the table." "Hold on a second. When you come to my house, besides eating everything in the fridge, do you do anything else?" I look at him with an expressionless face and say, "Junhai bathes, plays, naps, and feeds you every day." "Who is protecting whom?" Yas was speechless and couldn't argue, then nervously reminded everyone, "Hurry up and eat. We have more places to visit." He replied, "Yes, master, you go ahead." Junhai and Yas follow behind together, walking through the crowd, thinking it was a joke, but it turned out she was serious with Yas. A black collar was tied around his neck. Yas helplessly said, "I can tolerate wearing the necklace, but I absolutely won't wear cheap stuff." She replied, "I know." They pass by 2 people playing a game. The brown-haired guy with a toy gun laments, "It's no use," while the orange-haired one beside him laughs happily and says, "Get out of the way, let me play." Then he fired a shot, but the bullet ricocheted away. Both of them left sadly. The shop owner saw her and invited her to try, saying, "Student, give it a shot. Just hit 10 targets with the mana gun. This mana gun can fire 3 shots at once." Yas was ready to show his money bag. Junhai asked, "How much is it?" He is Mr. Choi, the owner. Hearing the big number of 1 million, she and IAS immediately withdrew. He said, "Let's go, let's go." She refused politely. "Hey, I'm leaving now. He and I are going out," he said in a coaxing tone. "What's wrong?" "The first prize is an elder elf ring worth 800 million. When others arrive, he runs out again and acts surprised. Oh my god, 2 hunters have already passed. The prize also includes a jar of corn poison worth 3 million. The other person hesitated and asked, "Is this not a scam?" The boss Choi smiled and said, "Of course not, I don't cheat. We operate completely honestly." After those boastful words, his face appeared with a cunning look and smile. He secretly rejoiced, "No, I was the one who deceived them. This is a specially crafted memorial stone. Especially, the final tombstone was crafted from S-Rank monster bones, making it even more special." His eyes gradually lost their humanity as he silently thought that half a month ago, the most shots anyone could get were only 5. And even if he summoned the strongest demon here, he wouldn't be able to break them all. And then, despite Junahai's protest that June gave the money to Boss Choi as a joke, he accepted politely with both hands and replied, "Yes, sir." He felt bitter inside, thinking that this was a waste of money again, telling him to save money and only feed him dog food, but now he's out partying like this. He cut Junhee's hair in anger and then said, "You really enjoy life, huh?" "It's so frustrating," she nervously spoke up. "Isn't that too expensive?" Do-Run pretended not to hear anything and fired a shot. Then the bullet disappeared on the blue plaque. Yas, feeling annoyed, spoke speechlessly, "Master, what are you shooting at?" Do-Run remains calm as Mr. Choi approaches to pretend to comfort him. "Oh my, you didn't hit any of them. Well, I'll give you a teddy bear. Wait here, I'll pick a pretty one for you." Then he goes inside to look. He wondered where he had left the teddy bear. Then suddenly his face froze in shock. All the tombstones behind him are shattered. Mr. Choi exclaimed in confusion, "What's going on with these?" Do-Run smiled kindly and said, "My boss, my son doesn't need a teddy bear's head." Mr. Choi's face suddenly turned pale. He was worried. "Wait, according to the script, what is the prize for this?" He stood silently in the room, confused, thinking I only paid half of the money borrowed to buy the Elder Elf's ring. Forget about eating. With trembling steps, he approached him and spoke, startling him. So, can I skillfully lower the bid for the ring? Hearing this, Mr. Choi's eyes sparkled with joy, almost shedding tears of emotion. He exclaimed, Really then? Du trembled as he handed the ring to Junhai. She happily put it on and asked, Do I really get to keep this? He calmly replied, Just say thank you. Junhai gratefully exclaimed, Thank you, Dad. Yeah. Zoe hands out in helplessness. He mutters, Let me have it too. Then, the three of them continued on, while Mr. Choi and the brown-haired guy from earlier stood silently watching. He's Jung-in, still obsessed with the game, and he told him, Hey, let me try again. Maybe I won't get the ring this time. He coldly replied, We are closed now. Hearing that, his face showed a look of confusion. Mr. Choi said again, Go ahead. If that guy comes back again, I'll quit business. Then he handed him a pink teddy bear and said, Take this and play with it. Jung-in reluctantly agreed. He asked if there were other colors available.
At this moment, Junhee was still admiring the ring on his finger. They arrived at an auditorium where a large crowd was listening to a speaker on stage.
As you all know, the cracks appeared 10 years ago, and what you see here. Yas speaks up. Dad, this is like a history museum. Do you want to go see it? Yoon asked why. Junhai smiled brightly and explained. It's about hunters, so if you listen, maybe you'll recover your memory, right? Suddenly, she asked a question that made him freeze. Has your father's memory still not fully returned until now? Then Dune placed his hand on his head and pretended to say, still nothing. Dad is too focused on work. While the three of them listened to the lecture, he said, And I'm the only one doing household chores like cleaning, laundry, cooking, and managing expenses. Down said that Dad is really reassured because you're here. Hearing that, IAS immediately turned and straightforwardly said, I thought Junhai was a local, so you're actually helping out. That remark made him feel uncomfortable. So Y's head then puffed up and said, Maybe that's punishment for speaking carelessly. In the large auditorium, the host exclaimed, Now, the first question. The first gap in our country is at Jeomjeong Mountain in Busan. A trembling voice rang out below. I know the answer. The host concludes that the first break is completely correct. Please accept this gift. Junhai exclaims, Lucky us. Yas tilted his head down and asked her, Do you want to go eat something? It's so boring here. She replied, Okay, wait a moment, all right? The program's voice still echoes as a gap appears in an apartment in Busan 3 years ago, because it's a fairly famous story. Junhai turned to Do Jun. It seems they are talking about masalas. There is a large box on stage with a giant claw inside. The host said a level 5 monster appeared, causing 857 deaths and 1,494 injuries. You can see its claw here. Junhai glared at Yas and asked Long Long if he ever did such things. He casually replied, No, only fools do that. Just keep looking. Maybe things are like that now, but suddenly Yas became gloomy, with tears welling up in his eyes. He said sadly, I miss home so much I want to go back. Then Jun teased him. Oh, you miss it so much you even leave Junhai's braised ribs behind? He was made to feel down but didn't say that much. And being with Junhai was pretty fun too. Junhai was happy to hear that and replied, I also like being with Long Long. He gently said, That's right, let's go see other places. Do Run pointed to the right and said, There seems to be an event over there. Shall we go check it out? He raised both hands, ready to speak, let's go, and the three of them headed in that direction. In front of them, a lively crowd looked on as Run looked up and wondered, That's Misa, Donghyun, and Dongho talking. I wonder where I met them before, right? Junhai, seeing this, excitedly exclaimed, Majigun's people at this moment, he finally realized. Majai asked her, Why do you want to take a picture with them? She replied, Yes. She nodded gently and said, Go ahead, it's just for today. Immediately after, she dashed away like a lightning bolt, but didn't forget to say thank you, Dad. Junhai nervously asked Dong Hyun, Can I take a picture with you? He friendly agreed, and then turned back to call his teammates. Of course. Mia, come back here. Then Hai turned to the urge to run. Dad, hurry up and take a picture with us. He shyly agrees. Okay. His face is full of thought, quietly wondering if they might thank him again. Should I take the photo now? I'm extremely dissatisfied. But then you still came to take the photo together. 6 people standing close, someone shouting. Kimchi finished. Junhai politely said to them, Thank you very much. Mia happily waved and said, Bye. Donghun said, No, we are also very grateful that you are interested in Mai. She responded warmly, I am a big fan. Run stood there watching and judging. Come on, that poor guy isn't the kind of person like that. So then he asked her, Do you still want to go somewhere else, Runhai? Do you still want to eat something and rest for a bit? He watched their backs as they left. Iza excitedly shouted, Gonbin Baozi, Gonbin is over there. And he said, If you keep talking, I'll hit on you. Seeing Donghyun staring intently at them, Mi asked curiously, Is something wrong? Then he hesitated for a moment before speaking, and right after, Donghyun ran after him. She hurriedly called out, Hey, where are you going? He exclaimed, Wait, and made Down and Junhai turn back. Down's voice was cold and firm. What can I do to help you? Donghyun's face was very serious. He asked, Are you Kim Hyun-yu? Hearing that, Dongho widened his eyes and exclaimed, Kim Hyun-yu, he is Kim Hyun-yu. Mi was stunned. Junhai was also surprised. Recalling the business card from earlier, she thought to herself, Kim Hee and you. Yas leaned in and whispered, I don't have time for this, Junhee. There's a restaurant downstairs. Immediately, Junhai covered his mouth with her hand to remind him, Shh, be quiet. She turned to ask him, Is something wrong, Dad? He calmly replied, I'm not sure. And then, Do-run spoke up. Sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. I am not Kim Hyun-yu. That left Dong-hyun stunned. He gently bowed his head with a look of slight disappointment and said, I'm sorry, maybe I was mistaken. Since Jun happily turned around, he replied, No problem. Now Junhai politely bowed for the last time. Behind them, Mi-jia exclaimed, You said he is Kim Hee-un-oo. Dong-ho said, He said he's not. She said it was because he didn't want to reveal his identity that he wore that mask. You idiot. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind, causing Dong-hyun to turn around. Can you take a photo with my kids? He sighed softly and smiled, saying yes, then they took pictures together with the two children. Dong-hyun watched their figures fade away, silently thinking we will meet again for sure. If fate allows, their conversation echoes on TV. Mom, isn't Donggu your son? Son-in-law. Jung, what do you mean by that? Junhai immediately looked on in surprise. God, I'm trembling as I approach, with my father's stern voice asking, Where did you pick up this trash? Boo-hoo? Yas lifts her head high. I can't always walk on my own with this precious body of mine. His face is emotionless, pointing ahead, saying there's this guy at home and Junhai outside ignoring everything. As he finishes, he sees him clenching his fist. Junhai, is that your private car? Hyok ran away quickly. He was just caring for her and shielding her attentively. Junhai is watching a movie. We need to stay quiet. The character in the film is speaking. Son-in-law Jiang. Actually, Donggu is my son. Out here, he hurriedly gobbles his food. What? What do you mean? This is too cold. It doesn't taste good at all. Judging by Yas, it made her confused. Huh? It's delicious. The character's voice continues. Kimchi! Bring kimchi here! I will kill them all! Huh? Why is Dad wearing a suit? He was nervous and made an excuse. No, I just had to wear it for some work. Suddenly, an emergency news interruption appeared on the TV. A giant crack has now appeared in the Gumyeon Mountains. Junhee watches the affected film, tears in his eyes. What's going on? They've blocked my show. Yas remembers something. Master, if it's Mount Gumyeon, isn't it nearby? The question made him sigh in frustration. Yeah, it's really troublesome. She looked into the distance as Junhai and him moved back to the window, when suddenly her trembling phone rang loudly. He quietly turned around to answer. Yes, Senior. Yes, I will be there right away. Watching his figure fade into the distance, she grew worried. In another place, a strange red light was emanating from the enormous crack. Minji stands outside observing, her mind constantly pondering as the door doubles in size every half hour. Without hesitation, Minji quickly opens the system and the information makes her gasp. Numbers keep rising non-stop. The measurement index is rising continuously, already over 2,000. The crack wave index is 2,083. Please, the masala's level is only around 2,200. As if having a third eye, Min turned her head back and suddenly a whole crowd had appeared. Now, the most hunters gathered are only about 100 people, mostly level A and B. Jin Yu in the group is sweating. There are also S-level hunters. Senior Min Huk is lucky. Plus, including Hunter Kwak Ho, there are a total of 7 people. He observed the gathering crowd. But everyone's morale was severely low, all weighed down by the scale of the crack, even before the conquest began. An idea sparked, and Jin Yu spoke up. Right when the By Him Guild of Sword King Li Kong-hoon wasn't around, this terrifying crack appeared. But his face suddenly darkened. I have to give my bank account password to my mom first. That night, at a large base near Gumyeon Mountain, a father's voice asked from the computer, How's the situation? Min Hyuok immediately stepped forward and said, We have already deployed our forces and are currently waiting at the temporary strategic zone. The person on the line is Yang Qian. You know him well, right? This is a quite dangerous operation. We will evacuate the civilians and control the fissure. He kept urging us to prepare for the worst case scenario. I understand. I'll make it difficult for him. I'll consider this matter. The image of the crack appears in Yang Qian's words. This time, the Masala's gang can't help us. Your Icarus Guild plays a key role, so you must succeed, Yang Qian emphasized. Inside the crack, only you can serve as the commander-in-chief. Can you do it well? But all you get is silence from Min Huk outside, and a strange sound echoes. The city area has been warned. We are the monitoring unit controlling the fissure situation of the Hunter Management Bureau. Currently, after observation, we have issued a warning for the newly appeared crack, echoing throughout the space. If you hear this alert, please move to the nearest basement shelter. According to the authorities' instructions, the news has reached Min Hyu, and we will inform you again later. After a moment, he decided, I will do my best. All the conversations were heard by Min. She looks quite worried for him. Through the screen, Yang Qian emphasizes, the information I received indicates that this crack has been broken for over 2 hours. The accuracy of this information is 70%. His eyes furrow even more. If we can't stop this crack from breaking, the monsters will flood across soon. Yang Qian emphasized to Min Hux through the screen. There might be a disaster even more devastating than the Masalas incident. We must stop this crack no matter what, even if it costs us everything. Min Jin is hiding outside. Hearing what he said, I will send you the signal. Wait until then. In the end, he had no choice but to accept. Yes, I understand. She quickly pressed the card against the wall. Min Huang's eyes turned back home because of Jae Run. Dad will be gone for a while and then come back. Jun Hai looks serious afterward. Is your father going because of the news? As he steps forward, he reports, First, I have to go to the company to find out. The news broadcast suddenly announces the current wave index of the crack has exceeded 2,000. After the Masalas event with a score of 2,200, this crack's current score is the highest among all the cracks we've measured. IAS pointed to his chest and declared, The master won't go to the company, but will head straight to the crack, right? If I go there, I can handle everything quickly. I hesitantly suggest maybe I can't go. You startled me. Hey. He looked confused, touching his chin thoughtfully as he watched Yazdo shake his head in refusal. No, you shouldn't go there. It'll only make things worse. The boy walks alone to the door. Not to mention the hunter Lai Kang Kang Hai Unun is also there. I have to go to the city hall. You need to protect Jun Hai. Du Run turned his head and emphasized, I go straight home after work. If the house gets destroyed or Jun Hai gets hurt, he'll freeze for a moment, so you probably know what happens next, right? Leave the door. Du Run ordered, lock the door for me. He waved goodbye. Yes, sir. Yes, Jun Hai still feels attached. Be careful on your way, Dad. The streets are busy. You answer the phone, politely greeting Min. Yes, Hunter Han Min here. She bowed her head sadly. Manager, I want to ask you for a favor. But he hung up on me right away, in the abandoned headquarters along the corridor. I'm sure you already know about this. The S-Rank crack in Gumian has opened. Minji J hurriedly left first. If it explodes, all the monsters inside will rush out. There are only 2 hours left until then. She lowered her face and explained the plan. We plan to go inside to prevent it from exploding from the inside, June quietly added. Yes, more gently whispers to Minji in the hallway. Originally, these larger cracks above S level would be directed by Commander Lai Kang Hun. He listened silently. But right now, he is attacking the deepest part of another crack and won't return for about 3 weeks, moving forward with long strides. According to Director Dong Iche's orders, Senior Kang Min-huk has been authorized as the commander of this crack. Now it's midnight, and we have 11 combat teams, including 7 S-rank hunters. A hunter diagram appears through Min's words. The rest are A-rank hunters, and the lowest team members are B-rank hunters. She stands in the corridor. If we focus all our energy, we might be able to break through this rank crack. But Min's gaze into the void is different from the Masalas incident. I think many will die this time. She whispers sadly. Endo trembles. The person here asks you to inquire. Yes, go ahead. At this moment, Down remains silent, the streetlights illuminating everywhere. You sit on a bench in the park, your gaze distant. After a while, you suddenly stand up. Phew, feeling nervous, I took a step away from there. Who are you calling back? Do Run casually mentions the issue. Senior, I'm sorry, but I can't come there right now. Hai Uok-do is holding a stack of papers. I know I heard the manager say it. I hurriedly scheduled the appointment because I was nervous. I'll come right after I finish, standing by the printer. He nodded. Yeah, I'll see you again later. But my mind keeps thinking. We are the monitoring room. This is a real situation for all the responsible personnel. Finished with the job, he carefully put away his phone and looked up at the moon. You must have your reasons for hiding your abilities, but just this once, I need to ask for your help. Down, step forward and become our commander. Please protect my colleagues. At this moment, at the headquarters earlier, Min Hee-uk pressed himself against the wall, helplessly covering his face when a voice startled him even more. Senior Min Hee-uk! Min Jae, you were assigned as the commander-in-chief by the director, right? Knowing she already understands. Did Min Hee-uk ask? Did you hear her? Min boldly said, if Senior allows, I would like to nominate someone for the position of chief of staff. Her words really shocked him. Is there a space echoing Min-huk? Why are you trembling? Are you joking with me, Han Min? Min Jae nodded slightly, affirming, I am completely serious. Seeing that, he asked further, the other hunters probably believe this story. Her gaze was incredibly determined. No, they won't believe. So my senior and I have to coordinate our story. Min Ji kept saying this was an order from the director of the Ingcheon Bureau, but Min HUC immediately scolded her. Does she even know what she's talking about right now? Besides, how could he do this? Once Min reports the news, he will come right away. His face was panicked. No, what's going on today? She has made up her mind. Forget Min Hee-wok resisting. What's done is done. A voice rang out. Hello. The third member left him stunned. Huh, he's really coming over. He smiled softly. Yes. Min-huk quickly ran over, thanking him for taking the time to meet with me. Manager. He suddenly straightened up seriously, but I want to ask one thing, with a look full of evaluation. Are you really here to become the commander-in-chief? Seeing that, he pointed behind him and said if not needed, he would return to the city hall. Min-huk's question was immediately shouted down by Min. Senior? Her expression startled him. Does she really dare to get so close to my face? Come back to Min. When we enter the crack, she will inform us according to the director's instructions. So now we will go in. Min Jae continued. We must get into the crack before the monsters burst out. We will go in around 1:30. A sound makes all three cautious. Who is that? Jin Yu stepped in from outside. This area is off limits to civilians. Min Jae immediately introduces himself to him. He is Lie Down, the manager of the Fisher at Seisun City Hall. He will command this battle, which surprises Jin Yu. Huh? After a moment, he trembles outside the door. Jin Yu shouted, Are you kidding me right now? His voice made you reflect. If even an S-rank hunter can't lead anymore, then all of us will die. But Min insists that this is the director's order. The more he argues, the more he screams. Has the director gone crazy? The other hunters won't agree either. Their spirits are already low. In the room, Mien Hayuok slams the table, and he's not wrong. I really want to know too. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Why did he give this order? She could only stay silent and let it pass. Then suddenly she trembled and fell forward. Hunter. Han Min, I need to go prepare for a while. It confuses Meanie. Huh? Leaving the headquarters, he said, Just ask for my opinion. I'll be in right away. His trembling actions left all three stunned. Huh? Doing whatever you want on your own? Really? Mien Hayu looks annoyed. Damn it. I returned to the giant crack. Du Run stood outside for a moment, then decided to check inside the crack. As he finished speaking, he charged straight into a blazing red sky with floating rocks stretching through space as he advanced. He jumps over the head of the demon and stands on top of the mountain for them to find. Du Run takes out his phone. There are quite a few S-rank monsters from the fissure, huh? But they might not all be S-rank monsters. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Huh? I observed a monster carefully because I was trembling. And the gunpowder explosion hit its eye because of fear. Isn't it just an ordinary monster? You immediately threw a stone at its head. It looked so stupid it got hit and the explosive shell exploded painfully. Uh-huh. It looked back and saw Du run. Oh, it realized it was caught. The gunpowder explosion immediately clings to the mountain. It hurriedly climbed up to settle the score with you. Hey, you can't climb up. You idiot. Suddenly, the gunpowder explosion makes him gape in shock. Hu Down was quite surprised a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Luckily, you quickly jumped away. When the smoke clears, there's a hole in the ground from the explosion. Other hunters might be in danger because of this. You quickly turn your head and dash away. I need to get out of here. Since I ran straight over the giant goblin's head, I'll go somewhere else. Suddenly, a stick struck him. He narrowly escaped danger. The attack from the giant monster, it pursed its lips and turned away from the sword. But I ran fast and escaped due to the tremor. As expected, only these monsters are not in the encyclopedia. If it's inside, it will definitely be very dangerous. You ran for a while, stomping the ground, your trembling eyes wide open in surprise. What now? A pink light appeared behind the cliff, followed by an explosion. Luckily, I held steady, hiding my smirk. As expected, S-rank enemies are pretty tough.
That night, at the large building, Director Yang Che of the Hunter Management Bureau was puzzled. What's going on?
Is there a problem? Minhwan shook his head lightly. No, that's not it. He's getting straight to the point.
Not long ago, the fluctuation index of the crack was gradually decreasing, so the rupture was extended by another 15 minutes. What did he say when questioned about that?
Minhwan honestly admits there are two possibilities. The image of the crack and the monsters is present. First, the crack will destroy itself, or the number of monsters inside the crack is decreasing. He emphasized this point, but if it's the first possibility, it will cause all the crack's fluctuation indicators to drop sharply. Yang Qian understood the issue. I see. He suggested proceeding with the planned attack, but Minhwan was confused. But currently the commander-in-chief. Seeing that, Yang Qian asked, What's going on? But he shook his head and said, Nothing. Then, according to your orders, we will commence the attack in 30 minutes.
Later in the room, are we going to fight in 30 minutes?
Min Jae nodded. Yes, because of Jun's absence, Mien Haiwak was angry. But where did Rai Down end up after all? He's been gone for an hour. Complaining made Min angry. The reason for trembling is to get a real sense of the situation. Maybe he's already run away. She exploded. The manager isn't that kind of person. If that had been the case from the start, he wouldn't have come here at all, Minhu would complain. Why are you always shouting at me? He pointed directly at Min D. And then, how did you find out about that? Are you very close to him? Mien Hayu shouted. No. From the very beginning, the fact that you called him here was a surprise because of your trembling presence. Thank you for caring about me, but I'm not running away. From your voice, he sounds intimidating, but I don't feel his presence behind me at all. Mien Hai Ok stands to the side, trembling as she hands over the document. Miss Min, since there's not much time, I can't print many of these. Please, give this to the team leaders. She nodded. Yes. He cowers in the corner, his lips trembling. I, Kang Min Huk, have been a professional hunter for 8 years. Ranked 7th, Mien Hai Ugg is dazed and unable to sense him standing behind her. Am I too nervous? No, that can't be. He shyly looked at Du, trembling. Who the hell is this guy anyway? You're wondering over here. When are we going into the crack? Min Jae reports the situation. In about 30 minutes, an offer will be made. I'll keep it simple. Please gather everyone for me. Is that supposed to surprise her? A moment later, Down stood among the crowd. Junion wondered. I heard he's the commander-in-chief. Another person muttered. Yang Ho replied, "So they're telling us to go die?" Jun Yang continued to complain. "That's the director's order." Damn it, that old man with the beard. They suddenly shouted loudly, "Don't annoy us anymore. Call Hunter, me, and Hyuk here to surprise Min. He will speak simply, so please, everyone focus for me. Be quiet and listen, because of the trembling. What else can I say in this situation? Where did Hunter, Min, Hyuk go? No need to beat around the bush. Just speak up." Everyone's voices trembled with fear, causing panic among them. I straightened up and with a cold voice said, "I will start summarizing the tension caused by the fear that startled Minhee." Min Hyuk opened his mouth in surprise, unable to believe that Waiho had been controlled and that his own defensive skills had been activated by him. Seeing everything was fine, he spoke up, thanking everyone for their attention. Trembling, he looked back and said, "Please give these printed copies to each team leader." Min nodded immediately. Yes, she hurriedly handed out the printed copies. What I gave everyone was the interior map of the fissure. "What are you all so scared of?" Still trembling, I carried my bag on my shoulder and continued. I divided the combat area into 9 sections. In order from A1, A2, and finally A9, he clearly states the attack sequence. Yang Ho interjected, "I have a question." He politely nods. "Yes, go ahead, he's not a problem." "Is there any proof that this is a map of this crack?" he asked softly. "If I say I've been there, no one would believe me, right? Does anyone have any other questions?" "Ignore me." Yee is just shocked. Me and Hai Wok points out the mistake. Manager Lai is trembling. "You have to answer correctly." He bowed his head, emphasizing his tone. "Whether you believe it or not depends on us." Me and Hai Wok walks around, and I am also very curious about his true identity, but he refuses to reveal it. I'll tell you about that later if I get the chance. Let's forget the past. You look up. The officials of the Rift Management Bureau can use an app called the Rift Management System. His face trembled but remained quite calm. This app can find information on registered cracks. Of course, the information about the S-grade Goose and Mountain crack is in the tablet I'm holding. "You're just making things up." He was furious. "Do you think we would believe that?" You happily nodded. "Yes." Down's attitude makes Min Hyuk angry. "Don't joke around. We're risking our lives to complete this mission." Now everyone looks at you with anger. Knowing all their thoughts, you confide. "I understand. It seems everyone is very confused. This is the most difficult crack after the Masalas incident." His hand trembles as he puts it into his pocket. "It's strange that an ordinary government official holds the position of commander-in-chief. And here he is presenting a summary of just a few pages of this crack map, pulling out some papers. Anyway, this map hasn't been verified clearly. Just entrusting everyone's lives to me is already unfair to everyone." Down spoke up, "But no one here can guarantee success in this battle. No one. And to make things worse, some people quickly concluded that we would all lose our lives." Min Jae here seems quite thoughtful. After a moment, Do suddenly falls silent. He looked up at the crack in the wall. "But as long as everyone trusts me, I can help us win this battle." Another tremor occurs. Here we go again, standing among everyone. "I declare that as long as you trust me, I will take responsibility for everyone's safety." Turning back to the previous crack, everyone is now present. Jin Yu, holding the paper in shock, realizes this is real, from the terrain to the monsters inside. Over here, Min Hyuk's headset sounds, and Team A, consisting of Teams 1 and 5, is operating in Area A7. Min Hyuk's earpiece also confirms that Team B, consisting of Teams 6 and 10, will be responsible for Area A9. Standing among everyone, Down commanded, "I want Team 11 responsible for essential supplies to follow and pursue. If anything happens, report to me immediately." After a while, he led Team A to start. Jin Yu led Team B to start. Full of enthusiasm, Min Hyuk looked at Min, then suddenly froze and observed. Seeing him stand still, a member signaled, "Team leader, aren't you going?" Everyone is waiting. I hear Min's voice in my ear saying, "Senior, that's her voice. Thank you. I'll treat you to a game when I get back." Moving deeper into the crack, Min Hyuk swings his staff down at the monster, causing it to freeze in shock. Crazy guy. Is he planning a surprise attack? Did you accidentally take the wrong medicine to atone? Now the news is updating. Team A has already started fighting. Jin Yu is no surprise. Did Kang Min Hyuk just arrive? He's determined to the end. We can't lose. Team B leads their squad, all rushing forward to send them to meet hell, standing above and sighing with trembling breaths. It would be great if I had done it earlier. Elsewhere, Yang Qian was stunned, wondering who was really leading them. The fierce battle rages on. Min Hyuk attacks. Everyone fights passionately, charging forward to die. He clenches his fist, his power exploding wildly. At this moment, the situation is quite chaotic. Mien Hee Wuk Tung quickly strikes with a slash and shouts, "Die for me!" His destructive power makes Wai Ung Ho quite impressed. Indeed, he is Kang Min Hyu. After a while, he lightly spat out some saliva. "Oh, I'm so tired. It seems everything has been taken care of." Both of them left victorious, switched to A and clear Area A7. June has received the news. Everyone has worked hard. Let's return to Area A8. They nodded and followed. Yes, we're on our way. Yang Ho looked at Min Hyuk and thought that if he were the director, he would make him the commander-in-chief right away. That old man doesn't understand the situation here, but he was reminded by him. Stop joking and focus on the battle. He just clenched his teeth and sighed. Oh my god, Such inhumanity. Actually, Minhuk was secretly happy, thinking, "Senior, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I get back." The voice of fear rang out, and below the cannon exploded. "Everyone stop. I will tell you the next points to watch out for." He points to the black goblin down there. It will explode a bomb to attack us. Even if we wear armor, being close enough could still be deadly. Everyone must remember this. Jin Yu pondered, the largest goblin. After finishing, he turned around and walked away. Luckily, it didn't attack first. As long as everyone pays attention to this point, nothing will happen. Let's continue our journey. Because of nervousness, leading the long group to the bright line, he signaled, "This is a lightning trap. If stepped on, you will die immediately. Please be careful." Yang Ho still doubts. Is this really a trap? No one has stepped on it yet, so how would they know? Just throw a stone to understand the idea. No need to actually step on it. With the devastating explosion in front of them, two of the group exchanged glances. This trap would surely kill them. Would even S-Rank be dead? He is now also holding back, so you can continue. But the biggest problem is not the exploding goblin or the lightning trap. Yang Ho pondered. So not far from there, a shadow flickered in front. The lightning trap goblin appears. That one-eyed monster immediately recognizes it. It's an S-Rank. I hope everyone can kill it with just one hit. He carries hope. Its attack power is strong, but its movement is slow. It's worth a try. Worth trying? That's what will happen if we fight well. With that, Du looked around and asked, "Does anyone have a skill to hinder?" A young man appears. "I don't have any special skills, but I do have a steel mesh gun." The steel wire gun box opens wide. "Shoot this sticky net. It can hinder its movement. I'm just giving you instructions. That's all I need you to do." "How many do you have?" The young man replied. "I have 6, nodding in agreement. "That's enough. Look ahead." So, Lin's back, covered by the lightning trap, is obscured by the tremor. Let's start hunting. In the vast crack in space, me and Haiwok and Yang Ho hide behind the front-facing rocks assigned to the team. Meanwhile, Jin Yu has already prepared a defense. Next to and behind, Team B is also assigned the sniper team. The sharpshooters will block this giant's line of sight and eliminate the monsters approaching because of the noise. Confirm that the plan to conquer the lightning trap goblin drawn at 3 o'clock is surrounded by lightning traps, so we must maintain defense. The primary target is the explosive goblin approaching the frontline hunters. Confirmed. Standing at the remaining position, you finally declared that I will personally command the members of Team 11 except for you holding the steel net gun. So let's get started. The command has me and Hayuk assist Goplin to set up the lightning trap, which quickly detects it swinging a stick and hitting the people on this side. The sniper pulls the trigger and the bullet hits Goplin, as if on cue. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his sword, continuing to press it back. A dozen strikes cut through its body. Then he kept throwing punches non-stop, causing Goplin to stare in pain. Yang Ho's gaze made Yi Young Ho fear. "Alright, am I being too arrogant?" I slapped him away and pushed him aside. Yang Ho is terrified, clinging to the cliff face. "Damn it, how can we catch this monster?" The blue nets are cast out, all grabbing onto its legs. Min Hee-ok is quite surprised. "Good, we've caught its leg." He gritted his teeth, thinking for a moment, then charged straight ahead to trigger the lightning trap. Min Hyuk takes a prime position and raises his sword, aiming at it. If we break its line of sight, we can win. What's the move? Suddenly, a goblin trap swings its hand to catch him. But Minji rushes in. We just need to focus on the target. She slides her sword across Goplin's lightning trap hand. On this side, Min Hyuk smiles softly. Who taught whom? With a single slash, its eye was already damaged. The scream from the lightning trap makes Wai-young turn pale. What's going on? The Gatling cannons fire and rush forward, all destroyed by gunfire. Damn it, the monsters are coming closer and closer. The lead complains that we can't defend any longer. Then signals Team 11. An array of advanced equipment is here. All supplies are exhausted, no more holding back. Fire everything. The gunfire hit its target, and a chaotic attack erupted with desperate screams. After a while, the shouting also ceased. Me and Hayu and the old man with the lucky face are now exposed with scratches. He breathes heavily. No one has died. Can we really complete the mission? From afar, the trembling voice echoed. Everyone, just a little more effort. The mission is almost complete. He calmly approaches. Just one more to eliminate, and this crack will be gone. A tall, pointed axe gleamed as everyone froze and watched, a masked young man trembling. This was always going to be impossible for us to clear this crack from the start. Standing coldly with the shiver, that was Mananuk. It opened its eyes wide, its gaze directly targeting the entire group. A notification sounds. Choose the first person to challenge Titan Mananuk. Only 5 people are allowed to enter the boss area, leaving Jin Yu and Yang Ho stunned and unable to believe it. One member falls, and the others will be forcibly removed from the fissure. The information emphasizes that if the attack fails or cannot defeat Mananuk within an hour, the result is clear. The hunter will be forcibly removed from the fissure by Mananuk's army. The guy earlier widened his eyes. It's over now. 5 people or 100 can't beat this thing. He kicked his sword to the ground. Min Hyuk's listed. Right now, all S-rank hunters, including me, Lingu Kwakoho, Han Minji, and the last one, Dune, are approaching. You look over at Jingu Kwakho, Han Min preparing to attack. Minji J nodded eagerly, curious about the method June used. Lee down, do you have a plan? Standing by the cliff, you look towards the entrance inside this yellow line. All 5 people were ready. The challenge team had been chosen, the others disappeared, and the remaining ones would be forcibly removed from the crack. Jin Yu was quite surprised, clenched his fist and said, "Our goal is to buy time. Everything else depends on your management." He pretended to be calm and asked, "Do you think so too?" "I have no regrets about living a life dedicated to the end. I also believe we will win. And then we must go eat gookbap and have a few drinks." So Yang Ho smiled weakly. Why did that previous officer have to suffer so much? After all, you're not even a hunter. You start to speak up. No matter how I think about it, I still can't find a way. My face is cold and trembling. For the 5 of you to defeat this big guy without me, your attitude worries Min Hyuk. Could it be that he's hiding his power? Mananuk has moved closer. So now we have to face him? The alert is clear. Titan Mananuk has broken free from the seal. Jin swallowed hard and started crying. Tears streaming down his face, saying goodbye to his bright life. System updating. You have been affected by Mananuk's power. Suddenly, you become immobilized. Manhwa is in shock. The system keeps notifying that you cannot use skills. Yang Ho gritted his teeth and screamed, clearly a scam, but with this immobilization, what can he do? On this side, Mananuk's weapons are descending. The sharp spear tip pressed close to everything. Minji closed her eyes and waited. A vast empty space appeared for a long time. She tremblingly opened her eyes to look. Because of her trembling hands, she couldn't save them. Manager, the scene that had surprised Mananuk hasn't stopped yet. Do Run crushed the blade's tongue and threw it far away. Mananuk was completely stunned. Its power was broken. Everyone has regained their movement and restored their ability to use their skills. Mian Hyuk looked at him in confusion. How is that possible? Trembling, he looked back and stared intently at his shoulder. Do Run loudly asked, "Are you filming? Delete it." Min runs back and says, "This is the only time." Hunter Han Min finishes speaking, down stomps the ground. "Your cousin is radiating power now." As he raises his hand high, a stream of purple energy flows into the air. Mananuk was startled, and he and Jin Yu both gasped. Min stood frozen like a statue while he was overwhelmed with amazement. How could this be? Next, he swings his hand forward and slices Manu into 2 pieces. It screams wildly before finally collapsing into a pool of blood. Everyone stood there in amazement. You have successfully conquered the crack. Minji was also stunned. The crack has been destroyed and the challengers will be taken out of the crack. She clearly remembers. What does manager Yang Ho suspect? Did he leave alone? Jin Yu followed along. Probably so. No hesitation. Mian Hyuk closed her eyes and said, "Just clean this place up and we can go back." He looked at the 3 of them and said, "Hurry up, we still have a lot of reports to make." The lively chatter continued. After work, Min and the others went out for a drink, but Min politely refused, saying she had plans already, leaving both of them feeling disappointed. Only Min Hyuk was delighted. What a pity. That evening in the city. Yeah, Junhee, Dad, has finished work. Do you want to eat anything? He smiled and suggested pizza, but was reminded by Do Run. Just be quiet for a moment. Long. News is spreading loudly on the streets. Recently, the government lifted the state of emergency. People are returning to their daily routines. Do you enjoy watching kimchi? It's delicious. Do we still have canned fish at home? The sky is already quite late. Okay, I'll be home soon. Where the building is trembling. Long time to eat. Yas kept wagging his tail, eyes shining as he looked at To while eating. Chuchuamoa, this is so delicious. Y gently bites a piece of meat. Junhai's rice has always been the best, no matter what. Junhai looks sad, not knowing when Dad will come home. Lisa's suggestion annoyed Junhai. Maybe today the owner won't come home. You finish this whole plate. The waitress lifts the bowl of food. No way, Long already ate his part. Just ignore how tightly he's holding on. I'm just joking, and you don't need to worry. The owner is unbeatable. She narrows her eyes slightly. Really? Yaz looked confused. Of course, you saw it too. Are you crazy? No, he reached out with his hand, showing just how terrifying the strength of his master really is. Junhai's face was already cheerful. I know, there's still plenty of spicy braised chicken. Go ahead and eat more. So, Y took over the whole bowl. Really, sis? You better not break your promise. Suddenly, a slight shake. She was stunned. What was that just now? He was holding Tuthanfian and almost lost his meal. Breaking news update. A dragon has appeared in Bang B Ward, XO District. This is a type of dragon similar to the Masala's dragon that appeared in Busan 3 years ago. Another earthquake struck, and the spicy chicken soup splattered everywhere, ending up all over him. Yas trembles with anger. His fist clenched tightly around the spicy chicken stew. Damn it, even lightning avoids a meal and then breaks down the door to go out. You bastard, get lost and forget about calling Junhai back. Long, where are you going? Seeing the situation, she chased after you. Why do all these incidents happen when my father is away? He is currently in Cassie City. He glanced around cautiously, catching the attention of Chiansu and Hugh. The Meza Guild has arrived at the scene, and he was quite surprised. They're here so quickly. From now on, the Meza Guild will cordon off the scene and handle everything. What about Jong Ho? Is it similar to Masala's? The police are reporting. Yes, right now, Mi Jia-dong and the Dong Hyun group are confused. What are you planning to do? She decisively destroys it. What else is there to do? Having faced it, I believe this will be resolved easily. Hai Uksu runs over to the hunter Me. He's too big for this side. Why are you suddenly so eager? Do you know how many civilians live around this area? Thinking about it, he nodded. Hunter Han Dong Hai Hun was right. Hai Uksu smiled softly. I understand your feelings, but attacking now is a bit... Cassie approaches from afar, shocking everyone. Is Hai Uksu noticing something else over there? Up high, two huge words appeared, and from somewhere Yas angrily rushed down, his body growing larger as he aimed straight at it. A few seconds face to face, C surprised Dong Hyun by revealing there was another dragon. Chiansu immediately recognized it. Hi Uksu, I think I've seen that new dragon somewhere before. The manager shouldn't be acting like that. Over here Yas realizes, wait, isn't that the same creature downraised? The words you once said come flooding back. This will be my helper pet from now on. I have tamed it. Now, he grabs the caster and pushes it into the water gap. What's going on? Suddenly a foot stomps the ground. Junhai is here. Long. Hai Uksu immediately recognized Junhai. She crouched and looked into the crack. Casey frowned. It shows its attitude openly. How dare you? Who are you? A deep voice boomed. It's me. C recognized me right away. This voice isn't the one in front of it, but rather him burning with anger. Lord Isayas emphasizes that you have committed 2 serious crimes, causing Cassie to tremble. 2 serious crimes? He continued. First, I punch it away. Why did you dare to leave the nest without my permission? Then AS waved his hand to call him over. Casey hurriedly knelt on the ground. Do you know what spicy stewed chicken is? It spoke in a fearful tone. I don't know, sir. He crossed his arms and emphasized. Of course you don't know. That's your second major crime. What do you mean by knocking Cassie over with 1 punch? Looking at him, Yas was annoyed. You're definitely going to die today. Suddenly, Junhee's voice echoed. Long, you've made it inside. Long. He's looking so discouraged. Why did I come here? Junhai pointed and scolded. Of course he followed to prevent you from causing trouble. What else would he do? He quickly interrupted, but if the boss finds out you came all this way, you're dead for sure. Seeing Issa like that, Sarah was furious. An ordinary human daring to speak impudently to Lord Yas. Luckily, he shut her up in time. What are you planning to do to my master's family? C's status is surprised. Family and master. Yas looks at Junhai. This is the owner's daughter, the one who made the spicy chicken stew for me. How dare you threaten her? I'll kill you right now. He's still clenching his fists. Lately, you've been quite rude. Come here quickly. I'll only hit you 5 times. So you'll stammer through all 5. After a while, Yas sat on the caster. Come on. Pay attention to your posture. If it's trembling, whispering, Lord Iza, how long do I have to keep doing this? But he ignored her completely. Junhai felt a wave of relief. Long, it looks so pitiful. Let's stop and go home. But he's different. He needs to taste a bit of the bitterness of society to grow up. The next words will make IAS happy. I'll make some spicy braised chicken for you, so let's go home. In an instant, the giant form disappeared. He shrank down. You're lucky this time. In the future, if you leave the nest without permission, don't blame me for being careless. Seer trembles with determination. Yes, sir. Your words will be etched in my heart. Standing outside, I look at him with affection. He looks so pitiful. You can stop now. Junhai looked around. Maybe you also had nowhere else to go, so you came here, right? She gently suggested that you could go to her house, but you should ask your father first. But Yas disapproved and objected. I oppose this. Our family isn't an orphanage. Just forget about him. Junhai thinks C will be as gentle as Long too. She is overjoyed. Yes, sir. C quickly shrinks in size. Its size makes her adore it even more. All right. Oh, wow. You look so gentle and adorable, Junhai said with a bright smile. For now, just follow me home. But if your father objects, I won't have any other choice. Do you understand? Her treatment moves Seer, the owner's daughter, truly is an angel in appearance. Donghyun's group was stopped. So why aren't we allowed to go in there? I clearly saw you guys bring a civilian inside just now. Hunter Do X Do explains with a smile. Your priority now is to protect this place. His face looks really displeased, so stop saying confusing things. Suddenly, Mi opens her eyes wide from within the crack. Junhai steps out. The student from earlier has come out. He was delighted. Junhai. Dong Hai Hun is surprised. What's going on? How could she have gotten out of there? Hookshu hurried over. Are you hurt anywhere? He looked at her in surprise. She used her body, her flesh and bones, to go inside. How could she come out unscathed and completely safe like this? Junhai gently touches her face. Yes. He muttered to himself. Luckily, Hai Ukshu is still lost in thought. Anyway, it's really fortunate that she is safe and sound. Compared to that, there's something more important I need to check. Let's do it. He leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. I wonder what those kids mean by those dragons. Junhai softly smiles. In front are Kara and Yas. You already saw it last time. Why does Hai Ukdu look so confused, Run Hai? Does he really not know anything? I thought he knew, but was just pretending not to know. There's no way she could have come from there. No matter how you look at it, she looks the same. She wondered, is this one a dragon? Hai Uksu adjusts his glasses thoughtfully. It's just a pet, after all. A pet of lie-down staff from our department. He pulls your face roughly. Just look at how adorable they are. How could they possibly be dragons? Hai Ukdu calmly concludes. They're obviously dogs. Yas's face was distorted by him. Are you crazy? Junhai stomps his foot to remind him. Long Long, if you dare to speak disrespectfully to your father's colleagues, you won't get any more meals from me. He took a deep breath, and suddenly Mai remembered that if only they could clearly see the numbers on their foreheads. Luckily, Hai Ukshu intervened. Oh, right, Junhai. If you come home late, Jun will worry a lot. Junhai is hard to understand. Yes, he gestures with his hand. Please leave here quickly. His head explains that if these kids are discovered to be dragons, North Korea, let alone the whole world, would be thrown into chaos. Luckily, Junhai is smart. I thought everyone already knew. Huksu guessed that if they were exposed, it would be a disaster, and Do-run would face a lot of trouble, so she just acted to back out first. That's right, Dad is waiting for us. I have to go home now, but she still called me back. Wait a moment. M speaks up. These look like dragons no matter how you see them. Hai Ukshu argued fiercely. I told you they were dogs, but his words made her angry. How do you look like the dog? Quickly hug both of them. Run! Hai rushes off. May I leave now? Like me still calls him that way. Wait a moment. Dong-hun is deep in thought. The person Kim Hui-gu once faced in the dungeon was lie down. Does he really have two pets like that? He widened his eyes in thought, then scratched his head and moved on. I don't know anymore. Over there, me is questioning H. Ukshu. Hey, old man, you say that looks like a dog, but it's actually a cat. I'm trembling just thinking about going back to the apartment. Junhai reminds you not to bully your friends. But Ya still raised her voice. It's all because of you that my chicken bone soup got ruined. How can you blame me? Long Long, you should tidy up the house before Dad comes home. He clenched his fists. My sister is also planning to clean up. Junhai gently asked again. I can do it, right? She easily sweeps the floor with a feather duster, both working together quite smoothly. So happy. Suddenly, her phone rang loudly. Dad is calling? The line is shaky. Jun H, Dad is finishing work. Do you want to eat anything? Junhai quickly refused no dad. Dad, come home and eat kimchi soup. Keep asking. Is it okay to have kimchi soup? Do we still have a can of tuna? Suddenly, he interrupted. Sir, I want pizza, but I was trembling, so I ate butter. I didn't ask you. Keep asking. Is Dad almost home? The boy nodded. Yeah, we're almost there. Yas's tears keep flowing. Why does the master treat us differently? The call has ended. Down stands at the busy intersection, quickly believing. What about P? The news reports that in Bang B Ward, another dragon appeared and then disappeared into the crack. This concludes the news report. Make the dragon stop in its tracks. The screen shows images of it with him. A purple dragon and a red dragon enter the crack. This makes Down annoyed. Long Long, did you cause trouble again? Back home, Down walks in. Dad is already here. Junhai immediately ran out. Is Dad hurt anywhere? He gives a gentle smile. Dad is fine. Thank you for caring about Dad. Suddenly, Y rushes over and hugs his leg. The master has returned. You have worked hard. Master loves you. He immediately looked her over. Junhai was unharmed, but her face was trembling with scheming. Long Long. It's lucky that your lifespan has been extended a few more days, isn't it? Casey, standing behind, saw you freeze like this. Does this person really make Eos Long Emperor so stunned and terrified? The girl started to worry. If Yas calls this person the master, he must be a very great being. Casey hesitated, realizing that the ruler he had to bow to was this one. Junhai covered his mouth. All right, the little girl has bowed respectfully. Greetings, great ruler. I am the 9th dragon. My name is Sai, and I shyly beg you. Father, can we adopt this child? Junhai's expression leaves you stunned. He has to stay alone in a very bad place, which is very pitiful. Long Long being alone is also very sad. In the end, she agreed. She was so excited. Junhai just wants to be happy. You look at Sarah, right? Your name is Sarah, isn't it? The little girl bowed her head. Yes, ma'am. Do-Run chuckled softly, saying, those two names, may you live happily together in the future. Casey, full of gratitude, bowed and thanked the master. All right, I'll go take a shower first then. Even Junhai, are you preparing dinner too? Looks like today will be delicious. After a while, he grabbed her apron. Hey, sis, make Junhai look confused. Huh? What's wrong, Long Long? Yas looked sad. Why didn't you give him a nickname? Junhai Tai hurriedly grabbed the vegetables. Dad already said that name is good. She picked him up. Your name is also nice. Yeah, that's right. Long Long.
Yas sat down. No, your name is IAS.
Junhai nodded. I already know. Long Long, watch TV. I'll go prepare dinner. He looked down feeling hurt, then his face showed some annoyance. He looked at the newspaper-covered glass out of curiosity and then turned to look at Yas. You broke the balcony window, right? Ah, sorry, no pizza today. He looked exhausted. No. After a while, the lights went out. Junhai shouted, Good night, Dad. Do-Run smiled. Sleep well. Follow the instructions, Master. Good night, young master. Yas remains silent. He falls into sleep. Mi's pizza suddenly trembles and nudges his hand. Pizza. He slowly sat up. What's going on? There's a huge plate of pizza right in front of me. Iza rushed into her arms. Junhai, he's eating voraciously. You really are an angel. Dawn smiles softly in the room as her phone receives a message. The call 80 and message 281 came in. The news of the incident was published, the shadow of Run appeared briefly, and then the legendary official's whereabouts remained a mystery as the phone started to vibrate. The news has been updated. Last night, 2 dragons appeared in the Bang B ward. Casey and Yasin are angry. The emergency response agency's phone was turned off by June. Sitting at the table, Run High praised, "Dad is famous now." You sigh and say, "Luckily they didn't come all the way to my house." The warning voice echoes through the door. Go and see who it is. Don't open the door to see who it is. If they don't know you, just pretend you're not home. After a while, the doorbell rang. I think I've seen this person somewhere before. She remembered an acquaintance and was startled. Junhai quickly told him, "Dad, the head of the Hunter Management Bureau is coming to our house. It's Y-Chi. Inside House C." C, Yas loudly asks the owner if it's time to eat yet, and Run orders the 2 kids to hide in the room because an important guest is arriving. He gets annoyed by the little girl's actions. Keep acting like this and Tan will give you a few hits to remember. C's expression makes you laugh. Hands clasped in respect? It's been a long time since I last saw it. Yas envies the trembling gestures. What is this? Why isn't the master angry at Sir? I only broke the window and still didn't get to eat pizza. You two, go inside quickly. The little girl quickly hid herself. Yes, master. A pair of legs steps in. He bows his head respectfully. Hello there. I'm Lai Du Run, the manager. Du Run wondered how you knew my home address. Yang Qian bowed his head slightly to apologize. I know it's rude, but I used personal connections to find out about you. Without hesitation, Do Run turned around. It is indeed rude, but since you've come a long way here, please come in first. Junhai was quite surprised as a cup of red tea was brought out. He smiled at Junhai, coming by so suddenly and still being offered tea. Thank you, girl. I am also quite confused. No, not at all. If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared some dishes. Get to the point. What brings you here? Yang Qian stammered over that, but he also clearly stated his purpose. First of all, I want to thank you. Thanks to you, the hunters were able to survive and return. Your image leading the hunters is being recreated. I've watched the dashcam footage, and the more I watch, the more I marvel at what you've done, Yang Qian continued. If it weren't for your management here, you might have dropped the water glass out of nervousness. Director, you clasp your hands together. I'm about to leave for work. Can you get straight to the main point? Seeing that, he quickly grabs the documents. All right, I will get straight to the point. Here is a series of images for you. While reviewing the journey camera footage of the Mi Guild during the A-level dungeon visit, I discovered something. Is the man who saved the members of the Mi Guild this time Li Du-jun? So June is quite surprised. Have I been caught? She doesn't even bother to hide it. So is there a problem then? Minhwan searches for the documents. We're not here to accuse you of anything. Actually, he pulls out a contract, want to make you an offer. Do you want to become an official hunter? Minhwan is starting to recruit. If I were to become an official hunter but refuse outright because of my trembling, your decisiveness leaves the 2 of them stunned. Huh? They have to beg desperately. Just listen to the terms first before making a decision. But you remain determined. I am not someone who seeks wealth or fame. June Hai looked with a contemplative gaze as the director directly made this proposal. In the end, Dawn emphasized that those things are enough for him now. She could only stay silent and not intervene, trembling as she remembered the memories of someone who once reeked of blood while roaming across Central Continent like herself. Standing alone among the corpses, she had once been ambitious and lived fiercely, but when she could trample everything to reach the peak of fame. Du Run's gaze was full of contemplation. What remained within him was not money or fame, but emptiness itself. Those things made him resolute. Money and fame could never bring the peace he has now. Finally, Down declared, I don't care about money, but you still give Y-Che a chance, and if this director can show some sincerity, I will consider it. Down recalled Cheonsu and Hughes. Please allow the management of the Seiyun City Hall Fissure. We manage the B-grade Fissure. Is that okay? Your condition puts him in a difficult position. This is somewhat against the law. Seeing that, Dune remains resolute, so I have no choice but to accept. To achieve our goal, Yang Qian took a risk. If you can meet our conditions, I can grant you the management rights over the fissure as you requested. No matter what it takes, I will definitely meet that condition. With that, he frowned. Then, if you refuse the project I proposed, I won't become a hunter. Civil servants aren't allowed to take on multiple roles. Minhwan whispers, Director, the reason for the many cracks is most likely due to the central part. If you want to break through the central area, Down must be there. Lam Yangqian hesitated. I know that, right? But now is not the time for you to say that. As I was confused, Du Run spoke up. But if the director truly needs my power, every word you said made him as happy as if a festival was happening. I will agree, because the director is truly sincere. Yang Qian jumps up in excitement. I was just waiting for you to say that. His eyes lit up brightly. So, to avoid wasting time, shall we get straight to the discussion? At the management office. What? Are you serious? Huxu's eyes widened in surprise. The Mijia Guild has agreed to sign the contract with us? Turn around and declare. Yes. Thanks to that, we now have the right to manage the B-grade Fissure. It made him so happy he was jumping around. Today is the celebration, right? That's awesome. Chiansu speaks up right away. What kind of party are we having today, guys? Let's have beef too, boss. Of course. Tango 2 will be tuna. He hurriedly answered the phone. When is my dear do run coming? Hurry up and come. Let's go to the party now. But you're hesitating? Don looked up at the meeting room. I will come right after the meeting outside. Chiansu immediately added. So, we'll wait for you to arrive for the celebration, so hurry up and get there. From what Min Han overheard, it seems like the atmosphere in his heart is very lively. He smiled softly. Yes, all the members are very gentle and kind. He hurriedly led the way, trembling. Then let's go in now. The hunters we invited from abroad have already arrived at the airport. They will be here soon. Elsewhere, a man wearing sunglasses and chewing gum walks slowly through the busy airport. This is the country that the Sword Emperor protects. It's quite peaceful. Everyone walks around calmly and leisurely. As he spits the gum away, it seems like removing the top hunter position in the world is easier than he thought. He smirked, hoping you could hold on a little longer. The first hunter, Lai Kang-hyun, as soon as he takes off his sunglasses, here I am. What? Is there no Lee Kang-hyun? Only a bunch of useless guys here? His actions are judged immediately. Is he crazy? He's just laughing and waving. I thought Lai Kang-hun was here, so I was just joking around. Everyone doesn't need to panic so much. He froze in shock as he looked at the crazy guy. Jin Yu scratched his head in confusion. What did you say? Make Minhee and Minhai-uk stand up? Honestly speechless. Do you think something's wrong? I'll check the pocket now. Oh, it seems the translation device hasn't been turned on yet. He turned the device back on. Did everyone hear what I said? According to the device, Choki greets. Hello? I am Y Choki. Minhai-uk evaluated immediately. Already so rude upon first meeting. After glancing around, Chucky thought to himself that although no one was quite like Lai Kang-hyun, the others probably weren't too bad. Why does his attitude make Min uncomfortable? Why is he staring at me like that? Minhai-uk's suggestion really makes me want to fight right now. Chok keeps observing without stopping. Why is he laughing like that? Making him so flustered, how would I know about that? Suddenly, Truki ran and crashed into him. Who is this Macau suit guy? Just by looking, you can tell he's not an S-rank. He observed you for a long time. Wasn't the reason for calling someone here to fight? Why did the Korean government send such an official? Then they just sat silently beside him. They should have called someone who can fight a little. Tisk, I have to bear the burden again. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Yang Qian broke out in sweat. It seems everyone has finished greeting each other, so I will start the meeting now. Going back to the past, I assume everyone here already knows. A black hole in the forest. But I would like to briefly explain the current situation again. A group of people discovered a large hole in the sea mountain 10 years ago. In other words, Korea has established the central area, led by Kang-hyun. With the goal of conquering the central zone, Sun Lai Kang-hyun joined the BMOS Guild. He is incredibly strong. Let's go! A determined look on his face. Kang-hyun alone achieved a great feat. Over 3 years, he and his team fiercely entered the central area more than 20 times. However, he also feels exhausted, but each time they venture in, the difficulty and spatial dimensions change. So conquering the central zone remains impossible. During one of Kang-hyun's team's expeditions, they encountered a shocking ion worm malfunction. Below, there are countless monsters of all sizes, and he keeps complaining non-stop. Damn it, it's another space tide. Suddenly, a monster appeared from above. Everyone, be careful! Run Eon and Kang-hyun activate their battle modes. He charges forward and collides with it. He delivers a fatal blow, but in the end, the news reports that this central area is considered impossible to conquer, even after 100 years. Min's group in Australia fell silent, so True Key smiled. So the Bai Himote Guild has failed then? He continued. This time I want to gather everyone here, June, so please pay attention. You will be participating as reserve members in this battle. Mian Haiyu raises her hand to ask, how does this central area compare to Malanahu? Yang Qian gently bows his head and says, we have estimated figures and information that make them pale, but in reality, Malanu is just a mosquito. Min looked at him pleading, asking, so Lie Down will come with us, right? But the man interrupted. His participation hasn't been decided yet. That statement was like a cold splash of water on their faces. While they were uncomfortable here, I personally went all the way to Korea without anyone paying attention. So who is that guy in the suit not on this list that everyone seems to care about? Yang Qian will explain the details further after the Bios Guild returns. He was speaking when he was interrupted by him. Hold on. He points at Durun. Who is this guy? His attitude makes Min Chuck worried. If he keeps like that, trouble will happen. Yang Qian quickly wipes his face. Just call her manager Lie Down. This is the squad leader who accompanied the hunters in the previous S-level Fisher. He sees you as very arrogant. The commander? Is he the type of person with some kind of leadership skills? The kind of person who wears a suit and hides behind their words just giving orders. Thinking about it, when they get cocky, it's only a light blood strike that could break bones. If you dare to talk back, even I might kill your uncle without knowing it. His words made Min Hyuk angry. What did you just say? I'll stand up and face you. Oh, so you heard that? That's good then.
Maybe I should give him a warning too. He presses his face close, trembling.
I've seen many weak commanders who act arrogant just because they're in charge. even cheating behind their teammates' backs, pointing to their own foreheads. If I were you, I'd better disappear before I get a hole in my head. Despite Chalky trembling, he still smiled and stood up to straighten his tie. He was annoyed but still dared to smile as he calmly mocked you. It seems you only know how to talk big. That has provoked Chalky's anger. That arrogant bastard, he quickly grabbed Down's shirt trembling and punched him. Do you dare to look down on me? Chalk is grabbing Down by the collar. Min-jae was shocked and hurriedly stepped in to stop Chuck. Please stop. Chalk didn't understand what made this guy so talented that everyone respected him so much. Min-jae said, this place is just an ordinary meeting room. If this continues, the people around could get hurt. She continued, there's a training ground in the basement of this building where everyone can work out freely. What do you think if the two of them go there and have a fight? Chalk asked in surprise. He laughed arrogantly. I don't think this guy can even handle a light touch from me, so there's no need to move to another place. Chalk points at the secretary and orders, hey, you, lead the way. The secretary anxiously asked Yeon, Director, what should we do if Mr. Y gets seriously injured later? Yeon immediately asked for Do-jun's opinion. Is Manager Lai okay? After receiving Do-jun's nod, he stood up and said, I understand. The secretary beside him was panicked. What, Director? Yang Cheon then stepped forward. I will lead the way for everyone. Director, is this really true? Truki confidently said, I don't have a habit of bullying the weak. But at least I should show some personality. The group arrived at the place. This is the Hunter Association training ground. Yang Cheon glanced at the secretary and said, Are you going to keep doing this? Manager Lai will know how to adjust himself. The secretary couldn't stay calm, but even so, if the secretary got worried and something happened to the training ground, the team captain from the operations team would kill me. He immediately thought of that deadly image.
Why has the training ground ended up like this? Write a report of what happened and send it to me immediately.
Yang Cheon hesitated, then shyly became more enthusiastic. That guy in the suit still has time. If you kneel and beg, I might consider going easy on you. You put your hands in your pockets and ask, how long do you plan to keep rambling like that? Are you so unaware of your own arrogance that you still don't realize you're pushing your luck? No one is allowed to interfere. This guy will definitely die at my hands. Do run. You wonder why. Are you fighting seriously? I'll rush in right away. You arrogant bastard. He punches toward Do-run and shouts, just die. Seeing Down easily dodge, he was confused. Could he really avoid his punch? Do-run looked at Chalky with contempt. Chalk couldn't stay calm anymore, throwing a punch while shouting, You bastard! He yelled. Why do you keep dodging like that? One hit is all it takes and your life is over. Down calmly dodges. Do you think you need to fight back now? Down subtly moved aside, and Choki couldn't react in time, rushing forward. You took the opportunity from behind Chuck-hee, and Do-jun's hand struck down so quickly that Min-jae shouted, Manager, Do-jun has struck Truki right in the neck, causing his body to fall forward. He was beaten but still didn't understand what happened. Chuck-hee was defeated with a single strike. Do-run calmly said, I only hit him lightly, so he should wake up in a few minutes. The secretary quickly checked and said loudly, He's not broken any bones. A call from nearby. Director Mi and Hyuk silently thought, as expected, his judgment was correct. He was on a completely different level, and ignoring everyone's panic, he said, I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now in a bustling neighborhood. Cheers, this is exactly the right flavor. The beef the manager bought is always the best. Han-sun raises his glass. Great, she asks. Oh right, why is the Hunter Management Officer so nervous about finding you? Is it to recruit talent? Dawn replied, It's nothing. They just needed my help with something. Cheon's and Hai Uk-shu both sighed in relief. That was a close one. Cheonu immediately warned, Don't run away and leave us behind. I said, Of course not. Hai Uk-shu wondered why. The Miyajia Guild is also an A-level guild. Why did they sign a contract with us? Cheonsu also agrees. Although this is a good thing, honestly, I am quite curious about it. He continued, saying, A-rank hunters never even talk to us anymore. Are they messing with us? Hansen said. If it's the Meza Guild, then it's very likely. They have the right to. Chonshu scratched his head. That's right. He asked, So Do-jun, you'll be in charge of the Meza U Guild along with Y, right? Yes. Cheonsu warned, Remember not to let Y get lost. Starting tomorrow, Yehai will fight alongside the Meza U Guild. She must be very happy. Let's all raise our glasses and have one more toast together. So a day has passed. The next day, Seiyun-Y with a puffed chest said, I don't like the head. Hai Uk-soo looked surprised. Did I hear that right? Cheonsu beside him also seems to think his ears might be acting up today. Hai Uk-do asks, but why don't I like it? He crossed her arms and replied, I will protect the manager so there's no need to add another pair of members. Hai Uk-do worriedly said, Even if I am strong, how can one arm block 10 hands? He then analyzed, what if monsters appear from behind? What should you do then? He silently thought that, based on what happened last time, it seemed like manager Hai Uk-shu was not wrong. She was a bit hesitant. But Dawn quickly resolved this awkward situation. I'm fine. You're not much different from a level hunter now, either. Cheon's glanced at you and said, What's with this guy? Even you are like that. He smiled nervously and asked, Is that so? She shyly replied, Yes. He thought to himself that the girl was acting childish, but since she's still young, he could overlook it. Hooksu let out a sigh of relief, and since he was trembling and said it was okay, he decided to accept it. At this moment, there was a loud noise outside the door. The staff member said to Chiansu, "Manager, the Mi Guild has arrived. Shall I bring them in?" He was surprised and said, "Really?" Hooksu quickly asked me to go make some tea. Chiansu raised his hand and said, "All crack managers gather here." He advised, although signing a contract with the Mi Guild is a great achievement, we must also avoid losing too much value. Chiansu said firmly, "If they seem too overwhelming, let me handle it." He said, "I will bear all the shame alone." Hai Hooksu was deeply impressed when he heard that. As soon as the department head finished speaking, 3 members of the Miga Society entered. Chiansu whispered, "You need to have a powerful gaze and not be too tense." Hai Hooksu also trembled. "Yes, yes." Seeing him trembling, I thought he was the most tense, and Dong Hee Unun and me looked serious. Chianshu and Hyushu also remain alert. Dong Hee Unun immediately speaks up. "You're the head of the Kang department, right?" Chianshu trembles. "Yes, I am Chianshu, the head of the Kang department." Suddenly, the 3 of them bowed and loudly said, "Hello, sir. We are the Mijia Guild." Chiansu and Hyushu looked surprised as the 3 Mijia Guild members all bowed simultaneously. "Nice to meet you. We are the Mijia Guild." Chianshu wondered what was going on with them, and Hai Uksu was so stunned that she trembled all over. Chianshu carefully whispered to Do Run. "Why are they all so serious?" he whispers. "I don't know either." Dong Hui Hun is reassuring himself that he must not make any mistakes. "If there's any mistake, I'm definitely dead." Remember when Wai Qian spoke seriously about Manager Li Down? Everyone probably already knows what kind of person she is. Then, he ordered, so everyone had to put all their passion and strength into doing it well. Dong Hyun was under immense pressure, and last time I did curse those people there. "Damn it, why did we lose our temper like that back then?" Ichion warned. "If things go badly between me and Manager Lai after this, it's all your fault." His words still echo in Dong Hoon's mind. "Remember, don't do anything to make Manager Lai Down angry. Please, Wai Qian, say, 'Remember what I told you.'" Feeling nervous, I said, "First, you guys sit here for a moment. I will bring the tea up for everyone." Dong Hai Eunhye then paused. "Let me go make some tea. Do Run surprised." "Huh?" Dong Hyun raised his hand and said, "If you need, I will make tea for you." "Oh no, I will go make tea right now." Do Run turns around and looks serious. "Everyone acting like guests like that makes me uncomfortable." Dong Hai Hun stiffened. "Yes, it's difficult to handle, so what should we do?" Dune thought to himself that the director must have said something to them before coming here. He said, "Just carefully read the contract, check the terms thoroughly, and sign it with a stamp for me." Dong Hai-un was startled, so he shouted, drawing everyone's attention. The 3 of them sat seriously and then all signed their names. Chiansu immediately panicked. "You must read the contract carefully before signing." But the 3 of them said in unison, "We've already finished checking it." Hai Uksu turned to Do-run and asked, "What's going on with this?" "It's already evening. Do-run is home. Junhai, Dad is back." Junhai happily says, "Dad is home." He happily said, "You are back, my beloved master," and then ran to the door. "Master, do you know I've been waiting for you for a long time?" Wai immediately shows concern. "Oh, then you probably haven't had dinner yet. If you're hungry, just eat first. Is that okay, master?" Then later, before I could finish speaking, Junhai stepped forward. Long, what's wrong with you?" Yas quickly avoided, just joking around. "Come and sit at the table. Dad is eating." "Thank you, my dear." Aiza subtly glances, wondering if it's time to eat, master. Junhai immediately approved. "Eat up." Aiza happily agreed. "So, everyone, let's have a meal." He glanced at IAS and then said, "It really does seem more miraculous the more you look at it. I don't know if it's because it's strange, or if it's because you looked at C, or maybe because Cassier is special." Junhai says it's obviously because Long is strange. Yas choked and shouted, "Junhai, get me some water." Junhai hesitated. "Dad, what did you say?" "Huh?" She then asked, Does Dad have time tomorrow?" Junhai felt shy. "There is a parent tour at 10 o'clock tomorrow. I wonder if Dad can attend." Junhai hesitated. "Probably not, right, Dad? Since it's a regular day, you probably have to go to work." Do-run immediately said, "I will go." He continued, "I will try to finish everything and ask for half a day off to go there." "Really, Dad? This observation is related to the water crack that suddenly appeared 2 weeks ago, so there shouldn't be any monsters." Do-run thought to himself, the girl seems quite excited about this trip. Seeing her like that, how could I not go? Yas immediately said, "Nagi also wants to go." Do-run scolded Yas, "Stop talking after you finish eating, you're so dirty." The next day, scene shifts inside the crack. Now the street is bustling with many vendors and buyers, with big promotions for purchasing 2 or more items. "Hey, brothers and sisters, the hot grilled corn is here." Junhai happily bought. "Excuse me, sir, I'd like 3, please. Your shop is very friendly." "Yes, right away, right away." Junhai hands the 2 dragons. Long takes one, Sir takes the other. Casey immediately refused. "I don't want to eat it." Junhai asked, "Do you hate sweet things?" Sir immediately explained, "Thank you for buying this for me. But this kind of food doesn't really suit my taste." Jun was worried. Junhee has completely changed Long's eating habits. Yas now looks satisfied. Wow, this is so delicious, a loud voice spoke. All right, everyone focus. The host then announced that this was the completed Malanoho crack, so there would be no monsters here, and it had been transformed into a training ground for you to become more proficient in using mana. Your task is only to find this missing piece of the map, he said. He continued, the parents will stand on the observation platform and assist the students. The host assigns the task, and the students will search for the map piece, then place it into the cup in the middle of the clearing, which will serve as the reward for participants. Additionally, each parent will receive a souvenir. Dune asked curiously, what is this? Junhai explained immediately. This is an ancient artifact that was discovered. It will be very useful. She continued, and if you add mana to it, you can change its shape as you wish. Its color also changes depending on the amount of mana, progressing from red to purple. Thinking to herself that if she added too much mana, it might break, Junhee suddenly opened her eyes in surprise. The rune has transformed the sphere into a black dagger. It's truly miraculous. Junhai was surprised. The color black? I've never heard anyone say that this could turn black. What's the host going to say next? All the students started to leave. Junhai wondered. Is it already time? Should I ask the teacher about this? Junhai waves goodbye. I'm leaving now, Dad. Du-run also gave advice. Walk carefully, okay? Suddenly, the eldest son froze because Down sensed something unusual. Just now, I felt a very intense source of power from that empty land. Du-run wonders if the power is coming from that bowl. He immediately runs over, unable to let Junhee be in danger. I have to go check it out. But the bowl is very strange. It seems to be drawing something inside. Suddenly, the sky darkened and a surge of power was released. Du-run wondered, is it absorbing the air inside? The parents outside are extremely worried. What is this? Junhai, where are you? Jin, they rushed out of the host and shouted, what the hell do you think you're doing training my daughter in such a dangerous place? Are you all crazy? The host hurriedly reassures everyone, there's nothing to worry about. Please stay calm. Suddenly, everything around froze. The parent then said, it's over now, we have to get the kids out. What are you all still standing there for? Do you think it's absorbing air from outside? Yas is angry. Damn it, I haven't finished eating here yet. It seems Down's guess was wrong. No, actually the opposite is true. The substance spewing from that bowl grew stronger and stronger until suddenly, a system notification appeared on the screen. Ung is staring at you as the notification keeps appearing. G is watching you closely. The special task of the Central Zone. To protect the central area, the NS manager broke the rules of the Central Zone. They slaughtered challenge participants and were sealed. Your task is to find all the pieces of the participation ticket. If successful, you will lift the NS seal and gain recognition from that person. Progress, 9.934 out of 10.00. The reward from the challenge ticket unlocks the tutorial land. You cannot leave the crack within the time limit. 21 minutes, 38 seconds remaining. What is this? Is that bowl the key to the central area? Is it okay to leave Junhai here? Are you wondering that means all the efforts the Baihimote Guild has made so far have been useless? Yes, the strange incident has made the parents outside very angry. Who is in charge here? Should we report this to the Ministry of Education? They're shouting outside, quickly get our children out of here. Oh my god. What should Jinhai and Jun do? Yas is annoyed. There's nothing serious happening, but he's getting so worked up. Casey calmly observes that humans are really weak, except for their master. Thinking to himself, is the gatekeeper at the central area paying attention to me? If he is the one who killed the witnesses, I can't let him get close to Hai. You seem a bit worried. There's not much time left before the seal is broken, and the notice appears again. N is staring intently at you. The special mission in the central area is to protect the center. Nurse's manager has broken the rules of the central zone. They slaughtered the challenge participants and were sealed away. Your task is to find all the pieces of the participation ticket. If successful, you will lift the seal of NS and gain recognition from that person. Progress, 9,934 out of 10,000. The reward for the participation ticket is for the central area to unlock the tutorial land. You cannot leave the fissure during the time limit. Remaining time, 21 hours, 38 minutes, 2 seconds. Jun is determined to gather a few pieces of the map first.
Dune asked Yazlong Long if he could find Junhee.
Yes. Jun was confident and handed over the task. Yeah, follow Junhai for me, Wai asked.
So it's just Long and Cassie going? Jun replied.
I have other matters to attend to. You two go ahead. Yas excitedly thought she had to quickly eat everything she hadn't managed to before. Seer folded his hands and obeyed. We will definitely use our lives to protect the young master. Yas begins to persuade Deer. Let's stop by here for a bit. Seer is a little worried. Yes, but clearly just now it was only for a moment. Just a moment. If neither of us says anything, no one will know. Because Run is worried that Long will find out about the forest play just in time to come to Junhai. I heard you can find the pieces with this. I'll try searching for the map pieces myself. Over here, Junhai is searching anxiously. I wonder where those map pieces could be. I don't want Dad to feel embarrassed in front of everyone. Please, just appear already. She looks around and suddenly wonders if that is it. Junhai feels a bit worried, hoping this time there won't be nothing again. Holding the bone in his hand, Run-Hai sighed. What is this? It's happening again. There's no monster here either. I don't know who brought this here again. Suddenly, there was a noise from behind. Undu crawled out from the bushes. Sun shivered. She brushed the leaves off her head and asked, What are you doing sitting there? Are you hurt anywhere? Junhee hurriedly explained, No, I was just looking for a piece of the map. Undu frowned. Is that so? It can be quite confusing. Junhai was surprised. Are you worried about me right now? Who would bother to worry about someone like you? If you get hurt, he will worry a lot. No, it's nothing. Smart people usually just take care of the weak ones, she shouted. So don't make him worry. Undu was surprised. What was that? I think something just brushed past. Isaac and Cassie are rushing in at the speed of light. A huge explosion. Undu presses Junhai's head down and keeps shooting. 2 large black shadows appeared. Yas was hit by a bullet and asked, What is that? Something biting that feels so ticklish? Undu is stunned. That over there seems to be the pet I saw last time. Junhai covers her ears. Oh my god. I almost burst my eardrum. Yas, call. Junhai, he's here asking why you're lying on the ground like this. Junhai is surprised. Is that Long Long? Why are you here? He is furious. What's going on? You, the long-haired one, dare to harm Junhai of mine. Today, I will rip out your liver. That murderous glare is aimed at Undu. You're definitely going to die today. Undu is terrified. What's going on? I can't move anymore. Junhai touched Ias and gently said, Stop. This girl is your friend. Aya was surprised. Friend? Junhai replied. That's right. Last time she even praised me for being adorable. Have you forgotten? Then she scolded Ias. You should apologize quickly. Aiza was angry. I didn't do anything wrong, you know? Junhai threatens. From now on, you and Casey will eat dog food. Aiza was terrified. What? Yas hurriedly knelt down and said, I'm sorry I've committed a mortal sin, and I promise I won't do it again. Undu was frightened by the bow. Uh-huh, Casey teased. You'd better know what to do next time. Yas is angry. This kid is truly sincere. Junhai immediately called Long Long. Yas was furious. But clearly she is just pretending with you, Junhee said. She's right. If you keep acting like this, I won't cook dinner for you anymore. Undu is surprised. What's going on? How can this girl treat a monster like a pet? What's going on with Down appearing now? Junhai calls out, Dad! Yas and C hurriedly ran away. The master owner. If you're feeling relaxed, call your uncle. Junhai asks why Dad came all the way here. Dad came to check if I was doing well, that's all. I secretly wonder if today isn't the last day I'll see that master. If he finds out I just arrived here, the owner will realize I just came. And if the owner discovers I attacked Junhee's friend, then I'm definitely dead. Junhai was delighted. Really? So Jun asked, is Long Long protecting you well? When Junhee was talking about that, Ayas had already covered her mouth. Of course. Eoz is sweating and making up stories. Me and Junhee's friend are getting closer too. Yes, that's right, sir. Jun is reassured and tells her to be truly close with everyone in the family from now on. Junhai looks at Aiza, who is exhausted and a bit worried. Long, Jun secretly calculated that the total number of puzzle pieces he found was 66. Probably enough already. He looked at the system panel and decided to secretly come here tonight to lift the seal. Junhai is angry. Long, come here quickly. Yas is shouting. Junhai, please forgive me just this once. Do-Run put away the things and called Junhai, saying it's time to gather. Let's go. But Junhai felt a bit regretful. Still, she hadn't found a single piece yet. Do-Run comforts her, saying it's just bad luck. Next time, I believe you will do better. Do-Run said you've had a hard day. Let's go out for something delicious tonight. Iza looks cheerful. What do you think of the beef dish? Do-Run asked. I saw you ate quite a lot earlier, didn't you? Iza shyly nodded. Yes, I understand everything. Run sarcastically wipes his mouth and signals to change the scene. After returning home, Down hurries. Junhai, Dad has some business. He will be out for a while. Junhai suddenly? Yes. She asked, what do you mean now? It's already 10 o'clock at night, Dad. But Run still went. Dad will be home soon. Junhai feels a bit worried. But Down said, you don't need to wait. Just go to sleep first. Junhai shouted, Dad, can you not go today? Junhai calls out, Dad, can you not go? Do Rooney. Junhai, you're trembling. Do-Run says you can't watch horror movies alone. Do-Run helpless as Junhai and Yaz cling to his leg. Junhai feels sad. Dad, please don't go, Dad. Yas, the clever owner, saves Long, and Down realizes something. Hold on. Dune, with a deadly look, asked Yas, do you honestly not feel a bit scared at all? No, that's not it. The master tremblingly said, come outside with me. Aiza looked out and asked, it's pouring rain outside, master. Junhai volunteers to go along and asks to go with Dad as well. Aiza sighed, I really hate getting caught in the rain. Jun refused. Jun, hi, it's too dangerous. You can't go. Dad will go quickly and come back soon, Junhai asks worriedly. How long will it be? Do-Jun replied. It takes an hour by taxi, so the round trip is probably about 2 hours. Junhai panicked. No way, Dad. It really takes 2 hours. I might faint from exhaustion. If I'm trembling helplessly, how long can you be gone? Junhai quickly raised her hand and said, 30 minutes. Oh no, just 20 minutes. She sneers. You took 2 hours but shortened it to just 20 minutes. Where is your conscience? Junhai's face darkened as she became extremely angry. Long the horse was so scared that it might risk its life in this situation. Feeling nervous, he patted Junhai's head and said, Dad will go as fast as he can. Don't worry, Casey is here too. You don't have to be too scared. Dad will be back soon. Junhai replied, Yes, Dad will go quickly and come back. That's so scary. Junhai hugs her in fear. The little girl asked, Can we look at something else, sister? The rain was like a sprinkle of water. Yas asked, Master, do you see me as just a thing? Didn't you say I was luggage to be carried around like this? Durun replied, I have no other choice. We have to hurry. Y puffs out her cheeks. Then, it's better for the master to ride the demon instead. Durun refused, saying it would be too obvious. So it's not an option. Yas quickly said, Master, wait a moment. I feel uneasy about this. Yas asked, Where exactly are we supposed to go now? Durun replied calmly. We need to deal with a monster at the crack. Kakik in the morning. Durun said. Junhai seems really scared, so we have to catch him within 5 minutes. I wonder if it's going to work. Yas thought, if anyone can tolerate you for 5 minutes, they must be a god, not a monster. The scene changes to inside the crack. Aiza sighs regretfully. No one opened the door, huh? I wasted my hope. Shaking as he responds, of course they're all home by now. Shaking approaches the cup. Iza wipes her face and says she doesn't see the monster anywhere. Shaking takes out a piece of paper and waits a little longer. Yas was surprised to see that the bowl had something that made me feel uneasy, and the ground beneath the cup started to rise. Yas, trembling as he hugged his leg, thought he had seen this scene in a movie before. Now, all it needs is to emit light for him to be satisfied. The wet ground revealed a slit of light that blinded Yas. Mino's eyes appeared. She opened them and asked, Who are you? Then she flew up and said, O person who awakened me from the seal. I am the territory manager of this central tutorial zone. Ness, thank you for awakening me after such a long, endless time. It is my duty to verify your eligibility. He asks, Hey, who are you? And angry, How dare you interrupt me, little brat? Yas sneered. Why are you here? Isn't it true that all the Dragon Clan has fallen into eternal sleep? Yas scolded. Damn it. Yas quickly asked down, If we catch this guy, can we go home right away? See it now? And asked in fear. Wait a minute, she asked in panic. Aren't you a great dragon born in the central region? How come you're under the command of that human? What does that have to do with anything? Surprised, huh? Does your dignity and pride of the Dragon Clan produce rice when ground down? Can it be turned into pork rib soup or tan sam chicken soup? Huh? N was stunned by this answer. What? Shaking as he looked at the phone's clock, he asked, Do you have anything left to deny? Then you raised the sphere and said, I really don't have time. The sphere has turned into a black sword. N was extremely frightened. Wait a moment, she quickly threatened. If you kill me, you won't be able to attack the central area. Down stopped. Can't attack? Ink said that if I die, the tutorial zone will have no one to manage it and the path to the next levels will be closed. Now you understand, right? I am extremely important. I don't care if I tremble. Whatever. I just need to get that invitation ticket. NJ was surprised. No, why do you need that certificate? She immediately said, If that's the case, I have a way. Then she hurriedly flew down and said, I just need to kneel and apologize. I sincerely apologize for my arrogance. Please spare my life. System notification. You have received recognition from NES. Dune asks, This is the invitation ticket, right? And AS is drooling and asking, Food. The system notification says you have received a ticket bag. The tutorial area of the central zone has been unlocked. Run sudden thrust of the sword into the ground made No terrified. Yas licks the ticket but can't eat it. Frowning, do they think they will spare us? Probably not. Once they get the invitation ticket, they'll kill me right away. How can I survive? She opened her eyes and looked, but why does the atmosphere seem so quiet? She was surprised to see June carry IAS and leave. What the? Are they just going to leave like that? June thought that as long as he handed over these attendance tickets, his job would be done. The other hunters will handle the rest. Yas is annoyed, once again being treated like luggage. At that moment, out of the entrance to Mountain X's central area, an extremely annoying voice said, Damn it, when will we finally be able to get through this entrance? Junion is getting a bit impatient. What's the point of all this wandering? The entrance still hasn't shown itself at all. Kang Hai-hun said, All right, for now let's go back and report to the association president. Junyon was surprised. What? Do we have to leave right now? We also need to rest. Big Brother Hen reassures that with new members joining, there will be more time to rest in the future.
Just try to hold on a little longer, Junion.
Junion was surprised. A new member? Kang Hyun explains that they are not new members, but new recruits who have just joined. They are members of a different guild. Don't think lightly of them. Junion seems tired. You talk too much. Junion then said, I don't talk as much as you do about my mother. Who said that? Is that why your personality is like this? Junion said angrily. What? Are you insulting my mother right now? I will sue you for defamation. Awai Kyung feels helpless. Where did you learn to talk like that? It's really torture. Be serious. During work hours, Hai Ushu is on the phone. Yes, this is Kwan Hai Ushu from the Crack Management Department. How can I help you? Yes, yes. I will pass the message to Manager Lai Do Run immediately. Then he will turn to Down. I just received a call from HR because of the run. You haven't participated in the crack training session yet, right? You immediately replied, yes. At this moment, H. Yukshu announced that you should come to the Hunter Management Bureau next Monday to participate in the training event. Run replied, yes, I understand. Actually, that's just what you wanted. Perfect timing. I was about to go there to hand over the visitation slip. Suddenly, IJ enthusiastically raised her hand. My second sister has a level B review. Down happily looked at her. Of course I know that. We can go together. Hearing that, a hint of teasing flickered in Y's eyes. So I wonder if we can have dinner together or not. At this point, Do-jun finally remembered Y's earlier words. Next time, let's go out for dinner together. I'll treat you. Just the two of us, remember that. And Down nodded immediately. Sure, he exclaimed excitedly. Really? Then let's meet at the main entrance when you're done. Time passes, and on Monday, a clear voice from the Hunter Management Bureau inside the building thanks everyone for being here today. The morning training session ends here. The professor at the board has signaled everyone. Everyone, go eat first, but remember to be here when training and the afternoon session start. Do, clutching the fabric bag on his shoulder, silently thought about the time he would transfer these attendance slips. Just as Tone entered, an annoyed voice was heard from inside. I told you I was very tired. Please go away, which made Do run freeze. It seems like there are customers inside. Should I just leave it outside? At that moment, someone loudly called out Manager Lie Down's name, and the employee saw Do freeze and quickly ran over. What's going on that you're coming all the way to the director's office? If you need something, just call me. He casually replied, oh, I'm just here for some training on cracks. But this surprised him. Yes, training, sir. Is there a problem? The staff member stammered, no. After thinking for a moment, Down handed him the bag. Just then, the manager's door opened, but he had already left in a hurry. The class was about to start, so I had to go back to my room. While he was still confused, the door is open now. He left because he was trembling. The class is about to start. I need to go back to my class. Minhwan hurriedly called out, but then sighed when there was no response. What is this? As he opened his bag, his eyes suddenly widened, and in Minhwan's hand was a glowing invitation card emitting a faint light. Returning to Do-run's side, the professor said to everyone, I will now begin the afternoon training session. Do-jun is seriously reading the report in his hand. Everyone take your seats. Seeing how serious you are, Nazim was very curious. He's been diligently taking notes about all this time. What could he be so focused on? Then she sighed and said, well, this is just a class about things everyone already knows. We are just here to be present. So why have you been writing something all this time? Down replied, I just returned to my position after being hospitalized, so I'm not very proficient in these things yet. Besides, my mind isn't very sharp, so if I don't take notes, I won't remember anything. Nazim just collapsed on the table, busy doing nothing. Anyway, we're not here to manage that worm's reasons. I'm curious, who's that? I didn't expect Naeem to suddenly sit up with a confused look. What's going on? As a civil servant, you don't even know about Lie Down's management. Yeah, it's true. Oh, then she immediately shared her knowledge about the legendary civil servant with Dune, someone deserving of the respect of all dungeon industry staff, with a 99% chance of survival. He has led 99% of them with a 0% mortality rate. He truly deserves the title of legend among legends. Down was stunned. A legend in the industry? At this moment, Naeem's face shows excitement. In other words, he's a superstar, and I absolutely have to get his autograph. Suddenly, Minhwan entered again. It's right here in this room. Following him is Yang Qian. He's really here. So it's true that he came here for training? Even the professor writing on the board looks quite surprised. What brings the director here personally to the training room? Yang Qian's voice grew serious. Sorry for not informing you in advance. I had an urgent matter and had to come here suddenly. Stay calm. He probably knows how much he hates being the center of attention. I thought he was a smart person, but it turns out he's not? Then Yang Qian went straight to Down's desk, causing the crowd to gossip. What is going on? Did that guy cause some trouble already? Facing Do-jun, Yang Qian's voice softened considerably. Manager Lie Down, I would like to apologize to you first for this sudden intrusion. What he just said made everyone in the room start whispering. Lie down. Is that Lie Down? He is the legendary civil servant, the one who served as the chief commander during that S-level dungeon raid? I need to get his signature. Feeling discouraged, he half closed his eyes as if he could no longer listen to the lecture. Knowing this, he could only ask for the professor's permission. Sorry, teacher, but may I be excused for a moment? Of course, he wouldn't dare refuse. Oh, of course. I quickly stepped outside. We're going to the director's office, right? Yang Qian replied. It would be great if you were willing to go. The difficult-to-understand professor looked on. What is this, heaven? Nazim was still in shock. At first, I just thought he was a handsome, strange guy. Turns out he's the manager. Is that why he's trembling? On the other side, the door had been firmly shut. Do trembled and spoke first. If you keep showing up like that, our cooperation will be a bit difficult. Yang Qian lowered his head and admitted his fault. I'm sorry, but the referral form for the central area is very important, so I have no other choice. Hearing that, Do-jun immediately demanded, then later, please apologize to the participants in the proper class. Of course, thank you for understanding me. Seeing that, Down's anger eased somewhat. He seemed to understand.
At the same time, you also tell yourself that you need to do this so that such incidents won't happen again in the future. Then, Doan quickly follows after Young Cheon.
I know it's inconvenient for you, but your presence is really needed for this. There are already people waiting inside. The Behemoths Guild has just returned. There are some people wondering aloud. Huh? Is he really coming here right now? As soon as they saw two people appear, Kang Hyun and Ah Kyung turned their eyes toward them. Why is Jun Yeon squinting like that? He just causes a fuss. Kang Hyun was the first to recognize Doan. Manager lie down. He approaches and shakes hands with Doan. I can't believe the person who found the invitation card for the Central District is Manager Lai. Ryu Jun Eon looked at the two people talking with a puzzled expression. We never expected the appointment slip to be outside. I was just lucky. At this moment, Akung called out seriously, Ryu Jun Eon, aren't you going to stand up and greet properly? Jun Eon took the card. She said this was a visitation slip. It's obvious it's a fake. Even Yang Cheon couldn't hold back and shouted, Ryu Jun Eon, just stop it now. Apologize to him and tremble for me. Run Ion arrogantly calls out, Hey, over there. He's raising his voice to threaten. If you dare to deceive me, don't blame me. Seeing this, Yang Cheon was extremely angry. Hey, Junion, I told you to stop right now. Akung turned and shouted, Look at your team members. Who would say such words to someone they just met for the first time? Kang Hyun quickly explained, Shenlong is sorry. He's not a bad person, just not good at speaking. Down also didn't want to argue. Looking at his ragged appearance from the market street that he saw when wandering the martial world, he calmly said, It's okay. But the one who's losing his temper is Jun Yeon. Are you still daring to laugh when I'm talking? Do you know what terrible things can happen if you bring a fake petition? Moreover, he slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. Oh, right. Civil servants are just behind the hunters. They've never been beaten, so they don't know what pain is. Then I will show you directly. With that, Jun Yeon drew his weapon and countless lightning bolts shot out. How terrifying am I? Seeing that, Ah Kyung and Kang Hyun were terrified and hurriedly called Ru Jun Eon. So what? Do you feel anything yet? Who do you think you are to deceive me? It seemed like he was so scared he froze in place. Run Yeon stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Are you scared? Why are you just standing there like a statue? Anyway, I wouldn't hit ordinary people. Don't get too stressed out over it. He doesn't know. Yang Cheon's sweat was pouring down like rain. At this point, Run Yeon keeps complaining that the government even trains these con artists. Being too kind is also a sin. Run softly called out, and the director was summoned. Yang Cheon was startled. Yes. In front of him, Doon still wears a gentle smile. He probably doesn't care, right? Then he placed his hand on Junyeon's shoulder. This dog has no manners at all. This time, Kyung and Kang Hyun couldn't say anything more, while Junyeon was so angry that his veins were bulging. A dog, huh? He points his finger at Do Run's face. Do you want to die at the hands of this dog? Do Run curled his lips in a cold smile. This dog has no manners at all. Yang Cheon turned pale. Oh no, my neck is making the person behind have to hold me up. Director, hearing that, Junyeon became extremely furious. That damn dog? An overwhelming aura radiates around him. Do you want to die at the hands of this dog? But Jun remains as calm as ever. You, directly threatening Junyeon with your gaze, say, kill me? Suddenly, Junyeon was restrained on the spot. What's going on? My body can no longer move. Seeing this, Akyung and Kang Hyun call out Junyeon's name in confusion. This time, Down doesn't want to talk much. He directly makes Junyeon kneel down. After finishing, Do Jun's face remains unchanged, only Junyeon is trembling. Please have mercy on me. I was wrong. At that moment, Do shouted warning loudly. I will let you go this time, but remember there will be no second chance. As soon as he finished, Junyeon quickly clutched his neck and took deep breaths. After a while, Young had to check in and ask, Junyeon, are you okay? While Hyun was still in shock nearby. What the hell is going on? He defeated Junyeon just with his aura like that? Thinking about it, his eyes became even more cautious. He's a monster, not a human. I'm here to get straight to the point. What is it that made you call me here like this? Is this really worth me being here right now? Yan finally spoke up and said, I would like to be straightforward and say the following. Please join us in the Central War Zone by honestly refusing. I will not join the assault team. Yang Xian quickly reassured him. I already knew. Just helping us find the attendance sheet already means a lot to us. Then he handed over a folded piece of paper. This is a small token of our appreciation. Please feel free to accept it. But Down did not reach out to accept it. Director Yang Qian looked at Down with an expectant expression. Yes, sir, manager. Down appeared hesitant. I'm a government official, so accepting bribes like this feels a bit... Hearing that, Yang Qian quickly explained, this is definitely not a bribe, just a small gesture of gratitude from us. Doing this openly would be considered bribery here. He paused for a moment, appearing contemplative, but then said that if the director had such good intentions, I too genuinely want to maintain a good relationship with the Hunter Management Bureau, which made Yang Qian very happy. Really? That's so precious? At the same time, Do Jun also made a request, saying that if he ever had a request in the future, The director could only agree, and no one should pay attention to Junhyun sitting dejectedly in the corner. Kyung Hyun secretly wondered, doesn't that mean he wants to become the head of the Hunter Management Bureau in the future? However, Yeon agreed cheerfully. I understand now. It surprised Akung, while director Yeon also had something to ask for. Is there anything you can promise me about this? Run replied. Please go ahead. At that moment, Wai Cheon explained that many hunters have already lost their lives in the fissure. So far, the central area is a fissure unlike any ordinary one, especially in terms of its difficulty. His voice grew softer, so I hope you can prevent the hunters from entering the central area and dying in vain. Dawn replied in a calm voice, I will do my best. That's all I can do. Ai Cheon then smiled brightly. Then I will keep my promise at all costs. When he opened his eyes, Dawn had already gone to the door. Let's discuss the other matters later. I need to get back to the training session. Before leaving, you didn't forget to give some advice. Also, I hope you can do so in the future. It's best not to disturb those who aren't involved. Yang Cheon nodded. I understand. I'll continue because I'm nervous. Then I'll take my leave now. Only later did the three of them in the office dare to relax. Yang Cheon leans back and sighs. Ryu Junhyun, I didn't expect you to be so reckless. Don't you guys realize nothing yet? In front of their skeptical eyes, Yang Cheon revealed an unbelievable truth. Manager lied down as the commander in the S-Rank dungeon assault. The fact that he single-handedly defeated the boss is true. Moreover, not only did he kill an S-Rank boss, but he did it in less than a minute, which is the truly terrifying part. At this moment, Kyung cautiously asked him if he was human, and Yeon shared the same thought. Could it be that Kang Chang-hyun is secretly regretting his past actions? He's not really a hunter, is he? He looks quite charismatic. I didn't know anything, so during our first meeting, I even gave him some advice. Don't be hopeless. Am I really that stupid? Unlike Lai Kang-hyun, Down just wants to get back to class. I need to hurry and return to the classroom. Lie Down has no thoughts about the past at all. However, the room was already empty. Has it ended so quickly? I looked around regretfully. I have to attend the next class. The professor, noticing my trembling, stepped closer. I thought you had an urgent matter and left. I'm really sorry about that, sir. Hearing that, Gaio scratched his head and said, You have the support of the bureau chief, so there's no need to apologize. I will consider that you have completed your training, so don't worry too much. Don wondered. But I only heard half of the session. He reassured him, I heard you have more important matters to attend to. This is an order from the director, so you don't need to worry. Now Down finally stopped worrying about the call. Thank you, sir, for understanding. Suddenly, the professor presented a mysterious box. Also, this is a random box given to participants in the training. He also reminded most people that they can only open items of the same level, so don't expect too much. He quickly reached out and took it. Thank you, sir. Then he turned and left, leaving the professor to organize the documents himself, as there was no way a good item could appear there. EJ was already waiting outside. Manager, Down asked, did she come out early and wait here already? Has she been waiting long? He replied, I just finished work too. Ah, then she showed off her honorary degree. Thanks to you, I've become a B-rank hunter now. Down then suggested, let's go grab a meal together. He eagerly quickened her pace. Shall we go grab some dinner? He happily follows along. Let's go. It's getting dark and the two of us are parting ways. I'm done eating. Do you want to have some more snacks? It's time to go home now. Let's do it another day. Yes. They return to Do-run's house, where everyone is sitting around that mysterious box. What is this, owner? That random box. Isn't this the gift after training to make delicious food, or is it better? Jun suddenly asked. Junhai, do you want to open it? Jun H waved his hand to refuse. Oh, I've tried opening it a few times, but my dirty hands got nothing. Just some upgrade items. Hearing that, Aiza chuckled to herself. Dirty hands? That sounds so dirty, sis, Junhai scolded him, but it didn't mean it like that. But why Van Tease, Junhai is so dirty? She immediately chased after her, her stinky hand grabbing her. Do-run quietly thought, then I'll open it myself. I didn't expect the box to emit a deep red light. Junhee had already anticipated this outcome. At least it should have a yellow glow, right? As expected, Dad's hand isn't an exception. I trembled in response, so it must be true. Unexpectedly, the box in Down's hand actually turned yellow. Junhai was surprised and stepped forward, never having heard anyone say that this thing would change color anywhere. Moreover, Junhee also saw it, and it was purple. Do run out of curiosity. Is this a good thing, honey? Junhai explained. They say that if the color blue appears, it can turn your life around. But the purple showing up in this random box is something I've only heard about on the 9 o'clock news. Dune is surprised. Really? The purple light grows stronger and stronger. Junhai speaks. Isn't this a bit too unusual? Down calmly looks at the glowing box. Is that so, kid? Sounds good. A mysterious voice echoes from inside the glowing golden box in Down's hand. Congratulations, you are the one who discovered the psychic anomaly. However, Dune still doesn't believe it. Is this really a good item? I can't sense any difference in power at all. Then, the status lines appeared. See Stone History. Ataraxia, the level of the psychic artifact. 0% completion. 10 mana. An Epicurus Traveler's Glossary about the central area was compiled by the encyclopedia. It's not specific. If you press the display button on each blank page, it will show the object and record it on that page, which will increase the completion level and magic power. Do-Run wondered if this was a psychic artifact related to the central area. Speaking of this, he remembered what Nerd said. Aren't you the great dragon born from the central area? If it's the central area, a fleeting look of contemplation passes over Do's face. The guy named N said that the Dragon Clan was born from the central area, so it must be. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Do you know what this is?" Yas lazily replied. Mai doesn't know. Seeing Do-Run glower at me, she even argued back. What's with that look? It's not strange that me doesn't know anything. Are you now looking at the artifact level CI? What about you then? Anyway, I am still the king of the Dragon Clan. Neither the girl nor I know anything about the central area. Although the Dragon Clan was born in the central area, they have no memories of it at all. Hearing this, Dawn became even more curious. Really? After a moment, he decided to ask, Junhai, what does artifact level mean? Junhai replied, I don't know, usually the highest item level is S grade. This is the first time I've heard of the level called artifact grade. Casey's eyes focused on Dawn. This is also the first time I've seen the owner care about something like this. Suddenly, the girl wondered, could he be planning to go into the central area? On the other side, Yaz is stretching. It's not like it's food or anything, so no need to waste time. It's bedtime now, everyone. Seeing that, Junhai quickly chased after her. Long, I told you, you have to brush your teeth before going to bed. I didn't expect Dawn to stand up. Today, Dad will brush its teeth. Junhai was surprised. Dad, huh? Hearing that, Yas panicked and grabbed Junhai's leg. Junhai, I was just joking. I'm done now. Please brush my teeth quickly. Long wants Junhai to brush his teeth for him, but he still can't escape Dawn's grip. Let's go. Yas's face paled. Wait a moment, Master. Junhai only knows how to cheer. Long, be good and brush your teeth before going to sleep. Kasi's eyes suddenly lit up. This move by the owner is so cool, only Yas is suffering and helpless. By the next morning, Yas was lying on the chair in despair. So boring. Why do the dramas lately all look the same? He grumbled in frustration. Nothing new at all. Have the writers run out of ideas? Just then, there was a knocking at the door, and Casey calmly took another bite of his food. Didn't the young master say he had to stay at school for something and would come back in the evening? The head of the household is working, so there's no way he would be back at this hour. Yas suddenly guessed, could it be a thief? Then he grinned mischievously. Good, you're finished now. Just when I hadn't yet let go of the frustration from yesterday's brushing, you show up with a corpse. As the door opens, Isa rushes forward enthusiastically. In the name of justice, that thief go and die. Before he could do anything, he was caught by a hand. Still trembling, he suspiciously looked at Yaz. What are you trying to do? He was confused. The owner, trembling, managed to hear the previous words. The frustration from yesterday? Yaz quickly denied it. That's not it, really, that's not it. C still looks obedient as ever. Master, you're back already? Down nodded. Yeah, Yaz will be released later. The master finished work early today, I answered nervously. No, that's not true. Bug's inner thoughts are in intense turmoil. Really? Has the master been fired? Considering his character, this could really happen. Thinking that, tears streamed down his face. Now that the owner is unemployed, could Mai never eat meat again? Dawn quickly reassures her. It's not like that. Tonight I have to go to Wando for work, so I'm just going to pick up my luggage. They also cook a meal for everyone. Only then do the two kids stop whining. Then that's lucky. The owner plans to cook directly. Only C seemed to show a strange expression. Gang, Wando? Amid Yas's protests, Master, it's better to let Junhai handle the cooking. Yes, Master, because Junhai is lost in thought about whether she should clean up first or not. But Junhai finished already. Everything is clean. Seeing that, I nervously thought to myself, maybe I should go do the laundry. Then he was left standing there, clueless about what to do, since Junhee had already finished cleaning up. It's all done now. So when did she do it? At this moment, Sir explained that after the owner leaves for work, the young master will clean everything up before going to school, and a complex emotion welled up inside her. I know Junhai is quite different from other girls nowadays, but at this point I'll put that aside and go back to the kitchen, so I'll start cooking. Yas panicked. Master, you're not planning to cook, are you? After a while, the aroma from the soup pot made Yas almost gasp in admiration. It smells good, but could Junhai prepare the meat dish to go with it? Casey looked out the door. It seems the young master has returned. Do-Run turned back just in time. At this moment, Junhai was very surprised to see him. Dad, when did you come back? June explained that tonight Dad has to go to Wando for work, so he stopped by the house briefly before Do-Run brought the soup to the table. Come on, sit down. Junhai happily sits at the table. I will eat very well. Do-Run replied. Yeah, go ahead and eat. Why do you never ask me for pocket money? Hearing that, Junhai exclaimed, I already have my pocket money. Last month you gave me 720,000, so June was very surprised. Huh? Not only that, Junhee also listed everything clearly. That's for living expenses like groceries, fish fillets, sewing kit. Jun quickly interrupted her, saying, that's for personal items for me, not what you're talking about. Junhai exclaimed as if she remembered, oh, I already spent 30,000 on transportation, and Run repeated that the money was for pocket expenses. You also need money when you go out with friends. Junhai understands and doesn't complain.
It's okay, Dad. I prefer staying home and playing with Long Long. Do Run disagrees, but I need to hang out with friends to build social connections.
Anyway, just let me know when you need anything, Junhai obediently replied. Yes. At this moment, Aiza took out a soy sauce steamed bun, but it also had a baozi inside. After eating, Du left quickly, so Dad is about to leave now. Aiza is so absorbed in the food. It's so delicious. Junhai speaks up. Dad has to leave already. He said while running, yeah, this is a bit urgent. Junhai is worried. Be careful, Dad. Yeah, as he shouted loudly. Take care on your way back. Then he returned to the table, craving the food. So now the owner's meals are all for me. All for me. Casey, you only eat pet food. You really don't know how to enjoy life's pleasures, but then IAS noticed that Seer's figure had disappeared. Hey, he's searching around Sir Junhai looking distressed. Dad is so busy he doesn't even have time to eat. Outside, Down was walking when suddenly he heard a call. The owner arrived and everyone around paid attention. Did I just hear something wrong? I also heard it. Only when I heard clearly did Down stop. Wait a moment, owner, please wait a little. Seer is now transformed into a little girl. Can we go together now, owner? The loud noise drew special attention from the neighbors. The owner? Is this happening in broad daylight? Did you hear what that child just said? This is crazy. We have to call the police right now. Uncle Kondu, what are you saying? That child might have been harmed by you, but don't worry too much. Just stay calm. But old lady, who did you say is a thug? Those words slipped out because of the trembling. What? That old lady, Kira's caught up now. Luckily, the person hasn't left yet. But Down still hasn't recognized them. Who could it be? Seer quickly introduces himself. Yes, doesn't the owner recognize me? It's me. Casey, hearing that, Du was very surprised. Casey almost explains, yes, this appearance is a bit inconvenient, but it helps me attract less attention, so the two of you stay a little apart, passersby whispering. The girl keeps going, and he's the owner after all. At that moment, Do-jun realized the gazes of those around him. Truly miraculous. He pats Casey on the shoulder but says we should move first. The girl nodded. Yes. Just then, a hand was placed on Down's shoulder. Kid, where are you planning to go? Hwa-zoom, acting righteously, ordered you to come with me to the police station immediately. I understand why you did this because you're nervous and didn't want to make a scene, but things aren't what you think they are. However, Hwa-zoom didn't listen. It's not what you think. I don't want to fight you in front of the kids, so be smart and come with me. Do-run was a bit confused and didn't know what to do, but that's just a natural reaction for everyone. So I don't know what to say either. At this point, Hwa-juk's voice gets even louder because of this little kid here, so I've tried to hold back as much as I can. Otherwise, you would have been dead at my hands a long time ago. The bastard was trembling in fear. How am I supposed to explain this? His voice wavers. That was because at that moment, Casey directly grabbed the neck of that bastard. An action completely opposite to her appearance. A lowly human like you dares to speak insolently to your master? Seeing the situation getting out of control, Do-run hurriedly intervened. Casey, stop right there. Casey said firmly. I can't forgive this person. Feeling exhausted, I close my eyes and think it's better to avoid trouble by staying away for now. Thinking it over, he then wrapped his arms around Cassie's waist. The girl looked at him with curiosity. Master, at that moment, Do-run raised his hand to explain to the crowd, I understand that anyone observing this situation would find it strange and easily misunderstood. But this is not what everyone thinks. Please rest assured. Even if you don't believe them, they have already been frightened by Seer's actions. Master, why did you let that arrogant human get away? Run reminded me. Come on, be quiet now. Then he immediately took a taxi. He almost couldn't contain his anger. Wait and see. Lowly human. In the end, the two of them got on the car. Driver, please take me to Mount Sode. Are you there on vacation with your daughter? Quickly. Do-run has already arrived at Mount Sode. We've arrived. The taxi fare seems a bit high. Please, send the money, brother. You've worked hard enough. Casey couldn't help but watch the car go by, moving so slowly and yet costing $350,000. Moreover, the little girl reached out to grab her bag, unable to believe $350,000. With that amount of money, couldn't she buy 7 bags of food? Then Seer complained to Do-run. Owner, I could have flown here in just about 10 minutes, so why are you riding that expensive piece of scrap metal? You reply, if you do that, you'll attract attention. Money is just an external thing, so don't worry too much about it. At the same time, Do also emphasizes that from now on, when in this form, calling me master is forbidden. Understood? Seer doesn't understand, so what should I do then? Could it be that the master will kick me out of the master's nest? Yeah, maybe so, because there's a father and son playing happily together. Dad, can we have hot dogs and noodles? Whatever the son of the boss wants to eat, he can have it. Hearing that, a sudden idea came to Do-run's mind. My dad is the best. Then he asked to be called dad in this form. C pointed at her own face. I hesitated. Little girl. It's really okay to do that, right? I closed my eyes tightly, silently giving permission. This is the only way to avoid misunderstandings anymore. What can we do now? That's all I was waiting for. Casey called out loudly, yes, father. He gently pats the little girl on the head. Let's go have some rice together. Casey refused, saying, I didn't bring my own food. Hearing that, Don felt a bit awkward. If you eat that kind of food in this form, we might really have to go to the police station. Then the two of them arrived. A flower shop, Sarah is curious because it's her first time seeing it. What is this? She answered trembling, explaining while feeding Cassie the noodles. When at home, Junhai's health isn't good. If it weren't for moments like this, we wouldn't get to eat this dish. Seeing the little girl's expression, Do-Run exclaimed that she might not like it much since she only prefers dog food. To Do-Run's surprise, Cassie actually praised it. It's delicious. He chuckled softly. Really? Stop here, Down just asked. Things are a bit rushed, so I haven't asked you yet. Why did you follow me? Sir lowered her head. Are you planning to go alone to the downtown area? The girl looked up, her eyes showing clear worry. Even if it's her father, that place will still be dangerous. He calmly responded, so what happens next? Hearing that, Sir became even more excited. What does Dad mean by that? I told you it would be dangerous. I don't remember exactly, but the feeling that place gave me is definitely right. I'll pat you on the head to comfort you. Thank you for worrying about me. I can go alone and it'll be fine. Casey clenched his fist tightly. Master, if something dangerous happens to you, everyone will be very sad. So I will go with you to protect Dad. Do-Run smiled. If it's sea, it will probably know how to protect itself. You comfort him, so to be sure, come with me. Relying on him. Immediately, Seer's eyes showed determination. Yes, we just escaped. It's already night, and we're now at the entrance to the Soda Mountain Central area. I'm trembling with fear. It's too big, let's go in. Casey nodded. Yes. At the same time, the little girl was thinking, Young master, you can rest comfortably at home. I will definitely protect the master safely. Then the two of them jumped down the entrance, landing on a flat, grassy area. Is this really the spot where we should descend before entering the main area? So you find it strange. Compared to what the guild said, it seems pretty peaceful. Quite peaceful, actually. At that moment, while searching frantically in your shirt pocket to open the door, you'll need this. Seer was surprised. What is this? Do-Run explained. It's one of the invitation tickets, but the fact that countless monsters are appearing seems to be true. Just as they said that, a giant monster appeared behind them. Yes. Casey panicked, my lord. Please stand behind me. And with that, the girl gathered her magic in her hand. Let me handle this guy. I didn't expect Do-Run to interfere. Just wait a moment. Seer asked curiously. Yes, my lord. Do-Run warns you that if you do that, you'll get knocked out. Seer shouted in confusion. Let go of my hand. Master. The little girl is worried. Oh, your hand is all right, isn't it? Down said casually. It's okay. At this moment, a thick black aura appeared in Down's hand. And besides, Casey, you don't need to worry about the monsters. It turns out you had already planned to handle everything this weekend, so it's better if I take care of it myself. After finishing, the monster in front of me was cut in half so I could go to work the next day. With that single strike, the monster was neatly taken down, but it let out a regretful sound from trembling. Oh, maybe I overdid it a bit. This statement immediately made Sir turn pale. In an instant, a huge flame erupted from that place. But that's for the best, so the rabble will learn to fear and stay away. By the time the flames die down, the sky will be clear again. At this moment, Tweet Law realized something was wrong and was shocked. Has someone just entered the central area? She cautiously probes. If I can still sense his power here, then perhaps the strong one has arrived. Tatala curled her lips. After all, she was feeling quite bored, and now a worthy toy has appeared. Hopefully you will arrive soon. Do-Run and the others continue to move deeper inside. Master, where is the entrance? He asked. Based on the aura I sense, we should be close. Suddenly, Sir saw a red sky. Isn't that the entrance? Do-Run, said nervously. Maybe so. Seer is eager, so I will go ahead to scout the way. Suddenly, the girl stopped unexpectedly. In front of Sir was a person being strangled by thorny vines. Master, there is someone in trouble at the entrance, and they must be seriously injured. The girl immediately suggested, I will carry that person. Since Run flipped open the notebook to check, if it's a human, of course they should be saved. But then he realized, it says here that the existence isn't actually human. The drawing on the book emits a voice. Please specify which direction to verify. As suspected by Run, the underworld creature has been confirmed. Then, the book also announced that the completion level of the Ataraxia analyst had increased, classifying the plant trap. Explanation. Approach and attack unexpectedly after making the opponent lose vigilance with a human-like appearance. Be careful not to get too close without knowing, or you might be stripped of your face. 1-star danger level, you have earned the nickname, the Tactician Traveler, and because of the trembling, you also collected mana, which has now been added to your power. Seeing that, I felt a bit disappointed. It would be great if I could read this entire book, but with limited time, I have to leave now. Below, Cassie is clutching her leg and trembling, her eyes suddenly shining, as if that red glow is inviting the two of them. However, Cassie no longer dares to step forward on her own. A little later, the girl finally spoke softly. Master. C's whole body was trembling, but the master didn't seem to notice. You're trembling and patting the little girl's head. You're very scared, right? Sir hesitated. About that. Seeing this, Down suggested, if you're scared, just tell the truth. I will take you home. At that moment, Tio was still hesitant. If the little servant also came along, wouldn't the master hold their foot? Down asserted confidently. All right, C. I promise there won't be any mistakes. Then he reached out his hand. So let's go together. Casey felt a little less scared. Yes, the girl reassured herself that if she went with her master, there would be no problem. However, as soon as she went inside, Seer felt that something was very strange about her owner. The girl stroked her head, feeling her body grow heavier and heavier from the shock. I see. At this point, Casey's consciousness had become hazy. Yes, just a little. No, I have to stay alert. Because Run lifted sigh and she lost consciousness, Casey had no choice but to carry her on his back. Very quickly, Down reached the first floor of the tutorial center. At that moment, Sir let out a faint sound. The little girl was immersed in that warm atmosphere. Should I sleep a little longer? Thinking that, Cassier closed his eyes again. But then the girl suddenly sat up on her own. Oh no, I'm inside the central area. I made a sound because I was trembling. You're awake? Casey immediately turned when he heard the voice, and the girl was very surprised to see that Du was trembling. What are you doing? You seem so calm. I'm just fishing. I heard this rod can catch ancient artifacts. Seer gently stirs the water with a branch. Fishing, huh? Who the hell dares to give orders to the master? Hearing that, Du closes his eyes and trembles. It's not an order, more like a test, right? And you seem to be doing much better now, don't you? Not only that, Down also noticed that its condition was much better than usual. Maybe it's because it was born from the central area that its energy suddenly surged. Casey replied, yes, I also don't know why it is like that. I feel strangely at peace. Then the girl runs over to Down trembling. But master, why don't you go down there yourself to catch him? I'm nervous because I heard that if you do that, the artifact will disappear, so I'm waiting for you to wake up. Casey still doesn't understand. Yes, what do you mean? A few magical sparks appeared around Down's hand, because I didn't want to make noise while you were sleeping peacefully. But Cassie wondered, it's just fishing. How could it be noisy? Of course it can. Run replied, yes, it is possible. At that moment, Casey noticed that the water suddenly rippled, following Run's command. Quickly step back, Cassie. The water might spray out forcefully. A yellow catfish just leapt out of the water in front of them. Master, is it okay for you to do this? You're too fast. Seeing it fall into his hands, Kiyoe was still in shock. Are we not breaking the rules by catching this fish? He casually picks up the watch again and says, I caught it with a fishing rod, so I didn't break the rules. According to that, the fishing rod in Down's hand is gradually disappearing. Does this mean the rod will automatically vanish after catching the relic? Is the mission over? Then he focused his gaze back on the screen. What will the next mission be? I didn't expect it to be because June already has a profession, which confused me. This doesn't seem to be a mission, does it? You've caught 3 relics, gained a class, and your magic power has increased by 0.5. Do you want to combine the artifacts you've collected to summon a higher level relic? What's going on? There's no reason for me to refuse, so the worm quickly agreed. Okay, then, the light around becomes blinding. The synthesis begins. You have successfully created the Mage's Bracelet, and that exquisite bracelet appeared. The Mage's Bracelet, categorized as jewelry, level 3, with an explanation. Increases damage by 30% for all skills and reduces mana consumption by 10% for all magical skills. This is the Mage's Bracelet that Loe has used. June gently smiled and said, this will suit Junhai very well. Seeing it, Seer threw the goldfish away and asked, is this good, master? Du Run patted the girl's head and said, we're quite lucky. Seer cheerfully exclaimed, congratulations, master. Then Du Run adjusted his strap, wondering what to do now. Suddenly, a movement caught his attention. Above the sky, a growing black tear appeared. From there, a strange hand reached out, sensing danger. Sir rushed forward to shield Do Run, trembling. Master, please stay behind me. A loud, excited laugh echoes from above. You're earlier than I expected. With a slight trembling voice, she asked, who are you? Tu spoke. Ah, she pouted to look cute, the most reliable assistant. To explorers coming to this tutorial land, I am Tusitala. Furthermore, Tusitala even blew a kiss, hoping you would help. But Down remained silent without replying. Tusitala angrily taps his staff on your head. My dear explorer, why do you have no reaction at all? The more she spoke, the more Do grew to despise her. Hey, maybe Cassie saw something. What is that? Tita Law's smile, now revealing its dangerous side. What is this strange aura? Do you want to play a little? Casey kept growling from his throat, trembling as he blocked the girl in front of him. Get behind me. Casey's face shows clear worry. Master. Suddenly Titala covers her face. Wait, no, I just got a new toy after a long time. It wouldn't be fun if they died right away. Thinking that, she turned away. Oh, what's going on? Everyone, can you feel the terrifying aura emanating strongly nearby? But that's not enough to be afraid of. Tweetlaw still holds her head trembling. I'm so scared. Explorer, you must be very afraid, right? She's lost in her performance, so you probably already know how terrifying this place really is. Run didn't say anything, and Tuatala revealed a triumphant smile. If it weren't for me, you'd be dead right now. Only she doesn't realize that Dune is secretly investigating, and you have noticed that it looks stronger than the other monsters. Even knowing that, Down remains calm and watches the show, but it's probably only at a decent level. Seeing Down's expression, Tusitala was furious and thought, why are you laughing like that? She no longer wanted to pretend. Maybe she should just kill Quatch right away. After thinking for a moment, Tusitala swallowed her anger and told herself to hold back, to prolong the fun as long as possible. Then she spread her arms in a welcoming gesture.
Well then, your friendly Tuatala will start by introducing the central area to you. At the same time, Tuatala also revealed that this place has a high concentration of magic energy, which weakens the explorer's powers and gradually leads them to death.
Amid the gloomy scene she painted herself, Tusitala became the only light. So the most important thing here is her placing her hands on her hips, lifting her chin to resist the magic. Resistance to magic is the ability to prevent and protect the body from the intrusion of magical energy. This neutral and unpredictable power can be beneficial for vitality or not. Improving your resistance to magic is very difficult. I emphasized the right point, didn't I? Oh, I'm so friendly. Then Tweetlaw looks down again. Furthermore, the deeper you go, the denser the mana concentration becomes. Have you accumulated enough resistance to mana? You need to gather a lot of it. Tweetlaw kept talking to herself. It seems my beloved explorer has finished preparing. With that, she smirked. But even so, without my help, how would you know how to go down to the deeper levels? The silence around almost made Tusitala lose his patience. This is the last time. I will only pull out to this point, but she managed to hold herself back. Each floor will have its own challenges. And the challenge on this floor is to catch the DI monster. Only then can you move on to the next level. Tweeta's voice becomes tense. The DI monsters are really terrifying, aren't they? We could also jump down from here, but there's 100% chance we would die. At this point, Down finally makes a sound and runs down, but it seems like it won't do much, right? Tweeta grits her teeth, furious. A dark expression appears on her face. I haven't had a toy in a long time, so I was very generous to you. So why are you so arrogant and clueless? Down only remembers what the analyst wrote in the book, which is indeed very accurate. I will trust the information provided by the book for now, Seer whispered. Master, it's too dangerous, I beg you. In front of them, Tweetlaw directly draws his weapon carefully. Please don't make me deal with you. Seeing that, Down directly revealed his true strength. Are you sure you're not mistaken about something, you who need to adjust yourself? After finishing, he opened his eyes wide as if judging, it's you. Then, a loud noise echoed through the space. Tatala burst into tears, sincerely apologizing to the explorer. I'm really sorry. Tremors sounded. Come on, just loosen up a bit. She replied softly, yes. After a while, Tatala opened her eyes and asked, is that bird actually a monster? While she was at it, she suggested, could the explorer now release me? But Do flatly refused. Not allowed. Seeing her cry even louder, Seer sneered. Serves her right. So, Voron asked again, if I catch that bird, I can go down to the second floor of the tutorial. Is that right? Tweeta was so angry she couldn't speak. Why would I lie to you? In the end, she still had to put on a polite appearance. Yes, that's right. Suddenly, Tweetlaw noticed the ancient book. Is this a book of analysis? Is this a fake? Han confirmed it with a tremor. Hang is real. Hearing that, Tusiala became even more amazed. Huh? How did this end up in your hands? Isn't this being held by an elder? He calmly replied while raising his tablet high. I got it, Tusitala immediately asked. What gotcha? Doan already thinks this level of crack analysis is enough. You also didn't forget to complain. You talk so much. Tusita is just showing off. Anyway, you have to wait 5 minutes to open the barrier. During that time, can you explain everything to me in detail? Without hesitation, Do-Run grabbed the bar of the prison cell. No, I don't have time to start. Tusitala tries to persuade you, after all, with the barrier in place, all the explorer's activities are useless. But Down's strength is enough to make you proud. What is this barrier? Seeing that scene, Tusitala immediately froze, speechless. In just a moment, the so-called barrier she called collapsed. At this point, Tusitala was still in shock. The barrier hadn't been broken yet. How could you? At this moment, the system notification hit her like a slap in the face, and Run was also quite hesitant. Ancient relic from Phase 3? This is a good one. Each item has its own purpose, and Run has already made a decision. I choose the memories of the traveler. Tweetla is already questioning me. Oh my god, why did you choose that? The random box with relics from Phase 3 is highly valuable here, and June's reason for bringing it up is very simple. Next week, I still have to go to work. Even C is curious. But when we go back, we just need to run, that's all. The owner, Dune, answered nervously. I have something to prepare before Monday, so I need to hurry. The girl was about to ask something else, but this only made Tweetlaw more nervous and trembling. This guy is really crazy. How could he be this insane? At that moment, Down suddenly called out, You! Twala was startled. I didn't say anything inappropriate. So you just wanted to say, wait here for me. I'll come again next week. With that, the figures of Down's 2 people disappeared into the air. Tuitala just wanted to scream, please don't come anymore. Stay at home. Junhee was still going about her usual routine. Yas behind has lost all patience. Junhai, why do you complain about the plain rice in front of you and say there's no meat? Junhai stepped forward and pointed at Yas's stomach, saying, you have to eat vegetables too. You can't just eat meat every day. But he still wouldn't stop. Is it because the owner isn't home that you won't let me have meat? Junhai froze, caught off guard. No, that's not it. She doesn't dare face Yas. I do all of this for your health only. Hearing that, he kept crying out repeatedly. You're so stingy, so petty, so mean. I'm also your family, so why do you treat me differently? It seems like Junhai is too used to this. Please bear with it a little longer. When Dad comes home, I'll cook a lot of meat for us to eat. Tears of frustration well up in her eyes. Yas pouting without lifting her chopsticks. Seeing her walk away, Junhai asked, Where are you going? Are you not going to eat rice anymore? Aiza muttered irritably, not knowing what to do. Then he shouted out the window to the sky. Do you hear my prayer, Mr. Moon? The moon is full, but of course it's not. I didn't hear anything, Yas shouted to himself. Please take the owner home. Even the moon feels annoyed. I told you I didn't hear anything, but I see no response. Yas pouted and sat down angrily. Suddenly he heard a noise coming from behind. Could it really be because of trembling?
Dad is home now and has arrived. I'm back, sis.
Seeing the savior, Ya was moved and turned back. Master, he happily rushed towards Doan. Master, Iza looks so pitiful with tears all over her face, while Do trembles and shows no emotion at all. Then he tilted his head as Yat's face hit the wall. At this point, Junhai had already approached. Why did Dad say he would come until Sunday? Doojin replied, yes, he finished work early so he could come home sooner. Junhee nervously asked, have you eaten yet? Do, Run advised, you don't need to worry. It's late now. I'll find something to eat myself later. But Hai pulls Down's hand, which isn't allowed, so she pushes Do Run into the bathroom. Dad, go ahead and take your bath first. Take your time. At the same time, Junhee also pushed C along. Cassier, you should go take a bath too. The little girl looked confused. Yes, I also need to take a bath. The lively voices of the three of them echo through the house. Take your time to shower. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Yes, young master. Down is relaxing in the bathroom, while Yas doesn't look well at all. Even Down is starting to feel uncomfortable. How long do you plan to keep this up? He softly reassures him, I didn't do it on purpose, you know. Yas pouts and presses his face against the wall. It's all just excuses. Seeing that, Down said, Seer, just leave it and go into the bath with him. Cassie responded, Yes, master. At this moment, Yas once again adopts his mischievous tone. Hey, think carefully. Do you choose me or the master? Suddenly pushing Sierra into a tough spot. I am the ruthless ruler, the king of dragons. After hearing that, C walks straight into the bathtub while Yas cries. You should at least pretend to think a little, this guy. Casey said, What's the point of thinking? Nothing will change anyway. Do Run said, Come on in quickly. Even though Iza was forced to join, he still looked uncomfortable. After a while, unable to hold it in, he cheerfully exclaimed, It's so warm. This must be heaven. Casey is also enjoying it. Yes, sir. Who would have thought Down would speak up, saying, Eat your meal quickly so I can brush your teeth and ruin Jan's fun? A moment later, Hai called them, asking, Have you all finished your baths? All three were stunned by the sight before them, as Junhee replied, Yes, I was stunned by the lavish meal on the table. What day is today? The dishes are shining. Junhai smiles brightly because Dad has already worked hard all weekend. I just want to encourage Dad to keep going. I don't really understand, but I sit down at the table anyway. Suddenly, IAS called. The owner turned around nervously. Huh? At that moment, Yas was begging earnestly. From now on, don't go anywhere else. Please, master. Dun was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Do you know what he's planning to tell? Junhai shot him a warning glance. Long, you should just quietly eat your meal. Yas immediately shut his mouth. Yes, during the meal, Junhee asked what Dad was eating today. He stammered nervously. Oh, Dad already quickly answered. I had noodles, and the little girl also said it was very tasty, sister. Wow, eyes wide with curiosity. Nee, huh? That dish on TV? This time I got really angry. You get to eat a dish I've never tasted before. Knowing I can't hide it anymore, I tremble. Dad, I'm sorry. Junhai smiled softly. It's okay. It's fine to eat it just once. You look surprised that she's not angry, huh? Yas's eyes lit up. I have to make her cook for me. Before I could even be happy for a second, they had to listen to Junhai's lecture. But I think Dad should limit eating such foods because the sodium content in the noodles exceeds the allowed level. Eating foods high in cholesterol regularly can increase the risk of high blood pressure and cardiovascular diseases such as heart failure, heart attacks, angina, and bone diseases like osteoporosis, which is really dangerous. Cass obediently records this, and moreover, not only noodles, but we also need to limit fast food because they contain too much sodium. We need to eat foods that include vegetables and fruits, and Yas also doesn't dare to say anything. You absolutely must not eat noodles. The food on the table is all gone. Junhai, I'm finished eating, Junhai asks. Did you enjoy your meal, Dad? Run nodded. Very tasty. Then he left the table. So you used to stand up earlier because you had something to do, Junhai wondered. Yes, but it's the weekend, Dad. Yas happily puts down the bowl. Oh my god, I'm so full, Du explained nervously. On Monday, Dad has to attend an auction held in the North Korean room. Hearing that, Junhai immediately asked, Can I help with anything? Yeah, rubbing my stomach. I feel so happy. Since June said the product information will be announced after the auction, there's no need to prepare anything. Are you sure this isn't a scam, Dad? Since June is also concerned about it, it feels a bit strange. The next day, the auction is reaching its climax. Monday, I will start with product number 34. The starting price is 500, 600, 700, 800. Unexpectedly, someone directly proposed a 10 million price change, allowing 500 each time. 105 million, 20 million, 30 million. The price fluctuations increase by 10 million each time, reaching 40 million, 50 million, with number 83 climbing higher and higher. Number 83 has set the amount at 50 million. Chiansu is worried. Shouldn't we join in too? Hai Ukshu also thinks so, or is that it? Then both of them asked Down, "What do you think?" Down exclaimed, "I don't think it's anything special. We should observe a bit more." Hearing that, Cheonu wondered, "So you think that thing is ordinary, but it looks so flashy. He seems to be urging us. I think we should join in too." However, the auctioneer struck the gavel, so this item will be sold for 50 million. Then he raised his hand sideways and announced that the equipment was an E-grade item, a decorative bow of Ki, a type of weapon providing E-level power, crafted by the artisan as a gift for his wife. This item has no combat effect and very low attack potential. Seeing that, the person who just bid 50 million is crying. Is it not S-rank, but E-rank? But E, spending 50 million for an E-grade item? Oh, my 50 million of mine. And Cheonu almost breathed a sigh of relief that he was saved. "Rojun, how did you know like that?" Down calmly said, "I just had a hunch." Chiansu squinted as if trying to probe. "Huh? A gut feeling? Phil, is that all?" Huk-do asked. "Manager, you have to trust him because he's nervous. He's always the one to complete his tasks well." Chonu was still hesitant, but bidding based on intuition was a bit... Then their eyes once again focused on the stage. I will now start the bidding for the next item, another piece of wood with red characters. This item has a starting price of 1 million, and honestly, I'm not excited about it at all. No one would want to buy that rotten piece of wood, especially when he looked to the right. Do run. Who would buy that piece of wood when they see you holding the sign? Chiansu is terrified and trembling. Chiansu shouts to stop him quickly. The manager had to stop Hyuk-su from going after him. You have to trust Do Run. As for Down, what is your decision? I can feel a very strong energy inside that piece of wood. The same energy as in the central area. Somewhere outside Earth, the number quickly reached 50 million, and someone bid 50 million, loudly announcing the bid. Is there anyone willing to pay more? Number 82 is immediately raised to 100 million, causing the entire room to erupt in cheers. Someone has bid 100 million. Chiansu grew more anxious, due to trembling. That's clearly just an antique. Do Run. That's the reason for the run. Do Run confidently raises the current valuation sign of 100 million. Is there anyone willing to pay more? In the end, Down won. Congratulations on winning 100 million. Product information also appears on the large screen, so we would like to announce the product details as follows. Old wooden classification board, talismans, preservation, enchantment level, annotations. The wooden board with unclear origin when possessed. Your stamina has increased by 1. The whispering voices directly into Ansu's ears are just a level up item. They spent 100 million to buy an item worth only 100,000. But it's not like North Korean goods are to blame for this. Spending 100 million on meat feels like using virtual money, right? That's right. This isn't some gotcha game with chances. I don't see him making any move at all. Captain Hyuk-su, are you okay? He nervously pulls out the card. Captain, I will use my own money to buy that item. Only then did Chiansu speak. 100 million to buy a level up item? No matter what, I will protect my team members. Then he smiled brightly. It's okay, Down. People make mistakes sometimes. Don't worry. If we buy that and include it in the heritage list, it's fine. If not, it's just like I lost my pension money. They can't wait any longer. The next item is now on the auction block. May I proceed with the next product auction? We will start at 1 million not. Seeing him trembling, Hai Uk-shu nervously held up the sign and said, Captain, but please, even if you're missing a few coins, you should listen to your superior. And now, everyone around is whispering nonstop. Is he going to keep holding up the sign again? Chian-shu was stunned and said, if my pension continues like this, I'll be doomed. I won't buy it anymore then. It doesn't look good at all. The price this time isn't very good. Does anyone want to bid more than 2 million? If no one bids, the item will be sold at 2 million, right? The auctioneer tries to persuade when announcing the item. Maybe this is a top-tier item after all. Ladies and gentlemen, no one is bidding on this item anymore. However, he still has to announce the winning bid of 2 million. We now proceed to reveal the item's details. I didn't expect it to be an A-ranked item, a vampire's cloak classified as a rare item. It's the cloak that vampires often wear. This item stands out with its resistance to magic, physical attacks, and super durability, causing a stir in the entire auction room. What, an A-grade item? Damn it, I should have participated in the auction. An A-rank item should be worth around 3 billion world, right? Yet, even Hyoksu Chiansu couldn't find the words. Durun Hai-ua is crying. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I can't believe it. The two of you are putting on a tearjerker. Captain H-Yuk, at the end of the day, all three of us made it to the South Korean cashier. We are amazing. How would you like to settle the payment? Chian-shu said confidently. We will pay under the name of the Crack Management Department. The cashier sadly hands over the documents. Yes, please sign here. Their sadness is Cheonsu's happiness again. June, I love you. You know I've always trusted you, right? When Cheonsu received the auction items, he became even more excited. With just 1 billion B, we managed to get 2 level A items and 2 level B items. It's unbelievable that the Management Bureau made history at this auction. We are the first to be able to do this. Hokushu is just as excited. The level A item alone is already over 3 billion. Including the level B items, we've earned about 7.5 billion. Cheonsu Hui, you did well. You found valuable items that others overlooked. I didn't expect you to have such a talent for predicting the future. Even he couldn't help but praise you. Hokushu, you've worked hard too. No, I haven't done anything. Later, Don finally saw the item he bought. Today, we have to eat something delicious. You speak up. In that wooden board, prepare a separate contract in my name. This statement directly surprises the two of them. Huh? Hokushu is confused because of nervousness. We've already achieved a lot. Why are you doing this? This is even better than winning big at the casino. I was just trying to calm them down. I'm really fine. Suddenly, Cheonu felt suspicious. The end. Yu Hyuksu. He hurriedly explained, You're not the gambler, are you?
No, that's not it. I was just saying that.
At this point, the auction staff asked again, What should I do with this? I hesitated before replying, Just follow my instructions. I will pay for this wooden board. Hearing that, he stopped hesitating. Yes, I confirm the information. On the other side, Hai Uakshu is trying to explain. It really isn't like that. As I trembled and examined the piece of wood in my hand, I was certain I was right. At this point, I was even more convinced that this was exactly what I had sensed inside the central area. In an instant, the surroundings plunged into darkness. He carefully observed, What is this? Am I the only one seeing this? It's like I've just fallen into the illusion of the Gia cat family. Maybe I should smash this with my new power. Just then, someone suddenly spoke. You, girl in the ancient outfit, raise your sword, but you're not ready yet. Go back and prepare thoroughly before coming back. As soon as the words finished, the magic in Down's hand trembled violently. He looked down at his hand in surprise, and then something even more terrifying happened. Oh, I can't move my body. The mysterious girl's voice rang out again. At this moment, I will send you back, but if it were you, the trembling would involuntarily push you into the brightest area, said the mysterious girl again. The flow at the central area. Because of the trembling, I can't understand it. What does that mean, the phrase about the flow in the central area? Then the sounds of the real world seeped into your gaze. If you dare to gamble, I will fire you immediately. Got it? I'll fire him on the spot. Right now, H-Uksu is still explaining. Captain, I really haven't been gambling at all. Cheon-shu, do you really think that's true? Hai Ukshu immediately confirmed. Of course it's true. Don's eyes focus on the piece of wood. When the second floor of the central area opens, I have to go there. Meanwhile, at Tatala's place, she was trying to remove the chain on her neck, but Tusitala still failed. What exactly did that bastard do that I can't get this ring off? To the point that it made her angry and stomp around. This isn't even a high-level item, just something created with mana, but for some reason, no matter how I try, it won't move. Tweetlaw gritted her teeth in frustration because in all her experience, she'd never encountered an adventurer this strong. With that power, I might have to go back to the ruined central area. Even Cecilia wouldn't be able to save me. Just as I was trembling, Tusitala was scolding. But that demon's name shouldn't listen to my plea. You coldly repeat, What? The demon? Tusita immediately shouted out loud, sensing the evil spirit. Casey timidly spoke up. Indeed, this name must be punished by being dismembered. And Tuita has taken a defensive stance. When did you arrive, Your Majesty? Let's put that aside for now and focus on the main issue. All right then. Earlier you said the flow in the central area. What exactly did you mean by that? Tuita was confused. Yes. The mysterious words of that person echoed in my mind as I trembled. Does the flow in the central area have anything to do with that piece of wood? He stammers and says, Hey, Tweetlaw, I beg you, don't kill me. She begged urgently to please spare her life. Why would I suddenly kill you? Dylan calmly said, I won't kill you, so tell me quickly what exactly happened in the central area. Hearing that, Tweeta's eyes lit up brightly. She became more enthusiastic. So where should I start? Tweeta asked, trembling. Everything from start to finish. Tatala's expression became serious. So I will start with this. The central zone is currently in a period of crisis. Her eyes are fixed on Down. It's all because of travelers like you, Down. Then Tweetlaw recounted everything. Although I only heard rumors, if the central district keeps declining, one day it will reach the mind realm, and the closer it gets, the stronger the source of power it will receive. Apart from a few travelers, most others who approach the core world end up dying, but 7 people manage to reach the core world and adapt to it. They are called the superiority seats. Her voice becomes serious. The problem also arose from this point on as the superlative beings heading to the mind realm caused the central area to be destroyed. It seems Duran has noticed something, the line running through the central area. Was the woman asking me to restore this place? After hearing that, you just needed to suggest going down there and it was obvious. But Tuatela was very panicked. This is not something that can be easily thought through. Before entering here, you must have seen some level E monsters, right? Down there, some have defeated even level E monsters, but your trembling steps won't stop you, so there's no need to worry. You remain calm, you have to go eventually. This is your destiny. Tuilata fell silent. Yes. For a moment she doubted again. How could he say such heroic words? But Tuilata had faith. If it were him, he might actually succeed. He is very likely to restore the central area and save you now. Cecil is currently deep inside because June has gone further in. You have reached the second stage of the tutorial central area. The recommended magic resistance is currently one step before the Cyclops cage. Your magic resistance is higher than the recommended level. If you receive a blessing from the spiritual realm, all your stats will increase dramatically. So at this point, you still don't understand what this means, right? The weapon in the book is the image of a Cyclops monster. Cyclopes are classified as boss monsters that use two-handed weapons. Note that if you think it's just a normal Cyclops, you can take the special train to the other world. 3-star danger. Then Tusitala's voice echoed. This is a place to learn about armament, one of the 3 most important skills of this central area. Why can't I leave this place? Simply put, this is a skill that enhances the body. She pointed to the distance and said, Do you see the train station over there? If you take the train, monsters will appear at each forest station, and every time you catch a monster, your weapon mastery will increase. Then Tusitala pointed out to Dune that Cyclops' hands were turning red, which is the weapon skill. After saying that, she excitedly moved beside Down. Are there things in this book that I just mentioned? You nod in agreement, but you'd better not look inside, because you might get hurt. Tuala smiled, filled with excitement. Hearing that, I wanted to see it even more. He generously threw the book to her. Yeah, let's see then. Tweetlaw quickly grabbed it, clutching it tightly. The more she read, the prouder she felt. Does it say here that I am the strongest guide in the spiritual world? If so, that's a bit embarrassing. But she read the explanation line. Nonsense, crazy, orphaned. Just as she got to that part, Tusita frowned and closed the book quickly. Then Down finally spoke, teasingly, I told you not to look, but you did so. Tuitala was already in a gloomy mood while guiding us, so shall we head to the train station now? The train carriage is now announcing that the doors are opening, so just get on and the details of this type of vehicle are also explained thoroughly. The train station, classification, rescue, and explanation are places where you can learn combat skills. Monsters will appear at each rest stop. If you kill monsters, you will receive weapon books. The further you go, the stronger the monsters you will encounter. But there will also be many more advanced skill books available. If your level is decent, you should head to Rest Station 2. Casey suddenly spoke. Master, things are already like this on the first floor. What do you plan to do? Do! Run calmly replied. I'm just here to gather information. The attack team will come after. Hearing that, Casey was stunned. Could it be that Tuitlaw's suspicion that there are others on Earth stronger than Dojun is true? Dojun's face remained very calm. I don't know either. Casey, let's go. Casey carried the book and ran after him. Yes, master. As the little girl stepped onto the ship, announcements rang out around her. Only those who completed the first floor tutorial could board. Tusitala replied, You can only board the ship alone because of your nerves. If this kid also wants to learn martial arts, they must complete the first level first. Hearing that, Casey obediently stepped back. Then I will stay here, master. Tuzlaw asked again, Are you okay? The girl nodded. Yes. Next, Down turned and asked, How many rest stops are there here? Even she said she didn't know about that book not having that information, huh? Down closed the book in her hand. It seems like that person has never gone through this before, so they didn't record it. It only says the second rest stop here. Tweeta turned away. I don't know either, so there's nothing to say. But I advise you not to go too far. If you plan to complete the entire schedule, even if it's because of your trembling, it's hard to say. But the door is closed, Tatala carefully warned. Remember what I told you. Don't go too far. For now, just get to the rest stop, then kill the monster and come back. Tweeta waved the book nervously. All right, seeing that, Cassie spoke to reassure him. You don't need to worry. My master is the undefeated #1 expert in the world. As time went on, 2 hours later, Cassie started to feel a bit anxious. How long does it usually take? Tuitala said boredly, resting her chin. Probably about 2 hours, so he should be back soon. Another 2 hours passed. 4 hours later, Cassie was worried. It seems a bit late. Tusita said, That's right. You stayed longer because you wanted to stay at Do-Run's place. Wait a moment. I need to gather information here first. You're curious about the person in front of you, but I don't know what that other person is doing. As if remembering something, Down flips open the book. If I finish gathering information, will it be reflected in this analysis? It's still a blank page, so probably not. There's more information I need to collect than I thought. Kai gritted his teeth and said, Are you teasing me, kid? I can't take it anymore. What on earth are you doing? Do-Run stammered, Oh, I'm done here too. Then he pointed at him and said, Looks like you don't have any weapons either. Why don't you try tasting my punch? Hearing that, Kai burst into loud laughter. All right then, he introduced himself. I am Ki. Oh no, you should call me the greatest master. Actually, the name Martial God isn't an exaggeration. I was happy to hear you speak clearly, but since my task was done, I bowed and took my leave. Finally, the announcement has been made. The next station is also the last stop of this journey. The square station begins. Thank you for riding with us today. Please disembark on the right side of the train and have a safe journey. Casey happily rushes over. Master, Tutala is just as happy. She's trembling with excitement. She hurriedly asked, "So which station have you reached? I thought you had already finished." Seer quickly looked at Down. "Is the master injured anywhere?" Seeing them like that, Down had to explain. "I went to the last station before coming back." Tula was surprised. "The last station?" Even while trembling, "I haven't forgotten the main thing. Please quickly give me the weapon skill book as you mentioned." At this moment, Tu suddenly remembered something. Wait. The equipment will become stronger in the order of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, purple. Because the further you go to the later stations, the more proficient you become. Could it be that you've already reached the purple level? A sudden suspicion arose in her mind. Originally, only the strongest near the core realm could reach the purple level. Thinking that, Tusitala opened her eyes wide in shock as strange phenomena began to occur on the Cyclops side. It's all because Do Run acted again. Even the so-called armor is quite impressive. A notification appeared saying that in 168 hours, you could proceed to stage 3 of the tutorial. Witnessing this, Tusitala was terrified. Black? I've never heard of or seen a leader with that color before. Right now, Dune is struggling with the injury issue. I haven't chosen the explorer's memory yet. Tusitala quickly stepped in to stop her. Hold on a moment. So, what level is your weapon skill proficiency at? Could it really be 100%? At that, she became even more excited. 0% or maybe 0.1%, so the color of the strength attribute should be red, but you've reached the final station, so there's no way the proficiency isn't partial. Down suggested checking the skill status display, and it startled Tusita. I didn't expect Down to actually take out that display. The status board shows the weapon skill classification with a proficiency of 0.14%. This is an advanced weapon skill that enhances the use of part or all of the body, with higher proficiency increasing the duration and intensity of the effect. A new day has begun, it's Monday morning, and Hyuk Shu is already complaining. When will the weekend come again? Cheon's Shu is tired. He knows setting records at the auction house is good. But when he can't do it, he longs to succeed, and once he does, he loses all interest in working. Right, guys? Just then, Mi-song appeared at the door, the first time in a long while meeting everyone again. He cheerfully greeted the whole room. Are you all doing well? But Cheonu lowered his head. Oh no, that person is here again. Hyuk Shu also pretended to be busy. Yes, and Do Run is wondering who that person is. Hyuk Shu explains, oh, right, Down lost his memory so he doesn't know. That person is a representative from a small TV station, Yumi Sang. Cheon Shu turns away in disgust. Why are you here again? The city hall isn't an amusement park. I had to travel all the way from Busan to meet our extremely handsome department head. But Cheonu knew all along that as soon as you opened your mouth, lies would just slip out automatically. Mi-song spoke up. You saying that really hurts me. Do you still have any remaining budget to buy equipment? Cheonsu outright refuses. There's no more left? I already spent that money at the auction, so you can go home. Mi-sung quickly asked again. What? You bought equipment at the auction? That's also allowed? I only did it because I had to. Hearing that, Mi-sung looked regretful again. You should have bought it from our TV station instead, right? I was planning to leave it for you at a cheap price. Cheonsu snapped. Anyway, I don't have any money now, so you should go home. Mi-sung changed the subject again. The manager immediately shut him up. I'm not buying it. But Mi-sung still kept her smile. That's just too rude. But that very thing made the deputy manager so attractive. When he couldn't convince them, he deliberately praised himself out of nervousness. Who is this handsome model-like guy? Hyuk Shu immediately introduced. Sir, we've already greeted each other last time. Lie Down is an employee in our department. Mi-sung was startled. What? This person is actually Lie Down's manager? He used to look so clueless back then, didn't he? He was circling Do Run as if examining a strange creature. People can change like this in just a few months? Are you filming a scene? Lee, do you still remember me? Suddenly, Mi-song asked, I wonder if the Mana nutritional supplement you bought last time is okay. Sorry, I don't remember very well. What is Mana nutritional supplement? At that moment, Mi-song took out a bottle of medicine from her bag. Didn't you buy my nutritional medicine last time? It seems that the previous medicine didn't make much of an impression on you. So, this time I'll show you our new product. He's just bragging. It seems the boss doesn't know about the legendary civil servant. That person also drank this. There are rumors that their current abilities are thanks to this medicine. This normally costs 4 million, but because the boss is so handsome, I'll give you a special discount. Then Mi-song raised 2 fingers to promote. Just drink this and you'll become an S-rank hunter. Only today I'll sell it to you for 2 million. And at that moment, Do-jun called me over to represent him, and he approached. Yes, you'll soon become a legendary civil servant, so today, just buy a whole crate of medals. When Mi-song leaned in to whisper, Do-jun didn't hesitate to give him a cold splash of water. You should be satisfied with fooling me just once. Do you know that scamming hunting gear can get you life imprisonment? Mi-song was startled. I didn't cheat on that, Run Ling Lung revealed. That legendary government official is inside this building. Do you want to meet him? Just hearing that, Mi-sung was trembling all over. Seeing him leave, Cheon-shu was curious. Why did that leech of a guy leave so early today? Hai Uk-soo looked surprised and followed. I wonder why. Now Dawn is being surrounded and questioned by those two people. What exactly did you say? What did you say to him, Dawn? At that moment, Y spoke up. I'm here now. She took out that yellow-colored liquid. Manager, I have a small gift for you. The department head and the military manager also have gifts. Moreover, IG enthusiastically recounted that this is mononutritional medicine, originally costing 4 million world, but today I was lucky to find it on sale for only 2 million world. Hai Uk-soo almost blurted out, but Che Onu cut him off. Everyone was fooled for the first time, right? Hai Uk-soo, do you remember when you first joined? You were so happy to buy that item. Originally worth 5 million W for only 80,000 W. Hearing that, Hai Uk-soo immediately questioned, why did you bring that up again? Cheon-soo, trembling with worry, warned you not to laugh, then revealed a shocking secret. You're even more deeply deceived. You spent as much as 1.5 million to buy that item. Y was stunned. Yes, she looked puzzled at Hyuk-soo as he was drinking from the medicine bottle. Is this a scam? He quickly reassured. No, I will finish this bottle because of my hunter father. Cheon's is doing it too, so am I. He happily looked at everyone. Yes, it's getting dark now. Dojun's voice rang out. Dad is home now. Junhai happily goes to greet him. Dad is home now. Yas only paid attention to the paper bag in Down's hand. Can I eat this, master? Just thinking about it now. Do-run said sharply. Go somewhere else. Run-hai looked surprised and approached. What is this, Dad? Do-run replied. That's mononutrient water. She exclaimed. Is that true? Seeing Junhai so surprised, Jun wondered, you also know about this? Junhai took the bottle and recounted. This thing has been really popular online lately, Dad. Dad bought this. I was just nervous and denied it. It's not wise fruit. Hearing that, a fleeting emotion flashed across Junhai's eyes. Oh, just asking around. What's wrong? Junhai hurriedly replied, no, it's nothing at all. You have to send her a thank you message first. This thing is expensive and precious. Of course, Yas wouldn't miss out on that interesting drink. Is this some kind of nutritional water? He arrogantly turned away, but Down covered his mouth and dragged him away. You're going to take a shower with me. Junhai said, I will prepare dinner right away. As usual, she reminded everyone, after you finish bathing, let's have dinner right away. Sitting at the table, her gaze fell on that water bottle. Why is this only available at Dad's place? Junhai explained. Dad works very hard, so he has to use expensive and healthy products. This made Down smile, and then he poured the drink. If it's good stuff, you have to drink it. But Yas, feeling challenged, cut in and said it wouldn't have any effect even if the owner drank it. Run shouted loudly for Long Long. Faced with his threatening gaze, Yas quickly corrected himself. This must be the top spiritual medicine. It must be so. Over there, Junhai is slowly savoring the aroma of that drink. She also thinks its taste is quite unique, but I keep feeling that its smell is a bit strange. Later, Yas spat it out. Isn't this just alcohol? Oh, does it taste boring? Junhai asked nervously. Are you okay? She quickly reassured. Really? I didn't notice anything unusual from the trembling. The girl still seems fine. A little while later, Yas was attacked by a rain of pecks. He shouted, why are you treating me like this? I didn't expect it was because Junhai missed her shot. Junhai, her face is now flushed. I wonder why that is. Junhai softly said, I'm sorry, Long Long. At this point, I'm sure Jun is already drunk. In that case, Junhai's gaze looked even a bit scary. Long Long, do you want to eat anything else? Just tell me what you want and I'll do it for you. No one dares to speak up. Her eyes looked so scary. Seeing him clinging tightly and trembling, Junhai angrily slammed the table. What's that, Long Long? Why did you run away? Yas said with a teasing smile. What do you mean run away? I was just pulling back strategically. He hesitantly asked again, is there a problem? While C on the side watched indifferently like watching a play. At this moment, Junhai starts crying again. Why did I run away? You hate me, right? Yas can't even argue back. No, master, it's really not my fault. I was trembling when I stood up. I know it's not your fault. He steps forward to comfort him. Junhai, go to bed early today and get some rest. Get up and go to the bedroom to relax. She was surprised. Why is that? Run just made up an excuse. You look very tired. Run, Hai still has to give instructions. So Dad, please help me clean up. As soon as she lay down on the bed, Junhee stretched out comfortably, but the scene before her kept swirling together. Why is Tranya spinning like this? She kept telling herself that she still had to do the dishes, but her eyelids kept drooping. She was just too sleepy. It arrived very quickly. The next morning, Junhee, with messy hair, stepped outside. Yas turns her head back. You're awake now. Seer also stood up to greet you. Young master, you are awake. Junhai still looks very sleepy. Long Long, what happened yesterday? She doesn't remember anything after dinner. He rests his arm on the chair. Yesterday, you seemed a bit strange. You threw up the blanket and then cried and caused a scene. Runhai was utterly terrified. What? He smiled slyly and continued. The owner then has to clean up all that mess. A vision appeared in Junhai's mind and he couldn't bear it. We have to send this girl away now. She hugs Iza and cries uncontrollably. Really? Did Dad really say that? He hurriedly explained, I was just joking and then AS pointed at the steaming bowl of food on the table. The owner called the school to say she would be late, so she told Junhai to eat breakfast quickly, as it was prepared by the owner herself. Hearing that, Junhee finally stopped. What? The bowl of porridge on the table is still steaming. Junhai was touched and softly called out, Dad made this for me. Long, with that bright smile, Junhee can still declare, you won't be eating meat next week. What do you mean? Only then did he realize he was afraid to tug on Junhai's sleeve. Please, Junhai, I was wrong. She shouted, Who told you to joke around so recklessly? Seer obediently eats his meal. Master, I wonder if things are peaceful at work, because this place is so chaotic. And at the same time, at the Crack Management Bureau, Hook-Shu was busy on the phone. Yes, I will be there immediately. Seeing that, Du trembled with curiosity. What's going on, brother? Hai Uk-Su reported, There are civilians infiltrating the fissure we are managing, and they are extremely angry because they finished setting up the workplace on site but had to stop hunting. That surprised down quite a bit. A workplace? Hai Uk-Shu sighs. Yeah, honestly, a B-grade crack would require at least 15 A-grade hunters to establish a work site. If anything goes wrong, we'll lose the management rights we fought hard to gain. Then let's just leave it at that. Just as Down was about to stand up, Hai Uk-Shu stopped him. Do run, stay where you are. It's understandable. Yes. Huk-Su confidently pointed at himself and said, I will handle this personally. Just relay the message when the manager arrives. After saying that, he left immediately. So I'm off then. Do Run watched Hai Shu's figure disappear. Be careful out there. Then he also returned to Zhang Do's work. Just after getting the management rights, he immediately caused trouble. His eyes radiated a dangerous aura. Do these guys look like easy targets? A little later, Do-Jun was still lost in thought. Really? For now, I can only think that the 8th ranked guild causing trouble is quite powerful. If they cause trouble, the senior will be in danger. At this point, I wonder even more why he didn't ask for help when heading into such a dangerous place instead of going alone. I don't know, did he rush into danger to prove that old promise? Does Down remember the past, when Hyuk-Do's voice echoed in the sauna? Do you know why? The newly established crack management department hadn't been around for long, so when I first joined the company, there were no senior colleagues before me. His eyes shone with determination, and so I made up my mind during the work process. I will definitely become a kind and trustworthy senior. Saying that, Hyuk-Do looked at Dune. It would be great if I could become a reliable support for juniors like you, Down. At that moment, you smiled as if you agreed. He has always been a senior like that. Down also teases him. Apart from sneaking off to the sauna during work hours, Hyuk-Su hesitantly pats his head. Luckily, Cheon-Shu has been covering for him with overtime and night shifts all month. What is this compared to that? Is that right, Hyuk-Su? He nodded. Yes. Cheon-Shu quickly grabs 2 pieces of the backstrap. Come on, no more gossip. Turn around here. The 3 of them turned their backs to each other and sang loudly together. Many small streams make a mighty river. 3 sticks together can hold up a mountain. Do you understand? Hook-Shu shouted loudly. Yes, I understand, he thought to himself at that moment. I understand his feelings, but for an ordinary person, walking like that is really dangerous. Cheon-Shu skips into the office. Work is work. Do-Run, you arrived so early? Do-Run also greeted back. You're here. Cheon-Shu rubbed his shoulders tiredly. Yeah, but lying around a lot yesterday made my body ache. An idea came to mind because of the trembling. If you're sore or tired, let me drive you instead. Hearing that, Cheon-Shu was even happier. Sounds good. Might as well enjoy the breeze too. All right, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. But that quick decision made Cheon-Shu turn pale with fear. Are you really driving right now? Cheon-Su's desperate screams keep ringing out. Is this not moving up to heaven? It seems a bit too fast. He even tried to remind you. The camera caught everything. You might lose your license. This guy. Seeing that you didn't say a word, Cheon-Shu wondered what on earth made you drive like this. Even if I die, you won't become a department head. After all, Hook-Shu is still above you. June replied, That's not the case. He then explained that before the department head left for work, we received an A-level G opportunity at the office. Based at the dungeon, this news immediately wakes Cheon-Shu up. What? Is that really true? But even so, we didn't have to go like this. At this moment, Down realized the police car was tailing behind. Senior HUC went alone to such a dangerous place. Cheon-Shu was stunned and exclaimed, Hi, Uk-Shu alone? Without hesitation, he immediately ordered to accelerate even more. Whatever was said upstairs, I will take responsibility. The car, carrying the determination of both of them, sped down the road, ready to face any trouble or anyone. If they dare to hurt Hyuk-Shu, I won't let them get away with it. Meanwhile, Hyuk-Shu is reassuring himself, not worried, they won't bully him. At that moment, he noticed something unusual. In front of Hyuk-Shu was the car carrying Jun and Cheon-Shu. The car made a perfect turn and stopped right in front of Hyuk-Shu. He finally managed to say, What do you think you're doing driving like that? Jun quickly asked how he was doing. Senior, are you okay? Seeing you, Hyuk-Shu was very surprised. Is it Do-Run? Why are you here? I didn't expect Do-Run to blame Cheon-Shu entirely. The manager said he wants to meet the guild directly, and the person who just got out of the car called Ms. Hugh. Hi, Yukshu, are you okay? UK Shu is worried that you are not okay. Meanwhile, Down was still asking around. Senior, is this their base? Hi, Uksu quickly caught Cheon and Shu. Are you okay? A while later, he replied, I don't think so. We need to go inside and confirm. Once he was feeling better, Cheon Shu immediately questioned him. Hey. Hi, Uksu. What if something happens to the A-rank hunters? As the department head, I should be the first to go, right? Surely I'm trustworthy enough. For a moment, Hukshu didn't know how to explain himself. No, that's not it. Cheon Shu directly interrupted him. And also, I told you we are truly united. One tree alone can't make a mountain, but three together can form a high peak. If you go alone, you'll die, but if you stick together, you'll survive. Have you forgotten? At this moment, he looks surprisingly trustworthy again. Don't bear all the difficult things alone anymore. Hayu Ukdu feels touched. Yes, sir. Even Down has to secretly admire how cool that is. He looks at them with a gentle smile. The director sometimes speaks quite passionately, while Hyuk Shu is trying to avoid the smell from his mouth. That guy, you really underestimate the crack management department. I'll show everyone what the power of citizen rights inside the crack looks like. Ewan's face darkened. So she spoke up and asked, Guys, this really is the basis after all. Trang Sik sighs tiredly. That's not it. Hearing that, Yujin angrily questioned, Out of 10 people, they monopolize 70%. What else is there to say? If it's not a base, then what could it be? She cast a suspicious look at Trang Shich. Moreover, why is a level S hunter like you here in a dungeon like this? There's clearly something suspicious going on. Now Cheon Shu just stepped in and looked around. Where is the chaos? Where? In the name of justice, I am here. Suddenly Do Jun realized that the girl in the uniform might also be from the same school as Jun Hai. A student should be at school, so why is she here? Cheon Shu whispers. So who is backing that student to dare speak out against the Myeong Guild like that? Hai Uksu responds, That rookie hunter over there is Choi Trang Shich. Seeing him so awkward is really strange. What's that pile of papers in your nose? Just then, it seems Yuzan has noticed them. She turned to order all of them. Are you civil servants? Hurry up and catch these people. Move faster. He shivered with a cold face. Is this little girl really on our side? Why are you shouting so loudly? Cheon's is only paying attention. Do I smell bad? H. Yuk Shu is speaking insincerely. Just a little bit. Then Cheon Shu turned to ask if what this student said was correct. Trang Sik quickly denied. How could that be true? We have indeed caught many monsters, but we've never hindered other hunters from hunting together. Then he handed over a small object containing a recording. You should listen to it. Loud punching sounds quickly echo from the screen as Yuzin lifts her head high. You're right, aren't you? Cheonsu cleared his throat. Sorry, little student, but I can't call that place a base. Yet Ewan still blames others. Are you guys now on the side of the A-level guild? Red Page shouted. So I won't apologize then, Yuzin. That name immediately shocked them. Lady Yuzin, huh? They whisper to each other, wondering if this Yuzin lady is the person I have in mind. What's going on with them? Who is that little girl? Immediately, the two embraced each other, the daughter of the head of the Hunter Management Bureau in Y. Then they approached to apologize, saying, Miss, we're truly sorry for not recognizing you earlier. Ewan snorted coldly and said, Now you all know. Get ready to lose everything you have. Seeing this, Down felt very disappointed, upset over a little kid causing chaos since morning. Hai Uksu is still trying to please Yuan, saying, I'm really sorry, Miss Yuzin. She arrogantly turns away, already late. Unable to hold back the trembling, he blurted out, Students should go to school, right? Udine gritted his teeth and growled, Wait a minute, sir, what did you just say? Her eyes trembled with sparks flying from her gaze. Should I make him moan and cry? I will call my dad right now. You tell me, what's your name? Cheon Shu is crying. Manager, young lady, please forgive me. He's a new employee, so he doesn't understand the situation. Ewan pointed at his face, trembling, then took out his phone. No, I will call my father right now to see if he can still act arrogant. Hearing those words, Cheon Shu's body went limp. Captain, we're doomed. We're finished. And on top of that, Hai Ukshu asked if our department is going to disappear completely. Cheon Shu said, If it's just like that, maybe luck will be on our side, and even our pension will disappear without us knowing. Du's face still didn't change. The voice of the operator rang out from Yuzin's phone, saying the line was busy. Please leave a message after the beep. She wondered, what is this? Is your dad busy? But Yuzin's anger still hasn't subsided. That guy is following me. At this moment, Cheonsu approached with a pleading look. Are you trembling? This is a matter of our department's survival. So could you calm down a bit? I'm begging you. He nodded and said yes, I will try my best. Cheonsu seemed about to shout. No, it's not just trying. You have to do it this way. Even Hai Ukshu had to step in. Captain, please calm down. Is Cheonsu still trying to give advice now? Is he trembling? I only trust you. Captain, for a civil servant, if they don't have a pension, they earn more than part-time workers, you know? Later, Suin managed to contact Dad. Dad, it's me. I want to tell you about this. There is an official neglecting his duties here. Can you fire him right away? Then, Yuzuin handed the phone to Down. Yes, I will hand the phone to him right away. Seeing you hesitate, Yujin urged again. What are you doing? There's no point in begging now. Just answer the phone. He presses the phone to his ear. It seems like his relationship with the girl is very good. Hello? A voice from the other side responds. I am the director of the Hunter Management Bureau in Yangshun. Dune also introduced herself. Yes, director, this is Lie Down. Immediately, the other side fell silent to the point that Down had to ask again. Hello? But Yujin remained unusually silent. Laidu is trembling? I think I've heard that name somewhere before. She doesn't know. Yangshun on the other side is in chaos. Yes, Manager Lai, you haven't had any issues lately, right? Du-Run replied coldly. Yes, everything is fine, but thanks to your daughter, it's all sorted now. Yin looked surprised. There must be something strange going on here. Over there, Yang Qian just keeps apologizing repeatedly. I apologize, my daughter is still just a naive child. The fear hasn't let go yet. Oh no, it's all my fault. Yang Qian pleads urgently. The girl is still young, please understand. Yuan can hardly watch anymore. What's going on? Her body is trembling with anger. Even the president has to rely on that father of yours. Why is he now in a weaker position? So, what do you plan to do about Down questioning from the other side and the fact that she's not going to school but instead bothering busy officials with her teachings? Yang Qian turned pale. I don't know what that was all about, but I sincerely apologize to you. Inside Eugene's heart, a strange unease arose. Who is this person really? Why does the name Lie Down sound so familiar? Suddenly she remembered, could it be Commander So of the Fault Line Division, the legendary officer? Even though he's really skilled, there's no way Dad would be so submissive. At this moment, Down just handed back the phone. Your father told you to answer this call. This time Yuan hesitated and didn't listen. It was only a moment later that she dared to speak. Dad, Yang Qian has gone berserk. Dong Yuan, what exactly did you do outside? Don't be long-winded. Tonight you're dead with Dad when you get home. Yuan was a bit confused by Dad's scolding. Dad is angry with me. She is deeply devastated inside. Even if I broke a 1,000-year-old antique vase, Dad would still be smiling. He loves me more than that porcelain vase. It's just sweat. Seeing Yujin trembling, I silently marvel. Luckily, Junhee isn't like this. On the other hand, Hai Uk-Soo had to remind Xiansu. Captain, if you keep going like this, you'll burn out, he shouted. How can I not be trembling? Why am I still not able to get out because of the trembling? You'll be overwhelmed with anxiety. Suddenly, Trang Shich appeared and spoke. Where are Qian's and Hai Uk-Soo rushing to at the same time? I didn't expect Yujin to obediently follow because of the tremor. You should apologize to everyone now. Qiansu was stunned. Huh? Sorry. What did you just say to the young lady? Young lady, please don't be like that. Yuan bowed his head and followed suit. I'm sorry. They were stunned. They exclaimed in unison, What did you just say? Although somewhat reluctant, Yujin still managed to speak clearly. I apologize to everyone for going out of my way to come here. I'm sorry for accusing you of deliberately setting up the base. Trangshich waved her hand and said, No, young lady. Did she just apologize earlier? Anyway, this situation could easily be misunderstood. Since I was trembling and crossing my arms, everything has been resolved now. Then he looked at Trangshich and said, We have successfully dispersed the civilians, so we will take our leave now. He scratched his head and replied, Yes, of course. Thank you all very much. Even now, the crowd is still in shock. Am I dreaming right now? Is this real? Xianshu couldn't hold back his curiosity and quickly asked, How could you calm down that famous rebellious young lady? Did you punish her or something? Du-Run sighed and said, This is not the martial world, and I am not that kind of person. Qianshu wondered, Whoa, Lam Do-Run just said it's nothing. In the blink of an eye, the four of them had left the crack, but Do-Run didn't intend to go back with the other two. Manager, I will stop by the Hunter Academy for a while. Qianshu was surprised. Huh? Why is that? Du-Run glanced at Yuan and said, I have to take the girl home. Qiansu also stopped wondering. Oh, I guess that's right. So I will take Haiwuk-Shu's car to the office. Then Down told Yuzuin, Hurry and get in the car. I will take you home. She quickly followed suit. Yes, ma'am. His voice was neither cold nor warm. If you don't want to die, put on your seatbelt. But it made Yuzin misunderstand, as if he was telling her to buckle up before killing her. Dune asked, Are you afraid of the seatbelt now? Then let's get going. Yuzin clenched the seatbelt. Not yet, but I was so nervous I sped off. Hurry up. Qian looked confused. I don't understand why he was driving like that anymore. Hi, Oksu immediately asked, But do you have a driver's license because of your trembling? I always drive when going out right. Hearing this, the two looked at each other in confusion. What? Both of them shouted together, Look at that name Lai Du-Run. And Do-Run drives very comfortably, while Yuzin cautiously speaks up on the way. Sir, she lowered her head. I apologize for what happened earlier. Du-Run kindly responded. All right, it's okay. Just make sure it doesn't happen again next time. At the same time, a new crack appeared. The alert detected damage in the central area, and Yuan kept reminding everyone. Sir, I apologize for what happened earlier. Yujin nodded. All right, then why did you run into the crack instead of going to school? Yuzin pouted, pretending to be innocent. Because I was so bored, Du-Run interrupted, and the car fell into silence. After a while, Yujin spoke again. You don't want to ask anything more, right? Why should I have to ask instead? Yuzin clarified. Isn't it usually the case that you should ask why I'm bored? Is there a special reason? I thought it was obvious that you would ask. Doan's face remained as cold as ever. Why are you so bored? Yuen complained that reading Vietnamese books might be more interesting than talking to him, but she also had her own reasons. You didn't care about me at all, so why did you bring me back to the academy? And you even scolded me. Then Down finally said, actually, I also have a daughter the same age as you studying at the academy. Hearing that, Yuen exclaimed, oh, you have a daughter her age. Suddenly, a look of panic appeared on her face. Wait a minute, a daughter? And she's a high school student like you. Yin looked at Down with a disbelief in her eyes. How old were you when you finally had a child? According to June, she's not his biological daughter, Yuzuin guesses. Ah, yes, the child born from the heart. For a moment, Down didn't know how to explain. Just consider it that way. So why is your school so boring? Hearing that, Yujin crossed her arms and honestly thought she had already reached the level of an A-class hunter, but the school kept teaching basics, and more basics, which was really boring. The more she spoke, the more agitated she became. Although your father told you to gain more experience at the academy, I think it's just a waste of time. Then Yujin turned to Dune. You think so too, right? Down immediately commented. Let's see, even if you're not wrong, the director's words are partly right. Yin cheerfully said, that's right, you're correct. At that moment, a red alert appeared, indicating damage in the central area. Yuen looked anxiously at the red warning outside. Central area, what does the damage mean? He remained silent, trembling, as the monsters from the crack rampaged everywhere. The panicked crowd shouted, run now! Seeing them, Down was a bit confused. Weren't these guys already dead at his hands? Why are these things, which should be in the central area, appearing here? So I told myself I have to ask Tatala about this later. At that moment, the monster spat fire and the blazing flames shot toward Yuzuin, then it continued to destroy the street. Now Yujin was too scared to open her eyes. Am I going to die? I will become an S-rank hunter in the future. But the pain didn't come, so she had to open her eyes. Why am I still alive? I didn't expect Down to directly lift the car and block the fierce flames. Uncle Yujin looks bewildered. This is Down comforting himself internally. Even though this is a government vehicle, I didn't cause the accident, so I probably won't have to write a report. Right. You just didn't think it through, but Down doesn't have a driver's license, so you still have to write a report. Then Down gathers magic in his palm and says, wait a moment, everything will be over soon. After finishing, Do unleashed that energy toward the monsters, but Yujin couldn't believe it. No, even Kang Huan couldn't defeat those monsters. She lowered her head and sneaked away. Why are you suddenly trying to look so cool?
Then you will have to leave in pain with just one punch. And Yuen was quickly slapped in the face again because Dejun's aura was clearly piercing through the monsters.
Even now, Dejun still cares about Yuzin. Are you hurt anywhere? And she couldn't utter a word. It was only after a while that Yuen finally spoke. Hey, Down, are you surprised? Come on. Yuzin finally found the courage to speak up. So who exactly are you? Du trembling replied, Yujin the official. Angry? You know I wasn't asking about that. Durun said, but you really are a government official. Yan stomped her foot and asked, can't you tell me that? But you really are a government official. The scene shifts. That night at the hunter's office, Manhwa was reporting to Yan. Fortunately, no one was injured. We are currently repairing and rebuilding the damaged structures, but there is only one issue. That was the hunter who killed the monster that didn't appear. Yang Qian saw through it early on. It doesn't matter. After all, only that person can handle things like this. Minhwan was a bit surprised, but then found his own answer. Who is it? Oh, right. It must be Manager Lai Dojun who helped us. Yang Qian said nothing in front of him, and Minhwan was very confused by that. The matter has been settled, but why does he look so heavy-hearted? I wonder if he can keep the hunters at the center safe. Maybe he's worried that this will happen again. That thought suddenly ignited Minhwan's passion. As expected from the bureau chief, I will follow him for the rest of my life. Actually, Yang Qian is worried. Why isn't Yuzin answering the phone? Could it be that she's angry about me losing my temper with her this morning? No way. Seeing him stumble like that, Minhwan quickly asked, Director, he stepped forward to support Yang Chuan. Are you all right, sir? No matter how much you worry about the country, you must prioritize your health above all else. But Yang Qian still didn't respond. Director, immediately Minhwan burst into loud, heartbreaking tears. Director, no one knows that Yang Qian wants to cry but can't. Yuzin, huh? Dad was wrong. In another brightly lit building, Yuzuin looked at the screen and then fell silent. Dad, I'm sorry for not answering your call. She clenched her bagstrap, but there was nothing else she could do. At this moment, Yuen's eyes are filled with determination because only her uncle can solve her problem. It turns out she has carried her belongings to confront Run. Until then, I won't go home. At this moment, Junhee was busy in the kitchen when she heard the doorbell. She called Ias, Long, I think someone has come. Please go check for me. He wouldn't get up. It's a good scene, sis. After that, IAS still had to go open the door. Who is it? Before I could see anyone, Yuzuin loudly greeted. Hello, sir. It was only later that she realized something was strange. Why is there no one here? Suddenly, Isa has to eat a blood knee. Is he pouting and not looking down, little girl? It was only after a while that Yujin suddenly realized Yas was below. She immediately sat down to examine it. What kind of creature is this? A monster? Are you the pet that the uncle is taking care of? Who are you to come to someone else's house like that? Yuzin thought to himself, what kind of pet has such a grumpy personality? And just as he was about to say hello, he asked, I'm Yuzuin. Is there a manager or someone in charge at home? So no one else is home now, right? This time, AAS Sasmus patiently kicked Yuzin away directly. No, this house doesn't sell goods. Go away. But she stubbornly blocked the way. Wait a moment. I came here to meet the manager, but IAS still won't let me in. Please go now. At that moment, Junhai heard the noise outside. Long, what's going on? She steps out worriedly. Who could be so noisy right now? In front of Junhai, Yujin is holding Yas tightly. I wonder why it's so heavy. I didn't expect Junhai to recognize it. Yuzudong hears a call and slightly opens her eyes. What's going on? Are you an acquaintance of Junhai? Then I have to say, you look like a sales clerk. While Yuen questioned, why would a salesgirl wear a school uniform? Yas calmly argued back. Selling fake products can also mean dressing in a uniform. As soon as she entered the house, Yuzun reverted to his arrogant attitude. Thanks to you, I was able to get into the house, otherwise I wouldn't have been able. And if we went to the same school, of course you would know me. Junhee was very curious when he saw her. Why would the daughter of the director come to our house? What are you here for? Yen glanced around cautiously, realizing that the girl the uncle mentioned was actually him, and after meeting her, he saw she was nothing special. That look made Junhai feel uncomfortable. Yujin leaned on her hip and explained, Today I was helped by Manager Lai to run with something important, so I just wanted to thank him. I don't know if I can meet him. This way of calling him makes Junhai uncomfortable. Where did this girl meet her father to dare call him so casually? Still, he said she came to thank him, so I can't refuse. Nevertheless, she still invited Yuzin. First, just go inside. I will bring you a glass of tea. Yuzin smiles happily. Thank you so much. Junhai's gaze fell on the pile of luggage Yuzin brought. It's just to thank you. Why bring so much luggage? Did he just come back from a trip? Yuzin was already criticizing after just a few steps. This house is even smaller than my room, Yas said provocatively. If it's small, will you buy another house for us? Yuen sits on the chair as naturally as if it's her own. I've heard your uncle tell the story. Are you his daughter? Junhai frowns in annoyance and keeps calling uncle again. She snaps. So what if that's true? Noticing a change in her tone, Yujin wondered why he was so angry. So then, Yujin quickly asked, Hey, are you angry right now because Jun has finished his shower? Who could it be, dear? Junhai politely asked. Dad has finished his shower. Don, who was wiping his hair, sighed upon seeing Yujin. Is that your niece? It made Yujin so angry. What does your sigh mean? Do you have to look so disappointed while she's questioning you? Long, I told you to chase away those street vendors already. That statement surprised Yujin. Are you saying I am a con artist? In that case, Yas also replied. Sorry, master. I was deceived because she pretended to be close to Junhai. At this moment, Do-jun finally asked, What brings you here? Yuzin shouted loudly. I'm here to thank you. Please take your fingers out of your ears. Really? Hearing that, Yujin felt a bit embarrassed. Of course, that's not the main issue, but I really do want to thank you, she stammered. Hey, I didn't get to finish my words before Do-run's harsh rejection. You refused. Eugene argued back, but I haven't finished speaking yet. Do-run waved his hand and said, You want me to take you as my disciple, right? Surprised that he was guessed, Yujin shouted, How could you do that? Do you have the ability to use mind control magic? Did you come just to thank me or to bring all this luggage too? I never expected Yuzin to dare to show it. If you agree to take me as your disciple, I will give you 10 billion. Down calmly asked again, Do you know how much a level E-Demon Crystal costs? This question is too easy for Yuen. Although I haven't officially become a hunter yet, I know it's about 800 million. But why are you suddenly asking about that? After a moment of thought, she softly guessed that it was the amount of money the uncle could easily earn. Seeing Down turn away, Yujin tried to hold on. So the uncle has no other wishes, right? He coldly ordered, You have to have dinner. Can I go home now? However, Yuzin's sparkling eyes made Down hesitate. Yeah, she spoke with a tone of sadness. It can't be like that. In this situation, Down had no choice but to agree, saying, I understand. I will become your disciple. Yujin's eyes sparkled brightly. Really? Do-run continued. But there's a condition. And you made a condition that if I could graduate at the top of the academy, you would take me as your disciple. Yuzin was stunned at the top. Then her eyes sparkled again. Really? If I come in first, you'll take me as your disciple, right? Just confirm your condition. Yeah, so you should go home now. Hearing that, Yujin became even more excited. I understand. I will definitely be top of the graduation exam. She turned to hold Junhee's hand and said, From now on, we will see each other at school every day, so let's be friendly with each other. Then he sped off like the wind to meet you at school tomorrow. Junhai will be there. But tomorrow is a day off. Isokli sat down at the table, finally getting to eat. She whispered to herself that from now on, she would study harder, and the director would be very pleased. Is that really true? The Hunter Management Basement analyzes monsters. The professor said, yes. Stronger monster breeds 2 or 3 times more powerful than the current S-rank monsters will appear in the future. Yang Qian is deep in thought. The monsters are all above S-rank. The professor's voice turned serious. But there's an even bigger problem. Is the central area starting to swallow the Earth? Yang Qian looked serious and said that the fact the central zone was starting to swallow the Earth meant the invasion had truly begun. Kang Hyun crossed his arms and asked, what do you mean by invasion? The other side stroked his chin and said slowly, the first time you started coming to the central area was 3 years ago, right? He immediately confirmed, yes. According to Yan, initially the highest level of a fissure was level A, but after he arrived at the central area, S-level fissures began to appear. The strength of S-level monsters is around 1,000. These newly appeared groups of monsters have surpassed that level, with the highest so far being 7,500. Kang Hyun vaguely understood something. So it means the more we explore the central area, the stronger the monsters that appear. Yang Qian nodded in agreement. That's right. The more challenges we overcome, the stronger the monsters spilling from the central area to Earth will become. He emphasized, what could this mean if it doesn't swallow the Earth? So does that mean humanity is doomed? Yang Qian shrugged slightly. That's just my guess. Let's discuss again after Manager Lun gives us the information about the tutorial area. He is sure that in the end, everything depends on Manager Lee Jun. Cut to Down's apartment where C respectfully bids farewell. The servant says, I will wait outside for you, master. Jun simply replied indifferently, okay. Dad, she hesitated a little when she saw you. Are you going on a business trip again this Saturday? Jun nodded slightly. Yeah, Dad thinks he still needs to go on a business trip this weekend. Yas punched his calf a few times, pouting and complaining. Runhai said we would go out to eat today, so why is the boss going to work instead? Durun's next words made Junhee's face look sad. Really? This is the first time I've heard that. Actually, I got a scholarship, so I wanted our family to go out and have a fun meal and outing. She said while fiddling with her fingertips, I plan to surprise you, Dad. At this point, Hai's voice suddenly grew quieter and trembling. But you don't need to worry about anything. I don't want to bother you. Where are you going? Why? Sitting sulkily in a corner. I was really excited to watch movies and go out to eat. I was really looking forward to it. But seeing them so downcast, Down was a bit surprised. Lie Down is thinking about how to become a good father, and after much careful consideration, he decides to take the kids out to play to strengthen their bond. He chuckled softly and said, I just need to be home before 5 o'clock, right? Junhee and Yas cheer happily. Yes, that's right. Yas even excitedly hugged Down tightly. The eternal master. You gently promised that you would try to come home early. And Junhai and Isa replied in unison. Yes, the scene shifts to another area where intense heat rises. Because Jun and Kaesier are already here. Tutorial zone. Phase 3. You speak up. Tusatala. What is the objective of this stage? The other party then explained, you need to receive the item first to start. And paused for a moment to reflect. The item? Casey focused intently on the lava below. It must be really warm, huh? The little girl jumps in to enjoy it. This is so awesome. Since you're nervous, seriously ask Tuitla where to get it now. She suddenly shouted, wait! And then something flew towards her. The item fits snugly in the trembling palm, and the notification confirms the receipt of the colorless skill ring. This is a level 5 accessory. The ring allows you to use skills. Tusita blurted out in admiration, this is the perfect timing. You could say this is the most important item in the central area. I was surprised. This one. The opponent confirmed seriously. Yes, that's right. Without this ring, you wouldn't be able to use your skills. Run checked for himself and muttered softly, I can use them, while Tusitala laughed hysterically, clutching her stomach. This is a tutorial zone, which is why you can still use them. Even if it's you, it seems you still need me, Tweetlaw said cheerfully as he flitted around nervously, chattering to himself. Your task here is to catch the gatekeeper on each floor and increase the number of skills stored in the ring. The tower has 7 floors, so you can hold up to 7 skills. According to her, you can give up at any time, but remember that adding 1 more skill can make a huge difference. She kindly takes this opportunity to remind you that I, the super beautiful and kind Tusitala, always tell explorers, I hope you give up any time to avoid getting hurt. Tweetlaw becomes more and more smug the more she speaks. Oh my god, am I really that kind? Do you think I am too kind? Because of the run, I was a bit speechless. Well, that's also good. But sometimes it feels like I just finished playing with the toy. Seer nodded along from his shoulder. Did the girl just get thawed out by her owner? Get straight to the point. So that means I have to kill the guards to increase the number of prisoners? Tweeta immediately raised an eyebrow. What are you talking about? If you don't do that, how do you plan to handle it? I'm just casually rambling. I have a happy day today, so I don't have time. He squints slightly. I can save time by doing this. I just need to kill the last guard. Tusita panicked and shouted, Wait, it's too late! Don has already attacked the guard directly. Tuala cried out in helplessness. Please, can't you just kill normally? He stammers and keeps walking forward as if he didn't hear. The place he passed leaves a deep dent. A notification appears. You have achieved first place in stage 3. Do you want to make your achievement public?
Do-Run bluntly replied no.
The sound of machinery beeping echoes. You have declined to make it public. Then the ring on Do-Run's hand suddenly lit up. The collection process of the ring began. Once the upgrade is complete, you will return to the 3rd floor lounge. When Cassie and Tusitala saw you come back, they were both stunned. Huh? You finished already? She casually replied, that's right. Tusitala couldn't believe his ears and stammered, you're telling me you just came back from the 3rd floor? At the same time, a notification sounded. Skill upgrade ring, support accessory level, HT's treasure. Number of stored skills. The B ring allows you to use skills that enhance the influence of stored skills. However, stored skills cannot be deleted. You should think carefully. Tusitala suddenly shouted out in shock. What? All 7 skills? And what about the upgrade? I don't know. Casey quickly throws in a few sarcastic remarks. You talk endlessly as if you know everything, but it seems there are still many things you don't know. No. Tusita was so angry she was trembling, but she couldn't argue back. She could only snap and scold. This demon, trembling, suddenly interrupted. Let's go now. The little girl smiled softly in response. Yes, master. Tusitala hurriedly reached out when he saw they were about to leave. Wait a moment. Explain to me why the ring turned black. But since Run had disappeared, no one could answer her. And then, at 5 p.m., Lee Do-jun finished right on time. Take your time walking with Junhee and the little dragons. What movie shall we watch today? She happily smiled and said, I heard that Dr. Trang is the hottest now. Do-Run also had to go along with it. Really? Then let's watch that movie. Junhee happily hugs your arm and obediently answers yes. Manager Lai finds it hard to believe, tears welling up in her eyes. Does Manager Lai have a lover? Wai stood frozen in shock, thinking to herself, isn't it true that something had already blossomed between us? Distorted memories flashed through her mind, her and Down playing happily together. Even though we've never done anything like this, the anger inside me is burning, and I can't forgive him. Even passers-by are startled and step back in shock. My cheeks are burning with rage, almost out of control as I grit out each word. The price for deceiving me is his life. Then she lifted her foot and rushed forward, heading straight toward the 2 people ahead, her eyes blazing red. She placed her hand on her trembling shoulder, her voice low and unpredictable. The manager's reason trembles. Before the other person even turns around, Wai bitterly questions. Why? Why did you deceive me? Are you only treating me well because of your image? Am I just your toy? The more she spoke, the more she seemed truly hurt. I am truly disappointed in you. He trembled. The young man in front of him turned around to reveal a strange face full of suspicion. Who was that? Only then did Wai realize she had mistaken someone, and the other person frowned and asked, Are you sure, ma'am? The girl walking beside him angrily clenched her fists. The unfortunate young man hurriedly explained. No, baby, I misunderstood. I don't know her. The other person refuses to believe. Don't pretend. She just called his name. That's why he's trembling. The young man trembles as he tries to explain. I'm serious. I really don't know her. I, seeing the situation turn this way, was flustered. Just then, someone approached and called Hunter Father Edge. She instinctively turned her head to look back. Down asked Wai suspiciously, Are you here to watch the movie too? She suddenly couldn't speak and hurriedly ran away, denying everything. No, it's not true. I'm sorry, Wai said, tears of embarrassment welling up. Oh, no. Mom, I'm so embarrassed I want to hide my face. I was so nervous I couldn't look away from her back. Suddenly confused. Is she practicing lightning fit technique? You can't help but notice she's getting faster. Just then, Yaz approaches and calls out, Master! She's staring with sparkling eyes at the bag of popcorn in the passerby's hand. Can we buy that too? Go and beg. Popcorn, should we buy exactly the same costume as that? The other person nodded hurriedly. Of course, Dune also cheerfully agreed. Okay, a large caramel popcorn and a large Coca-Cola. They quickly received their orders from June. Here is your large caramel popcorn and large Coca-Cola. He happily chews and munches. Excellent. Unlike that person, you are truly generous. As soon as the words finished, Junhai's voice echoed, making Wai startle. Who is that over there? She asked, crossing her arms. Aren't you generous? Wai replied humbly. No, Junhai isn't that. I'm not talking about her. That was Junhee's hand suddenly reaching out. Yas reflexively shrank back. Please, still let me eat meat. I didn't expect Junhai just wanted to wipe his face. Why did you let popcorn crumbs get all over his face? She cheerfully reminds him that the movie has started. Go, Junhai said and strode into the theater with June, leaving Yas standing there in confusion. He narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Junhee seems very different today. No one seems to notice. Isa secretly vows to herself that at least men will be more careful and watch over Sister Run High. But it wasn't long before a scene played on the screen where a man shouted, You train dragons, let me teach you a lesson. That actor spoke and then kicked directly at the blue dragon. The dialogue and scene successfully caught Isa's attention. Even after watching the movie, Isa still cheered excitedly. Try watching again. You're training the dragon once more. Are you really that happy? So Long Long had already forgotten his original purpose. Junhai suddenly suggested, Let's go eat meat now. Long Long, aren't you coming with us? Wai immediately responded. The moment the meat arrived, he happily exclaimed, Let's go! I'll lead the way. His lips slightly curled into a gentle smile, feeling relieved to see everyone enjoying the outing today. He thought to himself that this was the life he wanted. Arriving at the restaurant, Junhai cheerfully said, "Eat up, everyone." Dune's eyes paused at the prices on the menu. He softly called Hai, who replied gently, "Yes." Looking thoughtfully at the towering mountain of meat before him, he wondered, "How much have I earned from my scholarship? One portion cost 80,000, but this is a lot. It's almost shocking to hear. 40,000 for a piece of meat. You could buy 4 bags of food with that money." Junhai confidently said, "We have to eat delicious food when we eat," and she enthusiastically agreed nearby. That's right. I decided to let it go, thinking duty men could also pay for it." He chuckled softly and said, "I understand now." At that moment, he suddenly remembered something. "Last time, I think you mentioned that you might move into the dormitory since you also received a scholarship. Doesn't that mean you can move into the dormitory?" Junhai instinctively avoided Down's gaze. The dormitory is an option. She hesitated for a long time before asking, "What does Dad think about me staying in the dormitory?" Junhee looked a little sad. She suddenly wondered if, given the circumstances, her father would want her to move into the dormitory. "I wouldn't do that if I didn't want to." Junhai was taken aback, directly asking straight to the point. "You want to stay at home, don't you?" He looked at Junhai with a very gentle expression. "Dad also wants you to stay here." Casey was moved and emotional. "Master!" Junhai awkwardly stood up in confusion. "I'm going to the bathroom for a moment. I can't help but smile softly because of the trembling." "Okay." Junhai's steps are a bit unsteady. When she arrived, she stopped and locked the door, clutching her chest and catching her breath. Junhee suddenly fell into deep thought. "At first I planned to move out and live on my own, but it's already been 3 months since I started living with my father. I clearly remember the first day Trung moved in. If the guest politely says so, please take care of her in the future. Miss Junhee." She then sincerely bowed 90 degrees. "Yes, I won't let you down." Then, Junhai remembered when Do-jun tamed Yas, she couldn't help but feel moved, her heart feeling at ease and peaceful. "It feels like we've been together for many years. Is this what it's like to have someone to rely on?" Not long after, Junhai returned to the restaurant. Through the window, she watched Do-jun and the 2 little dragons closely. Junhai understood that sooner or later she would have to be independent, but she wanted everyone to stay a family a little longer with Long Long Kasi and all of them together. A moment later, she stepped inside, her tone tinged with reluctance. "The child just left less than 10 minutes ago and there's no more meat?" Yas mumbled in protest, "No, it's mine here." Casey immediately pouted and muttered, still holding only 1 piece left. The scene shifts to Saturday afternoon with the management team inspecting the cracks in their field trip, singing loudly without pause. It has been a long time since Cheonsu was humming softly. Hai Uksu hurriedly reminded him, "Boss, that's very dangerous. Please sit down." The other person muttered, whining, "I don't want to. That guy." Over on the other side, John Hai cheerfully offers a drink to calm his nerves. "Cheers, let's have a toast." "You can take it freely. Thank you." On Hai looked at the nearby seat, the hunter father. Should she pour the drink herself? As soon as she made eye contact with each, she froze. Oh my. Wai's face is flushed and her eyelids are silent. John Hai immediately asked a young man, "Are you drunk? You don't have to force yourself if you can't drink." He finally reacted, hurriedly waving her hand and saying, "I'd like to skip this, I don't feel very well." When June noticed this, he whispered doubtfully, but she hadn't even taken a sip. John Hai showed great concern and kept asking, "Really? Are you okay?" He hurriedly turned away and stammered, "I just need to rest a bit and I'll get better soon." Remembering what she said yesterday, Wai felt extremely embarrassed. "I can't face Manager Lai because I keep thinking about yesterday." Mentioning this, she clenched her teeth in regret. Although it was a rare chance for me to sit next to him, at this moment, Down took the initiative to speak up. "Hunter Cha, if you're drunk driving, would you rather drink water instead?" Wai hurriedly pretended to be drunk. Oh my, it seems the hunter really is drunk. I also sigh regretfully. If I had known she was such a gentle person, I would have expressed my gratitude earlier. Chiansu immediately turned around upon hearing the noise. "Haven't you thanked her yet?" According to him, if it weren't for the hunter Kara, we might have had to sleep on the street. John Hai sighed in exasperation, forcing a smile. "It seems like the boss is really drunk about what they mentioned. We have to mention the incident on the Wednesday before last, when Shaw IG's workers had a misunderstanding at the cinema. The fracture management department has been notified." Chiansu, who just received the call, shouted in panic. "What? How the hell could you guys do that there? How can you cancel the reservation we made without any reason?" The other end just replied casually and hung up. "I can't help you. We will refund the money immediately." Chian shouted angrily, "Huh? Hello? Hey?" He was extremely annoyed. How are we supposed to find another place during peak season right now? Chiansu urged his subordinate. Hai Uksu quickly made a call to check if these bastards had violated any rules in the service regulations. The other side sighed in helplessness. "That's not our responsibility." "Boss, meanwhile, I quickly made a phone call." "Mother?" Yes, my company's office was suddenly canceled." Finished, she stood up and called Boss Kang. Chian Shu instinctively snapped at her. "What?" He realized he had spoken too soon and hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean to upset you." Hunter's father, you understand, right? E replied softly. Of course. By the way, I've already taken care of our reservation, so you don't need to worry anymore. Hearing this, Chonu and Hugh were both stunned. What? According to EJ, her mother runs a lodging business in Mongdong, and when she asked her mother, she said she would let us stay there for free. Chonu and Hugh cheer excitedly. She is an angel. So June confirms with his phone. Is this the place you mentioned? The carpenter nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Seeing the information on the website, Cheon-su and Hugh both froze at the thought of 400,000 won for a night. EJ completely ignored their reactions and kept asking down.
I did a good job, didn't I, Manager Lai? Please praise me.
What do you mean you just asked again with a blank face? Cheon-su quickly put his hand on your shoulder and whispered because he was nervous. Why didn't you say anything? You should have been singing and dancing to praise her. He sighed with a shake of his head, then gave a thumbs up and said, Great job. The father hunter is number one. He happily patted his cheek, looking shy. Oh my god, this Manager Lai is so weird. Oh my god, this is my first time in such a fancy place. Isn't it too luxurious? Ho Dong-thun cheered. The hunter dad is the best. Quickly someone came out to greet us. Welcome everyone, Dong-hwan greets politely. Are you all guests from Seoul? I've heard a lot about you from my daughter. Her tone clearly shows her sincerity. Thank you all very much for caring for my daughter. The leader stepped forward with a smile and replied, No, actually, we're the ones who should be thanking you. A second later, Dong-hwan curved her lips into a smile and asked, Oh my, by the way, is anyone here the manager Lai Du-run? Hearing her name, Du-run stepped out politely and bowed to greet. Hello ma'am, I am Lai Du-run, the manager from Seoul City Center.
Dong-hwan covers her mouth and laughs softly, saying my daughter talks about her a lot. Ah, I shouldn't keep everyone waiting outside.
Please come in everyone. I was so shy that she stomped her foot. On the other side, mother, Hai-uk-shu squints at Cheon and Shu. Boss, you just drooled while looking at her, didn't you? I'll tell your wife about this, he hurriedly protests. When have I ever been like that? Y proactively walks over and takes Down's hand. She happily laughs with her eyes closed. We should go inside now. Manager Lai, she nodded slightly with a tremor. All right. And he watches their backs with a look of annoyance. That's the man who dared to flirt and seduce her kind and innocent sister. The girl gets angrier the more she thinks about it. How dare he date her? And he keeps a close eye on everything Down does. I keep telling myself I will never accept him. The cheers of others continue nonstop. The sea is so beautiful. And he clenched his fists and silently vowed, I told you I would never agree to that. At this moment, Down suddenly spoke up to ask him, Do you have something you want to tell me? It seems like you've been following me all this time. And he hurriedly protested, When did I ever follow you? He didn't pursue it further out of nervousness, so I guess he was mistaken. He saw you about to leave and suddenly called out, Wait. In Down's suspicious gaze, the girl sternly warned, Don't even think about approaching my sister again. Down hesitated for a moment and asked, What? The other person pointed at his face and said, I know she's beautiful, has a great body, and is kind. Moreover, she's kind-hearted and always buys you delicious food. That alone is enough to understand why you like her. The little girl's tone is somewhat sharp, but I will never accept you. Suddenly, I felt really helpless. Maybe the little girl misunderstood something. He still keeps rambling that of course he won't give up that easily and won't let go of her even if he dies. The girl confidently declared, So I challenge you to a match. A table tennis match where the loser will definitely give up on her suddenly feels very interesting. The energetic little girl is just like her hunter father. You smile and ask back, What if I win? This calm reaction of yours only irritates Inhe more. Is he actually smiling? The little girl immediately gets into a fighting stance. Oh, it seems like he's quite confident. If you win, I will do anything you want. And he repeated loudly, as a warning. If you lose, don't even think about begging to stay with my sister. Du's lips twitched slightly into a faint smile. Sounds good. You accept this challenge. The two quickly stepped into a table tennis duel. Shiansu is a bit confused. Hayuke-su, what are they doing? The opponent also gave up. I'm not sure anymore. Hurry up. And his hand clenched tightly around the ping pong paddle. The girl puts all her strength into her next move. This time, she'll show him her deadly move. And he is very confident in her skills. How could he possibly block the final move of a provincial champion like me? I even have a trophy to prove it, but the actual result left and he stunned with his mouth agape. The girl started to feel a bit cautious. Wait a minute, why do I feel a surge of energy like that of a master from that annoying lord? No, it feels like he's even surpassing that master. He felt a sudden panic inside. This feeling was like the master of table tennis. And then, in the very next second, Down caught the ball and responded perfectly. He couldn't believe his eyes. He looked at the opponent indifferently, trembling. The final result was quickly decided with a score of 99. You slowly spoke up. We're done, right? He sinks into despair, face down on the table. How did everything end up like this? Du-run confirmed again. You said you would do anything if you lost, right? Hey immediately jolted in surprise and stammered, What?
Yes, that's right, the little girl pleads with a desperate face.
I will do anything you ask, so can you let my sister go? Do you know how valuable a character hunter is? There's no way you would do something like that. Alright, I guess this will be pointless anyway. Since I already made the bet, I will keep my word. The little girl took a deep breath and declared, I will pretend not to notice you and my sister dating, but I will never let you marry her. You're trembling in panic. Who was dating whom? Even Chu and Hyuk-shu are stunned. What? He hesitated before speaking, exhausted and helpless from the nervousness between you and your sister. Listen, it seems you misunderstood something because I'm not dating the tea hunter. The other person refuses to believe it, I lied, and even now I haven't admitted that I love her. Trembling, she widened her eyes in shock, admitted and pointed her finger at his face, nodding quickly. That's right, the girl repeated Down's words. You are priceless to me, that's what he said. The boy sighed and hugged his chest, simply meaning she is just an invaluable employee. He was momentarily stunned, stammering as she questioned, so what about when you said you wouldn't let her go? Down calmly confirmed, yes, he did say that because she is someone the city hall cannot afford to lose. And he was momentarily speechless, opening her mouth but unable to say a word for a long time. What? This time it's Du who questions with a trembling voice. And didn't I say I would be anything if I lost? And he was so confused she broke out in a sweat. Well, yes, that's right, the girl pouted in dissatisfaction. And he stood absent-mindedly in a corner and muttered, why am I the only one getting grilled? The girl looked a bit disappointed. So this is all he wants to order? A beautiful girl like me after winning the bet? Du-run suddenly appeared from behind and warned, don't get distracted, little one. And he was startled and screamed loudly, terrified. The little girl pouted and scolded, if you scare me like that, I might get a heart condition. Du-run immediately complained, it's just because you're lazy. You said so and pointed in one direction. Do you see the pile of stuff in front of the bus? Bring it here for me. June said that from now until the BBQ is ready, those are the tasks you need to do. And he blurted out a complaint. There are quite a few. With an indifferent tremor, she reminded him, there's no more time. Hurry up and do it. He immediately came up with an idea. I need a different plan. She thought and quickly called out, hey! He pretends to look weak, speaking softly and acting cute. Can you help me do it since I'm so weak? Her face suddenly darkens. Before he could scold her, he hurriedly ran down to the bus stop. I will finish it quickly. Seeing that, Du's lips twitched into a slight smile. Truly a smart and energetic child. You think that girl could become a good friend to Junhai? And he on this side is so confusing. Why isn't it working that way? Don't tell me he likes that boy. As time passes, laughter and cheerful voices continue to fill the air. Come and eat the meat now. Just drink. Where's the alcohol? Suddenly, one of them stood up and loudly announced, listen up, everyone, the boss is about to say a few words. The boss raised his glass with a smile and said, well done, everyone has worked hard over the past half year. Today, let's put work aside and enjoy to the fullest. Everyone raised their glasses to toast. Cheon's happily clinked glasses with his subordinates. Hi, Yukshu, go all out and finish it in one shot. Of course, Boss Cheononshu is delighted. That's too much, Pepsi. He suddenly chuckled. Hi, Okshu, do you want to make a bet? He hesitated with a doubtful sound. Cheonsu's gaze stopped on Down and Y, who were not far away. When will they get married? Hai Okshu pondered silently. Then I strongly believe they will not move towards marriage at first. Cheonsu appears quite displeased. Hey, how can you say that after seeing them like that? Hai Ukdu directly states her opinion. Manager Lai doesn't see her that way. There's no way a relationship could happen if feelings only come from one side. Cheonshu thought it made sense, pouting and muttering. I know that too, but I hope they will get married. The other side's face was flushed as they leaned into his chest from trembling. Manager Lai, have another drink with me. You're a bit overwhelmed. Gently push her away, Dad. Hunter, please don't drink anymore. Du-run pleads with a nearby colleague. Senior Lion. Hi, the other person asked with a smile. What's wrong? John Hay sighed and explained the situation. I'm sorry, but it seems like the Hunter father is really drunk. Could you take her back to the room? John Hay couldn't help but marvel. Oh my, she was the same way on the bus. Her stamina must not be very high. Actually, I was about to go rest too. Down finally handed EJ over to Jaeon Hai, politely asking her for help. He muttered drowsily, Manager Lai, where did you go? Du. Run squeezed into a corner, breathing a sigh of relief, then heard someone calling her. Manager Inhee. The girl eagerly looked around. Where is my sister? Du-ran recounted. Because she looked tired, he took her back to her room. He narrowed his eyes and asked closely, Did you take her to her room yourself? Du-run replied with a short nod. No. He can be somewhat assured. That's good then. Du-run mumbled while massaging his neck. I still haven't forgotten. Thank you for thinking that way. He too looks very serious as he gives his assessment. I guess you could give me 5 more points. The other person just smiled faintly. So how many points do you have? The girl straightforwardly announced a score of -95 points. Since he didn't speak due to nervousness, He gently curled his lips into a slight smile. Yenhei suddenly became curious. Is the wine good? Darun casually replied, I don't know, but I think soda suits your age better. So now you're treating me like a kid? Then I guess I'm not an adult. He crossed her arms and looked annoyed. What do you mean? I'm not an adult. If someone works hard and eats properly, isn't that what it means to be grown up? The little girl said, then quickly picked up the beer glass and took a sip. With that attitude, you've already become a very good person. He sighs in satisfaction and takes a deep breath. As soon as the flavor hits her, the girl sways. Wow, what is this taste? How can everyone drink something so disgusting? She asked softly, is it bitter? He is so dizzy he can barely stand, but still insists loudly, I can't, I can still drink. The little girl staggered in another direction. Ah, since I'm an adult, I should go do my work. Chiansu looked a bit worried. Hey, manager, lie down. Don't you think you should take the girl back to her room? Doan calmly replied, it's her home after all, nothing will happen. Over here. And he was walking around pouting. Why does my sister like that kind of man? She kept talking about that uncle all day long. The girl remembered the words IG had whispered in her ear all this time. You know, whenever my sister has a problem, Manager Lai is always the first to help her. For the first time, she visited the city hall. And he sat helplessly in a corner. Thinking to myself when I first heard that story from her, I thought some kind of scoundrel was trying to get close to her. But now, she has a different opinion, and maybe he's not that bad after all. The next second, a crack suddenly appeared right behind Inhee. The girl screamed in panic as another crack appeared, then Inhee's pupils shrank rapidly, and a series of notification messages appeared. A crack has appeared. Operational conditions. The maximum number of hunters who can participate in the crack is 3. The clearing condition is to eliminate all monsters in the rift. The reward for clearing is a plus 15 boost to all agility, stamina, and strength stats of the conqueror. The penalty is being unable to leave during the entire duration of the rift. There are 7 normal monsters remaining, 2 champion monsters, and 1 boss. He accidentally got caught in the crack and frantically pounded on the door. What is this? The girl suddenly felt confused, wondering why she couldn't get out and if something dangerous was approaching. And he instinctively turns around quickly, and right behind her is a giant monster. And his whole body trembles unconsciously, trembling with fear. He screamed in fear, hurriedly stepping back. The monster stared fiercely at her, drooling all over its mouth, and he was utterly confused, her mind a tangled mess. What will she do when she faces danger again? I remember she said something. Come on, I need to recall what she said quickly. Soon, the girl remembered. Ah, that's right. The axe in the monster's hand is ready to strike down. Yenhei stood frozen in place. She said, Manager Lai helped me. A heavy voice echoed. The monster's attack suddenly froze midair. He squinted, observing the situation. What's going on? Why don't I feel any pain at all? The sight that caught her eye was the monster's body torn apart, and it was howling in pain. He, still confused, suddenly bumped into a sturdy chest. The girl looked up in surprise. What? When did the tremor start? She slowly asked. You came because you sensed something was wrong, but is this also caused by the center of the earth? He suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. Manager, the little girl asked nervously, but why did you come here? Not immediately answering out of nervousness, I thought it would be dangerous to leave the girl here while I went to fix the crack. He thought for a moment and then directly picked her up. Sorry about that. The little girl shouted in panic. Wait a moment. Why are you carrying me like this? I said softly, trembling. Why is that? Don't you want to go home? He blurted out in protest. That's not what I meant. The next second, Do Run suddenly tightened his hold around her waist, holding her tightly so he would fall into confusion. What do you think?
What do you mean? I can go by myself?
As soon as those words left his mouth, the girl was frightened by Do Run's incredible speed, her face turning pale. He shouted in panic, Stop for just a second. Do Run, stay calm. And he calmly reminded him, Hold on tight. He anxiously continued, It's right ahead, your front. That's the whole Devil's Cave. We're going to die. Do Run confidently declares, I will finish it quickly. Who's going to finish it? It's us. Do Run, said helplessly. Stop yelling. Your ears are ringing. The enemy is still panicked. We'll all die if we don't stop now. But then, seeing Do Run's move, his voice suddenly fell silent. Huh? With just a flick of his hand, Do Run easily tore apart the monsters blocking the way. He climbed down from him, quickly pinched her own cheek. Is this a dream? Yeah, this must be a dream for sure. Run slowly speaks up. No, that's not it. Hai jumps up excitedly. So how could he have defeated an A-class monster with just one strike? This is impossible. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed to their location as Run calmly covered his ears. He screams in fear, shouting loudly, Oh my god! A heavy footstep crosses over the corpses of the scattered monsters on the ground. A giant monster appears, greeting them with a terrifying growl. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable because of the trembling. Why is everyone so noisy today? Yenhei muttered, Manager, should we really run away this time? The demon construct monster snarled and glared at them, but her trembling eyebrows remained unchanged. The forged demon roared and swung its axe at them, narrowing its eyes slightly to seize the right moment. Black sword beams rained down on its body, causing it to scream in pain, and in an instant, its heavy body collapsed to the ground. Yanhee was completely stunned, momentarily speechless. Huh? The next second, a progress bar appeared. A perfect achievement. You cleared out the worthless cave in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. A hidden fragment has been unlocked because you successfully cleared it within the allowed attack time. A clone of Bello, one of Solomon's 72 demons, has appeared. A blinding flash of light erupted, causing utter panic. What's going on? I thought it was over. Down just raised an eyebrow slightly. This is when he realized he could sense a source of energy similar to the one leaking from the Earth's core. Dune's intense gaze fixed on the object in front of him. It is something created by Belio's clone. In a blink, a beam suddenly shot toward you. You casually raised your hand and easily diverted it. Suddenly, a laugh echoes as a figure with white wings appears, shrugging in admiration. Though I am just a clone, you managed to completely stop my destructive attack. She is actually a clone of Bio, the 68th demon among Solomon's 72 demons, and her voice carries a hint of arrogance. That ordinary human, you are quite interesting. Join my army, there's no greater honor than becoming my subordinate. Dawn immediately mocked. Are you saying that the subordinate of that thing is just like a sparrowhawk? Belio frowned tightly, trembling as he prepared to attack, glaring again and asking, who are you saying will become my subordinate? Bio felt a sudden wave of panic. What the hell is this? What kind of terrifying energy is this? It's strong enough to rival my original form. She thought quickly and hurriedly spoke up. Wait, a little longer. Down coldly concluded with a final remark before taking control of Belio. No, I'm busy now. The opponent shouted in panic, but I said it's already over. He hesitated and asked suspiciously, Hey, who are you really? Down casually replied. Just an ordinary worker or civil servant, and he basically doesn't believe it at all. Don't joke around anymore, he replied softly with a slight tremor. I'm serious. Let's go. The other person can only chase after you. What? Wait, I have a few things to say before we leave here. The shy girl hesitantly spoke. Maybe I should still thank him. I don't care whether you're a masked hero or part of an elite team. Thank you so much for saving me. Manager Lai Jun nodded thoughtfully. It's strange to see you suddenly change your attitude. Just act like you always do. He nudged his shoulder and asked with a smile, It's not like that. You don't need to pretend to be indifferent. You did that to maintain your image in front of your sister, right? He sighed with a helpless breath. Not at all. You calmly said that, leaving Yanhee stunned in place. Because if I'm not there, who will clean up after the BBQ ends? The little girl snapped angrily, jumping up in frustration. Mr. Doe burst out laughing. What? You definitely promised you would clean up after the party. He snapped angrily. Come on, don't let me down. The scene shifts to the center of the earth, Belio's floating castle. A shadowy figure hidden in the darkness mutters to itself. What is this? Bio stroked his chin thoughtfully. The tutorial leaderboard seems like it will never change. Oh no, it's changed now. According to the latest leaderboard update, the top spot is held by an anonymous player, and Bio can't help but feel moved. And this is the first time someone with the rank above purple has appeared. I bet Piohem is grinding his teeth right now. Mentioning this, her hand instinctively clenched into a fist. More than anything, how dare he kill my true form? Belly vividly remembers every sarcastic word Down said. You're no different from a dove. Who the hell is that pigeon? Anyway, it already annoyed me. Bio's eyes flashed with a deadly gleam. Just wait there, you damn worthless human. I will tear you apart myself. On Saturday morning, the day run advances into the city center. What advice can I give to my sister-in-law, who has remarried 3 times while watching a comedy show on TV? Casey watches intently. Isa eats snacks and laughs. It's so funny that Doe Run witnessed everything. He immediately grabbed Isa Ass's wing, ruining his mood. What's going on? Because Run said you were coming with me today. Isa didn't understand. What do you mean? What is the master saying? Casey spoke up instead, saying it seems like lately you've been doing nothing but sitting at home laughing all the time, so the master will take you to the city center instead of bringing me as usual, and Yaz looked like he couldn't believe it. Are you going to the central area with the master? Down confirms and comments. That's right, and you've been close to rolling over these past few days. Yas was so happy he almost cried, rushing into the master's arms and trembling as he said thank you so much. He was immediately released and started dancing and singing. Let's go, we're about to go outside. Dune didn't expect him to react this way. Casey seems to find it adorable. It looks like he really wants to go. Finally, when they reached the central area of the tutorial land, Issa was amazed for the first time by the scenery here, looking wild and rugged, and nervously asked, What's wrong? Are you scared? He immediately acts proud of me. Even though I look like this, I am the king of dragons with a completely different level from those trashy ones. Yas looks at the snakes below, seeing how arrogant they are, daring to hiss at me. Those snakes keep opening their big mouths, waiting for prey to fall in, and they even start tearing each other apart. The more Yas watches, the more excited he becomes to join in. Master, can I play with that? Oh no, does the master want me to take care of them instead? Stop blocking the way. Wait, you're making him look so dejected. I thought I would get to move around a bit after such a long time. But just as Tweeta appears to scold me, she asks why I'm so late. I thought you wouldn't come at all. Do-Run only asked her a question in response. Are you waiting for me? Tuala snapped angrily, fumes rising from her head. Of course, because right now, among the challengers, only I am from Earth. Also, Celia thought she was overstepping and covered her mouth. Oh no, I suspect something, but I only look at her with a cold, sharp gaze. Tatala finished speaking and left. Anyway, I just want to say that people can only rely on you alone. Yas thought to himself, how dare she raise her voice at the master? He quietly made a mental note. Cecilia, based on how she's trying to change her words, it seems like something is happening. I will remember this name. Then I will ask her. So what should we do here? Tatala handed you a tiny thing. Here, take this first. Yas eagerly jumps onto Down's shoulder to see the glowing thing in Down's hand. What is this? Can I eat it? He was confused because it was a living creature. The small snake nervously said, That's not food. Give me the book. Yas immediately hands it to you. Yes, here it is, my lord. The book notes information about this pure white snake. The colorless status window snake is classified as a creature and system. Detailed information. A person's status window level can vary depending on the color of the gemstone absorbed by the status window snake. If you kill the snake, the gemstones will reappear. Danger level 1 star. The status window is not currently active. Tuitala is reminding you now. After you read the description, you understood, right? According to the description, you need to let it absorb the gem. You can't just rush through like you did on the 3rd floor. Run has heard. Okay, I will be back right away. He told her to wait here. Tuita trusts him. Goodbye. Yes, I wish you a safe journey. Good luck. Do-Run is rushing straight down into that giant snake's den. The snakes fighting each other all stop to watch what's happening. Do-Run calls Long Long. Isa responds. Yes, you ordered to collect the fallen stones from the snakes by color and bring them to me. Isa was very excited and rushed over immediately, not forgetting to say thank you. Do-Run calmly stood and watched the iPad. I think I've left it at home for too long. Yas quickly took down a few big snakes. Where do you guys think you're going? Come here. While Do-Jun is standing on the snake's body thinking about Ias, maybe I should take it out for a walk sometimes. When Lie Down returned home that day, he had bought a book titled How to Take Care of Pets. A little later, Yas had defeated the entire snake swarm and obtained the gemstone for June. Master, is this enough? Do-Run praised him and took a gem for the little snake to eat. Good job. Yas felt proud inside. It's nothing. After the small snake ate the purple gem, its whole body turned purple and its belly swelled up. And Down still asked, Are there no more snakes? Yas, thinking he was being praised, was still basking in his pride. Yes, who do you think I am? Seeing that it's not enough, he slung Azaz's backpack over his shoulder. Is that so? But I think I should check again to be sure. The sudden movements caused Izas and Tusitala to be thrown into the air, causing panic. What is the owner suddenly doing? I only wondered why I felt a certain energy coming from somewhere. The Ouroboros snake appears in the 4th stage of the central area of the tutorial. After arriving at a strange place, he finally stopped. Tusitala looked at the snake like a living island in front of him, puzzled. Master, what is that? It's a mythical creature even Tuit Law doesn't know. I don't know why Down drew his sword either, except that I had to kill it. I understand now. Tusita is totally shocked. What the hell is this? She pointed at the headless island-shaped snake in confusion. How could you know such a thing exists? I didn't even know about it myself. But Down only cared about looking at the small snake in her hand, making her angry. Hey, are you listening to me? Isos is also watching in surprise, and suddenly the snake moves. The small snake is now black, casually coiling around the wrist like a bracelet as ICES looks on and comments. However, if it's red, it would look cooler. Down just said red is the weakest. At this moment, the system panel displays information that the snake's status window has swallowed the Ouroboros. Classification, creature, system. The status windows are currently active in red, orange, yellow, green, teal, and blue. Black, purple. Special Effect 1. All status windows are at 100% proficiency. Except for black. Special Effect 2 allows the black status window to be used on all floors. Special Effect 3 is locked. It feels wrong and uncomfortable. That's strange. Red is the color of the king. Ruo also breathes a sigh of relief. You're lucky you're the red one. Now, the system continues. Congratulations, you have cleared all the stages of the tutorial land. Do you want to publicly share your achievement in the central area? Or should I just go ahead with the reward section? You have received the Central Area Talisman for completing a hidden achievement. The Central Area Talisman allows you to teleport to locations you have previously visited. Aya, trembling and clutching her arm, still keeps begging. Master, well, I feel like I did a great job on my mission today. What do you think about going to the BBQ place we visited last time? Yas said to himself in panic, Master, but that doesn't mean we have to go eat beef. You're not going to get angry, right? I'm just trembling normally. I'm not mad or anything. So please stop making such a fuss. Yas was both happy and worried. Really? Then I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. But then why is there an earthquake? The ground suddenly shook violently with thick smoke, making Do-Run curious as well. I don't know. The dark vortexes from below are becoming more and more terrifying. Now Tusita's voice echoes. Congratulations, sir. This is the entrance to the 1st floor of the central area. Seeing Tusitala act so respectfully, Izos sneered. Why did she suddenly act like that? Maybe it's because the appearance of the owner when fighting looked too scary, so she changed her attitude. I don't know if it's hitting a sore spot, but it will definitely make Tuitala angry. That guy, she shouted, is innocent. That's not it. I am just being polite to the people through the tutorial. You better not spread rumors and gossip. I just want to ask her about something else, and this time it has to be after a week again. Tusitala said there's no need to do that. This device was made to prevent duplication with explorers from other dimensions in the tutorial land. And this device is used for explorers across all dimensions to support each other from the first level of the central zone, which June found quite curious. Yes, to be precise, they are copycat explorers from Earth. If you consider the planet you live on as the center, then the surrounding planets copy the Earth and create other planets as well. Some planets have places identical to Earth, but others are different. The explorers from the copied Earth all look like humans, but they are not fakes. They are all flesh and blood humans living among us. Ignoring those detailed explanations, Down replied casually. So that's how it is. Tusita felt disappointed. Is that all? She said that normally others would vomit or even faint upon learning this truth, trembling as they reached for their swords. There's nothing surprising about this. Those skills from the beginning were all just too unreasonable. Tusitala, confused, exclaimed, Are you perhaps being a bit reckless? If you enter the central area mixed with another dimension, you won't be able to return to Earth. Suddenly remembering she said something she shouldn't have, she quickly covered her mouth, trembling with curiosity. No way to go back anymore? Yas also only cares about food, so I won't get to eat the grilled ribs anymore. There's also spicy chicken soup. Titla thought saying that would scare you, so he was very worried. I'm going crazy. I'm really going crazy. This person is the only one who can save Cecilia. Then who would still go into the central area? Never mind, don't worry. Why am I like this? I'm really going crazy. Why did I say that? My biggest mistake in life is definitely this. I secretly raised the talisman. I have this talisman from the central area that classifies accessories as treasure-grade spiritual items, which can instantly teleport you to the location you remember. It can only be used again 24 hours after the last use. He looked at Ias complaining and felt uncomfortable. He must not know what the central area talisman means. Isa keeps whining. Master can't go. He still wants to eat grilled ribs and spicy chicken soup. You pat his head. You don't have to worry. Yeah. She immediately stopped crying. Yes. He thought Down had agreed, so he was very happy. So the master won't go, right? Down's laughter shatters the brief happiness. No, I will still go. You still hold Yas's head, making him struggle. Yes. What do you mean by that? I'm not going anywhere. Someone call a lawyer for me. I already said I wouldn't go. Down only called out Tusitala's name to pull her out of the panic. Yes. Down and Yas rushed straight through the gate. I'm leaving now. Tusita couldn't believe she was still hoping. I told you we couldn't go back anymore. He always acts on his own, but then he realizes. Wait a minute, I still haven't explained the basics to him. Yas keeps pulling and shouting nonstop. Honestly, you should at least tell me if you're leaving. Your mouth is like a loudspeaker, making it hard to bear, so I have to cover my ears. Too noisy. Just give me some peace and quiet. Yeah. Asas keeps struggling, so when exactly are we going to fall? Down you in response. We're almost there. Yas really wants to escape. Ask again. Yes. Down said loudly. I told you we're almost there, reaching a certain depth. The system panel appears in front of the two of them, indicating that your current status page has been sealed. The dedicated status page for the central area has been opened. The black status page has been applied. The black snake bracelet is glowing now, with other colors appearing and disappearing in turn. The current purple mastery level of the status is 100%. The black status page has been enlightened. The current enlightenment status. The black status screen of the Chi channel shows a 0% mastery level due to the worm. Nickname, Heavenly Demon. The 5 strengths, 5 agility, 5 stamina, 5 chi, 5 physical resistance, 5 magic resistance, and no skills registered. Down wondered why this status page was weaker than the original start page, which was illogically safer. Since Run is still hesitating, but this black color definitely can't be just 5, the start has been activated, so all that's left is to register the skills. Down immediately reached out to touch the black ring on his hand, while Issa looked around in confusion. Where is this? Who am I? June's ring gently rotated, registering the Heavenly Demon Mind technique. Hawaii Trung Time strategy, armament, trend, but the system interface appeared empty. He wasn't in a hurry. He would save the remaining skills for later. A voice suddenly appeared from nowhere. It's been 10 years, hasn't it? Nice to meet you. My proficiency level. Taejuk steps forward, preparing to draw the weapon from behind. Because you're trembling, I don't understand what's wrong with this guy. Mastery? What are you talking about? He raised his weapon towards you and also asked curiously, what is it? Didn't you hear the explanation before entering the central area? I even said that if you defeat the monsters or other explorers here, the gemstone will drop when the proficiency level increases. Really? Taejuk couldn't understand why you were so indifferent. So, is that so? What do you mean? Senior, you have to use your family's magic stone to forge the path and become stronger. Yas, hearing this, got fired up and mocked the path of runes, but seeing him like that, he said nothing. Taeshuk still didn't realize the danger and was still praising what? So cute, right? Yas only asked him one question. Hey, do you know how to make spicy chicken soup? Taeshuk chuckled. What is that spicy chicken soup, you adorable thing? Isa continued asking. What about the grilled ribs? But now his expression towards him has changed, hasn't it? Isa continued asking about the dishes like rice cakes and grilled meat. Taeshuk was so scared he turned pale. What are you talking about? Yas has returned to his original state. I am the king of all dragons, an existence that wants to taste all the delicacies in the world. From now on, anyone who cannot eat the dishes cooked by Runhai is no longer worth my attention. Except for the owner, he was crying as he spoke, while Taeshuk stood before the huge dragon trembling like a leaf, and Yas, overly sensitive about food, couldn't help but shout at the sky. He remembers with regret and cries out loud, my braised ribs, my spicy chicken stew, even though I really want to eat you alive right now. But if you can produce the finest delicacies, I will spare your lives. Yas is about to breathe fire, so Taeshuk should run quickly. Du standing there trembling and sighing. Long, show them the talisman so we can go home. Junhai said he's cooking the spicy chicken stew today. The Dragon Isa Astos corpse is crying, its eyes suddenly shining like stars. Really, is that true? He can rest assured and shrink down. Why did the master only mention it now? Yas hugs Du Run's leg, tears streaming down his face in emotion. I thought I would never get to eat grilled ribs in my life, and would have to eat grass instead. Du Run looked down at him in frustration and asked softly, I guess they will appear soon too, right? Yas was disappointed again. Yes, Du Run looked back and said, I'm talking about those guys over there. Yeah, curiosity makes him turn around to look back. Then he turns back again. There is no one here, master. The two large rock crevices are the main focus, and the surrounding scenery is quiet and empty. Don prepares to draw his sword, not forgetting to ask Taeshuk, your teammates have been captured, but you still refuse to show up? The Murim hunters here are all the same. Taeshuk trembles in fear before your aura. He is still being made to vanish. Help me. The last remaining image of him is just a hand with a tattoo, and Yas, like seeing it for the first time, assesses it. It's terrifying. There's a man somewhere looking confused. What the hell is going on? The ambushers around the foot of the mountain also looked at a spot in disbelief and said, Do the monster, no way. Did we get spotted from this distance? Sounds to say. Zhenghai Unan just said that doesn't matter anymore. Shut up and run. The two of them sped away, leaving Ha alone. But everything happened too quickly, and the darkness almost swallowed him in despair. Wait for me. Jang Hyun ran without expecting it. Damn it, wasn't he only able to use the red status board on the first floor? What exactly is that black aura? Me and Du also gave in. How could I possibly know about that? The black aura has also reached her. Zhang Huan couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? Turn around and see the other teammates also about to be swallowed. Jang Hyun couldn't believe it. He comforted himself. Yes, this is just a dream. Please let this just be a dream. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared very close to him. The game of chase is over, right? Don't tell me you got bored of killing people and now you're pretending to be scared. Trembling so much that he fell to his knees, Jang Hoon desperately begged for mercy. I have committed a mortal sin. Please have mercy on me. Jang Hoon looked at the tattoo on his arm and asked what he thought about teaming up with W. That will help you a lot. The trade will start very soon.
The God Tree has invited Lord Lie Down along with the Blood Body W, but of course it was unsuccessful. The invitation was declined.
Zhang Hai Unun anxiously clutches his wrist. Why? Why is that? The new system says you can't invite blood relatives to the monarch. Zhang Hyun is in shock. Do you have the traits of a monarch? Something just happened very quickly. It was because Run grabbed his head. If it's a bloodline, maybe it's similar to a sect in the martial world. But anyway, I have no intention of joining your group. You are making him disappear. The reason you refuse everything is because if you join your group, I would become a shameful father to Junhai. Junhai is cooking in Kalsi. Today instead of ribs, can you cook spinach? What do you think? Casey nodded with a thumbs up while chewing, saying she liked it very much. Junhai is mixing the vegetables again, feeling a bit hesitant. But why does Dad always go on business trips on weekends? Casey is hesitant. The owner has told me to keep that secret. Junhai approaches Sierra curiously. Can you tell me a little bit? You just need to pretend you don't know anything. Sierra firmly refused. You can't tell her. The owner said he's worried the young master will get upset, so it's better not to say anything. Junhai leaned closer to Cassier. So Dad has gone somewhere very dangerous? It immediately hugged her leg and cried, You're really petty. Why did you try to make me say that? That's not right. Then she sat down at the table and sighed, feeling heartbroken. Look at this. She's already worried even before anything happens. But Junhee said, It's not like that. It's just that I'm too happy right now and sometimes I feel scared. I don't understand why I think this way, fearing that this happiness might disappear someday. It turns out that because of a dream, when she dreamt of a heartbreaking dream, Casey and her father were no longer there. And she was so scared that she cried. You're so silly, right? Casey was deeply moved. Little master, sometimes when I see you upset, I've always wondered why. So, she's always worried like that. It held her hand firmly. Little master, don't worry too much. Even if you ask me to leave, I won't go anywhere. Seeing the shadow by the table, the two of them were startled and hugged each other. and Junhee was surprised. Long, when did your father come home? Despite feeling embarrassed and sweating, I still have to act serious. Dad just got home. And Isa looks cheerful. I just walked into the house. Junhee just accepts it. Why is everyone sneaking into the house? Isa still argues. What are you talking about? You went straight down the main road, right? Junhee doesn't believe it. So what have you heard? IAS can't keep a secret and keeps talking. If you ask that way, then from the moment tears fall, it should be full of sorrow and tenderness, while he's laughing with his stomach hurting without realizing the danger right behind him. It's just like a 90s online novel. It must be from that era. Junhee squeezed her face and pulled her away. I'm not like that at all. Yas only realized the mistake after feeling the pain. I'm sorry. I was wrong. He even pointed mischievously ahead. Look over there. It seems the owner knew you were worried and bought a big bed for you. Junhee couldn't believe anything. Yas was released, holding his cheeks painfully and explaining the reason. Isn't it because Junhee used to sleep at the dining table and cry? That's why the owner bought it. Later, Casey and I will sleep with you too. Junhee asked to confirm. Really? Yas will dance and guarantee it. I have to tell you this. My Long clan always treasures our family as our life. So even if you chase me away, I won't go anywhere. Seer also nodded in agreement. Yes, this place has become my family and Lord Isis' home. Junhee was overwhelmed with emotion. Long Kasi at this moment was the one who spoke up first. Then I won't feel so anxious anymore, right? Junhee softly calls. Dad, I'm so happy I'm crying. Thank you, Dad. He gently places his hand on his daughter's shoulder. If you ever feel uneasy later, just tell Dad. We are one family after all. The sky outside is bright and clear, but I hear moaning somewhere. Yas, who is being held tightly by Junhee, calls for help, while Junhee, still sleepy and just waking up, looks around. Sierra's been awake for a while and sitting quietly asks, Little Master, did you sleep well? She cheerfully says, I don't know if it's because I slept with Long and Casey, but I slept really well. It's been a long time since I had such a wonderful sleep. She sat up and looked at the clock on her phone. Now I have to prepare breakfast. After realizing she overslept, Junhee shouted in disbelief. It's already 8:20. We're going to be late. She's just trying to get ready, but she's panicking. No, now's not the time for this. Doon calmly asks why. You woke up so early, Junhee is worried sick, and Dad will be late for work. I will go prepare the clothes now. Dad, hurry up and take a shower. He nervously rubbed his face, confused. Suddenly, what's wrong with you? Today is Sunday. Hearing that, Junhee froze for a moment, and Do-run asked again, Do you wake up today or not? Junhee still looked very confused. What is that about? Junhee asked again, Do you still have nightmares? She slowly replied, Oh no, I don't feel proud. Luckily, switching to a bigger bed seems to have worked. Junhee was very grateful, all thanks to Dad C, who thoughtfully said from that corner, Young lady, let me help you prepare breakfast. Dawn is curious now. Junhee, what did you say? She blushed and refused shyly. No, it's nothing at all. She pushed him out of the chair. Let's have a simple breakfast. By lunch, I'll prepare a more sumptuous meal. Iya has been lacking energy all morning. Casey asked Mr. Ises why he looked so tired. He struggled to tell that in my life as a dragon, this was the first time I dreamed of someone trying to kill me. At this moment, the TV rang out. At 10 a.m. on Wednesday, April 10th, at the headquarters of the Hunter Management Bureau, a speech about reordering the rankings of S-rank hunters took place. The head of the Hunter Management Bureau in Yangqian will review the crack hunting reports from the past year and, after assessing each hunter's contributions, will reorganize the rankings from level 1 to level 30. The head of the Hunter Management Bureau said this is a very important speech and it is attracting a lot of attention, as June suddenly remembered while chewing his sandwich. Oh, I also need to hand over the central area documents to the bureau chief. What a hassle. Maybe I should just send an email instead, but then I start to worry about other things. No, he will probably ask this and that, so it's better if I meet with her and pass it to him. But I predicted that Wai-Chian would shout as soon as I called. Manager Lai, what happened first thing this morning? You quickly explained, Director, sorry for calling you on a Sunday morning like this. I have something I want to tell you. Looking at Junhee on the other side, she hesitated nervously. No, I can't. If we talk here, Junhee will find out I came to the city center and she'll worry a lot. Ichion on the other end of the line said, Manager Lai, I'll come to your house now. I'll try to be there within 30 minutes. Dune just said, I will send the address. Just go to that place. Do you have time? Ichion appears professional. Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned. You're about to turn off your phone, so I'll send the message now. Yang Qian also told me. In the mornings in Korea, people don't go out much. Ichion was already waiting in the shop and stood up when he saw you arrive. Manager Lai, you're here. He kindly told me that he had already ordered coffee for you. Just sit down comfortably. After Down sits down, he even bows his head. Sorry, I've made things awkward again. Down quickly waved his hand. No, it's nothing. There's no need for you to apologize. Yang Qian seems to really like you, and if you look closely, you're very young, like a university student. Feeling nervous, I took out my iPad from my bag and said, 26 years old, that's still the age of university students in Korea. Yang Qian kept laughing and honestly said, I'm thinking of introducing my daughter to you. Down remembered Yuan being very sharp-tongued. Do you know who my father is? I like to wield power, so what? Thank you, Shuang, for your kindness. Please put the iPad on the table and have him read this. Young Cheon picked it up to see what it was, and then his face changed color. This surprised him a bit. Did Manager Lai come to the downtown area alone? I thought you were just looking for an invitation ticket for us, Don replied casually. The work is pretty easy. I completed the tutorial land once, so it won't reset for another month. Until then, we won't be able to enter there anymore. So, Director, please pass the message to Bimos for me. I will send all the documents by email to you. Yang Cheon stood up and bowed once more. Manager Lai sincerely thanks you and then takes Down's hand. How can I possibly repay this kindness to you? I'm nervous and want to dodge. I'll tell you about that later. For now, just let go of my hand. Yang Cheon serious again. I'm sorry. It's just that I feel overwhelmed with gratitude. Do. Run looked down at the hand covered in someone else's perfume and warned. Just let me know before Baihimote enters the central area. Yang Cheon remembers clearly. I understand. Thank you again. I'm feeling really nervous now. Please, don't thank me anymore. Then he changed the subject. Oh, I saw the morning news. I heard you'll have an important speech next Wednesday. What is it about? I don't know if there's something being covered up, but you keep looking around nervously. Yang Cheon whispered close to my ear, trembling. I only tell this to Manager Lai. I have a feeling this sounds dangerous. Don't worry, I am very discreet. Yang Cheon revealed that there is actually an SS level above S level, and he planned to choose Hunter Lai Kong Hyun as the first SS level hunter. The two of them fell into a brief silence, but Down seemed unfazed. Is that all? Yang Cheon sighed in disappointment. Yes, that's right. You stand up to take back the iPad. All right, what did you think was going on? I have finished what I needed to say, so I will take my leave now. Yang Cheon called back regretfully. Wait a moment, do you want to have a meal with me? I've made a reservation at a very nice restaurant. Down just said, I'm just an official. If I get treated to a meal costing more than 300,000 won, that would be a big deal. So I'll take my leave now, regardless of Cheon still wanting to hold on. Wait a minute. The manager from the crack management office on Monday. Seeing that my colleague was unwell, Down immediately asked, Senior, what's wrong? Hi, Uksu said with distress. The thing is, a level A crack suddenly appeared in front of my house. I still have 30 years of debt to pay off, and now my house is already destroyed. Dune didn't understand. Isn't it the Hunter Association's job to handle level A cracks that appear where people live? Hai Ukshu looked dejected and said, That's right, but a level A crack isn't something that can be easily dealt with. He cried, saying if we catch the boss monster, it will still be a crack that remains like the remnants. The crack in front of my house is managed by the Hunter Management Bureau, so we can't do anything about it. Dune looked at the other colleagues and thought, if I just ask the Guild of Dream, it should be fine. And with the personality of Senior Hai Ukshu, he probably wouldn't do that. Haiyan Yu, feeling watched, was terrified. Why do I suddenly feel so cold all over? MG is confused. What is this? Even a fool like you caught a cold? At this moment, the door opens and Wai Toi Doi walks in. I'm here now. She was quite surprised to see you. Manager, you're here too. It's been a long time since we last met. Down immediately thought that with Wai's current abilities, she could easily create an A-grade crack on her own. So he called Wai and she responded right away. Yes, manager. Do-Run chuckled and then asked, Do you want to work the night shift today? Wai was captivated by his smile. It's her. Despite the trembling, she kept her smiling eyes. Yes, she looked so dazzling that she was lost in her dreams. Yes, I like it very much. How did you know I like to stay up at night? After finishing her goal, Do-Run then thought about her stomach. Maybe I should keep dinner simple since I need to stay active tonight. I wonder why E looks so pouty. She's sitting there bored, calling the manager. Do-Run kept staring out the window and asked, Yes, Miss Yi, she misunderstood and is now questioning us, but isn't it just the two of us working overnight? Why are you at Commander Hai Ushu's house now? Hai Ushu Shu is making coffee and feels so lonely she's crying. It's so inconvenient. Because Jun replied that he needed to investigate the level of unrest among the local people. I don't know if it's because of hearing that or because of looking at Chu Kwan's face that he blushed. Here you go. Here is the coffee. Please stop arguing. It's here. But the crack is really big. I understand now why the senior was so worried. Although it's an A-grade crack, its size is too large and it appeared right next to his house. Quickly run over to Miss Y, drink your coffee, and then go inside the crack. H. Uksu Huang suddenly panicked. Wait a minute. This is an A-level crack. The Sancha IG workers have an unprecedented growth rate, but this is also too dangerous. Everyone has finished drinking and gone home. But if you've made up your mind, it's okay. She has the main motivation. Just thinking about Manager Down cheering outside makes her feel full of strength. Down also said, Senior, it's okay. Be confident because I'm still here. Huksu is very moved right now. Are they doing all this for me? He chuckled softly. Of course. We are one heart like a family, my brother, she whispered to reveal her desire. I absolutely didn't do it because I was thinking about having a private moment with Manager Lai. Right now, arrangements are also being made outside. The Crack Management Bureau confirmed Mr. Lai Down. He didn't expect to ask Down. Are you saying you will also go inside? You just said the hunters I manage are going into that crack. So how can I stay still? You're wondering again, lately you've been letting me go alone all the time. Be careful not to offend anyone. but I still pretend to care. But you can't do that here. This is a big crack. You'll be in danger. Do Run immediately said, "It's okay. This time you even opened your eyes and smiled like a puppy showing affection. Isn't Miss Y going to protect me?" "Yes, that's right. With you here now." Down just kept walking. "All right then, let's go inside." I'm disappointed. You ignored me again. Lately, you seem to be too cunning." At this moment, another voice called out, "Hey, mister." Both I, J, and you turned around at the same time to look at you waving with a camera in hand. "Are you both planning to go into the crack now?" I asked directly. "Is there a problem?" He shyly scratches his head and asks if I can go with him because hunting alone would be quite difficult and he hopes for some help. He confidently assured us that he definitely wouldn't get in our way and that hunting together would increase our chances of success. He thought he looked familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before. She asked if he was a hunter named Lai Sang-yu. Dunn was surprised. Does she know this person? I was just sharing my knowledge. Not really, but lately he's been very popular on internet streaming shows. He is the host of a hunting show that connects the latest camera technology to the internet. His viewership can reach up to 10,000 people. His abilities are also quite good. He's a level A hunter. Sang-yu modestly puffed out her chest. "I'm not that famous. I still have a long way to go." He just praised him out of politeness. 10,000 viewers is a very big number. Sang-yu told himself it wasn't a big deal. There are streamers with up to 1 million viewers. But his enthusiasm is the most important thing. But what are the two people's names? She introduces herself as the representative. "I am Father Y, and this is Manager Lai Do-jun." Do-jun bows his head slightly in greeting. Sang-yu is delighted, so he is Sha, the craftsman, and Manager Lai Do-jun. But upon seeing Do-jun's police officer ID badge from Soon Police Department, he was even more surprised, looking at Down's badge. "So you're a civil servant." Then, as if realizing something, "Wait a moment." Lai Do, the civil servant, trembles. Could he really be that legendary official? Down immediately denies it. "It's not me. Just a coincidence that we share the same name." So that's how it is. Of course, with such achievements, he probably now owns a building somewhere. Maybe even flies a private jet to have breakfast in France and enjoy bun bo in Vietnam in the evening. Do-jun was also surprised. Does the streamer usually talk so much? Sang-yu is very determined. "I will do my best on this hunting trip." Jun thinks it's okay. "Fine. With 2 people, E's burden will be less. You lead the way." "All right, then let's go inside together." All 3 are starting a new journey. After reaching the A-rank rift, Do-jun immediately checks. There are no monsters around that could threaten E, so the boss is probably in the central area. EJ and Lai Sang-yu will also have a hard time dealing with this one. Since June called Edge, let's move. She follows orders. Yeah, Sang-yu has already gone live. Hello, everyone. Thank you all for watching. I will edit the footage now. Upload it to YouTube. Are you asking if the person in front of you is my girlfriend or not? Oh, just curious. Me? A viewer immediately sent money to this newly streamed live broadcast. The CP team sponsored you 500,000 W. Sang-yu, haven't you always said you don't have a girlfriend? Who is the girl standing in front of you? He shyly denies it completely. No, I already have someone I like. That's not it. Dune is reminding me from behind. E, you have to be careful. Just ignore it when things like this happen. Sang-yu at this moment says, everyone saw it, right? It's really a pity, but I'm still single. A super adorable view appears and says, may Sang-yu find a life partner who has sponsored you 1,000 W. When it airs, some people can't help but wonder, but why was that person wearing a suit the other day? Were they on a blind date or something? Sang-yu immediately introduced. This is the manager of the handsome craftsman Eek standing next to me. He is a government official who will join us in the crack. Mom, I found my husband. Where does he work as a government official? He looks so familiar. He's incredibly handsome. Sang-yu, I swear I'm a top-tier hunter. I will definitely protect him. So everyone don't worry too much. The viewers are really excited. I just went to get some milk and already fell into this trap. Sang-yu, do you want a beating? Hurry up and film that girl. Yas is watching you live and keeps wondering. Junhai, the owner, put on an apron and went to the living room to ask. Your father is home. What happened today that made Dad come home so late? Yas just revealed the truth. It's not the master coming home, sister. It's actually live streaming right now. Seer is also curious. That's strange. I thought the owner would dislike this kind of thing. Junhai felt disappointed after hearing that and continued the live stream. When will Dad finally come home? It's almost 8 o'clock now and many people are still dedicated to donating money during the live. Tycoon S sponsored you 100,000 W. Today, is it from start to clear again? Yas said, let's also sponsor to ask when the owner will come back. He clicked the support button seriously, but it only showed the minimum amount to leave a message as 100,000. Isa scoffed, saying minimum is 100,000. This guy is too greedy for money. He even bows his head with C and me. So Junhai, please deposit money here. Junhai immediately refused. No way. Do you know how much 100,000 watts is? Yas immediately threw a tantrum. Why is that? Your meat is getting cold now. If you don't eat quickly, you won't be able to. Honestly, this is the owner's fault. Coming home late without a word of warning, Junhee seems convinced. Yeah, I understand. But just this once, okay? You can imagine how happy Yas must be without me even saying it. Yes, Cheeton Long Long sponsored you 100,000 W. When will the owner come home? Saying you saw this message and thought it was asking about me and felt elated. This is the first time I've heard someone call me the master. My house is far away, so I'll probably be home late. The viewers must be so happy. Who called him the master? Are you crazy? Do you want to become the master like Sang Yu? He answered. The Supreme Long Long. Junhai was both embarrassed and angry, immediately hitting Yas on the head. You idiot! Yas refused to accept it. Why is it this guy who answered? Junhee said it's because I asked like that it turned out this way. Sir just knew they would argue anyway, so she could only shake her head. Junhai snapped angrily. Do you know how much 100,000 watts is? Long Long? Sir stood there in silence. Those were 5 bags of dog food. Junhai angrily grabbed Y's collar and shook him hard. How could you waste money like that? Seer also sternly reproached that you should have written the owner's name. I bet the young master would also scold me if I made the same mistake. Junhai nodded in agreement. Seer is right. Yas quickly spoke up. Then Junhee, let's try again. Junhai, hearing this, became even more annoyed and shook Yas so hard he almost fainted. You idiot! Even if I wanted to try again, I don't have any money, he muttered, covering his mouth. Why can't you take a little from the living expenses? Junhai firmly replied. No, that would be wasting the money my father worked hard to earn. Casey nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Do you know how much money the master spent on the young master's meat feast last month? Yas looked at them with shining eyes. After we work hard to earn money, we can pay the owner back even more in the future, right? Aren't you also curious about when the owner will come home? Junhai was a bit moved by these words and hesitated before nodding in agreement. Yes. Yas immediately put on a cunning look. So what are you waiting for, sister? Are you two even children who don't care about your father at all? On the other hand, he pretends to be understanding. But we can't use this money recklessly because it's what our father earned through hard work. Junhai truly agrees with Yas the angel. That's right. Yas the demon angrily scolds you, idiot. He's manipulating intensively. You're so silly. Don't you know he would come back sooner if we asked him? At that moment, could you even see the boss? I didn't see Dad earlier than him. Junhai stared in shock. What did you just say? Soon, a notification appeared saying that Lord Long Long had sponsored you 100,000 W. Please ask the official Li Down standing next to you when he will go home, and don't forget to tell him that his family is waiting for him to return. Seeing this, Sang Yu quickly called Mr. Lai. I quickly turned my head and saw the other person hurriedly chasing after me. Manager Lai Du was nervous. Are you waiting for me on the other side? Long Long Emperor. He's grumbling irritably. This slowpoke is making everyone wait forever. Sang Yu reports that Lai says he will arrange to return within 3 hours. For the safety and peace of the family, I, Lai Sang Yu, will do my best to quickly repair this crack. He winks playfully and adds, Oh, and your Lord Lai's son asks if you often spend money while watching streams, to which the other side hurriedly types Long Long Cheeton. Please tell him that of course not. A user with the ID I Love Sang Yu commented as follows. I will sponsor 2 million if you can clear all the level A cracks within 3 hours. Deal. Sang Yu immediately knelt down to thank him. Thank you very much for the challenge. I'm truly speechless from the excitement. What is he doing, for heaven's sake? Sang Yu said energetically. Then shall we begin right now? He turned around, ready to start, when the ground suddenly trembled violently. Yi urgently shouted, Manager Lai, stand behind me! Deng Chen grew stronger. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere. Even the sturdy trees trembled violently. At the same time, a huge door appeared, along with 2 more doors, all 3 floating in midair. A sudden notification interrupted, saying the transition crack had turned ominous. But it was nice to meet you. He looked confused at the current scene. What is happening? This is the first time I've seen a transition crack like this, she muttered to herself. Even that word sounded sarcastic. On the stone tablet facing them, mysterious words appeared. You who dare to challenge the sleeping forest, this will be your grave. Sang Yu unconsciously pressed her lips together, trembling. I think we are already in front of the boss's area. He looked at June with worry. What will happen if the door we choose leads straight to the boss's room? The words definitely appear on each door. The first door of the sleeping forest. The door next to it has the words, You dare to challenge the sleeping ancient forest. Y suddenly falls into confusion. Which door should I choose now? What should I do to protect Manager Lai? Her eyes flickered between the doors. The third door of the sleeping forest. Sang Yu cheerfully suggested, Let's choose the first door. I believe the edge will be safer than the middle. Even trembling while rubbing his chin in deep thought will be quite difficult. I guess that none of the 3 of us can go anywhere. It seems like only one person can open a door. Damn it, so that's what it means. He impatiently said, Then stay here. Manager Lee. She hurriedly gave instructions and left first when the rescue team arrived from the Hunter Agency. Sure. Y approaches the first door, then moves to face the second door directly across from you. Edgy's eyes showed clear determination. I will definitely protect Manager Lai. Soon, the 2 of them stepped through the door in front of them, their trembling voices answering briefly. All right, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. Rescue team? Min thought to himself. She probably knows that normally the rescue team wouldn't come once the hunters have entered a crack. She must be feeling quite uneasy right now. He slowly approached the third door. You think to yourself that a hunter is someone responsible for their own life, so you decisively step inside without hesitation, calmly glancing around at the scene inside. Facing you is a shadow sitting leisurely on a chair. The other person slowly stands up and in a deep voice says, "It seems I have a visitor," then suddenly asks, "Do you know why this forest is called the Sleeping Forest?" Shaking slightly, Honshu replied casually, "No, it's just a name given by chance because this is a kingdom where we dark elves are disturbed from our sleep by intruders. I'm quite pleased with this name," he said, then let out a crazy laugh. "The Sleeping Forest, isn't this the perfect name for my home to punish intruders?" Honshu lowered his eyes and looked at the person below. "Since you are a guest I haven't seen in a long time, I will give you a special gift to send you off without any pain." Suddenly, thinking that the dungeon wouldn't be cleared out when the boss is killed, I felt no fear at all.
Maybe I should finish this quickly and go help Girl Y, right? With that in mind, the young master spoke up, stopping right here.
"I was just wondering why you're the only one here, but it seems your subordinates have all run away because you talk too much, right?" Honshu narrowed his eyes and shouted sharply, "Do you dare to provoke me? You will regret it soon enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he spread his arms and unleashed his move, because you will soon die in a nightmare where you cannot see or hear anything. Unfazed by his rambling and the alarm notifications ringing out, the peaceful side of the forest has appeared, and your status window has been locked. You still calmly think to yourself, "My status window is locked?" At that moment, Honshu kindly added, "And I forgot to tell you, since this suppression affects all 3 doors, all your teammates will feel the pain, but won't be able to do anything about it." He emphasized each final word and gradually died here. Honshu's tone was full of confidence. "I am sure that now all your companions have become nourishment for this great forest. You will also become a sacrificial offering." Before he could finish his sentence, he was cut off by a tremor. "Why don't you stop right here?" Honshu gritted his teeth in anger. "How arrogant of you to interrupt me while I was speaking. That arrogance of yours will disappear right now." As soon as the words finished, countless arrows shot straight at down. The boy's face darkened as he said, "Sorry, but I don't have time to listen to your nonsense." The notification bar keeps popping up, the black status panel has been reactivated, and your skill enhancement ring has been triggered. Your trembling wrist emits a dazzling light. Honshu immediately froze. What? How could a series of energy streams be gathered together? Honshu froze for a few seconds upon seeing this. "I'm sure the status board you used on Earth should have been sealed away already." His voice couldn't hide his panic. "Don't tell me you're the Supreme Being or something like that." In an instant, a powerful attack struck Honshu as Run lazily observed his own handiwork. "You have killed someone at the boss house of the Sleeping Forest. The 3 doors have merged into one." Down quickly found Y's whereabouts. She was collapsed on the ground, with numerous sharp spears stuck in her back, her face suddenly darkening from the shock, realizing she had made a wrong decision. The monsters at this gate were alert and pointing spears at her. "Don't come any closer," he said softly, slowly lifting her in his arms, muttering, "I never thought there would be a skill like this." He coldly waved his hand and said, "But there's one thing that makes me feel relieved." Dark energy beams quickly surrounded the monsters. They were wiped out in an instant as Run clenched his fist tightly. "It's thanks to the skill window of the central area reactivating as long as I don't die. I can still use this skill." Carefully clutching IG to my chest, I directly activate the skill. Regression clock skill. It activates when lie down dies. The penalty for activating a deceased person can only be applied once and becomes stronger after use. A mechanical notification sounds. Time has reverted to 24 hours ago. Run looks at the 2 little dragons playing in front of him, then lets out a faint breath. It seems he has indeed gone back 24 hours. He paused for a moment, realizing he had never thought he could use his skills through the water channels on Earth via the Central Hub's status board. Could this be one of the glitches caused by the superiors traveling to the Central Land and causing disturbances there? By quietly speculating and considering that they call those who break through the Central Area explorers, it probably means they are not locals of the Central Area. So it's likely that those people come from planets identical to Earth. Even after finishing the bath, I was still lost in thought about the Central Zone, other planets, and Earth being connected. If this issue persists, even if monsters target the Central Zone, Earth will continue to be in danger. C's complaint sounded in my ear. "Shouldn't you dry yourself off before leaving the bathroom?" At the same time, Junhee kindly asked, "Dad, do you want a cup of tea now that you're done?" "It's okay. I'll get it myself. If you keep doing small things like this, you'll end up making me look like a fool living alone later on." Junhee's hand movements briefly paused. She dejectedly asked, "Do you want to be alone, Dad?" He sighs softly and says it's not what he wants, but that one day it will happen. He envisions the future when his child gets married, and when Long Long and Cassie return to their cave, he will be alone, right? Hearing that, Iza pouted and muttered, "I'm not going anywhere." Junhee suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startling him. "Dad, I won't get married," Down helplessly added. "That's your choice, but I guess that's the trend of young people staying single these days." Then Yas happily hugs Junhee tightly, saying, "I will always make spicy braised chicken and braised ribs for us." "Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Junhee," he keeps rubbing his face and acting cute, making Junhee laugh. "You win this time. All right, Long Long, I'll go along with that." He cheered happily. Junhai is number one. We will always be a family. Seeing that harmonious scene, a faint smile trembled at the corner of my mouth. I guess I'll have to clean up the central area myself. If situations like yesterday keep happening, the peaceful life I desire will fall apart. I've made up my mind, and I go to pat Ius on the head, saying, all right, time to get ready for bed. Dawn sternly calls him by his ID on the live stream, causing Long Chi Tonyas to break out in a cold sweat. How do you know? When did you find out? June warned in a deep voice. You will probably spend quite a bit of money on those streaming channels tomorrow. Yas nervously explained, it's not like that at all, he stammered to say. I sometimes give donations to others, but that's money I carefully saved from picking up change on the street. I've never touched Junhee's allowance or living expenses. Since June didn't want to listen and slammed the door, Yas's face hit the glass window as he frantically pounded on the door repeatedly. Please just believe me. Everything I said is completely true. Du runs out to the balcony to make a call, and the other end quickly answers. Hello, Manager Lai. Why are you calling me at this hour? You softly mouthed, Miss Y, you have to live a long life. She was extremely confused. What is it? Did something suddenly happen? She chuckled softly and said, I just wanted to hear your voice. See you tomorrow. The other person looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Yes, wait a moment. She saw that the call had been disconnected and suddenly fell into confusion. Huh? Y stared blankly at the phone screen for a long time, her heart pounding uncontrollably. Don't tell me this is a green light. Thinking about that possibility, Y happily rolled around on the big bed. Wow, I can't believe he actually wants to hear my voice. I never expected him to be so sweet. She suddenly remembered something. I think he still has plans to hang out with me tomorrow. A smile unconsciously formed on her lips. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. Scene transition 2. At the crack management office, she greets sweetly. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It seems she prepared herself very carefully, shyly asking, Lai, where are we going for our date today? But Y didn't see her figure trembling in the room. Oh, Manager Lai has taken half a day off. He was surprised. Why the flag? She hurriedly asked Hai Ukshu, do you know where he went? The other stammered, no, I don't know, but he mentioned that I shouldn't worry about my house anymore. The scene shifts elsewhere. Yang Qian's face turns serious as he sits trembling across from him, slowly sipping his coffee. The white dog happily barks a few times, indicating it's the shop's pet. Yang Qian looked apologetic. I heard you stopped by the crack and came here. Sorry for being late. No problem, sir. This cafe reminds me of some horses. Since I have my pet at home, I don't really pay attention to the time either. The outdoor area of the coffee shop. Yang Qian kept bowing his head repeatedly. I apologize for being late. Lai was trembling. He waved his hands helplessly to push away the fear. If everyone looks again, they'll think you are an hour late. Please say more. And since I was the one who called you out here, please don't do that. It makes me feel very uncomfortable. Yang Qian still spoke with a sense of urgency, but we are always grateful to you. Du-Run interrupted directly and said, I feel uncomfortable with your special treatment, so please act normally. The other person reluctantly sat back in their seat. All right, I'll try. Are you calling me because you have new information about the special crack case? Du-Run admitted and casually handed him the menu. Yes, I think it will take us a while to talk about this. Would you like something to drink? Yang Qian asked seriously. Then I will order a chocolate nut cake that reminds me of my lover. Run suddenly felt confused. What kind of lover? Your order has been served. Are you always this focused on the other person's glass of water? After hearing your account, Yang Qian couldn't help but be surprised. A dungeon where no one can use their status window? Du-Run honestly said, I don't know when another crack like this will appear, and I can't always deal with all the cracks. You understand that, right? So you're saying you want me to use this information to train the hunters to become stronger, right? I understand. Down slowly added that whenever a tutorial phase is cleared, hunters will have to choose between receiving the item or the challenger's memory. But make sure they always choose the challenger's memory. The opponent is surprised. Huh? Is there any reason for that? Calmly explain that they need to obtain a hidden fragment called the Central Area Talisman. Only with that can they return to Earth after reaching the Central Area. Yang Cheonan was stunned, standing up abruptly and dropping the spoon in his hand. What? So if they don't have that item, they'll never be able to return? Down helplessly wiped the whipped cream off his face and sighed softly. Just sit down first and listen to what I have to say. The other side hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Suddenly trembling, I asked, is it true that there's a way to broadcast video inside the crack? So I want you to send a broadcasting team into the central area, so I can observe them. Yang Qian suddenly cleared his throat and said, well, before Down could react, he was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced him tightly, truly living up to the name Lie Down. You did all of this for us, Down said, confused. Hey, don't do that! Soon after, the scene shifts to your apartment, where the two dragons sit facing each other. Aiza nervously checks the card in his hand, his movements extremely cautious. In an instant, his face lights up with excitement. Du-Run immediately caught on. Looks like you're the lucky one. Ya smiled confidently and pulled out 5 lollipops. He declared firmly, I will go all out this round. I will bet 5 lollipops. Enough for 3 days of snacks. Du-Run calmly replied, I'll follow. Junhai sighed in disappointment. You lose, Down slightly raises an eyebrow. Then I will bet 5 and add 4 more lollipops. Yas is instantly stunned. Huh? 9 lollipops? Don't hesitate, seize the challenge. What's wrong? Don't say that Long Chiton is afraid. Aya, be careful with your calculations. It's so cold, like a knife stabbing into my heart. He hesitated a bit, but in my hand is a pair of 9s, the 3rd highest pair. According to Yas's reasoning, since Seer has a 10, as long as the owner doesn't have a pair of queens, I am sure to win. His eyes sharply fixed on Down's card. He confidently flips his card. I have a pair of 9s. Isa's owner believes they are sure to win and jumps with excitement. He excitedly rushed up to Do Run and said thank you for the lollipops. He firmly grabbed your wrist and let go of your hand. Do Run slowly flipped the card. Where are you rushing off to in such a hurry? Ia froze in place. You have a few sets, huh? Fast forward 3 hours after that. Due to the huge harvest, he crossed his arms and said with a smile, looks like you won't have any snacks this week. Why broke down crying? It can't be like that. How could you have played 5 matches with just a few pairs? Sir pouted and muttered. From the very beginning, you had no chance of beating the master. Yas angrily questions the girl. Who do you really support? Seer chuckled softly, saying that dragons always live by holding on to their principles, nodding in approval. Indeed, a well-behaved dragon. Seer kneels in reverence. Thank you for your praise, my lord. Junhai smiled helplessly. I'm going to study now. Do Run looks suspicious. Is it this time? Is it because of the practical crack training session tomorrow? The other party nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I am in Class B because I completed the previous training successfully. She proudly shares that this time she will join the C grade crack, and if she performs well, she might even transfer to the A class. Down smiles encouragingly. Well done. He exclaimed excitedly, I find that interesting. I want to go too. Junhai could only smile awkwardly. We'll go together next time. The score for this practical training session is very important, so I want to focus all my efforts. Yas crosses her arms and ponders. I can't do anything else. So Junhai was a bit surprised, thinking that normally she would stubbornly insist on going, but it seems she's grown up more now. She still pretends to be sorry outwardly. Can I buy you something nice next time? She turned her face away, not replying for a moment, and Junhai suddenly felt worried. What's wrong? Is she tired? She looks like she's sulking, so I feel a bit guilty. Cutting to the next morning, Junhai cheerfully says, I'll be back soon. Long smile. I'm sure you'll bring back something delicious for me to watch the house. Aza remains silent, only offering a friendly farewell. Wishing you a safe trip. Little Master Junhai hasn't gone far, and Yas has quietly followed behind. He is fully equipped with accessories. All right, let's go. Seer's opponent slightly frowns. The young master will hate you if you follow him. Yas snorted, then you stay home and watch the house. Casey hesitated about this. The girl started to struggle with her thoughts. One side advising her not to go, saying, Don't go. Are you going to betray the little master's trust? Another side said, Don't listen to it. Do you really want to stay home alone? What will you do for 10 hours alone at home? The inside jumps up to protest. That's better than getting punished. The other side angrily scolded foolishly. Even if you get punished, it's only for a moment, but loneliness lasts for 10 hours. Seer stroked her chin, uncertain which side to support. In the end, the girl had made her decision, and now she realized that getting punished would only last a moment. Yas ahead has pulled far ahead, cheering excitedly. Get-Go hurriedly chases after. Please wait for me. Down is sitting at his desk in the office typing on his computer. The landline phone rings, and he quickly answers. Hello? This is the reason for the trembling from the crack management department. The other end suddenly coughs. Are you trembling? I'm surprised to hear that. Senior Hyuk Shu, are you sick? The other person forced a reply. Yes, I think I have a cold. Sorry to bother you, but please grant me a day off today. I'll politely ask for a leave so you can rest at home without worries. Huck Shu still has something to tell you. Oh, and this is important. But do you mind attending the practical training session at the Hunter Academy at my place today?
It should be easy since Hunter Han Man is expected to participate as the instructor today.
June nodded slightly. Don't worry and get well soon. You said that and quickly hung up. June suddenly realized something. Wait a moment. Today is the day Junhee's school also has a training session. On the other side, Minjiji hurriedly runs to her car. I have to get to the training venue quickly or I'll be late. The whispering and murmuring of the nearby crowd made her stop. Minjae wondered what was going on. Is there a crack or a tear or something? She instinctively moved closer to the crowd. Everyone was sighing in admiration. Please let me through with that thing. As soon as Min saw what was being surrounded, he was stunned. It was Yas being roughly grabbed by an employee, struggling angrily. Let me go. I mean, take your hand off me quickly. How dare you touch me? I am a dragon. I am a dragon. The two guards basically ignore everything and whisper among themselves. Do they feel abandoned by their boss? Another person stroked their chin thoughtfully. I can't believe there's something like a talking dog in this world. Yas still stubbornly struggled. It's unreasonable. How dare you treat me like this? Miandi quickly regained her composure and hurriedly ran up. Wait for me to pass. The crowd around was stunned. What, a landmine hunter? She politely starts a conversation with the staff. Are these kids causing trouble for you? The other party looked suspicious. The children. Min then lied without blinking. That's right. They are the children I raised, but it seems that when I wasn't paying attention, they got lost. Thank you for watching over them. The staff didn't press further, just told her to be more careful next time. The world isn't safe anymore. Min forced a smile and replied yes. He squinted and assessed her. This woman, I'm pretty sure I've seen her before. Somehow, she's helping me, right? At that very moment, he joyfully threw himself into Min's arms. Mom? She was momentarily stunned. What? The two employees froze in place. Mother C's face darkened. Is she the mother of the king of the dragons? Min Ji reluctantly agrees, gently patting Issa's back. Yes, my dear. Are you very scared? He nuzzles his head into her neck, acting cute. Yes, I am very scared, Mom. At this moment, C trembled as he spoke. The late queen. The little girl knelt sincerely and bowed her head, begging to see the late empress of the great dragon king, who grimly judged. What's wrong with it? Not long after, the three of them got into Minnie's car. The crowd around them was still eagerly watching. Min Ji got straight to the point. So you're heading to the academy's training ground? Yas nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, mother. Mine felt a bit helpless, so don't call me mom anymore. Luckily, I'm on my way there too. The other person looked up at her, curious and asking. Yes, by the way, how much does this car cost? Huh. This way of calling me makes Min a bit uncomfortable. What? She angrily crushes the coffee can in her hand worth about 8 billion. And instead of calling me by anything, can you just call me sister? Seer in the back seat hugs her chest and breathes a sigh of relief, thankful that she is not the late queen. Yas widened her eyes in horror. 8 billion. He smiled and asked, huh? Do you want to marry the owner? Min Jae spat out a few sips of coffee. The car suddenly lost control. Yas nervously warned. What? Focus on driving the car. At the same time, near Junhee, a group of students gathered around a crack, and M looked extremely surprised. What? You just transferred to Class B and you're already aiming for Class A? Junhee cheerfully replied with a smile. Yes, I just try my best. At that moment, someone called her name. Junhee Jinshu shyly approached to start a conversation. Let's do our best today. Junhee gently smiles at her. Thank you. Good luck to you. The other person shyly scratches their head and mumbles a yes. He hesitated to speak. Junhee, by the way, do you want to go eat with me after training? Junhee looked uncomfortable. I need to review some knowledge after this training session. Sorry about that. Seeing this scene, Duan couldn't help but sigh. Is that Su Jinu, the heir of the IG Corporation? Junhee's popularity is no joke. Friend M nodded in agreement. Yeah, I think he liked Junhee from the very first day she transferred to Class B. Youth is just pain. She sighed in admiration, feeling sorry for the girls surrounding him too much. I bet more and more guys will start chasing Junhee. I've never met a girl as perfect as her, Du chuckled. People tend to meet the same level. And of course, they agree. That's right. At this point, both of them looked at Junhee simultaneously, feeling sorry for Jinu, but Junhee had no idea that Shinu liked him. Although everyone in the class already knew, maybe he wasn't interested, right? At this moment, Principal Lai raised her voice to announce, let's focus everyone. We're about to start the practical training, so form your groups now. He cheerfully reminded the students, please pay attention up here. Junhee couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the figure appear. Principal Lai excitedly introduced everyone. This is Manager Lai Down from the Crack Management Bureau. He has taken his valuable time to attend this training session. Please give him a round of applause. Junhee's eyes immediately lit up, so he's the one responsible for supervision. He slowly started to speak and greeted everyone. Good afternoon. It is a great honor to meet all of our future hunters today, and if anyone has any questions about the cracks, feel free to ask. Wow, he's so handsome. Junhee clenched her fist and silently made up her mind. That's good. Today, I will try harder than usual. I will show my father how diligent I have been so far. At the same time, Dawn was also looking around for her. Junhee is there. As soon as their eyes met, Dawn smiled and waved to Junhee, and the girl happily waved back. Jinshu took in all of Junhee's expressions with his eyes, then suddenly froze. Huh? He suddenly felt a sense of danger. This was the first time I saw him smile so brightly. Jinsu glared at Du, who was trembling. Don't tell me he likes that guy. The competitive blood in him boils fiercely. He secretly tells himself he must not. Never. It can't be like that. I'll show Junhee my coolest side during this real training session. All the students' attention is focused on Down as the sound of a car engine suddenly echoes in the air. The students instinctively turned their heads toward the source of the sound and screamed in panic. What is coming from behind? Everyone quickly stepped back carefully. Who is driving the car? The next second, all the students stared in shock. That person is Min, slowly getting out of the car. Sorry, everyone. I almost arrived late. The crowd immediately erupted. Korean hunter Min, what? She smiled gently. I will study harder and longer to make up for this. Director Lai stepped forward and replied, it's okay. Hunter Han? The students are still stunned and speechless. Hunter Han Min is going to train us today? That's great. Min Jae politely responded to the other person. Thank you, teacher. But she suddenly froze, her eyes stopping on Down. The manager is trembling, but the students are still eager to discuss. Maybe if we perform well, we'll be accepted into Icarus's group. A classmate directly poured cold water on her, dreaming away. No way. Amidst the whispering, men stepped forward, trembling. Manager, why are you here? The students immediately started gossiping. Do the manager and the hunter know each other? At the same time, a whispering sound comes from inside the car. It seems that the aunt is a famous person. Seer feels a bit nervous. Sir, what do you plan to do if the owner finds out about us? Yaz hisses angrily. Don't say such unlucky things. If we're careful and hide well, how could those kids see us? In front of them, the students were still marveling nonstop, never imagining they could see her so close. The hunter girl asked for an autograph, please. Yas whispered to himself, even if we get caught, just pretend we're dolls. Casey nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. Yas raises an eyebrow confidently, and now everyone is focused on the older sister. Can you marry the master? He suddenly fell silent, trembling all over. Casey asked with concern, are you okay? Yas caught Jun's dark gaze, stammering to himself, why is the master here? He smiled without really smiling at the two little dragons. Durun spoke in a deep voice, I'll give you 2 seconds. IAs and Seer screamed in terror. Durun blocked in front of them before they could escape, and Cassie started to feel regret. If I had known, I would have stayed at home. Junhai quickly noticed the commotion over here. She was surprised. Long and CA, did they follow me here? Junhee sighed resignedly. I found it strange that Long gave up so easily, but it turns out it was all just acting. I guess I have no choice. This is better than seeing her in that lifeless state. Her eyes unconsciously lingered on the 2 figures nearby. By the way, Dad and Hunter Hanmin look really good together. Is it because both of them are good looking? Because Jun is being polite and thankful. Thank you for giving those 2 to Jang. Min Jae politely smiled and replied, you're welcome. It's also nice to go with the 2 kids. Junhai sulkily thought to herself that for some reason she didn't like them like that. The girl next to her suddenly asked, do you think the manager is handsome? She glanced around and assessed him, seeing that he was cold but exuded a strange charm. Run. Hai forced a smile and went along. Yeah, you're right. But the other person just sneered and made a judgment, and there's always a price to pay for that handsome face. Back then, there must have been many women around him, and if he were my man, I would find it annoying. Junhai instinctively retorted immediately, no, Dad is a decent person. Only then did you realize you had spoken out of turn and quickly covered your mouth. H. Neo narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Dad ran his hand over his face, trying to change the subject, not because he would be a decent person if he became a father. The other person shrugged and argued, is that so? How do you know? You really have no eye for men. That's the whole problem. The scene shifts to a lush green corner of the forest. Min softly announces, now just follow the rules she told you, split into the teams as announced, then you can rest. Hai Dung mutters discontentedly to Junhai, hey, I was assigned to your group. Because Jun was watching this scene, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his face. The girl was fitting in well with her friends, and his attention suddenly shifted. He shot a cold glance at Isis and Cassie. But what should I do with these 2 now? A little later, he had no choice but to speak helplessly. Go ahead and have fun. Isa and C stood frozen in place when Do-Run assured them, I won't scold you. Casey was overjoyed. The master won't scold us, will he? Do-Run confirmed. Yes, I am serious, so go ahead and have fun. Just be careful not to hurt the little ones. At this moment, Yaz pouted hesitantly and said something. Well, then, master. Casey could only sigh in frustration. I will speak on his behalf. The little girl conveyed, Master, if you're not busy, would you like to go for a walk with us? I rubbed my chin, truly considering. Going for a walk, I feel something strange behind that part of the village. So the reason to go for a walk has been decided. Are you 2 willing? The 2 little dragons shouted in unison. Yes, we agree. Yas cheerfully led the way. Let's go. Sir nervously ran after, reminding him, Sir, we have to stay behind our master. Junhai watched their backs and silently wished to go too. Hai Dung beside him was still complaining. I really want Hanminhee the Hunter to train me right now. She sighed heavily. When will it be our turn? John Su snapped irritably. Then don't wait anymore. Follow this way. He confidently nods his chin. Don't worry about the others, because I'm here. Hai Dung immediately burst out laughing, giggling. Jin Shu glared at her. What are you laughing at? The other person squints and teases. Oh my god, don't you think you're overdoing it? What's the reason? Are you both trying to act cool? Jin Shu then suddenly got angry, but no, because I am the strongest here. So he stammered to assure. Anyway, Junhai, just trust me. Junhai finally regained her composure and politely replied, thanks, but I've become stronger now, so you don't need to worry about me. She said that and walked straight ahead with the weapon. Hai Dung covered her mouth, giggling. Poor that young man, while Jinsu hurriedly ran after them waiting for me. Junhee's eyes showed a determined look. That's right, I need to focus on this training. Maybe it would be better if I show my father how I've grown. But I wonder where Dad has gone. The scene shifts elsewhere and the green monster is whimpering submissively. Yer clenches his fist and shouts, Who made that noise? He marches around the green monsters, his face serious as he commands. Crouch down, do you hear me? With a stern tone. Casey ran over to advise, Sir, we left the house without permission, so I think we should apologize to the young master. Yas turned around. What? It's okay, she winked confidently. She'll forgive us, so don't worry, Yas said with a big smile, hands on his hips. This is what life is really about. I wonder if you've completely forgotten that you are a Dragon King. At this moment, Down decisively pushed Yas's head aside to dodge, clenched his fist tightly at his side, and with a powerful punch into the air, the notification immediately appeared. Warning, you have discovered a hidden dungeon. An entrance appears before you, trembling. Casey respectfully said, Congratulations, sir. Now you have found the hidden dungeon. I am sure you will obtain the treasure. Yas looked at the girl in confusion. What do you mean by that? Casey explained. If you find a dungeon inside a crack, instead of stronger monsters appearing, a treasure goblin will show up. The girl eagerly explained. If you hunt it, you might even get items like skill books. Yas ignored her and ran straight inside. Whatever, there's nothing special about it. Casey stood there blankly.
The little girl hadn't finished speaking, but I heard that a skill book could be sold for 35 billion. I gently patted her head with a slight tremor.
Even if you tell Long Long, he wouldn't understand anyway. By the way, you do know a lot of information. Sir enjoys being praised very much. I only picked up a bit of it while waiting next to the young master while she was studying. She gently smiles as she trembles. Well done, let's go inside. Casey quickly pulled himself together. Yes, sir. Soon both of them had entered inside. Sir quickly announced, It seems we've arrived, my lord. The sudden burst of blinding light made Down instinctively squint. What catches your eye is a vast meadow of grass. 2 red frogs are happily playing and laughing. A mechanical notification sound rings out. These monsters have never been registered, because you are the first to find them. So, Worm, name them. He quickly thought it through and decided to name them Red Oots because of their red color. The system continues to remind you that you can now input the danger level and other information about the red worms. After some reflection, I think they are some kind of A or B class monsters. And maybe I should try fighting them to see what features this kind of monster has. With that in mind, he headed straight ahead. You two stay here and wait, okay? Yaz asked nervously. You want us just to stand here and watch? He absolutely refuses to accept that. This indifferent act of neglect is a form of abuse towards a pet raised with its owner's love. Casey sighs in exasperation. Sir, it seems you have completely convinced yourself that you are now a pet. Dune explains. The monsters will run away if the two of you go with me. Casey obediently follows your decision. Have a safe journey. Master, IAS is still upset. I also want to be happy. Suddenly, he noticed something. What is that? Casey comments seriously. Seeing it shine so brightly, it could be the treasure spirit. Yas smirked upon hearing this. He snapped his fingers and shouted, Hey, you little yellow farting fairy! Goldot was furious and retorted, Who dares call me yellow? Before it could finish speaking, it fell silent the moment it saw A's coming over. He whispered. The golden ooze was stunned into silence. Are you a dragon? He looked impatiently at him. What? Still not coming here? In just 32 seconds, he counted to 1. And you, Oatvang, already ran over obediently to Neil. Yas is not satisfied. Are you tired of living? Why don't you go faster? That little brat dares to resist. Please forgive me. Casey really has no more words left. Please, show some respect. The little girl suddenly became curious. I wonder how the owner over there is doing. If a consumable loot appears, it would be best to feed it to Lord Long Long, as the trembling here has already put away the sword. Do Run muttered softly, It seems that the only thing left for me to do is find the treasure fairy and complete the dungeon map. Iza's sharp shout suddenly echoed. Just one, only one. Run immediately turned to look back, and in his sight was Isa angrily questioning the golden ogre. In that big bag of yours, there's only one item. Doesn't that seem unreasonable? It can only helplessly well up with tears. Here, I will quickly take everything out. Isa mockingly threatens. You have 3 seconds to take them all out. Here is everything. Yas glanced at the items in front of him. You took everything, right? The opponent replied tremblingly, Of course. I would never dare to lie before your excellency, your highness. Yas is still not satisfied, stomping his feet angrily. No, this still isn't enough. It seems you've forgotten something. Goldie was extremely confused. What is it? Did I forget something? Yas shouted in frustration. The main food is that food, so why is there nothing to eat? Cassie looked around and just happened to notice the situation with Down. The little girl happily ran out to greet him. Master, you're back? Down casually asked, What's going on? Casey honestly reports he's trying to find food from the elf. Yas shakes his head in denial. It's nothing. Otvang clutching her head in her lap, extremely panicked. That's crazy. The dragon race is calling a mere mortal with no eyes their master? He crouched down to examine the pile of items, taking the opportunity to whisper a secret. This owner is a beggar? An ultra-elite beggar. Gold Ott hurriedly explained. That's not it. This is considered a wealthy job among my kind. Casey glared and threatened him. How dare you speak up to my great master? He is not someone you can judge lightly. He gently pats her head to soothe her feelings. It's okay. Please, I beg you, don't hurt me. I also have a bear wife and 3 rabbit children at home, I muttered, trembling and resting my chin on my hand. I don't mean to fight you or anything, so don't worry. You suddenly discovered something. The item you just picked up displays its stats. The A-rank control chain skill book has been learned by reading it. After reading, the skill book will be destroyed. The skill effect summons control chains to target enemies. The power of the chain of cords increases in proportion to the user's mana, with a minimum mana cost of 10. He smirked with satisfaction. You're really lucky. You directly negotiated with the gold ogre. I will let you go if you give me this. It looked confused and asked again. What do you mean? And what about the remaining items? I asked softly, shaking my head. No need. After all, you should focus on your own life. Goldie opened her mouth in surprise, recalling everything that had happened to her. Normally, people would chase after me like crazy, even try to hurt me. In my memory, Goldote always had to hide and run from treasure hunters. At this moment, it truly feels moved. But does he only take what he wants and then let himself go? Gold. Ott can't help but marvel. He's an angel. And she hurriedly thanks down. Thank you very much, great master of the dragons, the young guest replied politely. But I am the one who should be thanking you. I will use this book very well. He kept bowing repeatedly in fear. Yes, sir. Please take it freely. Before leaving, Yas snorted and advised, try to hide really well next time so you don't get caught and beaten again. Wait a moment, great master of the dragon, it suddenly spoke, taking out something and respectfully offering it. Please take this additional one. He hesitated, feeling uncertain. What is that? Casey and Isis stared in amazement. This is a gold coin bowing very low. Great Dragon Lord, please accept this additional gift. A brief introduction to that item, an S-Rank Treasure Elf Company access card with its function. After use, you will be transported to the Treasure Elf Company. Seeing June take it, the gold nugget felt truly at ease. If you visit, I will welcome you warmly. All done. It bows politely and takes its leave. Now, I shall take my leave. Yeah, as he smirked cunningly. Reception? He grinned happily and said, so that means there will be seafood and dishes we've never tried before. On the other side, the blue goblin hurriedly runs away in panic. The beam of light from the gunfire causes the blue goblins to panic and scream. My dear, you should run away. Our daughter, please survive. It's June High. She powerfully takes down the monsters. A clear voice suddenly rings out. Amazing! Honestly, just by looking at how you control your mana gun, you could easily reach rank A. June High turned around cautiously. The one who just spoke was Min, who was enthusiastically giving advice. However, because there was still mana left over when transmitting energy to the gun, if she could handle that issue, she wouldn't be wasting energy anymore. Yes, I understand, thank you. Min Jae asked again, but where has Manager Lai gone? I can't see him anywhere. By the way, do you happen to know where he went? June High hesitated to answer. I don't know either. Hai Yi-dung saw the commotion and hesitantly approached to speak. She was a bit curious. Do you two know each other? Min Jae happily admits, yeah, I have been to Jun Hai's house once before. H-dung was extremely shocked. Why did Hunter Han Min come to his house? Oh wait, I know Jun Hai is amazing, but it's strange. Why would an S-rank hunter visit a student's house? Min Jae stroked her chin thoughtfully. To be precise, the first time she saw Jun Hai was during the enrollment ceremony with Lord Lido Jun. The other party becomes even more suspicious. What do you mean? Is Lie Down that Lie Down? She can't believe her own guess. Are you the official from earlier? The super handsome guy, right? Yi-dung thought and eagerly questioned, why did Jun Hai go with him? Do you know him? Min Jae casually smiled and said, of course they know each other. They are father and son. H-dung felt like a bolt of lightning struck her. What did you say? Jun Hai frantically tries to stop her. The hunter. Jin Shu immediately pulls himself together. That person is his father, all right. Junhee eagerly asked Min. Why did you tell them? She didn't realize she had said too much and just waved her hand in confusion. Did Minji finally realize that it was a secret? Jun Hai pursed his lips without replying. Min Jae had to find an excuse to avoid her gaze. It seems there are students over there who need her help, so she said that and ran off, leaving H-dung still in shock. Just now I said Jun Hai's father looks so charming. Jin Shu is holding his face in worry. Wait a minute. Wasn't I glaring at my father-in-law? Min Jae ran straight ahead without daring to look back. Behind them, Dung and Jinu bow their heads. Sorry, Jun Hai. She hurriedly waved her hands. It's okay. Min Ji unconsciously watched them. It seems that it's not just Manager Lai, but in fact she still has good friends around her. She blurted out that she was a little jealous. H-dung here is holding Jun Hai tightly and swearing that she will become better. The scene shifts to the evening at Dojun's house, where Jun Hai calls out to everyone. Dinner is ready. Ya saw a table full of food and excitedly stood up. The party is a meat feast. Seer transforms into a human form, looking a bit annoyed, struggling to use the chopsticks like that. Wow. Down then gives the little girl a small spoon to hold. Casso wondered what this was and muttered, isn't this meant for kids? I can also use the chopsticks like the owner. This thing is so annoying. Do-Run smiled. Yes, but this time just use it. Seer obediently obeyed, puffing out her cheeks in frustration, but she was serious. At this moment, Junhee hesitated and called out, Dad! She shyly handed a box to Dojun. Please take this. What is that? Food? Do Trembling Run took the gift box from Runhai's hand. Are you giving this to Dad? The other person stammered in response. Yes, it's not something expensive. Inside is a watch. According to Junhai's explanation, It's just a watch that looks sturdy on your wrist, so I bought it at a shop on the way home. What do you think, Dad? Down was surprised. You bought it yourself? Junhai nodded shyly. Yes, I received some money after hunting a few rabbits today, so I want you to be the first to get a share. She looked down and muttered, if you don't like it, Down will cut her off directly. No, thank you. I will cherish it. Junhai was visibly happy to hear that. Yes, here. After searching again for something, Dad also has this for you. Junhai was a bit surprised. You're giving this to me? Jun took out the skill book and handed it to her. Here. Junhai curiously asks, what is this? She quickly opened it to try reading. It looks like a skill book. The next second, a flash of light emanated from the page, startling Junhai, who quickly realized it was an A-rank skill book and hurriedly closed it. I can't accept this. Jun hesitated and asked her. Why not? Junhai asked excitedly. What does Dad mean? It's worth at least 100 billion. I was stunned and stood up suddenly. 100 billion. So what if I still can't understand? I just ask a question. Junhai sighs. What do you mean by that? All you hear is Jun slowly speaking. Junhai, this family is more precious to my father than 100 billion. Junhai was momentarily stunned. At that moment, the phone in his pocket suddenly rang. You get up and go outside to answer the phone. Hello? Hello. This is Hunter Kang Hyun speaking. Sorry for the late call, sir. I'm calling to inform you that we are ready to move into the central area. He responded softly. I see. Good luck to you all. The other side continued speaking. Thank you. Regarding the outcome of the discussion with the director, we agreed to broadcast the video live to the world as you requested. According to him, we were initially going to ask for your advice while acting, but thanks to the detailed report you sent, I don't think there will be any issues. Thank you very much. Down calmly replied, It's nothing. The scene shifts to the area near the crack as Kang Hyun happily ends the call. Yes, see you after your trip. He turned to his teammate and asked, Junhyun, have you started the live stream yet? The other side nodded slightly, and many people were watching the 20-second broadcast of the effort to explore the central area. Everyone was surprised by this and watched closely. Kang Hyun cheerfully announces from the scene that it has officially begun. In the office, Cheonsu looks at the screen, then cheers excitedly. Oh my, just look at the handsome appearance of our Hunter Lee Kang Hyun. It's both the famous members of the Bai Him Society and the Guardian of South Korea. Run suddenly spoke softly. I apologize, but I need more context to provide an accurate translation. Where are you going? He suddenly remembered. I can't believe I forgot about that. Today is the day you take the E-grade wound inspection, right? Hai Ukshu suddenly exclaimed. Boss, the Bai Himote Club has finally entered the first stage of the tutorial. Hyunsu replayed the footage. What? Even IJ was stunned. Really? She gently smiled and said, IJ, if you want to keep watching the live broadcast, you can stay. I immediately shook my head and wriggled. There's no way I could go check without a hunter with me. Dune slightly raised an eyebrow, but it seemed she really wanted to see them, and if the other party admitted it honestly, he might feel guilty, so he could invite me to dinner to break the awkward silence. Yas, the owner, happily led the way to greet us, then just sighed. Sir, as the King of Dragons, could you please keep some of your dignity? That's so embarrassing! And Junhai scratched his cheek and forced a smile. Du-Run wondered why everyone had come here. Junhai quickly handed you the food container because I was planning to visit the Hunter Training Center since I have the day off, and also bring lunch for Dad. Who would have thought Du-Run would directly expose her true intentions? The lunchbox was just to spur the moment? Junhai stammered, unable to speak. Well then, I will step out and explain from now on. According to the little girl, today the young master woke up late for the first time. Junhai was panicking and shouting, You're late. Junhai, don't worry, everything is fine. Just get ready for school. Casey thought that because of this, she couldn't prepare breakfast for the master and felt guilty about it. The breakfast was to her liking, but Yas looked gloomy and disappointed. Is this food? Casey recounted everything in detail and then took exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 35 seconds to prepare lunch for him, which surprised her. Really? Casey confirms. Of course, we also help out a little. Junhee shyly interrupted the girl, and Cassie down chuckled softly. Dad is also on the way to the training center. Let's have lunch and go there together. Junhee's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, sir. Then Yas cheerfully cut in. Master, can I have a piece too? Du-Run warned sternly. If you dare to eat it all, I will hit you right away. The other party got too angry. Don't treat my sister like a wicked dragon anymore. He remained silent, watching them lost in thought. The car sped along the main road. Du-Run straightforwardly said, I will briefly explain on the way there that the crack we are about to enter is called the Grave of the Soul, and it differs from the others in its size. It will take about half a day to survey the entire area. You might have to work overtime. Is that okay? EJ asked excitedly right away. So we're going on a date, just the two of us, all afternoon. Down serious and firm. This is not a date but an investigation. Junhee's face darkened as he repeated, a date. Yas hurriedly tried to change the subject. That's right, Seer. I think you mentioned that beast gear isn't allowed in the training center. The other person raised an eyebrow in confusion. What are you talking about? He quickly covered the girl's mouth and hurriedly said, I don't think that's possible, Master. But if it's convenient, could you take us to the crack with you? Of course, she couldn't refuse due to trembling, so she said, "Let's go then, it's no big deal." Junhee finally could breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Yaz in confusion and said, "Long, long." He gave a thumbs up that looked trustworthy. "We'll watch over that sister of yours, so please let us eat meat for a week. We don't want a stepmother either." Both of them shared a deep understanding and a common goal. Not long after, Down's group reached the fissure that needed to be examined. They have entered the soul's tomb. "Yeah." Asto asked curiously, "Is this a dungeon that needs to be conquered?" Down confirmed. "Yes, this is a rank E dungeon." Aiza stroked his chin and muttered, "Those drawings are only found where the Gi Chu resides." He wondered. "What is Jia Kim?" Sir explained. "Gakim the Spirit King. She is the first spirit and the mother of all spirits." He couldn't help but be surprised. The Spirit King looked around nervously, then thought to himself that the energy he felt was beyond level E, and it seemed like it was calling us inside. Luckily, we checked it before other hunters arrived. "I think leaving Y to wait here is a good idea," Edgy suggested to Lord Lai. "Maybe we should go back now. This is the Spirit King, and it's definitely very dangerous." Du's lips trembled slightly, and Y grew even more anxious. Now is definitely not the time to smile. "I oppose going inside. If that really is the Spirit King, then it's the name of a monster, and it could even be an S-rank one." Her mind suddenly felt dizzy. Du steadied Y's body and softly said, "That's a pretty reasonable decision. I hope you will never forget it in the future. You let IJ lean against a safe corner and meanwhile tell the two little dragons, I will go inside. And check. I want both of you to stay here and wait." Yas eagerly raised her hand to volunteer. "Master, I will go in with you." Casey obediently follows. "I will stay and protect this red-haired sister." So Yas eagerly followed behind, trembling with excitement. Oh yeah, an adventure. Oh my. As soon as I entered, I saw a dark and gloomy space. I ventured a little deeper, unable to help feeling moved. Inside is truly far from the entrance. Yas nodded. After all, this is the realm of the Spirit King. He casually muttered something out of nervousness. June would probably really like to see this. Yas happily shares that the master, they may look like that, but they are still spirits. When they realize there's an intruder, they become extremely noisy. In his opinion, it's still too early for her to meet with them. Aiza also added that high-level spirits are also incredibly astonishing. He suddenly jerked awake. Iza instinctively responded with a burst of fire, shouting loudly, "Master!" Two intense energy currents clash violently in the sky, and dust billows up thickly. "Damn it, Jia Kim! Is that you? What are you doing?" The owner is no stranger to anyone. The other party retorted sharply, "I don't care who that human is, but why did you come here to find me? You are the one who ran away alone on the last day of the battle." With that, a series of rapid attacks rained down. Yas asked in confusion, "What do you mean the last day? What are you talking about? You're so used to running away that you've done something again, haven't you?" Yaz hurriedly dodged the attacks, denying everything. "What? Not at all." "So what do you mean by that?" Jia Kim suddenly choked up. "How disgusting, the king of dragons, a despicable traitor." Jia Kim summons a light sphere and shouts angrily, "Do you still dare to show your face and come find me?" The traitor Yas is in utter confusion. "The traitor? Why did I become the traitor? You were the one who attacked first. Are you really pretending to be that stupid to the point of tears?" As soon as she finished speaking, she struck down with a devastating blow. Yas truly had no more words left. "I already told you earlier, why do you keep attacking me? You should at least let me know the reason," he grumbled irritably. "It's too unfair to me." Jia Kim's attack was extremely powerful, leaving only a deep dent in the ground with dust and smoke billowing everywhere. Jia Kim paused briefly as Dun raised his hand to block the attack, shielding Wyak in his arms. "Are you the Spirit King?" He waved his hand and ordered, "Come down here." Dark green energy fragments wrapped around Jia Kim, pulling her down. Jia Kim's entire body collapsed onto the ground as Wyak swaggered forward proudly. See? My master is very powerful. Let's get straight to the point. I have something to ask you, so please calm down." After hearing everything, Yas skeptically confirmed. "So we once formed an alliance and created super alliances or something to fight evil, right?" Jia Kim gritted his teeth and said each word fiercely. "You say that?" He pressed her down, pouting as he muttered, "I don't remember anything." This directly angers Jia Kim, "You damn dragon." Du Run stepped forward to request. Long, you can go down now." Y obediently complies. "Understood." "Sir," he quickly shrank down. Du Run spoke slowly. "Now you can stand up." Jia Kim breathes heavily. "Thank you, sir." Yas scoffs and sneers. "Your endurance is really poor." Jia Kim looked extremely upset. "But why am I being treated like this when he is the traitor?" He gazed at her quietly, and based on what Long said, the girl should have been in the central area. Her appearance here means something has already happened to her erosion. I am particularly concerned about one point, and this place should have been part of the second floor in the central zone. Jia Kim and Yas are still arguing fiercely. She's scolding the traitorous dragon, and he's pretending not to hear. He gazes pensively at his palm, realizing he can secretly harness the power from the black status board that he normally cannot use, and quietly considers that this space doesn't resemble the forest of that pointed-eared elf. If I take this girl with me, it might actually be useful. Ja Kim is ordering his subordinates to attack Yas, the spirit, bite him. He irritably waved them away and stepped out, squinting slightly as he trembled. You understand well, but if I do that, these creatures will have no one to protect them. After much thought, Du shivered and spoke. Long, let's go, Yas replied hurriedly. Yes, just as I was about to turn and leave, Kim's hesitant voice made Down stop. She pressed him, so it seems you're heading to the central area? What do you plan to do with those super creatures and those demons? They even have the power to destroy the entire central area. If you start a war, your life will be in danger. Are you okay with that? He shrugged casually and said, if they start the fight first, then there's nothing we can do. Jia Kim immediately showed admiration. I knew there was something about that dragon following you. You are a saint who destroys demons. A true holy figure. Wai frowned and muttered, hey, your king is really strange. Her mood shifts faster than flipping a rice paper sheet, and I am not a demon. Gim stomps in anger, stepping on the ground in a cowardly manner. Ya sighed. Fine, if he insists, just consider it that way, but I honestly don't remember anything. The scene shifts to Saturday morning at Dojin's house, where he's on the phone. The Soul's Tomb dungeon has reverted to an E-rank dungeon. The dungeon reverted to its previous level, so nothing happened. Chiansu cheerfully replied, I understand. Well done, line manager. Sorry we couldn't join you. The live stream was too intense. Du-Run obviously doesn't mind. It's okay. You don't need to apologize for that. Thank you for saying that. You're getting kinder. You should rest now. You said a simple sentence and quickly hung up. Yes, have a great weekend, sir. Seeing IAS focused on the tablet, Down asked seriously, Long Supreme, are you throwing money around again? He quickly retorted in surprise. No. Yas shows the tablet screen to Dojun. Look at this. It says that divine snake meat has been very popular lately. I think it's perfect timing. I also need to go into the dungeon. Casey and Issa exclaimed excitedly in unison, hurriedly asking, should we leave now or wait so we can prepare? Down's response immediately deflated both of them. No, I will go alone. Yas Rowdy muttered, I understand now, so he will go alone. He pretended to be hurt. Wiping away tears with a handkerchief, I heard that beasts can only survive if they receive their master's love. But you abandoned us. I understand, but why did you do that? All right, can we go together now? But only one of you. Yas immediately turned back to look at Sir. Great, the dragon that wins this battle will get to go. Cassie pouts in response. Why are you like this? Let's play rock, paper, scissors. That way it's fair. Yas nodded in agreement. All right, rock, paper, scissors. Both sides remain tense as they play rock, paper, scissors. Ya Buck Boy complains about the game. Pulling this boo about. Why do you keep copying me? Kasa also wouldn't give up. You just copied me. The two little dragons kept pulling the hammer until they were exhausted and speechless from trembling. It didn't take long to see the result. CIA happily ate her ice cream with a sweet smile. Seeing that, Do-Run couldn't help but smile. You like it a lot, huh? The other party nodded eagerly. Yes, sir. This time Down used a fake identity, and the system confirmed her as a low-rank hunter. Kim Hyun-woo happily ran ahead. I'm eager to get inside. Down's appearance caught the attention of a man. He's only a rank E. He's probably just a runner. Why would he bring a child into this place? He knows full well how the little guys are treated. Inside, a group of 3 people are leaning back in their chairs, looking indifferent as they settle into their seats, carefully wiping C's mouth while she eats. The little girl shyly said, sorry, as the man next to her hesitated to ask. So, she's your daughter? Down nodded in confirmation. Yes, the other person became even more certain. Just as I thought, he's kind enough to give a few warnings. But bringing the girl into the crack is not just dangerous. Are you sure you want her to see your pathetic state inside? Casey then remembered that here in public, I am his daughter. Nervously, I politely responded, thank you for your concern. The other person immediately panicked, whispering that he would be caught by those behind him. He scratched his head nervously. Sorry if I talk too much. As you can see, I'm also raising my son alone. The boy grew up without a mother, and that's why. Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Kim Ho-chun. Down quickly shook hands in response. I am Lai Do Kim Hyun-yu. Ho-chun smiled softly. Very pleased to meet you. He greeted warmly. Although we are all shameful fathers, let's do our best for our children. Suddenly, a foot shot out, and Ushich kicked Ho-chun hard in the head, making him cough. He raised an eyebrow and sneered, if they hear you say that, everyone will think we're the bad guys. Are you considered a good person just because you're weak, and we're the bad guys bullying innocent people like you? Ho-chun trembled as he replied, of course not. I didn't mean it that way. Ushich was relentless. Wasn't he just saying to speak softly? As he looked away, he caught Down's cold stare, and Ushich immediately shifted his attack onto him. Look at this guy's eyes. What do you think? Do you have any comments, you trash? Ushich pulls out his gun to threaten. So what? Is there a problem? The rough guy hit his head a few times out of nervousness. Are you annoyed to see someone like me in front of you? You still don't react. Casey sitting nearby was trembling with anger. Ho-chun felt extremely guilty. It's my fault. I should have stayed silent. Why did I start talking to him? He hesitantly spoke. I'm sorry. I apologize. At this moment, Do-Run slowly spoke up. You're talking to me but ignoring the proper way to address each other, even though we don't even know each other. Are you my superior or what? Ho Chun directly turned to Stone. Yusik was momentarily stunned. What? Suddenly, a laugh came from the back seat. Oh dear, I wonder what our boss will do now. It seems our boss has made our top hunter angry. Hearing this, I clenched my teeth in frustration and calmly said, I will reluctantly accept your advice as my superior. But if you're trying to threaten me, I suggest you stop. Look at that, I'm being lectured by a weakling, the guy said, then released a surge of energy around him. Are you already blind before even entering the crack? Or should I help you see more clearly? I'm warning you only once. Seer glares threateningly. Do you believe I won't tear your body apart? Boss, what are you waiting for? Just shoot him. One inside tiredly and said, let me help you, boss. Before he could finish speaking, Ucha quickly shouted, no! He warned his underlings not to mess around anymore. He said that and obediently ran back to his seat. Ho-chun looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Du-run casually asked where Han-ser's cream was. The girl snorted and said, I'm angry and took it out on the cream. I'm sorry. Du-run smiled and said, it's okay. Dad will buy you another one. The other person obediently bowed their head and said, thank you, Dad. The little girl also said, I think everyone at home is waiting. We'll finish up and go back soon. Du-run gently said, don't worry. Long Long went out with Junhai since he couldn't go with Dad. I'm sure they'll have a good time. Ia pouted and asked angrily, so you, Junhai, weren't you saying we would go somewhere fun? Junhai asked back with a smile, do you not feel happy? He furrowed his brow deeply. Do you think I'm only a few years old? It turns out Junhai took him to the playground for kids, and she even cheerfully guessed he was about 6 or 5 years old. Yas grumbles in frustration. I'm over 8,000 years old. So you brought me to places like this for kids? I'm a dragon, and not just any dragon, but a fierce one. He frowned, thinking I can't just ignore this. I've been patient with Junhai all this time. This time I have to show my authority and make her see that I am only second to my owner. That's Yas's plan. He quickly spoke up. Sister Junhee, I have something to say. But before I could finish speaking, Junhai lifted me up and placed me on the slide. Yeah. Our Long Long is already 8,000 years old. Yas struggles in vain. Wait, I have something to say. It's too late. Junhai has let go. She giggled. Long Long is flying. She still gently asked about Yas's feelings. How do you feel? Are you happy? He sat there motionless. Then, A.S. cleared his throat and replied, well, I guess while waiting for the divine snake meat, these things are also fine to play with. Then next, do you want to go horseback riding? Y looked a bit confused. Why did your tone suddenly change? Are you just teasing me? Junhai smiled and replied, no, according to her principle, there are no bad children in this world, and the way to make a stubborn child obedient is to always speak to them kindly. Transition to the second scene at the hunter's office. Now, all hunters at Seoul City Hall, please pay attention. Let's get straight to the point. As everyone knows, today is the day you receive enhancement items with C-rank magic stones provided by Seoul City Hall. Dejun suddenly asked, by the way, is there anyone with a higher rank than the stones prepared today? Everyone fell silent. He immediately turned around and walked away. Then I will go inside and get the items for everyone. As soon as you disappeared around the corner, someone clicked their tongue. Since the car accident, he no longer fears us. Before, he used to tremble violently whenever we got close. Shion, standing nearby, interjected, have you heard about the IEG Sancha worker? Suddenly, she jumped from rank F to rank A after working with that manager. Duan widened his eyes in shock. What? That kind of instinct became an A grade. He clearly isn't convinced. What? Should I ask to change my manager? That damn Hyuk-su didn't help at all. Shion immediately burst out laughing. Do you really think you'll become stronger by working with him? Swan's tone is incredibly confident. If someone as useless as her can reach A rank, then he must have some secret. If he refuses to tell me, then I have no choice but to use force. What the hell is going on? Everyone was stunned with their mouths open, and he frowned in confusion. What's going on? Young Chi Onon and this top hunting team all bowed deeply in respect. Welcome, Manager Lai Du-run. The whispering never stopped. Why is the Him Society greeting so formally? Everyone was wondering what was going on. Some muttered, I guess you think I know for sure. Kang Hyun said, first forgive us if we overreacted a bit, but as soon as we heard you were coming, we couldn't sit still. A Kung bowed directly at a 90-degree angle and said, please forgive us. But June still remained silent. But why did you let that bastard go, sir? Sir, manager. Kang Hee-unen frowned and reminded Run Yan. The other side still chuckled and said, I mean, we heard everything he said from afar. No way with your skills, Manager Lai wouldn't have heard it too. He stepped closer, slinging his arm around Shu Quan, his tone laced with mockery. Is that true? He answered, trembling. Really? Well, that's it. Junyoung kindly reminds you that the person you need to apologize to is not me. He said it and directly grabbed Swan by the collar. You should apologize to him. You're lucky. I've been really stressed these past few days. Everyone who is exhausted and helpless feels exhausted too. He quickly changes direction. Run Yan burst into loud laughter. A Kung shouted, enough! He stopped. Akung grits his teeth and angrily shouts, "What the hell is this crazy Ruonion doing?" Tongninghip, holding his head, despairingly says, "Mom, this unfilial son of mine wants to log out of this world first." He shouted, "He's gone crazy!" The spear pointed straight at him. He lowered the spear and calmly said, "All right then." Yang Qian approached with a polite smile and said, "Manager Lai, it's been a long time since we last met." Slightly trembling, he nodded and calmly added, "You don't need to come all the way out here, but thank you anyway." The director smiled and said, "That's nothing. It's just what we should do." Yang Qian silently breathed a sigh of relief. He doesn't hate it. Next time, I hope you reconsider whether the person receiving the greeting actually enjoys doing this, because you are wise. I hope this kind of greeting will not happen again. Of course. Hey, you guys? Suwon immediately bowed his head. "Yes, sir." He warned, "Don't regret speaking ill of the Lord out of nervousness. That man, treat him with all your heart. I'm only advising you for your own good." Junyon narrows his eyes. "Do you understand?" He hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir, I understand now." Moving scenes at the school, a person slowly approaches. Haidong shouted. Junhee was surprised and turned back. He nodded. Junhai looked to the side. "Jinu, you're here too?" She smiled brightly. "The training session is over. Can we come over to your house?" She shook her head immediately. "At my house, my dad won't allow it." H-Dung sighed and just accepted it.
But at least try asking your dad. Don't just say you're having trouble getting permission. I waved his hand and said,
"No, my dad is very understanding." She smiled slyly and said, "That's great then. Isn't your dad curious about which friends you're hanging out with?" Jin Shu chuckled softly from behind. "That's good. Hi, Yi-Dong." She hesitated for a moment. "Oh, Junhai is calling," praying silently. "Dad, thank you. Please don't answer the phone." Her voice trembled. "What's wrong?" Junhai hurriedly said, "Dad, may I bring 2 friends home to play?" Junhai clenched the phone and said, "It's better if we can't go." He pondered silently. She held her breath and begged, "Please say no. Please say no. Please say no. Please say no." "I'll answer briefly." "All right then." Junhai was stunned. "What do you mean?" "You ask again, do you want Dad to buy you something?" Behind Qianshu, he teases nervously, "I didn't expect the mayor's hunter to be so polite." "They treated you like a king. What did you do, huh?" She quickly replied, "No, Dad doesn't need to buy anything." "Yes, sir." Haidong is waiting behind. "What's the situation?" "What did your dad say?" Junhai asked quietly. "Dad said I could bring my friend home." She cheered. "Oh yeah." He raised his hand in celebration. "Very good, H-Dung." After the meal, H-Dung drinks a glass of water. She smiled and said, "Junhee, your cooking is absolutely amazing. So delicious." She blushed and said, "You guys helped me cook too." "You're also a good cook," Jinu said while eating. "It's so delicious." He said it quietly, you know. "Every time he tries to cook, he just makes everything messier," Haidong said angrily. "Try saying that again," Jinshu said in a panic. "Why are you so aggressive?" At that moment, Yas's voice rang out. "Is something wrong? Why is it so noisy outside?" Junhai turned around quickly and sleepily said, "I've never seen you bring friends home to play before." Casey sleepily greets her homecoming. The little owner asks in confusion. She hadn't finished her sentence before rushing off. Junhai hugged Ias and the little girl into the room. Junhai whispers long, "I'm very sorry, just for today." "Can the 2 of you pretend to be dogs?" Yas said irritably. "What about the flag?" Yas said nervously. "What? And what about a dragon's pride?" "How can you tell us to do that?" Sir calmly replied, "If you want, we will do it. But even if we do that, we are still dragons," she said quietly. "Sorry. But things are a bit complicated right now. I heard that if everyone finds out that you 2 are dragons, the whole world will be thrown into chaos. Everything will be in turmoil and we will have to run away." My voice trembles. "We won't be able to eat beef, 2 bowls of ramen, or even dog food anymore." Yas nervously said, "I'm sorry, Junhai. I don't know what happened, but it's all my fault." Junhai smiled gently. Long and Kasi thank you both." Jinu asked a little surprised. "Junhai, I didn't know you kept a dog too." She forced a smile and hurried to change the subject. "Yeah, I forgot to feed them. Sorry about that." He tilted his head to observe, but they didn't seem quite like normal dogs. Just then, the door opened and a loud voice rang out. "Dad's home now." Jin Shu is flustered. Junhai's father bowed his head. "Hello, father-in-law. I am saying hello to you. I am Su Jinu, a classmate of Junhai." He nodded and greeted her. From afar, Isa gritted his teeth and muttered that he had to eat dog food because of those cowardly mice. H-Dung shouted, "Those adorable little dogs!" Yas trembled with anger. "You've made me really angry." Yas clenched her claws tightly. "Do you want to?" She suddenly paused. "Did it just talk?" I quickly interrupted to ask. "You said your name is Sujinu?" Jinsu said nervously. "Yes, I am. I am classmate B of Junhai. My name is Shinu. Keep asking." "Are you Junhee's boyfriend?" He blushed and stammered in response. "Yes, I do like her, but I haven't confessed yet." The whole table fell silent. Hee-Dung covers her face and mutters, "Idiot." Isis whispers angrily, "You bastard, how dare you say that to her?" Casey tried to hold Isa back and said, "You need to play that role." She was stunned, thinking to herself, "Oh my god, he just said that out loud." Junhai softly spoke. Then she looked up and said, "Do you like me?" with a slight trembling laugh. Oh, it's out now. Your teasing voice says, "So Junhai has a boyfriend now." She gasps, "Huh?" Then he slammed his hand on the table and hurriedly argued, "No, that's not it," Hai's father said, blushing. "He's just a friend from school. I'm really not his boyfriend." Jinshu pouted and said, "I get it already. You don't need to repeat it 3 times. Nervously nodding, she said, "The girl reacted too fiercely, switching scenes outside the neighborhood." Yas called out loudly, "Junhai, wait, he's surrounded by the kids," raising her voice. "Take me with you." Junhai awkwardly smiled apologetically. "Oh, I want to go too. But the kids love me so much they always cling to me. Shopping would take forever long." Then she took the little girl's hand and said, "I'll go with Sarah. Wait here for me." He glared angrily, gritting his teeth as he said, "I am the king of the Dragon Emperor, you little brats." The children burst out laughing. "Oh, this is so fun!" Yaz glared angrily and shouted, "How dare you!" Huh! At that moment, a stream of blue energy appeared. The system voice echoes due to the corrosion effects. Cracks have appeared from the central area, and it continues to sound. Warning, warning, a powerful entity from the depths of the central zone. Huh! The deep, hoarse voice of Vapula echoes, "Oh, humble and weak earth. I have finally arrived here." The system immediately confirms Vapula has appeared. It spreads its arms with a sneer. "I will become the law of this world." An emergency data alert appears. Vapula the Great Evil, one of Solomon's 72 demons. Vapula laughs maniacally. "All food must be destroyed so that evil can reign. All of humanity on earth should exist for my benefit. Make it raise its head and declare, 'I am a great evil. Who will become the ruler of this earth? It is I.'" Vapula Azaz faces his own gaze in the mirror. He looked over with a frown. What's wrong with that crazy guy? The kids are still carefree. A is so happy. Yas pointed at it. "Hey, you furry dog?" "Dog," Vapula replied quietly. "You seem a bit arrogant when facing such a great being." It suddenly paused. "Huh, hey," he coldly retorted, "as if you think the earth is only worth playing with. Even a dog like you doesn't deserve to set foot here." Vapula panicked and said, "What?" "Wait a moment, let's discuss this." Yas replied indifferently, "Just a quick meeting about my ass." It screamed and vanished into thin air. Vapula cried out in pain. Wow, the kids are wide-eyed and cheering loudly. Amazing performance. He smirked. "Ha! Yeah, sitting with the arms crossed, looking at these rat kids, they do have some eyes to see." He smiled and said, "All right, since I'm in a good mood, I'll show you something cool." At this moment, his voice trembled. Long, let's go home now. They cling to us." He cried out in regret. "Don't go, little doggy. Please don't go." He gently said, "I will come back next time. Don't be sad anymore." Then he gently patted their heads and said, "I'm leaving now." She tilted her head and said, "It seems like she prefers the kids now, doesn't she?" Yas glanced at the little girl and asked, "Seer, what's stuck around your mouth? Your eyes darken. How dare you eat that piece?" Junhai quickly intervened. "Calm down. Long, I also have a share." Y frowned and asked, "What is this?" "It's not even food." She smiled mysteriously. "Oh, it's still too early to say that." Junhai held out the ticket in front of him. "This is an event ticket you can only get when shopping." She pointed to the spinning wheel and said, "There's a line of beef written there." I was surprised and asked, "What do you mean? Really?" He exclaimed in surprise, "You want me to play?" Junhai happily nodded. "Let's go." Yas focuses on aiming at the beef, only the beef. The game master begins to promote. "Now listen to your heart and aim for the prize. You can only throw 1 dart per turn. I hope you win the prize you desire in this event." Ayaz looked at the wheel, silently thinking that he has lived for 8,000 years and is the noble king of dragons and cannot afford to make a deadly mistake here. Yas's eyes flashed. "Here it is," he suddenly exclaimed. "Yes, that's right," Sir suddenly said. "Young master, we forgot to buy soy sauce." At that moment, the dart was thrown. Yas angrily said, "Sierra, you." The little girl hurriedly said, "Excuse me, sir, I didn't mean to." He glared and said, "You're doomed." And then the game master announced, "Congratulations, you hit the jackpot." Junhai clapped happily. "Long, you got first place." "First place indeed," he asked in surprise. "Really? Does that mean I get to eat more meat?" She smiled brightly. "We're going camping." Yas immediately pouted, "But it's not meat." "I don't want any," Junhai hurriedly explained.
No, it even includes the unlimited BBQ prize ticket.
"You can eat as much as you want," he swallowed hard and replied. "Really?" She took out her phone to let her sister inform their father. He whispered angrily, "Lucky for you." Casey bowed his head and replied, "Yes, sir." Junhai suddenly stopped, hearing the beep on the phone. "The customer's number just called is out of coverage. Please leave a message after the beep." Junhai tilted her head in confusion. I wonder where Dad went. Switching to the forest area, Bu whispers, "Uncle, you really shouldn't come here." He looks down with a cold shiver. The girl Naetho continued, "You'll die if you stay here." She trembled as she recalled old notes. There are 3 gods with top-tier powers in the central area, the strongest being the unicorn Anusa, followed by the god ruling the sky and sea Bak Kin Li Ka. However, the last god remains a mystery, never seen even by explorers. At that moment, Down sensed a change, and the book was reacting. This was the first time this had happened. You are holding the book in your hand, and the system voice echoes mechanically. You have discovered an unidentified deity. This god has not been recorded in the book. The information cannot be verified. View stared in surprise and asked, "What is this?" Do. The system immediately alerts, "Danger. Have you discovered the unidentified god yet? We advise you to run away." He frowns and thinks, "An unidentified god. This child?" The girl nodded and said, "Yes, that's right." "Uncle, does Hong still have time? Hurry up." He looked at the girl and asked why. Boo pointed and spoke. "It appeared from over there." The girl squinted and said, "The fish." Immediately after, a giant monster appeared. A voice boomed, "Do you dare to trespass on my territory, a mere human?" "You're tired of living, aren't you?" Bu asked with concern. "Uncle, why don't you run away?" He calmly replied, "Nothing's wrong. There's a saying in the East Lao." The girl tilted her head in confusion as he coldly said, "One hit and he's dead," then immediately swung his sword with a tremor. The system voice blares rapidly, announcing an incredible achievement. "Would you like to report your accomplishment to the central area?" June answered briefly, "No." Bill immediately stepped forward. "Hey, sir, what is your name?" The boy looked at the girl and said, Lai Du was trembling. "And what about me?" Bill replied, "I don't have a name." Li Du hesitated for a moment. "You don't have a name?" The girl nodded. "Yes, I did." He smiled softly. "Then, will you give me a name?" He asked anxiously. "Is that really true?" Then Run asked again. "If you can see," the girl said excitedly. "Yes, okay. Please speak slowly." "Then Bill, your name will be Bill," Bill asked slowly. "Bill is your name." The system continues to update. "Someone has tamed a god." The sound continues to echo. "The god of the central district has just awakened." He gently ruffled the girl's hair and said, "Bu, I have to go home now." The girl blinked and asked again about home. The boy nodded and said, "Yes, I'm in a place called South Korea." Bia asked sadly, "So I can't see you again?" Du-run replied softly, "No, I will come back again." The girl holding his hand said, "Remember to come back, okay?" Du-run smiled. "All right, I promise." The scene shifts to a restaurant, and he speaks. "Well, it's because you're nervous," Hook-Shu said cheerfully. "I think you're really amazing." "I'm selfish, so I'm always busy doing things for myself," he said quietly. "But raising a child at this age alone is something I can't imagine." Run calmly replied, "I don't know much about his situation, but I believe he will do well." Inside, he wondered, does he read parenting books? "I thought he was alone." Down's thoughts continued. "I think having a child is a good thing, but it can also become frightening." He continued sincerely, "No one in the city hall cares about their juniors more than he does, senior." He smiled faintly out of nervousness, and if he were truly selfish, he wouldn't have bought educational books for his child. "Hi," Ukshu cried in response. "Do-run, thank you." You asked directly, "When do you plan to get married?" He hesitated and replied, "Me? I bought this book because I have to look after my nephew next week." He nodded in agreement. "I see. I'm home now. Dad's back." Sir bowed to welcome the Lord home. Master Ya smiled happily and said, "Sir has returned." Junhai politely said, "Hello, Dad." Seeing Miss Down, I immediately asked, "Haven't you had dinner yet?" Junhee shook her head and replied, "No, we already ate." "Because you said you were going out for a few drinks, so I prepared a hangover soup for you." "Dad doesn't like ginseng soup, Mr. Tran." "No, but the system immediately added that because of his immunity to all toxins, he didn't get drunk at all." Junhai quickly suggested, "How about I cook a different detox soup for Dad?" Junhai happily replied, "I don't need to. I like this fish soup. Thank you very much." He picked up the bowl and said, "Dad will drink it." Wai asked confused, "Why are you eating a soup full of herbs?" Do-run changed the subject. "Oh, right. Isn't there something you wanted to talk to Dad about?" "You replied that your school will have a 4-day, 3-night trip. Is that right?" Do-run, keep guessing. You'll need some pocket money. Junhai was shocked. "Oh no. How did Dad get that?" You softly scolded her. "Should you have told Dad?" Junhai quickly said. "I didn't mean to hide it from you." She chuckled softly and said, "I just didn't plan to go." Dune, trembling, asked why. "Isn't this going to be the last trip you have to take while you're still at the Hunter Academy?" The system immediately registers. But in the 4th clause of the contract, it says I have to do housework. You ask again and are filled with indignation. "Master, I don't think you're that kind of person." Sir immediately said this. "It's not like the master would do that," Du-run clearly concluded. "I'm going to join." He firmly said, "No way is it just one person. Dad won't let you go on a trip because you have chores. He will give you extra pocket money, so just enjoy your food and drinks." Casey, impressed, said, "The master truly is beyond expectations." Junhai smiled brightly and said, "Then I will join the school trip." Do-run reminded me to go to bed early so I can wake up tomorrow. Wai pleaded, "Junhai, please carry me." You glanced at Yas and said, "If you keep raising your hand to the sky all night, he'll be terrified." "Master, please forgive me." Sir bows his head and says goodnight. The owner changes the scene immediately next. Gab Buan, the sound of the brakes screeching. Junhee sighs and mutters, "I only brought simple clothes." Why does my bag feel so heavy? She wondered. Could I have accidentally brought something else along? Junhai opens her bag in shock as Yaz pokes his head out. Hello, Seer follows and says, Hello, little master. You look quite tense. He sighed in relief. Ah, I thought I was about to suffocate and die in here. Junhai asked in panic, Why are you all here? Yas answered calmly, The master told us to go with you. Casey confirms again, That's right, little master. She was stunned. Why does he sound so serious like the master said? Then Yas stopped and said something was wrong. Junhee looked around and introduced, Today we are at the Hunter Festival. Can you feel the power of Nam Korea? The land with the first hunter, Lai Kang-hyun, everyone. So if we have Lai Kang-hyun in South Korea, she pointed and smiled, saying, We have Lord Kanzaki Sojiro in Japan. Mina's voice echoed. The hunter has tamed the Sky Emperor. Lord Wiv. Yeah, Asas frowned and asked. The Emperor of the Sky? A W creature? Sir whispers. I know. It's truly unreasonable, isn't it, sir? It seems like apart from the master. Other humans are really quite weak, she shouted loudly. Now please enjoy the great Lord Wiv. A giant dragon appears. Mina continues to introduce and rides on its back Lord Kanzaki Sojiro. She loudly announces that she will give the students of the Hunter Academy a chance to touch the Emperor Yuven. The students cheered loudly. The brown-haired girl happily said, Junhai, let's try touching it. She was startled and replied, What? The brown-haired girl replied excitedly, That is one of the rare top-tier monsters we rarely encounter in our lives. Now is the time for us to touch it like a wild beast. A student rushes forward with determination. I will be the one to touch it first. Miha quickly intervened. Hey, wait a moment, student. She speaks sternly. You must listen to the warnings first. I can't touch its head, the student replied in shock. What? Mina's face changed color. It's not dangerous. Run away from there quickly. The panicked students shouted for help as the dragon swung its body fiercely. Yes, Asas whispered softly. He shouted out in pain. Not your skewered meat, she nervously asked. Is there any way Lord Cyro can calm it down? He replied, It's impossible. That's why I told you to give them instructions. Then he angrily scolded that they shouldn't touch its head. The dragon raised its claws, and the bespectacled boy trembled as he tried to save him. Then the student was at a loss for words. Hey! The boy in glasses looked up. What is that? Yas's voice rang out. A small creature as innocent as you. He angrily said in a stern voice, How dare you interrupt my meal, Dragon Emperor? A dragon! Sojiro immediately denied. No. Junhai looked over in panic. Since when was Long Long there? C hurriedly said, Please, sir, calm down. Yaz gritted his teeth and said, Do you know how delicious that skewer is? His voice trembled. It's it! In the memory, I smiled brightly and said, Junhai, I've finished cleaning up. She clapped and praised, You did very well. Long Junhai gave him a reward and said, Here's a sticker for you. He proudly showed off and said, I've collected all the stickers now. Junhai, she smiled and said, Good job. Here's 5,000. You've helped me a lot. Long. Yeah. Ngimtuk nodded. That's right. Anger was rising in his mind. I had to collect each sticker one by one, and it was very hard to finally buy a broken pen. So how dare it, Yas growled. You're dead for sure. So is being dragged away by the tail. Junhai nervously thought that thanks to Long no one was hurt by W, but the screams echoing everywhere made her wonder how there could be a dragon here. They panic and scream. We have to run away. Hurry up. She sighed and thought. This is getting out of control again. Junhai swallowed hard, sure they'll be reporting on this. He whispered softly. Oh, his voice turning cold. Go ahead and scream all you want. I'll turn you into skewered meat right now. Behind the stone dust, he trembled. Sojiro thought he had to help it, but Junhee quickly called Long. He looked up in panic. Another dragon, really? She shouted loudly at Long, the stubborn one, as she saw so stammering again, and then another one appeared. Junhai scolds. How could you make everything more complicated? I said annoyed. Junhai, don't stop me. She nervously said, I can buy you a different skewer. No, I will buy you 3 skewers instead. He added 4 more. Junhai sighed and said, Fine, 4 then, no more bargaining. Iza-Az smiled and said, Okay. I'll come back as a friendly dragon someday. Then he suddenly froze, but Iza threw it away and said, It deserves a good smack. He glanced at Wu Ven and said, Hey, you're lucky today. Iza's voice lowered. It's because of you that your entire tribe is at risk of almost being wiped out. He turned back excitedly and said, Let's go get some skewers right now, sis. She raised her hand to stop him and said, Promise me you won't repeat this before that. But I didn't do anything wrong. Junhai speaks seriously. Do you know what will happen if Dad finds out about everything that happened today? They will spread the news about today's events. He hesitated. What if the master finds out? My voice trembled loudly in my head. I didn't mean to bring out this sword anymore. She softly said, I worry about you. So promise me you won't do this again, and I can help you and your father. He nervously said, I promise I will not do it again. But you have to help me, okay? Junhai smiled and replied. All right, Yas begins to think. Is there a way to make the master busy? Something big enough to distract the master from what's happening today. Casey shook his head and said, That's impossible because the master is the strongest person. The scene shifts to the company and he looks on in surprise. Dawn exclaimed, Moon Kung, the manager, lied down. She said, please help me. Inside her heart, she's confused. Why did everything turn out like this? Moving back 30 minutes, did A-Kyung call you because he was nervous? Then she took his hand. Why are you so late? I answered calmly because I was actually here earlier than expected. Kung leaned in and whispered, Manager, the current situation is a bit complicated, so please cooperate with me. He tilted his head slightly and asked, Cooperate? She shouted loudly, You see, this person is my boyfriend, so I hope you stop bothering me and leave. Master Kang chuckled. Ha, your boyfriend. He glanced over with trembling from head to toe, looking very thin. He looks like someone from my subordinates. Is this your type? Master Kang smiled and said, I know your gaze accidentally brushed against my muscles. AK gritted his teeth and whispered, He's crazy. She coldly said, I told you I don't like it. Do we really need to do this? If I do something stupid here, the rumors could spread and get blown out of proportion. She calmly asked again, Are these headlines really true? Ong shook his head immediately. Of course not. And she added, I am not Jun-yeon. He frowned and asked, So why did that man threaten to cause trouble with the BMO Society? Wai Kung suddenly said loudly, Where should we go for a date? Then she whispered, I think it might sound a bit strange to say this, but if he knew who I was, he wouldn't do these things. Down said quietly, We don't have much time left. If you want to go to the first floor of the central area, I'll help you. Wai Kung sighed in relief. Thank you. He sneered and interrupted. I told you, he can't protect you with that body. You don't think your man is at least as big as me, do you? You look straight at Teacher Kang and softly say, You must be quite overweight too. However, the blood flow back to his heart is so weak that he needs to slow down. He frowns, about to say something, but she quickly covers her mouth to laugh. Wait, you're trembling now! Teacher Kang shouted. The brat spoke up first. We're not just lovers. Down pulled A-Kyung closer and firmly said, We are married. Doo's voice trembled with cold fear. You've crossed the line, but since you know we're married, will you stop? He awkwardly smiled and asked, So she's married now? She should have told me earlier. If I had known, I would have quietly left. He raised an eyebrow and asked, Really? Master Kang nodded and replied, Of course, please. Then tremblingly let go and said, You may go now. You look in that direction, relieved that everything has been resolved peacefully. A-Kyung turns to her quickly and asks, So even then, why did you say we are married? Because of his nervousness, he answered briefly, but that made him give up. Wai Kung shouted, and he ran away because he almost broke his arm. From afar, Master Kang hurriedly ran away. The scene shifts to the central area, where Do-run calmly says, It's been a while now. Just then, someone approaches. Kang Hyun bows and apologizes for being late, explaining it was because of Do-run's nervousness. He calmly said, It's okay, everyone arrived on time. A member of the B-Hemos Society. Really? We're always being scolded, so I hesitated and asked, Who was it that scolded you? Kang Hyun stammered. That was him sighing and explaining. You always criticize Tuitla for being slow. In Kang Hyun's mind, Tuatala's voice was full of contempt. They had already figured out the tricks to pass the test, yet they were still as slow as turtles. Trash, snail stuff. He looked and said, I think Ru Jun-yeon the hunter was beaten again. Kang Hyun corrected, No, he was beaten after showing attitude to Tusita. I understand. He hesitated before continuing. On the other hand, A-Kyung's behavior is a bit unusual. Her face was flushed. Maybe she was coming down with something, so I glanced at her nervously. Is that so? But her energy flow is fine. At that moment, Tae Chang frowned and said, Those rookies. The older man shouted, If you are new recruits, you should behave properly and bow to your seniors. I see your attitude is not good enough. Are you just here to play around? Run Yan frowned and muttered, Is he a monster? Does he never really care or something? Kang Hyun quickly whispered, Jun-yeon, be careful. His energy is not normal. Tae-hong squinted and looked more closely. Oh, it seems you're very strong in the world you've come from. He spun around and gritted his teeth, saying, Come here, I'll make you bleed from your ass. Then Tae-hong suddenly froze. You, why is it you? The boy asked calmly. Bleeding? What do you mean? He shouted, That person! Tae-hong muttered, So the person who captured one of the trusted officials during the test is Lord Reason's Tremor. Why is that person with this new group? So everyone is used to Lord Lai-do trembling, huh? Oh my goodness, I really don't know about that. Then Tae-Kang hurriedly left. So we ask for your permission to speak up and stop right there. Do? Run says slowly, his tone turning cold. It's a bit troublesome for me to go around and talk to each person, so it's better this way. You all tell all factions on the first floor that you will respond, and they will come if they dare to cause trouble with the members of the By Him Society. The group of 3 people came here today. Do-run paused for a moment, and if they ignore this warning, his voice deepened. I will go find them. Down asked carefully, Understood? Down sighed and said, The most time-consuming thing for me today has been taken care of. Kang Hai-unan quickly replied, Ah, yes. Then he continued, Let's start assessing the first floor, shall we? I have somewhere else to go too, so let's get started quickly. He hesitated a bit. The place we need to go? Is that a dangerous place? He sighs thoughtfully. Dangerous, huh? Well, I suppose you could say that. All three of them spoke up at once, even when you said it was dangerous. You're in charge. He smiled softly, but I still have to go there. His trembling gaze briefly softened. Because I keep thinking about my daughter. Elsewhere, Bu softly said, I want to see Uncle again. The girl whispered, when will you arrive? The World Tree suddenly called. Bu's deep voice continues to echo. You shouldn't meet that person named Lai Du again. Bill asked confusedly. Why? The World Tree falls silent for a moment before replying. The person. The voice becomes heavy. Possibly the one who seals the destruction of all dimensions. The girl asked in confusion, will he destroy the Earth? The voice of the World Tree lowered. I can't be sure, but that person named Lie Down is dangerous. He continues warning, saying, you shouldn't get close to him because he might do that. Bu hesitates. Can't I see him? The girl clenched her fists, anger clear on her face. Bu shouted, I don't want to. The girl shouted loudly, don't speak badly about him like that. He sighed, fine, but I still think it would be better if that person stayed on Earth. Bu shook his head, saying he promised he would come. Huh, the girl happily ran off. He is here. The World Tree sighs in surprise. Oh my God. His voice is much deeper. I hope this uneasy feeling is wrong, I say nervously. We will finish the basic knowledge of the first floor of the central area. Here. You said, it seems we finished earlier than expected. King Hai-Unun asked boldly, so can we fight some of the monsters you think we can face among those you showed us? Du Run raised an eyebrow and asked, do we really need to do that since we've already fought them once before? He scratched his head and recalled, we are the ones who fought them, so maybe it's a bit unnecessary. Kung Hyun Sirius continues, even if you help us a lot, everything will be meaningless if we can't become stronger on our own. Then he said, we don't want to become weaklings who only rely on you. I see. I like his way of thinking. I nod and say, then let's do it that way. Kang Hyun happily said, thank you, sir. Since Miss Akyung isn't feeling well today, only Junyeon and I will go and return soon. She was startled and frightened, so what? He turned to ask her to watch over her for a while. Wait, Captain, I didn't say I was feeling unwell. At that moment, Bill exclaimed, Uncle! Lai Kyung was startled. Yes, Uncle. The girl hugs Du Run tightly. Uncle is here. He smiled and said, it's good to see you so happy. She was panicked. How could a child appear here? Du Run explained, she's not an explorer. He said seriously, this girl is one of the living mythical creatures in the central region. Akung was stunned. A mythical creature? So she's stronger than an SS level monster? He replied confidently that nothing could compare to this girl's strength. Bu asked curiously, are you also from South Korea? She turned to stone. He tried to hold back his laughter. The girl asked worriedly where it hurt, and Wai Kyung was angry. How can you be laughing like that? He responded nonchalantly, trembling. I'm just an uncle too. She was stunned. That's right, the girl called you that, Bu Fan cheerfully said. Uncle, come with me, okay? Where are you asking to go again? The girl cheerfully replied. We arrived at my giant friend's place. I nodded nervously. All right, let's go together. Bu reminds you. But you have to stay close to my little sister, she said as she walked. There are places you shouldn't step on. Young panicked. Where's that girl running off to? He wondered silently. I think the girl knows where she's going. Down worries that it would be very dangerous for Young if he doesn't know anything about this place. What should I do? I asked aloud. Ms. Wai Kyung, go up, she asked nervously. What? He said seriously with a trembling voice. There's no other choice. It's very dangerous here. Is she hesitating like that a bit? Mew happily leads the way. Let's go. Oh, dear, Kyung blushed and thought to herself. Sorry, am I the only one feeling embarrassed? You breathe out softly. It really does seem like we've arrived. The car stopped. Bu whispered softly, we're here, as the voice of the World Tree echoed. Oh, sir, you shouldn't have let strangers know my location. It's okay, mister, you're a good person. He sighed and replied, well, I guess it's fine since I also need to talk directly with him. Are you Lai Du? I'll be straight with you. The World Tree continued. He wants to go to South Korea where you live. Bu nodded repeatedly. Yes, I want to go there. Dune wondered silently. Is this because of that system notification? It feels like the girl treats me like a father. I haven't even finished reading the new book on raising children aged 3 to 5 yet. The Tree of the World advises you. Sir, please remember to obey your parents. The obedient pigeon responded. Yes. The girl turned to Young. Mom, she fell silent. Then Wai Kyung quickly waved her hand and said, you know, that's not it. Bai asked sadly. Aren't you my mother? She sighed, trying to sound cheerful. No, I am your mother. Your mother. The girl happily runs over. Mom. Ai Kung helplessly replied, hey, it's me, Mom. Du Run calls seriously. Hunter Mun. She tiredly replied yes. He slowly said, do you want to live with me? Wai Kung was slightly surprised. What do you mean? A hesitated slightly. She covers her mouth with a long yawn. OAP. A Young sleepily wakes up. She sighed inwardly, realizing she just couldn't fall asleep. A Kung mocked himself, never imagining he would truly end up here just to become an unwilling mother. Bu mumbled in her sleep. Munch. She looked at the girl, her heart easing. It's good that Bill is sleeping peacefully. The system voice sounded, Bill always has a bad habit when sleeping that even the World Tree can't stand. Ai Kyung gently touched the child's nose. She thought to herself, the child is adorable, but Kyung is troubled. If she and Bill had rented a hotel, maybe she could have slept better. Last night's memories come back, and Bill asks curiously, don't Dad and Mom sleep together? She frowns slightly, but Bill keeps asking because he's not with Manager Lai. She thought to herself, even though he was sleeping in the living room. At this moment, Do-run came in and said, do you sleep well? Let's go out for breakfast. Ikung reluctantly replied yes. She was a bit tense, thinking, how could I sleep well when sharing the house with a man? You softly call Bill. The girl stirs awake. Does Y think he has no feelings at all? Am I overreacting? Then, in front of her, just a sigh to surprise her, Akung's eyes widened. Did he cook all these dishes in the morning? The system explains. This is the food Junhee cooked. She secretly compares herself to always ordering takeout. He tilted his head. He spoke softly because he was nervous. Now I have to go to work, so I'll leave Bill with you while I go out. The system interrupts, pretending to be a married couple, so we should call each other brother and sister. Kyung nervously replied yes, then turned away and said, I'm leaving now. Bill sadly said, don't go. She looked at the two of them, thinking to herself, they look just like father and son. The girl ran over and said, no, don't go. A fleeting thought crossed Kyung's mind that if he and she got married, she paused softly. Can Ming see this every day? Wai Kung smiled softly, truly the start of a wonderful new day. A few minutes later, her voice echoed, no. Akung nervously said, Bill, she's shouting, don't run around, it's dangerous. And the girl keeps running and screaming, it's so exciting. Kyung worries that if a deity crashes into civilians, the customers in this shopping area could be in danger. She quickly hugs Bill, and the girl looks up at him, towering over her. Ikung let out a relieved laugh. Ha, I finally caught her. She crouched down to remind Bill. Shouldn't you be running around alone like that? Bill asked worriedly. Mom, you're angry because Kyung is trembling, she quickly said. No, Bill, as long as you're close to me, that's enough. The girl obediently replied, yes, ma'am. Ikung smiled and said, let's go shopping. The scene shifts to a clothing store where the staff greets with a smile, hello. Oh, there's a little princess here. Wai Kung smiled and said, let's try this one first. Bill replied, yes. Then the little girl, dressed in her new outfit, called out loudly, Mom, she's excited and speaking. Oh my God, Bill, you look so beautiful. The staff also replied, yes, little princess, do you want to try this one? Young excitedly says, this one is also so beautiful. Then she continues, looking at this one, it's also pretty. Q muttered, why do all the outfits look so beautiful? She shouted, please settle the bill for me. The sales clerk asked if she wanted to pay in installments. Akyung shook her head firmly. No installment payments needed. The staff member smiled and said, thank you very much for your patronage. See you next time. She suddenly hesitated. Wait, I only plan to buy 1 or 2 sets. Is this too many? I think I got a little too excited earlier. Bu whispers. Mom, the girl said with a smile. Thank you, Mom. Akung was momentarily stunned. The staff kept bowing repeatedly. Thank you for your visit. Please come again next time. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you very much. The girl waves her hand. Bye-bye, everyone. She probably thinks I should buy more next time. Bu looked up and asked, Mom, where is Dad? Ah Young said so. Do you miss Dad? The girl replied immediately. Yes, I do. I love my dad. She softly said, so then let's go meet the manager. Meet your dad. Bill said happily. Yes, over there. Chiansu is talking non-stop like I said. He's nervous. This is the only chance you'll ever get. Hey, look at this. He emphasized that she is an elementary school teacher and her family is quite well off. I especially introduced her to you. I also told them you have a daughter, but they said it doesn't matter. Dunn replied calmly. If that's really the case, then as the boss said, this is the chance with 102. Chiansu nodded. Yes, of course it is. He shook his head. I appreciate your good intentions, but I don't have plans to get married right now. He asked unhappily. But why? Honestly, I know it's very difficult to meet someone like her, but I really have no interest. I plan to think about it after Junhai gets married. But they might react even more enthusiastically if I say that, so it's better for me to stay silent. Hai Ukshu interjected. Hey, Chion's turn to ask Hai Ukshu, right? You think so too, right? He suddenly froze and said. Sun Moon, the blacksmith, shouted. Dad, did Run bend down? Do you have a new thing? Did Mom just buy this for you? The girl happily nodded. Yes, that's right. Mom said it's very beautiful. Chion's Shu widened his eyes. Hai Ukshu, just now the child called the hunter Mun, and the girl called our country's best female hunter Mom, right? He also exclaimed in shock. The girl also called Manager Lai Dad. Then Run turned to her and asked, why did I come here? Wei Kong smiled softly and said, Boo really misses you a lot. The girl loudly said, I love Dad. She tilted the spoon and muttered, so that's just right, isn't it? Then she tasted it. She frowned slightly. It tastes a bit salty. The girl cheerfully said loudly, Dad's home. He quietly asked, are you cooking rice? Ikung was startled. Eek! Her instinct kicked in. She threw a punch. He immediately picked up Bune, realizing she was panicked. Endo runs. Akung hurriedly says, I'm sorry, I didn't notice. Do-Run responded softly, I will buy another one, and added, it's okay, since the things from yesterday have already been taken care of, so you don't need to worry. She was stunned. Regarding what Down said yesterday about his colleagues misunderstanding her as his wife, she breathed a sigh of relief and thanked him, thinking to herself that it was a misunderstanding. She believed he had explained calmly to them just like now. Does Down not feel anything when he's with me? A fleeting feeling passes through Young's mind, as if only I am the one feeling restless and anxious. And you happily asked Bill, are you good at home? The girl smiled brightly and said, yes, I am. I'm nervous. I think I smell something. She suddenly panicked. Huh, what do you mean? Young turns back to the kitchen muttering to herself soybean soup. She hurriedly said, oh, I'm sorry. Do-Run smiled softly and looked at Young saying, but thank you so much. And she looked confused. Huh. Do-Run softly said, it looks like Boo must be having a hard time. Boo mumbled, rubbing his face into your shoulder. Dad? Then trembling, she looked at the dinner table and said, I even personally cooked dinner. Wei Kyung waved her hand awkwardly and said, I just wanted to try doing this once. It's not worth making a fuss over. I'm really looking forward to trying your cooking skills. She looked stunned. Kyung takes a deep breath and says, I guess there's no other choice. I hope you won't mind. The girl asked loudly, why is your face so red? She nervously replied, Bill, it's not true. Then she nervously tasted the branch. Kyung asked anxiously, how does it feel? Bill asked curiously, what does it feel like? He answered briefly, it's delicious. The girl grimaced, saying it was salty. She cheerfully said, Bill, your dad says it's delicious. Young smiled and said, eat more, Bill. The girl winced and squirmed. Dawn thought to herself, Sun Moon Ong seems to be acting really into it. Or maybe she's a great actress because she's one of the best hunters around. Boo suddenly said, oh, Mom, there's a phone. The girl asked confusedly, that's strange. Boo pointed at him and said, Dad is here, so how could he call Mom? Kung hurriedly explained, it's nothing, Bill. It's not Dad. Don't worry about it. The girl answered the phone, panicking uncontrollably. On the other end, a man's voice rang out. Akuki-dan immediately realized and said, the silent hunter. Aku stiffened and replied, yes, sir. Hyun asked directly, who is the man next to you? She stammered. He whispered softly, saying he was going to tell me this was a FaceTime call. He continued, the last time I saw you was 10 years ago. Come visit me when you have some free time. As a girl, that's the least you should do. Hyun paused for a moment, then continued and brought her boyfriend along as well. She pretends to say I didn't hear what Dad said. Maybe the signal here is too weak. After turning off the phone, Bill anxiously asks, Dad, is Mom sick? Ki-young hesitated, trembling as she spoke. Just tell him that if he can help me in any way, I've already helped him with his unreasonable requests. She whispered, so maybe you can go with me to visit my family. Do you think I should tell her that you're not my boyfriend? Although it will be very difficult to explain why we are living together, Run sighs softly and says, it seems we have no other choice. A thought to herself, even though we're just pretending to be a family, when I saw him clearly drawing a line between us, I couldn't help but feel genuinely sad. Suddenly, she spoke up to interrupt her thoughts and nervously asked, what do you think about that? She was stunned. Oh my God, she exclaimed. But do you think it's too obvious? He continued, of course we can use different phrases. She nodded and said, then let's do that. Dawn decided, got it, we need to teach Bill first. The scene shifts to Sun Moon Akung's parents' house. Bill's eyes widened so much. He also agreed and said, yes, a big house. Someone scratched their head thinking it was because his father's business was doing quite well and he was also the CEO of SG Group. June asked again, SG Group? He hesitated for a moment and said, does the company really have over 50 subsidiaries? It's the SG Group, Dad. The girl pointed and said, Dad, I see something behind me. Down looked at Young and wondered why she had become a hunter. She whispered, oh, I'll tell you now, just in case you don't know, my dad is a quiet type. I hope you understand. Inside, Hunyu said, if you're here, just go inside already. Why are you standing at the door? He added, stay home more often. Hunyu's gaze paused, so adorable. What does Dad mean? Who is this child? Polite, he calls him Grandpa. The girl continues, my mother and father say you are my grandfather. He was stunned. Mom, he's your grandfather. Sion covers his mouth. Oh my God. Then Hyun-yu fainted. She shouted, Sion is worried. Mom? Ong also ran quickly over. Bill's father, confused, called Grandpa Hunyu to comfort him. What is that? He grimaced at him. So you're asking me to approve my daughter playing the role of a mother for today? Yes, those are all the requests I hope for since her guardian will arrive soon. He muttered, at least the two of you should have called your parents briefly. Hyun muttered softly. It's been 10 years, Bu gently called out. Grandpa, what do you want to do? Grandpa, choose. He blurted out because he's so adorable. Bu whispered that if he didn't choose, he wouldn't give him any first. Hyun-yu laughed and said, then give him black tea, little girl. The girl turned and called out loudly, Grandma! Grandpa chose black tea, he muttered to himself. Tea, indeed, it's time for Young to get married. She frowned and asked, "What did Dad say?" Hai Un-yu whispered, "No, it's nothing." Bu suddenly said, "Oh, there are many pictures of Mom over there." Ikung asked in surprise, "What are you talking about, images of Mom?" The girl points over there, and Dad Bu pulls her hand, saying, "Let's look together, Mom." Wai Kung happily replies, "Sure." He quickly spoke up, Wait a moment. Wai Kung and Bill looked at Hun Yu in confusion, and he stammered, "I mean, that room is a small alleyway." The mother and daughter stare intently at Hu Un-un. He says seriously, "You can't go in there now." Bill asks, "Why not?" Hai Un responds simply, "Everything has its reason." On the table is a certificate of Ong. He smiled and said, "A good child should listen to adults, right?" The voiceover announces, "Breaking news," the news anchor continues, "Currently the two dragons have appeared at the National Hunter Expo in Busan. Although they disappeared immediately after appearing, everyone was still in shock." Then he continued, "Additionally, Japan's #1 hunter Kazaki Sojiro and his wiv have been kidnapped. This led to an emergency meeting between South Korea and Japan." Do Run pondered silently. Long, it must be it, but why did it kidnap a hunter and a wiv? Do you think this isn't a big deal?" Bu stared in amazement and said, "Wow, such huge wings, they're really big." Do Run thought to himself, "Then I will have to punish it by not letting it eat meat for a while." He chuckled and said, "Oh my, so adorable. Are you acting out a bird?" Seeing a Kyung off, Hyun Yu cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, he's calling." "Yes," Young replied. "Yes. Hyunum, you can go home anytime, with Star and him too." She teased in surprise, "Oh my, why has your attitude suddenly changed?" He avoided Young's gaze and said, "I usually don't talk like this, but I agree if Star truly becomes my granddaughter." Bill happily waves and says, "Grandpa, Grandma, see you later." She gasps in surprise. "What do you mean?" He turned his back and closed the door. "I'm ready to go now," Seong quickly reminded. "Hey, you'll scare the girl if you slam the door like that." Kai looked at her in confusion and called softly, "Mommy!" I couldn't hold back my tears. Sun Mount Ong quickly responded, startled, "Yes." Kyung whispered that it seems like your father really likes Star and even wants her to become his real granddaughter. "You agree too, it seems like it. So I'll visit them with Star sometimes," June added. "Whenever you're free, let's go together, because Star also really enjoys it." Bill smiled and said, "I like Mom." Kong's mood suddenly sank. Yes, from today on, she silently thought she wouldn't stay with them anymore. He secretly thought that if he hadn't been kind to me from the start, I wouldn't feel this sad now. When I got home, Junhai said, "I'm back." Casey tiredly said, "Hope the owner is still well." She looked around. "Dad, are you outside now?" The little girl hesitated, saying, "I didn't think so." "Didn't he say we would have dinner together?" Junhee tilted her head and said, "I didn't think Dad was taking a bath." She suddenly saw the shirt, and this shirt isn't hers. Junhee was angry. "Why is there a woman's shirt in our house?" Kasyu and Yaz replied in unison. "What did you say?" Doon called out now, "Junhee, you're back, huh?" He smiled and asked, "Was the trip fun?" The system voice sounds. Step 102 to becoming a good father. Ask your daughter a friendly question. The little girl and he are suddenly shocked. A child. She angrily asks, "Dad, what is this?" The system records the report and ignores Star because she is very shocked after seeing the shirt. Calmly, she responds, "Oh, that?" Dad plans to return it tomorrow because it's not completely dry yet, so he can't give it back to her. Cassie whispered, "That's a wise decision, sir." He whispers, "Run now before things get worse." Bill, wide-eyed, looks at him in sighs of relief. "I don't think the master will care about the news." The girl nodded and said, "I hope so too." Sir reassured her, "Based on the current situation, it seems he won't bring up that matter." He asked inside, "It's funny that I got scolded by Law for beating up a W, isn't it? I am the Lord of the Dragon Race." Then he asked, "Who is that girl?" The girl waved her hand and said, "Hello, I don't know." Casey squinted and said, "I don't think that's an ordinary child." Yas looked around and said, "I think it probably comes from the central area." Bill smiled brightly and said, "Yes, I just moved here and she's the one." The girl pinched his cheek. Bill laughed loudly. "That's so fun." Wai painfully said, "Is that little girl still outside?" Junhai still questioned, "What did you do while I was away?" Both June and Cassie sighed together. "So, is that why Moon Ong the hunter had to stay at our house for 4 days? Should I go now? I guess Dad probably had a good time, right?" Wai glared at Down and replied calmly, "Dad just feels grateful because she helps with some chores around the house when you're away." She immediately objects, saying you can also finish the housework after you return from your business trip. "You said it's okay. You must be very tired, right? Why don't we have dinner together first?" Bu rushes over. "Mom?" Junhai is surprised. "Huh? Chi? Why is this happening all of a sudden? You guessed that your father probably thought the girl mistook you for her mother." Sarah explains, "There is only one mother. This isn't the mother, but the young master, right?" "No, it's my sister." The girl nodded. Bu said confidently, "The tree said that the women who are kind to Dad are like mothers." The girl remembered what the world tree had said. He will call the woman close to that man his mother. Yeah, counting wrong. So how many people are there? 1, 2, The little girl frowns and sighs. More than one mother? Junhai sighs and rubs her face. Sigh. So that's not good. Long kasi. I think we'll start those lessons tomorrow. He's confused. Huh, what do you mean? She said seriously that social education for Star would be a big issue if the child wasn't taught at the right time. And this is the most important age to focus on educating children. Aya wondered silently. Is she really going to care about that kid named Star again? Who cares what that Star kid is called, but why did he suddenly burst into our house out of nowhere? Sometimes Junhai is really strange. I swear I'm the only normal one in this house. Seer nodded and said, I understand. The system intervenes. Long will never admit that he's not normal. Junhai suddenly remembered, if it's tomorrow, Dad, what a coincidence. Tomorrow we will go camping together at home. Dune was a bit surprised. Camping? She happily told you about it. Did Long just win a camping ticket at the waiting hall? Run glanced at Yaz, his voice lowering. Really? Long, because my dad is also free tomorrow before going on the Narrow Canyon expedition. Then you said we could go, so I guess we can go now. Yeah. Oh my god. Really? So, tomorrow we can eat meat to our heart's content. The girl clapped her hands and said, Congratulations, young master. Bu asked about the camping as Run gently said, Well, then we'll lift the ban on eating meat. Casey whispered, Sir, do you think the master is talking about that matter? He must have planned to punish you for causing that wean incident, but he decided to let it go. You sneered and said, If you have any sense, be a little more obedient. There won't be a next time. The girl quickly said, We thank you for your mercy. Bill happily said, Camping. She smiled and said, Wow, so exciting. I tremblingly said, Thank you. The scene shifts to the campsite where the barbecue is full of delicious food. Run looked at his phone and said, Now I have to go to work. Junhai worriedly said, But Dad has only been grilling meat all this time and hasn't eaten a single bite. He shook his head and said, It's okay. Casey stood up and said, Have a safe journey, sir. Dad asked, Where are you going, Dad? I rubbed her head and said, I have to go to work now. Dune turned and said, Long. C wants you two to come along. Casey immediately replied, Yes, sir. Why is there even you in this row? There's still plenty of meat left. No, I don't want to go. Please don't. He's shouting at people. There is a dragon being kidnapped here. Junhai is taking care of Bill Day Star. Eat lots of delicious food. Come on, say it. The girl points and says, Mom, look, the puppy is crying. She knows how to comfort. It's okay. Go ahead and say it as a group of hunters move inside the crack. I calls manager Lai. She smiles softly. You arrived so early. I just arrived too. When she saw the two dragons, Wai asked, What is this, Lai? It looks like the same dog as before, but a little different. Yas threatens. Sir immediately denied. I'm not familiar with that dog. You act so nonchalant. Oh, it's the same dog, so I brought it along to take it for a walk. She said, Oh, I see, but this doesn't seem like the ideal place to walk the dog. Then Run, looking nervous, said, You don't need to worry about it. You're ready to go hunting. She asked in surprise, So we start right now? It's been a long time since we last met. Why don't we go take a quick look around first? So, you're asking again to go around inside the crack? She said nervously. If she didn't start hunting quickly, she wouldn't be able to fight many monsters and get plenty of loot. Items. Give me the items. The voices of the other hunters echo. Items. Give me the items. She hesitated, but after a moment of looking into the distance, she asked, I wonder why no hunters are heading that way. E explains, Oh, there's an abandoned land in that direction. His brow furrows. A deserted lot? She nodded and replied, Yes, I heard the hunters gave up because it was too difficult. I also heard that the Icarus Guild formed a team to clear that area a few months ago, but they failed. You say, I see. Based on the energy and size I sense, it's probably similar to the Titan Milanu IJ supplement. They say these monsters seem unaffected by whatever is influencing them, but they're also famous for dropping a lot of items. Suddenly, a monster appeared, and he coldly looked at Yas, nervously saying, I really feel like my limbs are itching and going crazy. Ran ordered to stay still. Why is that? He annoyedly said, I could just flap my wings and blow these flies away. He coldly replied, If it's that easy, why bother bringing them here? At that moment, YJ rushed forward and said, Lord Liege is showing off his achievements. I've already collected 3 items. Dawn smiled and said, Congratulations, it seems you're stronger than the last time we met. She blushed and said, Yes, take a look at this. The system display shows a ring in her hand. He smiles and says, It's made to give to a wife, isn't that very romantic? He took a deep breath and softly said, You're right. This ring reminded me of that time at the restaurant. Can we have dinner together tonight? He thought for a moment and replied, Okay, I feel really sorry for calling you out on the weekend, so I'll treat you to a meal as an apology. She shook her head and said, No, I want to treat you to a meal. Run chuckled softly and said, No problem, I'll treat you today. He secretly thought that he could return to the wasteland after dinner. Dawn continued, Let's gather more items before dinner. IAS has prepared everything. Is it our turn to show what we've got? He happily replied, Yes, let's go, he whispered to himself. Why does it feel like the master treats her like a child? Casey whispered softly, That makes sense, seeing the master so happy. I kind of feel like they're in love. She smiled brightly and said, "Let's go eat after giving it our all." He sat on the bed looking excited and muttered to herself, "What a great mood if he and I start dating at this pace. What should I call him when we're in the gap?" "Do you love me?" I said, blushing. "I don't know anymore. I should check if I have any free days left." She whispers, "The crack in the Olympic Park is where I just entered in the evening." Y says in surprise, "It's considered unbeatable. No one can conquer it." A question popped into her mind. So who was the one who triggered the scene change at the apartment complex? Silently hesitating would be very dangerous if I give this to Junhai. The system interface appears. I remember the rumors I heard about murders happening over a certain item. I will give it to Junhee when she becomes stronger. Junhai asked, "Dad, can I peel fruit for you?" Dune shook her head. "No, I don't need it." Byu poked her head out. "Mom," she asked eagerly, "Kamba go out to play?" She refused and said, "It's not allowed, it's too late now. Let's go out and play tomorrow after that, okay?" Byu pouted and said, "But Bill wants to go play chess." Dawn spoke up. "It's okay, you can go," Junhai said, a little surprised. "Yes, Long Cassie, come with me." Isa huffs and puffs. He says irritably, "I can't go. Even when camping, I haven't eaten anything yet." He firmly said, "I don't want to go anywhere anyway." And at that moment, Dawn handed him an item. Isa hadn't finished her sentence when she said, "I definitely won't this time." He hesitated. Isa asked. Dawn replied briefly, "Now go." He immediately changed his tone, obeying the master's order. Yas looked at Bill and said, "Let's go, little one." The girl looked at him and asked, "Is that really true?" Junhai smiled and said, "Have fun playing, everyone." Isa tried calling the sparrow and the eagle. "Seer answers everything," Bill cheerfully says. "Go ask all three to go out loudly." "Hey, where are you going?" The girl runs quickly. "Liga is over there," he asked with a frown. "What is Liga?" Boo paused. "Huh?" The girl always introduces herself angrily and very, very loudly. Yas looked over and said it loudly. "You're wrong, sis. This is not Liga. It's a butterfly." Boo claps and praises. Long is really smart. Yas was praised, so he was very happy. He said, "Well, if you live on Earth for about 3 months, you'll be as smart as me." The girl smiled and said, "That's amazing. Long is number 1. At that moment, the system voice rang out. For the first time, Long felt the thrill of being praised. The boy's face trembled slightly. "Is Ben really number 1? Yas cleared his throat, trying to sound normal. "Honestly." "All right, I'm feeling good now, so I'll buy you something special called ice cream. It's a special treat that Junhee only lets us have once every 3 days. Sir suddenly spoke in a serious tone. "Yes, sir." The little girl pointed and said that Bill was walking into a crack. "Did he get scared?" She shouted. "Hey, where are you going?" Byu enters and says there's a butterfly. He frowned, his heart pounding. "Wait, if this keeps happening, the system will recall the memories." Long remembered what Lie Down had said. A cold, trembling voice echoed in his mind. "Do you know what will happen if the person appears on the news again?" He shouted to stop. "Casey is chasing after." "Ah, sir." He ran and said, "Stop right there. What are you running so fast for?" Boo innocently chases after, butterflies fluttering. Suddenly she stops. Boo looks at her head and asks, "What is that?" I rubs her nose and asks, "What now?" as a group of monsters are attacking a man who is crying out in panic. "Stop hitting me anymore, no matter what I have to protect this bag." He squinted and asked, "What's going on?" Boo stepped forward and said, "You shouldn't bully him." The girl reached out, and with a gentle flick, the monster was thrown back, a dent appearing on its stone face from Bill's power. Cass and Yaz were left speechless. Boo looks around in confusion. "Hey, they've already run away." He gritted his teeth and asked what she meant by running away. "Do they look like they're running away? If you cause trouble, I'll be the one scolded by the master." Yas muttered to himself, "I have to hide this from my master. If he finds out, it won't just be about not eating meat anymore," he suddenly thought. But if there are no witnesses, Taehua trembles as he speaks. "Don't worry, I will definitely keep this secret. I came here just to earn some money to pay for my tuition. Please, I am quite well known in the digital art field." "If you want, I can draw as many pictures as you like," Taeho's voice pleads. "I'm very poor, so I have nothing but my drawings." Then Taeho paused in surprise. "Huh? What is this?" He sneered and said, "I will give you all these stones. You didn't see anything earlier, understand?" Taeho asked in shock, "Aren't these the mana stones from the defeated monsters just now?" "Are you really giving me everything?" he said calmly. "That's right, and next time you come in here, remember to bring weapons." "I don't know if you're brave or cowardly anymore," Yas said as he walked away. "Bill, let's get out of here. This stays our secret." The girl happily agreed. "Yes?" Taeho hurriedly called after him. "Please, at least tell me your name. I want to repay you someday." He shrugged. "What do you mean?" "I don't think it's necessary, but I am Long. Byu politely said, "I am Bill." The little girl clasped her hands and said, "My name is C." "Yeah." As she turned away, she said, "Now we're leaving. Keep this secret, okay?" Taeho watched, determination in his heart. "As an artist, I promise with my honor. Someday I will return it to you," Taeho silently vows. Long, Bill sir," Bill cheerfully calls out. "Dad, did Run ask if you went into the crack?" The girl nodded quickly. "Yes, I understand." Byu suddenly stopped and hurriedly said, "Oh, you mean Boo was playing on the field?" His face darkened, and Long Long told him to say, "Is that so?" The girl quickly replied, "Yes, no." After a brief silence, she nodded gently. "All right, Long Long, come with me." Yas paled, his whole body stiffening. He shouted, "Please forgive me." Cheon stands at the desk and shouts, "Hi, Uksu, where's the crack management report for today?" Uksu hurriedly begged, "Please, boss, just give me one more minute." Chon-Su keeps urging them to hurry up because the bosses over there are already getting impatient, and then he yells out again. "Keep running, report down quickly responds." "I just sent it," Cheon's happily smiled. "Got it. Hi, Australia Kshu. Here's the probability report for the emergency water leakage. Yundu Run over to Down and asked if she could help, and Do Run immediately replied, "I already sent it." Then he turned to say, "Boss, you also need to bring this today." Yundu, still nearby, offered, "Sorry, I don't know if I can help." Cheon-Shu nodded in satisfaction and praised, "Well done, Do Run." Then he picked up a notebook and continued, "I will attend the crack meeting." Hai Uksu sighed in relief and Down spoke up, saying, "Have a safe trip." Then Uksu turned to Do Run and said, "It was like a battlefield this morning. You responded politely too. You've worked hard, senior." At this moment, Woo-Do patiently asked, "Is there anything I can do to help everyone?" When Dejun and Hai Ukshu turned around, they saw Woo-Do filled with anger. Hai Ukdu was sweating and quickly explained, "Ondu, why do you seem so angry? I'm here for practice. I just need to observe how everyone works." Ondu angrily said, "But that doesn't mean I treat you like a burden. I may not do as well as you, but I can do everything I can." Down calmly replied, "If it's about fighting, then yes, but unfortunately, I can't help us in this situation." UC-Do, even angrier, stepped closer to Down and asked, "What did you just say?" Hai Ukdu, standing nearby, thought in fear, "Why are you so harsh?" But Down calmly reiterated clearly that you said there was nothing for her to help with. Down continued to speak non-stop, words like blades stabbing directly into you-do. "Look at the documents we worked on today. They will take at least a week and at most a few months. So, do you really think you can understand that information after just one look, when it was compiled thanks to everyone's hard work? It's great that you're so enthusiastic, but you need time and a proper place for that." Yuan-Do, hearing that, stopped insisting, but still whispered, "Why does the school send me here to learn if I just sit around like this?" Wan-Do replied seriously that they said it was so she could learn about the work related to hunters and how civil servants support hunters. And they said that choosing which direction to take depends on you. Down continued, "This is where we do office work. You must have also noticed that because he always mentions the manager, Do is unsure how to respond. Manager Lai is number one. He always praises the manager as being wonderful. But from what I've seen, it's because of the manager. But I can't say that out loud." You-Do closed her eyes, put her hand on her chin to think further. "Honestly, if he's helped the Behemoth Club so much, I wonder if he's as strong as Kanjaki-So." And Do Run beside her doesn't understand what she's thinking. Seeing that the atmosphere seems tense, Hai Ukshu spoke up, "Hey, Do Run, isn't it true that you said you had something to do? Isn't today the day to check the cracks on the list?" Then he turned to make a suggestion. The hunter You-Do, why don't you go with Down? It's also close to the academy. Are you coming with me? There will definitely be a lot of things you can help with." Duen still looks thoughtful, but hasn't quite satisfied her curiosity. Wait, she seems to have figured something out. I don't really trust him. But what if I intentionally put the manager in danger? If the manager is at least half as strong as you say, that won't be dangerous for him at all. Then Du feels much more confident. If it's really dangerous, I just need to deal with it, and everything will be over. Hearing that, she immediately agreed. "Yes. So I asked for your help." Hayudu sees this and smiles happily, satisfied. "I feel truly relieved to have you here. Thank you, Du. I count on you." He is silently apologizing inside. He can't control the girl on his own. "Sorry about that. I was nervous." He repeated his apology in his heart once more. "I sincerely apologize." A moment later, a loud voice echoed outside the building. "Manager, this way, right? How could a manager of a crack go any other way?" "Manager, I told you the crack is over there." Deep down, I was secretly blaming myself. What exactly does my brother see in this manager that he keeps praising him non-stop? Gee. He glanced at her nervously and said, "I know where the school's crack is." Yendu asked back. "Really?" Yuendu looked around, showing disbelief. "Then why are we here? I don't see any cracks around here." Then she clenched her fist and firmly said, "Don't tell me you're planning to confess to me. I advise you to give up on that idea. I only married someone stronger than my older brother." Down immediately denied. "I don't know if you misunderstand something, but that's not the case." Undu still firmly believes in what she thinks. "Yes. I know because I've received hundreds of confessions, and they all say the same thing as him." I was too nervous to argue with her about this anymore. "You said it's not true. The flow of air has suddenly changed recently, and it seems to be gradually disappearing." Yundu asked in surprise, "Huh? What's going on?" Then she angrily realizes that she seems to have misunderstood. Suddenly, the cracks began to appear. Ondu was startled. "What is that?" She was extremely puzzled as to why the crack was breaking apart. The cracking occurs when a monster appears without any visible cracks. and from the newly broken crack, a giant monster emerges. Usually 1 or 2 low-level monsters appear. Undo exclaimed in fear, a ban. She looked at the monster in shock and cried out in fear. Am I going to die here alone? Run turns back to warn to retreat. Undo, still trembling, says, we can't escape from a ban rock. As she was speaking, he suddenly appeared, surprising her. Hey! Even the ban rock monster was staring up, sweating with a mix of surprise and fear. It started to gather momentum, then roared and leapt high into the air. Do-Run reached out with his hand and shouted, you think you can escape? Then a blue energy emanated from Do-Run and seized the monster ban rock. The monster let out a painful cry before exploding in the sky. Yoon-Do was stunned, eyes wide open, and Do-Run, now turning around, asked him, are you okay? Then he approached, gently patting her head to comfort her, and said, I think you're not hurt anywhere, right? For a student, was what just happened too violent? Yoon-Do was still in shock. Did he really kill an S-rank monster with just 1 strike? Even my brother couldn't do that. Then suddenly she hurriedly ran off, only calling back, sorry, I need to leave first. Feeling nervous, he watched that figure, wondering what was wrong with her. He silently thought he really couldn't understand the youth these days, so shy. Could it be that she's going through puberty? But then June thought that he hadn't seen Junhai do such things. Maybe she had grown up faster. At the apartment, the phone rang, and Aiza ran in to report. Master, your phone keeps ringing, so I read it out loud for you. Aiza quickly obeyed. Yes, he read aloud Liu's message sending a picture because of the major report. Then IAS exclaimed in shock upon reading the content. Hey, has she become a fan of the owner? What's going on here? What's wrong with everyone? It feels like the owner is the main character in a comic, right? Then he turned to Bill and said, Saw, try counting how many moms I have. Bill asks again. Say's mother. Then the girl held up 2 fingers and said, 2. Yeah, then B, corrected it, adding 1 more. Now you have 3 people. Wait a moment. If you also call Junhai's friend Mom, they'll probably get taken to the police station. So just keep the number 2. At the apartment, Bill was dozing off at the table, mumbling in his sleep. The method of using Mana to take the blanket and cover the girl, Long looked at Bill and thought that if he woke her up, she would definitely want to continue studying. Although the parenting book didn't specify what to do in this situation, letting the girl sleep on is better. Then he left a note on the table. Long thought that since he was leaving early, he should leave a note for Junhai. This stressful mock exam period must be tough, so he should buy something nice for her. Then Do-Run looked down and finally grabbed Es by the tail. Es asked, where are you taking me, master? Do-Run replied, I went up for a morning workout. IA, being pulled onto the roof, angrily shouted, I want to sleep. Do-Run then warned the little one to watch his mouth. At the entrance to the 2nd floor of the central area, Jin-Zok looked ahead and asked again, we were deceived, right? Yoon also looked and replied, yes, that's probably right. Among the countless kings in this realm, he is known as the King of Meditation. He is said to be as powerful as the 60th demon among Solomon's 72 demons. Jin Shuo turned angrily and said, what is this? The 2nd floor exit gate must be guarded by vultures, right? Just looking at him almost made me pee my pants. Yoon sneered and pinched his nose, saying, I really almost peed my pants. Oh, the smell. Jin Seok King becomes even angrier and denies it. Not at all. Baechin turned to ask if the online info was correct, that only vultures are involved. Then he looked at Yoon-chae, who was pinching his nose, and asked what was wrong. Yoon-chae replied, it's nothing, she keeps talking. Since we are allowed to look up information from the 2nd floor, I thought we could easily get through based on that. But in the end, trusting that guy from the broadcast station, I didn't think there would be a monster like this guarding here. Ji Young-seok kept explaining. Hey, I don't have a fake broadcast station. Yoon dismissively said, we were completely fooled, but once we reach the 2nd floor, there's no turning back to the 1st. So, should we challenge the boss now or wait for the other pseudo-awakened to arrive? Yoon-chae pointed at Jane Seok and said, we have to wait. I can't trust this man who peed his pants. Jin quickly spoke to reassure everyone, saying calm down as long as the king hasn't woken up. Suddenly, a challenger to the king appeared. The strength of the gatekeeper has increased from 50% to 100%. Our Tuco King's Earth Guardian is awakening with a fierce fighting spirit. Jin Exok doesn't understand why. Why? From behind down, someone appeared and asked Yoon-chae, why do you look so surprised? She quickly replied, of course it's because of the king, but why did you come here alone? Yoon-chae pointed behind him and nervously asked, is there anyone else besides you? There is, right? Are they following behind you? Down said, then looked down at Yas, who was sleeping. No, I don't have anyone. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Are you planning to talk and make me wait any longer? I just appeared, fierce and advancing. The challenge has begun. If you won't go up, then let me have some fun with you. Down turned around and asked calmly, are everyone panicking because of that thing? Beijing, scared, said, don't you have eyes? Why are you still asking when he's just feeling around? I'm determined to rush in. I understand. Bazin nervously looked at him and said, wait a moment, young man, you can't just fight like that. We need to prepare a plan. Yoon-chae quickly pats his shoulder. Wait a moment, sir. Bazin turned around and asked confused. What's wrong? Yoon-chae began to analyze. That person can at least identify the guard's attack skill, which will increase our chances of winning. Are you still willing to make this decision even if it means risking your life? My body looks at him arrogantly and asks, are you planning to challenge alone? I see you brought a bug, so this will be the one to go to hell with you, huh? Then he poked at IAS. Those tiny things like this kid are nothing. Kota closed his eyes. This is a challenge. So then call in another 100 or even 1,000 more, or summon the strongest one you can handle. A furious voice suddenly rang out. Hey, I looked down. Yas is furious. Take that thing out of my head right now. I can sense the power from the person below. Do-Run also silently looked up. In the end, Yas finally took the spear out of his head. Your lucky today is a good and lucky day. Then he cleared his throat. Upon reflection, this challenge is fundamentally fair, so I only permit one-on-one matches. Jin Exok then turned to ask, Solo 11. There's such a rule too, Yoon scoffs loudly. That's impossible. The people who challenged the dungeon before me said they just ran through the gate. I said in this test that it's his rule. He reminded us that we must follow fairness. So I raised my hand to use my power, but in an instant, I was blown away. Jin and Yoon stared in shock, while Down calmly said, I thought conquering the second floor would take a day or two, but it turns out it's easier than I expected. Let's go, Longheart, Yas sighed with curiosity. Yes, but Master, if you're this strong, why did you bring me along? Do-Run simply replied briefly. A walk notification appears. Congratulations, now you can truly access the second floor by going through the laboratory at the second floor entrance. Yas, still following, angrily shouted, Master, you shouldn't treat pets like that. Do-Run softly said, we finished quickly, so now let's go back to sleep. He reminded, so don't wake me up later, I really won't get up anymore. Lost it. All right. Dawn agreed and said, I understand now. She rolled over and lay down. He told Bill, I'm so tired. Bu, sleepy, turned to Long Long and asked where I had just come from. The girl suddenly remembered something. Where did you go? Oh, that's right. Boulay pushed Yas. Long Long, wake up. Iza with a dazed look. Why? Even you are like this, so why won't you let me sleep? Bill shouts loudly. We have to leave right now. Yas refuses. No. Bill still doesn't give up, constantly speaking near Yas's ear. We have to go out right now. Long Long, wake up. Yas covers his ears. Please stop. The voices of Bill and Yas still echo from the room. Let me sleep. Long Long is awake. That's great. Let's go. Hurry up. Bill cheerfully shouts, Long Long, hurry up. Iza, running behind, asked again, where exactly are you going? Bill pointed ahead. Here, Iza asked again, breathing heavily. What? Why is it here? Yas looked at the supermarket and said, they haven't opened yet. The store doesn't open until 9 o'clock. Bill nervously realizes, the supermarket isn't open? Yas suspects. Don't tell me she plans to secretly eat that ice cream without the owner knowing. Bill hurriedly said, no, I want to buy Bam Bam and make breakfast for Mom and Dad, the girl said with a very pitiful look. I had a plan, but I was tricked at the supermarket. Yas asked again, are you planning to cook breakfast? Yas crossed her arms skeptically and asked, where did you get the money from? Bill happily shows it off with pride. I earned it by doing small good deeds. The girl holds out both hands full of coins. I earned this much. I'll show my parents how I use my money to buy food. Yas quickly looked at the pile of money and said, only 800? Forget it. Then he flew up and waited here for you, Bill wondered. Where's Long Long going? After a while, Yas returned with her wallet and handed it to Bill. Then he said, the bakery is open now. You can go there to buy something. Bill didn't understand and asked, what is that? Yas introduces, this is a secret weapon. At the bakery, Bill mistakenly calculates that she saved 800 watts, with each cake costing 2,500 watts. After calculating, she starts crying loudly because Bill doesn't have enough money. Yas keeps piling a bunch of cakes onto the plate. This one, this one, this one, and this one too. Bu quickly stepped in to stop him. No, Long Long Yas still thinks this cake must be really delicious. The girl nervously reminds her that her mother said, if we are even a penny short, we can't touch it. But Yas didn't care. He kept carrying a plate full of cakes. Is this enough like this? Bill pulls it back. No, please, Yas said to the cashier. Hold me up. The clerk asked, do you want a bag for an extra 100? He agreed immediately. Yes, the staff will total your bill. Yes, your total comes to 47,100. Bill is scared. That's too much. The girl shyly hands over the coins and says, I only have 800. Suddenly, Yaser raises the coin. Here it is. Bill is surprised and counts 50,000. If it's 50,000 watts, then the number of stickers will be the admired one looks at IAS with sparkling eyes, long and majestic. You just realize now? Then, IAS proudly continued. From now on, I should be called the extremely majestic lord, ruler of all dragons, the one who governs heaven and earth, the master of everything, right? Bu also immediately agreed. Do you not understand what I'm saying? When we got home to the apartment, IAS was still talking to Bill about the naming issue. All right, let me repeat it as I understand. The Lord then saw June come out and asked, are you two back already? Yas asked in surprise. Hey, is the master awake? Dawn replied. It's time to go to work now, Yas hurriedly explained. I never mean to cause trouble. Even when I want to go out, I wouldn't do that. I understand. Suddenly, Boo called out, "Dad!" The girl happily holds 2 bread rolls. "Dad, here they are." This is Dad's favorite bread. He crouched down and patted the girl's head. "Good job. Thank you, Bill. Dad can now eat his favorite dish." Then he continued speaking. "You did well too, Long Long." "Yeah," Az was surprised. "Really?" Then he started to show suspicion. "Yeah," Asas said angrily. "Did you just praise me right away? Keep trembling and praising. You went to the supermarket with the girl and bought bread without causing any trouble. I will pay you back tonight." Yas said resentfully. "It feels like you're blaming me, but I feel happy when Bill is by my side. Goodbye, Dad." Suddenly, Isa said, "Wait a moment. How did you know I went to the supermarket and the bakery?" He looked it down in fear and asked how you knew. "Please enlighten me." Seer just got up and asked Miss Bill, "Is the master already gone to work?" Bill smiled and replied, "Yes, Yas is still focused on analyzing and thinking. It doesn't matter. He doesn't seem to use Hotch to live, so how does the master know everything?" "No, it's really unreasonable for humans to be that strong," Bill said happily as he ran, and Isa hurriedly stopped him. "Bill, you can't run. He's still full of doubts. How can he be so strong?" In the end, unable to figure it out, Yaz angrily shouted, smoke filling the room, and Boo pointed at the TV, saying, "The TV is broken." Casey also said, "Yes, I think so too." The girl anxiously turned back and asked, "What do we do now?" When the owner saw it, Yaz quickly spoke up. "No, it's all right. He is wearing a hat and a coat, ready to leave. As long as I leave, that's enough." Casey asked confused, "What do you mean by that?" Yaz turns away and leaves a message. "You have to try to live." He silently hopes, "Stay safe." "My children, my siblings, my home." Casey quickly reached out to stop him. "The little girl is holding on to IAS's leg. This is our home, so why did you say you're leaving?" Yas shouted loudly. "Let me go! Are you staying just to let me die or what? Stop pulling me. I can live just fine without you." Bill still happily hugs IAS. "Let's go, sis." Casey shouted, "We can't fix it, right?" Yas said, "We have to buy a new one. How can we fix a TV that's completely burned out?" Seer is still stubborn, but let's try first. Then the little girl, holding the TV, said, "I'll be right here waiting for you." Yas was surprised. "Hit." He ran after C and asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "Too fast." Casey put down the TV and said, "Seer, the servant of Lord Isa, you rule over all the dragons who come to pay their respects. I hear there's a reply." The little girl gazed intently at the massive dragon in front of her. Hakas the dragon spoke. "You just said you're Kasi and you still dare to come here?" Hakas growled. Casey continued, "You still dare to come here? Little mouse. Do you know what will happen if someone appears in front of me?" Then he grabbed Casey and lifted her up. Hakas looked at the girl holding the TV and threatened, "Do you know how long I've been waiting?" Then suddenly Hakas changed his attitude, returning to a cheerful and gentle demeanor. The little devil kid shouted, "Let me down!" Cassie started to feel dizzy from Hakas spinning around quickly and hurriedly asked, "What are you doing?" "Let me down," Hakas cheerfully asked. "It's been 2 years already, hasn't it?" "You used to come here often, so why are you visiting me today?" Casey asked again in surprise, "Are you talking about the past?" Then the girl continued, "Let me down first, and then I will tell you." "Oh." At this moment, Hakas realized and quickly said, "Maybe I got a bit too excited since we haven't met in a long time. You should have told me if you were feeling dizzy then." Then he changed back to his human form and asked again, "But why did you come here?" "Huh, little Cass?" Casey still feels nauseous and is about to vomit. Then the girl hugs the TV and says, "I will get straight to the point. If you can't fix this TV within 2 hours, Lord Yas will die." "Huh? Is that serious? Lord Yas will die?" Then he chuckled and said, "Our little seer, do you understand what he's saying?" Hakas remembered Isa and said, "Lord Eos, the Dragon Lord? That's funny." Then he analyzed. "The dragon race is at the peak of all living creatures, so we are very strong. But the Dragon Emperor is even stronger than that. You know how he is." Casey looked annoyed and said to Hakas, "Do I look like I'm joking?" Seeing her serious expression, Hakas started to think, "Really, I mean, it's convincing enough. You're not the type to cause trouble with the Dragon Emperor because the youngest one is the most tongue-tied." So then he looked seriously at Cassie and asked, "What's the situation? Have you even met Lord Yas?" The girl quickly replied, "We are living together." Ha was still in shock. "What do you mean, living together? Does the Lord hate dragons getting close to his nest? He won't die, right?" "Where is he now?" Casey replied. "At Villa 401 in the Inner Sand area." Hakas quickly asked again, "What kind of place is that?" The girl continued to explain, "On Earth, his new home is called South Korea." Hakas couldn't believe it more and more. He held his head with both hands and exclaimed, "I can't believe you're in Trungto with Long D." "I understand. Just assume what you say is the truth." "So what do you mean? If I don't fix this TV within 2 hours, Lord Yas will die." Casey explains, "This television belongs to the great master. Lie down." Hakas still does not understand. Lun, the owner, begins to suspect and looks angry. "Seer, did you betray Lord Yas?" Casey quickly said, "Issa also called that man the owner." Hakas still didn't understand. "Huh? You're asking again. What do you mean?" Casey could no longer be patient. "I don't have time to explain everything to you." Then the girl seriously ordered him, "Do you have 2 hours, Hakas?" "No, if you don't fix this TV within an hour and 40 minutes, Mr. Yaz will die." So please, hurry up. Hawk, even though he didn't understand much, agreed reluctantly. All right, but inside his mind he was still puzzled and recalling. Wait a minute. His hands trembling. It seems he had heard this name somewhere before. Hawk kept recalling that he was sure he had heard it before. He thought it was during the time he disobeyed his orders by leaving the nest on his own. While thinking, Cassie suddenly punched Hawkes to urge him. Hawkes, why haven't you fixed it yet? Suddenly he shouted, I have never left the nest before. I have also never disobeyed Sir Isa's orders. What is he talking about? The girl reminds him again. You want to see Lord Isa perish, don't you? Hawkes said, turning around. Wait a moment. Hawkes begins to cast a spell, seemingly extraordinary, but actually a simple summoning magic. You just fixed the TV while pondering. Why am I trembling? Where did I hear that name before? Then, Hawkes remembered, I know now, it's definitely him. He thought back to when I was secretly wandering through the ruins. I heard two strange figures sweeping through the demons. Remembering 10 days ago, the scene of the battle in the Sea of Fire appears. Hawk is certain he definitely heard him back then. At that moment, Jang was fighting the tiger. Should I have captured him instead of just standing there? The tiger is scared, don't go near. The tiger roared. If Vapula finds out, he won't leave you alone. Jang then said, Vapula, if I kill someone, how would that little cat know about it? Then Jang struck again and said, I no longer feel your energy. Are you dead? The tiger, clutching its wound, replied, How dare you insult him? Jang then praised, Oh, wow, you're quite loyal. He said, Except for that Vapula guy, you can't do anything else, huh? Hey, even though we're dealing with these little monsters, at least you should pretend you're helping out. That's not a novel, is it? Looking at what is written there, there's no way you could survive. At this point, Gak threw the book behind him and said, A novel? That's true. The story here is so much like a novel. Blending reality and fiction, no one knows what to believe. This book mentions a character, and he continues, Even the gods fear him, and everyone holds their breath when facing him. Gak closed his eyes and concluded that his appearance was so heroic that even the gods would be afraid. He was the dragon god of the 9 heavens, both a celestial demon born to destroy the world and the lord of thousands of demons. His name was Lie Down. Casey stood beside him, urging him to focus and fix it. Are you trying to get Lord Isa to return to heaven early, or what? Hawkes hurriedly fixed the TV, quickly replying, Don't be so hot-tempered, I'm almost done. After a moment, he proudly held up the finished TV and said, Okay, it's done. Casey hugs him and breathes a sigh of relief. If it weren't for you, Lord Long Long would really be dead, no joke. Hawk looked at the curious girl and asked if she was really living with a tiny-minded person who could kill the Dragon Emperor just because he broke a TV. He dismissively said, I guess his heart must be just as petty. He's also figured out your weakness. Casey immediately denied. No, the master is a fair and extremely kind person. The girl insisted, I can say it for sure. Hawkes looked down teasingly at that. So, killing the Dragon Emperor just for a TV, huh? He doubted. If he's really a monster like that, he must have a mountain of gold and silver in his hands. Say. After hearing Hawkes, Casey shook her head and replied, No, on Earth he is a very ordinary person. Even more so, like he doesn't care about anything. The girl affirmed, but I can be sure that he is the strongest person in this universe. Hawkes was very surprised and asked, Don't tell me he can also control the entire dark world. Sai quickly replied, No, that can't be true. It sounds like a TV drama. The girl even trembling with emotion as she told the story. In addition, he didn't expect us to respond to anything. The master treats us like children. Casey kept praising, saying, Of course he would be angry with IAS for breaking the TV, but it was because he asked us to do housework. Suddenly, her voice faded away and went silent. Hawkes stepped closer and asked cautiously as he saw Cassie trembling. Wow, why did you stop? The little girl shouted in shock. I forgot I still have a bunch of things to do at home. Casey stammered. He asked us to finish before he gets home. Grabbing the TV quickly, Cassie soared into the sky and shouted, I have to go now. Hey kid, wait a moment, he muttered as he watched the girl fly away absent-mindedly. She's gone. Hawkeye scratched his head and said, I want to learn more about that person named Lie Down, but I feel a bit scared. I don't want to go outside at all. As he stepped in, Hawkes thought to himself, I guess that girl will come back anyway. Suddenly, Hawkes wondered why the girl was speaking to him with such formal language. She used honorifics. She used to be a sweet and innocent child. Over here inside the residence of the Spirit King, Down and Jia Kim are sitting amidst a romantic flower garden. Ga takes a sip of tea and asks, Do you like it? The savior politely replied, Please don't use that bag anymore. There are fairy spirits flying and playing around you. You can just call me by my name. He answered honestly, Just call me by my name. Jia Kim hesitated before calling out. Yes, then I will call you. Lie. Do lie. She suddenly shouted nervously. I can't do that, savior. Jia Kim bowed deeply before him, trembling so much that the spirits followed suit, and she respectfully said, You are such an extraordinary person that King Yas considers you his master, and the bringer of peace to the entire continent. She looked up at him and said firmly, Calling you by your name like that is extremely disrespectful to us. Seeing her determined, he hesitated but then reluctantly agreed. Well then do whatever you like. Jia Kim immediately bowed and shouted, "Oh, thank you, your grace." "Oh, thank you, savior." She looked around anxiously and asked, "Why is Lord Aya not here today?" I took a sip of tea and replied, "I have some chores at Bao Long's place that he's helping me with." Jia Kim was startled and spoke up. The spy realized she had slipped up and quickly corrected herself. "I mean, you can have IAS do the housework for you. Truly, our savior." Dawn pondered upon hearing that. "A bodyguard?" You chuckled and admitted it's true. It's okay that she said that. Jia Kim shook her finger and replied, "No way. Thanks to you, the Long Emperor has changed a lot. He has also become much kinder." She recalls the past and now compares, saying, "Issa has changed so much that I can hardly recognize him." Jia Kim sincerely observes that his eyes have become more soulful, and honestly, this is the first time I've seen him smile like that, a being who has never smiled in thousands of years. She clasped her hands in admiration and said, "You truly are a wonderful person, savior." Feeling nervous, I thought I could say I didn't do anything, but she probably wouldn't believe it. The surrounding spirits were laughing and joking, and I looked at them, thinking they seemed to really like humans. "No, after we lost our homeland, humans have always oppressed us," she said angrily. "They are nothing like you." "Lord Savior." Jia Kim looked at the group of spirits with a bit of surprise. Actually, they do look more lively than usual. These spirits have never shown such affection to anyone before. He stood up trembling and said, "All right." Jia Kim looked at him a little sadly and asked, "You have to leave now, right?" "I didn't mean to bother you or anything. I just have to go now. I've just gathered enough information about the crack today, so I need to head back now," Jia Kim said gently. "I wish you could stay longer," Run refused to answer. "And I'm also worried about the person at home, so I should go check on them now," Jia Kim asked, confused. "Hey, what did you ask Emperor Long about? You turn around and close your eyes as you answer." Dune hurriedly ran over and said, "It's very important. Just after returning home, you saw IAS and Casey playing Awantui." Casey quickly ran to the door excitedly. "Master, welcome back." Meanwhile, Issa turned around nervously and said, "Hello, Master." Down suddenly looked over suspiciously and asked about the TV. He hesitated before speaking softly. Suddenly, Y shouted out to the Master. He hurriedly hugged his leg, trembling and acting cute to distract, saying, "I really miss you so much. So much." Down understood his intentions and looked down to ask, "Is something wrong?" Yas tried to make an excuse. "It's been resolved." You ignored him and turned to Bill, asking, "Yeah, what about Bill?" He stammered about that, while Bill turned his back to everyone and didn't react. Yas nervously calls out to Theo Downs, shouting, "Please, Master, wait a moment." He asked confusedly, "What else?" Suddenly a deep voice sounded, causing both of them to turn around. "Dad has returned." Bill, looking pouty and trembling, crossed his arms and stood in front of her as he gently asked what was wrong. "What's wrong with Bill?" The girl pouted and turned away, saying nothing. Down immediately turned back to ask C and Issa what happened to Boo. "They are arguing again, with that look in your eyes." Yas hesitated before speaking. "Actually, it's in Dojun's house." You spoke up while everyone was gathered around the dining table. Durun asked, "Bu is angry because Long Long's kimchi soup turned out bad?" Casey gloomily replied, "That's how it is, Master." Bu pouted and said, "I'm not angry." Junhai suddenly asked Ayas, "And this Long Long, why didn't you ask C to help you? Why did you do it alone?" He was startled by the question and spat out the water in his mouth. Yas stammered anxiously, "Did Run's question startle Yas? Did you cause trouble again?" He quickly scooped a spoonful of soup and fed it to Bill, shouting, "Open your mouth, Bill." Casey sat beside him and suddenly exclaimed, "Lord Iza is feeding someone himself." Yeah, suddenly the girl's eyes lit up. Bill, holding his face in satisfaction, said, "It's so good." Iza immediately asked happily, "Delicious, right?" "Do you want more, little one?" Casey whispers in shock at this scene. No way, Lord Iza is sharing the best piece with someone else. Usually he would have already eaten it. Ia angrily turned and asked the little girl, "What are you sulking about?" Casey nervously replied, "Nothing." Bill excitedly points at the dish on the table. "Please give the child more of this." Junhai immediately picks up food for Bill's little girl, feeling nervous as he observes the warm family scene. He shouted after Seer, "Stop right there. If I catch you, you'll regret it." Casey hurriedly ran away. I didn't say anything. Down happily looks at everyone, thinking how comfortable it is and wishing it could last forever. The next day, at the gate management team, Down opens the door and greets, "I'm back." Inside, the atmosphere was tense as Cheonsu shouted angrily on the phone. Just like I said. Why is that? Why is it always like this with the dogs? When will we ever have to do an internship again? Feeling nervous and confused, I wondered silently. An internship? You approached Hai Ukshu and whispered, "Is this senior a new intern with us?" Hai Uk saw you and replied, "That's not it, it's about you." He adjusts his glasses and replies, "Usually you need to go through an internship to be officially accepted, but in your case, you were directly recruited into the team." At this moment, Down's face slightly stiffens, and Lie Down has no memory at all before arriving at Murim. I understand. If you don't participate in the training course, you won't be promoted to level 8. You should have gone there. But Down replied, "I just need to participate then." Actually, Cheonu was shouting into the phone on this side that couldn't happen. "What do you mean by that?" "It's the same every year. Every time a training course ends, something always happens, right? Chiansu angrily shouted, every time the training ends, the whole class turns into a drinking session with beer and liquor. Remembering the drunken scene of that group, he firmly said, I don't agree to send him there because what if he goes and just quits? Can you take responsibility or not? The person on the other end of the line retorted without backing down. No way. He has to come. Chianshu immediately hung up the phone, cursing. Damn it, this hard head is tougher than stone. Du Run looked at Hyeokshu in surprise and asked, it seems this kind of thing happens often. He sighed and said, yes, many employees have quit after attending the training course. And Du Run immediately understood and replied, I get it. Cheons is organizing the box of supplements when suddenly Che Onu brings it over to Down's table and plops it down. He nonchalantly told Down, here, don't let anyone else see this. I'm only showing it to you. That's all. He smiled and replied, yes, sir. Cheonshu, seeing that he was still naive, warned him, don't smile. If they do anything too outrageous, just call me and I'll show them what respect really is. The runner nodded and replied, I understand. The scene shifts to that evening at the Hunter headquarters where Gunyu knocks on Mr. Yan's door and asks, may I come in? Inside, he replied, go ahead. Why Cheon didn't look up but focused on reading the documents and asked, is there a problem? Yes. He placed the file folder on the desk and said, the internship list is here. I feel it needs your approval. What kind of internship? Leave it to the HR department to handle it. Gun-Yuen turned pale and stammered, yes, that's indeed the case. However, his name is on this list too. Lie down. Yang Qian thought he must have heard wrong, stood up and asked in surprise and confusion, what the hell is going on? He's a veteran employee of the city hall. Yes, he is a special case. He was hired before the training course started. He asked, should we send Down somewhere else instead of the usual places? Yang Qian pointed at Gun Yu and shouted angrily, damn it, do you want to kill us all? He then trembled uncontrollably, trying to hold back his emotions. Yang Qian remembered Down's earlier threat and nervously told Gun Yu, just do as he says, no matter what others might think, act normally. That's what he wants. Just act normal and carry it out for me. He quickly replied yes and then walked away. Suddenly Yang Qian called Gun Yu back. Wait a moment. He immediately turned around to ask. Yes, Yang Qian reminded me. And if we receive any more reports of internship bullying this time, tell them to prepare to sign their resignation forms. The scene shifts to Lai Down's house at night. After dinner, everyone went back to their own work. Junhee approached with a smile and asked, Long, have you finished vacuuming yet? Yes, feeling down, replied yes. Junhai immediately picked up the sticker sheet to praise him. Well done, you deserve a reward with a new sticker. She looked at Yas's sticker collection with surprise and happily replied, Long has enough stickers now. Wait a moment, I will give you your bonus. He's still not feeling better, so he turned away and spoke. No need, I'm fine. Junhai looked at Y in surprise and asked, what's wrong? He looked sad as he took out his wallet. You don't have to give me money anymore. And as I said, Yas took out 20,000 W and handed it to her, saying to keep it for necessary expenses. Junhai, holding the money in his hand, asked confusedly. Long Yas turned away and sighed, speaking with a heavy heart. From now on, I won't ask for grilled meat anymore. Junhai looked at him suspiciously and asked Du Run. Dad, what did Long do again today? Du Run asked from nearby. Is there something else happening again? He turned back and asked. Did it cause trouble again? Du Run turned and asked, Hey Casey, what's going on with Long? C, coloring next to Boo, looked up and replied, Yes. The girl then rushed forward, trembling, knelt on one knee, startling Junhai, and respectfully asked, You can confide in us, so why have you had to endure your pain alone all this time? Junhai looked confused and asked, What are you talking about, Caser? C bowed her head and replied, You and the master don't need to hide things from us anymore. The little girl said emotionally, We will be careful not to make our master remember painful memories. Junhai scratched his chin, more confused, and asked, What kind of painful memories is that? She asked with suspicion. You mean Dad's sad memories? The whole family gets together for a family reunion. Seer reminded her again, You don't have to force yourself to remember those painful memories. The girl sighed and said, Master, we already know you quit your job. Bill still doesn't understand that and is just joking next to Yas, trembling as he points at himself and asks, Really? Junhai also turns to him and asks, Is it true, Dad? He looked angry as she scolded the girl. Come on, be a little more subtle. Over here, Sir continued crying and said, Yes, I saw everything before dinner. My owner knows that now you are unemployed. Junhee and Dojun listen but don't understand what the girl is saying. Seer secretly looked at Dojun's computer and spoke with a choked voice. He is working at the city hall but searching for intern documents in the hunter's office. It means you have quit your job at city hall. The girl clenched her fists and angrily said, We know humans are truly a weak, greedy, and selfish lot. Casey imagined Jun being bullied in the office, secretly thinking those trashy people must have been jealous of the boss's talent. The more she thought, the angrier she became and said, They must have pushed you to the brink. Casey whispered softly, But you are too kind. Imagining Cheonsu and Hugh's smug expressions, she was certain it was because of those people that she decided to quit. Casey knelt on the ground, wiping her tears with a handkerchief and crying loudly. It's true that those at the top are often lonely. My honorable master, Isa whispers to Bill beside her. I'm also very sad, but if I cry like that, it would be hard for the girl to understand that Casey is just overacting. Why is she crying like that? Like the protagonist of a tragedy? Casey, clutching her chest, exclaimed. Servant C here was truly moved by the master's generosity. Dune, seeing this, hesitated slightly before waving his hand and replying, Thank you for caring for me, but when you spoke up, I didn't abandon my task. It surprised both Izas and Cassie so much that they gaped, and Cassie quickly leaned forward, asking in confusion. But what about this internship thing? The girl asked with suspicion. According to what I know, an internship is a program where university students can develop themselves and have the chance to become full employees. Suddenly, Yas put his head in his hands and asked, Wait, if you're not unemployed, then what about my money? He suddenly burst out in anger, calling Cassie, Seer, what are you doing? You better explain yourself to the Emperor. C nervously replied, I'm sorry. Casey, still awake from losing money, grabbed the girl's wing and spun her around, saying, Is saying sorry enough? Spin 100 times for me. Bew grabbed C's leg, spun him around happily, and shouted, This game is so fun. Casey's face turned red as he hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Sir, maybe you should ask the young lady to return the money. He suddenly realized it had just stopped. He rushed over to Junhai, grabbing her arm and whining. That's right, I should prioritize my wallet. Please give me back the money. She teasingly replied, So which dragon said I had to spend that money on necessary things? Yas stammered in shock. It's me. But then Junhai suddenly felt playful and looked at Yas with interest, saying, If you say please, I might reconsider. As soon as he finished speaking, without any resistance, Yas knelt down, raising his hands and crying as he begged, Please. Wu, seeing this from behind, asked, So Long is crying softly? Junhai didn't expect him to go this far, so she took out her wallet and shyly said, This is just a joke, sis. I missed you so much, my love. Junhai took out 50,000 double and said this is the entire amount. She smiled at Y as she reminded him of the reward for the sticker collection. Is that correct? He happily takes the money and obediently responds. Yes, ma'am. Isa immediately hugged Junhai tightly, flattering her. It's true I can only trust my dear sister. At this moment, Sir quickly sneaks away quietly. Suddenly, Isa turned back and glanced at the scary girl. Stop right there. Whoa! The little one hesitated and froze, looking at him. Yaz finally decided to settle accounts with the girl, growling. Where do you think you're running off to? He shouted as he chased after her. Stop right there. The girl is running around, begging. Please let me go. Junhai hurriedly pleads for reconciliation. Everyone, be quiet. I thought they were joking, so I happily ran after them, shouting. You too. The next day at the hunter's office was Lai Do Run's first internship day. Du Huai shouted into the phone, So what do you want us to do now? He hesitated and said, clearly knowing we have to go to Gangnam right away. What are we supposed to do when you suddenly set up a meeting like that? Du Hui, furious, shouted, So it's another high-level meeting. You think just sending the meeting details is enough? The person on the other end hesitated before suggesting, But today is the first day of internship. If you ask the intern, isn't he from the city hall? That made Du Hui even angrier, and he shouted, Are you kidding me? You think their operation is as solid as ours? Sitting nervously from afar, I secretly think the boss really has a tough vocal cord. Did you hang up, you bastard? He looked at his phone, sighed, and said, That's really uncomfortable. But he looks so fragile. Du Hai glanced at Dune and muttered, If we send him to those bad guys, I wonder if they'll break his bones. This intern looks very fragile in Du Hui's eyes. He steps closer to Down and says, You, the intern. Down quickly turns to reply, Yes. Du Hui hesitated, scratching his head and saying, I'm not the type to push interns into difficult situations, but sorry, I have no other choice. Down, having understood the general story, confidently replied, Please go ahead, I will handle the meeting. I have also reviewed the meeting details. Du Hui asked in surprise, Do you know the procedures here? If you provoke those bad guys, they won't leave you alone. Down replied confidently with no change in attitude after hearing this. Yes, I will remember that. Du Hui suspiciously looked at him and muttered, Is he the reckless type or just a fool? He ignored it, ran off to the meeting, and then told you to take care of everything. So all the tasks are assigned to you. I have my own business to attend to, so I have to go now. Du Hui, feeling guilty, turned back and said, Don't misunderstand me. I didn't mean to bully or anything. Sorry to burden you with these difficult tasks again, intern. As soon as I closed the door, Du Hui frowned in anger, thinking, Damn it, I only just realized this now. Why do I have to bow to those old fools? He sighed, hoping nothing would go wrong. While Run in the room was organizing documents, he silently thought, A meeting with the High Council, huh? I don't have any information about this guild, so I'm not too worried. Suddenly, he thought about his youngest daughter, wondering if Bill at home was eating properly. Inside the meeting room, the hunter team with their hoods on had arrived. Urjin quickly wiped the sweat from his face and nervously said, The hunters arrived earlier than we expected. A hunter, impatient before the leader arrived, asked, What about the meeting? Mr. Hunt's car immediately responded nervously, Yes, it will start as soon as the person in charge arrives. We apologize, but please wait a few more minutes. The hunter threatened, Do you still want to sign a contract with us? Xing-hun stammered nervously. Yes, of course. He knows he slipped up. Please don't misunderstand us, Ruin stammered to reassure. Please wait. The door suddenly opened at this moment. Rian happily said, The person in charge has arrived. What are you taking so long for? Sit down quickly. I trembled as I entered to greet you. Please forgive me. The hunters were startled to see you. Ruin, unaware of your reputation among hunters, scolded you, surprised that an intern would dare to be late. You should have arrived earlier to prepare for the hunters' arrival. The hunters were so frightened when they saw you being scolded. Down still modestly replied, Yes, I will be more careful. A hunter stood up and shouted, What the hell are you talking about, Ruin? Even though he's just an intern, how dare you treat him like that? Ryu Jane was startled by the person's attitude and immediately became confused. But you said you would cancel the contract if the meeting didn't start. When did the hunter say that we said so? This idiot! He turned it to his teammate and shouted. Isn't that right, everyone? Everyone nodded in agreement, like garlic. That's right. Because of the tremor, I looked at them as they spoke. I didn't expect us to meet here. Your tone, tinged with reproach, surprised my two colleagues. And I didn't expect your usual attitude to be like that, Down continued, saying, A member of the Icarus Guild. So this is what you really are, huh? Me and Haiwak quickly replied, No, that's not it. He asked curiously, Why are you here then? Manager Down replied, I have to do my internship here. Mr. Hun whispered to Ruin. What's going on here, boss? Icarus's people are trembling in front of a trainee? He immediately turns to remind him, Enough already. Follow me quickly. Then Rin pulled Song-hun out of the room and he asked curiously, But why is it like that? Ruin didn't answer and politely told them to go inside. Everyone, take your time chatting. After closing the door, he scolded Song-hun. You idiot, don't you know the Icarus Society hates us so much? If this meeting takes a bad turn, all the blame will fall on that intern. Inside, Down stared intently at Min-huk as he repeated that mistake. He quickly cut him off. We already agreed to overlook that mistake, right? She answered with her eyes closed and trembling. I understand. Then let's start the meeting. The Icarus Guild, Minjiji, and another hunter standing beside them are trembling in this tense atmosphere. Suddenly, Min shouts, Wait a moment, and musters her courage to speak up. Maybe we look like bullies who only know how to pick on others, but I really have no other choice. I trembled as I looked at Min, who showed no reaction at all. She clenched her fists and tried to explain. I swear, if we aren't strict with them, they'll sit on Icarus's head and they even use our names to pressure young hunters. Why do you find it hard to understand what I mean? Min Hyuk asked, a bit surprised by his attitude. Don't you know, or are you pretending not to? He explained. In a world where hunters are the foundation of a nation's power, the only way to control them is to possess more power than they do. Min Hyuk pointed out the current situation. Most hunters fight for their own benefit, but if the managers start to unite for their own interests, then the hunters working with them will definitely be doomed. Down immediately asked, Do you mean those two employees are like that? And the director knows about this but still ignores it? Min shook his head and continued. That's true. They are dangerous. But the director wouldn't ignore this. At least when the director's here, they won't dare to do anything. Min Hai-wak looked at his teammate and said, During the early days of the Hunter Management Bureau's establishment, there were dozens of officials exploiting hunters and threatening the lives of the people, right? There are quite a few of them, right? The two of them nodded in agreement. To show his attitude, Min Hai-wak slammed the table in frustration and said, Do you know what the first thing he did after being appointed was? He recalls director Wai Cheon's fierce determination at that time, like throwing wood into a fire. Min Hyuk says it was about 2 of those dismissed civil servants, roughly the same number. He remembered the reactions of those who had been fired by the director. Of course, doing that was not easy at all. When cornered, the cat will fight back, and those rotten managers decided to gather and take revenge. They protested every day in front of the company, loudly shouting to fire Dong Young Cheon. Fire him immediately! Min Huc's voice rose again, but at that moment he remembered that he held the Behemoti Society in his hands. Min Hai-uk happily recalled and thought that those scoundrels had been completely wiped out. Frowning with suspicion, Durun asked, Did something like that really happen? That case was all over the media for a month, don't you know? Mian D stammered as well. That's right, Mian Hai-uk continued. But you can't keep burning the firewood forever because Run still doesn't understand what he's trying to say. Mian Hai-uk quickly pointed out that if we keep handling things this way, only corrupt managers will appear. He kindly warned Down, saying, You Lie Down also needs to be careful. The manager should be careful about internal affairs, as the director doesn't pay much attention to them, leading to worsening employee oppression. Someone told me that. I was focused on listening but didn't quite understand. Recently, I heard that some interns have even been pushed to death. So you're saying that Mr. Lie Down is the manager here. Should we be wary of being bullied by the common folk? Mian Hai-uk nervously clarified that he meant to warn him to be careful, hesitating in case he got too angry and hurt someone. Only then did Down suddenly understand Min Hyusi's meaning. He raised his hand to reassure everyone, saying, Don't worry too much. Mian Hai-uk quickly explained, I didn't mean to say he's hot-tempered or anything. Down ignored her and said, I understand your good intentions, don't worry too much. Everyone is surprised that he's so easy to talk to. He looks hot-tempered, but he's probably not that bad. He's the person in charge of my team. At this moment, Du Hui is walking down the street calling someone to report the name of the intern. He attended the meeting alone and then reported to his boss. On the other end, the person on the phone shouted, "Are you crazy?" the other person asked in disbelief. "Internship student, that's the meeting with Icarus." Du Hui also sighed and said, "But I can't postpone the meeting in Gangnam," he whispered, "or the boss should fly back from Hawaii to handle it." So the boss he mentioned is actually Jeon Hoa. He frowned and asked, "What did you just say?" Du Hui replied, "No problem, sir. He's on vacation in Hawaii, so he doesn't really care." Whatever, but leaving that intern alone there is not okay at all. Jeon Hoa worriedly shouted, "They will report everything to the bureau, and you're leaving an intern to greet them? Icarus will think we are underestimating them." But anyway, after the negotiation is over, we just need to prepare the PPT. Jeon Hoa continued to question, "You idiot, if the Icarus group wants to negotiate additional terms, what will you do then?" Listen, suddenly a message from Dazjun arrived on D-Hi's phone. "Sir, I have finished discussing with the Icarus side. The additional negotiations have been carried out, but they confirmed that the Bureau can increase our profits by another 2%. He was stunned reading the message, forgetting to reply to Hoa. On the other end of the line, he shouted, "Hui, where are you? Answer me." "I know you have to go to Gangnam." Jeon Hoa quickly reassured him, thinking he was having a hard time. "I also know that what happened at the meeting wasn't your fault, but what can I do with this mess?" After reading the message, Du Hui suddenly became emotional and called the boss, asking if they could hire the intern he was waiting to hear about. Jeon Hoa shouted in response, "What?" Du Hui spoke up, just as the boss said they had negotiated additional terms. "But I don't know how that intern handled it because we got an extra 2% commission." "What? What did you just say?" he excitedly calculated. "The average income per raid for the Icarus Society is about 5 billion. If we get 2%, that's at least 100 million. Du Hui also shouted in the street, "We must get this intern, no matter what we have to win him over." Jeon Hoa pulled out his phone and said, "You're making my ears want to explode." He looked puzzled. "What do you plan to do about the crack management department of the city hall?" Du Hui quickly thought of a plan and said, "We can transfer him to the bureau." He said with fierce determination, "I swear, boss, even if I have to fight with the director, I will bring this kid back." Jeon Hoa saw he was losing his mind and shouted, "What?" Facing the director, "This crazy guy, do you know how terrifying he is? But if that happens, I'll be the one to take the hit," Du Hui said regardless. "Then let the boss handle it." Jeon Hoa scratched his head and sighed. "Is this guy crazy?" Transition to the hunter's office in a corner of the hallway. The three of them are gathered together. Mr. Hun's car asks, "How's everything going?" "Is there anything else we need to prepare?" Ruin replied with a smug look. "This internship evaluation is just waiting for the headquarters notice. By this Saturday, it will be done." Mr. Hun's driver pats his shoulder and flattery says, "You're the only one who cares for us." "Thank you very much, senior. I will speak well of you to my father." Rien pretended to refuse, but inside she was very pleased and replied, "You don't have to do that. But if possible, I would be very grateful to you." Mr. Hun's car nearby also cheerfully chimed in. "It's only right for a junior to care about their senior." Ru Jin was about to continue speaking. By the way, suddenly a shout from Du Hui interrupted and caught their attention. "Down, are you there? I'm serious about this. Join us." So it turns out Du Hui was begging Down to become a full-time employee, hesitating out of nervousness. "Sir, don't you think it's a bit strange to say these words to an intern?" Du Hui then excitedly said, "If that's the case, then you shouldn't have handled the work so well." He realized he had spoken too hastily and quickly corrected himself. "I mean, who would think that someone could do this job after only a year? I'm telling the truth, no one has been as outstanding as you," Down calmly reminds him. "If you keep saying things like that, we'll get into trouble. I'll pretend I didn't hear anything." Du Hui immediately abandoned his pride, grabbing your leg and crying as he begged you not to be like that. "I promise to take good care of you if you join my team. I'll hold you every morning. So I kindly ask you." Seeing this, Ruin couldn't help but marvel. "Honestly, what the hell is he doing?" He sarcastically said, "I thought that guy Du Hui was really smart, but now he looks like an idiot." Mr. Hun's car also guessed that they probably want to bring that Down guy back to him. Ruin replied, "If that intern is hired, I will report directly to the director." Mr. Hun's car also chimed in, "That's right, how can we just leave it alone?" No one notices Sonha standing behind with a strange expression as the scene shifts to the company cafeteria, where Du Run is sitting alone eating lunch when suddenly someone approaches his table and sets down a tray of food to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Lai Du Run, right?" Du Run looked up suspiciously at the newcomer. "It's none other than Sonha." He smiled kindly and asked, "Can I sit here?" "Sure." Sonha started a conversation as soon as he sat down. "Isn't that the famous intern? You don't look like what I imagined. Do Run just focus on eating and drinking?" Sunha felt a bit annoyed but tried to keep a friendly expression as he asked, "By the way, we're having a research gathering this weekend. Do you want to join?" Down still isn't looking at him, only asking if all the interns are supposed to come. Sunha fake smilingly replied, "I wanted to invite everyone too, but I'm a bit shy, so probably only close friends will come." "Did Yang Hua suddenly appear behind you?" Seeing Down trembling, Yang Hua sneered and asked, "Is this the guy you want to include in the research team?" Sunha saw him arrive and smiled, greeting, "You're here. while Yanghua sarcastically looked it down and said, "He looks so boring." The two guys behind him also sneered and asked, "Are you the newcomer?" Sun Ha said casually, but he's actually quite kind despite sounding rough. Seeing their awkward faces, he threw the items on them, silently thinking this was just like a club for rich kids. Sun smiled it down and asked, "What do you think?" "Joining us will help with your future work because of Run." He then carried the tray of food, stood up and said, "Take your time to think about it, and as for the location and time, it's at the training center at 1 p.m. on Saturday." Yang Hua followed Sona, puzzled, and asked, "Hey, isn't he the one who actually needs us? Why are we the ones doing the inviting?" At this moment, he finally shows his true face, gritting his teeth and saying, "Shut your mouth." Du Run watched them leave and thought to himself, it's starting now. He admired how at times he wished he could live carefree, like that silly Long Long. Then there's no need to worry about these trivial matters anymore. Du Run ate while recalling Min Huk's words. If we deal with one piece of trash, another will just grow back. But over here, IAS isn't as easy as Du Run said. He's worried and exclaims, "It can't be possible." Isa looked at C in disbelief and said, "Seer, you have to be kidding. This can't be real." The girl turned away, closed her eyes, and replied, "Just accept the truth." "Sir, Bill just arrived in South Korea and can spell better than you. IAS's spelling test only scores 10 to 15 points, but Bill scored 50 points. Bill held out his test paper teasingly, and Long Long angrily shouted, "Who's the fool?" I, looking furious, said, "Damn it, if that's the case." Bew on this side smiled triumphantly and said, "Boo won, so keep your promise. Got it?" Casey knelt beside him, worried, and asked, "Have you thought it through, Bill?" Isa stammers about that, while Bill is determined to shout. "Come on, you promised," Isa shouted in frustration. All right. Cassie next to him also responded, "All right." Bill then happily points at the two people and responds, "Good job, everyone." Yaz clenched his fist and shouted. Trungsan Vilakasi also clenched his fist but weakly said, "Go out to the street to play." Bu stands in the center and declares to move forward. Yas can't help but marvel. "Oh my god, I'm already 8,000 years old. What am I doing right now?" Casey is next to Fan Nan. "This whole thing is because you spell so badly, isn't it?" The little girl whispers with her hand over her mouth. How could she be worse than a 3-year-old? Yas caught the bright, eager look in Cassie's eyes. He approached with fiery anger and said, "Seer, you're right. If a subordinate is that honest, they must be very loyal, right?" "No.
But honest people usually don't last very long."
Iza stepped in front of C, who was terrifyingly licking his sword, and suddenly intervened, saying, Long Long, what is Cassie still doing? We have to go now." "You're lucky this time." The little girl tearfully replied, "Yes." Yas looked at Bill happily and said, "Well, I guess I'll just have to keep my promise." Casey stammered as he stood up to stop them. "Wait, Lord Bill." C worriedly said, "The rain outside is heavy and it could be dangerous. Weren't we told to stay indoors?" Yas suspiciously pointed to her face. "Dangerous for me? That keyword doesn't seem to be in your dictionary." Then turning to Bill, "It's not much better," he replied. "Maybe with Bill?" Then IAS turned to C and asked, "How about you?" The girl couldn't argue and stammered, while Seer silently thought that he really didn't want to do this. But the girl stands up and threatens, "If this gets out, your excellency will have to fast for a month." Seer delivers a fatal blow, but AS simply sighs and responds indifferently. No meat allowed. Casey suddenly realizes the attack was ineffective. Isa confidently stepped beside Bill and asked, "What did I say last time?" The girl immediately crossed her arms and said, "We can go outside." Bu Hao Hung added, "As long as we don't get caught." The two happily chimed in together. Yas claps his hands in praise. "Well done, kid. I don't like overly sentimental things, but this time I'll make an exception." Bu also responded enthusiastically. "Thank you, Long Long." Casey was speechless as she watched the two of them. The little girl silently thought, "Young master," looking at their excited faces. Cassie helplessly watched the failed educational methods of the person. Yas and Bill put on their raincoats and cheerfully headed outside. "All right, let's go." Yas urged, "Aren't you going?" Bill also told Sir to come along. Casey reluctantly replied, "I'm coming." Bill's playful voice echoed. Casey shouted happily, "Wait for me, Bill, I'm coming," as she playfully stomped her boots in the puddles. "This is so much fun." Yas nearby scoffs dismissively. These kids are really just a blank slate. Casey is still confused. Why am I here at the end of it all? Yas suddenly turned into flames around his feet and raised his hand high, saying, "Look at this. This is what I call playing." Casey nervously calls out, "My lord," and then she spoke. Yas stomped her foot on the ground, causing a large splash of water. Along with that, a rush of dirt and rocks flew out violently. Seer quickly ran to Bill and shouted shield to protect the girl. Bill was amazed and delighted, realizing that Seer had created a giant shield to protect the two of them. Yas also was startled to realize what he had done. Seer hurriedly rushed over to warn, "Sir, if you destroy the surrounding buildings, the owner will really kill you." Only then did Yas stammer in trembling regret, "Luckily, I have you, but who do you think I am? I only splash water. I don't even touch the ground." Casey called out in despair. Lord Bu still cheerfully praised him. "Long Long is so cool." Yas stammers in defense. So when will Bill grow up? Suddenly, Bill spoke up. Is this right, Long Long? The girl is focusing her energy, trying to imitate Ias's actions. Casey hurriedly shouted in fear. Bill Ias was just as startled. The two hurriedly rushed to Bill's side, while Ias and Cassie tried to grab her legs to stop her from taking further action. But in the end, they couldn't make it in time, and a loud explosion echoed out. Now, everything around them was shrouded in thick smoke and ruins. The two created a shield to protect Bill in the middle, all coughing from the smoke and dust. Yas immediately scolded, "Boo! What are you thinking?" Casey, who was almost speechless, also spoke up, saying, "Aren't you the one who planned this?" Suddenly, the villagers inside the house looked out in confusion and asked, "What's going on?" "Did you hear that?" They looked down at Boo suspiciously and asked, "Was it them? Is someone worried it might be a monster?" Someone reassures them, "There's no crack around here." Yas turns pale and calls out. Seer, the little girl, also doesn't look much better, replying. "I'm here," Isa asked desperately. "We're doomed, aren't we?" Seer replied immediately. "That's right." As soon as she finished speaking, Isa picked up the package. He shouted loudly, "Then run quickly!" The noise from the surrounding residents kept ringing out. "Is there something down there? I just saw it." "Is it a crack?" Someone call the police. Over here, Down is walking home and also hears the commotion. He looks up at the distant smoke rising. Just by trembling, you can tell it's the kids messing around. He thought to himself, well, at least they're happy. When we got home, all the kids were already kneeling, waiting for Down with guilty faces. Bill spoke up. Posse is also kneeling, calling the owner. The ringleader of IAS, trembling from the punishment, is kneeling with hands raised to accept it. Bu is crying and begging Long Long, saying it hurts so much. Sia also tremblingly said it was all my fault. Master, Junhai beside them is also defending them. I think they don't mean any harm. Let Long Long go. Yeah, she trembles and dares not say a word. He sat trembling and bowed his head, saying fine. Lower your hand. Yeah. Asas bowed weakly and spoke. Thank you, sir. Junhai nervously steps forward to call Long Long and trembling says, just like a little kid, huh? Junhai gently pats Yas's head and hugs him in a comforting embrace, saying, I don't mean to do anything bad, right? Yas, like a guilty child, remains silent. Yes, I understand. Junhai gently said, next time, please don't do that again. Tonight we will have braised ribs, okay? You need to work harder, understood? Yi's eyes widened as she thought, the braised ribs are for me. He looked at Junhai with a touched expression. Junhai, you really are an angel in appearance. Suddenly, Junhai touched Yas's cheek and said, Long Long loves to hide. Yas answered blankly yes. She suddenly raised her voice to warn one of them. Bu is still young. She will imitate everything they do. But everyone already knows how strong she is. If she uses her power carelessly, how can she get along with everyone? What is Long Long planning to do to teach Bill a lesson? Every time Bill tries to use her power, you need to teach her how to control it. If it happens again next time, you guys just keep practicing your aim. Isa tears up in sighs. Junhai, you really are your owner's daughter. First beaten by your father and now by your own child. Isa seems to have given up and lost all hope. Casey nervously calls out. Bill's owner also screams in pain. Long Long, Junhai continues to lecture. As Bill's guards, we should. Suddenly she called out in surprise. Then Kerr, wanting to distract Junhai, hesitated and said, Do you want to try some fortune-telling? Junhai asked suspiciously. Fortune-telling? The girl quickly replied, Yes, I just watched it on YouTube the other day. Just playing around in my free time. But do you know how to read rice grains? Does Kaser like things like that? Cassie replied, Everyone wants to know their future. Taking the opportunity, the girl nudged Isis. Casey continued to draw attention. Shall we try it together? Junhai replied happily. All right. Cassie looks at Yas as if to say, Take this opportunity and run now, my lord. Yas also responded with a grateful look. You truly are a loyal servant. Then Junhee suddenly called Cassie and said, Why don't you try to read my fortune? The little girl nervously replied, What do you mean? C turned back suspiciously and asked, For the master. The girl looked at Down and naturally replied, He doesn't really need it. The owner is the strongest in the world. Junhai gently laid Y down and stood up to get the rice, saying, Well, Dad often has to go to dangerous places, so checking it out wouldn't hurt. Over here, Bill is still crying and clutching Yas's head, calling out, Long Long, don't die. He's carried away immediately, saying, That hurts, you know. Junhai brought a bowl of rice and said, Here's the rice. Cassie was startled, not expecting her to actually do it, and looked at Junhai and Down sitting seriously in front of her, which made the girl a bit nervous. C hugged the rice bowl and looked at Down hesitantly. Dear master, you must understand that something bad might happen, but let's just watch for fun. June immediately replied without much explanation, then lifted the rice bowl and declared, I will start. Casey scooped up the spilled rice with her hand, called out, scattered everywhere, then focused on one spot. Impressive. Junhai watched Sir's professional actions and exclaimed, Casey really is on her skin. Suddenly Cassier was startled and hesitated before speaking. Seeing that the little girl didn't look well, Junhai asked, Casey, what's wrong? Nothing serious, right? The girl tremblingly replied, Sir, fortune-telling is just fortune-telling, but over here Bill keeps tormenting Yas, who screams. Long, long, come back to life, Yas whispered to herself. My ear hurts so much. Seer suddenly looked at Down and said, The fortune-telling predicts that many threats, big and small, are coming for the master. Junhee shouted in panic. You said danger is coming and happening constantly? Casey quickly looked at her to reassure her. It's the young master. I think there's no need to worry too much. Junhee, still worried, mutters, What is happening, God? She sighs and asks, You said something bad is going to happen. How could I not be worried? Seer confidently told Down, because the little girl trusts and screams out. She's the owner, and he's the strongest in the multiverse. I'm still worried. Casey immediately explained, Whenever something bad happens, small objects in the house tend to fall and break. Aren't you happy that the threats are gone? The owner is truly the strongest person in the world. Junhee bowed her head anxiously and said, Even so, I don't know what to do except worry. The time quickly came to Saturday, and the Hunter Management Bureau's research team for interns from wealthy families gathered under the lobby. Someone asked, How much longer are you going to wait here? Yang Hua also said, Everyone has gone inside. We should go too. San Ha looked at the clock and said, Just wait a little longer. Someone hasn't arrived yet, Yang Hua asked curiously. Who? San Ha thoughtfully replied, The person I invited over for dinner at my house hasn't arrived yet, so let's wait a bit longer. Yang Hua dismissively said, Common folk don't care about punctuality anyway. At the same time, Down arrived. Sun Ha was surprised and called out, Oh, Dune? Before he could finish speaking, a group of people suddenly rushed out, forming two lines and bowing their heads to greet Down. Welcome, Mr. Do-run. Thank you for visiting. Wait a minute, isn't that Director of Planning Department Park Jong-run? Why are they welcoming him? He immediately turned to Hostile and said, I knew inviting him to our group was the right choice, but why is he acting so superior? The other person, seeing his change of attitude, sarcastically replied, Hey, you should have told us in advance, right? Sonia still stood there with a strange expression. Yang Hua then said, Seriously, we need to get serious from this moment on. You arrived early, didn't you? He flattered and stammered as he led the way. This way, sir. They gather around you to chat, saying that if you join us, the information quality will be much better and it will also greatly help with your profile. Suddenly, no one paid attention to San Ha standing outside anymore. San Ha was furious. What the hell is that? He remembers Down Knee's actions. Is what Dad said true? Is that really the person? In the hall, Vi Hua stands on the podium giving a speech. We are one big united family, right? He acts like an older brother. I also want to inform everyone here in advance. As the head of the Hunter Management Department, you'll probably see me often, so remember to greet each other. You must be very tired of your report topics, right? That's why today's seminar is organized so we can share the necessary information with each other. Sun has been watching Du since he entered, trembling with focus. Yanhua keeps rambling on. You probably all received some secret information through your personal networks without realizing it, right? And today's meeting is a great honor for us to have the presence of a very outstanding individual. Let's listen to the topic he's researching. Everyone immediately looked at him and whispered among themselves. Huh? Who is that guy? Some say I can handle it, but with that pig advertising himself like that, he's probably not someone ordinary. They kept muttering to themselves. It must be some useful information. I think so too. Seeing this scene, Du-run sighed. Suddenly, you stand up to share your opinion. Before you do, I'm a bit curious. You see Wai Hua trembling on the podium and ask, Are we allowed to plan projects with confidential information? Dune looks around seriously and says, Even though we can freely choose our report topics, from what I've found, we're only permitted to use information published by the Bureau's library. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent after your question, and after a moment of surprise, a murmuring noise erupted again. What's going on, Dad? Trying to show off, huh? Is he threatening us? You're here already and you're still asking that? Yang Hua suddenly stepped down behind Down, chuckling so hard he was crying. He wiped his tears and jokingly said, Sorry for interrupting you. Yang Hua glared at Down threateningly and said, I don't know why you're so bold, but once you're in here, don't talk nonsense. He confidently continued, We didn't steal this information from anyone or else you wouldn't be so suspicious. Or do you mean I can't use what I have? Everyone is free to suggest their own ideas, but here everyone is trying to find the most effective business strategy. There's no way you don't need information. It means I have a lot of money. Yang Hua is proud. We haven't broken any rules. This is just a place where smart people gather to improve the Hunter Management Bureau. He steps close to Down's face, trembling with challenge. Hey, we don't care who's backing you up, but you should watch how you talk to everyone here. Under the auditorium, the red-haired girl is Veng Hua's second daughter. Next to that calm man is the second son of Dong Corporation, with a market value of 6 trillion, arrogantly sneering at Down. Next time, think carefully before you speak, kid. Yang Hua is the heir of Wai Hua Group, with a market value of 10 to 12 trillion. Sun sitting behind dismisses Wai Hua's ignorance, thinking to himself how this pig, despite seeing the planning director greet him, still dares to... At this moment, Down seemed to be angry, and he replied in a low voice, I see. Down's hand had gathered strength, ready to strike. This is a gathering of exceptional people, so I can't speak carelessly, right? Suddenly, he restrained his emotions and simply replied, I understand. I don't think I'm suited for this place. Then he turned and walked away. Yang Hua, still unaware of whom she had provoked, looked disdainfully at him and said, This guy has spoiled the whole gathering. I wonder where this idiot came from. He angrily pointed at Sun Ha and shouted, You kept insisting on bringing him there. Suddenly, Yang Hua stopped when he couldn't see Sun's figure anywhere. Where did they go? The person next to him, just after sneaking away, Yang Hua immediately ordered that person, Follow him quickly. Outside, Sun chased after Do Run, calling out, Wait a moment, please. He kept running and shouting, I still have some questions to ask. Sorry. Down tried to ignore him. Sun was angry because he wouldn't stop, muttering curses under his breath. Damn it, he shouted at Down. Room 401 at Trunks-on Villa. The reason this was successful is because June stopped. Sonha continued, The real estate there averages around 300 million, so you must be in a lot of debt, right? He continued shouting information about Do-jun, a 9th grade civil servant earning less than $200, while Sonha, unaware of the danger, threatened him, living with 2 dogs. Especially, you are a single father with an older daughter. Down's face now looks extremely terrifying. He stopped. Seeing that, Sonha panicked and said, When I saw the leader welcoming you, I knew you were not so simple. He struggled to speak out loud. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed Sonha's neck, silencing him. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and said, Do you dare to investigate my secrets, Down? He lifted him up and said coldly, Those who only pry into others' private lives like you. I've met so many people like that before. I look at Sun with contempt and say, Those who always think they're better than others. Because of the fear, I remember in my past life there was someone like you who got angry and was just waiting for the chance to crush the weaker. In the previous life, he ordered his subordinates to handle you and stood behind the 2 assassins saying, You are a frightening person. Yak looked at Down with a smile but said cruelly, I have to kill you here and now. As soon as he finished saying farewell, the assassins rushed in following that man's orders, and Do-run looked at them with a cold, sharp gaze. The sounds of fighting echoed throughout the forest. Returning to the present, Do-run, seeing how terrifying he was, hurriedly begged for mercy. I didn't mean it that way. After glancing at him and evaluating for a moment, Do-run let Sun go. He just caught his breath and then coughed violently. He stepped forward and said to Sun Ha, Now tell me. Do-run created an extremely tense atmosphere as he asked, What do you want? Sun Ha could only clutch his neck, trembling with fear. He weakly spoke up, I was just curious when I met you at the training camp. He looked down at him with suspicion. Sun Ha continued saying, But after investigating, I found something a bit strange. He has close ties with the director and the Bimo Society members. And it was also solely him who handled the S-Class crack equivalent to a global crisis. Remembering Wai Chi's attitude, Sun Ha hesitated and replied, I also wanted to learn more, but the director intervened, so that's all I know about Lie Down. That's why I can't understand even more. With a person like you and the connections you have, you could become the most powerful person in the world if you wanted to. Then Sun, confused, asked, Why does my investigation only make me more confused about how you can wear that super cheap outfit day after day? Since Jung couldn't stand hearing it anymore, he angrily used his power and asked, So you're investigating me just because you don't understand that? He summoned his sword and continued angrily, peering into others' lives just for such petty reasons. This isn't the first time you've done this, right? Seeing the sword coming at him, Sun Ha shouted in fear. I just want to, he stammered, turning pale. I just want to be like you. It's true. Sun Ha knelt down and begged, Please accept me as your disciple. Do-jun, still angry, asked, Why should I do that? Sun Ha dared not lift his face and tremblingly replied, Everyone recognizes what you have done, especially your abilities. Do-jun suddenly lowered his sword. He remembered what Ruin said in the hallway. It seemed he was still doing his job well. Sonia shyly asked, Did you hear that? Do-jun sighed and asked, Should I not have listened? Sun Ha hurriedly shouted in confusion, I'm not like that, and quickly explained, I've always thought that to prevent anyone from looking down on me, I only have money and power. I know I don't have the ability to run a corporation like my father does. He has also seen those people. Thinking of Y.A. Hoa, Sun said again, They are just pawns, and no one truly has strength. We are like chess pieces handed over to the Hunter Management Bureau by our families just to show we have value to the corporation. Sun Ha quietly lowered his head and said, Even if we do good work, people will never acknowledge us. They only see our parents running the company. Down, hearing this, disagreed and asked back, So why don't you just leave everything behind? Down harshly exposed his fear, leaving Sun Ha stunned. If you have no talent or effort, what makes you think you can become something? And then he turned and walked away. I'm still trying. Be content with your current life. There are many people out there who want to live like you do. You turn around to warn them. And this is also your final warning. These kinds of investigations, I'll consider this the last time you do it. Sun called out, pleading. Master, please wait a moment. I beg you. Suddenly, a shout rang out, making the two turn their heads back. What are you doing? Seong-hun and Ruin rushed in through the door. Dui-jin saw Sun like that and angrily shouted, Is that beggar bullying you? If your family finds out, it won't be good. He pointed at Do-run and scolded him, saying, Hey, don't think Hui cares about you and acts superior to these guys. Xiang Hun stepped forward to help Sun up and asked, Are you okay? Oh my god. How can someone from such a noble family end up on the floor like this? Zhang Hun also scolded down, saying, Team leader, you need to report this guy to higher authorities and get rid of him immediately. Ryujin beside me kept shouting, We will never have to see his face again. Because of the director's order, I haven't disciplined you yet. How could this happen? Oh my god. He shouted. The director knows full well that this Gen team can't get the job done but still prevents me. At this moment, Do-Run pulls out a special directive from his bag. Ignoring them, he turns to Sona and says, You said you want to stand on your own 2 feet, right? Then from now on, try to change even the smallest things. Sun Ha was stunned to see him after hearing that. Maybe, just maybe, you'll get lucky someday. You leave, only leaving a word for Sona, at least living in an era where those in power are not necessarily evil. After he spoke, suddenly Yang Qian and Kang Hyun sitting together on the other side started sneezing repeatedly. Rin angrily looked at Dojun and shouted, Does that guy dare to ignore me? Zehun also patted his chest confidently and said, I will definitely report this to the crack management team. He picked up the paper from the ground and handed it to Sun to comfort him. It's just bad luck that brought him to meet that guy. Take a look at this. It's the top intern's report from last time. With this, you'll be the next one. San Ha Tran Tru picked it up, trembling as he thought that in the end he still wasn't accepted. Sun Ha hesitated, wondering if this was an easier way for him to live in a better era. Images of those who always flatter him just because of his background appear in his mind. Sun Ha thought to himself, but even so, people like this will never disappear. He suddenly bowed his head and said, Thank you, senior. The scene shifts to the next day at the hunter's office. What is this? Why is it always Rick Kid winning the awards? This doesn't make any sense. They reacted fiercely. Damn it, why didn't we complain? Someone humorously replied, Do you think anyone cares about your complaints? Suddenly, a cheerful voice rang out, catching Sun's attention. I'm not expecting to come in first, but... Oh well. Sun Ha looked at him smugly and said, It's just because I'm too awesome. Don't feel bad. By the way, did you hear the news? The guy who caused chaos at our meeting has been kicked out of the crack management team. Yang Hua sarcastically thought it was because of his trembling that he got fired. Seems like the Hunter Squad was pressuring to dismiss him. Serves that boastful guy right. San Ha was a bit startled too, Yang Hua said happily. You have to know who you're up against in life. At home, due to nervousness, he suddenly trembled and dropped the glass, shattering it. She was startled and worried. Huh? Ear immediately rushed over to ask, What's wrong, little master? June Hai nervously said, I've never broken a glass like this before. Then she suddenly remembered what Cassie predicted last time. Could the disaster Cassie mentioned already be happening? Good day, everyone. I am a reporter from Japan Newspaper G. They are gathering outside the Hunter office to report. Looking at Du Hui stepping out, the reporter said, The authorities have expanded their investigation following internal complaints related to the recruitment process of the Hunter Management Bureau. He pointed his lens at him. The reporter continued reporting, mentioning Kim as the central figure, and his special treatment of a new intern shocked many officials and staff of the Bureau. A reporter with a recorder rushed up to Du Hui and asked, Who gave you permission to do this? Please step back. Du Hui angrily shouted, What did you say? He rushed forward, intending to give him a lesson, and said, Hurry up and turn off the camera. Someone is trying to stop him. Du Hui looked at them and shouted, I don't understand what you guys are saying, but isn't this going too far? He angrily scolded, You tabloid journalist, you're only good at doing trashy things. The person next to him tried to calm Du Hui down, asking him to stay calm, but he kept shouting, refusing to act professionally and trying to slander others. Du Hui continued to yell, Bring the evidence here and show me where I went wrong. Next to them, Viwi and Sion Hun were taken to the station one after another. Du Hui grabbed the reporter by the collar, determined to fight him. What's wrong, you bastards? Yang Qian suddenly stepped out and said, Things are too chaotic. He's in a rage and hasn't realized the director is back and shouting. Who is it? Yang Qian said with a terrifying look on his face. I have personally investigated everything, and the evidence I collected has been handed over to the prosecutor to expand the investigation. He turns away to remind him now calm down a bit. In your current situation, silence is golden. Yang Qian spoke up at the podium in front of the Hunter's office.
Hello, everyone. Before the camera, I am Dong Yang Qian, Director of the Hunter Management Bureau.
Recently, I haven't been able to closely monitor internal management due to issues related to the central area, and some unpleasant incidents have occurred. The reporter was impressed by his calm demeanor and smooth speech, and Yang Qian promised everyone that from now on he would try to limit unethical and unprofessional actions, especially those involving interns related to this incident. I will try to fix the consequences by banning those people from working with the Department of Management. Meanwhile, Yang Hua is crying. Why did everything turn out like this? Yang Qian declared, I promise that everyone backing these people will also be punished to the fullest extent. Suddenly, Yang Hua was surprised and shouted when she saw the person in front of her. Huh? He pointed at Down, trembling as he questioned him. You caused all this chaos, didn't you? Down didn't pay much attention and replied, Not exactly. I didn't know the director was planning this from the beginning either. Yang Hua, trembling with anger, looks threatening despite the police trying to stop her. Do you dare to do this to us? You son of a bitch, don't think you can live peacefully after this. He looked to the side and shouted. The bastard next to you is the same. Everyone saw everything he did. Du Hai twitched his ear sarcastically. Is that so? Come on, let's check again. No matter what I did wrong, I won't get caught like you. He whispered that even pigs now know how to speak human language, huh? I teased him after seeing him turn hostile. But wasn't his attitude different just now? You're too calm, huh? Du Hai humorously replied, blowing on his finger. Oh, wow. Acting is your profession after all. He sighed and said, I am just following the orders of my superiors because I know the director will come here to announce the details of the case. Actually, I don't really care whether those trash get caught or not. I understand. Yehoah lowered his head in anger and cursed. You damn dogs, you don't respect what I say at all, do you? He grits his teeth and silently vows to himself, I will definitely send you all to hell. He angrily curses your family won't be at peace either. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed into Waiho's face, shattering the glass. Wai Kyung, furious, looked at Weehua lying unconscious and shouted, Why did you dare to touch someone else's family? The assistant hurriedly stopped her and said, You shouldn't do that. A reporter saw Ong and immediately rushed over to call. Huh? The brown-haired hunter. What are you all still doing? Hurry up and take this pig away. The reporters rush over to her, shouting for information. Hey, the By Him Association personally came out to handle this. Are they calling Sun Moon, Akyung, and the entire By Him Ode Association as well? The assistant immediately stepped in and said, Please step back. On this side, Du Hui, interested, said, Could there be another fire? Feeling dizzy, I thought to myself, why is today so full of trouble? It's truly a noisy day. Runyon walked over laughing loudly and said to Wai Kung, Those two old women are really scary when they're angry. That pig is doomed. Hearing his voice, Di Hai was startled and turned back with suspicion. Those people. At this moment, Kang Hyun appears beside Junyon to remind him. Stop talking nonsense, Junyon, he replied casually. It's no big deal. Du Hai quietly sighs. Did Lang Hun and Ru Junyon from the Bimos Club also come here? Suddenly, Akyung approached Junyon and said threateningly, Try saying it again. He was suddenly startled and stammered, realizing that it wasn't his aunt but Ye Kyung speaking to Wai Hua, who was trampling him underfoot and scolding him, threatening someone else's family. You're not done with me yet. The assistant standing nearby helplessly tries to intervene. Please stop now. Run Yan let out a relieved sigh. Luckily she didn't notice me. He turned to whisper to Do Run. Excuse me, Mr. Do Run. I think you should take some time to thank that aunt over there. Di Hai wondered if Ru Junyon respected him because of how he called Do Jun. Looking at Wai Hua, Junyon said, Such scum will probably cause a lot of trouble for the office department. He continued talking to Do Run. Luckily with that auntie around, all the worries were prevented. Kang Hyun also agreed, saying, This kid is right. Junyon kept chatting casually. An SG group is also very powerful. He improvised and said, Oops, I guess I was a bit too casual. You don't plan to let me monologue alone, do you? Suddenly, someone stepped forward to draw attention. Im, seeing Jun and Junyon look up at Kung, suddenly adopts a gentle spring breeze demeanor and steps in front of Dojun, saying, Sorry, sir. Is everything all right? Dojun also sincerely bows and replies, Thanks to her, everything has gone smoothly. I have no objections. Thank you all for your help. Kung shyly waved his hand and said, It's nothing at all. Junyon, standing nearby, teased, The fiery love of those aunts is truly terrifying. If things continue like this, Kang Hyun and the others will soon have many descendants. And Akyung's face already looked quite bad before suddenly letting out a deafening scream. Junyon lies unconscious on the ground with lumps on its head while Wai Kung, angry, walks away. Du Hui beside him looked at Junyon with sympathy and said, Oh my god, it must be very painful. Kang Hyun hesitated and called Jun. Yes, sir. He spoke up, but Ong had already handled everything carefully, so no one would know the full story from the beginning. What do you think about having a meal with her? Akyung snapped angrily, and Chairman Down standing beside looked on in confusion. So you're not coming with us? The hunter's excitement grew even more. He immediately burst into laughter and replied, Ayoung will handle everything. How could I dare show my face? I think it's better for you two to go together. Akung next to her shyly gestured. Chairman, please, I beg you. Du tremblingly. That's fine. Tonight it is okay. The hunter supporting her responded unexpectedly happily. Really? Of course, that's fine. He smiled and said, See you tonight. Wai Kyung, seeing Jun smile, stood there staring at him. Over here, Kang Hyun sat down and poked Junion's face to wake him up. He called out to Eon. Kang Hyun whispered, I was just joking a little, but it seems like Yi Kyung really does like him. Junion clearly replied, lying on the ground. Isn't it true that she already introduced him to her family? Kang Hyun gently smiled and said to her, I think so too. He looks at the two of them walking together and says, You made the right choice. He Kung Junion's side and said, Do you really think they're about to get married? Kang Ha-unan looked at him and asked back. So how long do you plan to keep wandering around? Jun Ion snapped, pushed to the limit. I'll die to show you. Kang Hyun replied with a smile. All right then, I'll go ahead. Jun Ion immediately held him back. No, you need to handle the press team first. I was so embarrassed I almost died. Switching to the scene outside the restaurant at night, Dawn kept feeling uneasy and spoke up. Hunter Ong, you've helped me so much and now you're inviting me to dinner like this, she said, already beautifully dressed. It's okay. She smiled and said to him, you've helped us a lot too. It's only fair to treat you to a meal. Inside the restaurant, everyone is bustling. Miss Ong is waiting there, ready with everything. Has anyone called to inform the chairman yet? Are you crazy? Why should I call him? That only makes the young lady feel uncomfortable. Our young lady finally brought her boyfriend home, and it's her first time. So this is Aeon Family's restaurant. The head chef reminds everyone that we should give them the best day possible. He is Judong. They enthusiastically replied in unison, yes, chef. Judong pushed the food cart and called out, let's serve the dishes once they're ready. He cheerfully added, actually, I will personally prepare the dishes myself. Everyone cheered excitedly, and following the head chef's orders, the head chef on rice also spoke up. Yes, with fiery eyes, Judong silently thought, miss, just trust me, I won't let you down today. He quickly presents the first exquisite dish. The appetizer is here. Judong introduced, this dish is made from, and at that moment, Akiyoung suddenly looked up at her, confused, and asked why is Judong personally serving today? Seeing the two of them, Do-run wondered to himself, is she someone he knows? Akiyoung shyly looked at Judong and said, if he knew the head of the family was serving like this, who would cook for the other guests? He immediately replied, miss. Judong realized she had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected herself. Oh, I mean, dear guests, Judong said confidently, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. He quickly thought of an excuse and explained that I was the one who prepared these dishes. And as a chef, introducing the food to the guests was just part of my duty. Judong gently smiles as he places the wine glass in front of him, saying, it's an honor to serve the guest. Mr. Hyukach asks, do I have any problem introducing the dishes? June happily nodded and replied, all right. Anyone who saw that felt embarrassed and said, Uncle Deong, I can also introduce the menu to him. He slowly placed the appetizer down and spoke. So before introducing this dish, Deong looked proudly at Ong and said, our Lady Ong is very beautiful. Dawn was a bit confused and didn't react. Jae-dong continued excitedly to introduce. And the young lady is not only beautiful, she also possesses excellent management skills. When Miss Ong started managing this place, she increased profits by 700% in just 1 year. He proudly spoke of Ong, and the merchant room where the lady resides is also paid monthly with the money she earned herself. But of course, the young lady doesn't just have business skills. She remembers everyone's names, even the youngest employees. And if any staff face difficulties in life, the young lady will handle everything by ensuring social welfare for everyone. He happily talked about his young lady. When the deputy chef's mother had cancer, she covered all the surgery costs. A Kung next to her was blushing all over. Diao Dong continued chatting. The young lady also awarded 2 scholarships to the company's youngest employee to ensure his education. That's not all. Before the young lady could finish speaking, Ah Kyung rushed over and covered his mouth. She nervously said, it's okay, uncle, then turned it down and said, sorry, Brother Lai, wait for me a moment. I'm fine. I swear. But it seems the head chef isn't doing so well anymore. Judong fainted because she was pinched for too long. Akiyoung anxiously called out, Rudong. She hurriedly hugged Judong and ran to call out, wake up quickly, uncle. I was startled and a bit surprised, then exclaimed, huh? Sonha, feeding food into his mouth, also looks up at him. Only then does Sun realize Down's presence and stammer in surprise. Down asked nervously, why are you here? Sunha stood up, shyly approaching to reply, I'm a regular here. Sometimes I come here to eat. Sunha sat with him and nervously asked, I didn't mean it like that. You weren't with your group of friends, were you? Son scratched his head and replied, as for that story, he said it was something that actually happened. Sonia recalls the moment when Do-jun spoke to her during the intern gathering. After Do-jun left, she told Song-hun, thank you, senior. Mr. Hun handed him the upcoming competition materials and said, here, with these documents, leading is as easy as pie. Sun refused at that moment. I just couldn't do it. Huh? Wait, you'll have a chance to get promoted if you follow his advice. Otherwise, your career path won't go anywhere. Sun Ha bowed his head and replied, I know what I'm doing might be a bit crazy, but Sun remembered this and scratched his head with a smile at Do-run. Honestly, I don't really understand why I turned them down back then. But in the end, it was still a good decision. He shyly replied, I don't do it because I believe I will succeed in business like my father. I'm still a bit confused now. Sonia chose her own path and said to Down, I did my best with what I had to make that decision so I won't regret it. He nodded in approval. All right, just live your life to the fullest. The two of you happily continued chatting. At this moment, Ah Kyung also turned back. She looked at Sun and thought to herself, could today possibly not be her day? From Uncle Rudong to this troublemaker? Ah Kyung sadly turns away, thinking to herself that today was also the first day she dressed up. Meanwhile, at Dojin's house, Ya sways over to Junhai and whispers. So he glanced at Junhai and asked, are we going to eat only grass and vegetables until the owner comes home? She nervously replied, I don't remember how much money we've spent on meat this month, so we don't have much meat left. Wai sharply looked at Junhai and said, isn't there still some sausage at home? Long attacks with a very logical argument. Junhai closes her eyes and replies, "We don't have much left. I ate the whole bag in one go, didn't I?" Yas felt heartbroken, seeing no effect at all. At the dining table, Seer suggested something, but the host didn't say anything after the young master broke the glass yesterday. That means the danger is probably over, so why don't we celebrate and let Yasama have some sausages? Yas also excitedly jumped and shouted, "Party time, you're right, we need a celebration meal." Junhai helplessly sighed. "We will only celebrate when Dad comes back. What are you all thinking, eating alone like this?" Bill next to him also excitedly shouted, "I want to throw a party for Papa too!" "Papa is number one," Yas yelled in frustration. "It's so unfair. I really hate Junhai." Remembering that the speaker doesn't recall Long Long ate 80% of the meat Junhai bought, he then hid in his room and wouldn't come out. Junhei then called out, "Long Long, come eat now." He closed the door in a huff and shouted. She didn't bother and asked anxiously, "Is En angry now?" Sir sighed embarrassedly and explained that he wasn't angry. He was just teasing a little. The little girl quietly reassures herself. It must be true. He is the Lord of the Dragons. At this moment, everyone in the house has already gone to sleep. In front of the fridge, Isa is rummaging through the food with the door open, crying and regretting eating the leftovers. "If I had known, I would have gone out for dinner to satisfy my hunger." Isa, feeling hungry, comments that everything tastes good. "It's so delicious. Quickly shove the food into my mouth." Yas whispers cautiously, "I'll be in big trouble if Junhai catches me." He stuffs his mouth and whispers, "But it's okay. As long as I don't get caught." Suddenly the house shakes violently. The glass and dishes on the shelf fell and shattered. Yas looked around in panic, thinking what the hell was going on. In the room, Junhee also suddenly sat up and shouted, "What's going on?" "Bill, Cassie, Long. Long, are you guys okay?" Casey, still holding Bill who was sleeping soundly, approached Junhai and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "Luckily, Casey is taking care of Bill." Junhee turned around to look for Long Dao. At this moment, Y appeared, still with food stains around his mouth, and answered calmly, "Here." Junhee angrily smiled and said, "It seems Long Long is still safe." She crossed her arms and looked down at Yas sternly, also reminding him, "We won't need to eat meat anymore soon, right?" "Is that right?" Yas exclaimed in fear. After Junhai finishes speaking, Yas voluntarily flies out. He shouts at the one who caused the earthquake just now, "I don't care who you are, but I will definitely kill you." Yas thought to himself, "That guy must be a criminal. This is an emergency evacuation order." Suddenly, the loudspeaker announced again that this was an emergency evacuation, and Junhai immediately called Long Long from the balcony. Casey suddenly realized something was wrong and said, "Don't tell me this is the young master." The loudspeaker continued to sound. A mysterious crack suddenly appeared in the city. The residents must evacuate immediately to stay safe. Casey stammered as he looked at what was in the sky, only thinking it was that thing. In the sky, a fiery figure was gradually appearing. The loudspeaker keeps urging and repeating that an unclassified crack suddenly appeared in the city, and people need to evacuate immediately for safety. Casey exclaimed in panic, "Could that be the danger foretold by the prophecy?" A strange space appears ahead, with a giant hourglass in the center. Hikarin sits on a floating stone bench, lost in thought. It seems that the Earth's invasion has been halted. She looks toward the clock, and no matter how the dimensions are affected, the hourglass has never stopped flowing. Hikarin rests her chin on her hand, her words slow and measured, and even the soul stone has been destroyed. Watching the floating colored stones, her voice is a bit cold. So that means all the invaders are dead. She speaks as if she can't believe what's happening. It's impossible. Malanu and Adultas. These are the ones that even the top explorers who pass through the central area cannot reach. This is not something that even inexperienced people who haven't completed the tutorial stage can do. Amidst her constant thoughts, the figure materializes. Could it be that the recent buzzed about Super Rookie is the one who killed them? Then things might get a bit complicated. The evil thoughts inside are completely at odds with the calm demeanor on the outside. After the invasion process was completed, I planned to lure a few more chickens into the designated area so they could become my subordinates. Her sharp gaze reflected her thoughts, but who would have expected the invasion process to be halted? Happy saw that and immediately interrupted. "What are you thinking that's so serious?" He sat calmly in the blazing chair and said, "If we can't continue the invasion, then we just need to take the next step." Hikarin replied, "Very careful thinking. You and I are the only ones who can face directly, right? Even if the assassins are weaker than us, we can't be careless after Milano and Aduntas' deaths." Hapan opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. "Are you really so cowardly that you've forgotten who I am?" He sneered as the flames around him roared fiercely, born from the hottest place in the three realms. "The true owner of the crimson flame of the Red Rock is me, Fire Lord Harion." Heppen stood up, smugly saying, "If Milano and Aduntas are all dead, then I will personally go and restart the invasion process again." Hikarin understood his thoughts and showed contempt. Does he not consider the situation before acting? What a brainless idiot. The surroundings around Harion are filled with blazing lava. But remember this, the scene before your eyes looks just like hell. Everything summoned into the guidance area due to the Earth's invasion will be mine after these contributions. He disappeared through the space gate, leaving Hikarin in monologue. Anyway, he's never disappointed me before. she sneered, but it doesn't matter. If he fails, I'll just get more information. Her face gradually hardened, her dark eyes becoming even more dangerous, and if he succeeds, I will take everything from him. The surroundings gradually darken. I will eat really well. Stupid torch. The scene shifts to a city being overtaken by the crack, and this is an emergency evacuation order. An unknown ranked crack suddenly appears in the city, and residents must evacuate immediately for safety. Down stands in the burning city amidst the flames, looking up at Harrion. But it seems this event has gotten a bit noisy. His gaze remains completely unmoved. You sigh, quickly tidy up and head back. What kind of trouble do I keep running into today? Happy still thinks the opponent in front of him is nothing. He shows contempt. Doesn't he even consider me a threat? This human also craves the smell of earth, huh? No creature would dare to behave like that towards me. He looked up arrogantly at Happy and laughed loudly. Luckily for you, today is the first day I rule over Earth, so you will be the first human to become a slave to this Fire King. He kept smiling, ignoring Down's bored face. You're very lucky. I really want to see how you will feel when you witness this world being destroyed by me. It will be fun. Unable to hold back his trembling, he said, Do you always talk this much? Harrion pretended to think, ignoring the light behind him gradually approaching. You're pretty tough. Let's see, I think it would be interesting to keep a pet like you who knows how to fight back. A straight punch to his face cuts off his words, but I also have to train you to follow the rules. Before he could react, Happy was struck so hard he flew straight into the building on the other side. Do-Run wondered why he was so surprised. Long Yas clenched his fist tightly, cursing nonstop. Get rid of this pig of a guy already. Yas charged forward, ready to land a few more hits. Still doesn't know how to behave, so I'll turn you into a ghost for this. Do-Run standing nearby just keeps silent. Does he not see me? Yas grabbed Happy by the collar and pulled him straight out of the space. If you're going to someone's house, you should be polite. His face twisted with anger as he kept shouting, Do you know that this world is a place where people fight just because their neighbors are too noisy? Yet you dare to be so rude. You arrogant little runt, how dare you treat me like that? Let me go! Yas clenched his sharp teeth tightly. The arrogant little runt, that bastard from behind reveals his true form. You're really good at fighting. Come with me quickly. Are you threatening Hippon into silence? Are you a nobleman? Hyperion lost his initial aggression and tremblingly replied, Why are you here? I thought you had gone missing somewhere. As looked on with contempt. Why have you all retracted your trunks? He bows 90 degrees in front of you. Huavuang Harrion requests an audience with the Lord. He appears indifferent, crossing his arms confidently and saying, Lord and Master, you can keep your damn monkey. My name is Long Iza. Happy stammers nervously, It's completely different from before. I understand. I will return immediately. Sir Long, Iza is still furious and clenches his fist. You want to go back? If you really want to leave, then I guess I have to let you go, right? A powerful burst of energy shoots out from Yas. I'll take you there quickly. Happy was still in shock, surprised. Ah! And in the distance, there's Happy and Scream. These bugs just keep talking about destroying the world all day long. He shook his head with tears in his eyes, but after this, I'll definitely be banned from eating meat, as he turned into a blazing red flame in the sky, still cursing Happy, and just thinking about it makes my blood boil. It's all because of you that I got caught, and I've used up all my savings, so it should be fine now. The scene shifts to Ias's sad face. If I only had 5,000 watts, that would be enough. Suddenly, Dejun fanned out a few bills and handed them to Yas. ECS, with a look of disbelief, asked, What's this? Are you really giving me money? Dejun, hearing this, pretended to put the money back into his wallet. You don't need it? Then that's all. Of course not. June, calmly standing beside Yas, said, I also told June hi. She seemed puzzled by Do-Run's words. Huh? What did you say to her? He calmly replied, Just lift the meat-eating ban with you. Holding a stack of money in his arms, Yas couldn't help but burst into laughter. A warm scene unfolds before their eyes, with Yas and Down's voices still echoing everywhere. Master, transform yourself. I love you. Down looked at him with contempt and said, Change scene to an apartment building. Along with the familiar call of mother, the girl with a cheerful, excited face ran over to ask Junhai if Bill could help with anything. Bill proudly held out the good kid voucher and said, I can do anything you can do. Just need one more good kid voucher. Junhee, wanting to tease the girl, saw Boo's face darken. She pretended to whistle. I wonder, I don't need Boo's help anymore. The girl put on a pitiful face, her eyes welling up as she opened them wide, even scaring Junhai for a moment. No, Bill must get the good girl badge. She immediately became worried and hurriedly said, All right, we just ran out of spinach, Bill. Go buy some for her. Buy them for her, okay? Hearing that, Bill's face instantly lit up with joy. Yes, the girl excitedly said to Yes. Come on, let's go. However, he only responded casually. If the kid calls me the super handsome Dragon King, I might even consider it. Seeing Down's murderous gaze fixed on me, IAS quickly stood up. I was just joking. Casey stood up wanting to follow, and I will go with him. Bill suddenly shouted out loud as if worried about something, while Cassie couldn't afford to be confused. What's going on? The girl grabbed Yaz by the collar and hurried away, leaving everyone confused. No matter what, Seer can't go. Bill will be back soon. The little girl asked nervously. It's because of Run. Master, did I do something wrong? It seems you're at a loss too. I give up. The scene shifts to the amusement park, revealing Bill's annoyed face, accompanied by Yas's exclamation. Amazing. The game machine displays the victory screen. You have won repeatedly. That's amazing. Are you the game destroyer of Oan Tuti? The two kids excitedly said. That's right. They gather every coin from the arcade machines. Buy me some chips. Anything is fine. My sister said that those 100-watt auctions only cost 1 cent. Hearing about money, Isa's eyes immediately lit up. So if one coin is 10 cents, then 10 cents would be 10 times that? Bill stood there angrily and glared. Let's go. Nongbil doesn't care that Isa is crying out desperately. She tightly grips his head and pulls. Nongbil says we have to go. Yas struggles desperately as he's grabbed by the head. No, I have to play this. Maybe luck will let me buy hundreds of bags of chips. Just kidding. Yas's face shows greed, with a slightly sneaky look in his eyes. I will buy a lot of food for Bill. Is that okay? Does Bill really like chips that much? Bill lowers his head, showing anger after hearing Yas. So Bill should go alone. The girl pouted and turned away. Leave Isa behind. Whatever happens, it's fine. It's so silly. From afar, I hear the children happily celebrating their victory again. Biu entered a small shop and immediately sighed tiredly. The owner asked, Why the long face, little one? The girl started saying what she wanted to buy, but her eyes seemed to catch on something. What do you need? Spinach and a bunch of lollipop flowers have successfully caught Bill's attention. Her eyes light up. Excuse me, how much is that? The lady smiled and said, That's not for sale, little one. The shop owner spoke kindly, holding up a board covered with reward tickets. This was the first place prize of the store. Bill happily volunteers to try his luck. I will play. The shop owner gently replied, You're so adorable that I'll let you play for free. Bill smiled happily. Thank you very much, ma'am. She then tears a ticket and hands it to Bill. Very good. Let's see what my cute girl will draw. A ticket revealing the last place appears. Biu jumps up happily, unable to hide his joy. What is this? Did I win anything? The landlady quickly hid the ticket and kept praising Boo. Of course, you're very lucky. You always win exactly what you want. The girl was so happy she raised her hands to the sky and said, I'm so happy. Boo stepped forward to receive her prize. The corner of the girl's mouth was always turned up. I thank you, ma'am. The girl was so happy she ran outside, forgetting why she came here. And let's go home. The landlady looked very confused. Doesn't the girl need to buy spinach anymore? Yi's face turned pale as he sat there like a ghost. Boo immediately showed off the prize he had just won, not noticing how pale he looked. Look at this. See what Bill has here. Do you see? Yas, feeling down, casually replies, How did you win that? Looking at my empty wallet, IAS seemed about to cry. I won't cry first. Bill glanced at him with a look of disapproval, causing IAS to sweat. Are you all out of luck? Every word she said felt like an arrow piercing Yas's heart. Bill only needed one try to win this. I thought En was very smart, but Nong Nong is so dull. He can't handle the blow and quickly flies away. Biu looks at Yas's back. I wonder where Nong is going. Yas left the girl alone with a sigh of frustration. Nong really is just a kid. On the screen, Do Jun's sharp eyes appear. Then Down decides to punish Long Long for leaving the Bill home alone. Yas was flying while sniffling and crying. Just wait there, kid. He flapped his wings forcefully, leaving streaks of wind behind. Long Long knew he was definitely doomed with his owner. But at this moment, his pride had to come first. Hakus was cleaning when suddenly he was startled by a distant call. Hakus! He scowled in frustration and spat out a few curses. My father has cultivated his mind and no longer gets angry at the world, so how dare some dog call my name without reason? Where did Yas come from? Did Hakus not have time to recover his senses? What is this? That head looks familiar, the bald orange one. Yas charges straight at Hakus. I'm not bald, so how dare you judge my hair? This guy Hakus was pushed back into the rocks without even a chance to defend himself. Yas angrily said, Come back here quickly. Even with his face battered and bruised, he responded without hesitation. Yes, I am here. Hakus was punished. His head bowed to the ground, trembling, then he stood up and thanked the Lord. After standing up, Hakus bowed deeply. This humble servant humbly requests an audience with the Lord. Yas turned away as if uninterested. All right, I would normally beat you to death like always, but I'll let it go if you can do this. He looks panicked. Is the Lord asking me for a favor? Has this ever happened before? He never asks for anything. Yas suddenly looks serious, maybe because he hasn't faced a real battle in thousands of years and has become too confident, making Hakus even more terrified. No, that's not true. That's not what I meant, my lord. A game console appears from his hand. Forget it. Do you know what this is? Ha-ka, upon seeing the familiar item, said, Isn't this the Owen-2 tie game console that often appears in front of grocery stores? His face darkened as he spoke angrily. So you do know! Are you saying Hawk is still naive and adding fuel to the fire? I saw it in front of the store once. Yas started to question him in a tense voice. I remember I told you not to come out of the cave. So you went outside, huh? His face suddenly froze. Hakus quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you need me to make a machine like that, right? Yas looked as if he wanted to devour Hakus. If you finish it within 5 minutes, no, even 1 minute, I will temporarily forgive you for daring to go out and wander. But if it takes too long, just accept it. The threatening tone makes him pale. It's done. In just a moment, a toy machine is complete. Here it is. I don't need it. Yas calmly steps toward the machine. I'm just joking. This fool needs more training. Take him along. Hakas stands there with a somber expression. You're lucky you didn't get beaten today. He looked at it with a puzzled expression, but since that game machine gave random results, whether he practiced or not didn't really matter. After enduring enough mockery from the machine, AS finally couldn't take it anymore and destroyed it. Looks like I won again. What? You're really bad at this. Is that true? Yas, furious, grits his teeth and says, Hakas, get me another machine quickly. Hakas, hearing this, can only obey. Yes, my lord. The scene shifts to the grocery store. A few days later, Yas with a dazed face and a few wrinkles appeared, taking out a coin to insert into the game machine. Now the old man has become a master of Oan Tu Tai. Yas stands still, wondering where the game machine has gone. He hurriedly turned to ask the grocery store owner where the arcade machine was. Ma'am, where is the game machine outside? That? I don't know either. But that machine seems to be illegal. The guys from the ward took it away yesterday. That news hit him like a thunderbolt, leaving him stunned. Dow. He was so angry that his face contorted, his words tinged with frustration and worry. No, I've been training like crazy for days. If I go home now, I'll lose all my money and get beaten to a pulp by my master. The scene shifts to the apartment building where Seer is sitting quietly, lost in thought. Things have been strange lately. Maybe it's just because I've been overthinking. It's like everyone is sneaking off to hang out without me. Right behind, Issa and Bill are sneaking quietly to avoid being caught. Casey hit the nail on the head and they both startled. Mr. Boo, are you two planning to go play in that area again? Before she could finish her sentence, let me go with you. Bill interrupted. We'll be back soon. Then quickly pulled IAS away, leaving Casey alone and lost, tears threatening to fall. But I also want to go out and play. The little girl immediately thought about the times Bill abandoned her and said that Seer was not allowed to go. The little girl sadly thought, if this keeps up, it'll become a habit. Are Boo and the Lord deliberately pushing me aside? But I didn't do anything wrong. Maybe I should ask the master for advice. Casey clenched her teeth at the thought of Issa and Bill being punished. No way! That would be a disaster. Facing her torn inner thoughts causes Sir to fall into crisis. What should she do now? This is so uncomfortable. My thoughts keep bothering the little girl and driving her crazy. What should I do to make peace with them? Faced with this problem, Cassie immediately thought of a solution. Maybe I should do something both of them like. That's right, they both like meat. Meat needs to be prepared for a grand feast of meat. Isas and Bill are standing in my imagination, throwing a fit. Look at that meat. Seer is the best. Even if it's not as effective as expected, at least there's a plan. So I have to gather the ingredients myself. Standing amidst the crowd, the girl made up her mind to prepare Cassie's legendary beef kimchi dish. Come on! The farmer's market, everyone around is curious and starting to talk. What's going on? Dog! That dog is so adorable. Seer clenched his fist. Let's go. Ayer stops in front of a small vegetable stand. Give me 1 kilogram of tomatoes and 200 grams. Mr. Choi and Mr. Lai looked surprised and couldn't help but talk about it. Do dogs still speak human language these days? What's so strange? Is this the first time you've seen a dog speak human language? This guy's just talking nonsense. There's no way to find a talking dog anywhere else. You don't know this market area either. There's another one. The red one, over there. Casey immediately looked in the direction. The red one. Following the direction he pointed, Issa and Bill are sneaking along, bent over. This area has a lot of people raising them. Keep up with the times, Mr. Kim. The girl looks very shocked, eyes wide open and mouth agape. Lord Bill Yas, carrying a lot of stuff, started to get annoyed, covering my face completely. What did you buy that so much? I'm so annoyed. Boo saw this and immediately said, Long, being mean is really bad. Hearing his nagging, it's all your fault. Boo just sighed. Nong really is just a kid. Casey suddenly shouted, Wait! Casey involuntarily spoke up. I'll carry it for you, sir. The little girl hurried over in a rush. Let me help carry it. Both of them looked shocked upon seeing Cassie appear. Seer! Cassie! Yas clenched her teeth in a bit of annoyance and said. He turned around indifferently, leaving Cassie standing there, confused. You should pretend not to see us in this situation, you know? Let's go. Boo! The little girl seemed unable to believe she had just been abandoned and sat down dejectedly. So I've really been pushed aside. With a sad face and a frown, they probably won't even bother to eat the kimchi soup I made anymore. Her sparkling eyes were filled with tears, but then the scene shifts to Down's apartment, where the poor girl still wonders why they hate her so much. Seerly exhausted, returned home. She kept trying to turn the doorknob. Why was the door locked? Exhausted, Seer stood up and pulled at the door with all her might, causing Yaz to panic. Hey, the door is broken now. The little girl, hearing IAS's voice, asked, Master, he's blaming me without noticing Seer's darkening expression. If the door won't open, you should find another way instead of just standing there, idiot! Casey couldn't hold back any more and started shouting, pushing both into a struggle. Lord, Why are you treating me like this? The child didn't do anything wrong, so why are you treating her so harshly? The built-up frustration fuels her strength. All my life I have been a loyal servant. The iron door begins to crack under the immense force. I still do everything to serve you. Yet Yas is desperately holding the door, his face losing composure. Hey, stop it. I told you to stop already. From outside you can hear the loud noise. Where did I go wrong? The thick iron door was easily shattered by Casier and lay in a corner. Yas sat on the door, furious. Hey, I told you to stop. What are you doing now? Sir was terrified by the words.
My lord, I apologize. I was too overwhelmed and the girl was holding her head, regretting what I did. This is bad. I'm already hated and now I've broken the door. Soon even the masters will despise me.
Hearing Junhai ask, oh my god, what happened to the door? Where is Long Long? Casey immediately curled up, little master. The broken door was because the girl was scared and only dared to peek at me. Junhai, looking worried, asked Han, what's going on? Since when has Cassie been back? Are you hurt? Yas interrupted, saying, you're about to die, Junhai. Junhai ignored him and pushed him aside. Where does it hurt, Luan? Seer hesitated. Little Master Sarah looked up, tears welling in her eyes. Seer, what's going on here? A banner appeared above with Jun and Bill standing there. Because Sir has been working hard and trying her best all this time. And you also always remind me what we are missing at home. And Long Long always takes my pocket money. Because of that, Run approached and put a birthday hat on the girl, so the whole family wanted to organize a surprise party for you. But you came home a bit earlier than planned. Casey cried, tears streaming down her face, and sniffled, I don't know. From behind, Bu shouted, Seer, here's the candy bouquet you showed me earlier. I love and appreciate Cassier very much. Bill Cassier tremblingly accepts Bill's gift. The girl said she always loved Seer. She hugged the bouquet tightly, tears streaming down her face with emotion. Thank you all very much. Yas suddenly spoke up from behind. That guy said we should pretend not to see us. Kuai Long here is not the kind to boycott others. My compassionate heart is even less than that of a bodhisattva compared to my family. Seer's bag is scattered on the ground. From now on, don't even think about it. What is this? Sir responded in panic. Yas just wants to show off his cooking skills, so don't say this is meat. Coincidentally, Emperor Long, personally, like a parent, prepares a dish for his subordinates. Seeing that, everyone's faces turned pale. No, we won't eat the food Long cooked. He hesitated and pouted. Well, there's no need to get so emotional. Junhai had to speak up to defend herself. It's not that we dislike Long Long's cooking, but we've already prepared a lot of food today, so maybe next time. Yas heard this and smiled, a smug smile on his lips. So tomorrow we'll have a meat dish to celebrate C, my master. When Run saw that, he immediately refused to stop despite Yas's protests. Why is this not the perfect chance for us to feast to our heart's content? Where did you learn that line from? Casually, Run High is happily carried in your arms. You said, then I'll leave the credit card and tomorrow you guys go out and find something delicious to eat. Transition to the Middle Realm level 2. I have to go to the Middle Realm tomorrow. Bai Wai sat high above, clutching his sword tightly, reflecting on Du Run and sighing in admiration. That bastard has stirred up every corner of the first floor. It's hard to believe. The surroundings are engulfed in flames. Bai Wai solemnly said, it's been a while since someone as interesting as him appeared, but once he steps here, I will look him in the eye and say, I will send him to meet the King of Hell, standing by the big tree in the Middle Realm. Kasi worriedly asked, Master, is it okay for me to follow like this? But Down simply replied calmly, no. He stopped studying and turned to look at Seer. Why do you suddenly think that? The girl was confused, so Cassie lowered his face and dared not look directly, saying, I came to help, but it seems I am not very useful. The girl whispered to herself, since the master is the strongest in this server. Down knelt on one knee to look at her and asked again, do you want to help me? Cassier shyly continued, because at yesterday's party, Cassie remembered the celebration where she was lifted up by Junhai and Jun ruffled her hair. He said he couldn't eat with everyone, but then Sir suddenly imagined the scene of little Bill.
Then Junhee and Dojun laughed and joked around the dining table, wishing everyone could go eat together. Yas excitedly expressed that she had never experienced that warm feeling before when the Dragon Clan ate together.
The little girl thought that the Lord's personality was a bit difficult to talk to before, and Down's hand reached out to pat Sarah's head while she was still sharing, so I wanted to help so the master could come home early to eat with everyone. Du Run gently praised us for being thoughtful. Looks like we'll get to go home early today since we helped out. Then suddenly Down turned around and looked back. We will also have quite a few helpers coming with us. Seer looked confused, not understanding at all. Where is it? But I see no one around. The villain smiles knowingly, trembling. We will meet them soon. 2 figures are hiding behind the tall tree. Someone shouted it's over. Yiru was still stunned when he heard the person shout and ask, what do you mean? Mujin is currently observing with binoculars. It seems we've been spotted. Yiru shouted as he saw the tiny, trembling figure walking down the street. What? Are you kidding me? Who could have spotted us from so far away? Could it be an elite from the inner circle? Mujin also doubted it. Maybe not, right? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Mujin's mind. Why would a monster like that come to our village? Amidst the chaos, men suddenly flinched and hurriedly urged Elru to quickly run back and tell the villagers that there is a very dangerous person here. Elru didn't understand what was happening. What do you mean? And what about you? Mujin was a bit annoyed by the questions and snapped back. I will try to stop him. Just go back to the village and tell the elders. Elru, feeling urgent, also turned to leave, hesitating a bit earlier but still not knowing the reason for his visit. Mujin, really annoyed, shouted loudly, Why are you so curious? Just hurry up and go! Mujin guessed in his mind that of course he came here because of Jay, but then Elru suddenly rushed out and said, Let me stop him. Go and inform the villagers. Mujin was startled by this action. What? Pretending to be innocent, I told you to go back to the village and hide. Eru, with his sword in hand, jumps down from the tree full of determination. You are an important member of the village's self-defense team. I can't just stand by and watch you die. He didn't turn back out of fear, only calmly sighed. See? It's truly divine. Casey, who was checking the records, also looked surprised. So, you plan to ask him to lead the way? With a cold shiver, he swung his hand, releasing a dark aura that shattered Wairu's sword. So that you can save time. Wairu was stunned and couldn't believe it. He was so scared that he wildly swung his broken sword. With just a breath, I will never let you lay a finger on Jae-jun, hearing this, didn't understand and asked again. Joe, C was reading a book and explaining. That giant tea tree over there is Jay, right Wairu, who was shouting and waving his hands in front of him, trembling. You adventurers, I know you came here to attack my village under that monster's orders. Casey looked up from the book and continued. Master, let me explain a little, as he detailed the information about the miraculous tree. Jakal is an ancient sacred tree with a very long lifespan. Its leaves are full of vitality and can be used to heal wounds. The image of the golden resin, shimmering like magic and said to extend life, is contrasted with Cassie reading about a ferocious centipede-like monster. That's why it is often attacked by a monster called Tarantuloso that lives beneath the magma lake. After reading the information, Cassie also speculated that recently it has been targeted by adventurers as well. Since Jun remains expressionless and ignores Wairu's trembling agitation, he calmly says, then it's understandable to mistake it. Elru shouts in frustration. What kind of misunderstanding are you talking about? Suddenly, a figure drops right between Jun and Wairu. Byung removes his hood in Wairu's surprise and calmly says, he's not someone you can handle. To hit back, Elru anxiously asks again, if you're here, then who will worry? Tarantuloso, who still doesn't understand what they're saying, and Byung, who remains calm, replied, but I was worried that you all might get hurt. Elru was moved. Bai stands nearby, trembling as he reminds him, it seems like the Lord has turned into a villain. Master? You still don't understand the situation, do you? Byung told Elru that he was the one who cleared out the first floor, while Ser whispered, maybe the master, or should I gently knock his head? Dawn asked Ser if there was a way to do it without hurting him. Then Wairu's scolding echoed throughout the entire first floor. Ser was a bit confused by Dawn's request. This might also be difficult. Because he's too weak. Run just smiled softly. With enough effort, even steel can be sharpened into a needle. Bai Wai, now furious, brandished his sword and glared at both of them. How dare these bastards? A rookie just stepping out from the first floor challenge us. He shouted and swung his sword, but he dodged because he was trembling. Ignore the evil. Immediately afterward, B.Y. recited a spell and the sword struck down again. Don't blame me. This is what you brought upon yourselves. Run just turned to ask Sir, who was clinging to his shoulder, if he was okay. Casey calmly replied, no, I don't even have that much strength. Bai looked at his own technique and saw it had no effect, so Dojun and Cassie immediately became confused. Is that still not enough? Alright, I will use my magic to increase my power. As promised, he launches another attack. At that moment, the ground trembled, the water in the pond rippled, and the surroundings turned dark orange. After witnessing the technique, Wairu excitedly praised him, surprised that just a few sword moves had caused the earth to shake with his inner strength. That guy is so cool. He's extremely cool. Byung-za looked serious. It wasn't me, Wairu asked back, confused. What? I can't hear you clearly. What did you say? At this moment, a giant red centipede with a fiery mouth appeared beside Byung, who was confused and had said it wasn't him. Tarantuloso hissed loudly. Both Yell Ryu and Byung covered their ears after hearing that. Why now? My ears. Byung grimaced and said firmly, if you don't want us to die here together, you have to deal with that monster first. Eru, trembling with fear, said don't attack it first. If you don't identify its weak point and keep attacking there, it will only drive it crazier. Down simultaneously drew his sword and slashed straight at Tarantuloso, terrifying Byung and Wairu. Stop! Tarantuloso growled in pain. Then its body immediately disintegrated into space and fell down, startling Bai Wai, as Run casually continued speaking. Are you ready to talk now, or do you need a break to catch your breath? Bai Wai suddenly flinched. He's now so scared he's trembling. Please, just a little. The blazing red lava flows filled with fragments of Tarantuloso's body. B.Y. rubs his hands and forces a fake smile. Oh no. If you had said earlier that you came to survey the area, it wouldn't have been such a problem. I only heard that you cleared the entire first floor, so I thought you came to target J-Lo. Casey crossed his arms, sighed in disappointment, and there was nothing he could do. Before he even had a chance to speak, you all rushed in. Dawn sighed softly and looked at Bion, then Sai, who continued with a displeased tone. If you wanted, the owner could have wiped out your village a long time ago. Got it. Then hurry up and help him explore the second floor. Bai Wai, hearing this, also nervously agreed. Yes, please follow this way. I will provide you with all the detailed information about this second floor. Master, please entrust me with that tablet so I can help you complete the remaining half of the survey. Dawn smiled contentedly. Thank you, kid. Casey was so happy to hear the compliment. It's nothing. Then Sir turned to shout loudly at Bion and YR. That guy quickly got on his feet and left before dinner. The two hurriedly ran ahead to lead the way. Yes. In a part of Trungjoy some time later, Dune happily pats Cassie's head and says, We finished our work for the day thanks to you. The little girl proudly replied, No, sir. Then immediately Cassie looked at Bong and Wai-Ru, who were lying exhausted on the ground. Master, maybe we should take these guys as subordinates. They seem useful. Bai immediately panicked upon hearing that. But we still need to protect this place. He shook his head and turned away. Forget it, no need for any subordinates. Bai Wai agrees. Yes, but Seer still frowned, indicating he wasn't fully convinced. All right, I'll let it go since you've helped so the master can come home early for dinner. The girl sighs, a bit disappointed, but Dawn calmly asks Seer about the sacred tree, right? The little girl obediently replied yes. Right after that, Seer immediately got excited. The lord at home will be very happy to have the master return for dinner. You tremble and protest. Are you sure about that? Or is it just because if I come back, no matter how much meat it calls, you won't be trembling and scolded? Caught in the act, Kaser awkwardly looked away. Well, you're not wrong about that. Right now at Junhai's house, Yas is looking at him with a terrified expression. Long, I can't do this. Yas puts on a mysterious and dangerous look, smirking. I can and I will. Junhai shouted loudly and rushed forward. Long Yas yelled out to stop, grabbing Yas and pinching him hard. Don't do this. Yas yelled out in pain. Calm down and let me read the newspaper. See this. Over 1 billion. I'll go get it for my sister so she can live comfortably. It's because she's worried about money. The newspaper reports the latest news and rumors about a $1 billion artifact in a tunnel at Songbuk-dong, and the mysterious disappearance of the hunters, along with their disappearance. The entrance to the dungeon is being carefully monitored. Run High glares and grabs Yas by the head. Don't you remember the last time the reporters caught you on camera when you transformed back into your true form just because of a skewered grilled chicken? What do you mean? Why do you remember nothing? Junhai said, then put Iza down on the ground. If something like that happens again, Dad will give you a beating, understand? And money doesn't matter at all. Isn't it better to just live peacefully like this? If he's sulking, I won't go anymore. Junhai squatted down, happily hooking his pinky and saying, You have to promise not to go by hooking your finger. Iza hesitated and asked if it was really necessary to promise that much. Junhai replied casually. Of course. Iza still fidgeted and turned her face away, but her finger was already beckoning to Junhai. As a kid, I never thought I'd have to make a promise like this. A mighty and domineering Dragon King, yet doing something so embarrassing. Hearing these words, Junhee's face darkened. Long, what did you just say? Yas, seeing this, hurriedly tried to cover it up. Nothing's going on here. Hua Junhai looked serious. Long, could it be that you? Just then, there was a knock at the door, and seeing Do-jun and Sierra return like saviors, Yas rushed out. Her owner was back. Do-jun looked at Ias and greeted him. With Cassier helping today, he finished early. Junhai also stepped forward to lift Sierra up. Is Cassie helping too? Well done, little Sai happily laughs with delight. It's nothing. Iza is now clutching her leg, trembling as she mutters to herself. Cassie is helping the owner. Then AS immediately thought of the bright future ahead, meaning it made its owner happy, right? So soon we might stop getting scolded. Down saw Ya standing there laughing to himself and immediately asked seriously, What are you plotting now? Iza instantly changed her attitude, her eyes shining. Come on, there's no way that's true. Seer Junhai and Dawn looked at Ias with exasperation at her scheming face. Then Cher pouted and followed Ias, saying, Master, the girl warned that if you appear on the news again, it won't just be a ban on eating meat. Be quiet. How could I let 1 billion troops get out of my reach? With that amount of money, do you know how much meat we could buy? You really don't know the value of money, do you? But didn't you just help the master? So if we get caught and you're with me, I won't be completely doomed. Yas looked around the stone walls, and this dungeon has over 100 entrances. So even if he's the owner, he wouldn't be able to find us. The owner's grandfather wouldn't even know we entered through door 79. At this point, Isa suddenly turns around and glowers at C. By the way, I've noticed you've been acting pretty reckless lately. And you've been talking back a lot too, haven't you? Seer quickly hides the phone he was holding behind his back. Lai Ni, I only said that because I was worried we might get caught. Ya suddenly stepped closer, making Kasser freeze in fear. What are you doing? He asked. What are you hiding? There's nothing, Your Excellency. Yas, wearing sunglasses and acting as if interrogating, grabs C's hand like a detective. Are you tired of living? Vetlak means chopping off hands. Got it? Hand it over and let me see. Seer still denies that the villain did anything really. Then suddenly, the girl shouts, Look, Your Excellency, over there, there's something. Yas didn't care at all. Now he even wants to deceive me again. But in the direction C's hand points, there are many people lying unconscious on the ground. Really? Over there, someone is lying on the ground. Yas wondered, what's going on here? He and Casey walk along the path where those people are lying. So these are the missing hunters causing all the chaos? You should have chosen a route with more people around. Why are they all lying together like this? Yas said angrily. Except for the owner, these hunters are all weak and delusional about their strength. Casey raised his hand to suggest. Then eliminate them all. Make it quick. Hearing that, Yas immediately turned back to look at the girl, grimacing with a look of fear. What are you rambling about? We have to help them. You're really a cold-blooded person. Yas was treating a nearby hunter's wound while muttering. It really is troublesome. Everything always falls on me. Sir widened her eyes, Your Majesty. But then the girl thought of a different scene. But I said that because I thought you would definitely leave them here. While Yas is smirking, with you by my side, there's no way it can go wrong. Casey still has some doubts. Is that selfish, narcissistic, and gluttonous Dragon King really helping a stranger? The girl was moved to tears by this scene. You have truly grown up. Longcassi, I really can't hold back my tears. At that time, IAS had brought along 2 hunters and called this Seer. I finished healing them. Just throw them out somewhere. Suddenly, a blazing red circle flashed beneath Yas's feet. And then the magic formation appeared. Yas was stunned. What is this? A trap? Suddenly, a series of giant sharp spikes pierced up from the ground. Casey shouted in panic, No! The helpless girl watched as a spiked sphere enclosed and trapped him inside. My lord, Cassie trembles. My lord! A savage laugh echoes from the shadows as a giant armor appears. Foolish insects, I never thought you would be fooled by such simple traps. Garu, that giant armor is mocking. You fools, how dare you? Casey's eyes flashed with a cold glint as she sneered, You're the fool, you stupid mosquito. Do you know who you just teased? The girl looked around at the scene and sighed. I just started to feel a bit relieved because he's been showing good behavior lately. The girl is furious, yet you made him revert to that cruel, ruthless personality. Yas is excited. Aren't you having fun? Have you had enough fun already? Now it's my turn to pay back the one who set this trap. It's been a while since I let loose. Garu froze in shock. How come you didn't have a single scratch? Wait a moment. Garu looks ready to attack with that terrifying power. It panicked. If you launch that attack, the tunnel will collapse. The world will fall apart and you will get hurt too. But Issa no longer cares about that now. What's that buzzing sound? Then he directly threw the fireball at Garu, causing a huge explosion. Issa still smiled very satisfyingly. You're doomed, kid. Seer looked at the situation feeling very confused. I knew it. I had to quickly inform the boss. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling the girl. It's okay. Trembling in his office attire, he approaches and grabs Yas by the head. I'm coming right away because I knew this kind of thing was going to happen. Yas was extremely terrified when he saw this. The owner calmly said, Stop, there's no tunnel collapse happening now. He hesitated when he heard that, but because of his trembling, he obeyed without much argument. Stop right now. If the tunnel collapses, those inside will get hurt. Just to be sure, Yas asks. So you won't kill him because you're afraid to look at him. Are you eager to be punished? Isa softly replies. No, I only turned it down after stopping the magic. Then why are you here? The boy saw Isa reaching into his shirt pocket and calmly replied. It was Seer who informed me. Immediately after, Dune was holding a precious gemstone emitting a pink glow. He said firmly, and this 1 billion item will be handed over to the authorities. We can't use this to buy meat. Yas felt both surprised and angry. Why didn't you stop me if you already knew about this? Dune sighed and asked, So what if that's the case? So, if that's the case, would you stay quietly at home? Yas immediately realized and glared at C. He waved his hand and yelled, You betrayed me! Down picked up IAS and reminded him that I told it to do that. Every word Down says hits Yas right in the heart. Do you think something would happen today if Seer hadn't informed me, huh? This entire place will turn to dust. Then Durun looked around and made a comment. But at least you managed to kill the monster, so that should fetch a decent price. Also, I will go easy on you because Sir has reminded me hundreds of times that you saved many people today. Yes, hearing this, his eyes lit up with tears. Really? My loyal subordinate. Casey lifts the monster's helmet. Here, take this, my lord. He was stunned with excitement. Let's see how much you're worth. The item information appears. A B-rank leader's skull, a talisman that boosts luck, with its effect increasing when held by a young person. Yas frowned after reading it. A B-grade item probably isn't worth $1 billion, but it's enough to buy meat for a lifetime. Casey also got caught up in the excitement. Congratulations, master. But then a fleeting thought crossed Yas's mind. A child, huh? He sighed. Damn it. Casey nearby wondered what was going on with the owner. Then all three of them returned to the familiar room with Junhai's desperate scream. What is this? Yas is holding a monster's skull and calmly says, It's a gift for you. Take it. Junhai frowned and looked at him. Long, why did you suddenly give her such a disgusting bone hat? He grumpily retorts, Hey, what's the big deal if I do? Aren't you about to go on a dungeon expedition? This is great. Just keep it in your pocket. Junhai still doesn't understand what has anything to do with the field trip. It's such a hassle. Just take the good stuff and go. Then he muttered, annoyed that he couldn't let her see the information on this hat. Seer understood everything and stood aside happily as the Lord, trembling, entered to announce. Then shall we go have a barbecue before Junhai goes on the field trip? Beef, okay? Yas's mouth waters just hearing about the meat. Really? Bill also agreed. Bill agreed. Junhai happily leaves the house in the morning. It's time for practice. Junhai smiled softly and advised her to be careful. Junhai also smiled and replied yes. Just as she was putting on her shoes, Y suddenly burst in. Wait, he's frowning seriously. Junhai, are you only bringing that thing? Junhai was startled and flinched when she heard that. The skull you gave me, she stammered and confirmed. Of course, it's in your backpack. But Yas was holding the other head in her hand with a gloomy expression. Could it really be? What is this mess? Junhai quickly tried to cover it up. Where did you find it? I thought I had hidden it carefully in the cabinet. Isa said, it radiates such a strong magical energy that there's no way to hide it, and she still persistently shows the dark object to Junhai. Do you know how much I could sell this for? It's very valuable. I was going to give it as a gift, but why did you leave it behind? Selling this would get me enough money to feast for a lifetime. Junhai looked at Long Long with concern. Sorry, AS just needed that. So what are you waiting for? Take it with you. In the end, Junhai sighed and took the strange head. Fine, I'll take it. Yas crosses her arms, showing her satisfaction. And when you're hungry again, you better buy me some meat to eat. As soon as I agreed to that proposal, I realized I had been set up. Meat is meat. What did you just say? And Yas cheered loudly with joy. Damn it, I was trembling in the kitchen watching everything unfold, only to smile quietly. It's the kind of person who always gets tricked like that. Seems like the wind has shifted today. Sir looked worriedly over. Are you just going to leave it like that? But since he's trembling, he just keeps his face unchanged. This time, we can let it go. Long Long has also been through a lot. At Junhai's training site, the dungeon training ground of the Valley Hunter Academy, the instructor's voice echoes. So, what is the most important thing we need to remember during this training session? The trainees shouted in unison. Practice is real combat. If an unfortunate situation occurs, run immediately. Lai, I ask you, a big man with glasses, to seriously advise. That's right, accidents in a large dungeon like this are unavoidable. So what should we do when faced with dangerous situations? Junhai replied firmly, leaving the danger zone immediately and informing the teacher. Lai emphasized, yes, don't be foolish and rush into danger to save your teammates. You might end up dead. It's best to find the teacher for help. Then he gave the signal, now everyone gather in your assigned groups and disperse. The students immediately spread out. Got it. Hai Yi-dung looked at Junhee's big backpack with curiosity. Hey, Junhai, why are you carrying a backpack on the first day of the program? Junhai stammered in response. I'm used to it. Jinu walks by snorting dismissively. Junhai, do you want me to help you wear it? Hai Yi-dung sarcastically mocks the fool. Amid their back and forth arguing, Junhai quietly smiled and said, I can wear it myself. I understand that no one else should wear this. Jinisu doubts why is that and asks why Junhai refused. Don't tell me he's feeling uncomfortable around me. Hai Yi-dung teased him when she saw that. You look so clueless, you're probably starting to overthink again. But in reality, Junhai's true feelings are different. Actually, that's not the case. Junhai just felt embarrassed about Long Long's gift. Jin-Soo reached out, but Junhai pushed him away. Let me handle this. He was stunned when he saw a gun pointed at him. Junhai calmly shot accurately at a goblin behind Jinu. She frowned and reminded him, Jinu, we're in a monster-filled area. Junhai seriously said, focus on this. Actually, deep down she was hoping that please don't pay attention to the backpack anymore. Jin-Soo sighed in defeat, while H-Dung shrugged and added, that's right, the fool, look at Junhai and learn. Know when to be serious and when to relax. So the misunderstanding keeps growing deeper. H-Dung smiles determinedly. Now it's time for us to focus on the mission. Then she turns back to remind her two friends to stay alert, and just then a horde of goblins rushes in, forcing all three of them into a defensive stance. Junhai holds a gun while H-Dung draws her sword. Jin-Soo clenches his fist and sighs. Hai-Dung looked at the confused goblins. There are too many of them. Should we run now? Junhai replied, we are surrounded on all sides with nowhere to run, but Jinu charged from behind, so I will clear the way. Junhai hurriedly stopped him. Don't, Jin-Soo. Jin-Soo clenched his fist and shouted, if someone has to get hurt to clear the way, let me step back. Hai-Dung trembled with anger. Now is not the time to show off, Dad. Junhai was also very confused. Why did you have to risk everything? A swing of the staff from the evil spirits knocked Jin-Soo down as he stammered. They then rushed in to trample him repeatedly. Even though Jin-Soo still pretends to protect you, Hai-Dung sighs and draws her sword to charge forward. The clueless Junhai also pulls out a gun and fires at the monsters. She doesn't forget to check on her friend crawling over. Are you okay? After that embarrassing moment, Jinu grimaced and thought to himself, what if he thinks I'm pathetic? He's probably thinking that right now. I should have kept my formation instead of acting so recklessly, I don't know. Seeing that, H-Dung swung his sword to cut down the goblins while angrily shouting at Jinu. Damn it, get up and fight instead of just holding your head there. What are you doing? But it seems he only paid lip service just holding his head. Truly pathetic. H-Dung quickly blocked the approaching demon and then turned to Junhai. Junhai, come up with a compliment or something to wake him up. Hurry up, I'm exhausted already. Junhai asked in surprise. Compliment? Sure, I can do that. H-Dung didn't explain anything, just urgently ordered. It's not you. Hurry up, be urgent. Junhai also nervously follows along. Alright, she used all her words to praise you. Jinu, your act of self-sacrifice to protect your teammates is really cool. It's really reassuring to have you protecting the front line. Hearing those words, Jinu seemed to come alive. Don't worry, he's cool. He stood up among the goblins, making Hai E-Dung excited. See, he's awake now. Runhai just sighs in relief. Thank goodness. Jinshu, feeling reinvigorated, charged forward and punched the elf directly. Junhai marveled. That's right. Hai-Dung cheerfully encouraged him to bite harder. As she continued attacking, Junhai was exchanging information with Hung. Hai-Dung, if other places suddenly also have many monsters appearing, it would be very dangerous, right? Hai-Dung agrees. That's right. Then a fleeting thought crossed her mind. But why are there suddenly so many? Hi. E-Dung raised her sword and looked around, warning, I know you have a kind heart, Joan-Hee, but we can't help anyone else now that we're trapped here. After a while, Li Xin watched his students return deep in thought. Seeing Junhai's ragged appearance, he sighed. Looks like you all had a tough fight. Congratulations on taking the top spot. This is the first time I've seen students defeat so many monsters. Hi, E-Dung, I lazily said. We're in first place. Li Xin tiếp tục nói, các chờ thật là may mắn. Having so many monsters gathered in one place is extremely rare. Do you know that? H looked annoyed after hearing that. Luckily, the exhausted monkey just managed to get back. Runhai suddenly felt that something was off. Lucky. Then she froze. Runhai reached for her backpack. Please tell me it's not because of this. Inside is the dark-headed Yaz, who insisted she carry it. Junhai frowns. We have to thank Long Long. Thanks to him, we came in first. She quietly makes up her mind. It truly is an unforgettable experience. When we get back, I have to let it taste victory. At this moment, in a dark, mysterious castle, Yaz suddenly sneezes. He trembles as he holds the person. Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine? Master, why are you taking me along? I really don't like places like this. You still walk confidently in your office outfit beside me. You said you wanted to come because you were bored at home. But you didn't expect it to be so dark here. After hearing Yas speak, he sneered. You're scared? Yas angrily retorts. Fear? Think you're the Dragon King or something. You keep mocking me for trembling. If you're scared, just admit you're scared. No wonder you never dare to watch horror movies. Yas still refuses to admit it. There's nothing to be afraid of, he said nervously with a sigh. You're dead wrong. Why dismissively denies it, saying that's not possible. Then both of them stopped, trembling as they looked ahead and said, So, it's okay if something like that appears, right? Yes, arms akimbo, looked incredulous. Master, who do you think I am? Probably just a kid. As soon as she finished speaking, Issa screamed loudly when she saw a shadow of the girl approaching. The girl with pink hair stretched out her hand, her voice sinister, capturing the intruders who are destroying this world with their wasteful senses. Feeling the presence of the adventurer, I will destroy all the trash. The intruder suddenly raised her hand and cast magic from the pink magic circle, repeating to block and destroy. Yas looked at her suspiciously. She seems familiar, doesn't she? Are they someone you know? Yas frowned again. Maybe not. And keeps attacking, but Yas and Down remain unaffected. Yas sighs and speaks, probably because she's in a bad mood. The very next moment, a magic ring bound Down and Yas together. But Yas kept muttering, clearly remembering that she had seen her somewhere before. Maybe the owner should go easy on her. She calmly raises her hand and says, I have no intention of doing anything to her. According to the report, this is a normal situation. He said that, then lightly swung his hand, and the magic on the enchanted ring binding both of them was dispelled. Also, no hunter has ever died in this S-rank dungeon. Yas added that she only knocked them out and pushed them aside. Run glanced over, but I only came here to survey the area. However, then he turned away, while Anne still stood silently from afar. So for now, I just need to understand why she did that. Can you tell me? Wai asked curiously. Master, where are you looking? In the middle of the desolate forest, there is an ancient castle, and Run answers. I want to speak with the true owner of this place. At this moment, elsewhere, Anne watched the squirrel nibbling on a nut and mused that she never expected a human to be able to break through her magic using physical strength. She petted the squirrel and continued. I couldn't even get much information. I need to check if he's really the one. Come here. Anne smiled mischievously. Puppets alone won't be enough. She made her decision and immediately cast a spell to appear in the corridor of the castle, knowing she had to go there herself. Seeing June and Yaz, her voice sounded a bit surprised. It seems I was worried for nothing. A immediately saw the fierce figure of a dragon behind Yaz's harmless appearance. He really is the Dragon King, not an imposter. He casually picks his nose and frowns, asking again, what is it? At this moment, Anne raised his head, his eyes clearly showing respect as he introduced himself. 8th True Dragon On. I humbly request an audience with the Dragon King. He immediately recognized her and happily pointed towards her. I remember now, Aang, right? When did you start to bulk up? It almost made me not recognize you, Aang replied expressionlessly. It's nothing unusual, Your Majesty. After you fell into hibernation, losing most of your memory is understandable. Due to exhaustion after the final battle, he needs to rest and recover his strength. Yas listened and stroked his chin in thought. During the final battle, Down stood beside him and asked, "Are you losing your memory, or are you still mocking Yas? You thought this eccentricity was just your nature," and looked at Du nervously, as members of the Dragon Clan often lose their memory after deep sleep. "So how should I address you then?" Yas is now holding Du-Run's arm in annoyance. "Why did you say that in front of everyone?" and shyly looked at the Lord. After being hit on the head by Do-Run, Yas explained, "This is my master," and immediately made up his mind. "Then he will also be my master. From now on, I will serve him," Yas still muttered to himself. "It hurts so much." "Run replied without changing his expression. "You don't need to call me your master," and also didn't back down. With a respectful attitude, she responded that as long as Lord Dragon King still served you, you would still be my master. Just ignore her. She's very stubborn in this situation. She's only a few thousand years old, so she's quite stubborn. Hearing what you said, Down briefly thought, "Then why are you still so immature at 8,000 years old?" Then Yas turned to ask Anne again, "Why are you here?" "Do humans often come to disturb places like this?" She replied calmly, "I am here waiting for you because I need to inform you about the situation in the middle world." Then, immediately, Anne cast a spell on the crystal ball in her hand, emitting a brilliant light. "I request permission to use this memory orb, Your Excellency and Master." Yas nodded in agreement. "I'm also a bit curious. That little spirit king just keeps spouting confusing stuff." Hearing that, Anne gave the command, and the memory orb shone brightly. So through the recounted memories, a majestic scene of the dragon's dwelling appeared, with Yas's imposing figure in his primal dragon form leading the way. Yas was the supreme king before the dragons fell into slumber. He was the leader of the entire dragon race, and all creatures of the primeval realm bowed before him. He is the Lord, but then a foot steps into that territory. However, on that day, a figure with blazing golden hair radiating divine light, wielding a mirror-like sword, as Solomon, one of the stewards of the Middle Realm, described, sparked a war. Hold on a moment, is there a rebellion going on? With this attitude, she truly deserves it, but Aang denied that it was a rebellion. Then she continued, "I suppose I should explain this steward's identity first. Lord Issa was born in the Middle Realm and is the king of the beings there. The Middle Realm's overseers are gods who invaded the Mind Realm hundreds of millions of years ago." According to Aang, the images of the two figures gradually appeared. One was Solomon, and the other was a girl. Among them, two individuals inherited power from the middle world and became guardians tasked with maintaining the order of the universe. Solomon in that story looks at the world with a cunning smile, and no one knows why or how they were granted this power. The important thing is that one of them, named Solomon, has taken the path of evil, accompanied by many werewolves and an army of demons under his command. The masked figures also charged forward, and the other gods sided with him to start a battle against the inhabitants of the middle world. And continued to narrate as our venerable Lord then raised his trembling hand in the air. Wait a moment. You turn to look at IAS clinging to your shoulder with a very curious and respectful expression. "Are you really talking about our dragon?" Issa said indignantly. "Master, it is truly you," Anne replied calmly. "It may sound hard to believe, but Lord Yas was once a highly respected dragon king." Yas frowned and pressed on, causing Anne to hesitate slightly. "What are you talking about?" But trembling, he urged him to continue. Yas was also curious. "Are you just thinking that, or who else is hesitating? Hurry up and keep going." Hearing that, A quickly returned to the story. You will understand why Lord Dragon King is loved and respected after hearing the following story. Yas couldn't hold back and shouted out loud, "It's over!" Anne begins to tell about the burned forests. Not long after the battle began, a majestic dragon silhouette was returning to the fallen dragons. Having witnessed countless suffering and loss, its gaze seemed to be contemplating alongside the fading world. Then, beneath Issa's feet in the story, a magical light circle appeared. Issa could no longer bear to see anyone suffer anymore. So he decided to face Solomon alone. Yas stood bravely before Solomon without any fear. But even as a lord, he faced an unequal battle fighting alone against all enemies, while Solomon had many allies by his side, making defeat inevitable without the help of someone. At this moment, a hand appears, instantly freezing the space around it, causing Solomon and his troops to panic. "What is this?" "Run away now." Solomon was stunned by the person in front of him. "You? But why?" "Hey, why are you so late?"
"If you want to help, you should be on time, right?" The white-haired girl with bunny ears replied. "Sorry, Lord Az, but he is still my old friend."
Solomon seemed very angry about this situation. "So you've decided to point your sword at me." He clenched his teeth and looked at Cecilia's determined face, almost shouting as she launched her ice attack. "Cecilia," he raises his cold blade, "so you have decided to face me. The 1,000-year-old bond of ruling this place together has now ended. Due to the greed of the adventurers, the spirit realm is now being destroyed, and its invasion into other dimensions is accelerating." And then he immediately swung his sword to cut down Isis, and all the dimensions would be destroyed. "Do you see? They, the law enforcers, came like hungry tigers when I promised them I would kill Isa and hand over the ruling power to them. But that doesn't mean you have the right to destroy all life." Solomon raised his hand, saying, A barrage of spears from behind him was ready. Once I become the Von Gioi Chivwong, I will wipe out all living creatures, and only then can the space kingdoms escape their doom. Yas opened his mouth as the fireball was ready. Cecilia kept her shield up while arguing with Solomon. Killing the Lord doesn't mean you can become the ruler of all worlds. And then the terrifyingly powerful fireball is unleashed, blowing everything away in a rain of spears. Because the challenge to become the ruler of all worlds can only be undertaken by someone worthy. Return to reality. Anne concluded that although we have won, we haven't completely destroyed Solomon and can only seal him away. She added, so we minions are gathering strength, waiting for Lord Dragon King to awaken so we can end Solomon. Yas suddenly wondered, why do you remember everything so clearly? The other subordinates like us also don't remember anything. And she smiled respectfully. That is because you ordered me not to sleep through the winter. At least one member of the Dragon Clan had to stay awake to remember everything that happened in the middle world. But that made Yas A startled. So, we left you behind. Insa bowed his head without showing any resentment. That is my duty. Please don't worry too much. You speak softly like that. You must have felt very lonely. Hearing that, Anne smiled softly. You are still as warm as ever. I was just curious about what I heard earlier. Do you know what happened to Cecilia after that? And Teuton replied, unfortunately, that's really a pity. She continued, no one has seen Cecilia since that day. Is she an acquaintance of yours? I'm not trembling, it's not me. Then you remembered the anxious look of someone who was looking for her, and realized that if I found her whereabouts, I would inform you. Suddenly, Down froze. Then he waited a moment, turned on his phone, and saw a call coming from Junhai. I have a call. As soon as I answered, Do-jun heard a hurried voice. Dad, something serious has happened. Junhai on the other end is very worried. Bill is seriously ill. Do asked again, why? Right now, Sarah's applying a cold cloth to Bill. Junhai continues, if we give him medicine, it won't work, and if we take him to the hospital, they'll find out he's not human. What should I do now? He carefully advised. All right, I will go home early. Wai was stunned. Bill, are you sick? And still stands solemnly and respectfully says, I will report the situation of Zhongjie later. Since you seem busy, Dune picks up Isa and walks past her. Thank you. Down steps through the space gate. See you again then. Yas cheerfully waved at Anne. Well done. We'll come back later. Anne watches both of them, smiling as the cautious person returns to Bill. At this moment, the girl is curled up in her legs and keeps sneezing. Yas asked nervously, are you okay over there? The girl replied softly, Bill will be fine if he gets to drink lam duok. Down and Nias are currently sitting by the lake with fishing rods. Yas wonders, what exactly is lam duok that you have to go fishing to get it? Looking around at the scene, there's a large lake and a forest of deep purple trees. It's 2 a.m. in the first layer of the middle world, near some lake. Yas complains, just see a doctor and get a shot. Don't tell me you're doing this just because you're afraid of needles. Down immediately guessed Yas's thoughts and nervously offered to accept it. Normally he wouldn't wake up at this hour, so why does he insist on going along today? Why are you so worried when you got it right? There's no such silly thing. Boo, tell me what lam duok actually is. Boo's hand reaches out and points to that spot where a jar of bright blue liquid lies, still beneath the water surface. That's what's at the bottom of the lake, lam duok. Yas saw that and immediately jumped down, thinking he could just scoop it up, but then downside and used magic to pull him back. Master, why are you doing this? Do run and pull it back up. Bu explained, if you don't use a fishing rod to catch the lamb potion, it will disappear. He was very annoyed when he heard that. So what the hell is going on? Do Run calmly explained. If you don't use a fishing rod to hook it, it will vanish immediately once you leave the surface of the lake. Do Run emphasizes, so just stay here. Then immediately after, his magic hooked the lamb duok onto the fishing hook, making Yas incredulous. Do Run handed the lamb duok to Bill. Here, drink this, the girl happily replied. Thank you, Papa. And Isa has now been dropped into the lake. Bu lifts the potion bottle to drink, and her entire body is enveloped in a gentle, magical light. Isa is now crawling up from the lake. Can't you just gently lower me down? Bill stood up happily, flashing a V sign with his fingers. Bill looks healthy now. Yas was surprised by this scene. What a strange world. He quickly calculated right away. With such good stuff, I have to bring some back for Junhai. Who's the weakest? I can't feel at ease sending them to the dungeon. However, in reality, Junhai is a promising hunter and one of the top students at the academy. He looked over at Bu, who smiled and seemed to be thinking of others. Maybe today we'll treat him to a meat meal. B hugs your arm and shakes it. Papa, the girl excitedly suggests, we've come all this way, so maybe we should go see the trees. Yas was wiping himself down and looked over in surprise. Not going home? I was thinking of going home, but if you don't like it, then he would imagine those Poco and grin mischievously. In that case, Master, this place is really great. I hear Poco meat is really delicious. If Junhai cooks it, she'll do it with a serious tone. So that was your main purpose all along. Bu pouted and glared at Yas. It's ugly, but I thought it was concern for others. Yas, with his stomach churning, shows a sincere expression. Of course I worry. That's what I think. But Down spoke up. Go ahead, then just go ahead, he repeated. Yas, not believing, asked again, really? Are you really letting me go? Do Run just replied. How could I not want to go? Yas said confidently and ran off without another moment's delay. It's nothing, just go back to sleep. I was disappointed to see it look more mature than before. Then Down and Bill walk up to a familiar tall old tree. He speaks. You have arrived. Bu scoffs. It looks down at Down's calm face. The one who will turn the middle world upside down. Bu happily waves his hand. Hello? Bu Tree is here. Hearing the girl call, he frowned a bit. That's a funny title. The tree also said that the Zhongjie community is now having lively discussions, saying that instead of destruction, peace is now returning to Zhongjie. According to what it said, many anonymous discussions have taken place. The anonymous Central World community sent a message. Someone as weak as me now has a chance to survive, Anonymous 2 replied. That's right, especially since Lord Liedown appeared, no more threats have occurred. Is it true that I am the only one noticing positive changes in the ecosystem of the Middle Realm? That's right, people have confirmed that the atmosphere of the Middle Realm is becoming more stable. Anonymous 5 then sighs in admiration and the tree calmly adds its comment. However, after you trembled to the second floor, beneath the trees, the sounds echoed steadily, and the rebellious elements from the first floor were starting to cause trouble. Can you handle them? Without hesitation, he agreed right away. Fine, it's not too difficult. That reaction surprised the ancient tree. Will he help without asking for anything in return? It's just a small matter. You can stay here and play. I'll be back soon. As he turned to walk away, the ancient tree sighed, despite possessing the power to take everything by force. He was neither greedy nor hostile to others. At this point, it silently thought that if the sleeping person was awakened by his power, the end of the world would come soon. The previous conversation is being recounted, but after the Lord, trembling, reached the second floor, the rebellious factions on the first floor started causing trouble again. Can you handle them? At that moment, a troublemaker angrily shouted at the messenger kneeling on the ground. Why the hell did you tell that guy he went down to the second floor? How am I supposed to know if he went down or not, you idiot? Stop whining, and that punk kneeling right next to us is gasping for breath as he argues back. I thought I had to clear all the levels of the spiritual realm, and then use a special item to return to the upper levels. So how could someone who already went down to the second level come back here? He groaned in frustration. Damn it, I thought I was safe. That's why I went to rob, right? The masked man beside him shouted, Shut your mouth! His trembling body radiated murderous intent as he looked at those people. These appetizers seem pretty light, huh? Each of you carry 2 more stones for me. After saying that, a large stone fell on his back, hitting him. Do Run remained calm and fainted, then another stone fell. All 3 shout, Please, no. Hearing that, Jun looked surprised. Still able to shout that loudly? Then add one more voice. You calmly look down at the 3 gasping for breath. Everyone heard the call and jumped in surprise. Yes, sir, yes. Still not quite satisfied, Do Run continued. Are you so small? Or maybe if I add one more word, Do Hien and Dong Beach will all shout in unison. Understood. Do trembling with a serious face, reaching out to summon black magic to threaten. As you can see, I can go anywhere freely, so if I hear that you are harassing the locals, don't expect to have it tomorrow. Do Hyun and Dong Beach trembled and agreed immediately. We will not repeat our mistakes. From today on, we will compensate for all the damages caused before. Dun is still not satisfied, and in case other adventurers try to do the same, all 3 hurriedly reply, We won't let that happen. Please trust us. That day was resolved, returning to a normal day at Dojin's house. He said goodbye to Junhai before heading to work. I'll go and come back early, Junhai called after me. Let me go with you, Dad, Sir softly said. The owner walks carefully. B looks down sadly, wondering, why do you have to go to work every day like this? C comforts the girl. Bill, don't be sad. How about we go to the playground? But Aces interrupted. Going to the playground. What's so fun about that? Casey sensed something was wrong. Hands on hips. Come on, Your Excellency. If you cause trouble again this time. Casey shouted in panic as he saw only Ace's head and hand left, while he himself was laughing happily. What do you think? Looks pretty cool, huh? Casey remembered the cloak from before. Sir, could that be the one the master gave to the young master? Yas nods and waves his hand in the air. Looks good. What do you think? You can't feel anything, right? Casey stands still as Isa pinches his cheek. Yes, it looks interesting, but how can I not feel anything like this? Hearing that, Isa tugged at her shirt. So what happens next is that he reveals only his head, laughing teasingly, and Bill is delighted. What do you think? Yas was joking with Bill and suggesting what if we secretly follow the master wearing this? Then the spirit suddenly jumps out to scare her. Casey immediately dismisses it. If you plan to do that to the master, he will definitely find out. Lord, if you intend to threaten him, Sarah warns Yas about the possibility of Yas being cut off by a single sword strike. Whoever plans to assassinate me, the girl pondered. It's bound to end up like this. Yas is so stubborn. Why did I get knocked away? He struggles. You little girl, do you want to die? Casey looked embarrassed. I was just guessing. Bill intervened. Don't hit Casey. He waved his hand and sighed. Fine, no fish. I guarantee I will never get caught wearing this. Bring snacks for a week, fish. Casey excitedly joined in. You, little fish, will be caught right on the spot. Yas was furious at her words. Kanyoa, you have a big nerve to oppose me. Casey saw the reaction and immediately panicked. Wait, you said I was a fish. The minion is just following orders, but now B suddenly shouts, don't bully Kasser anymore, or Yas will have to back down. Let's just forget it. Then, everyone headed to a large building, the city committee's office, where the surrounding area was in chaos. Qianshu, shout loudly. Do run. When will you finish the dungeon situation report? Do run calmly replied. It will be done in 3 hours. Qianshu frantically beckoned to the person next to him. Do run.
You have to finish it today. Hi, Yukshu, is the meeting scheduled for this briefing confirmed yet?
Yes, the meeting will be held in the second room of the Hunter Association. Qianshu leaned in and whispered, I really don't want to go. Can you go in my place? Run away. But Down never accepted this offer. Good luck on your trip. I will send the report after I finish. Qianshu sighed after hearing that. This guy doesn't care about others at all. Hayuk, be careful and leave early so you won't be late. Qianshu has left and the office returns to silence. At this moment, Isa, Casey, and Bill are hiding under invisibility cloaks. Isa whispered, See, I told you we wouldn't get caught. Casey was a bit surprised. Sure enough, the little guy thought he would be caught right away. Yas is enjoying it, and Bill is very excited. Now jump out and scare them. Sia gently reminds Isa to stop, causing her foot to hesitate. Wait a moment, Bill. You have to wait until the master is done. So that's why the Lord has been waiting all this time. Yas turned away, forcing a smile in front of Si's glare. All he does is say what I want to hear. Sir would never do something so reckless and thoughtless. Just like Mom used to make. Sir sighed. It really is Lord Long. Why are you so grumpy and snapping at me? Boo sighed in frustration, feeling it was all so tiresome. Sir soothes the girl. Just a little longer, Bill. We're almost done. All three waited as time kept passing. An hour later, Sierra, Issa, and Bill, panting, lifted the cloak together. Bill lost all patience and snapped. It's too hot. Casey quickly reminded Bill, it's almost time, just wait a little longer. But Bill suddenly sprang up and threw off the cloak, unable to wait any longer. Bill wants to go play with Papa. Cassie couldn't react in time and shouted out loud. At that moment, the door swung open and Y rushed in. Lai happily approached Down's table to invite him. I knew you would come here after finishing the dungeon. Want to go out for dinner together? Bu looked on and asked in surprise. Is that your mom? Casey was also surprised, seeing how close that person seemed to be with the owner. Maybe it really is the case. Why does Yas always call her mother no matter what? Casey intervenes. Please, Your Excellency. I politely shake my head. That's a bit difficult tonight. Yin looked a little confused. What? If you're busy working overtime, I can wait. Don still replied calmly. Oh no, I have plans tonight. Yin looked a little disappointed. What do you mean? Who are you having dinner with? At that moment, another girl ran in. Lai Yin and A Kung looked at each other in surprise. Yan spoke first. What are you doing here? Manhunter Ong. Ong hesitated for a moment. What do you mean? Then, she said she had a dinner date with Lai because of June, and Yin was stunned, forcing a smile and asking if she had made plans with him beforehand, to which Ong calmly replied that he was the one who invited her. This answer left Yin in disbelief. What do you mean? What's going on? Yas took this opportunity to bring along popcorn and glasses to watch a romantic drama. He wondered, so why does the boss keep getting into trouble with women when he's always busy working? Casey explained nearby, it's simple. A long time ago, whether male or female, to produce a new generation of outstanding offspring, you need to... Before she could finish, Yas hurriedly covered her mouth in panic. Stop it, do you want it to disappear? Casey asked, confused because she didn't understand. What do you mean by that? Yas couldn't explain, so he just gave a vague answer. No, it's just that this kind of thing is a bit sensitive. Feeling the movement behind me, I turned around to check, exhaling, and told the others to go to the dam, just when I had something to say. Yas couldn't believe it. Meanwhile, Bill was very happy. So, it's finally happening? Seer praised with clasped hands. As expected, the owner has discovered it, so I hope he will handle it gently. Down nods. It's okay, sir. I won't punish you guys. This is definitely Long causing trouble again. Akyung looked surprised and asked Lai who he was talking to. Then Bill suddenly emerged from the invisibility cloak. Mom Sarah still keeps calling Bill. Jane is stunned as she sees Bill rush over to Ong calling for Mom. Akyung looked at the girl in confusion. Why are you here? Bill Yin becomes more and more shocked the more he hears. The mother and child call for their mother. Yin observed Bill and silently assessed him. Their hair colors are also the same. Don't tell me it's a ghost. He sighed nervously. It seems he followed these two here. Is there something you want to talk about? Xiaolong is listening carefully while washing his ears, trembling as he speaks. First, I will overlook this matter because I need you to watch the bill tomorrow. Yas just heard that and became excited. Really? The master will overlook that and then ask for more. In that case, C will go with us too. I hesitantly reply, I will also overlook it because I need it to come down to the middle realm tomorrow. Casey pointed at himself, clearly surprised. What me? He frowned and then started to shout. Not willing, even if it means taking me along. Because of trembling, I flatly refuse. Shut up and watch carefully. At the third level of the middle world, where floating islands hang in the sky, a piercing scream echoes out. The guard tremblingly retreats, begging, Please don't kill me. Why are you here? Come on. As a guard, why are you trembling like a leaf? You guys are too weak. In front of the soldier is an ancient-clad man, with blood-red magic controlling all the other guards. In my time, cowards like you wouldn't survive at all. Jangak's hand pressed against the face of the terrified soldier, who then screamed in pain as blood splattered against the wall. But you do have some use after all. He laughs loudly with a satisfaction, surrounded by many golden stones. Just absorb other creatures to become stronger. Wonderful. The training gold stone is a consumable type. The energy from the stone is absorbed by Jangak's body. The special effect of this stone is supposed to be unique, but he doesn't feel anything special at all. It's hardly different. Still the same. Jangge looked at the defeated enemies piled high like mountains with a look of boredom, so there's no point in dealing with these guys either. Information about the golden training stone is being explained, specifically how it enhances the owner's strength after dealing with the midworld adventurers by absorbing vitality and skills. Jangak slightly frowns, then chuckles thoughtfully. So should I go kill that ugly thing? From his words, Yas appears as a dragon. Jangak's voice turns cold, vowing to avenge half of his face that Yas stole during the great battle. That worthless trashy god lizard named Yas. At another moment, C is pressing on a tablet, reading out loud. The bridge area on the third floor of the middle world has been synchronized. Once done, the girl turned and said, Master, Seer has completed the data synchronization into the system. Du Jun smiles and praises. Well done then. She looks anxiously ahead, but Cher and Down are standing in front of countless bodies of adventurers lying scattered on the ground. The girl wondered who caused this, then suddenly Tyr exclaimed, as if he had realized something. Could it be that from Do Jun's confused expression, Cassie deduced that you already knew there would be trouble on the third floor, right, Master? The girl's eyes sparkled as she trembled. That's why you took Seer with you instead of Lord Yas, because he's only good at causing trouble while working. Casey reached out excitedly. Casey is very good at controlling her power. You can trust her. Let's go, Master. I deny it immediately. That's not true. Seer froze in place. Du-Run calmly explained again. I also didn't know this was happening. I took Cassie along just to help speed up the investigation. If Bao Long Long goes to input data, it would be a disaster. Just hearing that is enough for Sir to imagine Yas causing chaos here, so he responded cautiously. I'm sure Lord IAS will do well because he's just comforting the little girl. You're such a good dragon. Casey blushes shyly. Well, Seer doesn't dare to admit it, but Lord Yas can be quite good sometimes. During the remaining moments, the little girl suddenly looked up and asked playfully if it was too strange to do so at times like this, then hesitated to ask again. Huh? The girl spoke non-stop. Casey should have known how to control his emotions. Seer, who is bad at bathing, suddenly gets excited in front of his master while his fellow creatures are all lying around in a heap. I'm still gently stroking the little girl's head because of the trembling. I didn't mean anything weird. Seer waved her hand shyly. So embarrassing. Please don't comfort Sir. Immediately after, Sir reached out her hand. The dragon's crest stands tall, and she will punish herself. The little girl transforms back into her original dragon form, soaring into the sky and shouting loudly, as she quickly flies to investigate the entire area. In the end, only Du-Run remains standing with the distant voice echoing from the blue sky. Casey will return soon. He still doesn't understand what just happened. What's she so embarrassed about? I also need to go now. Then, Lydun had to go buy a book titled Understanding a Teenage Girl, and quietly thought that every floor seemed to be full of turbulence. After flying away, Casey went to a fortress on another island. The little girl looked around nervously. Suddenly, Sir heard a trembling sound coming from behind. The girl listened carefully and quickly replied, Master, what do you mean? Yes, understood. As soon as she finished speaking, a blinding flash of light appeared from behind, startling Sir and making her turn around. The light shot straight at the girl, leaving Casey no time to react. What? The blow hit with a loud explosion, causing Sir to fall rolling on the ground. Jangak walks over with a grotesque, savage smile. Well, I never thought I'd meet the henchman of that ugly lizard here. He frantically rushed towards Cassie. After the great battle, not a day has passed that I don't think of you all. Truly exhausting. Jangak swings his hand to strike, making Cassie panic, but just appearing like that and already groaning is so disappointing. I must tear you apart to satisfy my frustration. Another brutal attack is coming down, along with Jangak's triumphant roar. I must make you live or die right now before I can slowly torture you. Number 9 drops among the broken debris. Jangak breathes a sigh of relief, rubbing his eyes to clear the dust and reveling in his victory. Damn, I got a bit carried away with the excitement. But since it's a dragon, it might not be dead yet. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the smoke. He gently lifted Jangak with one hand, causing him to cough uncontrollably from difficulty breathing. Who are you? Jangak looked closely again and was extremely surprised. Who are you? He waved both hands to cast a spell, emerging from nowhere. But due to his trembling, he was unaffected. One hand still lifting Jangak up. Then he glared, a familiar black magic aura emanating. Two forces clashing violently, causing a deafening explosion. Jangak was thrown back by the force, crashing into the wall, and he painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. Still standing despite trembling, he asked abruptly if everything was okay. Jangak, exhausted, supported himself on the ground, annoyed. Huh? Are you crazy? After trying to kill someone, you still ask if they're okay.
Down turned around and said, "No, look at Casey who has shrunk. Don't ask the person."
The little girl showed no signs of injury and smiled at Do-jun. Oh yes, thanks to my owner, Cassie is fine. A short flashback shows Down sending a message to Cassie to activate her shield and block the attack before pretending to be injured. At that moment, she was still in her original dragon form, confused but still following orders. What? Yes. Casey exclaims in surprise. I don't remember the owner reminding me, but now C has taken a heavy hit. Jangak still couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he asked, "What do you mean? How are you still alive?" What does this mean? The voice trembling coldly echoed. The heir of the Dang family from Sichuan remained silent. He clenched his teeth, channeling his demonic power, and knelt down. Jangak was forced to kneel down. What the hell is going on? Do-run pockets his hands and stands looking down, but the terrifying aura behind him is like a threat. It seems you are a superior being. Jangak grimaced and faced Do-run's question. Tell me why you destroyed Trungjoy and brought this world to ruin. You look down at him calmly but with overwhelming authority. Do lowers his voice to question Jangak. What do you and those demons want? As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered. Why do those damn bastards want to destroy the Central Realm? Is it because of greed? Jangak suddenly curled his lips into a sinister smile, causing Cassie to roar in anger upon seeing him laugh. What is that? Are you still able to laugh? Jangak laughed wildly and replied, How would I know what those bastards are thinking? As soon as he finished, he suddenly screamed, I just want to take revenge on this purple lizard king. His whole body surges with a fierce energy. I must kill them all. Jangak opens his mouth wide. A blinding light erupts violently. You bastards! His energy unleashed with such force that the ground cracked apart. Amidst the swirling dust, Jangak slipped through with a bend and shot straight ahead. As he brushed past, he didn't forget to turn his face back and mock, looking quite foolish. If Solomon knew about all this, he would come to kill me too. I do want to eliminate those cowardly demons as well. Not stopping, Jangak made sure to emphasize that dealing with that red demon snake had to be the top priority. As he strode away, he arrogantly laughed and said, So what if the middle world is destroyed? I don't care, as long as I'm alive when this world is destroyed. Don't ask calmly. Is that all? Jangak chuckled proudly when he heard the question. This world has nothing to do with me. Whether all the space dynasties are destroyed or burned down, it's the same for me. Where did you come from so quickly, brother? Your hand immediately summoned a stream of blue energy, so it's not for any grand reason. I hope the remaining bastards are as useless as you. Don't let the chance slip away. The tremor caused his body to lunge forward directly at Jangak. He chose to accept the attack. Blood pours out and the whole body is thrown backward. Jangak groaned softly, his breath trembling as he says, I can't. He was determined not to give up, raising both hands high to summon a different stream of magical power. That's just a waste of life. Casey asked in surprise, what is he planning to do? Do-run calmly replied, he's transferring energy. The little girl looked surprised when she heard him speak, her face showing clear panic. So, where to? Do-run still maintains a calm expression, likely at the spot where he prepared the substitute moon. Casey is worried, so he must stop him. He smiled and said, whatever. The little girl looked surprised. Do-run nodded confidently. Trust me. As they turned around, Jang and Gak saw a faint purple light flickering in the distance. The purple glow enveloped both of them, and a strange aura spread everywhere. Jang reached out and examined the spiritual energy around his hand. What is this? Do you know? Then Gak, hearing him ask, slowly closed the book. He narrowed his eyes. Could it be that the main subject is dead? Who would have thought he would die on the third floor? Jang couldn't believe it. This subject really is hopeless. Thinking of that scene, he suddenly burst out laughing. But it's funny. Could it be that some heavenly demon god is riding a dragon to slaughter us like in the stories I read? However, Jang doesn't understand. But why is he passing his power to us? Isn't it true that after splitting into clones, he immediately falls? Or do you mean he's asking for help to take revenge or something? He calmly ignored the corpse and immediately summoned spiritual energy to surround himself. Use this power to resurrect Solomon so he can destroy the other elders who dare to look down on us. Jang, hearing this, became even more excited. That's a good idea. Those damn fools are probably too busy causing chaos to ever think about bringing Solomon back. Both of them are lost in their dreams, unaware that a barrage of swords is descending from the sky towards them. It's finally our turn. We must teach those damn upper beings a lesson about looking down on others. A large explosion erupted, and the clone of Jang and Gak had been destroyed. Seeing the chaos, Yaz hurried out to greet them. Master, welcome back. He nervously asked about Dune. The whole family is eagerly waiting for your return. Seeing Yaz's strange behavior, he looked very serious. If he honestly admits to causing trouble, we will go easy on him. Bill suddenly appeared, her sparkling eyes coquettishly saying, Papa. Today is very strange. I was so surprised. Really? How strange is that? Bu said he was cleaning the house and doing laundry. It smells really nice. But when she was preparing the meat, she said we had to wait for Papa to come home. Be patient and wait until the owner returned. Casey was so shocked after hearing that she immediately asked about him. Sir, are you sick? The little girl anxiously checks your whole body. Yes, it seems he's not feverish. If Yas can't stand it, he will get angry and shout. Hey, do you want to die? Casey trembled. Sorry, Your Excellency, I interrupted because I was trembling. He seriously suggested that Isa explain herself, but she stammered. Yes. He frowned and with a tense expression asked, what do you want? Money for expenses and, huh? Yeah. Playfully smiling, I reply, there's no such thing. Well, if the master wishes, I will go. In the end, he gathered all his courage and shouted that he had to leave for 2 days. Do Run immediately nodded. Approving the decisive answer made Yas stunned. He looked up at Do Run in surprise. Yes. Yas couldn't believe it and shouted, huh? Why did you agree so quickly? The master always told us not to let the kid go outside. He sighed and looked over, knowing you weren't going just to have fun, so there wouldn't be any trouble either. Hearing that, Casey and Bill both turned to pester IAS. My lord, can he come too, please? Bill also wants to go. His voice grew steady and firm. No, this time I will go alone. Do Run asked as he took off his shoes inside the house, where are you planning to go? Yas replied, to the place of my trusted subordinates. Casey asked curiously, so is it Hawkus or Ong? Isa sighed. They are indeed quite capable. In the end, he decided to choose Aang, but it seems he had to rely on this guy. Yas continued, his eyes showing a serious expression. I have something to ask it and to make sure it keeps my identity secret, in a vast castle surrounded by faint misty bones. In the palm of his hand, the little squirrel is carefully and gently held. It seems the owner has already acted. Anne sighed, who would have thought a supreme being would fall so easily. During the long sleep of the dragon race, they must have become much stronger. But right in front of her, a series of comments appeared. Damn, it seems like that Li Dojun or Lai Ongdung or whatever just slaughtered a merchant on the 3rd floor. Do you really believe that the upper being is that powerful? You're lying like a dog. I saw it with my own eyes. It seems that wandering in the middle world is quite difficult, huh? I find it too easy. Maybe you're just too weak now. When you're strong, everything is right. But this young man with the golden ring crawling around really makes it hard to breathe. Seeing that, Anne narrowed her eyes slightly, as they were still struggling to satisfy their greed even after thousands of years had passed. She couldn't accept it. Lord Jazz falls into a deep sleep to save this world, while they continue to play around. The little squirrel on Anne's shoulder suddenly nuzzles affectionately, rubbing its head against her neck. Anne gently poked it and said, you're right, now that it has a master, Lord Jazz will no longer be lonely. The scene shifts to a hand continuously writing, the pen moving decisively as Hawkus' head is lost in thought, while his hand writes smoothly. Owner. You mean the owner of Lord Jazz? That person is really formidable, but Lord Jazz is also incredibly strong, so there might be something suspicious going on here. Suddenly something clicked in his mind, and he froze. Could it be that he used Sai to threaten the Lord? Casey is still the youngest, so he's still weak. My lord, could he have used some kind of binding or curse magic? As soon as he thought of that, Hasuke couldn't hold back and shouted, Chiyasama's personality is a bit strange, but he always cares for his subordinates, right? He's quite daring. But how could he let someone hold him hostage? Suddenly, a warning sounded behind him, alerting of an intrusion. As the red octopus approached and from afar, an orange figure rushed toward him, making Hasake's heart leap in surprise. Hasake suddenly panicked, his body tensing as he realized the person appeared right in front of the Lord. Jazz shouted, Has! He is still completely stunned. The red-headed octopus is still 500 meters away. Seeing that Hasake is unresponsive, Jazz shouted loudly, Hey, are you ignoring me? The system's voice continued to ring out, and the red-headed octopus was still 300 meters away. Hasake, panicked, shouted an order. Be quiet! He can hear you! I hear you, you Hawkus dog. The system sound still won't stop. Urgent warning, the red-headed octopus is panicking. Hasake punches hard and destroys the entire system. Jazz gently steps onto the ground, and the surrounding space seems to freeze with each of his movements. Jazz asks confusedly, What are you doing? Why did you kick the stuff? Hay immediately straightened up. It's nothing. Welcome, your majesty. Great Jazz, the most powerful and domineering dragon king in this world. When he hears such words, he just puts a hand on his chin to think, no need to be so formal. Haas rubbed his hands nervously and replied, Indeed, words alone can't fully express your greatness. Jazz nodded. That's right, respect should be kept in your heart. Hasake blinked and immediately switched to a cute demeanor. Of course, your Hawkus always put the collective good above all else. But Red Octopus, do you think my ears are deaf? He stammered nervously. What do you mean? No way. So what does that mean? No hesitation. Jazz immediately raised his sharp claws. Is that a music tape? Why does it keep stuttering like that? Oh, I heard that old players just need a good smack to work perfectly again. He was relentless, delivering a series of deadly punches that kept Hawk on the receiving end. After giving him a good beating, Yas shrugged it off. Maybe I've been a bit soft lately. If it were me before, you would have been beaten for a whole month. Hake, with swollen eyes, lay flat on the ground, but still tried to get up. The Lord asked what the opinion was, and he immediately blurted out a question. Did I hear correctly that you just told Yaz that you have a new master, and then clenched your fists? What's your opinion? Hasak collapsed to the ground, struggling to answer. I didn't have time to say, because last time you came unexpectedly, but maybe Immediately after, he gathered his courage and asked Yas, "Are you being threatened by someone?" Hearing the question, Yas, "Huh?" Seeing the expression on his master's face, Hasake immediately sat up. "If that's the case, I will do everything I can to resolve it." Yas asked, confused. "Huh? What do you mean by solving it?" Hyaki confidently states that the servant knows you are accepting a human as your master because you are cursed and manipulated by mental magic. Then he is busy tinkering with the machine, frowning constantly, and it's truly unbearable to see the bitterness you are going through. Enjoying and lamenting all day long, living like a pet is really not befitting Lord IAS at all. "What do you mean?" Ting Tung, he immediately starts moving his limbs. Does this brat really like getting beaten up? Suddenly Yas paused, thinking maybe he should wait a bit, and Hasake, after fiddling for a while, finished a blue robot. "It's done! With this, we can break any magic curse." He was about to turn back when a gentle hand touched him. Lord Issa is clutching his chest and weeping. "Hakus, my most loyal subordinate, you guessed right. I have no other choice but to do this to save Casey." Seeing the Lord in pain, Hakusuke also tears up. "My lord, I will never forget your kindness." He immediately saluted and obeyed. "Your most loyal subordinate, I will carry out the mission well." Yas turned around, smirked wickedly, and then wished him luck, finally pointing at Hasake as a reminder. "Oh, right. Remember never to mention my name to the master and never reveal that we've met. Is that clear?" Haki, upon hearing this, anxiously asked, "So what is it? Could it be a soul-binding curse?" He nervously laughed and replied, "Yeah, kind of like that," he thought to himself, revealing that the master would kill me right away if he knew. Immediately after, Yas choked back tears and raised his hand, saying, "I can only trust you now, only you can save me. Hey." Seeing this, became more determined and said, "Please trust me." "Your Majesty Yas, I swear I will do my best." A shooting star streaked across the dark sky and vanished in an instant. Inside Down's house, everyone is having a relaxed dinner together. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupts from the side while he's eating. Hakus immediately rushed out. "You arrogant human, I am the fifth true dragon, a loyal subordinate of Lord Isa." Hakus has arrived. He clenched his fists and shouted, "When Seer's curse is broken, you will have to endure extreme suffering for thousands, hundreds of millions of years." Junhai turns to the window. Bill turned to look at C and asked anxiously, "Are you feeling unwell?" Casey Hasake immediately acted, pulling out a blue Rubik's Cube. "Don't pretend you don't know." The cruel human activates the device, and the system's sound gradually intensifies as it begins scanning the source of Seer's curse. He points ahead and shouts, "Wait there, Casey. I will save you." The beeping of the system continues, no curse detected. The system shuts down. Before his action, Cassie could only sigh helplessly, raising his hand to cover his face and save you. Hasak saw that the system detected nothing, so he lightly punched it. Surely Lord Yas said that Cassie was cursed. Is it broken now? That's strange. His cold gaze drops as he asks tremblingly, and killing intent erupts. Long Long said, "What did you say?" Without hesitation, he waved his hand to unleash his magic and knock Hake to the ground. "Did Long Long order you to do this?" Hasake clutching his neck, gasping, trying to ask in pain, "What are you?" He trembled as he raised his hand, a cold aura and murderous intent enveloping him. Long, where is he?" A moment later, Hasake, with a battered face, spoke up. "I was just worried about Cassie. After all, I finally understood everything because I was trembling." "Is that so?" Casey gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, sweeping his hand quickly to check. Meanwhile, Hasake was sweeping and crying at the same time. He pouted, "They've been kind enough already and he's so tense." Casey immediately looked furious, as if he hadn't had enough of a beating. Hey immediately denied when the girl said that. "No way." Junhai hugs and comforts little Boo, who is crying. "It's so scary." "It's okay." After a while, Casey asked Hak, "What was Lord Dragon King's expression like when he spoke to you back then? Tell me." He immediately remembered Yas's evil grin. "Well, yeah, it kind of looks like that." After thinking for a while, Hasake realized while holding his head. "It's over. That's his face every time he plays dirty tricks on us." Casey can hardly accept it. "If you saw it, how could you still be deceived?" Hasake begged for mercy, trembling. "I know I was wrong. Sorry." Bill, tears welling up, says this is the first time he's seen Seer like this. The situation is scary. He immediately laughs coldly out of nervousness. He's just pretending. Junhai is holding Boo in his arms, a look of surprise flickering in his eyes as he listens. "What? Acting all high and mighty?" She chuckled softly. "She punished that guy first so I wouldn't have to investigate anymore. Even so, I don't know who that guy is." Over there, Cassie is shouting and cursing loudly. Hak is crying and cleaning while I'm trying my best to sweep the house, so keep sweeping. Don't you see, there are still shards of glass scattered everywhere? Du Run gently placed her hand on Bu's head. "When we were in Trung Nguyen, I also had a few junior brothers like him." "Huh? Is it the martial world of Trung Nguyen? Forget it." Then Du Run looked at the shattered table in front of her, but she sighed over dinner. "Then just pick a restaurant. What do you kids want to eat?" As soon as he heard about eating out, Bill immediately switched to a coaxing, sweet tone. "Dad, Bill wants to eat goldfish." Du Run wondered. "Goldfish? The little girl happily nodded. Yes, you still haven't prepared the dinner yet, Bill replied. Yes, Junhai gently speaks as he holds the girl in his arms. Bill has been insisting on eating ears for the past few days. A voice suddenly spoke from behind. She immediately turned around in fear. The owner was crying, trembling hands clutching Haki's head. The room has been cleaned up and Hasake is very sorry. Could you please forgive him this time? Hasake kneels in pain. This kid is grabbing my hair right now. In her fury, the girl tightened her grip on Hasake's hair even more. Interesting. Is hair or even life more important? Hasake stammered, sorry quickly, as the girl bowed down, choking on her words. He knows his mistake now. Please forgive him, master. He's good at fixing electronics and will definitely be very useful. He nodded. All right. Is that so? Suddenly, Du wrapped his arms around her and spoke in a deep voice. Casey, are you also bowing your head like that, seer? It's not your fault. The atmosphere suddenly warms as June hugs Cassie, while Junhai gently holds baby B. Hyuk stands there, eyes full of confusion. Clearly, Sir called you the master. He remembers that normally the master would beat the subordinates to the point of life and death. If they do something, memories suddenly flood back. Yas asked with a smile, did you mess things up again? He stammered, yes, please forgive this humble one this time. And then Yas launched a barrage of punches. Forgive me, you dog. He doesn't understand. So why does this place feel so warm and peaceful? After a while, Casey finally spoke softly. And master, do you think you can forgive Lord Yas anymore? Feeling nervous after obeying the little girl, his eyes flickered briefly as he pondered, while Issa, at Hasake's nest, was restlessly pacing back and forth. Hey, old man, you should have thought carefully before letting him go like that. I suddenly clenched my fists. I tricked Hakas into going so he'd get beaten up for fun, but I guess there's no way it'll be exposed that I was the one pulling the strings. The worst-case scenario flashed through Yas's mind. If he squealed, down and everyone else would be gathered behind his ass right after. What if he squeals? What do you plan to do? Yas calmly replied, asking as if it were obvious. Of course he would deny everything first. How could he be the one spreading rumors? If I open my mouth, I'll get beaten right away. Hearing what he said, Haki's face turned pale, trembling with fear. Trembling with a cold voice, he asked, why not tell the truth? Wise smirked. If you tell the truth, with that ass, you'll just get beaten and lose your allowance too. After hearing that, his voice grew colder, and he slowly shook his head. Then, there's no way to forgive him. Yas suddenly froze, anger flaring up as he clenched his fist tightly. I'm angry right now. Who dares to speak without permission? Yas immediately turned around, decisively clenched his fist, and charged forward. Do you want to die? As soon as As recognized the trembling figure in front of him, he froze completely, his body seeming to turn to ice. He awkwardly asked, what's going on? Why is the master here? Why is that so? I know you're up to something. I was going to go easy on you if I saw you repent, but it seems that's not the case. Casey looks at Yas trembling below. Good luck, Your Excellency. Facing Down's overwhelming pressure, Hayek turned pale with fear. What the hell is that? He can't believe it. Your pressure is even stronger than Lord Yas's, considered the strongest in the mind realm. He trembled as he spoke in a cold, icy voice, preparing himself for punishment. Then a raging storm of fire and wind erupted, blending with Yas's desperate screams. A moment after punishing IAS, Hasake tremblingly looked at Yas lying flat on the ground, and suddenly Down called out his name. Hakas! He was immediately startled. Yes, you can ask Hasake. I heard you're good at building machines. Can I ask you for a favor? Yes, of course. Hasake immediately bowed his head. What would you like me to do? A gaming computer, anything is fine. Hearing that, Run's lips curl into a sinister smile. So Hasake never expected that one day he would be standing on the street selling fish-shaped cakes with red bean filling 1,000 for 3 and cream filling 1,000 for 2. Yas saw him distracted and shouted, Hey, be careful with your work. Hay was startled. Yes, I understand. Wearing that silly outfit, he blushed and shouted, Focus! I still have to wander around in this embarrassing look. If I don't sell everything soon, I won't be able to go home. From behind IAS, Little Bill suddenly appears, waving hello. Hasake hurriedly asked, What would you like to order? Little Bill and Casey with shining eyes say, 2 red ones, which means 4 red bean-filled wheels. Hey, hurry up. Ha Down shook his head, turned away, and said, I'm done. Casey asked, What do you mean? The owner doesn't like to jockey. He shook his head and pulled out a yellow ticket. Oh no, it's just Down's gaze stopping on the yellow ticket I'm holding. I have to leave right now. That ticket is the entry pass to the S-Rank Treasure Ferry Company, which instantly teleports you there. And Junhai exclaimed joyfully, I'm heading to work now, Isa replied. Good luck, Junhai gently reminds. Long, don't break anything at home anymore, Isa stammered. He shyly called out, I know. Junhai just left the house. Yas is standing alone. He shouted angrily, They've already painted 8,000 blue walls! How do you plan to destroy it? Do you think this king is a child? Yas suddenly smirked. He muttered, Why does she keep worrying herself sick about it? Isa picks up something in his hand and says with a smile, No one knows how much effort I've put into taking care of this house. The scene shifts to Down standing in front of a building. He wondered if this was the place, when suddenly a loud shout from afar made Down startle slightly. Lord Du is trembling? Someone rushes up to face Du Run. That person's voice rang out. Wait for me. I remember you, sir. Du Run looked very nervous. You wonder how I knew you were coming? Ot Vang appears, adjusting his glasses. It was just that. Ot Vang leans forward with both hands on his knees, panting unevenly, and whispers, "If you tear the ticket, I will automatically be notified." Du Run softly says, "Then take your time and come whenever you can." The yellow one lifts its face and confidently says that no little demon like me would dare to treat a benefactor so badly. Du Run, worried, thinks maybe that's a bit too much. "But sir, Du Run, are the great dragon lords accompanying you? Are you worried? What's wrong?" The golden otter smiled brightly, clasping its hands together. It said happily, "If they didn't come along, that would be great."
Their presence is so terrifying that we dare not even breathe, like those unruly gangsters you humans call troublemakers.
It's true that they're incredibly complicated. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere, and something started to crawl out of Down's shirt pocket. Casey sticks her head out, the little girl softly calls out, and the yellow beast becomes frightened. It lets out a cry as C jumps out. The little girl said through gritted teeth, "How dare a little monster like you insult Lord Yas?" Suddenly, Yas's voice rang out. "Hey, are you hiding your presence?" Casey shouted, grabbing the neck of the golden otter. Casey suddenly lifted Ot Vang up. The girl angrily said, "Even if their Dragon King is a bit stubborn, temperamental, and unpredictable, it's not your place to scold him." Watching them silently, Ot Vang was terrified. "Please, I beg you don't kill me." Down stepped forward, lifting Sai away from Goldfeather. Down gently advised, "Let's stop the killing now." Goldie punched his chest, trying to breathe, his voice trembling softly. "Thank you, sir, for once again saving this humble life." Gold Ore raises both hands, still showing signs of fear on his face. He respectfully invites Du Run. "So let's go inside. The treasure that brought our gold-gathering race to where we are today." The three of them stepped into the building ahead, and after a quick look around, he praised, "It looks quite luxurious." Goldie smiled brightly and replied, "Lord Du Run truly has a keen eye." The three of them looked down below, and Goldie said, "Let me give you a brief introduction. There is a shelf downstairs displaying many rare items." Our voice echoes. The rarest divine weapons are displayed in the basements from level 1 to 8. The deeper you go, the more valuable the items become. Not to brag, but I've also collected quite a few divine weapons from the lower floors. Down placed a hand on his chin and muttered, "Yun Hai probably needs a few items too." Casey held a piece of paper and asked, "Isn't it risky to leave such precious items lying around like this? Remember if anyone tries to steal it?" Casey's mind flashes back to the time she scolded Lord Yas, making her speechless. June looked towards C and thought to himself that it seemed like he was angry at Goblin for talking behind Long Long's back, but it was June who spoke up. He asked her, who seemed to spend a lot of time with Long Long, so Cassie must like him a lot. Casey raised her hands in front of her, but she quickly shook her head, saying that's not how it is. Casey placed her hand on the display shelf and said, "Casier is just telling the truth if you keep displaying valuable items so carelessly." Suddenly, the shelf emits a light, and Casey quickly withdraws her hand. The girl gasps in confusion as Goldots points at Casey. It smirked arrogantly, challenging in tone. Whether the great demon lord of the Mind Realm or the mighty, super universal Dragon King Yas comes here, don't expect to get anything. Seer turned to Ot Vang, his hands igniting with a surge of spiritual energy. The little girl angrily said, "Your voice sounds so unpleasant," and Ot Vang quickly bowed his head to Kasi. It stammered and apologized to the little girl. "Yes, I didn't mean to insult your majesty the Dragon Clan. I was just speaking honestly. It's true. Because of the trembling, I lift C up and wonder why you seem so emotional today, Seer." Casey angrily replied, "That bastard dares to look down on Lord Isa." Kasi glared at the trembling gold dragon, her tone like a threat. As usual, Seer has already beaten him up for 30 minutes, then another 30 minutes, until he's satisfied. Down sat down, gently patting Sai's head and said, "That's enough. He's scared now." "Casey is a good dragon, right?" Casey whispered with a gentle smile. The little girl replied, "If the master says so, then I will stop." Du Run looked over at Ot Vang. His voice grew deeper. "You better watch your tongue." Goldtooth quickly bowed, his voice trembling. "Yes, I understand." Goldie wipes away her tears. He smiled and said, "Lord Du Run has saved my life once again. This Down truly brings blessings." Both Casey and Down seem confused, looking at Ot Vang with curiosity. The image of Down appears in Ot Vang's mind, happily announcing it, not knowing if the lords have heard the news yet. Recently, people have been calling Lord Lie Down the king of the mid-layer infrastructure. After he came and cleared out the rebels in the lower area, it was only then that lowly residents like us could enjoy peaceful days.
That's right. Gold Oat reached out his hand. Many people below are looking around the display area.
It proudly said, "Although the number of items we collect has decreased, the number of customers visiting has increased significantly. They are all promising figures whom my clan has specially invited." Ot Vang raised a finger and waved, explaining that although they are not well known now, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause in the future. Suddenly someone stepped forward from behind and their voice rang out, but there was no sign of a third person. "Who's that?" Ot Vang turned his head back, forced a shy smile, and his voice trembled. "Sorry, esteemed guest, I believe there has been a misunderstanding." Every guest we invite has the potential to break through the limits of the central realm. Upon recognizing the person in front of him, the golden-eyed man exclaimed in surprise. Master Q Donkey Donkey appeared, hands behind his back, and softly said, "It's been a long time since someone dared to call me a nameless nobody." The whole body of the golden voice trembled as it hurriedly bowed its head in apology. "I dare not. My humble servant dares not underestimate Lord Donkey." The third-ranked master of the entire realm, Donkey, realizes something and exclaims, "Huh." Donkey walks towards Down. Oat Vang is kneeling on the ground. It gently reminds Down and Cassier, "Lord Down and the Great Dragon Clan, please forgive us, but I beg you, please perform the ritual like I do." Oat Vang trembled uncontrollably, whispering softly, "Please, I beg you, end my life." Donkey suddenly stopped and stood facing Down and Cassier. Donkey looked at the person in front of him and let out a sound. "How interesting." Sir stood silently, glaring fiercely at Donkey as she desperately begged in fear. "You are trembling, I beg of you just this once. I never expected we would meet again here. Dun Q, the leader of the Divine Sect, the supreme commander of 10,000 demon soldiers." Dun Run stood motionless, his voice echoing, "I humbly bow before the supreme heavenly demon." Behind Donkey, your subordinate Don Tuitong also knelt down in unison. Donkey began to introduce himself, knowing that the supreme heavenly demon might not recognize this inferior servant's name. "But the truth is, I have always been a loyal servant all along." Your trembling voice surprised me a little. "Of course I know you, even though you started later than your peers. You have already come this far." Do Run chuckled softly. Donkey looked confused, and he let out a small sound. Yes, the image of Donkey diligently training in the past appeared in his mind due to the tremor. You praise him, saying, "Even though you were the last to pass the newcomer training, you also worked hard to become a member of the Muong squad, so how could I forget that?" Donkey's voice wavers. "Do you still remember me among the hundreds of disciples back then?" Tears welling in his eyes, he stammered, "Oh, great heavenly demon." Donkey bowed his head again, and he and the people behind him shouted in unison, "Heavenly demon forever." Otvang and Kasi quietly watch from afar. Donkey smiles brightly and says, "But Lord Heavenly Demon, your image has really changed a lot since back then." A bit surprised, he asked, "Really? Why on earth is he trembling then?" Sai sighed and continued, "The master is like that." Casey clasped her hands and proudly said, "A supreme being can remember the names of all their subordinates." Goldvang looked at C and wondered, what does it mean that he can act so arrogantly towards a top-tier power in the spiritual world as if they were pets? Goldvang then looked towards Down and Donkey, and his mind was filled with thoughts. If Lord Lie Down and Lord Donkey are acquaintances, then Oatvang's observation makes me think, does he come here just to take all the treasures? No way. OP Vang sneaks away secretly. It decides to find a decent gift for him, not an expensive one. You have to do whatever it takes to satisfy the guests when they arrive and leave happily, Run said to Donkey. Take care of your health, a voice echoes. Actually, Run only did it to check information related to the company. Gold cried bitterly, shouting, "My heart hurts so much!" The scene shifts with the voiceover, while in the background, a customer orders 2 red bean-filled buns. The person behind interrupts, "I'll take 4 cakes." Hakas hurriedly shouted, "Yes, yes, please wait a moment." Outside, Issa was walking and laughing. Inside the counter, Hakas was handing a bag of cakes to a customer. He shouted, "Ah, thank you, customer." Yas suddenly threw himself at Hakas, startling him. Yas shouted, "Hey, Hakas!" Hakas turned to look at Yas and softly said, "Your Excellency." Yas smiled and excitedly replied, "That's right. Meeting me should make you happy. Serve me now." The guests outside looked confused at the two of them. Hakas angrily shouted, "Master, don't you see I'm trying to sell the rest of these cakes on my master's orders? If Master Mac isn't careful, this stall will be completely destroyed." Someone softly exclaimed, "My fish cake." Yas asked, "What do you mean?" Hakas added another cake to the bag and gently said, "Sorry about that. My dog was a bit noisy." Hakas gently holds out the bag of treats and asks, "Are you all right?" Hakas continued, "I will give you an extra free cake as an apology." The guest blushed and let out a small sound. "Oh my God," Yas clenched his fist. A surge of spiritual energy appeared, his voice full of anger. "Hey, did you just call me a dog?" Yas suddenly calmed down as Hakas shouted, "Your Excellency, a line of people waiting outside the shop." Hakas turned around, shouting in frustration, "Do you see this long line? Our dragon race always puts their heart into following orders. I'm really busy selling cakes to customers right now, so please don't bother me and just come in to help out." The female customers outside couldn't hold back and exclaimed, "You're so strong." Yas rolled his eyes and looked away, stammering, "So, okay, what do you want me to do now?" Hakas shouted like a command, first tying on an apron headband, then pouring the batter, and finally baking the fish cake. Yas exclaimed in confusion. "Yeah," Yas suddenly shouted. "Save me. Out of stock. See you next time." Iza lies motionless on the floor, gasping for breath. Hakas lying beside him exclaimed, "Well done, Your Excellency," and wrote a line on the ground expressing his exhaustion from the effort. Suddenly Yas angrily shouted, "How dare you command me?" Yas stood up and yelled in fury, "Are you trying to make me the Dragon King already? Just rush in solo and take this throne. Where is your noble Dragon Clan honor? Why are you able to sell fish cakes to humans here?" Hakka's replied in fear. I just like it because I enjoy interacting with the outside. I've been alone for too long. A memory flashes through Hakka's mind. He is talking to a robot. Hello, Wilson. I am Hakka. The robot stands still, silent in response to Hakka's words. Hakka sits quietly, his lips pressed tightly together. Hakka grabbed the robot and threw it far away. He sadly shouted, Wilson, bad boy has told Issa. I've always been a little man who only keeps to himself and has never met anyone. No matter how amazing my inventions are, there's no one to show them to. Hakka knelt down, the image of the robot he created appearing in his mind. He cried. Hakka gently called out. Winston snapped back to reality. Hakka was holding a frying pan used for baking. He said with sorrow that even though it was just a pile of broken remains, it meant a lot to the villain. Yas scratched his cheek and replied with concern. Oh, really? Hakka covered his eyes with one hand. He lets out a sigh of relief. Isaias awkwardly says, Why are you suddenly so sentimental? Yas looked towards Hakka, suddenly realizing something. Ayaz suddenly spoke, startling Hakka. Or are they pretending? Huh? Hakka stammered, There's no way that could happen, Your Majesty the Dragon. I find this suspicious. What? If you ask a stupid question, I'll punch you. The image of Do-Run appears in Hakka's mind. His tone was full of awkwardness. The master is indeed very strong, but how does he compare to you? Aren't you one of the strongest beings in this world? So the master should be on par with you, right? Yas scratched his face with one hand, looking away. He forced a smile. Well, Hakka shouted in fear, maybe even you are no match for the master. Yas slapped his chest and nervously argued back. What nonsense are you talking? Of course we're equals. I have 8,000 years of combat experience after all. Hawk's eyes lit up. He said with joy, I knew it. You have no idea how terrified the minion was when they saw the master unleash their energy. Just a little bit surprised, he answered in a nonchalant manner. I see now. Give me a number to see. Hakka wondered. Huh? What number? He placed a hand on his chin. He said, just give me a number and we'll see. If things go well, I guarantee you won't have to sell fish cakes anymore. After thinking for a moment, Haycast cheerfully exclaimed. Then 122 is saw. 312.312.333. Yas grabs Hakka by the collar and threatens angrily. Do you want to die? Hakka shouted in fear. Then just give me a number, he said angrily. Be careful with the number today, Hakka shouted in fear. Yes, scene transition to Down's house. Down walks into the house and loudly calls out, Hello, everyone. Casey steps onto the porch and speaks loudly. We're home. IAS is lying still on the armchair, tears streaming down her face. Do-Run looks at IAS and curiously asks what's wrong with it. Bu clings to the chair. The girl nervously asks IAS, Nong Nong, what's wrong? Junhai hesitated. Then Yas stayed still on the chair like a lost soul. Junhai continued, asking if it went to buy lottery tickets because everything was full, wondering if Yas really intended to make money that way. Yas burst into tears, his voice echoing painfully. Mi's pocket money is gone. Not a single penny left. Mi is thinking for the whole family. Down put his hand on his chin, thinking for a moment, then muttered, if things keep going like this, nothing will come of it. Then Yas's ears suddenly perked up when he heard Do-Run's words, as if he was about to ask him for a small favor to get some pocket money. No, Nki can't do it, master. Is there anything you want me to do? Yas stood still, a runny nose dripping down. Down smiled and said, a new SS-class dungeon just appeared. Down chuckled softly, his tone full of malice, so I need your help. The scene shifts to a mountain where a large hole appears, caused by someone. Kirill, holding a bow in one hand and raising a book in the other, loudly declares, Wa Dungi, I've made my decision. I will become a king because I'm tired of this wandering life. A caption appears, the book shifts, a treasure from the mine realm. This item can teleport you to your desired location. Dunki asked, what kind of king? Kiri softly replies, Earth. Kirill smiles slyly, his face full of malice. He adds, I will become the ruler of the earth. Dunki felt strange, confused as he looked at Kirill, his mind steady. Earth, is that the place where the corruption process has stopped spreading? Dunki smiled brightly. He joked playfully, Can I tell a different story? Kirill shouted in anger, Your mouth is faster than your brain again. Even if I am weaker than others, I am still one of the strongest beings in the spiritual realm. The earth dwellers who can't even pass the tutorial are nothing. A line of text appears. Kirill, one of the high beings of the mind realm. Dunki throws another book at Kirill, his voice echoing. Then grab another book to be sure, Kirill shouted angrily. Hey, you're looking down on others too much. Dunki threw another book at Kirill. His tone is very serious. Just add one more book? I'm not joking. You'll definitely need it. Kirill exclaimed in confusion. Doc transition scenes at Down's house. Isa was surprised and wondered if an S-rank dungeon appeared, so Mi had to step in. Isa looked around and arrogantly said, Mai will blow everything away on the master's command. Where is that dungeon? Ha asked Do-Run softly. It's the chicken monster dungeon. What? That's only a D-rank thing meant for the weaklings. Bill's face looked greedy. The girl whispered softly, but her voice trembled with curiosity. Hey, do you want to eat that weird thing? Bill suddenly shouted, "Does Papa know how to read my mind?" June and Down smile as they watch Bill, the girl hesitating. "Why is that?" Run asks softly. "So, what kind of food do you want to eat?" Images of dishes appear in Bill's mind. The little girl excitedly exclaimed. First, she had to take the wings, skewer them until crispy, then grill and cook them thoroughly. Run High picked Boo up. Smiling, she said, "You know so many dishes? My Bill is so talented." Bill's eyes sparkled. The girl cheered loudly. "The last dish has to be dipped in sauce." Yas stepped forward. He cleared his throat. Run High chuckled softly. She told Bill, "But such a big chicken must be expensive." Yas became just as eager as Bill and proudly said, "Trust in me, this dragon body can handle everything. Let me go bring back the monster chicken meat." Yas knelt down, saliva dripping continuously. He said to Do Run, "I am willing to do my best to bring the monster chicken meat back for Bill. Because it's urgent, I will go with you." He stands still, a tear falling down. He stands in silence for a moment, a hint of disappointment on his face. "I'm just curious, probably won't take long, right? Catching that monster." Yas clenched his fist and shouted with determination. "Of course, not yet." Yas gently lowers his head, his voice deepening as he prepares to fight the monster chicken. The scene shifts to a zone surrounded by thin nets, trembling. The flames around them burn fiercely, and a strange, complicated voice echoes as the two step forward, Yas shouting in confusion. "But what's going on like this?" Suddenly, a voice echoes, as if a stranger from the middle realm has appeared. A beam of light appears in the sky, and someone loudly declares, "So, you just arrived." Someone jumps down to the ground, and a collision causes an explosion, filling the air with smoke and dust. Someone's figure gradually appears in the distance. Yas frowns. He muttered, "That bastard's back." Kiri hovered in the air, his tone full of arrogance. "No one can withstand my attack, yet how do they manage to stop the corruption from spreading?" Kiriel smiled arrogantly and continued, "It's easy to be king of the earth, but I wonder if it's actually easier than I thought," Issa nonchalantly wondered. "Earth's king!" Kiri immediately raises his bow towards Issa. He shouted, "Who are you?" Aya stood still and coldly replied, "I am your great-grandfather, and you have exactly 5 seconds." When Kiriel spoke up to criticize, what was this little brat saying? Like lightning, Yas swiftly flies behind Kiriel. His voice echoes. "No, Kiri is speaking." Suddenly, he unexpectedly blurted out, "Don't let your words get you into trouble." "Huh? What do you mean?" Yas punches Kiriel hard in the head. He calls out coldly, "Time's up." Kiriel's whole body crashes to the ground, moving so fast that debris is scattered everywhere. The upper half of Kiriel's body sank into the ground. Yas dusted off his hands. He sighed deeply. Issa crossed his arms and said irritably to Kiriel, "Are you fed up with life? What are you thinking to dare come to Earth?" Issa lifts Kiriel's leg. He spoke loudly and opened his mouth. Kiriel screamed in fear. Yas said to Down, his voice like a threat, "The master allows me to teach this one a lesson about pain. Do Run prevents me." "Stop it, your mind is troubled." "Where did it learn that vulgar language?" Do Run grabs Kiriel's bow. You say, "Let's see what this is," as Kiri stammers. "No," the voice trembled loudly. "It seems this bow is his main weapon, so for now let's confiscate it to prevent trouble." A line appears saying, "Gung-Neen treasure of the mind realm." It is said that this bow was personally bestowed with power by the gods. The user of this bow has the potential to become the strongest figure in the middle world, and Kiriel becomes furious. He shouted, "Damn it, give it back!" Down lowered his head and threatened in a deep voice. "Stop!" Kiriel's body suddenly becomes immobile, shock appearing on his face. A cloud of black smoke surrounds Kiriel's body. He stammered in confusion, "Why can't I move?" Down coldly reminded him, "Calm down first." Kiri feels breathless. Down softly says, "Your caller shows some disappointment. I only intended to cool your head a bit, but I guess I went too far. I didn't expect you to be this weak." Due to the loss of control from trembling, Kiriel collapses. Yas exclaims in frustration, "Master, is that all? Why not just break him apart for good?" Kiri pulls out a book and mutters, "Damn it." Yas clenches his fists and punches forward. He excitedly said, "Want to keep playing? America really values the spirit of sacrifice." Kiri tears the book in half, his body gradually fading away. He shouts loudly, "I will definitely come back one day." Kiri suddenly disappeared, and in panic, he shouted, "Damn it, he's escaped." Yas's voice boomed, "Where did he run off to?" Kiri teleported elsewhere, muttering, "Oh no." What does that mean? Kiriel looked clearly confused. He wondered, why is the Dragon King there? Dungki crossed his arms and added, giving the order to bring more forbidden books. That was wrong. "Is that correct?" Dungki asked Kiriel. "Where is your palace?" "It was stolen," still with shock on his face. Kiriel's voice trembling, "How can there be someone in this world who treats the Dragon King like a dog?" Dungki placed a hand on his chin and said matter-of-factly that not only the 9th true dragon, but even the Dragon King himself bowed before him. Trembling as he ordered, Kiriel hesitated and said, "I see? What are you mumbling about?" Kiriel covered his face with both hands and exclaimed, "Lai Du is trembling. That bastard is the king of the earth." Kiriel helplessly shouted, "So how can I get the bow back now?" A voice rang out, and from that moment on, the name Earth Lord Lai Down spread rapidly through the spirit community. Transition to Down's house, where Yas suddenly becomes frightened and screams. Casey quickly covered Bill's eyes with one hand and whispered, "Bill, don't look." Down appeared behind an enemy groaning, suddenly speaking out with a dangerous tone. Long, this voice makes him feel scared. To clarify the current situation, we need to go back 1 hour. Yas tiredly prolongs her tone. "Me is back now." Junhai smiles and asks, Long, where is Paba?" He replied lazily that he would be back soon. Seer, still sleepy, prolongs his greeting to welcome the Lord back, then yawns sleepily. NC was stunned, gaping. How did everything turn out? Yas, holding the bow, smiles slyly. "What do you think?" "Still looking cool," casually asked in confusion. "My lord, where did you get that bow from?" He proudly replied, "I just got it hot off the press. Open your eyes and admire it. Let me show you how I shoot." "Are you annoyed? Why is it so big, don't you know?" He shouted loudly to give orders. "Spread your arms and watch." The bow couldn't help but tremble, gently easing your hand. Seeing the bow suddenly glow, Seer exclaimed in surprise, "There's something shining." But then the bow stopped glowing and went dull. Buchu lips curl into a smirk. Spray then, Run High is panic-stricken. It does look really beautiful. Hey, Long, don't tell me you actually plan to shoot it. Seer marked an X and looked frightened. "It really is beautiful." "Please don't act rashly, your majesty." Yas pulls the bowstring tight and smirks. "Of course there's no problem. He's grown up after all. Me doesn't cause trouble every day for the owner to scold." Mio smiled brightly, holding Yas tightly. Nong is indeed a big dragon. Seeing that, he suddenly stopped, looking mature and patient. Before he could finish speaking, IAS accidentally released the arrow, causing it to fly dangerously. It immediately pierced the glass, and all 4 of them shouted in terror, trying to hold on so they wouldn't be blown away. Seeing the large hole pierced by the arrow, the 4 of them could only stare in shock. Butte pointed ahead and shouted, "The neighbor's wall is over there. Yas just worried I might be doomed." Casey claps his hand and comes up with an idea. "Don't worry, Your Excellency, as long as we handle the aftermath before the master arrives." I speak indifferently because I'm nervous. "Hello, everyone. Sorry about today. I was a bit busy." Seeing that you are back, Issa could only stand there stiffly. Mia hurriedly ran over and hugged your leg, trembling. "Papa is back." Isa smiled through her tears, and that was the end. Long's life was trembling with fierce aura as he grabbed Isa's head. Long, he was terrified, but obediently responded. Yes, he quietly announced that starting today there will be no more pocket money or meat. Yes, as he cried out in pain, he only knew to agree. Yes, on the next day. Yuru praises. The weather is so beautiful today. The air is fresh and with the window wide open. There's nothing better than going outside to play. Bai is happily back home. Seer smiles happily. Hello, everyone. Yas, tired as if pretending to be 10, asks if you're having fun. Seer happily runs over holding the paper. Just look at this. If the Lord sees it, he will definitely be happy. Yas snapped. Hey, use that door. You idiot. The little girl holds up a notice about a photo contest with an attractive prize. Here, take a look at this. Yas carefully reads the paper. What is this? After reading the content, he suddenly shouted in surprise. A photo contest with 100 participants is a must to join. Cassie's eyes sparkled as she replied, yes, or we could exchange it for cash, then we can cover the house repair costs, and there's even a washing machine as a prize. The young master also feels uncomfortable using the old washing machine, so even if we only win second place, it's still a good deal. Considering Junhai's poverty, this old thing is just a burden all day long. Boo bit his finger and said, Mama being happy makes Boo happy too, and bringing something back for Mama would be perfect. They both held hands and couldn't help but smile. Our Boo family is truly kind, making the owners happy together, of course. The girl turned to look at Yas and said, I'm sure the Great Master will join too. Imagining the premium beef cuts, he couldn't help but salivate at the sight of the ribs, which warmed his heart. Casey helplessly looked at IAS and said, Master, it seems he hasn't thought about fixing the house. Suddenly, he spoke up. Casey Bill Isa strode forward confidently. Let's see. Suddenly, Seer spoke up. But this boss isn't taking meat, he's taking money to fix the house. Why are you so annoyed and scolding him so early? We'll decide when we reach the finals. Bill happily agrees. Okay. A little while later, the three of them hide behind the wall, peeking to observe. Casey asked curiously, Master, what are we doing here? Yas frowned and replied, just wait here. Suddenly, he grabbed the sleeve of someone because this person would be our model. Hakus looked on in confusion. Sir, Yas said excitedly, using that handsome face of yours is the best choice. Yas pointed fiercely at Hakus. See, that's why today we're not selling cakes. He's unwilling to turn away. What? Why all of a sudden? Yas shouted. It's urgent. Pack up quickly and go. Haas pouts and turns away. That's a bit difficult. Yas snapped in frustration. Is it because of those tails over there? Could it be that those little brats are more important than my orders? He quickly stopped him. No. Hakus's fans, seeing this, angrily scolded. Kids, you're the real small fry here. He's our idol. Do you understand? Look at yourself, short and ugly, like a little dog. How dare you criticize someone else? Hearing that, Ia clenched his lips in anger, trembling, and Hakus suddenly burst into laughter. Yas was so angry he could only bark like a dog. The fans ran away in fear. Yas yells from behind, get out and don't come back. Seeing the desolate scene, Hawkus could only say, Master will surely punish you severely if he sees this. Bubat laughed happily. That's so funny. He pouted angrily. Whatever, I just want to chase those fish away quickly. Casey couldn't help but be amazed, so it was intentional. The Great Dragon King is truly remarkable. I thought he was possessed by a dog, but this is truly astonishing. Ha stood helplessly. Do I really need to be moved? It's just the Emperor's decree falling to the bottom of society, isn't it? Yas took out the iPad. All right, Gia stands next to Bass. Seeing that, both strike a pose. Here it is, like this. Aya drawls in response. Yes, both of you make a V sign with your hands. Now smile and take the shot. 1-2 smile. He suddenly becomes angry. Let's see. Hey, can't your face look natural without showing any expression? Just pretending is fine. Come on. Hawkus looked puzzled. Yes. But what's the point of doing that? Yas gritted his teeth in frustration. Hawkus nervously stammers yes. After a moment of taking photos, Hawkus lets out a sigh of relief. This should be fine. Casey wondered. Are you sure about that? The little girl whispered, Is this place a bit boring? Seeing that photo, Seer's eyes sparkled as he kept analyzing nonstop. Not at all. This photo is arranged with great skill to showcase the beauty of different races coexisting on this ancient street in Korea. In an era of multicultural diversity, the Lord has conveyed a wish for peace to the viewers. As expected of Lord Dragon, little Yas, who serves as your subordinate but cannot see the hidden meaning, is truly a crime. Here and now, I swear to serve you diligently and be a solid support for you. I, am truly honored to serve the esteemed Dragon King. He forced a faint smile and avoided eye contact. Is that so? Well, at least you have some sincerity. I am very happy. Dur smiles happily. The Lord is indeed different. A few days after the results were announced, Junhai looked at the scene in front of him and was startled and panicked. Hello, everyone. She couldn't help but wonder what's going on, everyone. Why does this scene look so familiar? Cassie tearfully explains. Boo wanted to give a gift to the young master after winning the photo contest, but she was sad because she couldn't do it, and the Lord was sad because there was no meat to eat. Bill is sad. Boo just wants to give a gift to the ghost. Is that so? Boo is fine. Just having good intentions is enough. Be good now. Suddenly, there was a noise from the door as someone tremblingly entered carrying a full box. I'm back. All three of us speak in turn. Dad 3, the owner. You smile and say, Junhai, take this beef rib meat, she asks back in surprise. Really? Looking at the pile of meat in front of him, Yas secretly feels happy. Is all of it meat? And it's beef ribs too. But he secretly felt sad. That was the prize if we won first place or something. But probably I won't get to eat it. If I had won first place, things would be different. Because of the slight trembling, Long Long was called to eat this meat. He quickly looked up. Yes, what did the master just say? You smile faintly and say, You contributed too, so you should also join regularly. He couldn't help but feel happy, even though I don't know what I did. I just have to sincerely thank my kind master. As expected, the master is the best, and Do-Run couldn't hold back his annoyance. Get out of the way. He hugs your leg and keeps licking. Chunyu loves you the most, she asked with a trembling smile. So you don't want to eat? Yas hurriedly looked worried. Don't tease me, Bu scolds happily. Young Nong is such a fool. He pouts and sulks. What? Well, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let it go. Sir couldn't help but be happy too. The master has truly grown up. The Lord shifts to another location. An electronic voice begins the simulation training, and immediately a stream of electricity is directed at him. Kang Hee-eun quickly dodges nimbly as more and more streams of electricity continue to shoot out. He flexibly leans back and easily avoids them. Suddenly, 2 monsters appeared, shouting loudly as they attacked aggressively. Kang Hee-eun looked at them with disdain, and with just a few slashes, they were shattered and disappeared. The doctor marvels as he pushes up his glasses, unable to believe that he handled those ogresses in just 5 seconds and dodged all the magic missiles. Even the young man beside him can't help but feel excited. Maybe he will be able to pass the 50th floor after all. Yang Qian frowned and stared intently. A moment later, he handed Kang Hee-eun a towel and praised him. Well done. He wiped his sweat and softly replied, Thank you, Director. The man glanced at him with curiosity as if he still hadn't overcome the trauma from that time. Kang Hee-eun suddenly felt a weight in his chest and replied, It's better now. The 10th ranked dragon Masalis has always haunted my dreams, but it hasn't appeared lately. He recalls the terrifying scene then, the huge dragon opening its mouth to spew fire everywhere. Kang Hee-eun wide-eyed, shouting, Hurry and stop it, or everything will be ruined. The two of them quickly said, Hurry and help. Yes. But a second later, both of them were burned by the flames. Kang Hee-eun looked at the scene and could only shout in despair. I won't go back to reality, Kang Hee-eun said firmly with a frown. But I will not forget, I silently vow. Another dragon appears less than 3 years after Masalis was defeated. We can't let that nightmare happen again. Kang Hee-eun asked if we have already pinpointed the exact location where the dragon appeared at the Byung ice sheet. Yang Qian sighed and replied, Not yet. Everyone is still trying their best to gather information. We only know that Masalis has a level of 10, and the 2 dragons appearing in the ice field are level 1 and Qi. According to the collected information, the lower the number, the stronger the dragon. I honestly don't think I can defeat them. Yang Qian pats Kang Hyun on the shoulder to comfort him. If both dragons appeared at the same time, even Lord Lai Down might not be able to handle them. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered and asked Mr. Lai. The other end quickly replied, "Tell him quickly so it's clear. I will hand over the guidebook on how to complete the second level of the middle world. So if you have time, please come to my house to discuss the details." After hearing that, Kang Hyun's eyes sparkled with happiness. "Of course, it's truly an honor for me." "Yes, Sir Lai. I'll send you the landlord's contact. See you then." He happily walks away. "I have to go now. I also want to go with you." The scene shifts to another location. Lie down. "Sir Lai, I am Lai Kang Hyun. I bow sincerely, truly honored to be invited to your house." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "The house has been read by many reporters already." "Hey there." Kang Hyunin looked up at Lord Lai in confusion. He shouted in confusion, "Where did this blazing red dog come from? A wild dog?" Yas sighed in frustration. "The people of T are really unruly lately. It's better to deal with them now." Kang Hyun awkwardly explained that I wasn't here to sell newspapers. "I am Lai Kang Hyun of the Bai Himoti Society. Lord Lai Down has arranged for me to come to this address." "I wonder if he's home," Yas suddenly asked. "Is that the big store-bought cake in front of the door?" I held up the box and said, "It looks so good I bought one. Want a piece?" He must be craving so much that he's drooling a little. Dang, looks a bit suspicious, but if there's cake, he's probably a good person. Let me see. Yas happily walks away with the box of cake. "Is it a sweet?" Seer politely said, "Goy, please wait a moment," as she yawned. The owner said he would stop by the market for a while and then return. Kang Hyun looked surprised and responded, "Yes," he wondered quietly. "Master." Kang Hyun sat drinking water, quietly wondering, isn't he only staying with Jun-hee? "Hey, are you making a snack or what?" The girl lazily replied, "Just eat it all, sir." Suddenly, a loud noise rang out, and Cassie reverted to his original form. Kang Hyun was stunned, silently reassuring himself. "Wait a moment." Kang Hyun nervously recalled to himself, "I've seen these numbers here before," and Yas happily prepared to take another bite of cake, but was stopped by Kang Hyun. "No way," he looked stunned. "What's that? Let me go." Isa suddenly gets angry. "Only the owner is allowed to make me ride the airship." "Hey, let me go." The cake just fell on the ground now. Kang Hyun secretly felt amazed. The number on its forehead is 1, while the other one is 9. Don't tell me that recalling those 2 giant dragons makes me break out in a sweat. Yas panicked as he saw the cake fall. "Cake, please compensate me for this." At this moment, Down finally returns. "Sorry to keep you waiting." He immediately spoke up, "Master." King Hyunun was trembling with fear. "There is a dragon at Lord Lai's house." He quickly rebutted. "Did Nyi Hung do anything?" Hearing that, I suddenly understood. He forced a smile and said, "They seem to be quite spoiled." After a while, Kang Hyun still couldn't get over it. Lord Lai is truly in a whole different league. Kyung asked curiously, "What's going on with him?" Down stands on the podium, explaining that due to a lack of personnel to survey both dungeons fully, they are asking for everyone's support. Kang Hyun attentively listens, thinking to himself that he was wrong. "I used to think he was only 2 or 3 times stronger than me, but it turns out he's so terrifying, he's out there raising dragons to guard the house." He continued speaking from up there saying, "However, this task is not mandatory." He secretly admired, underestimated her strength. Truly a peerless master. King Ha-Unen's eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at Dawn. "Lord Lai is so cool and fierce, it hurts." Junieon painfully pinched by Wai Kyun's cheek. "This demoness!" She angrily shouted, "Pay attention and listen." Oh Wai Kung turned and said, "This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity." Kang Hee-Unen was stunned. "What kind of opportunity is this?" She smirked slyly and explained, "This is the first time Lord Lai has asked us for help. Until now, we've only received favors, so this time we must show him what true S-class service is." Junieon dismisses it. An S-rank is just nonsense if you're busy sucking up to others. Of course, this is an opportunity to repay him. Ikkyung angrily shouted, "Hey, you idiot!" Junieon quickly argued back, "I told you I'm hurt. If I'm a monkey, then you're a skeleton." King Hee-Woon silently calculated, "Everyone is trying their best to impress Lord Lai, so I must ensure I finish this task at record speed." The group of heroes stood up loudly and said, "We will do our best." Feeling nervous, I silently sighed. Everyone is very eager. The scene shifts to a room where Kiriel rests his chin on his hand and sighs. Dong-Ki nonchalantly stacks his books and sighs deeply, wondering why he didn't go and ask that crazy guy again. He got furious when he heard that. Is he crazy? "Are you telling me to go see that crazy guy again?" Dong-Ki turned around and asked. "So you have no other choice?" Kiri frantically ruffles his hair. "I know, but if I go back to Earth, that crazy guy will kill me." Dong-Ki stepped forward, puzzled. He was insisting just a few days ago on becoming the king of the Earth. I thought he preferred ruling the blind world rather than being buried here. He shouted angrily, "Shut up! Who would have known he was there?" Kiriel suddenly cursed. "Damn it." Dong-Ki closed his eyes and smiled softly. Kiriel gloomily said, "Well, just think it through carefully. It's no use with Lord Lai Do anyway. We can switch scenes elsewhere." Xian's couldn't help but be puzzled. "Can someone explain this scene to me?" Huk-Soo trembled in fear. "I'm at my wit's end too, boss." Seeing the crowd in front of them, both of them shouted in unison, "Why are there so many S-rank hunters gathered here?" He turned to Down and asked, Do you know what's going on? He immediately replied, I give up. Down handed the documents to Hyuk-shu. Hyuk-shu, you push that pile of documents to him and say, send it out. Yes, Hyuk-shu replied. Cheon-shu pats Down's shoulder and whispers that June took the reason and went to buy some drinks. You're wondering if this is your personal credit card. Just tell him to speak quietly, and remember not to buy any cheap drinks. Down turned to ask everyone to have an iced Americano. Cheon-shu quickly stopped him. Don't be nervous. They're quite picky, all these famous people, and they only want to drink Americanos. If we get fired, it might not just be our jobs, but our lives as well. The group immediately bowed their heads and replied, yes. Thank you, department head. They seem to like it. He broke out in a sweat and asked why. 10 minutes later at the meeting, Down stood in front of the table and said, according to the plan, I need each person to explore 10 dungeons, which is a bit much, so if anyone has any opinions, please speak up. Kang Hai asked nervously, what if we do more than that? He thought to himself, with this pace, we'll finish in less than 3 days. Plenty of time left. I need to seize this chance to win Mr. Lai's favor. The group immediately declared confidently, I can also meet the quota. Can I take on 20 dungeons? 30 is fine. I can do 32. He coldly raises his hand and says just a little is enough. Suddenly, someone spoke up. Can I have your phone number? June wrote down his number on the board and said, just a moment. He secretly thought he didn't keep anyone's contact information except for the Biamos and Icarus groups. It's a good opportunity to exchange a few words now. The hostile group grinned and replied in unison, thank you, Mr. Lai. Junyon looked at the paper, silently calculating. Ryu Junyon previously left a bad impression, so this time he can't afford to mess up. He confidently declared loudly, I will go right now. Sir Lai. After saying that, Junyon left. Kang Hun shouted loudly, Junyon, you need to finish the discussion first. Wai Kung quickly bowed his head and apologized. That clueless guy sincerely apologized, Sir Lee. He softly said, the meeting is almost over anyway. It's okay. In the forest, Junyon happily runs around. Let's go. This time I will shine. The people around couldn't help but wonder what was going on.
Why is Ryu Junyon here? I never expected to meet him in real life.
Should I go ask for his autograph? Kirill couldn't help but wonder. How can there be such a big crowd? Is the Earth King here? Junyon strikes a cool pose, but if my report is the same as everyone else's, it wouldn't mean anything anymore. I wonder if there's the way to make myself stand out more. The fans immediately cheered in response. Look, it's Hunter Ryu Junyon. So cool. Can you take a picture with us? He suddenly remembered. Oh, right. I should add a photo to make it more lively. Then Junyon pointed at someone and said, you, the tall one, come here. Kiri cluelessly pointed at me and said it was me. The people around whispered, so jealous, and he laughed loudly. That's right, come here and take a few photos with me. The stupid idiot yelled, how dare you threaten a senior of the spiritual realm? He raised his hand to attack, you bastard! But suddenly Junyon's phone rang and he quickly answered. Wait a moment, Brother Laidu is trembling. The person on the other end nervously asks Han. Is there a problem? Junyon replied cheerfully. Of course not. Kirill secretly sweats. What? Why are you trembling? The Earth King? Could it be that he has eyes and ears everywhere? How does he know I'm here? Runyon turned casually and said, just take the picture for me. Wait a moment, he cheerfully said. Come here and take a photo together. Add more people and scenes to make it lively. Kirill secretly worried it would go wrong. Planning to approach quietly and sweetly, ask him to return the ninja gear. But before he could do anything, he was already threatened. Meanwhile, at a coffee shop, Akung was complaining that Junyon, that idiot, probably wasn't capable of doing anything, and Kang Hyun chuckled to reassure him, saying it wasn't that serious. Suddenly, a message from Junyon appeared. Is everyone working? Ngi is really on fire right now. She couldn't help but ask, what kind of demon has possessed him? He looks worriedly at his phone. I have a bad feeling about this. Junyon sent another message. I'll also take a photo to report the progress. See, I told you not to believe it. Kang Hun couldn't help but be amazed. Why do you suddenly know how to use your head today? Just tell me where the photos are. Let's see. Akyung is excited to find out what his photo looks like. After seeing the photo, she widened her eyes and said, are you kidding me? Kang Hyun was just as shocked. Don't tell me he's planning to use this photo in the report for real. Dune looked at them in confusion. Has someone finished already? He picks up his phone to look at the photo. June secretly thinks this can't be used, so why is Kiri here? Junyon sent a message asking if it's okay. Kowlin replied that this photo can't be used. Dunki, lazily resting his chin, asked, you're back again. Is that Earthlord really all-powerful? I haven't even had a chance to do anything yet, so how did he find out? Dunki smirks and rests his chin on his hand. It's nothing complicated. He has always been a supreme existence and knows everything. The scene shifts to Down's house, where he crosses his arms in helplessness, resigned to it. He pouting and turning away, I told you Ma didn't do anything wrong. Junhai did the same, and so did Khan. Du Run could only helplessly watch the two of them. Why are Junhai and Long Long suddenly upset with each other like this? Turn back time to that evening. Junhai speaks up. Dinner is ready, let's eat. The three of them respond in turn. Yes, young master, the rice is ready, perfect. Wai sighed in complaint. What? More soybean soup? It's not that I'm difficult or picky, but this is a bit too much. Yun. Hi, we've been eating soup for 3 days in a row this week, and there's not even a bit of meat. Junhai irritably said, "There's sausage here. Eat it. No complaints. Eating a variety of foods helps you grow." Yaz quickly grabbed the sausage and replied, "This was eaten last week. How do you expect to grow anymore?" But the sausage suddenly slipped and landed on Junhai's head. Isa chuckled mischievously. "Sorry, that piece is just for tasting." She couldn't hold back her anger. Long Long, it seems you don't want to eat dinner tonight, do you?" He looked at Junhai in fear. Then she snatched Isa's bowl of rice. "If you're going to stop eating, then don't," he said irritably. "So what if it did?" Junhai glared at him irritably. If he keeps that attitude, he won't get to eat at all. He angrily walks away, thinking Yi is easy to bully. Yi should just leave this house and see what happens. Junhai fell silent and erupted in anger, and the two girls quickly said together, "Oh no, actually, Long wasn't really angry, just pouting a little, like a child." IU wanders around everywhere. This pork bone soup, rib porridge, and spicy rice cakes, everything is delicious. He looked into the shop with curiosity. What do they sell here? The people in the restaurant cheer. 3 minutes left, keep going. There's still time. The chubby guy quickly eats his noodles as Yaz suddenly asks, "Excuse me, sir, do you know what he's eating?" The owner couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my god, where did this talking red dog come from? He's really annoying. Why are there so many rude people in this world? Never mind. Just tell me what you guys are doing." Jongha explained, "This is a ramen eating contest." The owner muttered in amazement. "If a dog could talk," he continued explaining, "if you can finish the bowl of ramen within 30 minutes, you get it for free. If you can eat 2 bowls, you'll get a coupon for free ramen for a month. If you can eat 3 bowls, it's a coupon for 6 months of free ramen. But just a warning, even the most famous YouTubers on the internet haven't been able to do it yet. Yes, saliva is dripping down. Free ramen for 6 months. Am I dreaming?" Dongha presses the countdown timer for 2 seconds, but unfortunately, it didn't succeed. Since he lost, this bowl of noodles will cost 40,000. The fat guy muttered regretfully, "I really can't believe it." Almost there. Jongha scratched his head and smiled. "It's really tough because one bowl is meant for 5 people to share." Yaz chuckled slyly. "Here it is." He raised his hand dramatically and shouted loudly, "Just make a ramen challenge. 3 bowls at most." Both of them were surprised after hearing that. Jongha repeated once more, "Remember, if you fail, it will be 40,000 per bowl." The boss picks up his phone, gets ready, then picks up his chopsticks and pauses for a moment, sets a timer and says, "Start." Jongha can't help but ask, "I wonder if this little dog will succeed or not." The boss's father scoffs and replies, "Didn't you see earlier? That big chubby kid couldn't do it either, so today must be your lucky day." He lifts the empty bowl, 1 bowl down. He looked at the time in amazement. The boss thought to himself, 1 bowl is nothing special, but the second beast bowl is truly a challenge. He announced again, and after finishing another bowl, both of them couldn't believe their eyes. "How long has it been?" "Just 3 minutes." I smiles eerily. The shop owner clears this bowl and makes 3 more. Dongha opened his eyes wide and replied, "Yes." The next day at home, he was trembling. Junhai smiled and said, "Let's eat now that dinner is over." She secretly blamed herself. Maybe she was a bit too much yesterday, so today she needs to prepare some extra meat. Long has also been struggling to take care of the kids. Junhai carries the food to the table. "Today I cooked spicy chicken soup that Long likes, but he smiled and refused." "Everyone, just eat," Junhai quietly marveled. Long refused the spicy chicken stew. Yu looked at her with curiosity. "Aren't you having dinner, Nong? Are you going to eat some ramen?" Bill smells the aroma of ramen. Junhai looks at the girl sadly. "The smell of ramen. Does Bill want to eat ramen? Then I'll go make some ramen." "Do!" Run crossed her arms and looked at Yaz. He burst out laughing. So funny. He suddenly widened his eyes, staring as Do-Run looked at the photo with quiet curiosity. "What is it up to this time?" Junhee brought the food over and asked, "Do you want to eat ramen, Long?" He happily declines. "Just eat everyone. I'm full." She quietly felt sad. Even Long rejected the ramen. Junhai asked with a heavy heart, "Do you not like the food I cooked?" Yes, hearing this, sat up in confusion. Then she slammed the door and left. "Hate Long!" Yas shouted loudly, holding on. "Hey, Junhai, that's not how it is. I shouldn't have scolded it yesterday, but criticizing my cooking was really too much. How long did I spend preparing dinner? I can't believe I'm selling fish-shaped cakes. What a miserable fate. I really want to take the break." She looked over in surprise. Junhai asked, "Are you a friend of Long?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I am the young master." She happily praised, "I heard your fish cakes are really good." Hakas hands her a piece of fish cake. "It's okay, I guess. I got caught by her while I was just relaxing. I've been so busy lately." "Try one." Junhai took it. "Thank you," he said happily. "Seeing everyone enjoy their meal makes me happy too." Junhee sighs sadly. "I understand how happy it makes me to see my family enjoying the meals I cook, but maybe I should take a break once in a while." Hakas looked at her blankly, then suggested, "Let's take a break together." Junhee was puzzled. "Huh?" Ha Jang said slyly. "Anyway, someone can do our work for us." She continued, I guess it's okay to do it for someone else. And then Hai couldn't hide her happiness. Thank you, I appreciate it, it's nothing. After returning home, Junhai pounded her chest and loudly said, I still have Hakas, so thumbs up for me. Both of them then said in unison. They all went on strike and the other three looked confused. What's going on? Junhai stood to the side, arms crossed, speaking sternly. Today I won't be doing housework, so yes, better take care of it. Yas immediately spoke up to object. Why suddenly like this, Junhee? No way I could think that. Hakas, feeling emboldened, followed the Lord's lead, and I've been exhausted lately too. Yas couldn't hold back anymore and started fidgeting. Hakas, isn't it true that you really like selling fish cakes? Hakas and she looked at them with cold eyes, pretending everything was very serious. Why not? If she can do it, I can do it too. He also wanted to say a few more words, but I still have my research to focus on. As soon as the words were spoken, Junhai and Hakas slammed the door shut and disappeared quickly. Now, it's up to Yas to handle everything. The fish cake stall was handed over to Cassie. Yas holds his head in confusion alongside Cassie. So what the hell is going on? Suddenly making me do all the housework. Bill stands nearby, clearly excited. The scene shifts to a small fish cake stall. Bill and Cassie are offering to sell some fish cakes. The golden fish cakes look delicious. Buy some fish cakes, 2 for only 1,000 watts. The fish cake stall in the middle of the empty street with no one around makes both of them wonder why it's so deserted, huh? Are the fish cakes really that good? Sear sighed heavily. How am I supposed to sell all this now? Meanwhile, Bill is nibbling on the fish cake patiently. Are you good at selling, Mr. White-haired? The little girl looks eager, deep in thought, wondering why she's stuck with selling these cakes. With this crowd, not a single one will sell. Haika's excited face suddenly appears. What? The youngest kid can't even sell a single cake. Bu then clenched Vu's fist. Go ask Nong Nong. She's good at this. Casey looks surprised. What? Now? After saying that, the girl took C's hand and went to find Issa. There are no customers anyway. The little girl, hearing that, quietly sobs and says, Bill doesn't need to dig into the pain like that. As soon as she got home, the girl loudly called out to find Long Nam Sao to sell many fish cakes now. Cassie also called out to the Lord. Do you know how to do it? The scene before their eyes makes both C and Bill stop a few steps away, their voices trembling as they say, Nong Nong, master, what's going on? Plates and pillows in the house are covered with bubbles, so much that they seem about to spill out. You're back? Casey shouted loudly. Master, why is our house such a mess? Seeing the washing machine overflowing with foam, he quickly explained. I just did laundry and washed the dishes. But the washing machine suddenly broke down. Casey sighed and hit his forehead. I told you all you needed was to pour a glass of laundry detergent. Yas with an innocent look. He picks up the water bottle as if he doesn't understand what's going on. Well, I was just doing that. Is this the cup? Sir just sighed. It's not that detergent bottle. He knows he did wrong, and he avoids eye contact, changing the subject. Everyone makes mistakes in life, so why are you all back here? Why can't you sell the fish-shaped cakes? Bill and Seer suddenly look sad when talking about the fish-shaped cakes. There are no customers at all, my lord. It's completely empty. Yas stood to the side, arms crossed. What? Is that all? Hearing Yas's words, a faint look of joy flashes across both of their faces. Both of you follow me. Let me handle this. He quickly searched through each ingredient, with Bill and Kassir looking on in amazement. Here, this one. Here it is again, this one. The girl couldn't hold back and asked, Isn't this our food? Yas turns back to question both of them. Hakas left the bakery stall for us to handle, and you plan to let it go bankrupt like that? Seer looked guilty. No, but business is really tough, Your Excellency. A fleeting thought crossed Yas's mind, and he turned to look with hopeful eyes. So, shall we change jobs then? Bill hears him fiercely protesting. Nong's cooking is terrible. Casey stands nearby wanting to speak up for Yas, but he has good taste, just a bit clumsy with his hands. Yas couldn't hold back and spoke up. So, you're hitting and soothing at the same time. Listen, I know how to run a business. Yas, with a serious expression and clasping his hands, said, And you're good at housework, but when it comes to making fish cakes, I have no idea. Seer didn't seem to trust it too much, but still accepted. Yes, then let's try swapping roles and see how it goes. Bill clenched his fists, determined to motivate Nong Nong to make the fish cake, while Yas, having achieved his goal, started to laugh triumphantly. It's settled then. The housework now depends on you. Both Bill and Kassir look at him with suspicious or uncertain eyes, not sure if they can trust him. He's quite noisy. The scene shifts to the fish cake stall where Bill is enthusiastically selling fish cakes. Fish cakes are on sale now. Yas is standing right in front, constantly waving his hands and feet. Today the fish cakes are delicious, 4 for 1,000 gold. Bill, standing behind, also ordered 4 for 1,000 gold. Switching back to the apartment, while CI sits peacefully on the chair, unsure if this is okay, having changed jobs left by the young master in Hakas. But indeed, the Lord is quicker on the uptake. The little girl with the mischievous face thinks as she fidgets with her clothes. I really am better at doing housework, but it's not easy. Back to IAAS and Bill, a crowd appears in front of them. Isa and Bill are busy working hard. Come try it. It's so delicious it'll knock you out. Oh no, After everyone tried each piece of cake, they couldn't help but wonder if my sweet potato cake with candied ginger filling was better, or if my peanut butter cake was more delicious. Yas looks visibly tired and begins to complain. If things keep going like this, my fish cakes might even become more popular than Hakus's, and that would be troublesome. Why does business doing well make me feel so down? Where did Hakus come from? Holding a fish-shaped cake in his hand, is business going well, Your Excellency? Bill and Yaz respectively replied, Look, Hakus, I thought you would be back late. Haas frowned, with a slightly teasing tone, because I was so worried I couldn't rest. He takes a bite of the fish cake to taste it, but a fiery blast from Ha's mouth makes him cry tears of pain. It's too spicy. Give me a glass of water. Yu saw and calmly replied, Sorry, there's no water at the counter. Are you okay? Yas sighed. Give him a can of water. Drink my can of water. Hakus quickly grabbed the can, still complaining. How could you sell this? The Lord explains. It's just leftover stock, so no wonder no one calls for it. Bill and IAS take out a box full of money, looking at Hakus with pride. See this? You sold a lot, huh? That's quite a bit. Hakus was shocked when he saw it, his face froze in disbelief. The scene shifts to the apartment. Casey startles and drops the towel. Why are you back already? Junhai looked at the girl with surprise in her voice. Did you do everything yourself? Casey saw the spotless house and stood there with her mouth open in admiration. Seer shyly replied yes. So she gently asked, So you two switched jobs? Isaac Sir and Bill, looking exhausted and dejected, replied yes. Hakus also asked Han with concern. So how did everyone feel today? Casey, Isaacs, and Bill couldn't hide their exhaustion and started complaining. Taking care of Grandma is really no easy task. Exhausted, all three rushed to hug Junhai and Hakus, catching them completely off guard. We didn't realize you two had to work so hard. Managing housework and business is truly tough. Junhai gently reassured them, saying that they also wanted to teach the children how hard their daily work was, so seeing them try hard made them feel at ease. She reached out her hand and said, Thank you for your kindness. I will ask Dad to prepare a big meat dish for celebration tonight. Junhai gently embraced all three of them, making Sarah, Bill, and Eas tear up and cry. Junhai apologizes for complaining all the time and promises to be better in the future. Sarah will also help the young master more with household chores, and Ma Bill will work harder too. Due to trembling, he stood at the door witnessing the scene with a slightly happy face and a smile on his lips. It seems like tonight he'll need to make a reservation at a BBQ restaurant. The scene shifts to a distant land with a blood-red sky, Amon's palace. So, the Earth King has taken the primal fire of the Fire Lord. If he fought the Fire Lord, he must be very weak now. He is contemplating something, then starts to sneer. Before he recovers, he must attack immediately and seize that primordial fire. Amon stands up and shouts loudly to his subordinates below. The primal fire of the Fire King will be mine. His words carry a cruel tone, and the soldiers arriving on Earth appear before Down's office. You are sitting in front of the computer when your phone suddenly vibrates and your hands stop typing. A message notification appears on the screen. The water supply will be shut off for maintenance from 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. We apologize for the inconvenience. He looks at his phone's clock. It's already 9 o'clock, isn't it? So I went to the public bathhouse. The scene shifts to the public bath, where Min Hyuk Lee, exhausted, complains about feeling completely drained. He just changed clothes and saw someone else, wondering to himself, Today is also empty, so I can bathe comfortably. Someone's still here? Seeing Do Run, Min Hyuk was extremely surprised. Do Run asked Xia Zhao, Are you also here to take a shower? Yes, it was a coincidence. Min Hyuk asked, his face confused, feeling like it's been a long time since we last met. Do? Run wondered and said, We were just in a meeting yesterday. Min Hyuk, feeling a bit shy, replied, Yeah, being silent in the bathtub makes Min Hyuk feel really awkward. Staying quiet like this is embarrassing. I have to start a conversation first. He cheerfully said to Do Run, I am very grateful for the elixir you gifted me last time. Min Hyu added a few words, saying that the Yumagu heart essence is truly effective. I've benefited a lot from it. Down looked at him, thinking he deserved something better. Hearing that, Min Hyu quickly spoke up to object. It's not necessary. Everyone is jealous of me. It's really wonderful. It's better that you didn't say anything else. The atmosphere once again became awkwardly silent, and Min Hyuk, unable to bear the embarrassment, was internally shouting. Sorry, what should I say now? He pointed up as if he just thought of something interesting. That's right, Lord Lai, I remember this pond has a special effect. I heard it works really well if you soak your whole body, including your head, underwater, so how about we make a little bet? The fish doesn't seem very interested and asks, What kind? The sign above lists the lake's benefits, stating that the magic lake is very effective in relieving fatigue and restoring magic power. If the whole body, including the head, is submerged, the effects are even better. Min Hyuk struggles to find joy, seeing who can hold their breath longer. Do Run calmly replies, Why did you get so close? Seeing Min Hyuk shivering and remembering Yas, it seems this young man is also a bit reckless like Long Long. Min Hyuk pinched his nose and said, Let's start. Under Down's surprised gaze, he quickly submerged his face in the water to prepare for a dive. The boy somewhat boredly expressed his thoughts, saying he had already planned to wash up and relax. The surrounding air suddenly grew cold, as if he sensed something but it seemed like there was a change. Aeon was standing on the high-voltage tower searching for your appearance. So, this is Earth. I can sense the aura of the Earth King nearby. He sneered, revealing sharp teeth, unaware of the beam of light heading straight for him. Come out here, Earth Lord. A massive surge of energy shot straight at him, causing a huge explosion. Aemon was suddenly attacked, his face showing confusion. Who are you? Du Tremmeling, standing there in the clothes just taken from the bath, calmly says, just a civil servant. A immediately snapped, focusing his power into his sword. Official, how dare someone like you, so cheap, act so arrogantly here? A dark aura quickly rushes toward him, as if to swallow him up. The man thinks, no, actually, this is better. If I kill all these weak ones, he will definitely appear. With a gentle tremor, he swung his hand, and just a simple gesture pushed back the dark aura completely. Omen watched everything, his face full of confusion, and he sneered as the corners of his mouth curled up. Are you showing off? The trembling figure slowly rises into the sky, raising their hand high, and a series of light beams appear. Why does everyone say that about me lately? Lower your hand and point it at Aemon. Aemon's name is overwhelmed by a powerful force, his armor shattering into pieces, and he screams in pain. Mienhai-uk is underwater, pinching his nose tightly, starting to struggle to breathe. How much longer must I hold my breath? He opened one eye and saw Down's leg, thinking he couldn't endure it anymore. It seemed he had reached his limit, and Mienhai-wuk quickly surfaced, opening his mouth wide to gulp in air. Seeing that you went up first, Mienhai-wuk was very surprised and asked, when did you go up? He replied, about 5 minutes ago. He pointed at himself with a look of disbelief. So I won, he thought happily. I didn't expect Mr. Lai to be so bad at this. I won. Minhook's innocence once again makes June think of Yas, who is just as consistent. He's exactly like a dragon. A message appears. Min Jae, I've beaten you, Lord Lai. There is proof in the photo. It shows Minhook with a happy face. He laughs loudly as Down appears standing behind him. Min Jae is walking, reading the messages she just received. What is it? Just as she was about to criticize the banana milk, her words suddenly got cut off. What's so special about banana milk? Min Jae on the screen zooms in on the image where the sheikh appears, her eyebrows furrowed as if she's thinking. Min's face gradually shows satisfaction as the screen also appears. Do you want to save the image? Yes. No. The scene shifts to Down's apartment. A few days later, on a Sunday morning at home, feeling nervous, he is sitting on the sofa when Casey approaches and asks, Master, may I go out? To which he replies, go meet Anne, okay? Casey immediately asked out of curiosity, how does the owner know? The girl thought to herself, that's strange. I didn't tell anyone. Then looked at Down with a surprised expression, and he replied while holding a newspaper. Just that? He simply said, I guessed as much. C is holding a bag of food for a forest squirrel. Meanwhile, at Anne's secret base, Ong is standing and gazing at the shimmering water. She intently watches the surface of the lake, where a one-horned squirrel appears on her left shoulder. This is the first time I've seen this. A frozen hourglass. Casey stepped forward, letting out a relieved sigh, thinking, I'm glad I'm used to this place now. The little girl covered her eyes with one hand to block the bright light. Then Cher called out loudly into the house ahead. Anne, I'm here. Anne looked out and gently smiled. Hello, Sarah's here? Casey took out a bag of fish-shaped cakes and softly said, eat these up before you go. Anne asked in surprise, what kind of cake looks so good? Where did you buy it? Casey remembered the argument with Hakas when Aang had told him to shut up. The mortal thing, and Heka scolded her, so the girl had to say, I bought it on Earth. She thought to herself that since Anne and Hakas didn't like each other much, there was no need to clarify. Hearing that, Anne had no doubt and cheerfully said, I'll brew some more tea. Casey looked at the bag of cakes and sighed, thinking it's tough to be caught in the middle. Casey excitedly asked, so what are we going to see today? Anne gently replied, I just found an Ego swamp in the spiritual realm. The girl immediately said, I think only the Dragon Clan can handle the A-Ghost. So that's why they managed to take over a small area in the spirit realm. Ong explained, that's right, no one could defeat them before, but Ago, one of the most powerful monster species in the spirit realm, inexperienced adventurers wouldn't last more than 3 seconds against them, so it's best to run away. A pair of legs appears walking on the ground. Momu emerges among the Ghost and speaks irritably. It's really troublesome. When you see me coming, you should make way. The disgusting Agot started making savage sounds. Momu shouted, shut up, and threw the spear straight at it. The Ghost were terrified and screamed. Momu, holding the spear, looked at the gradually burning Ghost and muttered, is there no one stronger anymore? Then Momu flicked his eyes. Casey looked through the binoculars and was terrified, trembling as he said, did he discover me? Then Momu turned back, and Anne continued explaining to Cher that maybe she didn't know about this. Casey, the kings of the Mind Realm have become much stronger over the past 1,000 years. Tam Nguyet, the second-ranked ascendant, displayed overwhelming power in the Great Battle, surpassing all other ascendants. Then she said gloomily, we both can't defeat him, but Cher still isn't discouraged, and after thinking, she said, we're both true dragons, so how can we know if we don't try? And looked at the girl and asked again, are you sure? Casey didn't answer, and the girl also started to doubt. Even though we currently live on and depend on Earth, someday we will have to return to our old hideout. We can't stay there forever. The spiritual realm is where we truly belong. Cassier looked at the object before him and exclaimed. It was an hourglass appearing before their eyes. Uper's clock, the Earth, and the moon are floating above it. This shows the remaining time until the Earth is completely corrupted, but for some reason the clock has stopped, Cassier said while looking through the binoculars. Anyway, these guys won't be able to reach Earth without the teleportation book. Anne speaks softly. Then luckily the person next to him continued to ask, when did it stop? A opens her notebook to check. Answer. Let's see. It was exactly on the 8th. That's when it started to slow down, but now it's completely stopped. Casey closed her eyes and started to recall the day of the 8th. Then suddenly the little girl seemed to remember something. Her eyes wide open at the sight of the noodle meal, and beside her didn't understand what was happening. Casey quickly ran off, calling back, I'm going home. Anne didn't ask much, just told her to bring more fish-shaped cakes next time. The little girl obediently replied yes. Casey hurriedly ran back, thinking she needed to quickly report this to her master. Suddenly, the little girl looked panicked. What the hell is going on? In front of the little girl are images of squirrels jumping around chaotically. Where are they headed? They jump around so wildly, I don't know. When Bill saw Cassier, he shouted, Look, Cassier, Papa, Bill is back here. Casey is here now, Casey asked in surprise. Why is everyone here? I was just passing by. I had to survey the dungeon, and Bill wanted to come along. So I met Manhwa. C replied, Yes, I've finished my task, but what's with these one-horned squirrels? Bu quickly replied enthusiastically, Well, they're so fast that we couldn't catch them, and they're also really cute. A few hours earlier in the Horned Squirrels dungeon, before leaving, he warned seriously, Remember to watch over Bill, wishing the owner a safe trip, while Bill is happily playing and waiting for me and the kids. Then Yes, thought to himself, what am I even doing here? A nanny? Then he suddenly heard Bill squeak and turned back. Bill is being gnawed all over by the squirrels. Yas shouts in anger. Get out of here, you little gnawers. The squirrels are gathering together. Bu sniffed and asked, showing his true form, indicating the scent was similar to our race. What are you? Yas crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes full of hostility, and said in a deep voice, I told you to stop. Bill quickly ran to the back and hugged IAS. Don't worry, they won't bully us. Bill Eas looked at the squirrels and said, Come here. The squirrels, seeing this, trembled and muttered to themselves, What's wrong with my body? Is something wrong? That red name is so scary. He still crossed his arms, looking down, and said in a commanding tone, If you want to play, you'd better ask first. Sorry in advance, but I'll come and join you later.
But those squirrels stuck out their tongues and said, Who would want to play with you? Yas saw this and was furious. Furious. Stepping closer to the squirrels and asking, What do you mean?
At this moment, Bill peeked out from behind Isa and asked, What are your names? I'm Bill. My dad named me that. The squirrels replied, We are one-horned squirrels and we have no names. One squirrel jumped onto Bu's head and said, But me's smell is really strange, very fragrant. What kind of monster are you? Bu quickly denied. I'm not a monster, but why don't you have any names? The group of squirrels thought about being caught and how people would say they look tasty. Plus, with some experience points gained, they said, Since we're going to disappear by tomorrow anyway, what's the point of having a name? Bill, hearing that, replied regretfully, I wish we still had a name. Y angrily said, Knee is just because they are too weak, but I am invincible. A squirrel spoke, saying, It's okay, we're used to it too. Suddenly, Bu had an idea, and the girl cheerfully said, Bu has an idea, while IAS seemed not to support it much, saying, What do you want to do now? Just stay calm. But the girl immediately grabbed her hand and said, Let's go. No, yeah. As was hurriedly pulled away, yeah. As followed Bill anxiously shouting, I don't want to get punished again. The company contributed money. Bill happily walks with the squirrels, while Yas follows nervously. Where is this place? I shouldn't be coming to places like this. Oatvang looked at IAS and exclaimed, Oh my, let's see who has arrived. Isn't it the great Dragon King, the supreme ruler of the dragon race? Yas said seriously. It's been a while since I last came here. Ott respectfully asks what brings you here today. It's this kid who dragged me there. Then Yas asked Bill, Hey Bill, what are we doing here again? The girl hesitated. So the girl sincerely said, Bill, what do you want to do so that the squirrels don't get caught? Hearing that, the squirrel muttered in denial. We're not slow, but if you humans are too fast. The golden owl stared intently at the squirrel on Bu's head, assessing. Is this a top-tier monster? They are indeed fast, but they can still be easily caught by humans. Our goods are too valuable to be used by these weaklings. See, I told you so. We are just a bunch of ragtag monsters. What do you expect? Hearing that, Bill shouted in anger. You squirrels are friends of Bill, not a bunch of freaks. Yas quickly said, Hey, why are you making the girl angry? Sorry, here's something perfect for her. The squirrel asked in surprise. Really? Bu also was surprised. Really? Otvang took out a bottle of medicine and quickly explained. This will make them move faster after drinking, with permanent effect. They will be able to run so fast that humans can hardly see with the naked eye. The potion is a third-tier hybrid speed-boosting drug that permanently increases movement speed after one use. It is made by extracting blood from the ancient monster Jam's Thunder. Drinking it grants faster movement, but the effect does not stack. Boo's eyes lit up happily and said, "It sparkles. Give the kid 100 bottles." The squirrels then thought that humans would never be able to catch us if we had this. Yas, holding a box of medicine, asked, "Are we ready to go?" "Bill," the girl happily replied. "You're still clueless about the gold? Wait a moment. Then who pays?" Yas glanced back and said, "You thought it was a gift, but it's not anything fancy. Why bother with money?" Otvang quickly knelt down and grabbed Yazvan's tail, begging him not to do it. "If you do that, my little family's going to starve." Yas looks unconvinced. "Talking nonsense. You still have a lot of stock left. Let me go." Hearing that, Gold Oat's face turned dangerous. "It might seem a bit sneaky, but I have to use this method. If he knows about this, I wonder if Lord Lydajan will agree. The sinister gold-toothed man, if you don't want a big problem, please pay the full amount, only 100 ni." Yas was furious at these cheap things and demanded the genuine item. Bill quickly asked about the gold, but Bill didn't have gold. The gold-toothed man shook his head, saying it's not possible. Without gold, you can't take the items. B quickly asked, "What about this? It's yam me." He glanced at what Bill was holding and said that wouldn't do anything. Then Bill threw what he was holding straight into Otvang's mouth. "Yeah, Min, try a bite." Ot was very surprised by the flavor and quickly asked, "What is this called, miss?" Bill immediately held up the chalk pea in his hand, showing it off, and quickly said, "I'll trade for this. 100 pieces. Give me 100. He couldn't believe it. "Really?" Isa was still stunned, wondering, "Is the pie really that good?" And Bill happily said, "Eat the choco pie first." Then Bill started distributing medicine to the squirrels. "Each of you has a bottle. You will be Rams 1 and Rams 2. The squirrels cheer happily. Thank you so much." Each squirrel has a bottle of medicine and starts drinking it. Every squirrel feels energized and full of strength. "I can feel the power now. Look, the city is burning. I feel so light I can't believe it." She wipes her mouth in disbelief that she managed to buy things with Choco Pie. "Oh, this world has no more pocket money left at all." And Bill looked at the squirrel squad happily and said, "Everyone's faster now. That's great." Then the girl with empty hands said, "It's time to do the favor for N." The squirrels also shouted, "Chocobai pays back the favor." Yas then said, "But you guys are just a bunch of troublemakers. Just keep your heads down. Don't go attacking players or you'll get into trouble." So in the end, you bought that potion with Choi, and that's why the squirrels are so fast. See, with one shot you hit 2 targets. They're pretty good too. At first I didn't have much hope for these extortionists, but it turns out they're pretty good at making money. The squirrels are aggressively attacking players to demand money. Hand over the cash. Yon 100 grams, that guy paid 100 grams. Help, stop, we will return the money to that pie girl. Casey didn't know what else to say, and the news about the one-horned squirrel attack was starting to air on TV. The one-horned squirrel attacked and robbed the players on Johong floor, and Hu Dong submitted complaints about the attack. The one-horned squirrel attacked and robbed players in the kitchen while the family was having dinner. Junhai heard the news and said, "It seems like a lot is happening at that dungeon. The one-horned squirrel gang moves so quickly, normally they are perfect monsters for beginners." Then she asked Dune, "Did Dad check that dungeon today?" But Run only nodded in response. Bill happily said beside them, "The Jams won't be bullied anymore." Seer, sitting nearby, ate while glancing at Dune. The little girl silently wondered how she could tell him about it. She still hadn't spoken of the situation in the Mind Realm and the sudden stopping of the sand clock. Seeing Casey sigh, Do Run immediately asked, "Huh?" He reached out to gently pat the girl's head and then asked softly, "Did you have fun visiting Anne today?" "Master." The little girl started to think. "That's right. The hourglass stops because of the master, and even the merchants can't do anything to him. The master is the strongest, so there's nothing to worry about, right?" Thinking that, Seer happily responded with excitement. "Yes, I'm very happy." Aya suddenly grabbed Seer's cake and said, "If Kasi won't eat it, I'll eat it for you." The little girl is very annoyed. The Lord really is like that, and then both of them start fighting over each other. "Lord, if you're so greedy, you'll get yourself into trouble." Junhai intervenes to stop him. The two of them still have plenty of meat left, and Bill is still feeling super happy. So happy. Inside W.J. Dungy's mind, Dungy is sitting in his room reading a book when suddenly a loud shout echoes. Uyungi is shocked to the core. Then Kirill suddenly bursts in, shouting loudly, "W. Jungi, I told you I have shocking news." Dungy closed his eyes and calmly said, "Shoes." Kiri then remembered and looked down at his feet. "I should take off my shoes, right?" Then he took off his shoes, while Dungy remained sitting in the room. "Have you finished asking?" At this moment, Dungy finally spoke and asked, "What's going on?" Kiri says, "Aeon is dead. I saw his name just got erased from the rankings." Kiri concludes, "That idiot's come to Earth, so whoever killed him is obvious. It's definitely the Earth Lord." "Well then, if it's him, then it's very likely. He is praised by others as the supreme heavenly demon. Hey, is it true you used to work under the Earth Lord? Donkey replied, I was once a member of the Black Shadow Squad under the Heavenly Demon Sect. Then he began to recount that there are a total of 5 divisions in the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Black Shadow Team, responsible for investigation and intelligence. Usually only the most outstanding disciples from the Black Purple Sect are accepted into the team, but I was recruited after making remarkable progress thanks to Master Lie Down's guidance. I don't care about the Black Shadow or the Black Robe. I only know you were once with the Earth Lord. Give me his weakness, and I will give you this unique fragment of the Rainbow Shard, a consumable energy form that can boost your magic power. Donkey immediately replied, he has no weaknesses. Kiri didn't believe it and kept thinking carefully, there must be 1 or 2. Donkey began to think, trying to figure it out. Then, he started to recall the time when he was still the supreme heavenly demon. Everyone is now rushing to find their position on the list. The noisy, chaotic sound makes it impossible to see anything. Move aside, step back. Now Donkey is searching for his name, W. Junkie. You Donkey. He has found Wongi. Rank 207! Suddenly, a voice rang out. Why bother searching for your own name from top to bottom, you fool? Then Dong Ha continued to mock. Someone like you, no matter how hard you try, will only stay at the bottom of society. Donkey thought to himself. Jongpi, the prodigy, has never even left the top spot. The bald man sneered. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Dong Ha exclaimed, you're deliberately ignoring us. Donkey didn't care much. He was only paying attention to John Pong. He secretly thought, the sect even rumors that he's a strong candidate for the deputy leader of a small branch. With such top rankings, he will definitely have a chance to meet the heavenly demon.
The rest doesn't matter, but this one thing really makes me feel jealous. At the same time, in another corner, Kirill saw it.
A few hours later, Kirill asked, do you feel dissatisfied with your ranking? Now, Donkey was surprised and wondered who he was that suddenly called him in just to ask this. A new instructor? Then he thought to himself, even if he's new, he probably already knows I'm the worst in the class for years, so what more can I complain about? My shortcomings are already obvious. Donkey quickly replied, no. Then Do-Run said, 1 year ago, you woke up an hour earlier than everyone else to practice swordsmanship. Donkey was surprised. How do you know that? Then he approached Donkey and asked softly, Do-Run, do you feel any regret? Donkey gently bowed his head and replied, I only feel disappointed in myself. The results are not surprising. He whispered as if his efforts had gone in the wrong direction. Hearing that, Don immediately handed over a piece of paper. He exclaimed, the self-criticism. Donkey quickly grabbed it. Yes, I said it trembling. Write it down and then go outside first. There's only one chance. At this moment, Donkey wondered what he had done wrong in his self-assessment. He recalls the past, questioning what was wrong with his effort to become the leader. Donkey had tried very hard before, thinking immaturely that if he worked harder than others, success would follow, only to face the consequence of a battered body from overexertion. Donkey suddenly realized that during that time, he only thought about blindly training. Just half-hearted effort. Now he wishes he could turn back time, but then Donkey also knew how foolish that dream was. How could that possibly happen? Donkey decided to sit down and write a self-criticism report. Do Jun's voice rang out. Are you finished yet? Donkey hurriedly replied, yes, I have. Dun finished reading and exclaimed, well done. Donkey humbly says it's nothing. Then he put away the report card and left after giving instructions. All right, over the next 3 years, training under my guidance will be more difficult than before. Hearing that, Donkey was surprised. What do you mean by that? He didn't say anything, just smiled and walked away. Donkey thought to himself, that was our first meeting with Lord Heavenly Demon. Returning to the present, Kirill asked, where is that weakness? Hurry up and speak. I don't have time to listen to stories. Donkey replied, take your time. Then he handed over a piece of paper. Next. Donkey smiled and said, write one too. That self-criticism report. Kiri took the bewildered face. Then Kirill's self-criticism content began to spread across the forums of Zhongjie. Sometime later, it reached Earth. Dongpil shouted, finally I've reached S-Rank. Behold this masterpiece. White Kim card? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Nice. Dongpi turned back immediately. He told the hunter to scare Junion. I was told someone would come to take me to the S-Rank area, and I didn't expect that person to be you. Junion shouts, follow me. Dongpi is delighted. It's truly an honor. It's so noisy. Keep it down, damn it. Dongpi replied clearly. The store clerk confirmed your identity. S-Rank hunter Ru Junion. Wishing you a pleasant shopping experience. Next, store clerk Ho Hoi. You must be a level S hunter who just advanced to Gon Dongpil. Congratulations. Jongpil is delighted. Thank you very much. Thank you. Then he thought to himself, ever since he got this card, he's been treated like a VIP, which is a completely different feeling from when he was an A rank. Junion quickly handed over the equipment to Dongpil. He said, take this one, and this one too. At that moment, Dongpil's eyes sparkled like stars, and he exclaimed, I can't believe I have the honor of being equipped by Senior Rujun Ion himself. I will take good care of them. Junion suddenly asked, hey, what kind of weapon are you using? Hearing that, Dong Pil quickly said, I happen to use a spear too, just like the senior. As soon as he finished, Junyeon was excited. A spear? You really know how to choose. Then let me teach you a few things. Hearing that, Dong Pil was surprised. He said loudly, Please teach me sincerely. Junyeon immediately confirms, yes, this is the life philosophy manual I have distilled. With it, your life will be incredibly successful and fulfilling. How do you feel about that? Do you like it? He thought to himself. Honestly, there's no hunter in this world who can live carefree like Ryu Junyeon except for criminals. Dong Pil exclaimed, I like it a lot. Junyeon immediately said, Hey, what's so easy? I'll cover your dinner tonight. He replied, Yes, let's go now, senior. There's a pretty good drinking spot nearby. Junyeon excitedly said, Is there any drinking spot I haven't discovered yet? Dong P immediately explained that they made some really delicious appetizers. Fish-shaped cakes are the most popular item. Runayon immediately said, Oh, well, anything is fine. Let's go, buddy. Dong P, the date was changed to Dong Bo, senior. An hour later at the pub, Junyeon seems to be drunk and is speaking unclearly. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Did you read that carefully? Dong P praises the senior, saying he's the best. Then he asks again, So you mean I just need to follow the example of this person named Lie Down? Hearing that, Junyeon immediately agreed. Exactly, just follow him and you'll live like an immortal. Dong Pil was suspicious, but he didn't seem any different from an ordinary person. I don't see anything special about him. A voice echoes, How much does Hak Long owe now? The server ran out to ask. Sir Lai is trembling. What are you two here for? Dong P asked cautiously. Hawk is shouting. It's just a misunderstanding. The owner thought there was no debt to anyone, and trembling, grabbed Hawk's head and handed over the money. Is this voice loud enough? The server quickly replied. Yes, that's enough for you to see. Jun Ayon saw him and exclaimed Lord Lai. He hurried over, bowed politely, and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you drunk? Seeing that, Dong Pil wondered to himself, I never expected a renowned hunter like Ru Junyeon to be so submissive. He must be a very important figure. Then Junyeon pulled Dong Pil aside and introduced him. Please meet him. He's a newly promoted S-Rank hunter named Dong something, right? Hurry! And bowing his head, he greets, My name is John. Jong Pil? Now he quickly extends his hand. I am Lai Do-jun, currently working at the Cyan Dungeon Management Office. Hello there. Dong P quickly extended his hand. He thought to himself, so this is Lord Lai Do-jun. Next, he said it was a pleasure. You suddenly saw the notebook on the table. What did you ask? Haka says, Information about Lord Lai. Are you spying on your master? At that moment, Dong Pil suddenly snatched the paper. I'm doomed. What is this? Why is this here? He pondered silently. And Runyon is hiding away. As time passes, the next day at the Hunter Association, Y asked where Hunter Ru Jun Eon was. Young replied, Is this because Lord Lai sent Jun to do a little task? He asked with surprise. Really? At this moment, Junyeon is completely confused. He shouted, How could anyone write a 100-page self-criticism report? Junyeon remembered Jun's advice to write an additional essay analyzing the legal regulations on personal information protection. Now Aeon is walking in anger, her fist clenched and a cold glare fixed ahead. Ayoung forcefully pushed the door open and shouted, Hey Ryu Jun Eon! At this moment, Jun Eon was watching the movie Paradise of Love. Seeing that, A quickly took the phone off his ear and loudly said, Put down the phone. I told him to shout. Junyeon said with an annoyed expression. What is that? It startled me. Don't you know how to knock? The phone rings, asking if you want to go out today. Then Junyeon said sharply, Why did you barge in like that, Akong? Little A, can you give me some advice on love? Junyeon looked suspicious. When Hachi asked me the truth, it's normal. But talking to Lai Kang-hyun and Moon Ong, this young man Runyeon always boasts about being a ladies' man, while in reality, he has never had a serious relationship. At this moment, with Runyeon bragging like that, you've found the right person. The Casanova is right here, he whispered to himself. Of course, I've already managed to flirt with plenty of girls in the game. Then Akyung whispered that actually, I just want to win his affection, Mr. Lai, Junyeon commented. That's true, with that obvious expression on his face. Is he asking to get his attention? Next, Junyeon, with a calm demeanor and a sarcastic tone, looked like a stern old lady, yet his soul was surprisingly dreamy. A loud bang echoed. At this moment, Junyeon said with a worried tone, But the target is Lord Lai. The task is too difficult. He's like a Buddha statue. Confessing love probably just goes in one ear and out the other. Hey Kyung, just do your best. Just show me what you have. Then Runyeon smiles slyly. All right, it's been a long time since this guy had a chance to show off. He starts grabbing paper and pen to write. We need to use a quick and decisive strategy. No matter how difficult the game is, there's always a way to win. Then he wrote the challenging words to the path to your heart, Lai Akong excited. Junyeon is counting on him. She didn't get a chance to see the paper. At the same time in the office, Che Onu shouted, Where's the dungeon report due to the tremor? Huh? You answered on the desk behind him. The manager exclaimed, Here it is. Thanks a lot. Hey, are you busy this Saturday? Down quickly said, No, I don't have any plans. The notification sound from your phone rings out. Time passes quickly, and later at Down's workplace, Chan Shu cheerfully says, Lucky us, the guys are planning to make a few beers after work. Join us if you're free for fun. Your phone screen shows Moon Ong. Are you free this Saturday? Shall we go eat together? Then he quickly said, sorry, boss, I have another date. What do you mean by a date? You don't usually go on dates. Hearing that, you reply, oh, I'm on a date. Probably so. Cheon-shu looked annoyed. It's probably a date. If you don't want to hang out, just say so. Down hurriedly explained, I'm telling the truth, but he didn't listen. Forget it. If not, I can go with Hyuk-shu instead. Hyuk-shu quickly said, manager, actually, at this time, Cheon-shu only knows how to cry, including you. Forget it. Now I'm all alone. It's Saturday now, and Akung is whispering in front of Gangnam Station that I arrived a bit early. The two young men on the street exclaimed, it's Money Kung, right? Let's ask for her autograph. Just then, footsteps sounded, and with excitement, she arrived early. Akyong gently squeezed her hand, her voice trembling with excitement. Thank you for accepting the invitation. Let's go to the restaurant now. I've already made a reservation. You should be the one to thank, not the one being invited. Let's go. Akung's mind suddenly flashed with a quiet shout. He looks so handsome. This is the first time I've seen him in casual clothes since Bill's incident. Calm down, my heart. She remembers Junion's first advice to stay calm and quietly hold his hand without saying a word. Then she looked down at Yi Kyung and thought to herself to hold his hand, so she took his finger. Wai Kyung wondered if it was like this. Now Down smiled softly as they walked together peacefully. Kyung happily closed her eyes and smiled at Lai. Junion, he's really effective. They enjoyed a meal together, chatting happily, then he took her hand and they strolled through the city. Now A Kyung thinks to herself that the meal went very smoothly. Next, she recalls Junion's second words. Men are often easily softened by fragile women, so take full advantage of this. But Ong feels that women may seem fragile, yet as an S-rank hunter, he's never even caught a cold. And she wondered if it was that. Then suddenly an idea came to Ah Kyung. She suggested to Lai, should we try target shooting instead? Do-run agreed immediately, and Kang Ho smiled brightly with an enthusiastic voice. Welcome, try to hit Hong Tam with 10 shots using the magic gun. 200,000 worlds per try. Hello, everyone? They really are a perfect match. Do you want to give it a try? Then he cheered up, wondering if she was the Moon Ong hunter. She hesitated in surprise. That's right. King Hoi. Her boyfriend is so handsome and educated, isn't he? Do you want to try shooting? She exclaimed. What? Just worried because you're nervous. Let's try playing then. After that, he hands over a gun for both of them. She nodded and thanked him, then took aim. Akyung thought that if she just intentionally missed her shots and cheered for Lai when it was his turn, that would be enough. But if she shot too accurately, it would be too obvious. Just keep hitting the center a few times and then decide. After that, she kept shooting narrowly and continuously. Akyung wondered why she couldn't hit the target and exclaimed, am I really that bad at shooting? At this moment, Kang Ho thought that as a Sun Moon Ong marksman hitting the center was easy. He didn't expect him to cheat. He was scheming, so I used illusions. Even if you're a Sun Moon Ong master, you won't get anything from him, Akyung exclaimed. Oh my god, why is it so hard? I quickly lean in and whisper, for you to focus. She gently nods and lifts her head high. Yes. She is confused. What's going on? You only focus on guiding the trigger, releasing it slowly to aim carefully, then line up with the barrel. Then you silently memorize this feeling and speak firmly. Then she squeezed the trigger at the same time and the bullet hit the bullseye. Then Hong Tam and the remaining plex were all hit by bullets, making him pale with fear. How is that possible? Akong was also surprised, and as a result she has a cute bear-shaped keychain. Down asked, do you seem to like it a lot? Akong was excited. Yes, it's very pretty. Then you looked for the subway station in this direction, right? Feeling down, she said, I want to hang out a little longer, and then she tugged at your shirt. Akong hesitated. Could you walk a bit slower? I'm a bit nervous, so we can go at a slower pace. Then he took Akong's hand and suggested that he invite him next time. Whenever it's convenient, just let him know. She blushed and quickly replied, any time is fine. Run smiled and said, whenever you want. At this moment, Wai Kyung gently tilts her head, her eyes wide as if contemplating something. Her slow reply is, let me think about it first. The sunset stretches over the empty street, the sky painted pink as it embraces the two figures walking side by side. A heartfelt voice echoes softly but meaningfully. Because I want us to have more time to get to know each other. The TV program has already started. In this week's Wild Nature program, we will visit the life of a monk in the wilderness mountains. Su Thay Doam's dinner is plain rice with mushroom. This type of mushroom can be cooked with rice, steamed, or stir-fried, and it is also a valuable medicinal herb that nourishes the body. 20 years ago, Monk Dome chose to live in seclusion and strictly follow a vegetarian diet. Seeing that, Yas was extremely annoyed. What do you mean? Living without eating meat? That sounds pretty boring. With determination, Bill declared loudly that he liked mushrooms and wanted to eat them, and he also wanted to become a monk. But he was immediately shut down because he just finished stuffing himself with meat yesterday. Hearing that, Junhai suddenly asked, Bill, are you planning to stop eating meat from now on? The girl nodded firmly. Yes, Bill wants to become a monk and won't eat meat anymore. But Yas sneered, thinking she couldn't last a day. So the two of them started fighting. He's silly. Bu said he could do it, and the battle made him beg for help. Things are a bit tense, so she hurried to intervene, saying, "Then today let's make a few mushroom dishes, but we don't have mushrooms in the fridge, so we'll have to go shopping later." Yas rushes over. Let me go buy it." Junhai still wouldn't agree. Long, last time I went shopping I only brought back meat, just meat." "No way," he immediately switches to begging mode. "This time I bet he'll buy the right stuff." "Go ahead, let's see." Standing in a corner trembling with thought, it seems the fourth floor of the middle world is filled with mushroom-shaped monsters, so I need to check it out. In a vast open space resembling a forest, the fourth level of the middle world is called the Immortal Realm, inhabited by a total of no more than one immortal. And the most eccentric among them is Yan-Un, also known as Demon Immortal. Yan-Un sat alone, muttering, "Just one. Just need one." That action of his is also the reason why other immortals often look down on him. Yan-Un looks around. 10 immortals will take turns accepting new disciples into this world. Underwater, Cassie and Issa are getting ready. Currently, it's Yan-Un's turn to welcome adventurers and recruit disciples. Up here, the old man stroked his beard and sighed. "It's been 2 years without any visitors. Truly a miserable life for me." As he finished speaking, he appeared in shock. "What is this? A red dog." Yaslan, safely right behind the old man, trembling, appears. "Is this the fourth floor of the middle world?" "It seems to be correct, master." However, Yan-Un doesn't care, shooting everywhere. "This naughty dog keeps rebelling more the more he talks. What nonsense are you spouting?" "I am a dragon." The old man glanced over with a trembling look. "Is this my new disciple? Your face looks emotionless right now. Nothing special about it." His heart is also fragile. It's disappointing that someone so weak is my disciple. Showing politeness, she nervously extends her hand. "Hello, I am Lai Du Run. This action of yours to make the old man uncomfortable and extend your hand to your master? That Dan." 2 polite hands clasped each other. This kind of fiery temperament needs to be disciplined early on, teaching him what manners are. Maybe making him clean the bathroom first and then do the laundry. After a while, he muttered a little, saying the greeting was too stiff. Yanun's hand clenched so tightly that the veins almost burst. Because the pain was too much to bear, the old man hesitated and withdrew his comment that this guy was nothing special. Yanun shouted and broke free. "This hurts so much. I am a celestial being, you know." Outside, Yasin is indifferent. Who said he likes to pick fights? KC commented that this immortal doesn't seem to be anything special. Quickly, trembling, he forgave the old man and hurriedly held his hand. Yanun trembled. "How are you so powerful? The men on the path the old man showed you follow me." From behind, you wondered if he had no other disciples. Make Yan-Un confused. "They've all run away. You're all so weak. You understood that right away." To understand better, the old man turned his head back, trembling. "But I see you look very calm. You should act a bit more composed, as if you already knew you would become a disciple. How did you do it? What kind of attitude is this, making Yas mock? Who is this weakest old man? And what is a disciple?" C was just as surprised. "A disciple, huh? Keep going. Does he really think the master came to make him his teacher?" Thinking they are invincible, he quickly pointed forward, and that person looked somewhat familiar. Yanun was startled and questioned him. "What, you know this person?" He answered clearly and firmly. "Is this person named Blackheart?" The old man lowered his voice and furrowed his brows. "How do you know?" "Only the 10 immortals know this person's identity. You stand straight, so of course you know. We used to be part of the same sect back then." Immediately, Yanun rushed forward and said, "Tell me everything you know about him clearly." After hesitating for a moment while stroking his chin, he added, "I will tell if you promise me one thing." His eyes shining brightly, the old man declared it was settled. "I promise this old man is possessed by something." Trembling as he recounted the past. "A long time ago, you stood in the middle of the field and begged the sect leader to join the Heavenly Demon Sect and become the leader of the Flying Sky Team." Ben Tam sat chewing grass, stunned, but he refused with a shake of his head. "No, I have chosen to lay down my sword and leave the martial world. You should go back. But because of my stubborn trembling, I will come again next time." Hearing that, Ben Tam sighed, disappointed, and turned away. "It's useless." So I spent some time training on my own through sheer willpower, but I didn't give up and started studying all the secret texts related to the way of the immortal, including the techniques that Black Bing Tam practiced and used to train in front of him. The more you practice, the stronger you become. At first, he didn't even bother to look, but gradually he recognized my efforts. The narration made Yan-Un gape in shock, while Yas looked uncomfortable. "What's with that face?" A long time ago in the afternoon, Ben Tam said, "You have a talent for the path of the immortals, but I will not join the Heavenly Demon Sect. How about staying as my disciple and learning from me?" So Du Run accepted a master and asked for guidance. "You emphasize that after 2 years studying under Black Bing Tam, you have surpassed your master." A number that stunned the old man. How is that possible? Just 2 years? Is Yan-Un's expression so limited that he can't show anything else? He achieved enlightenment through fear while following Ben Tam. If you have surpassed Master Black Mind, then it means you can ascend to the upper realm, in the legend. The man suddenly knelt on the ground outside, bowing his head calmly before you. "Please accept me as a disciple, and since I'm trembling, I might as well join the Heavenly Demon Sect." In the end, he had no choice but to agree. "All right, I will follow Master's words. Hearing this, Yan-un.
So it turns out you are the true immortal from the upper realm. The old man quickly put his hand into his coat pocket.
Yan-un kneels down and pleads, please accept me as your disciple. But Dune flatly refused. Sorry, but I won't take any more disciples. With the mushroom in hand, the old man begged you earnestly. After some hesitation, you decided to give him a chance. All right, if you've made up your mind, but Yaz intervened, the master turned hostile so quickly over just a mushroom stalk. So Yan-un hugged the book to her chest, jumped up, and left. I can't believe I got to meet a true celestial. I really am lucky. Since that day, the other immortals started calling Yan-un the old fool. What happened that night at Dad's apartment? Du-run has returned. Nam looks into her face. She wonders why. Straw mushroom? Why does it look so strange? This feels so relaxing. Yas chuckled softly at that. No, this mushroom is really good. B's eyes light up brightly. Look at the mushroom. The chopsticks pick it straight up. The girl eats it happily. How does it taste, Boo? Is it delicious? Ryu clasped his hands together and emphasized that Monk Bill has started eating mushrooms today. The girl's face lit up. Living in hiding for 20 years has truly been peaceful. Yas just complained that she only took 20 seconds to eat a piece of mushroom. He quickly looked at the mushroom plate, stopped complaining, and took a bite. Come on, Long. I can't stand this anymore. Yas keeps stabbing the piece of meat that has no tuhu at all. She's eating with her mouth full, spilling food everywhere. Run High reproached him. You should know how to share, Your Excellency. Long turned back immediately. Even Bill was annoyed. Brother Bill Hem likes violence and quickly swallows his food. Yeah, he praised the meat as very tasty. Sir muttered softly. You've finished the whole plate again. Even Run High is annoyed. Long, Sister Titch took away my rice bowl. The bubble in the middle of the house started to move strangely. Kiriel runs quickly ahead to wait at the magic shop counter. I write. Suddenly, he accidentally stepped on something. Kiriel looked down with a frightened gaze. What is this? A torn bunch. But then he just ran inside, ignoring it, as if he was proud of finishing the self-criticism report. While Dunkey stood inside feeling annoyed, the noise was deafening, and the report he wrote seemed more like a brag about his achievements. Kiriel proudly boasts, read my perfect self-criticism. If needed, I can make adjustments based on your feedback. He's a bit helpless. The perfect girl for this guy seems suspicious. Take a look at the report to see. Dunkey glances at it in one quick look. Whose self-criticism? When did I ever come to Earth? Where? In what kind of dungeon? What kind of ruler is the Earth? When I meet him? Why is he in objective review mode? Is this really a self-assessment? Why didn't you write the rest? Why? Standing in a corner, Kiriel sighed. No matter how much I think, I still don't understand why I met the Earth King. Maybe it was just because that day was really unlucky. Dunkey smiled with his eyes closed and nodded along. That's true, right? So unlucky, blame yourself for being reckless. What bad luck. The remark that made him feel awkward was just said. He returned to his self-reflection, lost in thought. Someone like this probably wouldn't be killed even by the heavenly demon, since he also needs to recover his gun in. Seeing Dunkey take a while, Kiriel smirked. How does it look? Is the quality good? Hey, why did you leave that jar outside the door? When he heard the word jar of wine, he eagerly licked his lips. What are you asking for? He's secretly happy. Probably about to eat it now, right? His face is so innocent, but I accidentally broke it. If the news gets out, Dunkey will be stunned. What is he doing? Over here, Kiriel is joking around, and inside it doesn't seem to be anything important at all. He looked grim. Kiriel still clenched the report tightly, leaving no room for criticism. After a moment, Kiriel stood trembling in front of the door. Hello, I am Kiriel. We've met a few times before. I would really appreciate it if you returned my bow. My face looks lifeless, and I even wrote the apology letter myself beforehand. Kiriel touched his chin with his hand, his tone full of suspicion. Who are you? The question made him flustered. The uncle opened the door, and Yas recognized him immediately. Isn't this the guy who lost the bow to Titchthu's master? Tyr is quite surprised. You know this person? Bu asks. Does he have any bad intentions towards Papa? Based on how she addresses herself, I guess she's the daughter of the Earth King. Kiriel lowered her voice and said, I was a bit reckless before. The girl responded, I see, but Papa is no longer at home. He peeked in and asked if I had been waiting long. Then Kiriel's stomach growled, making Bill smile in curiosity. Are you hungry, little one? What should we do, Your Majesty? Maybe we should take him to the supermarket. The girl agrees with both hands. Let's go together. Yas is a bit shy. It's fine to leave it like that, but it's also pitiful. Still, he insisted, I just wanted to get Gung-Nin back, but it made him annoyed. Then don't eat. The food is already in your mouth. Kiriel reluctantly agrees. That's enough. At the shop, Boo greets her. Hello, ma'am? Okay. Exu gently smiles in welcome. Boo, are you here alone today? The girl innocently introduces herself, saying, I went with Uncle Chom Chom to surprise her. Chom Chom. As she ran off, Yas warned, Hey, remember to take only one item. I don't have much pocket money left. Casey panicked. Lord! Bill over here is shouting. Only Kiriel still looks confused. Where is this place? What are these things? He already has a full stomach, holding it close, missing you so much. Your adorable snacks are so disappointing. Casey introduces, this place is called a supermarket. Remember you need to have money to buy things here. Bill hurriedly hugs a box of cake. Uncle, this is delicious to snack on. Bill likes this the most. Kirill had to agree with the girl. Well then, I'll take this one. Bill says goodbye to the shop. Goodbye, Grandma. Hug your favorite food. Yeah. He laughs happily. Tonight's dinner must be special. Standing in the street, he wonders, how do I eat this? The girl is quite attentive. First, you need to smell it carefully and then taste it. Kirill gently licks the shell, then continues speaking before putting it in her mouth to eat. He opens his mouth wide and bites deeply, eyes wide open. This look of Kirill makes all three of them burst into laughter. What do you think? Tastes good, doesn't it? The flavor is so addictive. Casey suggested, you might as well become the brand ambassador for Choco Pie. Lord Isa proudly emphasized if I become the brand ambassador, this product will reach multiversal fame. All he can think about now is Choco Pie. So delicious. Just come and get me while waiting for you. Silly Choco Pie. So sweet and soft. A flavor you can't find in the spiritual world that makes me want to keep eating. Kirill throws away her dignity and begs, is there more? I just want 3 more, not 2. Bill sadly counts the money again, but he's out of money. Only 400 left. Seer looks ahead. The little girl suggests that Bill or she try the other one. Bill has a gaming console. Casey explains that if he wins, he will have more money to buy Choco Pie. But Azaz still hesitated. This machine looks a bit suspicious. Kirill looks confused. Can we buy Choco Pie with this? In the end, everyone rushed in. Bill shouted, how long are you going to play? Over here, the rush has already ended. Are you walking and thinking about whether to buy some snacks for the whole family? The noise is attracting attention because of the run. No, you have to go to the other side. That's too easy. That's Bill's group. Calm down and check it out. You're still on a roll. I told you not to do that already. You idiot! A pile of papers rushes toward him. He hurriedly grabs and quickly scans through them. You open your eyes wide and walk over to Issa, who's getting angry. Just watch. The king of games is finally here. That's right. That's right. Boo's eyes shone with admiration. Chum Chum is really good. After a moment of hesitation, he smiled. Maybe leaving the bow as the master's property is fine too. The next day, in the prison management meeting room, the three of them sat discussing and hiding the seal here. Young-ho nodded. Yes. Holding the paper, he beamed and said, thank you. Please take care of us over the next 3 months. Hunter Young-ho sighed and accepted. Yes. Cheonan Shu's face was filled with pride. This place was personally introduced by the chairman. But honestly, this person isn't really anything special. I don't understand what he's thinking telling me to go back to work for the authorities. As for the vehicle, I'll just endure 3 months and then leave. Seeing that the atmosphere was tense, he quickly immersed himself in work and forgot to offer drinks to you guys. Wait for me a moment. Dong Hai Unun smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Kyu has left. Dong Hyun patted Shung Ho on the shoulder. It was the right decision. Being a contract hunter isn't that bad at first, especially for someone like you who's just returning to the profession. I was so fed up I only did it for 3 months. If it weren't for your recommendation, I wouldn't bother joining. Dong Hai Hun continued to smile and said, just do it. Get stable first and then the company will decide. If you want to join my guild, that's how it has to be. Hand supporting his chin, Shung Ho whispered, so after this, you'll approve for me, right? Dong Hyun chuckled softly, quite calculating. To make Sung Ho understand clearly, he advised him to perform well in front of Mr. Lai because he was nervous. But Sung Ho is still quite stubborn, so he's probably just a regular government worker here, right? Why do you have to flatter him so much? Are you misunderstanding something? Let him understand better. Dong Hun immediately pulled Yan in. Watch your mouth. You know the director in Wai Chi, right? He once declared he wouldn't forgive anyone who disrespects you. The phone suddenly rang, causing Seung Ho's face to turn pale again. So, you have the director backing you up? He's pretty indifferent. If you say so, who would believe it? Next to Dong Hai Hun, someone chattered as they held the phone. Yes, Mr. Lai. Yes. He sent Sung Ho some information. Mr. Lai said he wants to meet you. Sung Ho was surprised. Sung Ho seemed a bit annoyed. He's annoyed inside. How dare they order him around like this? Over here, Down is sipping on some wings when suddenly the back door swings open, the hinge creaking softly. Do-Run turns around, surprised, and exclaims, already? The meeting ended so early? Sung Ho was sweating profusely. He gasped and said, yes, it's not really a big deal. Do-Run offers Sung Ho a can of water. You should invite him. You're all sweaty, have a can to cool down. Sung Ho politely declines. Yes, just go ahead and drink. Down picked up the documents and told Seung Ho, then go inside and talk. It's a bit sunny out here. He nervously raises the document folder. You said this will also take some time, Zeung-hwa thought nervously. What's going on? Why does he have to call me all the way here? Damn it, why do I have to be so submissive in front of this guy? Zeung-ho frowned in confusion and replied, let's just talk outside then, since I'm trembling as I open the document. Then, here's what we'll do. I heard you're very close with Hunter Han Dong-hyun, since you were in the same guild 2 years ago, Seung-ho replied. That's right. Do-Run looked at the file in his hand and continued. So, you had to retire due to an injury at that time, and now you're planning to return to work, right? Seung Ho looked visibly surprised and replied, yes, my recovery process finished 3 months ago.
and I am now fully capable of going into the field.
June muttered, "All right," and handed the file folder to the car. "You speak up, Mai, come explore the dungeon with me. Here's the dossier on the dungeon."
This information has not been officially announced yet, as he suddenly exclaimed.
"What, Mai? Are you busy?" Sung-ho stammered in response. "No, not at all." Sung-ho continued, his tone slightly hesitant. "I'm always ready, but does Sung-ho's mind seem a bit too rushed right now?" Seung-ho looked at Do-run, thought for a moment. The captain said to take it slow, but if he refused now, he might get himself killed. Seung-ho raised a hand and said, "I have an opinion." "What are you curious about?" Seung-ho replied. "Tomorrow is the weekend." The two of them fell silent for a moment, then Do-run suddenly smiled brightly. He said, "Working on the weekend means your pay is 1.5 times the usual." The next day, at a train station, Seung-ho carried a large bag on his shoulder. He muttered to himself as he walked, feeling a bit anxious. Seung-ho slapped his face with both hands, trying to reassure himself. "It's just a C-rank dungeon, but it's been 2 years since I last fought." "Cheer up, young Seung-ho. If you're not careful, you'll end up killing a goblin too." Suddenly, a tremor appeared from behind Seung-ho. "You surprised me. You got here early." "Hunter Young-ho." Seung-ho turned around, his face full of confusion. He stammered in surprise, pointing at the backpack on Seung-ho's back, and asked, "Is this your hunter gear?" "Yes, it's a bit old-fashioned, but still usable." Seung-ho took out a red orb and said with a smile, "Look at this. It's a little out of style." But Seung-ho put the orb on his chest, and in an instant, a light emitted from the orb, enveloping Seung-ho's body in armor. He raised his sword forward, excitement in his voice. "Let's go in and fight!" He nodded softly. "All right, your thoughts came up, and I guess right, everything's old." Seung-ho steps forward, his foot touching the dungeon gate as the scene shifts. An alarm from the system blares, danger. At the Hunter Agency headquarters, an employee turned around and shouted in alarm, "Director, there's a big problem. The danger level of the C-Class dungeon near the subway station just reached 7,900, much higher than the usual S-Class gate at 4,800. Yang Qian picked up the phone and pressed it to his ear, his voice urgent. "Please answer, only Mr. Lai can handle this." "Yes, Director." Yang Qian hurriedly said, "Lord Lai apologizes for calling so early in the morning." Yang Qian began reporting, but at the moment there is an extremely urgent situation. A level 5 dungeon has just appeared in Gaosu. We are currently summoning S-rank adventurers. I don't know if you can. June suddenly interrupted. "No need to bother." Yang Qian looked genuinely surprised. Do trembled as he continued, "I just entered that dungeon." Yang Qian exclaimed in shock as the scene shifted to June and Seung-ho standing in a vast land, surrounded by countless different monsters. Over there, Camacha sat quietly on a chair as one of his subordinates laughed loudly. "Humans?" The arrogant man beside him said, "The king ordered us to capture the human. A system notification appeared. The gate has transformed and activated, initiating the Special Force corruption mission. Defeat the minions within the time limit, and you will earn the title of God of Items. If you fail the mission, the guide to the middle world will continue, forcing you to move to the middle world. Below is a clock showing 23 minutes and 10 seconds remaining." Hua crouched down, frightened, shouting, "What's going on?" Kamachara stands up from the chair, muttering, "Interesting." He points it down and softly says, "That guy in black looks so calm. It shows you're very confident in your strength." With a cold expression, Camacha continued, "I hope this is not just for show." Do-run stepped forward, his tone a bit disappointed. "Why have I been bothered everywhere I go lately?" Young-ho shouted in fear. "What are you doing?" Do-run ray những tội văn bình tinh nhìn về phía Kamacha, giọng xe cộ vang lên dậy khiếp sợ. "Tôi rồi là chết chắc dậy." Kamachara looks down at Down, raising both hands, his voice lowering. "Tell me." "Humans." "Do." Run calmly looked at the opponent and said in surprise, "Why do you see me and show no surprise at all? Are you the Earth's guardian?" Do-run raised his hand and a snake emerged from his wrist. "Who knows, but I did sit in a similar position once." Ugh. Kamacha raised his hand, a surge of spiritual power appearing, and he arrogantly said, "This is the first time I've seen such a pathetic tiny black snake. Don't tell me your arrogance comes from these insignificant things." Do-run frowned, his voice a bit angry. "Trash of the middle world. Are all the same, noisy." Kamachara grits his teeth and mutters, "Stupid." Kamachara rushes at Do-run and shouts, "So it's just your stupidity, not confidence." Camacha clenched his fist forward, his voice ringing out, "So are you really fed up with living?" Do-run raised his hand slightly and softly said, "Then let me do you a favor." Suddenly, Camacha stopped, coughing loudly, and Down gripped Camacha's neck tightly, his face showing pain. Down squeezed Camacha's neck with deadly intent. "If you had just stayed quiet, you might have kept your life, so why keep risking your life to come up here?" The boy trembled as he swung his hand, forcefully throwing Camacha to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Camacha stammered, "We must return to the mind realm quickly and report this monster to the Lord." Down stands still, her eyes fixed on the enemy lying on the ground. Suddenly, she raises her hand and summons a sword. Down swings his sword at Camacha's chair, with a space portal right behind it. Kama turns his head back in shock and exclaims, "Did you destroy the space portal?" "Even you, sir, couldn't do this." Chamacha looked at Do-run in disbelief and asked, "How could a human possess such power?" "Who are you?" Do-run raised his hand and the snake form on his hand hissed.
Do-run coldly said, "Shut up," and the snake form of Down rushed towards Kamacha.
He shouted in fear, "Wait, don't." Before he could finish, blood gushed out from Kamacha's head. He braces himself for Down's deadly attack. The truck behind him trembles violently. He muttered, "What the hell is with Lai?" As soon as he finished, Shung-ho collapsed and fainted. He turned around nervously looking at Shung-ho. A caption appears on the screen. A few days later, at the fracture management office, Hai Uk-shu's voice echoed loudly, and the head of the communications department kept calling. "They asked if we could share some images or videos related to the dungeon at the station," Cheon's replied irritably. "Why do they want that when we don't have it? Why not think that some S-rank hunters secretly handled it? Draw the real story," Huk-su continued. "That's true. Only our team is the one exhausted. Where did Zeung-ho come from?" "He is holding a tray with several cups of coffee." Eung-ho smiled and said, "Good morning, seniors." "Everyone must be thirsty too, right?" Cheon-su stammered in response. "Oh no, you should let us buy you coffee," Hai Un-su said nervously. "Thank you." Eung-ho suddenly bowed his head. He shouted out loud, "I sincerely thank everyone for giving me the opportunity to work here. Please take care." Seung-ho offers a cup of coffee to Down. His voice trembles. "Please, sir." "Brother Lai?" The car bows deeply in gratitude as it trembles. "He cheerfully thanked you. Sincerely grateful for your help during the dungeon survey. Please take care." Down nodded slightly, smiling softly. You respond with thanks, and the super supporter shouts out in emotional excitement, "Brother Lai, I will follow you to the end of my life." I wonder what Xian's is worried about. Hunu replied, "I give in too." Junhai holding a spoon, tasting the broth in the pot on the stove. Junhai muttered, "The broth is ready." She then turned to the neatly wrapped ramen. She whispered, "The noodles are also fully prepared." Junhee poured the broth into a handful of noodles in the bowl. Yas nearby exclaimed longingly, "It's ramen, right? I can't resist." Yas reached for the food, and Bill nearby noticed his action. The girl exclaimed, and Bill slapped Isa on the shoulder. The girl shouted in anger. Her right hand was waiting for the whole family to eat together. Junhai approaches Run's spot and gently calls out, "Dad, dinner is over. Yas, pick up the noodles." He just sniffed and said, "What was the name of this dish again?" Casey hesitated. The little girl continued, "It looks just like ramen." Bu looked at the bowl of noodles on the table. The girl paused for a moment, then suddenly spoke up about rice noodles. Isa wondered, as soon as Izaz, C, and Bill finished speaking, they all eagerly slurped the noodles from their bowls. Ayaz was surprised and thought it was incredibly delicious. Casey exclaimed in amazement that the flavor was just right and not too heavy. Bill whispered, "That was so good." Junhai gently reminded everyone, "There's still plenty more. Everyone can eat comfortably." "Yes, sir, and Bill, thank you for the meal." After dinner, Isa sits on the chair, opening his mouth to let out all the air from his stomach because he's too full. Yas, while picking his teeth, tells Bill, "Your stomach is stretched full, so no more convenience store tonight." Bill, feeling uncomfortable, pinched her nose. She replied, "I don't feel very well either." "All right then." I keep staring at the computer screen. "You keep typing and saying it out loud. The noodles will be gone in no time. Just go ahead. We're out of snacks." Y waved his hand dismissively, smiling teasingly. "Fine, I'm really full now. You can go ahead and work peacefully." "Master, they eat with moderation, not as messy as pigs," she replied softly. "Then, your mind also agrees. She eats even more than a pig. Comparing her to a pig is too harsh." The scene shifts to Junhai's bedroom, where she and Bill are lying on the bed sleeping. At 2 a.m., in Junhai's room, suddenly a hungry stomach growl sounds, and Bill's face gradually turns uncomfortable. Bill clutching her stomach, whimpering. She's starving. She sits up and whispers to Runhai, "What should we do now?" Bu frowned. She muttered, "If I ask for food now, the ghost will scold me." Bu opens the door and steps outside, her voice whispering softly, but she looks toward the fridge. Suddenly, the food inside is thrown out. The girl wondered, "A thief?" Yaz was holding some boxes from the fridge. He muttered irritably, "So boring. I should have gone to buy more snacks earlier. There's nothing left to eat." Bu behind the girl asked, "Are you a thief?" I was startled, turning around, and Bill gently said, "So it's Nong Nong." Bill hugged his stomach, and the girl sighed in frustration. Bill, hungry, said, "Nong Nong is hungry too?" Yas sighed in relief, and he replied, "Oh my god, you're kidding. I'm hungry too." Yas looked at the cans on the floor and said to Bill, "Why not try cooking something with these?" The girl suddenly shouted to stop him. "No!" Bill shouts, "Don't cook, it's disgusting. Hey, be quiet. You'll wake everyone up now." Isa looked pale and reminded Bill, "It's just reheating, I know." Bill's expression darkened. The girl asked Isa if it was true. Isa placed the pan back on the stove. He reminded Bill, "But Bill has to stay really quiet, understand?" Bill covered his mouth with both hands. The girl nodded softly in response. Suddenly, Isa lost grip and the pan in his hand fell to the ground. The frying pan fell to the ground with a loud crash, and Yas and Bill both shouted out loud. Suddenly, a noise sounded. The kitchen door opened, and Isa and Bill covered their mouths. Bill's voice whispered softly. It's a ghost. A ghost. Yas trembles with fear, wondering if it's really a ghost. If she catches you, you're definitely dead. At that point, you'd have to go hungry all of tomorrow. Sir appears. The girl rubs her eyes, her voice sleepy. What are you two doing? Lord Bill Yas collapsed to the ground, gasping in relief. Bill whispered softly. That was terrifying. She thought her heart was going to jump out of her chest. Casey sighed and complained. Little one is so hungry, Lord Isa. Yas grabbed the pan and smiled, saying, Wait a moment, I'm just going to reheat some side dishes. Suddenly, Seer's eyes lit up. The girl realized something, and Casey looked down at a cabinet. The girl muttered, It has to be here. Ia and Bill looked towards Cassie. The girl wondered, What is Cassie doing? Casey takes out a bowl of noodles. The little girl exclaimed, Here it is, as Yas gazed at the bowl of noodles with shining eyes. He stammered, Where did you find this? It's truly a marvel. Bill excitedly exclaimed ramen noodles ramen. Junhee's image appeared in her mind, thinking this delicious dish must be saved, but C dismissed it. Let's just boil some water and go first. Suddenly, Junhee appeared, and I wonder where she found it. All three of them turned to look at Junhee and remained silent for a long time. Biu stood frozen in horror. At shouted in fear. Run high! This is C speaking with a trembling voice. The little girl tried to explain. Young mistress, those little ones are just very hungry. Junhee looked at the food on the plate and angrily said, The food on that plate is just leftover side dishes. You really are like that. Run High's stomach growled, and she continued, showing no consideration at all, eating at night without even calling anyone. Yas looked at Bill and Casey and teased them. Yeah, that's true. They're really mean. Why didn't you call Junhee to wake up? You guys are so rude. The girl replied, Nong En also didn't call this group. Sarai hesitated to continue. I don't think that's something you should say, Your Excellency. Junhee picks up a piece of meat, warning that if you don't eat, she'll finish it all. Junhee brings the food to Bill Yas's mouth. Jealous. He softly says, It's not fair. Ma also wants to be fed hot water into her noodle cup. The little girl said, I want to eat too. Du-Run appeared out of nowhere and said, I want to as well. B smiled brightly. The little girl shouted. Papa Wae was terrified and shouted loudly, What? He's awake now, sir. Junhee stammered, Dad! C quickly explained, Sir, this is Du-Run laughing, he softly said. I knew it would turn out like this, but who told you not to go buy snacks earlier? The scene shifts to the Hunter's Bureau. Yang Qian's voice echoes. As everyone knows, the recent dungeon incident was extremely dangerous. Kang Hyun, Jun, Eon, and Aekion listen attentively to Yeon. Fortunately, thanks to Jun being present at the scene, everything was quickly resolved, but we can't keep relying on him. Manhwa stands still, his eyes fixed on the three people in front of him. Yang Qian continued, So the next step is to quickly conquer the second floor of the Middle Realm. What does everyone think? Kang Hyun replied with determination. We really can't let him carry everything alone. We all have to become stronger. Kung told Wai Qian, We will do our best. Junyeon smiled. He replied, I, a guy like me, can't just stand by and watch these two old bodies charge ahead. Let me show everyone what youth is capable of. Yang Qian looked serious. You assign the task to all three of us.
Then I assign the three of you to conquer the second level of the Middle Realm. Kang Hyun, Ong, and Junyeon shouted in unison.
Understood. The scene shifts to a remote area where a meteorite falls from the sky like rain. Doonki turned around, sensing something. This aura felt too sinister. Kirio, holding the bag of bread, confirmed it. Sure enough, was there another reckless fool challenging the Earth's throne? Kiri bites into a piece of cake, wondering if this aura belongs to that guy. The scene shifts to a castle surrounded by numerous monsters. Even you have been defeated, useless soldiers. A surge of energy surrounds Ban as his subordinates listen carefully to him say, Whoever dies is your fault for not knowing how to use your numbers advantage. Ban decides he must find another way. Ban raises one hand and continues. If we keep dividing our forces and attacking multiple places at once, he will be forced to give up. Ban lowers his head and his voice echoes with danger. He won't be able to stay calm if others suffer. What he values will disappear. Ban smiles and orders his subordinates. Now go, my unruly subordinates. Break out and kill them all. Dune thought for a moment before replying, Can I go? Junhee was surprised that Dune agreed so easily and asked in amazement, Can I really go to the resort? She asked again to be sure it's 2 days and 1 night. Dad needs to make sure Long Long and Boo brush their teeth. I took a sip of tea and replied, It's fine. You worry too much. That's nothing difficult. Junhee happily smiled brightly. Isa suddenly jumped up and shouted, Awesome! Junhee looked a bit confused at his attitude. She glanced at Yaz, wondering why Long Long looked so happy. Over here, IAS takes out his backpack, happily singing as he packs his things for the barbecue party. Casey stands beside him obediently saying, Don't worry, and wishing the young master a safe trip. I will make sure the big brother and Bill brush their teeth regularly. Hearing that, Aya froze in shock and asked, But I'm going too. Bill Huanyi looked at him and asked, Where are you going? Hey! At this moment, Junhee finally realizes why IAS is so excited. Oh, So she wants to go with you. She leaned down and whispered into her ear, if you stay at home and behave, I promise to buy you Korean beef. At the resort, there's only pork. Isa asked nervously. It's just pork, right? At this moment, Isa's small head begins to think. He considers two possibilities. Either hide in a corner and eat pork if I go with Junhai, or eat a lot of beef while taking care of the kids if I stay home. After some calculations, IAS decided it's better to stay home and watch the door. I'll make sure everyone eats well. Don't worry. Dawn also watched them thinking, and decided that tomorrow he should do it. He planned to return the bow to Kirill and then go to the supermarket to buy some things. The next day, Kirill smirked mischievously and said, finally he happily raised the bow and shouted, Gung Din is back in his hands. Bill next to him, finding this guy interesting, happily claps and praises, wow, everyone is now gathered in front of Down's house. Ya sighed and said, so you finally got it back, huh? That thing always gets in the way when you move house. Casey also felt a bit uneasy but replied casually, I agree. Although I'm pretty sure the big brother remembers who is really doing the housework. Kirill, in a twisted way, kissed and nuzzled the bow after so many days of reunion and said, don't listen to them. I am the best bow there is. Ganzin? Yas couldn't stand this expression on him and quickly sent the guest away. Hey, now that you have a bow, go home quickly. Bill, a bit disappointed, asked, are you planning to go back already? Kiri impatiently replied, I'm done with my work. Bill eagerly asked again, so when will you come back then? He suddenly replied, do you think I'm crazy? Maybe I'll go back to Earth, but I won't come back here. Seeing that, Kirill was startled and panicked. He nervously looked around and quickly reassured, Bill, I will come back, don't worry. Deep inside, Kirill thought if that demon Lidu heard the child crying, Bill would stop crying. Seeing this, the girl's mischievous eyes seemed to have achieved her goal, and Bill happily led everyone away, saying, then let's eat some fish first, and then you can go, so Kirill can't keep up. The girl excitedly approached Hakas's fish cake shop and said, Hakas, give me a fish cake. Hakas asked firmly, how many do you want, Bill? Suddenly, Kirill was surprised to see Hakas and exclaimed, Hakas, you crazy bastard machine otaku, what the hell are you doing here? Hakas, angry, just sneers and points at his face. Otaku, you're so disrespectful. Your high rank is only because of that bow. Do you want to die? I don't understand anything, just standing in the middle watching the two of them. Yas next to him happily said, oh, it seems like you two are good friends, huh? Casey doubts what's wrong with Ias's eyes for speaking up. How does Big Brother look at them and see such closeness? The little girl nervously said, now's not the time to be laughing. Boss, this place is going to be destroyed. Hearing that, Yas's face became even more interested and he said, yeah, you're right. Here, Hakas has summoned his decisive strength for a life and death battle. Decide who truly won the war between us from thousands of years ago. You're no different from a lazy bum. Pig dragon. Except for your king, your kind has nothing going for it. Suddenly, Yas rushed at Hakas and hit him, then spoke. Hakas calmed down and also went to Kirill to give him a scolding. And what did you just say? A pig dragon? Yas asserts his leadership, furious and scolding. Stop being lazy. Are you going to fall into the trap? The two of them obediently stopped. Yas then spoke again. I honestly don't care about your affairs, but if you fight here and leave a mark on the road, do you think the master will just sit still? The two of them simultaneously thought of Down's terrifying expression and asked themselves, it seems like the town has turned into a complete mess, huh? Hakas and Kirill stammer with pale faces. Suddenly, Ias became interested and continued speaking, but it couldn't end like that. The two looked back at Ias in confusion. He waved towards them and said, follow me. The scene shifts to a desert area full of sand and rocks, where Issa announces a duel for the two of them. Now that the player is in position, he sets the rules. Just don't die, and I can recover. There are no rules, so are you ready? Casey quickly interrupted anxiously. Are you really okay, big brother? If the owner finds out, we're doomed. Right now, Casey, Isaias, and Bill are sitting there leisurely eating popcorn, watching the two fight. Yas put on his sunglasses, casually waved his hand, and said everything's fine. Fighting is how kids grow up, and we're just watching anyway. Casey helplessly looked at Yas, thinking, after 1,000 seasons, he's still a kid. Why don't you rush in and attack them since Hakas has already taken a defensive stance? Are you really going to be afraid and pee your pants? Kirill dismissively aimed 5 arrows and said, ha, you foolish godling. He immediately shot all the arrows, proudly saying, rainbow-colored, eat up you white shit, flopping fish, white fat blob. They seemed to come alive and flew straight at Hakas, and he smiled confidently as he cast a spell. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Thick smoke and dust now surrounded the two of them. Bu sitting eating popcorn asked curiously, where is Uncle Hakas? Yas replied confidently, he'll appear soon, he loves to hide. As expected, Hakas suddenly appeared behind Kirill, shouting a dragon's roar, wielding a sword that shone with dazzling light. Kirill's sharp eyes turned back to Hawk, quickly raising his bow to block the attack and sneering. You think this will work on me? The two powers clash, sparks flying. The surrounding earth and rocks cracked and shattered from their clashes as Kirill fired more arrows, taunting. It doesn't affect me at all. Weak godling. Hakas also gathered an energy ball in his hand and responded, I'm not weak. If it weren't for that bow, you'd be in trouble now. He mocks you. You only know how to rely on your equipment. The two sides fought fiercely, with rocks and arrows colliding loudly. The three spectators below watched in awe and admiration. Yas spoke. It's true that resting too long has made Hakas weaker. Bill next to him also gasped. Wow, that's really warm. Sia suddenly hears a cracking sound and suspicious turns back to see the little girl panic and shout. Big brother, look, the space is cracking because of their fight. Oh, really? The space only cracked because these two kids were fighting? Hey, stop pretending. There's a crack there. Hey, you two, angry? Look at Kirill and say, take your hands off me. Kiri also retorts. The older brother calmly told them to stop, warning that if this place gets destroyed, they might fall into an unknown position. Bill also worriedly said, let's stop and not fight anymore. Yas shouted, do you even hear what I'm saying? I already prepared to operate on both of you. You two, ignoring everything, keep fighting each other. Hakas throws a punch. Take this. Kirill also rushes in. That's exactly what I wanted. At the same time, the space shattered, and the two fighting were instantly pulled out. Casey and Bill nervously watch them. Yas also sighs and says, I told you to stop, but with their toughness, falling won't easily kill them. At this moment, Down was also on his way home, happily thinking that since he's been eating pork all this time, adding some protein-rich mackerel for tonight's dinner would be a good idea. Suddenly, June, hearing the noise above, looked up. Hakas and Kirill fell from the sky right in front of him, still struggling with each other on the ground. Hakas punched Kirill and yelled, You idiot, he's grabbing Hakas' hair and insulting him. Down stepped forward angrily and asked you two. At this moment, they suddenly realized Down's presence. Down quietly asked, What are you two doing? The two of them hugged each other tightly, stammering. Hakas blamed Yas. This is what our big brother told us to do. Kirill also chimed in. Oh, it seems that earlier the Dragon King really told us to do it. Down sighed and asked, Did Long Long tell you to do this? They both answered in unison, yes. Right now, Bill, Casey, and Isis are sitting and eating ice cream. Casey nervously asks, Do you think they will be sent somewhere? Bill happily said, The ice cream is so good. Anywhere is fine, as long as it doesn't fall in front of the owner. Down is on her way to work on the subway. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. When Do-jun opened it and saw a message from Junhai, he smiled. She sent a photo of her having a meal with friends and asked how he was doing, saying, Dad, I'm having breakfast and lunch now. Then she sent a daring challenge message. This photo was taken yesterday. It looks great, doesn't it? June whispered happily. It seems like she's having a good time. Suddenly, a message from Sierra arrived. Hakas is currently writing a review. Sir. After that match, Ias was the one who got hit the most. Casey took a picture of them and sent it in the report, saying, I promise to watch them carefully. He put away his phone, smiling to himself. It seems they are doing quite well with their self-assessment. He thought, maybe I should reward them with some spicy fried chicken wings. Inside the Hunter Department's gym, a loud announcement echoes. Hey, Mika! The swordsmanship contest will start soon! We ask all guests to take their seats and request all clubs not to shout at the contestants until the competition ends. There are rumors of a small interview at the city hall before the contest begins. Did you hear anything about that? I don't know. I haven't heard a thing. But is it really necessary to go there and check? Which fool signed a contract with the town hall? They are talking. I'm more curious about Kim Yi-hui. Isn't that this year's seedling? Why Hui is warming up in the yard right now. He secretly thought that becoming an undefeated champion still wasn't enough. His goal was to be praised by the public, to be seen as talented enough to stand alongside S-Rank hunters. He silently resolved that if he wanted to ask the director about it, he had to make a strong impression. The door outside opens, and the program coordinator bows and says, Welcome, director and hunters. Yang Hui sees them and remembers the man he definitely saw yesterday, the energetic office manager. Somehow connected to the bureau chief, he assesses that weak-looking guy. Looking back to yesterday afternoon in the City Hall conference room, Down was standing on the podium giving his introduction. Good afternoon. My name is Lai Down, and I will explain in detail the special contract for the City Hall. The special interview will be held right after the Swordsmanship Festival ends and will take priority over the Hunters Guild entrance exam. Suddenly, someone raised their hand to interrupt. Wait, that's strange. Yang Hui looked at Do Run with a mocking smile and asked, why bother with the special contract when joining hunter guilds and groups is actually better than the city hall, even if it sounds a bit rude? June bowed his head and replied, I guess some of the people here think so too, but I don't have time to explain to those who aren't even qualified to be recruited there. Yang Hui heard that and felt a bit offended, thinking, what did he just say? I'm not qualified to apply? Returning to the arena now, he clenched his fists, determined to find out why this municipal contract was prioritized over the guild's agreements. There must be some underhanded dealings, and I will expose them. Down also came to watch today. Next to him, someone excitedly shouted, all the skilled hunters are here. This year's competition will surpass all expectations. He turned to Down enthusiastically to chat. Is that correct? Down immediately replied, you're right. Then, he enthusiastically handed me his business card to introduce himself. I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, I am Jay Choi from the J Management team. He asked, "Do you mind telling me your name and which side you represent?" June took the business card and introduced himself, saying, "I am Lai Down from the Seoul City Hall Management." Joy was surprised and exclaimed, "Oh, from the City Hall?" He looked a bit confused, scratching his head and saying, "Good luck." Jahoy thought to himself, "Is he from the City Hall? I guess there's no need to get close to him." At the same time, Yang Qian's group also stepped in. Director Min Hyuk followed behind and seeing his trembling shouted, "Director, it's downstairs." Yang Qian was a bit startled and asked, "Did Mr. Lai come by himself?" He bowed toward Dune and then ordered everyone to greet him. They immediately greeted down from afar. Meanwhile, Jae Choi also saw Yang Qian's group and looked confused. "Director and the hunters just bowed in this direction? What's going on?" He looked around cautiously and asked, "Is anyone over here?" Under the stands, Yang Hui was surprised to see hunters. Lai Kang-hyun and Main Hook both bowing to him. Is he really just an insignificant clerk of the City Hall? How powerful do you think Down Yang has become? He imagines the level of strength Down possesses. If that amount of money is enough to make the strongest guild in the world, the Bai Himote Guild, come under his command, then he must ensure what level of profit, right? The announcement sounded again. The 5th swordsmanship tournament will be held soon. We ask all guests to straighten their seats. Yang Hui looked up, silently encouraging himself. It seems I have even more reason to reach first place. He thinks that June is planning to take the spotlight and give a very dedicated speech. I'm sure he won't be able to avoid questions about his bribery in public. On the arena, the announcer declares that the competition will begin now. Cheers and applause erupt as the referees start explaining the rules for the first match. In the stands, Jae Choi continues chatting with June, observing the skillful moves of the competitors and saying Hansel Hoon is using a level-up skill and currently has a defensive skill that prevents damage by consuming mana. He is ranked 81st and specializes in melee combat. Candidate Lim Yongju also focuses on close combat. Choi excitedly took notes and said, "It's highly likely that his attack will be blocked by that mana shield, and his level is 10 ranks lower than Hansel Hun. It seems Hansel Hun will win." Suddenly Down spoke up, "I think Lim Yongju will win." He answered confidently. Joey looked confused and asked him, "What do you mean?" But Hansel Hun is in better shape. At this moment, the referee announced Lim Yongju as the winner. At this moment, Jae Choi finally looked at Down in surprise, as he was deep in thought observing the next match. Jahoy confidently said, "This time the right side will win." Down assessed and predicted the opposite, the left. In the next match, Down continued, "This time it has to be." Jae Choi regretfully said, "Damn, I thought it was the left side." In the next round, Down guessed right again for the right side, and Jae Choi had to exclaim in surprise, "How come you always guess right?" Du-Run asked him, "Have you fought monsters before or been in a crack somewhere?" Dune hesitated and replied, "Neither of us has yet. Why do you ask?" Du-Run looked at him, holding the laptop, and said, "I'm only asking because you rely too much on the data." Joey skeptically asked, "What are you talking about?" Du-Jun explains that it would be better to focus on the battle instead of the computer screen. Joy responds a bit annoyed. "I'm focusing right now, teacher, but the data is accurate information." Du-Run immediately interrupted him, saying, "I didn't say your data was wrong. You rely on your real combat experience and patiently explain that skills are important, but there are some things even more so." Jae Choi, confused, asks what. Du-Run looked down at the analysis stage. Isn't he here to observe firsthand? To see what their eyes reflect, how their emotions are, what motivates them, or something like that. After thinking over Down's words, Jae Choi closed his laptop and firmly replied, "You're right. He sincerely thanks you. I understand now. You helped me realize it." At this moment, the announcement of the interim results rings out. The host loudly proclaims, "The winner of the 5th Hunter Academy Swordsmanship Tournament is SSS Kim Wai-Hui, a third-year student." He smiled brightly and said, "Thank you." The award presenter congratulated the runner-up, Han So-la, for securing second place. She smiled and replied, "Thank you." The presenter then announced, "Next, we will invite contestant Han Seo-la and contestant Kim Wai-Hui to give their speeches." Suddenly, the runner-up girl stepped down and the presenter asked, "Aren't you going to say anything?" Candidate Han tiredly replied, "I don't want to." Yang Hui was delighted, thinking, "Now I will speak right away." Seeing Down close to the director, Yang Hui felt annoyed and thought, "Look at them. A mere civil servant and the director having a conversation." He adjusted his mic while secretly planning to reveal everything and bring this matter before the public. Hui begins to speak, but before I share my feelings, the director in Yang Qian calls him, making him look up in surprise. Hui continued speaking despite everyone's suspicious looks. "I know this might be rude, but I want to ask you something." He passionately questioned a few days ago. A city hall manager from Seoul informed us about a special contract. Wai Hui spoke out angrily, making Wai Qian frown. "Honestly, I can't understand why it was prioritized over the contracts of the hunter guilds and why you and the top 10 hunters respect that person so much." He openly revealed his dissatisfaction. Furthermore, he also mentioned that I didn't even meet the requirements to apply. Yang Qian was stunned after hearing that. Under the watchful eyes of everyone in the hall, Yang Hui, full of energy, asked, "Please explain to me. Sir Director, why is the City Hall, which can't even provide support, given priority over the Hunter Guilds? Not that this mapaki." He looked it down and thought to himself, "Just reveal it yourself." Mr. Manager, Down could only sigh as everyone gathered around the award podium at the stadium. Yang Hui spoke, and the City Hall, where they couldn't even provide support, was given priority over the Hunter Guilds. Could this be bribery? Please explain to us. The sensitive words he uttered surprised everyone. Kang Hyun and Min Huk both had the same thought. What is this kid talking about? Yang Qian's face was stunned, a bit worried inside. This is bad. Lai hates being the center of attention and stands silently beside, trembling with contemplation. Then he looks at the man, forces a shy smile, his whole body exuding gloom, and finally speaks. "Because no one would believe the words of a low-level City Hall employee. You should explain yourself." Director, that made Wai Che break out in a sweat. He nodded. Right after that, Yang Qian picked up the microphone and asked, "What do you mean by bribe?" "That's so stupid." He tried to calm public concern by explaining that the City Hall is currently handling the most urgent issues among hunters. We are only doing what we can to support them in this regard. Yang Hui spoke seriously, ignoring whether the City Hall really had that ability or not. But what is the urgent issue here? Yang Qian awkwardly looked at Down to see his reaction. He communicates with the glance. "Is it okay if I mention your name?" Lai Kao stares intently at his phone, softly muttering, "Not good." Then, Wai Hui's entire head was overwhelmed with confusion. He froze for a moment, trying to speak clearly into the mic, focusing on the most urgent issue. The reporters below are attentively waiting for his response. Yang Qian revealed that, regarding the discovery of Zhongji, they are currently searching for talented individuals for that purpose. That answer surprised Wai Hui so much that he opened his mouth in shock. Immediately after, he spoke in a serious tone, asking a question. "The Central Realm? Is it really appropriate for such an important project to be managed by the City Hall?" Suddenly, Kang Hyun calmly stepped forward, raised his hand, and said, "I can explain." Yang Qian, standing behind, immediately felt a surge of hope. Kang Hyun. Then, he calmly responded in front of everyone that someone with more ability than me at the City Hall is acting on their own without taking money. If you want, I can swear on magic. The truth is, there was no bribery or corruption here. The people below started arguing, and a contestant exclaimed in surprise, "Is there someone even more capable than the Behemoth Association?" The person next to him said, "Did you not hear what he said? He said he could swear on magic that it's the truth." Kang Hyun was a little worried, glancing at Down and thinking to himself that since we didn't directly mention him, this should be fine. Down was still focused on his phone. Kang Hyun remembered his words, and that was also his opinion, that we should train as many talented people as possible. Kang Hyun and Yang Qian's eyes suddenly sparkled with pride. They thought to themselves, even though he did all the work himself, he still said that. He truly is the ideal role model. Du Run's sixth sense suddenly activated. Why do I feel such an uncomfortable energy? Kang Hyun's response was like a thunderclap to Wai Hui. He exclaimed, "Is it even possible to uncover the truth with magic?" His mind starts to panic, wondering if someone more incredible than Behemoth is working for free. "I only think about becoming famous." Yang Hui remembers his image on TV announcing to the people. "My only wish is to ensure the safety of the Korean people by clearing out the dungeons." Then he suddenly became cheerful again and thought this was even cooler. Kim Wai Hui, now romanticizing his future, has a dreamy, poetic look on his face. This is the moment he begins to grow up. He mutters to himself, "Dark night." Once resolved, Do Run praised Yang Qian. "That was a good answer." He shyly replied, "Thank you. I'm relieved because I was worried I would push beyond my limits." He put his hand behind his neck and asked how far the attack had progressed. "Cao Lai, be honest. I'm handling the 4th level, and honestly, it's not that difficult." Strangely, Min Hyu, Akung, and Junion all looked at you with admiration. They unanimously thought, "You're truly Cao Lai. We love you so much." That made Down a bit confused. He wondered why everyone's face looked so strange today. Then Yang Qian asked, "Han, have you been paying attention to any students today?" "What do you mean?" He happily said that you've been constantly checking your phone all this time. "I'm sorry if I sounded rude asking that," Down immediately replied. "Oh, it's nothing. I was just checking a few self-assessment reports. You wondered, are these confession reports something kids usually write?" You replied, "Exactly." Hearing that, his face suddenly darkened at the mention of the two traitors, Kirill and Hakas. "Who dares to oppose you, Mr. Lie Down? Min is sure his head is only enough to hold all his parts." Then, Dojun's face slightly surprised. He secretly thought they wrote it faster than he expected. On the phone screen are images of Isaias, Hakas, and Kirill, each holding a piece of paper covered in writing. Their faces tired. Late at night, June, Casey, Bill, and Ias are sleeping soundly in their beds. Ias mumbles in his sleep, "I always love spicy fried chicken." Suddenly, Bill's whole body starts to glow. The girl curls up, trembling. The girl irritably raised her hand to scratch her arm, muttering that it itched so much, causing Boo to wake up and open his eyes. The girl thought that if her body felt itchy, a romantic scene appeared in Bill's mind. The old tree standing beneath it told the girl that Bill, there are a few things I need to ask of you before you leave. Make sure to return to my side as soon as you feel that energy circulating within your body. Bu looked up at the tree and asked, "How?" The gentle voice from the beautiful leaves said that I can use this. Suddenly, a talisman appeared in the flower-filled magic circle and said, "This will bring you to the dark side." Returning to reality, the girl took the talisman and wondered, "How can I use this?" Yas's groggy voice caught Bill's attention. "Tomorrow we'll have chicken." His face is so happy, drooling as he mumbles. "Fried chicken feet?" Bill immediately went to call him. Long, wake up! Bill needs help." Yas still happily dreams and calls out, "Do you have 3 chickens for me?" "No, 5 chickens." Bill immediately became angry. "Long!" the girl snapped, then suddenly kicked her leg up, knocking Y away, and shouted loudly, "Bill is in trouble, wake up!" Finally, he woke up and called out in confusion, "What is it? Where's the chicken? Where are you running off to?" The girl immediately asked Long, "How can I use this?" "Boo is in trouble." Isa fell to the ground, gasping for breath. What the hell is going on? Then Bill held up the talisman in front of him. Yas, still half asleep, looked up and asked, "What is that?" "Besides food, I don't know anything else. Why did you wake me up?" The girl spoke seriously. "I can see the tree if I use it." He asked in confusion, "Can I eat it?" Bill snapped back, "There's no way to eat this." Suddenly, a gentle voice said, "Only you can use it." Budon has been in the room since when? The girl shows the talisman to you and speaks. "Dad, how do I use it?" Y asked, "Where's the owner appearing from?" He immediately grabbed Bill's hands, tore the talisman in half, and said, "This is how I use it." Unexpectedly, a blinding light was released from the talisman, spreading throughout the room. Immediately after, it led the 3 of them to the old tree. A warm voice resonated. "Welcome, B," Yas shouted in panic. "We are immediately in the middle realm." The girl, still tormented, exclaimed, "It itches so much!" Then Bill reached out and scratched all over his body. Seeing that, Yas teased him. "What the heck? Are you angry, little sister?" "Don't tell me you haven't taken a bath," the girl said helplessly. "Don't try to deceive me. Do you think I wouldn't ask?" "So what is this energy that Bu is feeling right now?" A warm voice echoes from the leaves above. "She has no bugs on her body, but that is a sign she is ready. Because Bu belongs to a mythical race, she will receive a title worthy of her stature." In her imagination, the girl unleashes a pure stream of power, with the ancient tree revealing its wisdom to Ahijah and Ricker. The 2 of you defeated also have titles comparable to gods. Usually mythological monsters are never slain by explorers, but I believe this should be discussed later. Then, AS suddenly said, "If the girl is so amazing, why does she live in her owner's cramped house? That's not something Long would say." Suddenly, a pure light surrounded Bill's body as the ancient tree spoke. It seems Bill is now ready. The girl joyfully dances in the light as suddenly the power from Bu erupts fiercely. A notification appeared that the legend of the Central Realm had changed. The ancient tree spoke in a warm voice. Bill was ready to accept her title. The girl relaxed her body, feeling the source of power. Golden snowflakes fall from the sky, filling the forest. A message appears. The legend of the Central Realm has changed. Yas looked up at the scene immersed in this romantic setting and said, "I've never seen anything like this before." He stuck out his tongue, caught a snowflake, and said, "Like cotton candy, so delicious." Unexpectedly, Yas's face suddenly changed, full of disappointment. He wiped his tongue with his hand, sighing helplessly. Bu slowly opened her eyes. Now, the girl confidently stands with her hands on her hips and declares that Bu is grown up. Now Mi is an adult, and she herself is a guardian spirit. She gently pats Bu's head with a trembling hand and praises her, saying, "You did well in enduring the itch. Very good." Bu's face couldn't hide her happiness as she excitedly asked, "Do you think Bill is an adult now?" Bu Duong looked into his sparkling eyes, trembling as he said that Long told him if he waited a little longer, he would become an adult. Yas folded his arms and said, "You can't grow taller, so don't pretend to be an adult. You little brat." His words made Bu angry. The girl points at Y's face and yells that he's lying. He sticks out his tongue to tease her. "I'm still the same height as you, so you're still a kid, right? Only kids ignore when they are being bullied." The girl stubbornly refused. "No, I don't ignore it. The ancient tree told Run that it seems you did very well in raising Bu. Look how relaxed she seems. You also have a title, right?" He replied. "That's right." Run spoke frankly. The celestial demon is a scene transition. At this point, Junhee has returned home. She cheerfully exclaimed, "We're back, everyone. Are you doing well?" Hearing no response, she suddenly called out in confusion, "Everyone, look at how gloomy the living room is. B is slumped over." Yas leans her head on the chair and asks, "Why is everyone just lying around like this since you got back?" "Don't you want me to come home?" Seer awkwardly explained. "No, young master, that is," Junhee asked in confusion. "Is something wrong?" The little girl's face suddenly looked sad. "We haven't been able to go to the grocery store for days," she said. Hearing that, Junhee shouted in panic, "Can't go? Have you guys been watching TV all this time?" The shout made IAS and Bill turn around. Casey sighed and said, "Yes, the grocery store has been closed these days. We initially thought the owner was just taking a break, But the girl remembers the scene where the three of them are knocking on the grocery store door, and Bill exclaims, "Long, long, the door isn't opening." Casey shouted, "Ma'am, are you inside?" "Her?" he snapped irritably. "What the hell is going on? Why aren't they opening the door today?" The three of them pressed their faces against the glass, looking with hopeful eyes, and Casey nervously asked, "What's going on?" Y tiredly called out, "Please open the door." Bill sadly wondered, "Where is she, Grandma?" Suddenly, a piece of paper flew over and hit Cassie in the face, startling her and exclaiming, "What the heck?" She opened the paper and read it aloud, a note saying she was taking a rest due to poor health, grocery store. Upon reading the news, the three of them became gloomy. The girl said, "But she's not even 100 years old yet. I'm sure she's not old enough to meet the Grim Reaper yet." Junhai sat eating while listening to the story, her eyes also looking sad. She said, "I hope she gets better soon." The atmosphere at the dining table grew a bit somber. Ya said with a weary voice, "Where do we buy essentials now?" Bill worriedly said, "She must be in a lot of pain." Casey said, "I'm worried we'll starve more." The girl put a piece of rice in her mouth and said, "I also hope she gets better soon." The scene shifts, the operator's voice echoes. The number you dial is not in service. Before finishing the sentence, Down quickly hangs up. He relaxed. They also didn't answer the phone. At this moment, he was standing outside the shop making a call when Mr. Han approached. He asked in a deep voice, "Who is this? Are you looking for the owner of the grocery store?" "Yes, my child really likes her, but we can't get in touch with her." So he just shrugged and said, "How can she answer the phone?" "She was taken to the hospital after fainting." Mr. Han stroked his chin and said, "I suppose I should say, are you refusing the status window or something? That symptom appears when the body is incompatible with the status window." He thought of her gentle image, helping children and showing that she is a good person. Sometimes the heavens are unfair, but this one is for you. She should have rested if she felt sick. It's understandable that she fainted because she ignored the pain and said she liked watching children. Mr. Han stroked his chin repeatedly and continued, "I also heard that all she needs to recover is something called an elixir, but that thing is really expensive. An old woman wouldn't have that kind of money," the boy asked nervously upon hearing this. "Do you need the fairy elixir?" The manager sighed heavily and scratched his head, saying yes, but it's worth a whole house. "But she's just an old woman living in a rented house. I wish I could help her." The boy politely said, "Thank you for letting me know." Then he muttered to himself, trembling, "Elixir?" The scene shifts to a pair of small feet stomping hard on the ground, with Down and Cassie in the form of children. The two of them arrive at a luxurious-looking forest. The little girl says, "This is Seolak Mountain, one of the 100 tourist spots in Korea." Seeing that, the explorers looked at the two with puzzled expressions. "Are they filming today? Is he a hunter?" Another person asked. "Why is the hunter bringing a child along?" From one guest to another, "Don't tell me he's here to find the child's mother." Casey took your hand and the two of you walked together. The girl looked up and asked, "Why are we here?" "Master, no," Dad stammered, "to get the elixir." Hearing that, the girl's face became excited. She asked, "The elixir? What do you plan to use it for?" The boy calmly expressed that Boo looked very sad and that he wanted to heal the old shopkeeper lady. The response moved Cassie deeply, her eyes welling up with tears as she exclaimed, "So touching, sir. You told me to call you father when we're outside." The little girl quickly corrected herself. Standing among the climbers, she solemnly clasped her hands and shouted, "Dad, I will follow you for the rest of my life." It surprises everyone and leaves them staring in confusion at the unusual child. Someone asks, "Dad, is that girl your friend's daughter?" That made Down feel helpless. He spoke up. "Let's go," so the girl replied. "Yes, father." Down swiped his card in front of the system screen and a red alert appeared. "Hunter, Hun Yu has been warned that the difficulty level of the fissure exceeds your rank. If you still wish to proceed, please swipe your card again." Seer crossed his arms, snapped, "This machine no longer recognizes reasonable people. This is someone who raised the Dragon King," then immediately picked up the girl and covered her mouth. "You told me to just go in." As I stepped through the gate and saw what was inside, my face was blank with amazement. Beyond the gate is a world buried under a thick blanket of white snow. C exclaimed, "How interesting, so much snow." The girl sticks out her tongue to catch the snowflake and says she doesn't know if it tastes good. He smiled as he looked at Cassie, thinking she resembled Long Long in this aspect. Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across, and in an instant, the girl felt the gaze flicker with a bolt of purple lightning. From the sky, sharp ice arrows shot toward the two of them. Casey shouted, "Master, watch out!" Immediately, Down raised his hand forward, creating a purple shield around the two of them. The wind howled fiercely. Then he hugged the girl, stumbling against the rocks, using the momentum to leap away quickly, and the girl cried out in fear. The master suddenly, with a pale face and eyes without pupils, asked, "Who are you?" At this moment, in front of Do-run stands a gigantic old man, completely white like snow. "Who are you to dare enter here?" The icy voice of the immortal master echoed from his mouth. "Answer me, what is your name?" Facing him, you stare intently without saying a word. Seer is still in a dazed state. The girl speaks, saying the world is spinning in circles. The old man asks seriously, "Answer me, what is your identity?" The aura of the immortal master radiated coldness as he issued a threat. Why did you come here? You should know that I will punish you if you do not reveal your identity and purpose for coming. I heard that I can find the elixir of immortality here. The giant head of the old man lowered close to me and asked, The elixir of immortality, why do you need the essence of this world? He replied casually, Do I really need to say it? That answer made the immortal master angry. How disrespectful! How can a lowly human show such attitude before me? Then the wind howled fiercely, but the voice of the immortal softened again. I will freeze you and your soul inside the void for 10,000 years if I have full authority. But my task is to guard the essence of the earth, so despite your arrogance, you still have to take the test. As soon as he finished speaking, the immortal master moved his giant hand in front of him, unleashing a tremendous burst of power. He said, I will measure the strength of your soul. Judging by your arrogant behavior and speech, I am sure you won't be able to pass. Trembling, he raised his hand and stared intently at the floating crystal in his palm. The immortal warned beforehand that if he failed the test, his soul would shatter into pieces. Do you still want to try? Seer leaned in and whispered, Master, I think this thing is full of viruses and bacteria. The old man, hearing that, judged the character of his master accordingly. He nervously picks up the small blue crystal and contemplates it. Immediately, he puts it in his mouth and calmly says, I haven't been tested in a long time. Seeing that, the little girl exclaimed in panic, Master, it's very dirty. You should have let me swallow it instead. It's dirty what? It's clean. That's natural crystal. Durun smiled confidently and said, I will accept the test. Then he and the old man entered into infinite space. The immortal master sat cross-legged and spoke dismissively. Those fools think that the immortal medicine is just a cure for illnesses, but no one knows that the crystals of nature itself are already the divine medicine of heaven. Then Durun spoke seriously. Is that so? The immortal master immediately became stunned. He wondered, why are you still okay? Aren't you in any pain? Does it hurt even now? He still remains determined. I'm sure you must be in pain. The face of the immortal master looks a bit worried. He silently thought, or maybe he's so foolish that he's lost all sense of pain. Suddenly, a red notification appeared. You cannot see through the target, and the level barrier of the soul prevents you from using your skills. That caught the old man completely off guard. The void space began to distort and numerous holes appeared. Run remained calm, standing there as the notifications kept ringing out. Warning, if you choose to ignore the notification, your soul will start to corrode. You have 10 seconds. The primordial spirit's soul is gradually fading away. He cried out desperately, What's going on? The countdown is happening. Warning, if you choose to ignore the notification, your soul will begin to decay. 3, 2, 1 seconds remaining. Immediately after, the space disappeared, and they returned to the snowy mountain where the immortal master had shrunk and was lying collapsed on the ground. He gasped for breath and then hesitated before asking, So you mean to say you are a god? He sighed and then replied, There's no need to overdo it. Where's the elixir? The immortal master spoke. You don't need it. You've surpassed the realm of nature. I don't need it myself. I use it for others, preferably in liquid form if possible. After hearing that, the immortal master awkwardly exclaimed, Well, you should have said so earlier. The girl crossed her arms and scolded the old man. You're the one who called the master arrogant and looked down on him. The elder immediately snapped back angrily. Don't interfere, pet. Casey also got annoyed and said, Do you prefer eating porridge instead of rice? Then the little girl revealed her true form. Seeing that, the old man was stunned and exclaimed, How dare you! Ugh! Immediately after, the immortal master lowered his voice and said, Sorry. The girl shouted loudly, Be sincere! The old man trembled and begged for mercy for me. Having obtained the elixir successfully, they returned to the hospital. The girl said, I know we have the elixir, but at Mrs. Okesu's bedside, there's a sign with patient information attached to the foot of the bed. Her life flickers through the faint purple flame on her stomach, and her voice softly says, She's too weak now. Who knows if she can take the elixir? Then Durun opened the vial of elixir, and he replied, It's fine. Immediately after, he poured it into her IV bag. Durun said, It's okay like this. Immediately, the flame on Ok's chest burst out fiercely, illuminating the entire hospital bed and causing a gentle smile to appear on her face. The little girl cheerfully said, I think she'll wake up soon. It's so good to see her after such a long time. Durun said, Let's go so she can rest. The girl standing beside the hospital bed, her eyes slightly teary, said, Dad, thinking about how Dad cares for others like this. Even though he's the strongest in the world, he humbly says he's not. And Sarah and the others left. The girl said, Dad, Big Brother and Bill would probably be very happy. It will take some more time before the shop can open again. Looks like we'll have to buy supplies from a smaller store. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Anyway, we have to do something about Mrs. Kim Ok's hospital bill. You and the girl look at the doctor and nurse talking, and the doctor says that's what I was worried about. She has no family and is still unconscious. The nurse expresses that she feels terrible because she helped me when I was young, but if the bill isn't paid, we will have to stop the treatment. Knowing her situation, Cassie asked, Should I go teach some bad people a lesson and take their money? His face trembled with thought, and he remained silent. After some time, Mrs. OK had her oxygen tube removed and opened her eyes to see the world. Just at that moment, the doctor also stood there, joyfully exclaiming, Finally, she's awake, her voice still weak, and she says, I know I'm about to die. How much time do I have left? The doctor sits down beside the bed and cheerfully says, What's going on? No way. It's truly a miracle. But you're completely healthy now. You can be discharged early. Mrs. Zhu looked up at him and then spoke. No way. Then she reached out to the doctor and said, I still don't have enough strength to sit up. Then she gripped the doctor's shoulder so tightly that he was pinched to the point of pain. The doctor's voice echoed throughout the hospital. Okay, I can sit up now. She smiled and said, Oh my, are you okay? The doctor sighed in pain. It's such a relief that you're full of energy like this, ma'am. Suddenly, the doctor remembered and turned back to tell her that she really has a good neighbor. Remember to thank him later. A young man said he is your neighbor and has paid everything for free. What? Can you explain in detail? The doctor described it to her. Oh, he's quite tall and around his 30s. After a while, Mrs. Okesu was discharged and returned to run the convenience store. Bill and Isa happily run over to hug her. The sweet voice of the girl echoes. Grandma, he's calling out to you loudly. Grandma OK gently pats Bill's head and says, Oh, my dear, are you here to find Chocopi? The girl asked. Yes. Is she okay now? She has responded, dear. I'm fine now. She's back. The kids rushed over to play games at the shop. Isa spoke up. You've waited so long for this day. Today, all the rewards are mine. A little boy praised Long Long for being super talented. Seer is here too. The little girl is holding her candy bag and showing it off. Boo Boo, look, this is sticky candy. The little girl excitedly exclaimed, thinking she wanted to buy it. Then Shu turned to Do, trembling. She immediately took both of his hands and sincerely said, Young man, thank you. I don't know how to repay you anymore. You already knew, didn't you? A warm smile appeared on her gentle face. How could I not know? You're the only handsome young man who often comes here. Dune also smiled and encouraged him. It's nothing at all. Please, try to stay healthy for a few more years. The kids love you very much. The kids are playing happily together on the game console. Bill tosses candy onto Yas's head and teases him. Long Long has a bug that looks like this one. He's too busy playing games to care. He shouted but didn't listen. Hearing the comforting words from him, OK was moved. She wiped her tears and said, All right, I will definitely do that. Young man, thank you. Unexpectedly, Hakus also came here. He spoke up. Oh, this place finally opened. Kirill is also going with him. He said I don't need to go far to buy Chocopi anymore. Going to another store to buy it is quite inconvenient. Hakus said, Hey, think about what food to buy. They are very talkative. Dune and Mrs. Ock listened quietly as he spoke. Hakas then spoke up. Ma'am, it's been a while, hasn't it? Kirill asked her. Grandma, you still have Chocopi to eat. Suddenly, they both shouted in panic, their mouths hanging down to their ankles. So it's because of Down's presence. Hakus approached him and asked, Why are you here? He replied, Just because it's convenient. Then Down looked suspicious and exclaimed, You two aren't wandering around causing twice the damage, are you? Then their faces turned pale, looking awkward and stammering, until Yaez, chewing gum, spoke up with a mature tone. Kids are always causing trouble. When will they finally grow up? But it seems he's a bit more mature now. In the end, he makes a final remark, while the owner still doesn't know when he'll grow up. They saw him and then spoke up. Oh, Big Brother is also here. Yas asked seriously, Why are you two walking together? Hakas helplessly looked at Kirill, smiled foolishly, and replied, I opened a street food stall, but I was so busy I didn't know what else to do. Kiri pretended to sound serious and said, My friend begged me so much that this generous older brother decided to help out. Hakas glanced at him and wondered silently. Generous? Seeing that, Down smiled and said, It seems you two have gotten along well. He thought to himself that it was wonderful to see such a peaceful relationship. But after a while, he reconsidered. Of course, it was only in a farm area. Kirill asked, What do you think, Hakas? Is that enough? Isaias and Hakas shouted in panic. Hey, this crazy guy again. Their terrified screams as they saw a tall skeletal soldier. Who told you to bring them here? Down emphasizes that it was just a misunderstanding by Lie Down. They are in a crack in the rank, in the Goblin Plains. Hawk happily exclaimed while holding a bag of money. Look at this, big brother. The land here is so fertile, it's perfect for growing this kind of vegetable that only grows inside dungeons. This area must have been made for farming. Hey, White Lizard, are you really going to give me delicious food if I help you? Yas, with one hand on her hip and the other pointing, said, I only eat delicious dishes like spicy fried chicken. Then Haka's whole body was engulfed in flames. The fiery passion in his eyes burns brightly as he affirms, Of course the Dragon Clan doesn't lie. Big brother, I swear on the honor of the Dragon Clan, whatever delicious food you want, I can get it for you. But you have to work for it first. Hearing that, Iza Ask said, What is this? Are you giving me an order? Hawk replied in a lower voice. No, that's not it. Then he turned to scold Kirill harshly. You too, work hard to protect the front line. Relax and enjoy the rewards. Seeing that, IS asked in surprise, Is your uncle the village drummer? Suddenly, a bunch of ugly red bugs appeared. Kirill cracked his knuckles and asked sharply, Got it, so first I need to get rid of these goblins, right? Hakas quickly nodded. Yes, hurry up and wipe them out. It may take a little time, but make sure this place is clean and tidy. Right after that, he drew a bow and confidently said, "Do you look down on me?" As if these goblins would take much time. Kiriel's proud face pulls back the bow, a surge of power focusing on the arrow. "I will end everything in 1 second." Seeing that, Hakas panicked and kicked him hard. He shouted, "Damn it, you crazy idiot! Are you planning to destroy this place too?" Kiri kneels on the ground, clutching his head in pain. He softly speaks. "Didn't you say to clear everything out? Why are you stopping me now?" Haka angrily said that if they used that, not just the farmland, but the entire area would be destroyed. Then he pointed at the 3 people standing far away and exclaimed, "Are you crazy? What do you plan to do if they get hurt? Do you want the boss to turn you into sashimi or what?" Kiri patted his head and said, "Everyone makes mistakes." "You bastard!" Yas walks over to him, raises his fist, and points out, "Hey, use your hands to deal with them. Got it? If the master gets angry, you're dead." Then Yas lifted a stone with one hand and said, "Hurry up now. If you understand, then move it out of here." Kiriel shoved his fingers into the red ogre's nose and angrily shouted, "You move those 2 stones while I'm almost done with these goblins." While he was struggling with the red boars barehanded, Yas happily went to lift the bow and spoke. "If you complain so much, I'll lift 5 more stones," Hakas said resignedly, sighing as he dug the ground. "Anyway, I don't expect much from the boss." Then he put the small stone down, sighed, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, acting diligent. Yas exclaimed, "Even if it's hard, is this the joy of working?" Behind Kiriel was carrying large stones and spoke up. "I'm the one doing all the work here." And then he called out,
Than Lan Chang, dạng hung hực rào rạt, lạnh lùng nói, "Ta bán lắm, dẫn nói chuyện với ta và làm việc gì?" Kiri chán nản chỉ tay về phía 3 người kia rồi hỏi, "Nhưng ma cổ ổn khống khi mấy tên này cứ nhịn chậm chậm chừng ta như thế?"
"What's going on? Are those guys digging here? In a dungeon? Are there hunters with those kinds of skills too?" He crossed his arms and judged. "What's going on? That red dog is planning to move those stones over there," Yas said, hands behind his back, with a nonchalant attitude. "Why bother caring? You're strong enough to bully these guys anyway," Hakas said, truly the big brother. "Big brother has uncovered his true nature," Yas exclaimed. "Your brain is as flat as a block of tofu." Kiriel looks annoyed. He raised his hand to his chin and said, "I will be a good person and not argue about that, and it takes more than a month for the vegetables to grow. So every day someone will come here and they might steal the vegetables." The statement shocked Isaias and Hakas deeply. "You shouted, Hakas. What did he just say that sounds so logical? Did he eat something wrong?" Hakas, surprised, said, "Big brother is right. This is the first time I hear him say something useful." Hearing that, Kiriel angrily rushed in and beat Hakas up. He snapped, "Want to die?" Yas helplessly told him to fight again. Hawk, that Innova guy really is hopeless. He's furious now and shouts, "Don't act like you know everything when you don't know anything." I know how to prevent thieves from stealing the vegetables." Then he lowered his voice and said, "You know, it's over." Kiri held out a heavy black bag and said, "You fool, as long as I have this." Yas wondered why. "What is that?" He explained that this is called a whale bag. If you make a monster about to die, then you can contain that monster in this bag. Even better, if you put a monster in this bag, it will recover quickly. Yas looks suspicious and says, "You won't beat humans up and then put them in there, right? The owner will deal with you soon." Then Kiriel untied the black bundle, releasing a mysterious purple energy. He said it himself, those snake gods are always violent if we want to protect the vegetables from thieves, so we need a gatekeeper. Kiriel cheerfully asked, "What do you think? Hakas, not bad, right?" Yas and Hakas escaped, their faces turning pale. He shouted, "Hey, you bastard, who told you to bring those things here?" Kiriel still looked confused and asked what he meant. This amount is just enough to block it. An enormous army of bones appears with sharp weapons. Yas angrily punched him hard on the head and said, "If you keep those evil guys in the prison, others will get hurt and I will be punished by the master." "Hey, let him finish speaking already." Kiri, clutching his head in pain and tears streaming down, explained that these guys only listen to him, so he would tell them to tie up the thieves and throw them out of the dungeon. Right after that, he ordered the army, "You are only allowed to protect the farmland. Catch the thief and tie him to that tree over there. Do you understand? Each big guy with a sword, bow your head and accept the orders." Hakas was so scared he was complaining. "My head." Yas gloomily said, "I guess there won't be any mistakes, but honestly, I don't trust this guy at all." Kiriel raised her finger, looking extremely confident, and said, "Trust me this time." A few days later, on a Saturday morning at Dojin's house, Junhai was in the kitchen calling Vong out. "The food is ready, everyone." Yas sits on the chair, probably waiting for the kimchi subtitles tonight. The phone on the table suddenly rings with a call from Kang Che-onu. Do-Run silently thought that he wouldn't be the one to call on the weekend. He picked up the phone and said, "Yes, sir." On the other side, he spoke hurriedly, urgently. "Do-Run! It's urgent. All staff are being called in. Hurry up. What's going on?" He spoke up. "Do you remember the goblin dungeon in Midong? It seems all the goblins have disappeared and been replaced by a bunch of unidentified monsters. I think this is an evolution phenomenon," he said nervously. "An upgrade? And you still don't know the identity of the monster?" He said the issue is there. This is the first time everyone has seen that type of monster, so the information is still being updated. You lowered your voice. Luckily, there were no casualties. Then immediately changed clothes and spoke with relief. Xianshu also nodded in agreement. Sorry, but could you go straight to the dungeon? He hesitated. He agreed immediately and went out the door. Yes, I will go there. Who would have thought you would jump out the window from the upper floor? Yas, lying on Junhai's shoulder, happily says she feels like she's about to get her owner's food. Casey, holding onto the railing, says, being the pillar of the family is really tough. Bill happily waves goodbye and reminds him to stay safe, Dad. Then he quickly jumped across the rooftops of the buildings. Down hurriedly called Xianshu and said, Director, I'm almost at the prison. Please send me the data. What? But it's only been 10 minutes. I'm glad I was in that area. I'll investigate it immediately. Once I have the data, he exclaimed emotionally. Immediately? You really are passionate about your work. Thanks to people like you, this country runs smoothly. Oh, and just like Hayuk do. He opened his tablet, and a file appeared on the screen. In an instant, Down was in the forest. He thought to himself that everything looked similar to the last time he came here, except there were no cups. He looked around and wondered, it's strange. There should be signs indicating level ups, but there's nothing like that at all. The image of those red creatures appeared in Down's mind. He thought that usually in a goblin dungeon, 2 or 3 different monster types would mix with the goblins, gradually increasing in number. But here, the goblins suddenly disappeared and unidentified monsters appeared all at once. This is not an ordinary level. Suddenly, he was drawn to something. In front of you is a neatly planted field of crops. You exclaim. Down begins to suspect. Why is there a farmland inside this dungeon? Suddenly, a sharp knife appears out of nowhere, and he quickly reacts, dodging the slash in time. Wait a minute. I've seen this type of vegetable in the middle world. Now in front of him are Kiriel's headless skeleton soldiers, as Jun sensed that those previous ones were emitting central energy. Then he remembered Tusitala's words. Listen, once the erosion process ends, Earth will be transported to the middle world and the guidance phase will begin. His hand started to materialize a black sword. He guesses, don't tell me this is a sign that the process is almost complete. Down immediately rushes in to deal with all those bones. He silently thought that if that happened now, 80% of humanity would die. I need to clean things up here quickly and gather the director of the BMOS Association and other S-rankers. Kiriel suddenly starts singing a sad tune as the scene shifts, loudly singing in the kitchen. Haka squad, stop wandering around and start serving the customers. Kiriel wiped his nose and said, I'm here. Then he reached up and scratched his head. He wondered to himself why he felt so uneasy. What will happen to Kiriel's fate today? Kiriel went out to the market and pointed at the vegetables, asking how much they cost. The old woman spread her hand and replied, these scallions cost 3,000 and these onions cost 5,000. He happily said, that's a great discount, isn't it? The old woman replied, yes, come again next time. Suddenly, Jun and Yaz happened to pass by. He asked, hey, what are you doing here? Bill also said. Uncle? The familiar call makes Kiriel turn back. He wondered what you guys are doing here, and Yaz said, I just asked you that too. You just planted it yesterday so you can also harvest the vegetables there to eat. Durun calmly said, I don't know when you started farming, but theoretically it should take a whole week to harvest them. Hearing that, Yaz sighed heavily and said in a disappointed tone, so does that mean we have to wait another month to eat Nilarium? Because Jun was curious. Nilarium, do you mean it only develops in the dungeon? Kiriel quickly explained that yesterday her husband had a hard time. Not just with Nilarium, but they also cultivated Unter and AC. Hearing this, he suddenly thought of the headless gang from yesterday who warned him, and to prevent anyone from stealing, we even arranged some headless night guards. He suddenly froze and exclaimed, what? Oh! Suddenly, I crossed my arms and trembled, and my body emitted a dark aura that made Yaz tremble in fear. Thanks to that, I was busy attending a meeting to protect humanity yesterday, so all of this is thanks to you guys, huh? Yaz quickly pointed at Kiriel and blamed him. Master, I tried to stop it, it's all these fools' fault. He nervously spoke up. Wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? Then both of them received a punch from Down that they would never forget. You told each of us to write 50 self-criticism reports. Kiriel clutched his head in pain and cried out, please don't. My mind is full of worry. What should I do now? I've run out of ideas. Do I really have to write it the same way as last time? Kiriel sobbed silently, his mind overwhelmed with thoughts about what to write this time. Will I get beaten if I rewrite it? Oh my god, the gates of hell are opening for me. I really have run out of ideas. What kind of hell keeps opening its door like that? Bu stands from afar, staring in confusion at something. Then the girl ran away while the two people were crying. Bu stood in front of a store, and the girl looked at the rabbit costume and exclaimed, so adorable. Bu looks at the yellow price tag and gasps. Let's see how many numbers there are. 1, 2, 3, 4 are really expensive. Suddenly, an old man opened the door and asked, do you want that rabbit pajamas? The girl politely replied, yes. And then, Bu sighed, looking dejected and complaining. But I had no money. It's too expensive. He raised his hand to his chin and said, it seems like you don't have a budget. So ask your dad to buy it. I'm sure your dad will buy it. The girl looked up and said, Dad, huh? Then she thought about the scene of running out of money to buy the outfit, having no food at home, and the whole family starving. Boo! Afraid she would turn pale, exclaimed, "No." The girl looked at the outfit with longing eyes, her voice filled with regret. "Does anyone else want this outfit? Will someone snatch it while me is saving up?" The boss, standing behind, said, "They really like it. Maybe so." The girl sighed again, her voice full of disappointment. "So, next time, me won't be able to buy it either." His face grew thoughtful. The boss said, "What should I do now?" Unexpectedly, he comforted the girl by saying, "All right, I promise not to sell to anyone else until you save enough money. What do you think?" Hearing that, Bill was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Really? Then from now on, Mai will save money. Where did you come from?" he shouted. "Don't go wandering around if you're not needed." The girl asked confusedly, "Why is that?" Long, in front of Bill are Isis and Kirill gasping for breath. He asked Hakas, "How many minutes are left?" The owner gave us 10 minutes. And 9 minutes and 30 seconds have passed, so there are only 30 seconds left, and tears of happiness stream down their faces. Isis and Kirill embrace and say, "Great, we found the girl in under 10 minutes. We only needed to write 10 sheets, not 50. He happily told the boss that he was saved, then IAS looked at Bill, still troubled, and spoke. "Let's go, Bill." Hakas and Kirill walk away behind him, speaking sadly. "Yeah, go write a self-criticism." He looked inside the store and asked, "What's going on? Did you come here for that?" The girl pointed to the outfit and said, "Yes, America plans to buy it after saving enough money." Yas looked at the price list and thought to himself, "Don't tell me he's the one who spoke up. I don't think the kid can afford it, even if he worked odd jobs his whole life. Buying 2 chickens to satisfy his craving is better than that thing." Bill looks determined and confidently declares that she doesn't think she'll buy it with the demon's money. Yas honestly tells her to wake up. If it's only 500 each time, when will she ever save enough? Then Bill's eyes grew dull, and she spoke sadly. "I can't. I thought I could buy it." Then the two of them had to go back. The next morning at Do-jun's house, IAS saw Bill lying sprawled on the floor with some loose change and wondered why. Bill was just going grocery shopping. "What the heck are you doing?" Junhai is folding clothes with C when she speaks up. "I really don't know what that girl is doing." The little girl agrees, "I don't know either." Boo. Burying his face in the ground, his voice filled with regret. Long said, "Yes, Ma, I can't buy it. Saving up only gets you 2,400. Suddenly, she took out a few bills and said, "She's almost got enough. Do you want to borrow?" Seeing that, the girl sat up in shock and exclaimed, "Is that really true, Long?" But it's not that easy to get, so she laughed loudly, saying that eating chicken with this money is better. "I told you so." But C was helpless and said, "Come on, big brother." That made Bu angry, and she bit his ear in fury, shouting loudly, "Damn stingy, Long is drunk!" He cried out in pain. "Mom!" Luckily, Junhai ran over to stop her. She spoke up, stopping herself. "Bill, you shouldn't bite your friends, right?" Bill struggled, blaming Long for being drunk. She scolded the girl sternly. "Look, Bill, Long is hurt. Shouldn't you treat your friends better?" Bill calmed down and said sadly, "No." Junhai put Bill down and crossed her arms, scolding Yas. "That's right. And Long, you shouldn't bully children." His hand trembled as he touched his ear and said, "My ear is like this now." Junhai announced that the two of them would not receive any more pocket money, shocking Bill and Yas. Yas wondered why. "Junhai, please don't. I'm sorry," the girl said with tears in her eyes. "Mom, I'm sorry." Junhai sternly crossed his arms and said, "No, there will be no money at all in the next 3 days. And if you don't apologize to each other, I'll ground both of you and not let you go out. So please apologize." Y had extended her hand, awkwardly making peace. Ad extended her hand, awkwardly. "Hey, apologies are not accepted, but with the money I have, you can't buy it," Casey said helplessly. "Big brother, you don't need to apologize." He reached out his hand in front of Bill, but the girl ran into the room and slammed the door shut while shouting, I don't want to make peace with Long. I told Junhai about Bill's apology. D sighed and told the boss he's 8,000 years old this time I can't save him. So he collapsed to the floor, his face full of sadness, crying out, "That means I really won't have any money to spend, right? And you're not allowed to go outside either." The little girl still diligently folds clothes and speaks. "Think about it, big brother. Why did Bill get so angry?" Yas became arrogant. He said he really didn't know what was wrong with him. Then Yas remembered what he wore yesterday and thought it might be better to give the girl a gift. Suddenly, an idea lit up in his mind. That's right, a gift. Yas happily returned and exclaimed that it was just that. Immediately, Yas jumped out the window and ran off, then told Cassie to come back. "What about these clothes?" "Big brother." He hurriedly stands in front of the shop holding some money and calls out, "Hey, mister, give me that." The boss keeps his word and extends his hand to refuse. "No, I promised a girl I wouldn't do that." "Hey, sir, it's really urgent now. She's my little sister." The man scratched his head and said, "Oh, I see. Done." Yas returned with the outfit in hand. The boss said, "Remember to give it to your sister." He immediately rushed home, causing chaos in the street. What's going on? A crazy red dog. He whispered to himself, "Bill, wait for me." A while later, Issa appeared at home looking exhausted. "Here you go, Bill. I bought what you wanted." The girl opens the door, still looking annoyed. The girl huffed and said, I don't want to anymore. He looked confused and asked, what? Immediately after, Bill slammed the door shut. The girl shouted, thinking she would never forgive Long Long. Boo declared that he would never kiss Long Long again. His whole body seemed stiff. Casey and Junhai are at a loss for words. Will Long Long and Bill be able to reconnect their relationship? Dad, I finished my homework, Bill said happily as he held up the paper, then gently praised her. Dad saw it. You did very well. Bill happily asks, can I go out and play more? Because she also finished all her homework. He handed the worksheet back to her and smiled warmly, saying, of course. Let Long Long and Casey go with you. Bill spread his hands to take the paper. The girl pouted and said, I don't want to go with Long Long. Yaz, hearing this, collapsed in pain, and Du, trembling, looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Then the three of them still went into the forest to play. Boo pushed excitedly, running around and shouting, there are so many trees! Sia reminded Bill, don't go too far. She crossed her arms and encouraged him. Come on, big brother, smile. He's been gloomy since yesterday and hasn't spoken a word. Bill, the girl said she doesn't want to play with me. She hates me now. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing both of them to turn around reflexively. Oh, so it's the boss? So it's Kirill and Hakus. He carried the national sword on his shoulder and asked, what are you guys doing here? Where's the girl? Casey said, so you got scolded by your master and you're still out gardening? Hakus is really something else, huh? Is he just stubbornly making excuses? He said, as long as I only meddle, it's fine. Seeing Isaac's disappointed expression, Kirill approached to ask, why do you look so sad, brother? Hey, big brother than Lon? What's going on? Yaz asked in a sad voice. Bill doesn't like me anymore. The girl said she hates me. He reached out, his eyes shining, and said, the whole world loves me and I will always be loved. But actually, well, everyone is kind to Long Long because no one can control his violent nature. His image with the terrifying face is deeply etched in everyone's mind. He quietly wonders when he became so violent. Come on. Yaz pretends to look pitiful before speaking. Who would have thought she hated me? Hakas felt confused and asked CC, what the hell is going on with the big brother? The little girl could only stay silent, one fine day while walking in the forest. A few minutes ago, Kirill and Hakus were laughing happily at Yas. He shouted, what did you do to make the girl completely ignore you? Hawk points at him and teases, big brother, that's why you should be nice to others. He sighs and says, you're right, that's what adolescence is all about. Casey calmly said, I don't think so. Big brother Kel crossed his arms and offered some advice. Tabayum, you should just give her a gift and say sorry. Is it really that hard? Hakas looked at him with a strange expression. He said, what the hell? Why does this idiot happen to be right today? Hearing that, Kirill snapped, I've never been wrong before. Always, every day. Then the two of them started fighting fiercely again. Ia sat sadly against the stone, complaining. I'm 8,000 years old, but I don't think I've grown up at all. That's right. Kirill and Hakus are battered, each with one eye swollen shut. He pats his head and says he's digging his own grave. Hakus crossed his arms and said, well, it seems I should sort everything out for the boss. Casey also spoke sadly. This is serious. Hakas leaned in close and asked the little girl. What do kids like nowadays? Kirill asked. I don't know if it's a doll or a snack. The little girl raised her hand and said, Bill wants the bunny costume. What a coincidence, Minhyu and Minji J are also here. He looked at the iPad in his hand and said, according to the map Lai gave, this is the correct route. She snapped, saying, you're looking at the map backwards. He shyly apologized to Anne. Then B runs past. Min Hayu unexpectedly asks, a child. Min clings to his shoulder and reminds him, be careful, that could be a monster. Suddenly Bill turned around. When did they get so close to her? She asked, why is she so adorable? Little one, who are you? He asked in confusion. Hey, why are you acting like that after just calling the girl a monster earlier? The girl honestly replied, I'm Bill. Who are these two people? Dad said I shouldn't talk to strangers. Min Hayuk was stunned and called out, Uncle? Min pointed to himself and explained, we're not strangers, we're just lost. The postman crossed his arms, showing sympathy, and said, you two are unlucky. Dad said you should help those in trouble. Suddenly, the ancient tree appeared behind the girl and spoke, Bill, these people are fine. They come from Korea. The girl asked in confusion, South Korea, where I live with my dad. The two were amazed by the scene before them. He exclaimed, what was that? I wonder why I didn't notice that tree. Its power is truly terrifying. She spoke, but I didn't sense any hostility from it. Me and Hayuak nodded and said, yes, it's really a relief. Before he finished speaking, his hungry stomach growled. Breaking the awkward silence, Minjae asked, do you need to go to the bathroom? Bu naively asked, are you hungry? He shyly explained, I was just hungry. I haven't eaten anything for 3 days. Me and Hyuk touched her stomach, growling, and said, you have to take care of your physiological needs. She spoke up, causing Tao to become alert as she used her thing. Suddenly, a hand extended a bag of sweets. The girl offered, do you want to eat? It's delicious, right? Minjae bowed to accept it and cheerfully asked, even though you look quite scary, do you still want me to give you some food? The girl replied, yes, she praised her. Truly a kind princess. Hearing that, Manhwa grumbled and said, then Min peeled the cake and thanked her. Then he snatched it back. She exclaimed, Senior, he already put it in his mouth and is eating happily. I'm just joking, here's half of it. Then Boo's face became dejected. The girl said that Long Long also likes chocobai. Min Jae wondered. Long Long, isn't that your brother Lai's dog? Min Hyuk asked, stunned and confused. Your brother Lai's dog? The two of them quickly connected the details. A girl who knows about Lai's dog and a father living in Korea immediately exclaimed in panic, don't tell me the girl is Lai's daughter because of her trembling. The girl replied, yes, that's her father's name. Minhoo hurriedly looked around and exclaimed, does he have 2 daughters? Oh my god, so he's not here right now, right? The girl shook her head and said, my dad is not here. I came here with Long Long and Kasi. He sighed in relief and spoke. That's a relief? Then Min wondered and asked, but why are you all alone? Bu Feng hesitantly explained, you fought with Long Long. Are you asking about a dog? But I couldn't accept his apology. Bill turned around, his eyes filled with regret, and said, I want to forgive him, but I don't know how to say it. Mian-D happily said, so you want to make peace with the dog? I mean Long Long, right? Mian-Hai strokes his chin thoughtfully. He doesn't know what happened, but isn't it true that dogs like to eat bones? She also spoke up, but that dog isn't the type to like eating bones. Maybe it likes beef. Bu lowered his head and shared. Long Long likes meat, even though he bought a bunny outfit for the kid, even though he doesn't like it. Mian-Hai said, then just accept it. The girl replied gloomily, I was too angry at the time to accept it. Min Jae sighed and said, with someone as simple as Senior, it's fine, but Bill is Kao Lai's daughter. Think a bit more deeply. He rubbed his face thoughtfully and spoke in a warm voice. Bill, why not try writing a letter? Haven't you been practicing writing these days? With that suggestion, he told her, a letter. Min agrees. That's right. Try writing down what you're thinking. Oh, right. You can write an apology there and draw a picture beside it. Then the girl immediately started writing on the spot. Bu asked, is this okay? The two also bent down to watch the girl work. He praised, you're a really good artist. Yes, she spoke up. That's correct. At that moment, Long Long and the others were busy building a shelter. Kiriel asked, what should I do with this? He replied, oh, you can leave it there. A cardboard box arrives. The girl asks, what about this one? Hakas, he instructed to place it under that tree over there. Y sat back in his chair and sighed. He said, why does the girl like things like this? The little girl snapped back. Just try it. How long has it been since you apologized? Then Casey handed the outfit to Yas and said, here, take it inside. He had no choice but to wear it reluctantly. A teasing voice echoes, but I am a dragon. Kiriel sat on the ladder and saw Bill's figure and said, this girl is coming, but who is with her? Sire spoke up. That person used to let me ride with them. Bill is coming. The girl clings to Min's leg. She leads her to Yas and says, here, Bill, I told you I had something to tell you about that dog. No, Long Long, right? Bill called out his name, Long Long. Yas also shyly called out Bill's name. Immediately after, Yas bowed his head and shouted sincerely, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I'm really sorry for making you sad. Then the girl held out the prepared paper and exclaimed, because she was so angry, Mi refused Long Long's gift, even though she liked it very much. Mai will not be angry anymore. Let's make peace. Yas's eyes are teary, and tears start to flow from emotion. He spoke softly. Immediately after, the two hugged each other tightly in happiness. Aya praised them. You're even more mature than me now. Just call me Big Brother. What we want is still to be family, and everyone was happy to see that scene. Hakash spoke softly with relief as they made fire. A sweet voice echoed, we will always be family. On the paper, the girl drew a family picture along with a very sincere apology. Dune is reading a book under the old tree when a voice calls him the adventurer. A question was asked by a girl. Do you know the secret of the status window? June closed the book gently, smiled softly, and replied, that sounds interesting. Earlier, you were walking through the forest while talking on the phone. Director, I finished exploring the 5th floor of Zhongjie earlier than expected, so I was thinking about checking out the 6th floor. Even with your report, the elite team still hasn't cleared half of the 1st floor. Are you planning to go to the 6th floor now? Yang Qian said, let me give those hunters a few whacks. He sighed and then smiled. Don't be too harsh. Everything needs to progress. A voice suddenly spoke, catching him off guard. This isn't the 6th floor, the other person said, but an hidden area between the 5th and 6th floors. See? All around you are just books. I dropped my phone in a panic and looked up at the tree. You said I kept feeling a surge of energy all this time. So you're not the boss of the 6th floor, right? The pink bunny ears perked up, and with a playful voice, I said, that hurts. How could any cute monster like me exist? I'll let it go this time because it's been a long time since someone came here. And I rarely get the chance to visit the hidden area. Cecilia sat cross-legged on a branch and spoke. After so many battles out there, meeting a beautiful goddess like me must be amazing, right? You coldly said, do you not feel ashamed calling yourself a goddess? She looked at you and thought, most people are overwhelmed by the energy you emit and can't even look directly at you. But you seem so relaxed. Are you really that strong? Suddenly, a giant red glowing rabbit eyes appeared behind her. Cecilia thought to herself, it doesn't matter if he's strong or not. I will find the notification that shows the truth I. Cecilia activates her ability, and she can see other people's status windows. Then his eyes focused intensely on her, but suddenly a red notification appeared saying, you are not allowed to view the target's information. Are you a mage or a clown? What are you trying to do? She pretends to feel sorry and teases. You're not allowed to view the information? But this move also works on the Dragon King Yas. Then he said, if you know Long Long, I should have brought him along. Cecilia jumps down and says, Long, don't tell me you're that famous lie-do who's trembling. You cross your arms and ask, do you know me? How could I not know when you're the main topic of recent gossip? There are plenty of articles online about it, Cecilia said, spreading the story about IAS these days. Down said nothing, her face expressionless. She looked at him and guessed, observing how his eyes revealed no truth, meaning he must have some special mental defenses. That's why he's with Lord Y, huh? Because Long Long is not here, Lord Iza is especially vulnerable to mental attacks. She smiles proudly. But Iza doesn't know how terrifying the world really is. I am sure his true nature will be exposed once he becomes afraid. Adventurer, by the way, do you know anything about the status window? You know the middle world is still swallowing other dimensions, right? Then she spread her hand out and a system screen appeared explaining that the status window is a system that helps you survive here and will make you stronger as the erosion begins. That's why we call it a blessing. Then she tapped the screen and said, but it also shows you the distance between you and others, so sometimes it can become a reason for despair. Immediately after, the system screen displayed detailed information about Mphil Hem. She said, Mphi Hem, this is the status window of the strongest among the 7 super elites seated in purple. That is the strongest status window except for the unknown black one. Truly terrifying. Cecilia closed her eyes, imagining a mysterious figure, then said one day when all planets move to the middle realm, the one holding the throne here could become a god ruling the entire space. And Philhem is aiming at that spot. She explains, he's the one with the purple status window. You must have either a purple or black window to defeat him. Then Cecilia's face turned dreamy as she exclaimed, and I bet you must be at least as strong as the celestial demon appearing in the novel to have a black status window. He is a great hero, capable of surpassing the 7 colors of the status window. Suddenly she stopped, thinking maybe she had said too much, but strangely Down just opened the book and kept reading as if he didn't care about what she said. You understand now, Cecilia snapped angrily. You don't even bother to listen to me, do you? Then she pretended to speak up. It seems that because you have Lord Yas by your side, you're not afraid of anything, right? That makes sense. Cecilia spoke sharply. By the way, don't destroy that book and be careful when reading it. That is my favorite book. She happily said, the biography of Lord Heavenly Demon I told you about, it's the first edition, so it's very rare. He then bent down to keep reading. Then Do Run closed the book and stared at it intently. When Do Run flipped the book over, his name was written on the back. He asked, are you Cecilia? She was stunned and exclaimed, why do you know my name? Suddenly, June's phone rang with a notification. On the screen, June Hai's message appears. Dad, did you meet Long Long? She still hasn't come home. Cecilia remains curious and insists on finding out. I ask you how you knew my name. Don't tell me you have a special innate ability. He replied coldly. Let's talk later. It's late. I have to go home now. Cecilia obediently watched him leave. All right. Then she blanked her face and wondered. Why does he look so busy? Scene change. Now the sky is completely dark. Kiriel's voice echoes throughout the neighborhood. You know, when I was in the spiritual realm, while everyone was hiding, I single-handedly held off an entire army. SES asked, really? Have you forgotten who I am? I killed Ankin, the 52nd demon. Just one shot with a long spear, he said. But I remember I had a drink with him the next day, right? Yas pointed up, pondering. Maybe it's the band you need, not just a backup. Then he slammed the glass of water down on the table, his voice echoing with arrogance. Besides, I had a close match with the master and I almost won. Pompa si. Really? Nonsense. Hawk exclaimed, are you fighting the master? Then he rested his hand on the table, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, wait a minute. Could it be that the dragon's power decreases significantly when leaving the middle realm? Kirieli, just admit that your brother lost because he's stronger. Hawkins' face slightly reddened as he expressed that his overall combat ability had decreased by 20% in actual battle. His fighting strength is reduced by about 50% due to censorship, so if he fought in the middle world, he might still win. Yas's face shows a proud expression. He nodded and said, that's right, I understand. Kiriel exclaimed, great lord of the lizard, you're amazing. Hawkins cheerfully praised, you truly are the pride of our dragons. Issa is the best. Yas continued, I could fight if I wanted to, but how could I do that to my master? Suddenly, someone's foot stepped into the shop. Hey, remember what happened today and keep it to yourself. It's not that I'm afraid or anything, I just don't want to hurt my master's pride. Got it? Suddenly, Hakus and Kiriel's faces turned pale and terrified. Issa still smiled smugly, wondering why. Why aren't you answering me? Is it because you respect him or something? Behind him, a shadow emanating heavy murderous aura, and a terrifying voice that seemed to echo from the underworld. I see. It scared Yas so much that he turned back. He spoke. This voice was down, looking at him with eyes full of murderous intent. So it turns out I am your equal, huh? The aggressive green goblins rush forward with their sharp swords. Yi stands seriously with the sword ready to fight. Her eyes glow red, shining with intense focus. In the blink of an eye, she charged through the green goblins at lightning speed, delivering precise strikes. She finished them off without a scratch. He watched her fight carefully and then spoke. Hunter Cha IG. She smiled back and replied, yes. He pointed to the sword and said, I guess you're stronger now. With that dull sword showing such strength, why doesn't she find a newer one? She holds it close, eyes brimming with tears, and says, I plan to use this sword forever. He silently thought to himself, it's a gift from him. Don't tell me he didn't ask for it. Dawn looked at the iPad and asked, are you planning to keep using a sword that no longer suits you? She was determined. Of course, you have to accept it. All right, if it's so precious to you. The scene shifts now to Goblin's treasure company on the first floor, as June speaks.
Hello, old man. Take me there. My trembling voice stammered.
Oh, you're trembling so much. Tell him to stop. Yes. Master, where are we going? I'm really excited. It seems like all the shady stuff is here. Hey, remember to pack everything into boxes. I keep noticing more trash the further we go. Why are we still going this way? A crow calls out invitingly. This is cheap stuff. The voice trembling echoes. I want to order a custom-made dish. Yas imagines a mouth-watering plate of beef that makes his saliva flow. I also want a custom-made meal, he said, trembling with doubt. How much is a piece of dragon meat? Vang turned around, looked, and hesitated. Oh, yes, we've never sold that dish before, but we'll do our best to find it. Hearing that, he immediately panicked, covering his face with both hands. He wondered if that piece of dragon meat meant he was about to become part of a hamburger. Yaz turned to choke Vang and angrily said, Hey, are you crazy? Then go find out how much the Geopelin meat costs first. It's just that I was answering the big brother's question. I'm trembling. Then it bit its leg and said, You must have considered sacrificing a part of yourself, right? Choose. Lose your hand or both legs. He sighed in helplessness and warned, Don't mess around anymore. Vang responded, We're here, at the place where the lush dragon is forging swords. Yas clung to your shoulder and wondered, what the heck? Most of the kids with beards bow when they see the great dragon, right? But he didn't even look at us, so bored from exhaustion that he didn't bother to speak. You pucker your cheek at Yas, and he teases the tense one. Hey kid, do you want to see what the breath of the fire dragon tastes like? Then, trembling, he grabbed your head and said coldly, Long, enough. A few hours later, Yas sat waiting, yawning widely with boredom. He asked in a tone full of frustration, Master, how long are we going to watch him smash that piece of steel? Should I give him a breath? You sit beside him. He crossed his arms and told him to forget it. He would be done soon. Yas sighed and said, Writing a self-criticism report is even more fun, he said nervously. Then write one. He stretched and refused. No, sitting still like this is fine. The warmth here makes me sleepy, and my back feels comfortable too. Vang immediately burst out laughing when he heard. Seeing that, Luong ngooed at him and calmly asked, Did you just laugh? It trembled with fear and replied, I would never dare do that to the most powerful and greatest creature in the universe. Oh no, I am the second greatest. Time kept passing, and 72 hours later, they were still waiting there. He grumbled and said, Enough! The golden head is swollen. It got punished and knelt on the ground. The sword-training hand finally put down the hammer. Kang Tae picked up the sharp sword and said, It's a bit embarrassing, but this thing isn't bad either. My little one is always different from the others. Suddenly, the old man sensed the presence of a guest here and spoke up. Oh, are you Laidu? Kang Tae asked. Why is someone as famous as you here? You get straight to the point. I'm here to place some orders. Then the old man pointed behind and said, Sorry, but I won't do anything I don't want to. But you can buy any of the items behind me. He immediately got angry, cracked his knuckles, and said, This damn dog. Did you really take it out of your pocket? In that case, I guess I'll have to give this rare piece of metal to another blacksmith. Suddenly the cake fell, and the old man's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, So this is the 10,000-year steel that Run introduced, the dream of every blacksmith? They were stunned to see Kang Tae hurriedly pick up the cake. Happiness shines through the old man's sparkling eyes as he looks at the cake and says, A chocobi cake. This is the most beautiful, rare, and precious thing in the world. Its taste is unmatched by anything else, capable of resurrecting the dead. How do you have this? Seizing the opportunity, he said, I will give it to you if you make me a sword. Kang Tae excitedly exclaimed, Really? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Du Run held out the box with the note, saying just make it according to the record. Du Run turned to give instructions. Stay here until the sword is finished. Long, Yas said in surprise. What do you mean? Then you raised your finger and created a terrifying purple flame to threaten. Want to keep asking? Last time was probably just a draft, right? Let's see who is stronger this time. Yas quickly hid behind Kang Tae in fear. He exclaimed, I will stick with him without complaining and will carefully check every step from start to finish of making the sword. The old man, worried when thinking about the image of the giant dragon oppressing the people, then spoke. Wait a minute. I don't feel comfortable having a dragon nearby. Since my grandfather's time, they've been treated like ruthless thugs and forced into slavery. King T's face grew serious, and he firmly stated that even without him by your side, he would still follow your orders, so take this name with you. You replied, I think you misunderstood something. He crossed his arms and said, I left it here for you to use as an assistant. I want you to focus on forging the sword, so please use it freely. Both Lava Izas were stunned and amazed. The old man pointed at himself and asked again, Am I a dragon? He pointed at Isis and emphasized, Yeah, feel free to do as you like. Yas sadly raised his hand and called out in despair, Master. Then King Te turned back to look at him with a dangerous smile and gaze. The old man said, So that's how it is? Then the old man swung a whip hard and shouted, You dog, didn't you hear what your master said? Yas cried out in sharp pain. The old man beat him mercilessly and shouted, Hurry up and add more wood. Isa could only sigh and follow obediently. He complained, Why does it hurt so much? It's just a whip. The old man twitched the whip, his eyes gradually losing their humanity, tense from the words. This is the dragon-slaying masterpiece my ancestor created in preparation for the rebellion. That probably won't happen. But who would have thought I would use it like this? The notification explains that the Dragon Slayer was created to fight the dragon race, but it only causes a sharp stabbing sensation. Yas screams out in pain as he's tortured. It hurts, mother. He calmly sat and drank water, saying just leave it like that. The old man's voice echoed throughout the room. The scene shifts. Several days had passed, and on a beautiful morning, Y was rushing forward against the wind, swinging her sword with all her might into the sky. Dun watched her sitting and thinking, noticing the shadow of that person every time she swung her sword, a gentle smile appearing on her face. When Y looked at Dun, her cheeks suddenly flushed. She thought I didn't know why he was smiling while looking at me, but it made my heart race. Then Y stopped practicing, held her head in her hands, and daydreamed, a series of questions flashing through her mind. Maybe he wants to propose to me. I wonder what I should do now. Am I not dressed up today? He said helplessly. What is she imagining now? Dun observes Y's reaction, thinking she doesn't look very well. Suddenly, I had a different idea. No, I think this is the perfect time to give it to her. He quickly sensed his intense gaze and shyly said, Lai, if you have something to say, you don't need to hesitate. She instinctively accepted the sword. Hearing the other person say, I just picked it up on the road, so don't hesitate and take it. Yoon wondered if she felt uncomfortable accepting it. He happily replied, Yes, thank you. Ah, Lai, she secretly felt touched. Did Lai prepare this for me? It's even more beautiful than a ring. A slight smile curled at the corner of her mouth. Luckily, she liked it. He drew his sword and asked casually, So are we going to meet up at... A mysterious energy suddenly emerges from the blade, and a faint figure appears saying, You have reached a certain level and obtained a suitable weapon. From now on, you will see a new horizon. The opponent gently strokes YJ's head and says, This sword is called Hanuit. I am looking forward to your growth. The next second, a notification appears showing that the level 5 assassination sword technique has been unlocked. EJ is amazed. Has the level 5 assassination sword technique really been unlocked? She happily took his hand, trembling. Lion, my skill just leveled up. He nodded slightly. I see, that's good news. Happiness clearly shows on his face as Jun convinces himself that training someone is truly worthwhile. Thinking about this, I'm curious what that kid is doing now. Let's switch to the Central Realm, the world at the center where most adventurers can't reach. A shadowy figure shuffles around the courtyard, muttering, The color is quite nice. It's Dun Ki, pouring wine into a bottle beside him, the scent of the incense also strong. Dun Ki couldn't help but reminisce, remembering that the heavenly demon really liked this kind of wine. Going back to the past, at the demon sect of the martial world, when Dun Ki was still young, someone raised a glass and said to him, I believe this is called bamboo leaf tea. It's quite delicious, with a sweet taste as well. No one else but do run. He smiled softly and asked, Do you think so? Now, as I taste the wine, Dun Ki has to admit its flavor really is just like that. Oh no, I don't have time for this. I need to deliver the mission quickly. He said that and hurriedly searched his sleeve to see. The teleportation talisman can't be found no matter how long he searches. Dun Ki, furious, realizes it's Kirol. This bastard took my item again and used it all up. He's furious, clenching his fists and cursing. That bastard. I know I shouldn't say such rude words about a servant of the heavenly demon, but Dun Ki quickly composed himself and hung the wine bottle on the tree. Alright, I need to find more teleportation charms first, then I can tear apart that Kiriel's body. He's too hasty and didn't notice Kiriel calling out from below. Hey Wonki, where are you suddenly flying off to? I really don't understand. Since when did he become so hasty? Kiriel muttered to himself. Maybe I should follow him, but I need to finish my report so I can have a choco pie. He stepped into the yard and immediately noticed the swinging bottle. What is that? Is this some kind of expensive liquor? It seems Wongi has hidden it so he can drink alone. Suddenly, he had an idea. If he gave it to the boss, maybe he would be forgiven. Kiriel even imagined Down calmly smiling and saying, I can accept the review next time too. He couldn't help but feel excited. Thank you very much, W. Dun Ki. You really are a kind person. Down tiredly walks into the house. Dad's home. Dad, we have guests. Do-Run only now realized that Kirill was sitting calmly at the dining table, looking serious as he spoke. Hello, boss. Do-Run. Yas frowns and grumbles. Who are you to think you can just come in here and eat for free? Go home and eat your meal. Seer crossly agrees. Big brother is right. Bu politely waves his hand. You're here again, huh? Kirill cleared his throat to speak clearly. I don't need to go by hand. I'm here to submit my review. He added that and then looked down at the bottle, asking what it was. The other party hesitated and replied, Oh, it's a type of wine you carefully evaluated. It seems to be Truk Diep too. He frowns and questions sternly. I don't think you can make such high-quality fine wine. Kirill's whole body immediately stiffened. Wongi gave it to me. Aya snorted, already knowing this guy was a thief and easily startled. Kirill still stubbornly argued. No way. I swear my best friend Dunki gave it to me, and I won't pursue it further because I was trembling. Anyway, just thank that kid for helping me. The other person quickly replied. Yes, big brother. Bu suddenly stood up. Dad, you can't drink that. The girl remembered what happened last time. Bill, that's alcohol. You shouldn't drink it. Bill still remembers that warning clearly. If Dad drinks it, it's all over for him. Bill almost died from drinking it. The girl stomped her foot in frustration. She always wanted that. Yas slammed the table to cut him off. Hey, kid. He tries to act sophisticated. Alcohol is nothing compared to the bitterness of life. Got it? Junhai is warning you seriously. You're not allowed to drink either. Yaz immediately jumped up. What? But I am already an adult, Junhee added, and I don't snack before dinner. Because you're trembling, you raise your eyebrows and look over, acting like a child. Yas immediately retorts. What do you mean? Kerr, explain this to me. I've grown so much. The opponent directly turned away and pretended not to see. Do-Run spoke up again. Come on, everyone, drink this. Kirill bows and accepts it. What is this? He quickly responded with a shiver right at the moment he finished drinking. Aiza also eagerly took a sip of the soju, but immediately spat it out. Kirill saw that and laughed. Hey, is it too bitter? They are just kids. Kids can't understand the bitterness of life. Hey, who would drink this stuff? It's so bitter it kills. He nodded in agreement. It seems you still have a long way to go before becoming an adult. Casey chuckled secretly. Yeah, Asas got annoyed when he saw that. You idiot, Kasi, were you just laughing at him? Kirill suddenly suggested. Can I take a bottle of soju home anyway? Down happily agrees. Sure, just take a bottle from the fridge. At that moment, W. Dunki was struggling to breathe. Mom, that little fairy is still acting like a pain today. He's so angry he's trembling, thinking to himself if it weren't for this item, and recalling what Tuitla just said, even if you're weak, you still do your job well. Take these 2 teleportation talismans as your reward. Dunki saw Kirill waving as he entered the courtyard. Hey, you're back, Dunki, he snorted coldly in annoyance. Oh, you're back? Dunkai suddenly acts friendly like that. The thief who took my charm is completely drunk, scratching his head and awkwardly smiling. Relax, I'll return it next time. Dunki pinches his nose in disgust. Mui, you smell like alcohol. What did you drink and where did you get the wine from? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. Forget it, Dunki hurriedly ran to the backyard. The tree branch was bare and he angrily shouted, Where is my wine, my Truk Diep tu? Dunki's face darkened as he turned back to question him. That damn dog. I was planning to give him to Heavenly Demon. Kiri smiled and replied, Yes, I handed it over to the big brother myself because I was nervous. Dunki was momentarily stunned. What? I heard the other side praising how delicious it was again. He didn't forget to take out something, so I brought some soju to replace it. Master Dunki couldn't hide his excitement. Could it be a gift from the Heavenly Demon? It really is a treasure. I have to make it a family heirloom. He lifts the wine bottle in his hand. I swear I won't taste a single drop. A sudden lightning strike shatters the soju bottle. Dunki and Kirill freeze in place. A mysterious figure riding a horse in the sky speaks in a deep, hoarse voice. W. Dunki, Lord Ban is looking for you. Hurry there. He is the captain of the 1st Legion in Bon Tenjiam's army, Dunkian said sharply while pointing and cursing. Liam, you bastard, how dare you destroy the divine wine given by the Heavenly Demon? Kirill quickly stops him, calming him down. He is stronger than us. Dunki looks serious and says, Kirill, there are times when a man cannot step back. And don't worry, I am not at a disadvantage. Kirill shouted in panic, You really are crazy! Ram coldly looked down at them. If you want to drag this out, then perhaps I should punish you. When Dong Ki loses patience, he asks Ram, Are you the captain of the Ban army? What are you here to take me for? He sneered coldly. A lowly person like you should feel honored to have sparked the interest of His Majesty. What kind of disrespectful behavior is that? Dong Ki firmly declares, I only have one master, and you have destroyed the precious gift he gave me. Is that enough to satisfy my anger now? You pretend to understand. So the family isn't driven by your pride, is it? Now I understand. However, since the master has summoned you, I will carry you back if that is what I must do. Dong Ki lunging forward with determination, I will not go there. Kirill hurriedly tried to stop him. Even if the two of us rush in together, how will our legion handle this? Ram suddenly burst into laughter. What's wrong with that idiot? He hasn't even trained him properly, so why is he going crazy like that? Dong Ki rushed in and responded sharply. I don't know. Not long after, he was tied up and thrown to the ground. Ram whispered, I have brought Wei Dungji. You don't need to worry about the person next to him because he came on his own. Your Majesty, Kiri whispered into Dunki's ear with a sly smile. Eku, don't worry, I'm here. I'm sure we will find a way to get out of here. It's been a long time since we last met, like after a great battle, hasn't it? I'm on Dunki's side, Kiriel whispers. That guy is hiding his body. I'm blocking him inside that black smoke. Dunki sighed helplessly. I know, can you just stay quiet? He thought to himself, if it were Lord Heavenly Demon, he would make this guy understand what a festival truly is. The person opposite slowly spoke, I have a proposal for you. Wa Dunki, why don't you work for me? Dunki clenched his sword hilt and replied firmly, I refuse. I will do what I can to preserve my life, but I cannot serve two masters. The other side chuckled, but I believe it's a tempting offer. I will give you the position of Legion Commander because Camacha has died. He immediately trembled. What? Commander? Kiriel stood up abruptly, showing his attitude. I want this. According to Ban, after the Great Battle, the Dragon Clan, including the Dragon King, has been missing for thousands of years. The Spirit King is similar. He also tries to persuade, saying, if you are smart, you will know which side you should choose. Dunki remains firm in his answer. I still refuse. There is only one person I serve in this world. So, the worn-out words in the Great Battle mean you will have to fight against Elder Brother Lie Down, then calmly continue. I know you have your own master. Is it Mfei Hem? I see now. So you have recognized his potential. Oh my god, how silly. Anyone who challenges the big brother out of nervousness would just faint. Dunki murmured, wait, hold on. I think there's some misunderstanding here. The officer interrupted directly, saying, I understand. I've heard your answer. You can leave now. Both of them were very confused upon hearing this. Earlier, you were beaten so badly, but now you're already free, he muttered. It's strange that the guy rumored to be mentally insane is allowed to go. Kiri kindly warned Dunki, be careful, it might be a trap. Your head could be cut off once we go outside. Ram snorted coldly and cut in. You bastard, I heard everything. He held his sword to Kiriel's neck. How dare a lowly archer like you betray a great person like the Lord? At that moment, Ban spoke up to stop them. Enough! He pretends to care and ask about you. You look exhausted. Did you get beaten before coming here? Dunki frowned and cursed, while Ban burst out laughing. Sorry, my subordinate is just a bit too loyal. All I wanted was to have a chat with you. It's hard to find talented people these days, so it's been 1,000 years before I could laugh so freely. Ram kneels in excitement. The master has smiled. Congratulations, master. Seeing that, Kiriel blurted out, he's really crazy. Dunki quickly covered his mouth. Ban cheerfully continued, don't worry about the rumors around me, but without them, no one would listen to me. He paused for a moment. You understand, I have to speak loudly in front of the demons. Whether it's sending out scouts or slaughtering enemies. If I don't do it that way, they will lose respect or something like that for me. As expected, the demon servants always respect and pass on the word. Truly a noble lord. He is indeed a perfect example of Izim of a demon. You also said more, but that doesn't mean I can kill them all because they are my subordinates. Ram choked up with emotion. I never expected you to speak so much today. This is the first time in my life witnessing it. This subordinate of yours is so happy. Dunki muttered seriously that the demon sect is also a place like this, and our leader is similar to this. That bastard Ban, I don't like him, but he's similar to my master. Kiriel silently judged, this guy is not normal at all. There's only one normal person here. The person opposite suddenly spoke. I will compensate you for helping me feel good. Hurry up and leave. Dunket responded. I don't need compensation because it's just a matter of a subordinate of the heavenly demon losing. Kiri anxiously urges, hey, you should take what's yours. Unexpectedly, Ban appreciated Dunki's attitude. You truly are a talented person, and that's why I am more disappointed. No, we will accept it. Let me go. The chain is broken. Dunki whispers softly. Let's go, Kiriel. He turned around immediately and walked away, causing Makiri to hurriedly follow. Dunki has made his decision. We have a place to go to meet him. The scene shifts to Earth, Lido's house as he trembles. Junhai looks out the window in disappointment, knowing his clothes won't dry in this weather. Biu looks disappointed. It's raining. We can't go outside. Mai likes the rain. Yas nods in agreement. You're right. My joints ache so much. In this weather, pickled vegetables are the best. Junhai sighed softly. Maybe we should take it to the laundry. Biu muttered to himself, I don't like clothes with a smell. Let's take them to the laundry. I can easily see her intentions. The kid just wants to go out and play. Kids will be kids. He chuckled softly and asked, Master, can I enjoy the onion cake and milk without trembling and just appreciate it eating well? Bai narrowed his eyes with a meaningful look. Of course not. Look, I can handle this, and in return, we'll have some onion bread. Run didn't answer, only gave a nonchalant look. The next second, Iza spat fire at the clothesline amid Junhei's terrified scream. Heart pounding, his fist dropped, Iza held his swollen head and whined, calmly indicating his trembling. Why don't we go to the grocery store? Junhai hesitated a bit. But I already bought all the essentials yesterday. Down clearly said the main reason was to buy a clothes dryer. Dad thinks it will rain continuously for the next few days. Junhai was a bit surprised. But it's too expensive. Is that okay? The other side replied softly. It's okay. It's best if we get one. Sir looked on in amazement. Having a clothes dryer is really a great idea, sir. Boo cheered excitedly and cheered, while the grocery store owner looked dejected and asked, "So I can go too, right?" She sighed helplessly, trembling. "Fine, everyone is going, including you too." Long Yas immediately jumped up. The convenience store GG is closed, and they even ate all the onion cakes. The door suddenly swung open and hit him in the face. Dungki rushes in hurriedly. "Sir," he first bows respectfully, apologizing to his master for arriving without notice. "This is an urgent situation." Kirill sticks his head out. "I'm here too." Isa pouts in frustration. "That bastard Dungki hurriedly reports. His subordinate wants to tell you." Isa looked annoyed. "Hey, you! Did you just ignore me?" He clenched his fists in anger. "You look like you've just been beaten, yet you still dare to ignore him." Dungki mocked and said, "The world is going crazy. Who would have thought a pet would interrupt my conversation with its owner?" Yas glares threateningly. "Do you want my big brother to make a meal out of you?" The opponent, of course, refuses to admit defeat and immediately retorts, "You insolent fool. Today I will teach you how to behave." "The two keep bickering, you brat. You're so disrespectful. Come here and see this weak little bug barking nonsense." Yas's complaints echoing under the pouring rain. "This place is full of alcohol fumes. You should go home." The staff then carefully served your onion cake, as they were nervous about asking directly. "So what is the urgent situation you want to discuss?" Dungki took the wine and recounted the situation. "You have promoted your subordinate to command the army in your place, and right now he is preparing for the battle against Earth." He nodded slightly, understanding, then the other side continued. Maybe the subordinate lost, but from this moment on he would try to train harder. "You're doing very well. Keep it up." Kiri excitedly interjects, "Can I have a glass too, B?" Big Brother Dungki glared at him and casually poured a glass of wine for Kirill. The other person was very grateful. "Thank you." Dungki looks regretful and apologizes for not delivering it himself. "Lord, some damn bastard stole it from Hawks' subordinates and brought another dish to the table. Since it's raining and there are no more customers, everyone can order as much as they like. I will prepare it immediately after finishing the dishes to be delivered to Junhai and the boss." Since Jun suddenly became curious, when did this guy start selling stuff? Kirill chews and looks around before ordering. "Hawkus, then I want to add onion pancakes, stir-fried squid, and fish tea soup." The opponent threw a rag straight at his face and walked away to do it himself. The two of them started arguing. Dungki sighed helplessly and said, "Sorry for showing you this not-so-beautiful scene." Do Run softly replied, "It's okay, I have someone like this at home too." The machine announcement suddenly rang out. "Your character is in danger. The strongest and most handsome warrior in the world. Please, come back. We need the strongest and most handsome warrior in the world." Dungki frowned tightly. "So what is the world? The strongest, most handsome, huh?" Kirill took out his phone and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, I forgot to set it to silent." Hakas casually said it was fine. Not being able to contact this guy was pretty annoying, so I bought him a phone. Now he's addicted to gaming. I think that game is called Wind Warrior, and he's completely addicted to it. Dungki scolded sharply. "You idiot, you should spend your time playing that to train instead." Hey, this is also a kind of training. Fighting, managing a village, you can do everything like in a simulation. Dungki was amazed. So there are breakthroughs like this now? He shook his head silently to deny it. That's not it. Damn it, I died. Do you have to pick another hero again? Hakus handed him a bag, so just give this to the boss. Kirill deliberately avoided the question. I'm busy. The opponent impatiently urges them to hurry up, saying if they delay any longer, the boss will scold them. Dungki, seeing this, sighs and thinks that those two seem quite close. Since when? Both of them turned around at the same time, looking annoyed as the game notification once again caught Kirill's attention. You're in danger, please use your skill to counterattack. He hurriedly taps on his phone. What? I was already annoyed about losing EXP and now I'm being attacked too? He's frantically tapping on his phone. Why is he using his ultimate move here? Move away! You backstabbed me from behind like cheating. I'm a glass cannon. In the end, Kirill still shouted in frustration. No more dying. The NPC's message appears on the screen. Hakas frowns slightly. You're terrible at this. Dungki shook his head in disappointment. You're also lacking practice there? Kirill clicks his tongue in frustration. Try playing it and you'll see. He glared angrily at the screen. What now? Kirill's character is being chased by the great knight Long Long. Hakas blurted out a curse. What kind of pain is this? What are you doing? That's when he realized. You bastard, why is your pet named Hakas? Kirill is still busy challenging the person inside the game. Hakas angrily grabbed his collar. Quickly change the name of your pet. Kirill isn't looking away. I'm busy right now. Unable to hold back tears of admiration. Who would have thought there's still a Long Long in this world? The scene shifts to Issa holding a tablet and laughing happily. Who would be bold enough to name their pet Hakas? Moreover, this is my hunting ground, Kasi reminded him. Boss, please turn down the volume. The young master is watching a drama. Bu enthusiastically agrees. That's right. You're too noisy. Junhai lifts Yaz up. What are you doing that looks so fun? He replied with a smile. It's a game. There's a character named after Hakas, so I'm punishing him. Junhai glanced at the screen. It seems our Long Long here is also very strong. Yas proudly confirms. That's right, he gave a brief explanation. Not only skills, but also the skins make you stronger. Oh, skins are like outfits. They all have different levels. The higher the level, the more unique effects they have. Junhee exclaimed in admiration. I see. So where did you get all these skins? Yas chuckled. That's a good question, student, he said with a shiver. He explained that skins don't just come from wandering around. You have to deposit and spend real money to use a system called the card draw system, which then gives us any item we want. These are super rare items, so the chance of getting them is only 0.002%. No one has them yet. A single spin costs 100,000. Junhai gasped in curiosity. How many times have you spun, Long Long? Yas is seriously calculating. Just a few times so I can remember. Really? She smiled without really smiling, looking at the other person. You're probably not that rich, right? So where did you get that from? You haven't been doing housework lately, so there's no way you could have that much. Byu puffs out his cheeks in frustration. Why didn't N let Mai and IAS know earlier? And now he realizes he's made a mistake, stumbling over his words without being able to say anything. What do you mean? Junhai asked seriously. Don't tell me you stole your dad's wallet. Wai hurriedly denied. No, I really can't. He pouted and muttered to himself. Who would want their owner to turn them into a salad? I only borrowed a little from Hakas. Junhai immediately realized the truth. Oh, I see. So you took it from Uncle Hakas? Yas deliberately avoided it. What do you mean? That kid was just helping you. Junhai sternly advises. Then go to Uncle Hakas's place. The sound of hurried footsteps interrupts the conversation as Kiri carries over a large bag. Big brother Long and little sister, I brought scallion pancakes. It looks like he was just beaten up because he bumped into Hakas. Junhai asked with concern. What happened, Uncle? You look so annoyed. Bill also seems worried. Are you angry? Wai frowned and spoke. How dare you get angry in front of Junhai? Kiriel slumped down, face resting on the table. It's just that someone keeps killing you. Junhai was briefly startled. What? What do you mean? Casey is curious. So you became a zombie or a dead knight? Kiriel choked back tears. No. In the game, there's someone called the Great Knight Long Long in that damn place. Yas finally understood and cursed out loud. So that handsome guy is you, huh? The other person asked. I can still imagine his face even though I've never met him. He's definitely a damn bastard. He keeps complaining about that guy again. What's so great about the Great Long Long? In real life, he's probably just a worthless nobody. It seems you've been terrorized by him a lot, huh? Then go practice your skills some more. Kiriel raised an eyebrow slightly. Huh? Keep training that guy is hopelessly useless. He vents all his frustration and then just relies on his gear, always wandering around bragging about his strength. But he's actually stupid and weak in fights. Those words ignite a warrior's fighting spirit. Yas's anger flares up instantly as he growls, Hey, turn around so I can hit you faster. Seeing that, Kiri turns pale with fear. After a while of suffering, Kiriel grumbles irritably. What kind of dragon king is it to call someone a great dragon? How could I recognize the elder brother like that? He looked at him irritably. What do you mean? Not full yet? The opponent immediately cowered. No, I just plan to add more characters and items like Big Brother said. He rubbed his hands and smiled faintly, and Isa immediately became cautious. What the heck? Why are you suddenly so obedient? Kiri smirked and replied, I just want to become as strong as you, Big Brother Long Vuong. He nervously stared at the phone screen, the ticket he bought with all his hard-earned money, his hand trembling as he hesitated to press the button, thinking to himself that it took a lot of effort to earn this money for Hakas. Please, gods, give me an item to defeat the Dragon King in the game. In an instant, Kiriel sank to the ground, exhausted, with the money she had saved for 2 months. Yas happily teases while holding the phone. Successfully upgraded the item again, huh? Are you jealous? Come on, luck is also a skill, so you must be really envious. He is so excited and cheering. A small hand suddenly touches Kiriel. What's going on? Bill took out your phone and chuckled. Is this fun, Uncle? Kiriel was immediately startled. Stop pressing it. It's too late now, kid. Boo's fingertip is ready to press down. I also want to try. Kiriel burst into a furious shout. I've been working in the garden all week. A week of being scolded by Hakas is gone. My hard work. The scream suddenly fell silent as a blinding golden light appeared, and the status bar above Bu's head displayed the Guardian of Fortune's power had been activated. Kiriel was stunned with his mouth agape. What? IAAS was also shocked. Don't tell me the card Bill received turned out to be a gold item. Kiriel and Izas are hugging the phone excitedly. This is the first gold level card in the game. Junhai happily said, Our Bill just did something amazing. The girl snuggled into her arms, feeling so happy. Iza, hold on to that phone for me. It's mine. Kiri snatched the phone back. Is it really true? Is this really mine? Yas stomps in frustration. Let me go! You bastard. Kiriel ignored it and directly tested the item. Let's see. The screen displayed very quickly. The Great Knight Long Long has died. Kiriel is overjoyed.
It was just a dream. That was a golden item.
Yas shouted in frustration. Do you want to die? The other side quickly defended themselves. Big Brother said it was a skill issue, and he was determined not to give up. Keep driving. I'll draw another card. Maybe even better. Kiri directly challenges. Then just go ahead and open it. Bill looked at them curiously. Are they fighting? Seer sighed in frustration. Bill, stop looking at that ugly scene and go learn Korean. Over there, IAS is full of energy playing card spins. Wait for me. I will draw all 100 gold cards. A series of normal items appeared, and he was extremely disappointed. My pocket money. Bu runs over to speak. Do you want to be beaten up? The opponent collapses in despair on the ground. Do you think this is a joke? You've already done it once. You can't do it again. Bu Fangma looks unhappy. The girl insists on pressing the record button. Yas choked on the spot. The kid can't do it. He shouted in panic, how much does it cost to press it once? Kirill laughed. This time, I guess it's not going to work, huh? There's no way a gold level item would appear just because she's a goddess. But then the power of the guardian spirit of luck was activated. A series of gold level cards appeared. Kirill and Isis both fell silent. Isn't this just luck? Issa can't believe his eyes. What is happening? Kirill is also stunned. Is she a card goddess or a real deity? He couldn't help but be amazed. You're really impressive. Yeah, as is always urging me on. Come on, do it again. Bill immediately smiled brightly. Bill is the best, right? You two like magic the most? Kiri eagerly nodded. Yes, the best, the greatest in the world. Ia pouted and muttered, don't overdo it. Bill quickly sided with Kirill. Then, I will do it for you. Ia immediately jumped up. This isn't fair, he whispered. You're the best. At this moment, Junhai stepped out seriously and said, okay, Bill shouldn't learn this. He looks regretful and says, but it's very important to me. Junhai? Junhee then said, Kirill and Long Long go out and play with Bill. Kirill was slightly surprised, and Isa was also stunned. Bill happily exclaimed, let's go out and play. Yas scoffed dismissively, that's nothing difficult. At that moment, a lightning bolt tore through the sky. He changed his mind and said, never mind, let's go another time. Bunak Nak wants to go out now, right? The girl straightforwardly set the condition that if they didn't go out now, Mai wouldn't do it anymore. So Yas had to compromise. Fine, I'll play with you, but first do something for me. Kirill quickly agreed to join in as well. Yas chuckled confidently. I am the strongest, so when I go out, I'll pick all 100 at once. Kirill wouldn't give up either. For you, I'll draw for you too. Bill happily agrees. Okay. Junhai told them to go out and play a little, but no one knew that a week later, both accounts would be flagged for using illegal algorithms and banned from the game. A moment later, Bu Nga sings, it's raining, Mai likes the rain. The girl happily ran around. Come here. Nongya sighs in exasperation and says, I won't do childish things like this anymore because now I'm enjoying the fun of gaming technology. He stands proudly, feeling confident. Hurry up and add the golden item too, then I will become the strongest dragon knight in the world. Bu suddenly started crying, feeling it's unfair, thinking he would never do it for Long Long again. Hey, I came out here because of you. A figure staggered over, making them alert. Who's there? The man asked in a hoarse voice. Hey kid, can you help the old man? Kiri asked with some suspicion. What the heck, are you that weak? Yas is also very cautious. Is he a homeless person? You know you shouldn't trust strangers, right? The girl pouted and muttered to herself, yes, I guess I shouldn't. The old man staggered a few hurried steps, opened his mouth as if to say something, then finally collapsed and knelt down before them. Bu was moved. The girl ran ahead and Kirill hurriedly called out, Hey kid, stop! Yas muttered helplessly, I told you not to trust strangers. If something happens to the kid, we're in trouble. Bu pretended not to hear and gently asked, Are you hungry, sir? The other person trembled without answering. The girl immediately took out a cake. Would you like to eat this? The mysterious old man opened his mouth in shock. Is that a choco pie? He hurriedly put the cake in his mouth, tears welling up. I didn't expect this old man to be lucky enough to eat it, the kind postman reminds him. Don't eat too quickly, sir, Kirill scolds him. You want to be scolded? If so, you should do it to me. Yas then directly hit the messenger on the head. Who told you to let strangers eat like that? The girl stammered in protest, but knew she had to help others. Now the old man is finished eating. Kid, thank you so much for helping me, Bu exclaimed happily. He has come back to life. The next moment, the opponent suddenly pulls out a dazzling object. I will show you this as a token of my gratitude. Bu quickly covered his eyes because it was too dazzling. The girl gazed at the object in her hand. This sparkling thing is so cute. Bill suddenly thought maybe his father would like it. Izas immediately realized, isn't that a Vuthak? Kiri was suspicious. What exactly is a Vuthak? Ayaz immediately put it into practice on the spot, if he does it this way. In the very next second, the sky cleared and the clouds dispersed. Kirill exclaimed in amazement, the rain has stopped. Bill was also stunned, and the rain started falling. Yas smugly nodded with a smile. See? That's the power of the windstone. He performs a series of other actions, and if he rubs like this, while wishing for rain, then it will rain. As soon as she finished speaking, rain poured down heavily on Kirill and Bill. The girl huffed and shouted. Nongnas tried to hold back his laughter, feeling guilty. The two others gritted their teeth in anger. Bu even said she would tell Dad. Yeah. Asos quickly ran over to warm the girl with fire. Let me dry her off. Don't call him master. Kirill is very upset. What about me? the other side replied indifferently. Dry it yourself. While drying her hair, Kirill suddenly wondered, but this is something only spirits have. I wonder how that old man got this. Yas shrugged slightly. Even spirits can grow old. Bu looked on with curiosity. Really? Kirill feels a bit disappointed. Thinking of using this to satisfy his hunger, his stomach suddenly growled, making him choke. Yas smiled teasingly. Are you hungry now? Bu also joined in. Uncle, are you hungry? The next second, all three hung their heads in disappointment. Bu muttered, I am really hungry too. Today I didn't snack. Isa sighed heavily. And I only ate a piece of onion cake this morning because I was busy playing games. The three of them huddled together to discuss. Kirill speaks up. So should we go there? Meat? Are we going to eat meat? Yas remained silent.
Oh, that place? There should be a lot of food there.
Soon they arrived in front of a restaurant, joking and laughing. Hey, could you please be a bit gentler with the food just a little? Hawk frowned slightly. You haven't had enough onion bread yet and you're still eating?
Big brother, I also sent you a cake. Yas pouted and muttered, I haven't eaten any at all.
Kiri also boldly chimed in. I'm still hungry. Hawkus walks over and ruffles Bill's hair. What do you want to eat? Bill, the sweet girl replied with a smile. Here are the mushrooms. Hawk sighed resignedly. A mushroom dish? I can't make it right now. The other party immediately looked disappointed. Why do you want mushrooms? He just scratches his head and says he doesn't have the mushrooms to make this dish. Kirill quickly interrupted. Didn't I tell you that growing mushrooms on the farm is impossible? It can only be grown in Krata where it rains constantly. So how are you going to grow mushrooms on the farm? Unless it rains all day? Yas mumbled while eating. You can ask a certain immortal to make it rain every day. Don't you know any immortals? Hawkus replied irritably. I can't even get close to them thanks to you. Big brother, why are you angry at the Celestial King? Yas slumped down on the table in disappointment. I don't even remember anything. Come on, stop complaining and go cook some noodles. Hawk could only click his tongue in helplessness, wondering if he really needed to kneel and beg for the Heavenly King's forgiveness. Hey, where has your pride as a dragon gone? Why do you think you have to kneel before that guy? Just forget about the mushrooms. So hearing that, B tears up. So we can't eat mushrooms anymore? Hawkus immediately panicked. No, I promised to plant some and bring it back. Don't listen to what the big brother says. Yas snapped sharply. How dare you look down on me? Lamb, hurry up. Hawkus snorted. It's probably because it's so perfect that it makes him annoyed. Bu quickly ran over to him. Uncle, is this cute? Hawkus unconsciously looked at Bai happily showing off the crystal he just collected. He can freely control the rain whenever he wants. Hawkus is so shocked he can't speak. Where did you get this rare item, Vuthak? The other person then explained. This, someone gave me because I was kind. Hawkus quickly made a deal. I'll give you 10 or 100 goldfish, so give me this one. He looked up at him. Will you give me 100 goldfish if I give this to you? Really? Hawk confirmed without hesitation. That's right, 100 fish. You can come anytime you want and I will do it for you. Can I borrow it for a little while? Bill happily agreed. Yes, I will give it to you because you are also very kind. Hawkus couldn't hide his joy. Thank you, Bill. I'll quickly make something delicious for you as long as I have this. Not long after, he returned to his field. Now that I have the crystal, I will take good care of you guys. When Kirill heard this, she tensed up. That's so scary. Why don't you stay with these mushrooms forever and go back to Earth? Hawkus snapped angrily. Hurry up and do your job or there will be no pay. Kirill pouted and muttered. I'm really sad right now. I got banned from the game. So, unlucky. Hawkus ignored it, happily using the magic stone and shouting loudly. The rain makes the mushrooms look even fresher. Hawkus cheered happily. Mushrooms. He excitedly looked up at the sky. Now I can make mushroom hot pot. Give me the best mushrooms. Kirill sighed. Why is no one around me normal? Suddenly, lightning strikes. Hawk was momentarily stunned. I didn't expect it to rain this much. Does Honda have a weakness? A stern voice echoes. Who took the child's crystal? Hawkus' whole body immediately stiffened. Don't tell me. This voice. Kirill frowned slightly. Damn it. Who's shouting loudly around here? Jia Kim appears fiercely in the sky, questioning coldly. I am sure you disturbed my child. Hawkus' face turned pale. Fairy King? Kirill asked in confusion. What's going on? Jia Kim shouted angrily. Who stole Vuthak from my child? Kirill quickly pointed at Hawkus and accused. This guy, miss, Hawkus shouted in panic. Hey, traitor of the Kim family, not caring about your argument. You aim straight at them. So another reckless dragon causing trouble, huh? Kirill just escaped the lightning she struck down, her face pale. There's been a misunderstanding. Hawkus dodged to the side, avoiding the lightning strike right at his feet. I didn't steal it, I just borrowed it temporarily. I got it from a kid named Bill. I'm telling the truth. Fairy King. Hearing what they said, she immediately thought of Yas. Your kind of dragon often has a habit of lying. The more you talk, the angrier she gets, unleashing a huge surge of power that makes both of you turn pale. She swung at them. Why am I caught in this too? He takes a deep breath and leaves the two scorched bodies lying on the ground. Kirill and Hawkus are unconscious. What is it? You gave it to a human girl, and now she's handed it over to these bastards? The two of them also stood up and shouted, I told you it's the truth! Shouldn't you be thinking faster, this old hag? Jia Kim crossed her arms and looked at them. Since my child has been verified, I will lend it to you, but only for mushroom farming, and very arrogantly. Hawk secretly whispered insults about her. No wonder she's friends with the big brother. Both are stubborn. Jia Kim frowned again. What did you just bark at? Are you calling me a friend of that unruly dragon? The two of them were stunned when they saw her expression. You get angry over something like that? Hawk sneaked behind Kirill, peeking his head out. No, I said I am very grateful. Hearing him say that, Ra Kim cleared his throat. By the way, what? She scratches her cheek. Can you give me that choco cake or something? Seeing their attitude, the two of them sighed heavily. Sure, I'll give you a box. It seems even the king of immortals has to kneel before choco pie. Jia Kim was delighted to see them agree. Really? Then remember to send it to me. Hakes glanced at it with a bored expression and said with a sigh. So now there's another boss. In a different scene, Boo just woke up and called out groggily. Oh, the gentle girl standing at the door watching Junhai get ready to go out. Mom and I will go out to study with friends for a few hours. Ma, Dad will buy things for us. Feel free to relax. She turns her head and waves goodbye to the girl. Good morning. Bill, listen to your dad and sir. Mom will be back soon. Bill is excited. Yes, Dad, I will go shopping with her. All right, let's go then. The father and son head out together. The girl happily walks ahead. Bill is ready. Feeling his chin tremble, he thought about the two kids still sleeping at home. Aren't you planning to take those two along? Yes, they are staying inside. We can go on our own. The father and son just passed by someone lying down for us to compare. Ryu looked over and pointed, then stared in confusion. Uncle Kirill was dozing off and muttering in his sleep. Hyuk is making more onion pancakes. He was startled awake by Bill's hoarse voice. Hey, you shouldn't sleep so deeply and startle yourself, the girl said with a stern face, arms crossed. You almost died, you know. Uncle? Why? You're one of the most outstanding beings out there, kid. Bill shivered and argued. It's very cold outside. You could freeze to death. Hearing that, Kirill was terrified. You're right. I almost died. Thank you for saving me. Then he looked at her, nervously smiling because he was trembling. But why are the two of you going together? To buy some things. Your hair's too dirty, isn't it? Why does the kid say that? I shower once every 3 days. You're so dirty. Don't stop cooking until you get a haircut. So the three of them went to a shop together. According to the rule, a superhuman bathes once every 3 days. Humans always have to be so particular. Ah, oh my, it's Bill. Bill snuggled into the girl's arms. You've been a hairdresser for a long time, right? Your hair has grown longer again. She just patted the girl's head and stood up, looking towards down. Is he Bill's father? Can I cut the girl's hair? I would be very grateful if you let me do it. You already looked at her. Do-Run points at Kirill standing beside him and says something that leaves him frozen. Can you cut his hair too? He's really dirty now. You're too rude. Big brother is scared. She was braiding Bill's hair while looking up. Who is this? Bill's braid is also finished. The girl excitedly shows it off to everyone around her. Bill has these angelic braids. Because of the trembling, he lifts her up while the hairdresser sister looks at Kirill with a serious expression. That's a challenge too. Bandit, huh? She spun around him, thinking. First, his hair length was uneven. I think you should cut it all short for a cleaner look. And the hair looks like straw because you haven't taken care of it. Also, it's been a while since your last proper wash, right? I can even see dandruff here. Then she picks up scissors and a comb, looking at him with a dangerous yet authoritative gaze. It's been a while since I felt this motivated. I'll do my best, and I'm counting on you. The father and son sit quietly on the sofa, trembling, reading the newspaper and drinking orange juice, waiting. It feels so empty behind. What do you think? Big brother is trembling. The boy lifts Boo and stands up, both looking at Kirill in amazement. It's completely different, little one. Not too bad. He's so proud when praised, smiling brightly like a flower. Now washing his hair will definitely be easier. He looks handsome even before cutting his hair. After cutting it, he's twice as handsome. Kirill's nose also grew longer under the exasperated gazes of the other three, and I wish I hadn't praised him. My uncle's really annoyed. I cut all his hair because his head looked like Son Goku's, but it turns out he still looks quite handsome without it. Bill quickly turned around and asked when he heard her say that, Are you feeling dizzy from the heat? There's no way he's as handsome as Bill's dad, but he's still pretty good looking. Kirill is over the moon, you have sharp eyes. Then the three of them left the hair salon with Kirill's smug expression, and the incredibly handsome figure appeared. As they walked, they were approached enthusiastically by a man offering his services. Did Bill go out shopping today? Do you want to see the cute dress from my uncle's shop? A dress? The uncle took out a pretty yellow dress and held it up high. Isn't it incredibly adorable? Bu looks at it with a shy gaze. Yes, it's really adorable. Seeing the girl hesitate, Run quickly paid the money. I'll take it. Ignoring the shopkeeper's words, Jun turns his head to look at Kirill. Are you here with your dad today? All right, I'll give you an extra shirt as a promotion. Pick one. What? You already have a lot of shirts. Suddenly, your uncle looked down at your shirt in panic. Wait a minute. Where did you get that strange shirt? This one, in the blue box. Having received the answer, the uncle hurriedly grabbed the shirt and said, I've been running this clothing store for 30 years, and my pride won't let me see someone wearing that thanks to you two. Then they started arguing over and removing that trash. Rubbish, I had to spend time choosing it. Your fashion sense is really bad. After struggling and panting heavily, Kirill finally put on a new shirt. That old man is stronger than he looks. He looks much younger than his age. He gets praised. Chumo isn't so bad after all. He's starting to show off again. At this moment, Bill's stomach suddenly growled a few times. He's so hungry. Let's go eat some ramen, Dad. I figured it's about time for a meal. Let's have a quick bowl of ramen at the convenience store and then go home to eat rice cakes with the others. Kirill's eyes light up at the mention of food. What is a bowl of ramen? You smile mischievously. You don't know ramen. It's even tastier than choco pie. He seems to have overheard it perfectly. It's even better than a choco pie. Huh? Then they stop together in front of a news broadcast screen. Breaking news. The video link to the BIOS Guild has been cut. Down watches the store employee viewing the news as director Dong Yang Cheon prepares to hold an emergency press conference at the Hunter Bureau. More, have you arrived at the location yet? Just then, Down's phone also rang. The screen shows an incoming call from the person mentioned in the news report. Zhang Wai-che, a press conference is being held. Please explain the current situation. Has Bai Hamote gotten back in touch yet? Please tell us what is happening. You hold the phone under the table, worried and praying. Please answer the phone. Lai. The phone keeps ringing and then a message appears. Mr. Lai Down, I am coming. Yang Qian read the news and was overwhelmed with tears of joy. Thank you, Mr. Lai. But the reporter downstairs started asking, do you think BIOS can win? He firmly stated, I believe so. We have already sent reinforcements. The reporter below was surprised by the answer. Director Dong Yang Qian, who are you talking about? Is it the Icarus Guild? He frowned. There's a hunter acting alone. At the same time as that announcement, Do Jun began his mission. The strongest solo player on Earth can save Behemoths. Elsewhere, Behemoth's Guild was 3 hours away from falling into a Sky Island crisis in the Middle World. A series of praise for Junyeon appeared. Gunyeon. Junayeon. Amazing. I have to admit he's impressive. The Middle World is nothing special. No, just nonsense. This is the place where an S-rank S-class hunter dies in just 10 minutes. So that means Ru Junyeon is a god. We're too slow to understand. I swear. Kang Hyun brandished his sword and pressed it against Iung's side, looking uncomfortable. Are they friends of Junyeon? It seems they know him well. Why do you often get annoyed with Junyeon? His sword tip even dripped a few drops of liquid. He sighed tiredly and looked at Junyeon, waving his hand. Junyeon, we need to discuss the plan before we start. Turn off the stream and come here. I know everyone wants to see me shine in this terrible dungeon, but sorry. The final comments appear before the screen goes completely dark and starts rambling again. Oppa, marry me. The video has ended. The three of us sticking together like this. Thanks to your brother Lai's guidebook, we've come this far, so why are you trying to act so cool? Because I'm cool. Wai Kung, with red eyes, grabbed his collar, then suddenly started talking about going out for a bit. How would a married woman with children know? What did you just say? After dealing with that arrogant fool, she smiled kindly at Kang Hyun and asked, Captain, what does your manual say? I'm curious about the skills I can learn. Wait a moment. This is a mission where I have to ride a hot air balloon to the sky. He carefully studied the guidebook about this dungeon, which could teach him skills related to aerial combat, but he decided to skip it because it was dangerous. Then they headed toward a large statue as tall as a tower. Below is the mission to defeat the enemy group while avoiding the sleeping warrior, and that is what we will do. Junyeon fumes, why is that? You can learn aerial combat skills after completing the balloon mission. You should learn that. Kang Ha-Unan smiled and looked up at the high-floating balloons, asking him again. If you step on the wrong balloon, are you confident you could survive if you fell from that height? Of course there is. Then he added a new detail about the slightly larger and more aggressive birds flying around. What if we add those others? One of them requires all three of us to work together to kill. A level S monster. Junyeon looked at the glowing bracelet on his wrist and said, There's still a way. The shield he gave us, the bracelet can block again. Kang Hai-Unun immediately burst into flames of anger. Stop, Junyeon! The two of them held their breath, sweating as they looked at him. The pressure radiating from him was overwhelming. He looked at the ring on his index finger, with only 2 skill slots left. To have all three of us coordinate our skills effectively, I must sacrifice this skill. Junyeon didn't dare argue and could only nod. Alright, so what do we do here now? Kang Hyun's goal is the group of dwarves at the giant warrior's feet. You can claim the warrior's ring if you defeat the enemy without awakening the warrior. Akong points at Junayeon. What if this guy wakes him up? Why me again? Kang Hyun raised his arm and smiled, saying, This bracelet will protect us, so don't worry anymore. Let's go. Once the three of them have decided, they set out. So, can I turn the live stream back on now? Do whatever you want. Yes! They quickly took down the dwarves below. All we need to do is kill these guys without waking the boss up. Perfect. Although they just entered the dungeon, they charged straight ahead. Isn't it usually less than 5% chance of survival on the first attempt? That's right, they are Ji Himos Ji Jun Ion. Praise to the skies. Junyeon, injured but standing and laughing like an idiot. I am very strong. I can easily pass through anything in the dungeon, even on my first visit. At this point, Akung turned around irritably and said, We owe our progress to Lai's guidebook. What is she talking about? I have no idea. Who brought the book? Is it a guidebook about Chung Joy? You're just joking, right? Junayeon nervously tried to hide it from her. Hey, stop talking about him. Lai doesn't like being reminded, so don't gossip. Are you shy or what? The changing tide of the debate made Junayon angry at Ayong. I have no idea what she's saying anymore, but it's true that our Junayon is a disgrace to society. What? What do you mean by this silver-haired gorilla? Kang Hyun, seeing that, could only sigh in frustration and hold his head. Please, everyone. Junayon couldn't hold back and shouted loudly. It's not the silver-haired gorilla, but the king of the silver-haired gorillas. After saying that, the three of them were stunned, turning their heads to one side. The entire space trembled as a massive shock awakened the sleeping warrior. The warrior will wake up and attack in 5 minutes. What's going on? What just happened? The giant warrior started moving, causing both of them to panic. Are you crazy? Why did you wake that thing up just because of my words? Hey, I'm not crazy enough to wake that thing up. When Junayon, in disbelief, shouted and lied, a red demon appeared and said with a smile, "It wasn't her. I was the one who woke it up." The two people looked at it in horror. Kang Hyun quickly drew his sword and charged forward with a loud shout. Both of them fiercely swung their swords at the demon, which quickly and lightly retreated a long distance. Kang Hee-unun stared at it in confusion, realizing that the demon was looking at its smoking hand and muttering, "I was sure Jungkook was killed by a human from Earth, but did he die like this?" Junayon is confused. What the hell is he talking about? Only Kang Hyun quickly grabbed his own wrist and calmly ordered, "Focus. I will use the shield that Lai gave me," he said. Then the two people stepped behind him. The shield was activated. Get ready to attack. The demon looked at the three of them. That shield, the demonic pressure emanating from it, was quite impressive. A terrifying smile appeared on its face, and it started to become excited. It seems I was right. The Earth Lord has killed Jungkook. It straightened up and started talking to the three of them. "Earth Lord, may I ask something?" Do something to draw his attention. Junayon blinked and was already in front of Kang Hyun's shield. "Why didn't you listen to me?" "It's really sad. I want you to prepare a decisive attack." Ikung, when ignored, swings his hand to break the shield and strike Junayon directly. "I'm really annoyed. Let me take out the subordinate first." He spat blood right in front of the still-running camera. The attack was so powerful that the warrior behind was cut in half. A fierce strike had killed the warrior. "What is going on, everyone? What is this? What kind of monster is that? I can't see it. What is happening? I can't see anything at all." Kang Hyun, worried, shouted but was silenced as the demon clamped his mouth shut. "Ronyon." Its fist begins to gather bright red mana because your subordinate took a hit. It laughed loudly and then delivered 2 quick punches to his body. "So I will give you 2 because you are the Earth God." Kang Hyun was torn open with a large gash across his chest, and behind him, the castle also collapsed. He spat blood. "What's going on? Just one strike from him and it's already this powerful?" Kang Hyun's whole body collapses heavily. "We can't." The moment he was about to faint, I arrived just in time to support Kang Hyun and hold him up. "Don't collapse now." You let Kang Hyun sit down to rest, then turn to look at the demon. "You must be from the Beamos Guild, the strongest guild on Earth. A hero can't die at the hands of a monster, and it's not even the final boss." The demon sneered when it saw someone approaching. "More reinforcements?" It touches its face with a contemptuous look that reveals nothing. "I like strong kids like you." As soon as it finished speaking, Down punched it in the chest with lightning speed, playing with those who don't know their place and just boast. He said with disappointment to stop talking, and then his entire body shattered into many small pieces. "Get out!" Kang Hyun watched the scene in stunned silence. Did he defeat the monster with just one strike? How is there someone so powerful in this world? He trembled as he bent down to pick up what was left of the demon. "The hunter Lai Kang Hyun is here." You hold it in your hand with an indifferent look. This fell out of the demon. At the same time, the news broadcast also aired. Breaking news. All members of the Him Guild have returned safely. The 3 from the Kang Hyun group supported each other as they headed back, exhausted. This horn is proof that the monster was defeated. All guild members have been taken to the hospital for treatment. "Mr. President," the reporters hurriedly interview Yang Qian. "Now we will interview the president of the Hunters Association. Here he is." The end of the video shows the Bios Guild being attacked and beaten badly. Is it thanks to a secret ally that the monster was defeated? Hearing the question, he immediately froze. The live broadcast shows Wai Che looking confused. No, the Bimos Guild completed the hunt before the support forces arrived. Breaking news. Director Dong Yang Cheon states that the Bimos Guild was the one to finish off the monster before the support forces arrived. Kirill and others watching the news at home then speak up. "And now the Bimos Guild is messing around? How could weak humans handle this?" He nonchalantly picked his nose and then remembered he had left to deal with this matter. "What?" He sighed and ran his little finger along Bill's thin blanket. "It's nothing. The boss has something to do and suddenly assigned me to protect them." The more Junhai listened, the more suspicious he became, saying that the kids needed to go to bed early and asked me to watch over them. It's true that the boss is trembling. The news broadcast showed a horn with dark purple mana, making it seem like something was happening, but it turned out to be that incident. Kirill calmly looked at Junhee's confused face, clearly recognizing that it was the horn of a difficult creature. If it weren't for the boss, the entire gang would probably be wiped out. "Really?" Kirill said with a dismissive attitude. Then Down returned at that moment, causing him to stand up in fear. Working hard, huh? Yes, thank you, big brother, for your praise today. Dawn smiled and said, well done. Kiri, surprised to be praised, immediately looked at him with shining eyes. Really? Big brother Down just praised me? Is that a compliment? He looked at Down in surprise as he saw him writing something, because today he had protected the kids very well. Yes, Kiriel took the piece of paper trembling with both hands. Is this for me? He carefully holds it like a treasure, gazing at it with admiration. Are you serious, boss? You're not joking with me, right? Really, huh? Down sighed softly. Keep it safe. Jinhai, confused, asked what was going on. What is that? A good kid badge? Kiriel suddenly stopped smiling and began to daydream. I'm not a child anymore to be happy over things like this. Wait a minute. If I have more, life will be easier, right? What should I do to get more of this? Junhai looks confused as she watches Kiriel happily smile at the paper June gave her. Are you sick? Maybe it's because the voice on the TV is coming through again, surprising Kiriel as she checks the important locations marked by the Bimade Guild. There are still many things that need to be confirmed. Yang Qian appears on the screen again. We will end the interview here. That's all. Kiriel stroked his chin thoughtfully, not noticing Junhee's concern behind him. Maybe that way I can find more. Do you think it's not okay? I'll bring medicine for you. After saying that, he hurriedly ran towards the door. That's it. I'm leaving now. I was so nervous I couldn't speak just watching him, not knowing what he was thinking anymore. The scene shifts to a tall, imposing building, but it's best not to pay it any mind. The next day, at the Hunter Management Bureau, Kiriel sat cross-legged in Yan's office, claiming to be the strongest in the mine realm. He proudly pointed to his chest and announced, from today I can become the strongest supporter. I will replace Big Brother Lie Down to help you guys. And in return, you must help me. On the other side, Kang Hyun was deep in thought about that person's name, prompting him to lean over and ask, Kiriel, do you know that person? Kang Hyun looked at him and said, I remember seeing that name on the bulletin board, but that name belongs to the Supreme Being. A second later, he suddenly stood up in panic. So, you are the Transcendental Seat, Kiriel? That's right, even on Earth some people recognize me. So, I am ranked 6th overall, Solomon's Demon. Here, look at this. The ones above are tough to deal with, but those below are easy as pie. Furthermore, speaking in Earth's language, I am very famous. I have many friends, some of whom intentionally don't appear on the rankings, but I know all their faces. Do Super Vietnam Seat want to help us? Are you replacing Lai because he's trembling? But why? At this moment, Junion in his patient outfit pushes the door open and storms in. Oh my, this is serious. I said I'm fine. Those people just keep insisting I stay in the hospital. His appearance shocked Kang Hun. Who does he think I am? I should attend the urgent meeting. Why do they keep insisting I stay at the hospital? Junion. Suddenly he paused. Who is this guy? Kiriel looked at him irritably. You two? Surprised to recognize each other, you both said in unison, the last time you appeared too? My crazy fan, huh? The servant of Big Brother Lai was spying on me at that time, June, Kiri asked irritably. What the hell is going on here? Junion also frowned. That's what you get for messing with me. The argument between the two made Kang Hyun break out in sweat. I am Ruunion of Behemos. What did you just say? Do they know each other? What's going on? From now on, just observe. Junion was so angry he started laughing. If you're a fan, just admit it. I don't really care. If you are my fan, I will overlook it. Kiriel is starting to lose patience, but this is getting out of control. He exploded in rage and punched Junion in the head. Who are you to say I'm your fan? The force of that attack even tore a long crack in the wall. How dare you? You brat, not only did you mock a superior like me, but you also insult me? As a result of my rage, a hole appeared in the room with Junion inside it. You're finished today. Wait a moment. King Hyun painfully holds onto him to stop him. Great Lord Kiriel, I sincerely apologize on behalf of the member. What? Do you think I will just let that go? He tried to persuade him. Indeed, Junion deserves to be punished. But I'm worried that if this place is destroyed, Do-jun will feel uncomfortable. Hearing about Do-jun, Kiriel finally swallows this resentment. Isn't there something you want to take from Mr. Do-jun? If you spare Junion, I will speak well of you in front of him. That's why Jae-run quickly looked to Young Cheon for help. He quickly signaled and nodded repeatedly. Just let us know what you need, Director, right? Of course, it's obvious. Kiriel, hearing that, finally calmed down. If they said so, then I'll turn a blind eye to get what I want. What is that? He crossed his arms. What we need is that. But Kiriel couldn't find the words to say. His continuous stammering made the two of them anxious. That. When Kiriel finally said it with a serious face, both of them were speechless, and they didn't have to write a report. Do you know what I received today, two of you? Kiriel held the paper, proud as she recalled how she had endured the bill all day long because she spent the whole day babysitting and managed to avoid writing 50 disciplinary reports. I didn't do much after all. Yet he still received it. The more I think about it, the more his greedy face shows itself. So I decided to do more things that Big Brother Lie Down likes, so I wouldn't have to write endless apologies. Kiri happily laughed to herself while the other two could only stand there speechless. Long Hakas, from now on only you guys will write the self-criticism reports. I will take the initiative to pick a fight with you. Both of them looked at the person dancing happily in the room with disappointment and suspicion, wondering if Kang Hyun, you say this person is one of the supreme beings of the mind realm? I don't know. Don't ask me. The moment of revenge is coming soon. What excuse can I find to start trouble? Hey, mister, do you know what the dragon race hates? Come on, be a little more creative. The old man was stunned for a moment. What is it that the dragon clan hates? Wait a minute, a dragon? You mean like the demon? Do you know the demon? He used to be a bad person, but since their king disappeared, he completely withdrew from the martial world, and the more he listened to him, the more frightened he became. A dragon? No. Summon the dragon clan to Earth. Kirill looked at him in confusion. What are you talking about? Big brother Lie Down already has 2 children at home, one purple and one red. Young Cheon was stunned, opening his mouth in shock as Kang Hyun reminded him. They've been here for a while. Master! That kin grabbed his shoulder and shouted, You knew too? Then why didn't you say anything? This is a global disaster. They are at Lee Don's house. Still, Kang Hyun tried to explain. If they were dangerous, he would have already informed us. Only then did Wai Cheon seem to suddenly realize. You don't trust Lai Du-run? He regained his composure and cleared his throat. Then Yeon turned to look at Kirill. So what did you ask earlier? How to make a dragon go crazy? Kirill asked excitedly, holding up the evaluation sheet with her hands on her hips. You know how to do it? The two of them started to exchange words. But friends fighting each other isn't very good. What kind of friends are they? Do you know how badly that guy has beaten me? Meanwhile, at Do-run's house with the colored wax box on the table, I hate him. Boo is tearfully looking at the broken blue-green tree. It was so carefully done. Hey, why are you crying? Can you buy more? Casey gently puts on an apron and encourages the girl. That's right, you can just buy more. Dad bought this for me. I was very careful to use it. It sighed, holding a broom and saying something that made IAS jump in surprise. It seems Kirill will be punished. If you don't have a copy of the self-criticism report now, scared stiff. Punishment? Is it just because of this, using colored pens? Seer narrows his eyes with a dangerous look. Of course, he eats the cables meant for kids and uses them himself. Surely the boss has a part in this, right? Yas is sweating like crazy. Big brother, just a little. It's scared. Actually, it's a bit too much. The more it thinks, the more it breaks down, clutching its head and crying out. Oh my god, he's dead. Yas jumps down from the chair and kneels at C's feet, crying desperately. Casey, lend me some pocket money. He turned his wallet inside out and said, The boss already borrowed all my money and bills last time. Now I have nothing left. Then what about Hakas? Hakas has run out of money for his farm too. He seems dangerous. So this is the only way. Just one sentence leaves both of them stunned. Bill, Casey, and the 2 dragons, along with the girl following Ias's instructions, stand up. We will go there. First, we'll buy colored pencils and a sketchbook for the kid. The scene shifts to a tall building with elves bowing respectfully. Welcome to the elf company. A friendly elf in a suit gestures to invite you in. We will serve you from head to toe. Bill's eyes sparkle as he looks around this place. Meanwhile, Yas and Kasi don't seem happy. What's going on? This place is amazing. The girl happily follows behind him. Please follow me. Yes. Sir Duisaki. What is this? Boss, chase them away. Sir, feeling uneasy, hugs his trembling body. It's even more terrifying than any mental attack I've ever experienced. I never thought a mighty dragon could feel this kind of fear. Jisaki reached out toward the slightly open door and said with a smile, Let's go inside and talk now. Suddenly a voice made him stop. Wait a moment, I want to go in too. Dong-Ki Sirius said I also have something to buy and sighed as he looked at him with Bill's excited eyes. Why is it that every time I come here I keep running into you? Are you addicted to shopping? I'm just a mud guy. We would be very grateful if you could wait in the VIP room. He sighed when he heard that. VIPs only? I'm just a VIP? Did you just create a new hierarchy system because the Dragon King is coming? He asked, shaking his index finger and smiling at Dong-Ki. Of course, Lord Aiza is formidable, but let me explain this system first. And then he began to lecture about countless treasures. All old customers are kings. We have special clients who help boost sales by 5 times. Yoongi and I. AS were both surprised. Sales increased 5-fold. We appeared here and managed to boost sales that much? Big brother, please, I'm so embarrassed. Jisaki, full of respect, said, Our chairman personally oversaw this. We must provide the best for that important person, and the radiance emanating from little Boo is from this Boo lady herself. The girl coldly and honestly declared, thinking about the colored pencils, Yes, Miss Boo.
The elves began to carry each luxurious box over. These are sets of colored pencils made by grinding real gemstones.
Miss, this set is made entirely from natural materials. The other set is decorated with gemstones. But Bill, sitting on the chair, shook his head coldly and said, These are no different from what my father bought. My eyes hurt so much. Yes, miss. Yas and Dung, when speechless, say, Wait a moment, so basically you can exchange chocolate for gemstones. That kind of cake can be exchanged for a purple gem, which is even more valuable than gold, diamonds, and everything else. Jisaki didn't give up and kept serving the girl. Exactly. That's why all products and services here are free for the young lady. The two of them just stared silently, and Yas thought of himself as a wealthy man and said, If you bring a few boxes here, you'll make a lot of money. Dong-Ki immediately thought of his real estate properties. I didn't expect the cake Kiriel mentioned to be so bitter. So, I'm about to have something delicious to offer the heavenly demon. While they were still laughing smugly, Jisaki glared from behind and said, "Sorry for interrupting this happy moment." But he raised a finger, saying that only items brought by the young lady would be accepted. Both of them were struck speechless upon hearing this.
What? Why?
But it doesn't necessarily have to be the girl. Yas grabbed his collar and threw a tantrum. What about me? That's because it's hard for you to look at her. You two aren't very close to the demon race, right? Jisaki thought back to when you two were fighting wildly. The great Dragon King, who wiped out most of the nobility with his divine breath, and Wong Qi, who rose in rank by killing demons, say they are pure evil with no hint of elegance. That is why their cakes will always be dark and unwelcome in the eyes of the demon race. If they are responsible for distributing the goods, the price of choco cakes will drop significantly. Did they poison it? There must be some kind of curse involved. We are more like demons than our own demons. Dunki mulls over with his chin, while Yas shouts in anger. I see. Then we just need to trick them and sell.
The eyes of the demon race are everywhere. Do you think I can be fooled?
Dunki asked cautiously. Is it really that delicious? Yas stared blankly at him with a surprised look. You still haven't tried it. Kiriel didn't give you a piece? He immediately thought of Kiriel's cheerful hee-haw face when eating cake. Does Kiriel look kind enough to give me something like that? Whatever belongs to you belongs to me. Don't even think about taking what's mine. Yas also imagined a similar figure. It's true he's still immature. Evil seems to side with him. When he was young, he probably only fluttered like a dragonfly. Casey then took a chocolate cake and spoke. Here, have this. Just like I serve the boss, you probably serve Kiri too, right? Dunki asked with a look of displeasure. Who was serving whom? I only tolerate him because we're friends. Are you mocking me now? But she didn't have the patience to listen to him ramble and shove the cake into Dunki's mouth. How could that be? Sweat is dripping down, eat quickly. He's starting to chew it. What's so good about this? Crispy on the outside, a bit moist inside. In just a moment, Dunki's eyes widened in amazement. This sweetness feels like it's dancing in my mouth. He keeps eating more happily. Is this choco pie? Then Dunki took out a notebook and a pen from his chest. This is also a blessing bestowed by the heavenly demon. I must quickly show my gratitude. He knelt down on the floor and started writing. What are you doing? Please give this to Lord Heavenly Demon for me. Why Hugh Lee stared intently. Why don't you talk to him yourself? Don't you have a phone? That is the Heavenly Demon Lord. My efforts are absolutely necessary. It's truly troublesome. Ya started to complain. Then consider it the shipping fee. Buy that thing for me. He happily pointed to the food truck in front of him. You mean skewers? I know the Dragon Clan is very greedy, but this is a bit too much. It's not like that. Just each boss. Outside the shopping mall, a large balloon with a Zoro banner soared high, now including Choco Pie. And so Choco Pie remained valuable and became a luxury item. A famous product used for trading with treasures. In a dark, shadowy place, magical circles are covering the body of a black dragon. Damn it, a dragon sealed in a place like this? Don't break the seal until we leave here. As soon as his words finished, the seal showed signs of instability. The seal is breaking. At this moment, Down calmly approaches with a tablet. It's trying to wake up after sleeping. Oh, who are you? He suddenly stood up and looked at you as you appeared unexpectedly in front of him. Wait a moment. Are you a new recruit of the Mind Realm? But where are you headed? I quickly turned around to stop him from blocking my way. Wait a moment. He nervously asked what you were planning to do. I sensed a pretty strong power beyond the cracks, so I went to check it out. The two of them looked at the ceiling curtain on the other side and discussed. This temple has a dragon sealed inside it. This temple is extremely dangerous. The uncle looked at him with a questioning gaze. Maybe everyone in the spiritual realm knows you're very strong, even in the middle realm. But since it's a real dragon, we should leave here quickly. Down heard that and smiled. It will wake up soon enough. Right after your words, an explosion causes rocks and debris to fall. That's why we need to get out of here quickly. The seal here has broken. Oh my god. Be careful and put your laptop in your bag. It's too noisy. The dragon on the other side has also awakened and roared loudly. You don't rush and raise your hand to form a shield that blocks all attacks. The black dragon with the number 2 on its forehead looks at you, surprised that a humble human can block my attack. Who are you? One person and a dragon are talking calmly while the uncle is knocked out. Now there are quite a few people at home. The dragon race is doomed. Now that the black dragon is ignored, it roars in fury. You lowly creature, get lost. Ruo quickly jumps up high. It seems you're not much different either. Yas, the dragon, also begins to flap its wings and take off. How dare you use that mouth to say the name of the Lord? It looked at you angrily. You won't die whole. Trembling, he looked at it and sighed. Then he stood on the black dragon's head and asked, What is your name? It stared in horror at the top of its head and went crazy. Get off my head! His eyes, trembling with cold fear, tightened their grip. I won't repeat myself. You didn't wait for its reply and unleashed your power immediately. The surrounding earth and rocks started to be pulled toward your fist. The black dragon panicked and shouted at the person above its head. Wait, my nest! But it's already too late. Its nest has been blown to pieces and it runs over in a panic. Why did the master suddenly call me over? The black thing behind my back, trembling, said, "Teach this guy a lesson." Next to you is dragon number 2 with a huge pile of drool on its head, tears and saliva streaming down. Senior Yas. It looked at Yas with pity as he arrived. Big brother. Yas, bored, asked a question that surprised the second dragon. Are you really challenging the boss? I haven't even done anything yet. What did you just say? Master? Number 2 couldn't understand and thought to himself. The cruel lord of the Y family calling someone the master? What's with that expression? Inside its dragon head, it kept thinking that even the evil dragon like the boss called that person the master. So surely that person must be the strongest in the entire universe. It looked to the side. And if that person can subdue the foolish big brother and make him a subordinate, the second strongest shining with an aura so bright that it blinds you with its tremors, could that person be an angel? What are you doing? Yas curled his fingers. I don't know what you're planning to do, but I won't let it happen. What did you do in front of the boss just now? Come here. It started to worry. Even my voice was trembling. Big brother, I didn't know what I was doing back then, but if I didn't know, that means I didn't do anything wrong, right? Hey, bend down a little. My neck is a bit sore. The second one bends down and a cloud of dust rises up. Yes, big brother. He transformed into a handsome, polite, black-haired man. Big brother, please kindly consider. Yas shows mercy. You deserve to be scolded, but today I won't hit you. I'm just bearing myself. Yas proudly shows off a perfect score on the 100-point test, saying, look at my Korean test score. Wasn't it super easy? Number 2 looked up. I don't know what that Korean thing is, but it's true that the boss is really amazing. But big brother isn't planning to hit me for real, right? Yas looked up at him in surprise. Do you like being hit by me? And do you like that appearance? Unable to hear properly from running beside, I just tapped its head. Come on, don't overreact anymore. Number 2 feels like a bolt of electricity just shot through his head at this scene. A light tap and the big brother already feels pain. How strong was that hit? From now on, I will behave more properly. Y pretends to be proud of her own skull. You're genuinely sincere, so I'll forgive you this time. If so, it was just your trembling voice. Long. Find a place for him to live. It looked at you with an awkward expression. Living here is fine. But seeing this desolate scene, Yas could only helplessly sigh. Is everything destroyed? You still haven't broken your bad habit of sleeping like that, have you? Number 2 immediately protests, it's not my fault. When will you finally grow up? No, big brother, it will take a whole victory to fix this place. Yas didn't listen to the explanation and turned around, deciding immediately. Follow me, I will find you a new place to stay. Thank you, big brother. The scene shifts to Hakus's shop. What? Big brother wants me to live with this guy? Yas points the chopsticks at the 2 people beside him, seriously reminding them to eat slowly, chew thoroughly, and swallow. Hakas looked at the 2 of them honestly and said no. Even if the boss asks, I still say no. Usually, I would have beaten you for saying that, but today you ate well, so I let it go. Hakus thought about the scene of number 2 struggling in the mud and couldn't help but cry inside. Does this guy like taking mud baths? Can you imagine how terrible that scene must be for the boss? Number 2 took a napkin to wipe his mouth and calmly said, You're getting bolder every day. Do you dare to talk to the boss like that? Hawk retorted, Not getting angry doesn't mean you can. You're not a 3-year-old anymore, are you? You've grown this much, but you still don't have a house? Kirill from behind sneers, as if you're so grown up. Hakus irritably turned his head and glared at him. If you don't want your salary cut, stay quiet. Yas propped his hand on his cheek, chewing as he spoke. Fine. If you don't want to live together, there's no other way. Number 2 nodded sincerely. I am truly surprised by the compassion of the elder brother. Hakus was surprised by those words and reached out to touch his forehead. Would the boss hear this? Are you feeling unwell anywhere? You just said you're about to get beaten. As a result, a bump immediately appeared on his head. After hitting someone, he turned and walked away. All right, Rosago, Hakus has already refused. Go find Ong. Rosago hadn't even had a chance to stand up when a loud voice suddenly rang out. You don't have to be like that. And appears right in front of IAS. I am your loyal servant. Anne is here. I sensed Rizeg's presence and thought you would call, so I came right away. Iza gave a thumbs up, praising her. It is indeed Anne. You are the only one I can rely on. I'll give Rosago information about Earth. Iza stops her, making Anne look at her with a slightly confused tilt of the head. Leave that to it to figure out on its own. More importantly, do you still have many empty rooms? Are there many empty rooms? Yes, quite a few. He points to Rosago behind her and says, Okay, leave this guy alone for a while. Thanks to you. Anne's attitude immediately changed. That. Hawk saw it and laughed, pointing at it. Can you see her face? Big brother, even Anne, who always follows your orders, is hesitating. And those 2 guys started gathering to laugh at and mock Rosago. After mud bathing, he often has a bad habit of destroying things before going to sleep. That bad habit is really annoying. So, at this age, he's still bathing in mud and breaking things? Really? So 2 fists simultaneously started hitting Hakus for being talkative. But it didn't stop there. Another hand joined in to strike him. Yas looked tiredly at him lying on the ground and said, You talk too much. Do you really need to embarrass the Dragon Clan like this? I've wanted to fight him for a long time, big brother. Everything has calmed down now. And Lichtiep bows his head. All right, Razag, I will prepare everything. When you're ready, come to my place. She bowed politely while Hakas was trembling on the ground. Since I still needed to prepare a place for Rizago, I will take my leave now. All right, you're truly a kind trader, Kirill said warmly with a smile to Rizago. The Long Clan is truly entertaining. You just made me very happy. Who do you think you are? How dare you touch me? He makes a funny face. Hey, calm down, buddy. Rizago's whole body stiffened at his next words. I guess you were also overwhelmed by Lie Down's power, right? Kirill kindly hands over a book. So, you need this to gain their trust. With this, everything will go smoothly. Here's a guide to Earth's way of life. He looked at it with some curiosity. What is that? Kirill appears dangerous. Guide me. If you don't want to get beaten up by a monster like Big Brother, I will teach you how to survive here, Rizago suddenly said. That means he put his arm around him and led him aside so Yas could point at Hakas and scold him. What a good person. Fine. What do I need to do? All right, from now on, just follow me. If you cause any trouble, you better watch out. Understand? Yes. Only later did he turn back. Hey, Rego, now there are only the two of us left in the shop. Where the hell did they all go? That Kirill guy acts like he knows everything. Maybe he took the kid to explain it. Do you think Yas is learning from that fool? At this moment, Hakas finally regained consciousness. Oh no, if we make any mistakes, we might also get scolded by the master. Both of them panicked. No, we can't let this happen. We have to find them. Hurry up. Got it. At this moment, Kirill was taking Rizago for a walk down the street. This is where the boss, often visited by June, would go. Making it the perfect place to explain in detail about life on Earth. I understand. They walk past the bald uncle. Kirill, Mr. Choi, with a drunken face, offers him a bowl of wine. Do you want to make a pair of glasses, uncle? I really want to too, but I'm busy right now. Hearing him say that, he offered Kirill a piece of bait. Is that so? Then let's eat this while we walk. Thank you. He put it in his mouth and kept praising it. It's so delicious. Hey, sir, can I sit next to you? Is that okay? Sure. When Rizago spoke, he was immediately silenced by him. You want me to sit next to a human? Be quiet now. He looked at him with a dangerous expression, warning him. Big Brother Down is also human, you know. Really? So the two of you sat down next to Mr. Choi. Rizago looked serious. All right, teach me what I need to know. Don't make a big deal out of it. It just makes you look foolish. At this moment, Mr. Choi raised a piece of octopus tentacle towards Rizago. I don't understand what you guys are saying, but eat while you talk. Beautiful boy, you should have a bite too. He's angry and wants to draw his sword to deal with him. Is it this old man again? But Kirill quickly turned to explain. Don't worry, sir. We're very busy and don't need to eat. Don't be so tense. Then he turned back, raised the book, and said to Rizago, this is what you need to survive on Earth. I already told you earlier. Inside are a list of items on Earth. Just remember a few things and everything will be easy. 1. The people you need to be cautious of. 2. The things you need to pay attention to. First, what you must absolutely not do. 2. The punishment you must bear for what you've done. 2. 3. What to do when punished. 3. Useful knowledge about the Earth. The two of them start enthusiastically researching, making Mr. Choi behind curious. It seems everything is connected to the master, huh? You're smart, unlike your older brother, so take the time to read it. He leans in to eavesdrop on the conversation. If you stick closely to the theory, you will avoid the most terrifying things. The scary thing? Rizago's mind started to wander when someone mentioned those two words, and the image he thought of was John whipping Azaz one by one. Maybe it's torture. It's hard for anyone to tame a big brother with that kind of personality. The master must have trained him a lot. Kirill sneered. Are you scared yet? You must be scared now, right? No. Being a subordinate of the master, even after being defeated, is still an act of mercy. The two of them are so engrossed in their discussion that they don't notice Mr. Choi listening nearby. No, at this moment Kirill's face darkens. It's best you learn to be afraid. Mr. Choi has even brought out popcorn to eavesdrop. I see now. Then what exactly should I be afraid of? Kirill hesitated. That, but what he said makes the other two people confused. It's a written self-criticism. Mr. Choi, if there's nothing interesting, he gets angry and throws the bag of popcorn on the ground. What the heck? Are you joking with me? Kirill then suddenly shouted in panic, You don't even know what you're talking about. Hey, have you heard about copying the self-criticism 100 times? Hell is hell. They started arguing loudly. One sheet isn't enough, but after 10 sheets, you run out of space to write. Damn it, your nephew has been writing all day. Let him do as he pleases. Rizago looked up at the sky and wondered, Big brother, has the self-criticism report changed you that much? At this moment, a gentle expression of Yas appears in his eyes. Soon, you will experience it too. I can't imagine. Just enjoy these peaceful days. The two of them end their argument, each minding their own business, but remember to read carefully when you're done. Got it. Kirill hands the book to Rizago, then turns to pick food from Mr. Choi's tray. All right, you read it. I'll eat a little and do my work comfortably. And then the two of them started a new argument. Hey, don't eat that. What? Why did you say I could eat it? Rizago looked at the book full of words and thought, Master, he's focused on reading it and making a comment, kinder than I expected. I've finished reading it. What? He took back the book like that. Mr. Choi stood up and went inside the shop. There's no more alcohol. Thank you for lending it to me. Rago still has some questions. But what hurts? He asked, crossing his arms and turning to look at Mr. Choi happily swaying. It seems you're a supreme being. Are you satisfied with this kind of life? Go get some more wine. He's used to being praised by others. Wasn't it originally your goal to become a god when you came to the Central Realm? That's why we had a battle back then. Both of them started to talk. Yes, that's right. That's how it is. So why did you give up on your curiosity? Just a little. Kiri rarely becomes serious and says, I have trained a lot to become stronger. You know, I think once I am strong enough, I can challenge the Demon King. But when he stood there trembling, everything changed, and then Big Brother June appeared right in front of me. Dawn's aura made Kiriel tremble with fear. That was when I truly realized. That cold, emotionless face haunted him forever. It was truly something I could never achieve. His legs instinctively retreated, no matter how much he trained. It wouldn't change anything. Even after tens of thousands of years of training, I still wouldn't be strong enough. He was so scared that he was sweating profusely and trembling all over. And when I gave up, the current Kiriel smiled brightly. I feel much more at ease. In the middle realm, you'll never know when you'll be thrown into the box, so you always have to be on edge. He scratched his head and asked, but when I'm next to the big brother trembling, I wonder if this is what it feels like to have a family? Risego kept his eyes on Kiriel, with Long Vuong Yas also present. Who dares to provoke that guy? If I were in the mortal realm, I'd be turned to dust in an instant. Living a simple life in peace is also fine. Hearing that, Risego sighed and smiled. I understand now. What? You want to become a god? No, it's over now, don't you know? The gods these days are those apartment owners. He's drunk and rambling about buying one. That's it. Kiriel was stunned to hear this new revelation. The landlord above even a god? Hold on. What? Isn't it just about buying with money? How can it be greater than a god? The two of them are arguing again over a new issue. How so? Just buy it and you'll see. He didn't believe it and took out his wallet. Really? So, can you find me a cheap apartment? How much is it? Now I have 50 million here. Mr. Choi started mentioning the figures. 50 million watts? That's even more. 10 billion. This is the amount you need to become a true apartment owner. Kiriel, upon hearing this, held up 10 fingers to do the math. 10 billion? I only get 5 million worlds per win from Heikas, so how long do I need to work for this? Rizago behind him speaks up to help. 2,000 years, 2,000 years. He suddenly looked as happy as a flower. What the hell is that? Not even close. It's less than my training time. Mr. Choi burst out laughing when he heard him say that. You think you can make 10 billion in 2 years? This is hilarious. Business jokes don't take 2 years, they take 2,000 years. Meanwhile, Kel shone like a star as Ha made up her mind. All right, from today I will save 10 billion. He looks excited. Hey, hurry up, we need to talk to the boss. Got it. The scene shifts to a barren desert. So, Kiriel and Rizago went somewhere, while Long Long and Hakas are doing what? IAS takes small steps on the rocky ground, but after a while, it can't take it anymore and screams. Where did those two go? Hakas nearby is also drunk. Not at Amazon, not here either. They're standing in the desert shouting, once I find them, you're done for. Kiriel, you too. Rizago, take him back to the shop. Hakas, we're back, but the whole room is falling apart welcoming the two of them. Where are you? Leaving the restaurant in this state? He's always so lazy. He sat down, crossed his legs, took out his phone, and started tapping. All right, the shop's closed. Time to play some games. What is that? Just as Kiriel was about to reply to Rizago, a message appeared on the screen. Is this it? Rizago walked up behind him and leaned down to look. Why is that Hakas guy looking for me? Just let him be this annoyance. Where are you? What corner are you hiding in? Someone just entered the shop, and Rizago immediately turned to look. Is Long Long here? Your appearance made Kiriel stumble back in surprise, while Rizago politely bowed beside you. Hello, master. I'm not here to cause trouble. Down crossed his arms as he watched him run over. It seems he's not here either. What are you looking for the boss for? Only then did Rizago notice what was beneath, and incidentally, this child. Nong Noem is here. Is she Mr. Boo's daughter? The girl is still crying. N isn't coming here. Seeing this, Kiriel's limbs start to panic. What's going on? Why are you crying? Oh my god, where did that red god go to make this adorable girl cry like this? Long Long will be back soon. Stay here and play with the two uncles while I go find him. No, I want to see N. Okay, Dad will find him quickly for you. The girl wiped away her tears, turned to Rizog, and smiled brightly like a flower. All right, I'm here now. I will take care of the little ones. Take care of a dragon like me? He hadn't finished thinking, but Kiriel rushed over and put her arm around him. Even if she's the owner's daughter of this kind of insult, of course Bill will take care of us. He smiled and looked toward the door. Right, Bill? Since June was also too lazy to respond, Rizago seriously pushed his hand away. So, the owner is the type to pamper his daughter, but even if she is the owner's daughter, we still need to respect you. Speak politely. Hearing them, Bill put his index finger to his lips, looking uncomfortable. You don't know how to speak politely. The girl starts to cry again, making Dojun tense up. This guy probably doesn't like me? Kiriel was terrified when she saw that. Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, the atmosphere turned dark and heavy. Do-Run suddenly raised a hand. Kiriel is really panicking now. If you don't want to die, kneel down quickly for Dad. But Dune patted Bill on the head and said, Razag is right. To live together, respecting each other is absolutely essential. The two people reacted with surprise, while the others sighed in relief upon hearing him say that Junhee, Long Long, and the uncles all treated Bill very well, so Bill also needs to learn to respect and treat them as kindly, knowing when to hold back. Razag then started to feel confused. Then please apologize to the uncles for saying the wrong thing. I really don't know how to speak politely at all. I'm sorry. His whole body tensed as he glanced at Kiriel for help. Hey, the girl has apologized. Just accept it quickly. Boo looked up at him with big round eyes. Are you angry now? Kiriel hurriedly asked when she heard the girl ask. Hurry up! What are you doing? Suddenly he clapped his hands loudly. Razago was clapping along to the song. You really scared me. What is this? The little princess truly has a good outlook on life. She will be a worthy heir to the Golden Empire. Your actions move me. He seems to have Yas's instructions engraved in his mind. If anyone dares to contradict, you better listen absolutely. Are you joking, big brother? The little princess truly is a real ruler. You inherit the noble name of the Golden Russia. He praised for a while, then bent down to kiss her small hand. Thank you for taking my words as advice. I was nervous, but handed over the bill to you both and then left. These dragons all have strong personalities, so they will write a report for the two of them. Rizago lifts the girl in his arms and watches the boy. Rizago's subordinate will do his best to serve the little princess. Kiriel beside him glances at him when he says that. If it were me or Hakas, we would definitely have to write a self-criticism report. Rizago? Who did this one learn such good strategy from? Because he's nervous now. Bill started looking into the shop curiously and asked, what should we play? Little princess, you're not a little princess, so call you Bill from now on. Yes, now it's Kiriel's turn to show. Let me introduce a game. Bill, does it hurt when you play? Not at all. This is a game just for you. He pulls out a box of colored pencils and starts rambling. Use the colored pencils to draw, but it leads to a fierce reaction. No. Last time you used up all my colored pencils without asking. How dare a servant use Bill's things without permission? Kiriel suppresses his anger. So what if I play ball outside? You looked at him with a dangerous gaze. Uncle, you're so strange. Really? Oh my god. By this point, Kiriel couldn't take it anymore and exploded. He's not playing anymore. Uncle, I was just joking, the girl said happily. Let's play ball together. Kiriel sighed heavily. Are you serious? You treat me so well. And Rizago remained serious. Your usual behavior has been fully exposed. Suddenly, the girl lowered her head in worry. This guy has a full pouch. The girl bent down and pointed at something on the ground. How can you play ball when you're carrying this? What are you asking about? Do you want him to take off all his clothes? So, it turns out Bill was paying attention to the sword hanging on Rizago's hip. You're not an ordinary person. You can feel it, right? When you see the sword, you should speak seriously. Yes, if you carry this, the ball will be cut. It's dangerous. I won't cut it, but I'll leave the sword here. Then the three of them leave the sword in the shop and go outside. So I'll head out now. It looks expensive. Are you sure you want to leave it behind? You can't see it with the naked eye. After they go out, a shadow peeks from behind the pillar, looking sneaky. When you left your sketchbook behind, no one took it, and I wouldn't either. The other person broke into the shop right after and quickly took the sword. Elsewhere, a group of monkeys is perched in the trees looking down, while Long Long, Hakas, and Isis move from the desert into the tropical rainforest to search. Kiriel, where are you? Hakas, you've contacted Kiriel, right? Yes, I called and messaged, even sent a message through Cocoa Rice, but no response. Yeah, I'm so frustrated I could explode. If I find you just at this moment, Down suddenly appears, making both of them jump. Did you find someone? They looked panicked and asked Down, what are you two doing out here? The owner scared me. Then Isaacs explained that Kiriel and Rizago suddenly disappeared, so I came here to find them. You're grown up but still get lost. Down looked at him calmly and said those two are at Hakas' shop. They were stunned after hearing that. What do you mean? Hakas didn't believe and asked again. Wait a minute. Did the master meet those two people? Yes, he was caught off guard and let it slip. What the hell is going on? Issa and Hakas immediately panic. Hakas, it seems the problem we were worried about isn't happening. That's right. Then Issa placed a hand on his shoulder, hoping they wouldn't say anything nonsense to the boss. Hakas' arm also draped over his shoulder, feeling relieved to know where they were. Hey, you said you've contacted Kiriel many times but haven't received any response, right? Yes, big brother. Both of them with sneaky looks walk away, leaving Dew speechless. Shall we go meet them now? You just want to see their faces quickly? Don't forget we're the victims here, right? You've changed, huh? Daring to climb on the big brother's head and sit there? Seeing this, it panicked and clung to Bill, begging for help. Do you know how long Bill has been waiting? That's right, since noon. It looked at the girl chatting away and said that we have to let Bill do whatever he wants. Is that true? The reason June ordered his dragon to be kind to Bill, but never said to spoil her. Hearing that, Bill jumped down from the chair and rushed toward IAS. Really? The girl pointed at the TV screen showing a family going on a picnic and asked, if that's the case, I want to pack some food and go on a picnic. Hawk agreed immediately. That sounds good. Bill also wants to go, so why don't we go together? Like, on TV, Bill happily asked, are we like parents? Can I bring the uncles along too? Sure. The girl immediately took out her phone and started typing. The chiral parents and the others still need to be informed. Sure thing, let's go. The girl makes a call. Mom, on the other end, Ong is a bit surprised. Mom, what's that delivery? Oh yes, go on a picnic with me, and the dragon friends too. And her last words made her blossom with happiness. Dad, even Lai is going. Should I pack the food now? Haka stood behind, watching the girl happily talk to the other person. Really? Mom will bring some delicious treats. Remember to bring your friends along too. Is Dad coming too? I mean, on Lai. Okay. And so Ayoung left singing, with her two teammates watching her in confusion.
Both of them looked at her as she reached the door, and the two lines of people immediately bowed.
Hello, miss. I told everyone not to do that. Runyan pushed her aside and laughed. Welcome, young lady. Come on, Junyeon, stop it. Do you want another beating? Aikyung opened a door and looked annoyed at the two people behind her. Why are you two following me all the way here? We overheard your conversation earlier. A sudden hand was placed on her shoulder. But why Ikyung? Undo trembled all the way to the bottom. Kang Hyun looked at her seriously, skilled in fighting and friendly with everyone. But he doesn't like gorillas. He doesn't talk much, then turns back and beats up the loudmouth before continuing. You know, his eyes look dangerous. The food you cooked isn't very good. Kyung shouted, Captain, you said my cooking was good before. Now he's not hiding it anymore. I didn't comment on the food because I appreciated your effort. But this time, I had to be honest since it was for Dojun's child. Junyeon next to me started mocking again. Wait, I already told you many times that your cooking is bad. A young, unable to hold back, punched this talkative guy in the face. He quickly collapsed to the ground at Akyung's feet. Her eyes blazing with anger, she clenched her fist and turned around. Captain, do you mean I shouldn't prepare anything at all? No, we need to prepare carefully. You just said my cooking wasn't good enough. So Yang Hun grabbed Runyon's collar and made him stand up. I was just saying that your previous cooking wasn't good, but now all three of us will do it together. She leans down and points at Junyeon, who is unconscious. The captain doesn't say anything, but him too? What can he do anyway? Kang Hyun then took out his phone and showed it to her. Look, all the dishes in these photos were made by him. Run Ion is a great chef. Akyung suddenly remembered when they were in the team together. Why did you just lie there in the dungeon? Why is it only me and the captain who cook? Kang Hyun looked away and said, he told me I have to keep it a secret from you, Akyung. But the more he talked, the angrier she got. The team leader, sensing things were getting out of hand, quickly stopped her. Wait a moment. Akyung, Junyeon will help us now, so calm down. What if you manage to cook something absolutely delicious? Do you know what will happen? He guides her to imagine Bill's joyful face when receiving the food, and Bill will wholeheartedly praise us in front of Do-Run. Look, Dad, the food box is so easy to open and delicious, and Down will smile really brightly. Thank you. My daughter really loves it. Just thinking about it makes Kang Hun's spirit rise. What if she ends up becoming his student because he's trembling? And Akyung herself begins her own love story. Oh, he's trembling. In another place, a deafening scream makes everything tremble. What did you just say? Down shows the tablet and asks, can I take a day off tomorrow, boss? I have finished preparing the PowerPoint for tomorrow's meeting. Do-Run! The shocking news made the two men cry like rain. Do-Run asked for a day off? You're not sick, are you, Do-Run? If you're sick, you can go home early today. But the next announcement made both of them look at each other in confusion. No, my daughter just wants to go on a picnic tomorrow. That's right, you have a daughter after all. So even though she's grown up, she still likes going on picnics. When Bill is mentioned, his eyes soften. No, she's still too young. My daughter has never been on a picnic, so I want to take her. Dad, we have to go on a picnic. But in their minds, it's still the sweet image of Junhai. And for the parents, no matter how old their child is, they're still kids. All right, you're off today. Dad, let's go on a picnic. Your fatherly instinct is still as strong as ever. At this moment, the phone on your desk rings again. Sorry, I need to answer the phone quickly. Is that okay? No, you go ahead. They look more excited than nervous when talking to each other. He cares about his family more than I thought. See? He's really adorable. That's right. I also want to get married soon and go on picnics like that. Chiansu nuzzles his nose. Maybe I'll take my family out for a week too. Right now, I was trembling in a corner listening to the phone, so keep it brief. Kirill on the other end seems panicked. So, yesterday at the food shop, Rizago carelessly left his sword behind as he looked at the person who was collapsing and looking haggard inside the place. And I think someone already stole it. Leviton, mine is gone. If anyone else pulls it out besides me, a blast equal to a nuclear explosion will occur. There are 24 hours left until the picnic Bill has been craving takes place at Dojin's house, and he straightens up. He stands with his arms crossed, still in his suit. So, you're holding a weapon with the destructive power of a nuclear bomb, and now you've lost it. In front of you are those two idiots doing push-ups with a huge box on their backs. Yes, that's right. But Bu said it's okay to leave it there. It was the young lady who said that. Do-Run's face turned pale with fear. A creature that has lived for 1,000 years and yet listens to a 3-year-old child and leaves such a weapon behind. Both of them look up and turn pale with fear, unable to speak. Junrun asked again if there was any way to prevent the sword from exploding or to make it fly back here on its own. Unfortunately, there isn't. You looked at Rizog's with a face full of sweat and then concluded that the only way is to find it before the sun rises. But as the temperature around us drops lower and lower due to the trembling, I don't know what I would do if Junhai, Bill, or anyone else gets hurt by that sword.
It's over. I took a wrong step, Mom. Save me. I just wish I could write a confession.
Rizago trembled as he struggled to hold on, muttering to himself in his mind. The moment when the Earth God's anger was unleashed. The world might as well be doomed. The end of the world may not just happen in this universe. Maybe all the multiverses will end too. I suddenly lost 4 fingers in a run. I will find it myself. Cassier has been assigned an important task with Cassie. Keep an eye on those two. Don't let them cause trouble. And help them find it, yes. You look indifferent and immediately go look for it, of course. When those two hear about it, they'll run away in a panic. Under Cassie's supervision, the two are searching every corner thoroughly. Rizog, is the sword over there? Not at all. The little girl happily watched them worry. This scene is truly amusing. Casey looked at Kirill, who was trembling and biting her finger, and asked the two of them what was really going on. We're going to die, so what should we do? You've eaten a whole bunch of bananas, little sister. Instead of wasting time sitting there, go find them quickly. Hey kid, why don't you transform back to your real form to make things easier? Rizago was still talking nonsense when the girl hit him on the head, using some magic to make the sword thief come to him willingly. If you do that, Sir just points at him and scolds, Are you stupid, Dad? What if he gets scared and draws his sword? Yes, just as the girl is confused, a few people run up happily from behind. How can I find the sword with these fools, damn it? Over there. They say a new dungeon just appeared there. Their loud voices about the reward in the dungeon reached the girl's ears, and the reward was an ancient artifact infused with fire energy that could even explode if not given to a true owner. An older man in a red shirt leading the way shouted as he ran. They say its level is even higher than Kang Hyun's sword. It will be mine. Get ready to see if I can get a beautiful sword in my hands. The three of them ran past, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kiriel stood up, watching them with suspicion. Doesn't that description just now sound a bit like Rizago's sword? I agree. They say it suddenly appeared as a dungeon reward, Rizago snapped. Could it be the work of those goblins? Is that even important right now? Immediately, the two of them also ran to catch up. Let's go! The man in the red shirt turns around at the sound and looks shocked, his face twisting in surprise. What is that? His underlings behind him have all been knocked away by Kiriel and Rizago. This road is clear. We have to go first. Rizago pointed at the gate that appeared on the road ahead. No one had time to think, and they charged straight inside. Let's go in. A cold mechanical notification appears on the screen. Activating the special mission, a series of alerts follow one after another. The three of them have entered the dungeon. What's going on? A brilliant glow? No, I don't care about any glow. Just give me the name of that useless Azure Dragon Sword, Seer calmly said. Refusal. The system screen changes from blue to red, preventing them from declining the mission. Right now, a shining suit of armor appears. Is it the Dragon Clan? Didn't they all disappear? But no one seems to notice. Kiriel is still diligently studying the system. I don't care. I need to find the sword as quickly as possible. Epilix, being ignored, draws his sword and points it at them. How nice. Is it that you can dismiss me so easily? He raises his sword to show off his destructive power. What is this crazy guy doing? Rizago creates a shield to protect all three of them, but he has to grit his teeth and hold on. Telling Seer he's almost as strong as the boss? I can't hold out much longer. Hold on a little longer. Casey is also starting to unleash her power. Little Long Girl sends that purple beam of light towards Epilic, but unfortunately, it just knocks him away, nullifying all her efforts. Truly pathetic. Is this the true power of the Dragon Clan? Casey steps on a magic circle beneath his feet. Can he block it? We have to leave quickly. The girl suddenly saw it activate itself because of her. My leg can't move. Since when? He waited until the girl looked away. Then Epilix delivered a kick that sent Cassier flying, leaving him injured right beneath Epilix's foot. Little Long, do you know anything about the Earth Lord? The girl struggled to get up and wipe the blood from her face. I won't tell you even if I open my mouth. It took advantage of a gap and said, So you do know something, huh? Take me immediately to the location of the Earth Lord. Cassie stood firm. I will defeat him and rule there myself, illuminating the world with happiness and eternal glory. Eternal glory and enlightenment. I don't need it. We are happy enough. You will never touch my master. At this moment, Down suddenly paused for a moment, looked in a different direction, and spoke to himself, feeling this sensation was strange, and respectfully replied, Yes, master. Under the ground, Rizago's broken sword is being guarded by two small robots. Thanks to Anne, we managed to deal with Rizago's sword, but I sense another problem about to emerge. Inside the dungeon, only Sarah remains standing firm. Ipula points his sword at the girl and gives an order. Take me to the place where the Earth Lord resides. Xiaolong Kasi stepped back, looking at his shining sword. Just his mere presence could destroy a country on Earth. That would make the master very sad. The little girl refused to back down anymore. I won't let that happen. Stop pretending to be strong. You're weaker than Big Brother Yaz. Hearing those words of belittlement made Apelix angry, and he raised his sword. So arrogant, the filthy dragon race. Two of you are still alive. He swings his sword at the girl. Go die. Young Long Rizago panickingly shouted out as Cassie's sword was about to strike the girl, reaching out with a hand to stop her. Rizago unexpectedly ran forward, using his own arm to block the sword's blade. I will take you to the location of the Earth Lord. Casey's eyes welled up with tears as he looked at Rizago, trying to hold on. Rizago remained silent. Suddenly, neither of them spoke, but their thoughts connected clearly, and they couldn't even hear my words. This is a mind transfer technique, so don't act aggressively. If you're worried that the aura he's emitting will destroy the Earth, his face looks tense. Then, we just need to prevent that from happening. Sierra is also determined. Do you know his location? If Earth becomes a thing in my pocket, I will make you the king of a continent. At this moment, Down was bowing his head, looking at Rizago's broken sword. Both she and Casey are very meticulous. That's a stroke of luck. The two little robots cheer happily when their owner is praised. It's better to prevent Rizago from forgetting and losing the broken sword. And gently patted the small creature on her shoulder and said with a smile, "This sword has power comparable to my brother's breath. If it falls into the wrong hands, things will get complicated." She was still speaking when Down turned around and looked back. Besides, I don't think the sword would break after just a basic move from the owner. But that's sunny. It turns out the dungeon gate opened right behind them. As Down stood there staring at the blinding light rushing out, Epilix stepped out of the dungeon gate, holding himself back. Are you the mighty lord of the earth, supported by Rizago and Cassie's teleportation?" The girl's face scrunched up like a hungry apple. Rizago poured more strength into sealing this monster's energy. He also tried his best. I've already given it my all. Down looked in that direction with a puzzled expression. "I told you two to go search for it. So you brought something weird back here?" Epilix hates being underestimated. "A strange thing? How dare you?" He hadn't finished speaking yet, but Down had already started to act. Cassie Rizago no longer needed to hold back his power. That terrifying energy surrounds Epilix, forcing him to collapse onto his sword. "Let me handle this." Down stopped to listen to him. "You truly deserve your title." He swung his sword and cut through the entire mana surrounding him, but I am Epilix. Down reached out his hand again. "I understand now." The energy source he struggled to dispel wrapped around him, but he simply lifted himself up with one hand in midair. "Thanks for the introduction, but I don't have much time left." Rizago was stunned speechless, and Cassie was overjoyed. "I have to go on a picnic with the girl. It's almost time." Hearing the noise, Kiriel gradually woke up. "I still have a lot of things to prepare." The Epilix that the three of them couldn't defeat was easily knocked down by Down with one hand, dropping the bag to the ground. Rai bowed his head before you, saying, "I am sorry, Master. I wanted to handle this myself, but I couldn't do anything." "You don't blame her and pat the girl on the head. No, you both did very well. If you two hadn't restrained his power from the beginning, many damages would have been caused." Casey looked at you happily, while Rizago nodded again. "Thank you for your kindness. I apologize." Kiriel, who was still lying on the ground, was stunned after hearing your words. "Admitting your mistakes is good, but losing your sword means you have to be punished. Get up, Kiriel. Stop pretending to be unconscious because you have a waiver from writing a self-criticism form, so it's fine. It's really good. Because you trembled and crossed your arms, Rizago, you still have to write 20 self-criticism reports." He was stunned to hear about his punishment. Just writing the confession forms would be enough. "Is it not 58,000 meters of punishment or something?" You helplessly watch him. "You want to be beaten? Not at all." Rizago stroked his chin in thought, unable to believe that being punished with a self-criticism form was just a joke from Kiriel. Seeing him deep in thought, Kiriel placed a hand on his shoulder. When Rizago turns his head, he sneers with a slight smirk. A bit annoyed, but thinking about how you'll soon suffer, he can't hide his eyes shining brightly. "You will realize soon how terrible your self-criticism report is. With my writing skills, this will be very easy for me." "That's what they said." The sudden tremor interrupted. "All right, the self-criticism can wait. Let's focus on preparing for the picnic first. Today, other guests will be going with B." The scene shifts to Akung's puzzled face. "What is that?" "Why? Why is that?" She looked at the big wooden box in the car. "I'm ready." "Her hair is beautiful. There's plenty of food, so why is the traffic so bad?" "Run ye yawn sitting in the car," said as he looked at the traffic jam. "Miss Gorilla, maybe running straight there is faster than taking the car. Get out and run. If Ngunguk does that, my food and hair will be ruined." The two of them argued back and forth and ended up getting punched. "Come on, once you put on makeup, it's all the same. You're finished. It seems you really are dead." Is Young trying to yell himself crazy? While the two were arguing, a blazing red dungeon gate suddenly appeared in front of them. Emergency, the dungeon suddenly explodes. Emergency, the dungeon suddenly explodes. The residents immediately evacuated. Akung stared blankly at the scene ahead and the announcements. Kang Hun is driving and turns to look at her. Wai Kung has to go. We need to handle the dungeon. She had no choice but to tie up her hair and said, "Captain, you don't need to say that." She was a bit regretful but remained very serious. At times like this, every helping hand is extremely important, even though my inner self is crying out non-stop. "Goodbye, my date. I'll lie, I want to see you." Of course, Bill is here too. They quickly join the battle to clear out the monsters. Junyon cuts down another one and responds, "These guys keep coming non-stop. How long do we have to deal with them? When will the reinforcements arrive?" A Kyung Hung swung his sword across the demon's body and shouted, "There are too many civilians outside. so they haven't been able to get in yet. We have to handle it ourselves. She's fighting until her eyes are bloodshot. We must finish it by 12 noon at all costs. Absolutely at all costs. Because I still have to go on a picnic with Lai. The two men huddle together and whisper, "Women blinded by love are truly terrifying." That's right. Oh world, what is love? Sometimes hearing a Kung story still makes me afraid. I heard it too. The three of them were just taking a break when the hellish dungeon suddenly roared. Everyone is sad to turn away after dealing with it. Everyone has what they want to do. Kung Hyun remained silent without replying. She turned around and shouted, "Captain, isn't it true you want to become disciple of Master Lai?" And Ryu Junion, what about you? Do you want to be a good boy? You naughty kid. You're not even a child anymore. The more your father hits, the more fired up he gets. Why do you keep picking fights with me? What do you want? I wish you get stuck here until the end of the day. When Wai Kyung hears what he said, she frowns. What do you mean by you? She's not fighting monsters anymore. She's jumping towards Oan Runyan. Bark another sentence. Turns out Ong was slashing the monster from behind him. Even though his words helped, look at that temper. I will tell Lai to stay away from her. A Kyung holding his head, Lai and Bill, I will definitely arrive on time for lunch. At the picnic, Issa is sitting and watching the sunset. Bill also sits sadly beside him. Picnic rice without meat still has to have rice. Master, if this keeps up, we will starve. The girl turned to scold him. Long. The BBQ is the priority right now. Do we have to wait for that lady's food? Long isn't paying attention to her food. Yas took a bite of the bread, crumbs smudged on her face. That's right. Is grilled BBQ more important? As the words ended, the remaining 6 eyes all turned toward him. Bill looked sad. So is BBQ more important than family? He was about to argue, but Seer covered his mouth. No, family. The little girl worriedly covered his mouth and tried to calm him down. Boss, be quiet. Bill is about to cry, sitting with his back turned to them. Does the ghost like BBQ or not? The girl couldn't take it anymore and shouted in anger. Since June anticipated the situation, he went over to cover Junhai's ears to protect her from the wind, while the two silly dragons were almost blown away by the gust. Yas annoyedly shouted, "What is this kid crying for?" He ran over to cover Bill's mouth because he was trembling and also took off his hand to cover Junhai's ears. Hey, everyone is here now. The owner, me, and Junhai too. Seer was stunned by what you said. Aren't we a family? Bill also looked confused and stopped crying. Because of his words, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Big brother, what's with that unpleasant look? He scratches his cheek. As long as our family is happy, nothing else out there matters. When will those people arrive? View hesitated. Nong, he continued to persuade the girl. As long as we are happy. So it's settled then? Yes. He got angry again, pointing at Do Run. Okay, now tell the owner it's time to eat. I'm starving to death. The family isn't happy right now. He sighed and left to prepare the food, thinking it had changed. And over here, Bill and Yas start arguing again. Isn't that right? Just now you said it was right. You just said that family should be happy. The girl begins her lecture about family because mom is also family. Long can endure anything for the sake of the family, right? Yas immediately objects when thinking about the relationship among the four of them. Wait a minute, why is she also considered family? We are the family here. But she's not married to the owner. Bill frowned at this new information about marriage. But isn't everyone also Bill's family? Junhai leaned in close as June asked quietly. Dad, have you gotten married yet? Not yet. Bu insists, can Long endure because of me? No. When the two of them argue, it's because Run cuts in. That's enough. Yes. Yas turns around and smiles to win you over. Master, I'll go bring her here. A sudden gust of wind blows as a helicopter approaches directly overhead. On Lai, Bill, inside are Ong and Junion watching from outside. A second later, they all jumped out of the helicopter together. The main character has arrived. Kong Hwan immediately punched Jun Ayon right after he jumped. Jun Ayon, please. She fell headfirst to the ground, while Ong and the other two landed safely. Bill saw her and immediately ran over. Mama Young turned around at the call and hugged the girl, both of them laughing happily. It's been a long time, hasn't it? I'm sorry, Lai. A dungeon suddenly exploded, so we arrived late. Yas jumped around and started shouting. Because of you, I was about to move him, but I hesitated. It's okay, luckily no one was hurt. That's right, everyone must have had a hard time. Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other with shining eyes. And Lee, you're not only kind, but your daughter's also wonderful. She looked at the box in her hand and said, I guess everyone has already eaten, but... A.S. shouted, What are you eating? Quickly bring out the food, a bit worried as Yas is styling Junion's new hair. I prepared a little bit. She carefully opened the lid, but the food inside seemed no longer edible. Everyone looked into the food box together. Do Run smiled gently. I think this can't be eaten anymore, but both Junhee and Cassie start eating happily, making Aekyung feel awkward. No, it's all broken now. Do Run still puts it in his mouth. Junhee's face is full of enjoyment from the taste in his mouth, and Boo is chewing happily. Do Run finishes chewing the piece of kimbap and smiles. It's very delicious. When YK heard you praising it, she straightened up in surprise. Everyone is smiling happily. Mama cooks so well. That's right, Bill, delicious. Her skills are impressive. Akiyoung praised highly, gently carries the box, and looks at Do-run. Inli, my daughter. Thank you all very much. Yeah, as jumps up excited whenever there's food. The food smells like food. Junhai quickly throws out a piece. He was shouting with his mouth open when a metal shard hit his mouth. I also stopped complaining and started chewing seriously. This flavor must be the tactile sensation finally feeling the taste of the food in his mouth. He immediately pointed at Wai Kung and said, "Approved." But then a powerful blow struck his head. What do you mean approve? He got knocked out by down, his head drooping, and you can become the owner's wife. After trembling and finishing dealing with the talkative subordinate, he turned to smile and speak to everyone. Now that everyone is here, everyone is happy, so let's start the picnic. The scene shifts to the mouth of a giant stone snake on the 6th floor of Trungjoy, the entrance to the 7th floor, where Do-run, clutching the key in his hand, mutters to himself. Without this key, the status effects are halved when entering the 7th floor, but using it will cause monsters to appear right at the gate. Hey, you over there! He looked at the trembling object in his hand in surprise. Is that the water serpent key? You're dead if you bring it with you. You hold it out in front. I heard you need this to avoid penalties when entering the 7th floor. That's right, but you'll die if you encounter the incarnation of the water serpent. What are you planning to do? The kind man warned. If you go alone, you might die at the hands of the hunters on the 7th floor. But if you hold the key, you'll be killed by the water serpent. Noel looked at you and said, according to the rules, you should be with at least 100 people. Why don't you join us? Down glanced at the key in his hand, knowing it was the only way to survive. I see. Thank you for the information. Without hesitation, he stepped toward the snake's mouth, startling Monseo. Hey, didn't you hear what I said? He couldn't stop him and said, if you want to die, no one can stop you, right? Don't blame me. I warned you. Soon, Down entered the 7th floor. It's not just an ordinary stone statue, but the body of a snake. Mysterious droplets of liquid are dripping down. So, the entrance to the 7th floor is along the belly of the water serpent. As I tremble and bend down to assess the energy clinging to these objects, like the energy of this place. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing your attention. A small figure in a dark green energy screen is holding a key. It's been a long time since someone foolish enough to bring a key here. He smiled, revealing 4 fangs and green snake-like eyes. Finally I can feel a little satisfied. A second later, he instantly transformed into a snake-headed figure with hair. Thuyex opened her wide mouth and aimed at Do-run. Is this endless hunger caused by a cursed and tormenting spell? But before he could show everything, Do-run grabbed him. Tuisa asked in surprise, did you just slap me? But you're being squeezed by me. Do-run, unconcerned, looked at the pillar covered in dark purple energy. Is the original intent because of that thing? You seriously studied it, so it must be a deep matter. But perhaps you've already taken on many adventurers and still keep doing this. If I kill you, the punishment of advancing to the 7th level will also disappear. So you smiled at it and began gathering power in your palm. I will let you go in peace. Tuisa, seeing your power, nervously begged. Wait, just a moment. But its final gasp echoes loudly in the ears of those outside. Just wait. They suddenly saw the door bulging like a balloon. What's going on? The gate to the 7th floor is swelling up. Yeah, it won't explode, right? Are you panicking? Are you really going to wait until then to see what happens? Run! If it explodes, everyone will be doomed. Inside the 7th floor, the water serpent lifts its head and trembles on the stone. He no longer acted arrogantly, but trembled and begged. Wait a moment. If you kill me, he suddenly roared, the path to the 7th floor will be completely blocked. Really? He immediately stopped trembling and looked at him. If I kill you, wouldn't the path appear then? No? Tuisa replied honestly, my mouth is the end of the 6th floor, and my anus is the entrance to the 7th floor. I was so nervous that I made him panic. Really, I didn't want to do that. He obediently, the creature at the top of the middle world, the tyrant of all beings. That is the curse he cast. Lord Yas, you look at it and ask again, did Long Long do that? Who's the one? Did June just think that Yas only knows how to eat and get fat at home, using really advanced magic to cast a curse? Master, I'm full and can't eat anymore. Just disappear through the gate now. Waiting here is useless, so don't bother. All right, I can't go anywhere anyway. Tuisa obediently curled up in the dungeon. Has he already left? After a few seconds, he spat disdainfully and cursed. You bastard. Just try starving for a few thousand years and you'll see. While trembling and still gossiping, Tuisha was suddenly grabbed by IAS and pulled back. If I see your face again, I'll break your arms and fry you. Then he bit down immediately. He sighed and looked at him. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, at least do it subtly. Tuisa was caught red-handed and was at a loss for words. That's not how it is. But Down didn't pay attention to what he was saying and looked at Yas in her hand. Be quiet for a moment. Long. Was it you who cursed her? Tuisa looked at his figure and criticized him. The one who cursed me isn't a miserable little dwarf like this. As the evil Dragon King, the ugly little Yuzeb insulted me, I started to lose my temper. Do you want to die? The aura he just revealed caused Tuija to panic. This aura. Dragon King Down still looked indifferent as he asked, so you really cursed them? Yes, I have cursed a few troublemakers in the Central Realm to help them realize their mistakes. You're not friendly towards Yas. Turns out that's true. Master, what's with that expression? Oh, just trembling and clearing his throat. It's nothing. So how long have you cursed it? It seems like there's something there, not nothing. His mood looks strange. Yas is seriously thinking. Enough, tell me the time. But the more he thinks, the more he can't remember. Don't tell me you don't remember either. Seeing that, Tui X's tears have been flowing for over 2,000 years. More precisely, you have been under this curse for 222 years, 22 minutes. He was trembling when he looked at him. So cruel. So, have you awakened now? Tui X hurriedly promises. What? Oh yes, of course. After starving for 1,000 years, I finally realized my mistake. Hearing him say that, Dune immediately ordered Yas. All right, Long Long, break the curse. He will be moved to tears when he hears you say it. Really? Are you telling the truth? Oh my god. Yas was hit and waves her hand to call the water snake closer. You bastard. Come here before this little dwarf adds another curse on you. Yes. Before lifting the curse, do run warned. Do not be too grateful. I will put my energy into you and make you explode if you have evil thoughts. Tui Cyan tearfully looked at him and said, I accept. I will remember this. Soon after, Tui Sha became a commander with a loud whistle. He shouted, Follow the orders of the Earth Lord and become the ruler of the middle world soon. Lai Do trembled. He stands to one side, commanding others to dig for minerals vigorously, quickly extracting mana stones as ordered by some omnipotent god. Hurry up according to the god's command. Yas slung the axe over his shoulder, holding a basket in his other hand, muttering to himself, What's going on? Why did everything turn out like this? Yas muttered as he picked up stones. Why do I have to clean the entrance just because that water snake's body disappeared and it's blocked? The water serpent, wearing glasses, stands in front of him and says that is our master's order. I will do it, your majesty, the Dragon King. Hearing that, he was so furious his head swelled up, making the water snake terrified. Are you laughing? Are you happy now, huh? I said so. Yas raised his shiny silver tongue and grinned maliciously, as if I cut off your head, mana would gush out like a waterfall. Fuisa was so frightened by him that she curled up and kept trembling. Rizago, seeing them blocking the way, said reluctantly, If you do that, Down's master will also cut off the big brother's head. We're almost done anyway, right? Kiri angrily turned around and shouted, Hey, idiots! Are you pretending to argue to avoid work? Raise your hands quickly and see. Those two glanced at him and whispered, He's really clever. We acted so well. You might have overdone the act a bit. Try to do better next time. Kiri overheard and draped a towel over his shoulder to scare them. I will tell everything to the master. Just then, two trembling bags of belongings approached. What are you talking about? Tuisa saw you arrive and hurried over to flatter you. It's nothing. My subordinates have almost finished processing all the mana stones. Now you can see the way forward. Really? That was quick? He nodded at Issa with a wink. I told him I helped you out. Don't use that spear to hit my head. Yes, surprised that Tuisha actually believed, replied, I was just pretending to be angry to avoid work. Then forget about this matter. You offer the food, making Kirill and Isa delighted, and all three rejoiced together. Thank you, master. Thank you, sir. The three of them quickly grabbed the food, trembling, and devoured it hungrily. Tui, standing behind, looked a bit suspicious. Can you eat this? What is this? He hadn't even had time to examine what was in his hand before Kirill snatched it away. I wonder what's inside this strange thing. If you don't want to eat, you don't have to. But before he could put it in his mouth, Ias's hand had already grabbed the ice cream stick. If you don't eat it quickly, it's gone. Yas gives him a punch. Hey, even a dog wouldn't fight over someone else's food, Rizago said, interrupting. Boss, even a dog wouldn't fight over food while someone else is eating, right? He was about to say more. The dog turned around and saw Az breaking his arm with a crack. Do you think you're better than everyone else and trying to lecture? Who do you think is the boss wanting Innova? He paused for a moment, then turned to wave at Tuisha. Come here before I deal with this Rizago guy. He froze, wondering why it had to be me. Tuisha approached again. Yas immediately pushed the cake into his mouth. The teacher says violence is bad. Don't make a fuss. Just chew. Tuisha was amazed to hear his words. Did the Dragon King just feed himself? Could it be that the Dragon King, the ruler of the dragon race, has acknowledged me or something? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. There's no way I've endured 1,000 years for him. So why am I feeling so weak now? I only have one benefactor. Puisan clenched her remaining reason and turned to worship him out of fear, sharing food together and cleaning up after eating. My savior. My only lord. I'm going to the 7th floor, so stay alert. Fuisa was startled when he heard you say you wanted to go to the 7th floor. He went immediately. Your Majesty, you must not go to the 7th floor so suddenly. He eagerly describes a man. You need to be careful with Basago, a powerful man. Yas was about to deal with Rizago but stopped and looked at him. What are you talking about? That's our master. He frowned and asked again, what should I be careful of? According to Twi X, the big elephant also died because of a mosquito. A single sting from it is enough to kill an elephant. Yas still didn't care. Still, our master is super strong, like an elephant with a suit of iron armor, each tusk more solid than steel. The elephant trembles with incredible strength. Tuisha continues describing the mosquito with a red proboscis, but the old man Basago isn't an ordinary mosquito. He's extremely annoying, a high-level mosquito.
Are you trying to die?
Who are you raising your voice at? I had to speak up because I was trembling. All right, explain it to me, Tuisa. The weak one sitting on the ground continues to explain. Yes, that guy is one of the strongest in the mind realm. He knows a lot about Basago. His body is hidden beneath the spiritual realm, and he only targets prey when they sleep. He can appear even when they are in the bathroom or doing other things. He's really crazy. He can even clone himself, so he attacks with his doppelganger and can't be dealt with directly. When the clone dies, he just needs to send another one, and then another, and we can't do anything about it. Doan, after hearing everything, still turned and headed to the 7th floor. I see. Thanks for the info. I thought it was something important. So everyone except the wild water snake was confused and just waved goodbye to you. No, you can't go. My benefactor and my king see you again later. My benefactor, I told you it would be fine. He turned to scold Yas. How can you do this, Long King? That is also your master. What are you causing such a mess for? He couldn't persuade him and only cried and shouted. If that really is your master, shouldn't you be worried if he gets hurt? Yas sighed. If anyone hurts the master, I'll give extra money. He confessed something that made Kiriel go pale, while Rizago clapped enthusiastically. Also, the first time I met the owner, I was beaten like a child. He saw Kiriel's strange expression and turned to ask, Kiriel, your expression is disrespectful. The boy hurriedly defended himself. No, not at all. I didn't do anything. Tuisa, seeing them like that, suddenly realized that everyone was unusual except for Lord Rizago. He was praised, so he went over, put his hand on his shoulder, and said with a smile, That's right. After being disciplined by the elder brother, you've become better. This scene makes Yas angry and mutter under his breath. That Rizago, he probably doesn't want to get beaten by the master, so he's trying to flatter that guy. Do you think so? Long Vuong. I also think the same as Rizago. He chuckled mischievously, teasing Yas until he was furious. Long Vuong, now you're falling behind in your master's eyes compared to us. What? That guy, you're scheming and sneaking around again. Ia couldn't help but climb onto his head and punch him, but Kiriel ignored him and turned on his screen. I couldn't hear what he was saying. I'm busy worrying about the Earth Lord. Let me check the chat for him. The 7th floor must be chaotic now. The Earth Lord has already arrived there. Suddenly, he froze. Then Kiriel turned to call those two over there, Sire. Hey, you two, stop pretending to be worried about the Earth Lord. Both of you immediately stop laughing. That guy is definitely a cunning fox. Even though he's been kind to me, his attitude towards the master is truly unacceptable. Kiri called the two over to check the information with her. Basago or whatever, I don't know how strong they are, but they're definitely out of the game. The abyss is now in chaos, since the one on the 7th floor was only his proxy, so could he have died while causing trouble in the spiritual realm? On Kiriel's screen is a series of information about Basago. Breaking news, the troublemaker of the 7th floor, Basago's stand-in, has died. Breaking news, Basago's main body in the spiritual realm has also died. Who killed him? I'm on floor M, you bastard. If you're so capable, come here. I'm Basago's neighbor. He was having a few drinks with me when something fell from the sky and killed him instantly. If you are a breakthrough in the mind realm, then I am this planet. Where are you? I will deal with you myself. Does this mean his true body is dead? Could it be that the strong ones in the spiritual realm have already started to act? No more waiting. Could it be? Tuisa thought of Janggak's 2 clones and turned pale with fear. The situation is a bit different, but there was once a person named Janggak who died just like Basago, so the whole group couldn't even speak anymore. Could it be that the master really disposed of Basago's body in the spiritual realm? Cutting to the night sky, Dunki calmly sat down with tea and said, Of course, it was the heavenly demon who killed Basago. He is confiding with 2 others under the deserted dome. Lido's residential area trembles on Earth. What? Yes, it was indeed the Lord who killed him. I know that technique. B listens to their conversation in confusion, not understanding anything. What are you talking about? Momu also looked over without any surprise. I haven't asked a single question so far. Dunki chuckled and scratched his head, looking at him. I don't know why, but I just want to say that. Are you here to make some kind of proposal to Lord Heavenly Demon? Momo asked with a puzzled look. Yes, of course we have to wait and see if he is worthy of my proposal. With that, his entire body radiated a dangerous aura. Everything now depends on the Lord of the Earth. A series of questions arise. A new face. Momu, a powerhouse from the mind realm. What is his purpose? Could he be the next supporting character to die from lie-down strike? So the 2 elders and the young one continue to wait when Bu suddenly speaks up. I'm here to meet the strongest person. The girl wondered, so her father doesn't know who that Earth Lord is, but he is the strongest. Momu glanced at the girl with suspicion. So your father is stronger than the planet Lord? Miss, your father is the heavenly demon, and also the Earth Lord. At this moment, Momu surprisingly starts arguing with Bu. No way. Where does that person live? If we go to the biggest house on Earth, will we find the strongest person? No, our house is quite small. The 2 of them arguing like children made Dunki laugh until tears streamed down his face. Lady, Don't you think your father isn't the planet lord because he lives in a small house? Even so, I never expected the young lady to always think her father is the best, even when she doesn't know he's the Earth Lord. The young lady truly is a model child. The more he thought about it, the more he liked it, muttering to himself, which made Boo feel a little scared. Although he had enough authority to sit on the throne, he was still very filial and warm. Well, young Boo keeps his distance from him. He's so strange. Momu looks at Ki with a gaze like she's looking at a lunatic, and he sometimes gets confused like that. The two of them lose focus for a moment, then go back to their own conversation. Forget it. Then where did I meet that person? The Earth Lord is really here, I told you. Dad is not the king. You're really an idiot. At this moment, Ki suddenly spoke. So what are you here for? Are you here to help you calm down, or for something else? Dreammoo, are you calming down now? His eyes light up. Wa Ki, my friend, we've known each other for thousands of years. Don't you know my character? He looked excited and full of anticipation. Isn't the fight against the strongest person the most exciting thing in the mortal world? Boo cheers loudly. Uncle is so clueless, but fighting your dad must hurt a lot. Ki still looked unhappy and said, why don't you find a partner or add more impo and fight? They are probably stronger than you. Boo saw Momu hesitate and nervously said, don't say anymore. Suddenly the atmosphere turned tense. Momo turns away and mutters, after losing, I get executed immediately. I've run out of options. I want to fight to the death, but I don't want to die. Ki continued to mock. Just now you said you depended on the Earth Lord. What if he decides to execute you? Momu feels a bit embarrassed. You said he is very merciful, so he probably won't be beaten to a pulp, right? Upon hearing this, Ki spat out his drink laughing, while Boo, a bit disappointed, said, Hey kid, I take back what I said earlier. You're not cool at all. Eventually, Ki also stopped mocking him. I like your honesty, so I will introduce you to the Earth Lord. Momu looked at him happily upon hearing that. Really? So this is the saying that when you need a friend, you go. When you're in trouble, you leave. But he then started making a deal with him. However, you have to bring the kind of chicken the young lady likes. Boo, hearing about the chicken, happily jumps up, cheering, Great, the chicken is delicious. Then she performs some strange dance moves, leaving both of them stunned. Momu watches her perform and asks, Miss, do you two know each other? So Bill is still captivated by the performance, talking about how delicious the chicken is. Ki looked at him and asked, What do you think she's been doing sitting here all this time? Momo also honestly replied, I think the girl is just a kid from the neighborhood. He threw the bird into the air and continued, You don't see many children in the spirit realm. Wait a moment. Isn't it a bit tall? But inside, Ki was thinking something else. Oh my god. Now that I think about it, besides the lovely young lady and the master, why am I always surrounded by fools? This guy and Kiriel too, are all the people around me like this? Bu saw him frowning and immediately copied. He's acting weird again. You were just smiling a moment ago, and now you're making that face. Momo also sat down next to the girl, smiling and saying, It's always like this. He has a similar thought. Why is it that everyone around me is strange except for me? That line has to be mine. They turn to argue, maybe you're better than that fool Kiriel, but that doesn't mean you're normal. I also have a similar opinion. You're better than the pathetic Kirel, but only by 0.1%, guys. I'm hungry. Ki immediately stopped arguing with him and smiled like a flower, turning to take care of Bu. Oh my god, is the young lady hungry? Seeing his attitude change 180 degrees, Momu adds a line. Turning face so quickly, do you think you can be considered normal? That made Ki furious. I'll give you the money. Go buy the chicken quickly. Isn't it true that you want to meet the Earth Lord? He sighed and complained before finally agreeing. It's pathetic. All right then. Ki cheerfully gives the order. Hurry up and buy it or you'll lose your chance. Momu starts to get annoyed at his attitude. The way you speak makes me even more uncomfortable. Later, in front of them, he had a scowl on his face as the shop owner. I told you it's not enough. You bought the chicken for 20,000 watts, but only gave 1,000 watts. Are you a thief? Momu hesitated and nervously handed over the money, but I was given this amount to buy the chicken. Are you crazy? Have you lost your mind? At that moment, he didn't know what to do when Dune was distracted by the noise from this side. He looked at the mana surrounding Momu's body on the other side, a powerful being from the spiritual realm. But Down couldn't understand why the two people in front of him kept arguing nonstop. What is he doing on Earth? I don't care. Just get me the shit so I can fix it quickly. This crazy person. He sighed and looked at him with suspicion. What's wrong with that guy? It's so confusing. Feeling nervous from the endless arguing, I went over. Sorry to bother you. Is there anything I can do for you? I'm nervous. Mr. Huan calmed down when he saw it was you. Oh, go on. That guy is crazy. You better leave here and call the police for me. My sharp eyes like blades flicked a glance at him. I heard that, you know. Earthling, see? Because of the trembling, the kind one spoke up. It's okay, uncle. It seems like this guy is having some trouble. Let me help. Wait a moment. You turned to M. What do you need? His answer was that I need to get married. He then took out the money that Ki gave him. My friend said this is the biggest amount of money on Earth. Run looked at the money and replied, So, you have an interesting friend, huh? There's a way to get that chicken. Do you want to come with me? Seeing that you're kind, Momu didn't hesitate and happily put his arm around your shoulder and patted your chest. Finally, he found a good person on Earth. I like you. Then, the two of them went together without Momo noticing the thick mana pouring out from Down's body. Actually, I was planning to turn this whole neighborhood upside down. If anyone in the spiritual realm shows arrogance in front of me, they will definitely die. He still keeps smiling loudly. But since I am an outsider, I also have to follow the rules of this world, right? I hesitated and looked at him. Got it. Follow me. Momu smiled happily. Good, yes. Great Lord Momu will remember your kindness, I promise. But Momu hadn't finished speaking before he choked and turned pale, his face shifting from cheerful to ghostly white. This guy, who earlier was gentle in leading him away, now held a sword and radiated an overwhelming energy. What kind of situation is this, huh? At this moment, his inner voice echoed. I am Momu, a warrior who fights against the strong. Looking at those chickens, he said, killing creatures like chickens in this dungeon is very easy. But as soon as I saw him trembling and attacking, Momu felt a chill down his spine. That guy was like a god with his sword. I began to realize the immense power within him, as if a whole world resided inside his body. Wait a moment. Now Momu affirms that he is not just a human. He is the Lord of the Earth. As he thinks this, a cunning smile appears. He is insanely powerful, so I want to exchange moves with him. Momu thought to herself, I will challenge him immediately. Wait a moment. Thinking about it, should I just run away if I'm strong enough? He shook his head repeatedly as he thought. No, one key said the Earth Lord is very kind. He said this one is completely different from those demons. All right, Earth Lord. A dreamy look of longing appears as he boldly says, I challenge you. Calmly, he asks, so is the bet okay? He was surprised. So you want to bet? He pointed at the chickens and said, the loser has to prepare a few of those fish. You want me to cook these chickens? Is that all? Durun replied, yes. Momu quickly replied, all right, then I'll go up. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward, eager to enjoy a good fight. The Earth's ruler, while fighting Momu, kept saying, Emperor, taste my fist, and kept introducing himself, saying, I am a strong man of the mind realm. Shaking with fear, he immediately raised his fist. His eyes were extremely determined as he looked at Momu. Yang Chut-on couldn't help but say to the opponent, Momu, you're very strong enough to deserve the title of a powerhouse. Come on, immediately shout out loud. I will also take you seriously. This is all my strength. Having just endured this power, his eyes changed. Momu quickly raised both hands to block in front of him, his eyes also showing a hint of fear. This attack made Momu shout loudly because he never expected that the Earth Lord is not. This is the power of someone standing at the top of all living beings. Now, around him, the earth, rocks, and dust are swirling wildly. Momu soaring into the air, laughing loudly. I'm so happy. He was so happy he shouted out loud, I want to keep fighting like this forever without getting beaten to death. While hitting you, I'll shout loudly, that's my dream. Now that Down has beaten me, I still feel very satisfied. Come on, attack me again. Are you afraid? Back in the real world, although his head was swollen into a big lump, he kept rambling and urging to attack. Bu stood nearby, worried and speaking. Oh no, enough already. You'll die. Dunki feels ashamed on your behalf. Master, I apologize. As your subordinate, I must maintain my dignity. The girl quickly slapped Momo's face. Why don't you wake up? The chicken is ready. Wake up and eat. He quickly sat up. Are you the strongest? It's not finished yet. Where am I? He quickly explained, it's where we met. Dunki looked annoyed. Hey, how dare you bother my master? He sighed in exasperation. He doesn't even know who you are, but he still cares about you when you're unconscious. Hearing this, Momu was full of surprise. I fainted? Have I been fighting passionately all this time? He trembled and replied, you fought very well. You're not as strong as Long Long, but that's pretty good. He patted his head and asked, what happened? Durun hesitated, then replied, that's all. I can go now. And then Momu looked at him again. But at that moment, Down's hand immediately struck him hard on the head. Just with a tap on Dojun's head, Momu was knocked to the ground again. He smiled brightly as he remembered that fight. That's how it is, Bu casually mocked, making you feel embarrassed just listening. Dune added, I also dealt with some chicken, so I had to make chicken salad. Dunki looked at him and couldn't help but feel comforted. Don't be sad. Who dares to fight the master and get such a response? At this moment, Momu shouted loudly, screaming wildly, I finally found out. Did you find something? Is he going crazy again? Master, I will help him calm down. Momu quickly knelt before him, truly a blessing, compassion for those who challenge him. Then he immediately added, please become my master. Bu stood beside him, stunned with his mouth agape. Dunki Bu shouted loudly. Dad also agreed to take me as a disciple. Dunki quickly intervened. Master, my heavenly demon? No, you can't. Momu turns to look at him. Hey, who asked you to answer, minister? I don't like it. Someone like you is not allowed, not at all. I see. You're afraid I might be stronger than you. Although you are a subordinate of the Earth Lord, you're quite petty. Dunki said irritably. You've crossed the line again. You bastard, you're even dumber than Kiriel. Dreaming big isn't your style. You crossed the line first, and you're only a little smarter than Kiriel. Bill, can I call your sister? Bill was surprised. Sister, you remind me. Junhai and then Dune immediately picked up the phone. Dawn's mother glanced over and thought, you've already learned Korean, so shouldn't you call her sister? Bu obediently listened. Your sister is very obedient and well-behaved. Junhai speaks up from this side. Both fathers start talking to Junhai. Can we have chicken tonight? She quickly replied. The chicken is also delicious. But now Duangchu is saying, I don't think I can eat. Junhee seems reluctant to tell him. I'll call back later. Casey is worried. Aren't we going to tell the owner about this? About the current situation? Junhai hesitated. If we do that and look at everyone frozen, she said, we will get into trouble. This time, 100 self-criticisms might not be enough. Junhai reassures herself, but they are still okay. Maybe because they are strong, C is also powerless. Big brother. Hakas hugged himself, trembling. No, little master, it's very cold. We understand the order too. Hakas Yas glances over, endure it. You are a dragon clan, you can do it. Ha is scared. So when will we be able to get out? Casey sat down to observe. This is a magic circle created directly by Hakas or the boss. Junhai is a bit curious. Do you mean they got caught by their own trap and now they can't get out? Casey blushed and covered her face. Yes, hearing this, Junhai turned pale. Wait a moment, they're using such a powerful technique in a low-level dungeon? Isn't this a very strong trap? Seer replied, yes, Junhai continued. Using a powerful technique in a low-level dungeon will cause it to explode. Junhai picks up her phone, remembering her trembling and thinking maybe she should call her dad. Casey, hearing this, is startled. Wait, there's someone else next to the owner. Do you want me to melt this ice? Casey cheerfully replied yes, and then turned around calmly saying sorry, but I can't. Casey was surprised. Why? She calmly stared and couldn't help but mock. Big brother sometimes also enjoys being trapped in ice like this. It's a kind of hobby, you know. Yas was panic-stricken. What? Junhai was a little worried. A hobby is fine, but what if the dungeon explodes? Anne said, don't worry, young master. This freezing technique is time freezing, so the dungeon won't explode. She looked at Anne and asked, do they know when they use it? Probably not. His face darkened. Wait a moment, a hobby? There's no way he could be that cold-hearted. His inner voice is screaming. What kind of hobby is that? Let me out. See? I told you. He is saying not to let me out. Sir is helpless. Just those 4 words again? I heard the boss say only 3. An replied with those 4 words. I understand the big brother better than anyone else. Casey replied, of course you also understand the boss well. Anne, but I understand big brother best. And casually asked her, keep it like that? Sir then said, so do you want to guess why the boss was trapped in ice? And also stiffly replied, I told you, he's not trapped. Sir immediately said, ask the young master and decide later. Junhai was surprised. Sister, you? All 3 of them are now pale-faced. Stop scaring the kids. Hurry up and finish this. I'm freezing all over. Big brother, I saw my grandmother, the Dragon King Haas. Goodbye. I will wait for you 2 in heaven. All 3 of them started to stammer and tremble. Big brother, I saw your father too. What are you talking about? You don't even have a mother. That line really hits home. The girl behind with the dark face said that was a bit too much. Yas calmly replied, come on, none of us actually have a mother. At the same time, a voice echoed from inside the ice block. That's enough, and quickly set us free. She then said, I think they came here to cool their heads. Casey shouted, I object. It's not because of Hakas' stupid time magic and they happened to get trapped. Are you saying that the boss was trapped by a trap set by Hakas? Do you have any proof? Casey presents his argument. First, the big brother doesn't know how to use magic and tried to save those 2 when they were trapped in the magic circle. Look at that shape Hakas set up a magic circle, but the fool Kiriel stepped into it, so Hakas also got involved. She drew a diagram while explaining. And Rizago got caught in it too because he's as stupid as those 2. I is pleased. C is amazing. How did you know I was also trapped while trying to save those 2 guys? The 2 young men looked confused. Huh, is that so? Asadzo? When did that happen to me? Junhai was surprised. Long, you tried to save them? Did you hear what the young master just said? Do you think he would care about them? Seer was startled when he heard that. Are you doubting my brother's character? She shouted in surprise. Why can't I deny it? So you mean that the boss is not only immoral but also garbage? Anne was a bit confused and hesitant, but Seer added, the boss hits and insults us a lot. Even though his face here was as dark as the bottom of a well, Seer kept speaking. The boss is a dirty, tyrannical, evil demon. Call him whatever you want. But when it comes to trash, she added, the boss still tries to save Hakas, right? And replied, that's right. Right after that, she said that the boss always makes unreasonable demands. She paused briefly, then continued, sometimes foolishly, saying no, actually, he's always foolish. Everyone sees that the boss is difficult to deal with, but he is still an all-powerful figure, truly difficult to handle. The more Yas's anger rises, the more intense it becomes. Both sides are free to speak openly. My reasoning is correct. I told you so. If it's not right, Yas will get furious and can't stand it. Your voice is echoing from the depths of hell. I can hear everything. You think of me that way? Seeing the ice melting away, the 2 girls here are startled. Big brother. In the end, his anger melted the ice. Yas slowly questions him. How dare you? Anne hesitated. It's not me. Casey also hurriedly stammered. Please just listen to me even once. But IAS is still very angry. No, I understand now. You remember the days gone by, right? The sly smile on his face appeared as he spoke. Then let me, right now, make Junhai angry and go hit him. Long An was startled, saying, Master is angry now. It's okay, don't worry. He's holding his head and pouting. Junhai, I'm angry right now. I'm the Dragon King. Casey sighed. See? Stop for a moment, and then she says, what happened? Did Hakus create this magic circle? Yas patted his head and pouted. Yes. So you also got caught in the trap, and since the trap was too powerful, you and Hakus were frozen inside, right? Yas obediently replied. Yes. Junhai irritably pinched this kid's face hard. Long, you have to understand that using a power higher than the dungeon's level will cause it to explode or create a more dangerous dungeon, but Yas didn't dare to argue. Oh, I see. I understand now. Junhai then looked at the remaining young men. You know why? You know, but you're still doing it. Hey guys, I know you're still conscious. She pointed and shouted loudly at the same time, acting so tough but still like this. Do you guys realize how dangerous it is? Anne looked at Jun Hee Fong with amusement. Is that the young master? Casey snorts coldly. I saw this coming. You're surprised. I see, huh? Casey seems to be very pleased. That's the secret technique of the young master. His son. All right. I admit I lost this time. Despite the snow-covered scene, Junhee's group was still noisy. That last match was really good. A GNE. Next time I won't lose, you and Hype. I'm sorry. The scene shifts back to the unexplored territory of Lai Trong, where the challenge of cultivating trees awaits. And at this moment, a realm ruled by true monsters emerges, even surpassing the power of transcendent beings. That flower looks very angry, screaming, I will kill you. Looking at the young man in the distance, he said, You have now received the strongest title, so you have completely lost it. How dare you provoke us? Get down from the Holy King's throne immediately. Impel him. He looked at it with disgust. Henry, what? I didn't get any reward for defeating the boss. I still have to clean up the leftovers. And this cold-faced young man is Impel Hem, also the top-ranked superhuman. That red flower tree shouted loudly, You may be the strongest top tier, but if you think you can survive after killing our king, you better think again. You will end here with us. Facing this power, Imp Hem immediately spoke. This is boring. You talk and fight at the same time. How can you kill me just by talking? From the sky, two sources of power collided fiercely, and he shouted loudly at the same time. Let's finish this quickly. From the sky, thunder roared loudly as a deafening strike was unleashed. The desperate scream from the red flower echoed through the sky. But Impel Haim still sat there calmly, seeming completely at ease. At this moment, the system kept ringing, informing you that you had passed the challenge and Impel Haim had received 2 rewards. The system also immediately announced that the Oracle would tell you whether you can survive for 3 years or not. The Oracle's voice was automatically generated, but it seems Impel Haim was still not satisfied with Cam. Surviving for 3 more years? That's disappointing. I am the strongest in the super realm. At this moment, a beautiful woman suddenly appears behind me. The system then said, if an angel appears, you will survive for 3 years. Impel Hem's eyes remained calm, and he said to himself, Of course I will survive. I still hope to receive hidden skills. Wait a moment, the system hesitates. However, when the demon appears, Impel Hem is immediately surprised and quickly asks himself, What? At this moment, the system continues to say that you will die within 3 years. The Grim Reaper quickly flies up and charges toward Impel Hem. I wonder to myself, why do I die challenging the Demon King? As Impel Hem spoke, he channeled his inner strength. Maybe death awaits him when exploring some unknown area? Just thinking about it, there's no way to know. After defeating the demon, he dusts off his body and perhaps should go find the old man. The one Impel Hem mentioned is the Mad Prophet on the 8th floor of the Middle Realm. Suddenly, this side trembled, and he said to himself, I have a premonition that something bad is about to happen. Something is wrong. Really wrong? He clenched his teeth in confusion. What is it? Why can't I see? I can't see the future. This has never happened before. As he spoke, he looked at Down's group and said, I can't see anything? That is a monster. Hakus then spoke calmly, saying, Master, should we leave that crazy old man alone? Do Ran replied casually, It's okay. I can't sense any murderous intent. Over here, Kiri keeps yawning, wondering why they had to come to such a low floor like the 8th. It's so boring down here. Yas couldn't hold back and shouted, Shut up. I need to prepare for the exam. He's furious and full of anger. I have to be first in this test to get a higher allowance, you know? So don't bother me or I'll cut you down. Kirill pouted. Even if the dragon is as cool as ice, I don't care. After talking on and on, he still kept rambling, but this place was so boring that he suddenly pinched the girl's face hard. Bill winced in pain and shouted loudly. Seeing Bill pouting made Kirill feel amused. Bill irritably rubs his cheek. Be careful, okay? He again mimicked Bill's voice with amusement, saying, Nuzzle, I like it. Keep teasing. Immediately after, Kirill rushed forward again. This time it's a playful slap. The girl laughs until she cries. Stop, please, Bia said irritably. Don't tease the kids. Kiri still enjoyed teasing and laughing. Frustrated, she didn't know how to react and started crying. At the same time, Yas approached from behind. Hey, do you not remember what I just said? He snarled coldly. I told you I am studying. Kiri was startled and said, It's not because I'm bored. From now on, I'll be careful. I promise. The postman looked pale and leaned on me. Seeing that he wouldn't listen to her, the girl immediately grew annoyed and used her inner strength. I don't like this. A series of punches then rained down rapidly. I told you I don't like it. Kiriel was startled and hurriedly said, Wait, kid. But it seemed it was too late and he was directly knocked away. But after that incident, Kiriel still kept waiting for Boo, and what's worse is that due to Bill's power, he completely lost memory of what happened afterward. Dawn looked at the aftermath and said to herself, He almost died. The girl hesitated in fear. Uncle, is he leaving? Why, even teased Doe because of that little kid. He shook violently and hit him hard before reassuring him that everything was fine. Do-Run crouched down to pat her head and comfort her. Uncle Kiriel is fine, don't worry. Bill looks a bit confused. Uncle is really okay. Do-Run still happily comforts the girl, but you must not do that anymore. Okay? Do you want to learn how to control your power from Long Long? But determined. I will go and apologize to Uncle Kiriel. As she spoke, the girl slowly approached. Uncle Kiriel watched from afar, looking apologetic and hesitant. I'm sorry. Bill didn't mean to. But at the same time, a dragon slowly appeared in front of Boo, a mythical creature that has lived through hundreds of lifetimes. Just glancing at her, Bill immediately turned pale with fear as the girl shouted. Bill's tears couldn't be held back and started to fall. So frightening. And once again, the girl couldn't control her power, quickly disappear. Immediately after, that power struck the creature. The system panel appears, showing that Bill has now dealt a blow capable of destroying Antares. Nervous and trembling at this situation, we need to start teaching the girl how to control her power soon. 10 minutes before Bill hit Antares, the girl was screaming loudly. It was terrifying, but the monster's belly had been gouged with a huge hole by her. And so, Boo kept attacking the opponent repeatedly until the beast fell over. Huckus watched and was terrified. Big brother, today don't be reckless anymore. Yas looked confused. Why are you suddenly talking about me? He replied. That move would hurt even the boss if he took it, right? No, it doesn't hurt. Bill was crying and running around in fear, but still had to go apologize to Uncle Kiriel. Over here, the demon was trembling from the cold, saying, Are you crazy? Did that girl just take down Antares in one move? Even the Count's monster trembled. What the hell is that? Who is that girl? Duong asked, then turned to snort coldly. You! The Count glared at him with a slightly cunning look, and immediately the demon became furious. Aren't you leaving yet? Are you teasing that eagle? The Earl asked straightforwardly, Are you still upset about the past? As I spoke, I stroked my hair. Hey, you're getting old but still so childish. I was just teasing you about your stuttering. Why did you predict that I would be teased so soon? Of course my hair is always shiny and beautiful. The ghost hesitated, saying, The future is like that. Because of you, I still feel abandoned. The Marquis then said, Forget it. I came here because of you. At that moment, Bill's scream made both of them startle. The girl keeps attacking those monsters. So annoying. She keeps shouting loudly while fighting, and Boo is afraid of insects. Wait, that power is spreading to us. Over here, Bill keeps bursting into short, tearful sobs. The girl is frantic with her overwhelming power. Now, seeing her power, Ma feels helpless and can't believe it. I never thought I would die like this. He is terrified. Damn it, my last moment, and I end up next to your bald eagle. The Marquise also quickly responded. I thought he was very eager, but this MF, the Marquise is like a chubby pig. Sorry for teasing you. I didn't realize you've been teased so much. And actually, that's true. Ma quickly asked again, What did you just say at the end? Is that so? Just as Down appears now, don't worry. They won't die. At that moment, Down grabbed both of their necks and pulled them back. Meanwhile, Boo New's other hand was gradually enlarging and striking fiercely. Luckily, if he had been a moment slower, both of them might have been shattered. Yas, surprised, says, Master, those two look strong. Do we really need to save them? Hakase quickly replies, If they get hit like that, they'll have to disappear without a trace. Are the demons still not back to normal? Are we really alive? The Earl also trembled. Really alive? Seeing them hug and cry, Yas sneered. Lately, everything's just chickens being chickens. Hakas continued, saying, The pheasant actually is a type of bird. He looked over with trembling. Yes, you two are alive now. Bu quickly added, I want to ask a question. I want to know how to deal with this. Both of them trembled and asked together, Yes. What? The trembling voice asked. How can we quickly revive the world tree? Moph said, So is it that tree? It's not the first floor tree, but a different one. Of course it has to be a different tree. Idiot. The girl immediately said, Don't hurt the tree friend. He listened and felt helpless. Just now the kid almost cut it down. At this moment, Moph has also regained his composure. The old man coughs a few times, pauses for a moment, then says, The way to revive the world tree is this eagle's spear. The king looks surprised, huh? Ma covered his ears and explained that because the insects kept pouring out non-stop, they needed to be constantly eliminated, and that was his specialty. The count was annoyed, saying, Hey, old man, why are you blaming me for this? Actually, that tree should have died long ago because of Antares' poison and the insects that eat it. He glanced at the marquee, but thanks to him, the World Tree still lives. According to his account, to keep the World Tree alive, he secretly killed insects time and again behind Antares' back. Of course, luck doesn't always stay on his side, and sometimes when Antares catches him, he knows it has been close to death several times. Although his body was injured, he repeatedly sacrificed himself to protect the World Tree responsible for the 8th layer's ecosystem. He is truly remarkable. Hearing this, the Earl felt proud. Oh my, this old man's words made me embarrassed. Wait a moment, he then said, but I don't want to die. Fighting those insects is too dangerous. Maf continued. So, are we just going to watch the World Tree die? The World Tree has created a home for us 8th floor residents. The Count added, I am not the only resident on the 8th floor. He forced himself to speak, and the Marquise noticed something unusual. Hey, why aren't you stuttering anymore? The demon was surprised. Oh, really? I responded with a tremor. The pressure point in your throat was blocked, so I unblocked it while holding you. Ma was so happy he almost cried. So I won't stutter anymore? I have been mocked for that for thousands of years. Thank you very much. The Marquis was very surprised. You can cure a stutter just like that? Hold on a moment, can you also cure seizures? I trembled and responded. If it's due to circulation issues rather than a disease, then it's okay. Mac Fan Koi, in the fairy realm, now that you're bald, you can avoid it. Now, Hao Tuak quickly pulls out his hair, making him pale. Not only Ma, but the Boo gang also gape, all holding back their laughter at that head. It's so dazzling, so shiny. He shouted angrily, Stop laughing. I will handle all of this. Deal with the insects here and keep monitoring the World Tree constantly. Please, you answer this. All right, I'll leave the World Tree matter to you. Hawkus replies, I'm also going to find ingredients for cooking. Yas happily said, let's go have fun. But then he immediately added, I'll leave the education of Bill to you two. Both of them were stunned. Yes. At the same time, Moff's smile suddenly turned cunning. He looked around, his eyes also a bit panicked. Moff wondered silently, what is this? Why do I see a future where Impem will come to the 8th floor? Then he looked back at Down, the tyrant, the demon of demons. The demon is shocked inside. Is he coming here? I'm heading up to the next floors on this side. Imhem wondered, I can't sense Antares' poison. He's also a bit surprised. Has something interesting happened? I've been pretty bored lately because I haven't found a worthy opponent. As he spoke, he thought it would be great if someone could help him find some entertainment. As soon as he arrived, Impelhem quickly said that the gravity here is lighter than in the central realm. He paused for a moment, looked ahead, and guessed that M was over there. Impelhem thought to himself, but the energy I feel is really strange. Who are these people around me? I can also sense Kiriel's energy. The deeper I go, the more unclear it becomes. Is Antares dead? Duong Chut, Impelhem's eyes immediately became sharper. Interesting, Kiriel. Don't tell me you're hunting down divine beings one by one. Nagi is channeling his inner strength now. Have you started taking your rank promotion seriously? His voice echoes throughout the forest. If my death in the next 3 years is connected to you, today will be your end. Kirio and everyone else are waiting here. Yas caught a scary bug and threatened Bu. Look. Are you scared yet? Are you scared yet? The girl covers her face with her hands. The bug is so creepy. In the end, the girl couldn't control her fear anymore. She's so scared. Finally, Bill's fist struck out, and the girl screamed as she decided to accept her fate. Yas took the hit like that and was thrown onto the beam. Seeing him vomit, Hawkus was a bit worried. Big brother, are you okay? Your face looks pale. He tried to flip the bird. Of course he's fine. He sighed after hearing that, as expected of the boss. Tough as nails and thick-skinned. What surprised Yas just now? Hey, Bill, what did I say about controlling your power? The girl hesitated even when surprised she still had to control her power. He then asked again, so why did you use all your strength just now? As soon as she finished speaking, the girl turned pale. If this disgusting creature appears in front of him, he wouldn't be startled either. Ia says, even if it tries to pierce the kid's skin, it won't leave any marks. Bill's face turned pale, tears streaming down. No way. Now in the forest, Bill's desperate screams echo everywhere. Yas seems speechless at this power. It's too scary. Stop now. As I was being knocked back, I was secretly thinking, Master, do you really need to teach it how to control its power? He calmly smiled. That's right. Hawkus looked and started crying. That was a perfect punch, little master. Over here, the girl is still crying and screaming. I told you Boo is afraid of the dark. So scary. Right now, Impelhem slowly descends. Kiriel, are you training your subordinates? He stared intently at Dozjun. Kiriel, after defeating Antares, you have seen. But now he's lying flat on the ground, and he's startled. Have you lost consciousness? Someone who defeated Antares on their own without help from subordinates? Seeing this scene, Impelhem immediately looks down on him. You still have a long way to go to become a leader. Kiri paused briefly before turning to ask, did you train yourselves after seeing your master faint? To protect the master? Bill now looked timidly in his direction, the girl trembling with fear. Who are you? Impiohim said coldly. A higher-ranking individual than your master. Then he looked back at the tree where MAF was hiding. And I know you're there. Come out quickly. The fairy Chi stammers, and finally he slowly steps out. I no longer stutter. Peohem, the one who stands above the invaders entering the spiritual realm. He raised that watch. Congratulations, old man. Then let me ask this. This creation told me I will die within 3 years. As he spoke, he pointed his sword at Kiriel's head. Is it this guy who caused it? The demon is now stunned in shock. I don't know. You know I can't control the future. I see according to my wishes. You raise that thing and continue speaking. Though the family expects to eliminate potential threats one by one, Mav hesitates in fear, waiting for a moment. However, the sword in Impelhem's hand immediately pointed at Mav, and at the same time, Down quickly moved forward with incredible speed. He was surprised to see you. What's going on? You Imp's eyes widened in surprise. He is panicked from within that stream of light. What's going on? Moth watched the fight between the two with fear. What kind of future is this? The demon's body couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that if the Lord's trembling kills my future self, it will happen? The top spot is vacant. Everyone and the demons are going crazy to take that position. Thinking of this, he immediately shouted to stop them. The two of them paused. Now, he quickly shouted, Pilhem, Kiriel has nothing to do with your death. Moth said while panting, if you can learn the writing system called Han script, you can survive. Imphem was surprised. So how can I learn that writing system from anywhere? Ma hurriedly shouted, you can learn it from Kiriel. Then you will survive. I see it clearly. Imp then said, all right, this will be interesting. I will learn it and you won't. All of Kiriel's subordinates are very interesting. Looking at Down, he asked, do you really intend to face me because of him? Imp immediately followed with a smile. Even knowing you have no chance left to beat me? He asked coldly, looking up at him. What's wrong? Do you want to fight? Moth is scared. Wait a moment. Stop right there. Bill immediately signaled someone to hold their fire. IAS looked at Bill and said, is this the frozen frog stance? He now also seemed a bit hesitant. Kiriel will also benefit from traveling with Impelhem. He immediately continued, seeing it as an opportunity for him to grow by exploring a new place. The win-win relationship will help him mature beyond who he is now. Yas immediately added, I don't know what he's talking about, but that won't happen. Do-Run immediately said, he's fine now. Impelhem let out a breath. Of course, as a subordinate, you have to accept your master. Ma frowning, also affirming, I am serious. If I'm wrong, I will bet my life on it. Yas then immediately said, hey, are you criticizing your own longevity? The country may change easily, but one's nature is hard to leave behind. Because Run remained silent, it seemed like he was pondering something. Impelhem said, I am willing to sacrifice loyalty for the growth of my master. I really want to know where to find subordinates like that. As he finished speaking, he grabbed Kiri by the head. You're lucky. And then he said to him, I will learn Korean like the old man said. Wait a moment. He then spoke slowly and deliberately. But if the prophecy is wrong, the system will immediately announce a significant change in fate. The Oracle's clock will automatically activate. The owner's fate has been changed. At this moment, an angel appears, a system appears, and the system panel reappears. Don't miss the information about the life you've just discovered. The girl looked on in confusion at this scene. So it was, right? The girl looked up in confusion. So beautiful, Moth whispers with delight. Bill is cuter and more beautiful. Yas glances coldly. My cute butt. Bill heard that and got angry. He's sneaky. He's not any better either. You're dirtier than me. Now, Ma's inner thoughts are, Pilhem, you need to be careful. If you don't treat Kiriel kindly, your fate could change at any moment. He then immediately smiled brightly. Today really is an interesting day, I see. Little Pilhem, step forward. I also want to know where this guy found that cute little pet. Yas is annoyed. Me? Are you talking about me? Did you just call me a beast? As soon as he finished speaking, a large shadow suddenly appeared. Mom, he doesn't even know who you are. Boo saw this and happily roared loudly. At the same time, Yas immediately flew up and struck him hard on the head. Stop. Moff stands stiffly, confused, while Bill laughs happily. Nung Nung was beaten, and in frustration, he told him, quickly teach my daughter how to control her power. Yas quickly wiped away some tears. Again, Do shivered inside. She hasn't mastered her power yet. Keep trying. Ia, frightened, shouted loudly. There was no way to refuse Yas, only to cry out in suffering. It's too hard. The scene shifts to Do Junius's house, where he just collapses onto the sofa. Casey cheerfully exclaimed, welcome back, boss. Bu paused for a moment, and the girl immediately felt a twinge of jealousy. Wait a moment, I work hard while you just lie around like this. What kind of big brother are you? What do you mean? Can't you see this guy? Casey hurriedly ran over, confused. Could it be that the super powerful beings are starting to rebel? Yas immediately responded. What nonsense are you talking about? Even if they wanted to, they wouldn't be able to. He's just complaining and complaining. This is the work of the owner. Because that girl can't control her power, I pouted during training. Nung Nung, look at her. Yas immediately demanded afterward. Is saying sorry enough? 100 chickens as compensation. 100 skewers of grilled chicken and 2,000 ice cream sticks. Bill is panicking about thousands of people. Then 1, 2, 3, he angrily punches him hard. Stop demanding so much. Yas feels uneasy. See? That's how miserable I am. You're just enjoying yourself. Seer quickly responds. I wasn't out having fun either. I'm working on something important. At the same time, Junhee also quickly stepped out. Dad's back already? Bill and the other two are both stunned. The girl hesitates immediately after. Second sister, Junhee replied casually. It's nothing, I just fell by myself. Yas looked pale. C immediately spoke up afterward. Yes, boss. He goes ahead like a general leading the charge, which means war. Quickly find out who did this to Junhee's leg. Whether it's a person, an object, or a monster doesn't matter. Casey quickly responded to the boss. The girl with glasses put on a serious look. The young master prevented me, but I already found out everything. Then she came up with a bunch of theories. This was caused by a practical combat training session at school. You are responsible as the principal and assistant for not properly managing the students, and also the dungeon. Junhee immediately went after him. Long, come on, I told you, I just fell during training. I'm already ashamed enough of this. Why are you acting like that? Yas's face darkened. It's okay. The leader must take responsibility for this. I will punish anyone who causes trouble for you. Junhee shouted helplessly. This is serious. Why did you do that? Immediately after the scream, Junhee's hand was on Yas's cheek. As soon as Junhee regained his composure, Ayas's face was distorted, and both of them gasped in shock. Casey was startled. Master, Big Brother's intention is good. The girl nervously explained. He doesn't want to cause trouble or anything. Just grabbing his head. I understand. We're just going out for a little while, Junhee said with some worry. What about dinner then? Junrun pats her head gently. It's okay. Just order some food to go since you're injured. You tell her to call if she wants to eat anything. Junhee hesitated. Really? Then the scene shifts to the blacksmith's house, where the man's drink is quickly slammed down on the table. It seems that person is completely drunk. Dua is lying on the table. It smells so good. Just then, Do hurriedly takes Isa and enters. Sorry, sir, your face is very red. Duff looked over. Who are you? I came here to place an item. Do looked at him. What? I don't do those things anymore. But as you can see, our forge has gone out, so we're almost done for the day. Do run, then said, so just blowing on it should be enough, right? He was lazy. Dwayne then asked Dune, do you know which fire our family's forge uses? It's not just about trickery. We need the Fire King's flame for it to truly ignite. Even the tyrannical Dragon King hesitated after saying this. Wait a moment, what you have in your hand isn't that person. Are you guessing that this is the tyrant because I can tell from his trembling? Usually people wouldn't recognize it in this form. He's still groggy after waking up. Where is this? This place is filled with deafening screams. I have just committed a heinous crime. DF bowed his head, trembling. Greetings, mighty Dragon King. I mean the great Dragon King. I am always humble before you. I humbly bow before you. Despite their confusion, D continues to stand there in shock. Please forgive us. At least spare our village. I still want to offer all our treasures to the Dragon King, but as you can see, our village has already been destroyed. He turned pale and asked, what did you do? Y was sweating. No, that's not true. I swear I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch it. I'm telling the truth. Immediately after, Down quickly stepped forward. Please stand up. By the way, how much have you lost so far? I plan to compensate you. Listen to me and lift your head up. Dak, about that. Yas pouted in frustration. I already told you that you're the master, but you did nothing. He looked confused. Wait a moment, the master? D still doesn't understand what's going on. He called you the master. Do you two have a special relationship? Dion replied coldly. Just tell me freely about the damages you have suffered. Are there any casualties? What do you mean? Did Long Long destroy your village? The man looked confused. Didn't it cause a lot of destruction before? D was a bit surprised. Oh no, I mean right after that, you quickly recounted how during the Great War, when our ancestors were caught in the smoke of battle, it was the dwarf village. At that moment, a voice rang out. That weapon is mine. This one is mine. And according to what he said, many super viable beings attacked our village, kidnapping the blacksmiths and enslaving them. Fortunately, that was when the Dragon King appeared, and he still remembered what Windyas had said. Hey little guy. Everyone looked up, and he said happily, Hidewell, there's a war going on. At that moment, DWF was completely stunned and stared intently at the enormous dragon in front of him. Then DWF said to Isa, wait a moment, Long Vuong, to repay your kindness. If you need anything, just ask us. Sitting before the giant dragon, he sincerely said, we will do our best to repay. At that moment, Isa laughed mockingly. The village was already completely destroyed. I no longer need anything. Perhaps in the heat of the moment, Isa said that when the war ends, he would make me a golden statue or something like that. He shouted loudly. DF watched the silhouette of the great dragon and yelled after it. We are certain we will make it for you. Now, as you mournfully recount, I did say so, but after the Fire King died, the flames also died out. So our village went bankrupt. We had to sell everything piece by piece. Now DF feels a bit guilty, so there are no statues at all. Now, Yas immediately angrily hits DF on the head. Idiot, you should have spoken earlier. I almost got beheaded by the master just now. He was terrified. Long Vuong. Then he looked over at Doan. Master, I told you it wasn't me. Do Run hesitated. That's right, but at this point, Do Run's face darkened, and your voice was a bit loud. He immediately whispered softly, if the owner didn't believe me, if they didn't trust what I said, I feel so sad because they don't believe me. Dawn could only pat her little beast to comfort it. I'm sorry, I apologize. She spoke while trembling and made promises. Stewed chicken, bone soup, and sour and sweet mountain vegetables. Whatever you like, I'll buy it for you, Yas asked, pretending to wipe away tears. So what if the free ticket includes 500 review forms? Hearing this, Do-jun immediately changed his expression. You like to ask for the two Trung ladies again, huh? Yas stammered and quickly replied, my subordinate may have overstepped pop. Please follow the master's orders. Iza quickly reached out to Down. In exchange for accepting the apology, the master must let me eat my favorite dish for a week. You also immediately agreed, feeling satisfied. Fine. Dway looked confused as he listened to both of them talk. Just food? Yas, annoyed, turned around and shouted loudly. What? Dwa immediately asked, do you want anything besides the golden statue? I already said earlier that I came here to request a craft. Wait a moment. Then he asks again. But as you can see, do you remember what you just said earlier? DF quickly recalled his words. It has to be extraordinary fire. We at least need the Fire King's fire for it to shine. Then he immediately said loudly, yes.
However, Down interrupted when he heard that, saying, I will provide the fire, and you help me craft the item. I will pay after it's done. Dwa became anxious when he heard about the payment.
It's okay, Dragon King, ruler of the dragon race. If you grant us your breath, we will be forever grateful. He immediately knelt down. Until this village disappears, we will follow all your crafting requests. DF seems a bit displeased. This is really troublesome. Now, Yas immediately said unhappily, Master, I find this bothersome. Then let me be direct without beating around the bush. How do you want me to pay the fee? Du quickly reported, that's unacceptable. If we can use the Dragon King's fire to revive the village's flames, we will work for free for life. Yas couldn't help but feel annoyed. You're joking. The fire comes from my bed. From now on, you must pay an additional 30 gold coins. As soon as he finished speaking, a fist was already above his head. Down handed him a piece of paper. Then I accept. This is my request. He also immediately replied, fine. Down said before leaving, next time I will charge a fee. D hurriedly said, no, you can't, benefactor. Y pouted, shouldn't your benefactor be me? As soon as they got home, Down immediately said loudly, Dad's back and I bought some bone broth. Junhee was surprised. Dad went to buy bone broth? He happily exclaimed, this hearty bone soup. Then he said, yeah, I happened to pass by and bought it, as he handed something to Junhee. Here, start wearing this from now on. Junhee's eyes lit up as she held the bracelet in her hand.
Dad, what is this? It's so beautiful.
The next day after school, her friend quickly noticed. Junhee, do you have a new bracelet? Junhee quickly replied, this one? Junhee happily introduces, my dad gave it to me. It looks like a creature, maybe some kind of armor. I see, but I thought Haidung would reveal the truth afterward. What do you think? Are you thinking about what your boyfriend gave you? That's not it. I was just curious earlier. I didn't think about things like that. Haidung then smiled brightly. Anyway, it's fortunate that your recovery process went well. Junhee, she smiled brightly. Probably also because of this bracelet. Actually, the bracelet also has healing effects. By the way, I heard that today someone challenged the S-Rank Hunter exam. The other two immediately started chattering. Who is it? Who is that? H-Dung said, taking out her phone. This seems to be her saying she's from the city hall. The article's headline is about Seiyun City Hall and the Hunter Carabulsert. The girl here immediately got upset, freaking out about participating in the S-Rank Hunter challenge. I don't know where her confidence came from back then. Looking back, Cheonsu and Hugh were happily encouraging each other. Come on, you can do it. Just hit him with a single blow and knock him out. Although worried, she quickly cheered up afterward. Just trust me. Now thinking about E, I can't help but blush. If I get it, I'll probably be embarrassed. But since even the manager supports me, remember Dejun's words of encouragement back then, saying she would do well. She responded, I'm not very confident as a hunter. You said again, don't worry. EJ is really strong. This is just my father's perspective of trembling. AJ whispered, if the manager also says so, I will do my best. Now EJ's standing in the street, dreaming. If I become an S-Rank hunter, I will definitely take a break. A loud noise echoes, snapping IG back to reality. Has Minhook been here for a while now? Sancha Hunter. AJ smiles brightly. Yes, it's been a long time. He arrived and just laughed it off. You're really improving quickly. I have to work harder to recruit you into Icarus. E hesitated then. Me and Hayu smiled brightly and added, you don't need to apologize. Still, he silently thought that if it were her, he wouldn't give up being your disciple. I also secretly hoped to join Icarus at first, then a voice rang out, excuse me, are you the Kara Hunter Y? She reflexively replied, yes. The handsome young man smiled brightly. Hello, I am Kang Hyun from the Bimos Guild. The person next to her said, I am Han Minji from the Icarus Guild. I look forward to working with you today. Yes, I am Father Ije here for the S-Rank Hunter selection test. Duong Xiaomin stammered, and as she hesitated, all three of them spoke in unison. How were you trained by Manager Lai Down? He was stunned. What? Why are everyone suddenly asking about the manager? At this moment, Kang Hyun's inner voice suddenly rang out. It must be that Father IJ said she doesn't know how strong the management is, and he secretly felt terrified. Wait a minute. Could it be that Kao Lai himself trained Father IG from F level to S level and is skilled enough to hide his identity? He really is a monster. Kang Hyun immediately burst into tears afterward. If I were an enforcer, if I also belonged to the city hall, I would also be your disciple, Kang Hun. Why is confused now, Kang Hun? Are you okay? Min added, he's probably been having a hard time lately. Let me briefly explain the rules regarding the S-Rank Hunter exam. I am happy, yes. Minji J added that Hunter Lai Kang Hyun, Hunter Kang Min Hyu, and I will observe from outside unless Hunter Y is in danger. Then she pointed to that gap again, indicating that hunting the 3 giant mutated bugs was the test, and there was no special boss monster. Before leaving, Minji also warned her not to underestimate them, as there was no special boss. But those monsters are not something an AR can handle. Y replied, yes, I will do my best. I will use everything I have. Mon smiled brightly, her eyes full of determination. That's good. Hold on a moment, she said, then added, let's start the S-Rank Hunter test now. As soon as she entered, IJ faced all 3 giant monsters. Minji was always behind the hunter. What do you think? All 3 of them are now enjoying it. Others usually feel awkward during tests and end up failing, but Iji's father is different. You think so too, Hunter Kang? Of course, I looked at Kang Hyun and spoke. You have to pay attention to your master's face when you watch the show. Over here, Y still looks incredibly brave as he gazes at her, and the image of a fierce warrior immediately appears. At the same time, a voice rang out. Hey girl, calm down! The man I risked everything to stab in the heart. This is Dunkee's voice. He continues, she is his disciple. At that moment, the monster charged towards Y. The voice inside her head echoed even louder. Kill him! It seems Y was distracted and was immediately attacked. Blood gushed from her chest as her eyes gradually lost their focus. All 3 of them on this side were startled at the same time. Me and Hyuk looked worried. Wait a moment, what is happening? Watching Shaw IG move calmly, she is Lee's disciple. Kang Hyun also can't believe it. Maybe it's a technique we don't know. I agree with Min Huk. Let's wait a little longer. On this side, the monsters keep pounding fiercely at Y. Min Jae screams in fear. No? What kind of technique is that? Me and Hyuk was confused. Damn it, were we too careless? It seems like Y is overwhelmed again. She knelt down, breathing heavily, as that voice echoed once more. It's over. That voice continues to echo with this, the heart. Now, Y's eyes seem to have changed, and his voice continues to echo. Immediately, Y's power erupts once again. Kang Hun was a bit surprised. What kind of power is this? The voice here is controlling each again. Kill him now! All 3 of them are now talking to each other. At this moment, Sancha IJ seems to have lost control of his body. That swordsmanship earlier was deadly. Damn it, it looks even stronger than my skill. Min Huk's smile twisted. I hope I used it. He was surprised. It looked even stronger than my skill. Min Jae also responded. I hope you're joking. I feel the same way. Kang Hai looks serious. Can you 2 check if there are any mages nearby? Maybe the Kara Hunter is under some control spell and I'm holding her back. Min Jae hesitated, but me and Hee-Wook interrupted, saying the hunter's reasoning was quite reasonable, so let's go with that. Finally, she agreed. All right, I'm counting on you. Kang Hyun enforced a wry smile. Thanks. He frowned and looked at Y. Easy to say, but hard to do. At this point, she seemed to be completely under control. Immediately afterward, he soared up to the hunter. He said as he drew his sword and charged forward, Wake up! Kang Hyun kept shouting, Hunter Traj, think about the manager. But Y's eyes remained cold, her mind completely blank. She opened her eyes again and was stunned. She looked around, then wondered to herself where she was. At this moment, a handsome young man from behind suddenly said, Do you have your senses back? Y shouted loudly, startled, then immediately turned around. Who are you? So it turns out the voice earlier wasn't Dunkey, but his. I am Jin-san, the creator of the Black Sand Sword technique. Yes, I see, he immediately asked afterward. So where are we now? I'm a bit disappointed. Most women are staring intently at me, Y said frankly, because there's someone more handsome than you. No, that's not what I meant. Immediately after, he said, forget about this part. I'm here because this is my final arrangement. So Onaut recounted, I want to tell you everything about the Black Sand Sword technique and guide you in using the sword style created to precisely defeat the heavenly demon. Y quickly replied, yes, I understand. So Un immediately replied, I didn't think you would react like this. There's no way you wouldn't know who heavenly demon is, right? I need to know who that person is. He added, the heavenly demon is the reason for the fear. The heavenly demon, the first to unify the martial world, a deity of the entire martial realm. He is worshipped by both the emperor and several immortal elders. The true demon god is the reason for the fear. Hearing this, Y was startled and truly impressed. Instead, he didn't think it was because of fear that he couldn't help but praise. Someone like that sharing the same name as the manager? That's just too much. Un replied, maybe I can't explain it in words. Just look. She was surprised. Looking around, right in front of her was the image of Down in his ancient form. She was so surprised she gasped open-mouthed. The manager with long hair? So Un replied, "Heavenly demon, wherever you go or whatever you do, you attract all eyes." Only then did Y reluctantly understand. Wait, hold on. Are you saying the celestial demon you're talking about is the reason for the trembling, or more precisely the manager? So Un quickly replied, exactly. And the purpose of the black sand sword technique is created. Then he immediately snaps his fingers to kill the heavenly demon. Looking at the scene before him, So Un said, "How can you master this swordsmanship to kill a god? That's the management. He is the heavenly demon. He sees the world as enemies and burns everything down. He is the god of the martial world." According to Son, hundreds of thousands of people have died at his hands, and hundreds of countries have been destroyed by him. Y was stunned. Management? The nurse's face darkened. No, I don't believe he's that kind of person. So Un then said again, "However, behind his seemingly cruel actions lies a hidden reason." Duong asked, and he added, "People say that times make heroes." According to what So Un recounted, wealth and power have gone too far beyond their roles, causing the people to become impoverished. The ongoing fighting and looting made it impossible for the people to live together, so someone had to step up to restore order by upholding basic morals, criticizing the unwise king, and ushering in a new era. There is someone who can do that. The demon god Lie Down, the leader of the demon sect. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel admiration. That's so cool. I don't care about that story anymore. Is that how managers are? Hearing this, Y suddenly froze in surprise. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you talking about this? You scare me. So Un continued, "I have something else to discuss." He told E that if she could kill heavenly demon Lie Down, he would teach her how to use the black sword technique. She glared at him again and said, "So you just showed me what a hero was like, and now you're asking me to do that?" Furthermore, I refused to point my sword at the manager. So Un replied, "It seems you underestimate Hakka swordsmanship." He told Y that it was the only sword technique capable of defeating the demon Lord Tian Ma Li. What do you want? Or maybe she has nothing, so she doesn't want anything either. I guess she hasn't experienced it yet. So Un touches Y's forehead with his finger. I'll let her experience a little. At that moment, Y's eyes suddenly froze. Now So Un says, "You can have wealth, fame, and power." A smile appears on his face. "How is it? Don't they make you feel happy?" So Un immediately begins to flatter and tempt, not realizing it's just because she hasn't experienced it yet. This is when I speak up. I will make him smile slyly. "You have to accept it. Just swear that your soul will kill the heavenly demon." Just like under hypnosis, she hesitates. "Yes, I will do it." Now, under So Un's hypnosis, she says again, "I will do it. I will learn." Black Snake. So Un smiles smugly. "That's right, swordsman scholar." Now he quickly asks again, "What did you just say?" He hesitated. "I speak." Her gaze immediately hardened again as she frowned and loudly declared, "I refuse." Her fist shot out immediately and she said, "I won't do that. Why would I attack the manager?" Now, I am also honest. It would be a lie to say I am not tempted by his seduction. He answers, "It's very attractive. But even at the highest pressure, I am still happy. It's a skill I accidentally developed that turned my life upside down." Well, just forget about it. Then he asked again, "Do you love the heavenly demon? Think about it. If you can't beat him, you'll lose everything." Y looked confused. Not entirely wrong, but not right either. Then she said, "Manager Lie Down trusted me when I had nothing. If I betray the manager, who else can I trust? Isn't that the most miserable life a person can go through in this world? Living with suspicion and suspicion of everyone around her." As she spoke, she struck So Un hard in the face, causing him to take back his words. Her eyes fixed intently on So Un's, she was equally determined, but just as she was about to strike, So Un broke into a sly smile. He gently pushed Y's hand aside and casually said, "Pass," then immediately added, "I cannot pass on my swordsmanship to someone who has succumbed to temptation." "What? No. This is the additional sword technique engraved into her body and cannot be taken back." So Un took E's hand. "Remember, humans are easily swayed and blown by the wind. I hope her heart will never change." E hesitated. She quickly stammered, "Wait a moment." As Y spoke and raised the sword to defend, but as soon as he returned to reality, he was immediately surprised. "Huh," IJ hurriedly shouted in panic. The hunters grew even more excited. He smiled brightly. "Have you regained consciousness?" Y was startled and threw the sword aside. Yes, I didn't attack you." Kang Hyun smiled brightly. "At first I thought it was the monster, but maybe it's actually your skill testing you. Strong skills often test their owner." Y was surprised and a bit embarrassed. "I think so too, no? I wasn't attacked by a monster or anything?" She tearfully said, "I really am sorry." Kang Hyun cheerfully says, "It's all right." Kang Hyun reached out with a bright smile and congratulated her on passing the level S hunter test hesitantly. "Really? Is that true?" Kang Hyun then reached out and took her hand. "Let's go." The hunter. She's worried. "I don't know if I deserve to be an S rank anymore." He chuckled helplessly. With skills like that, no one can deny her. Kang Hyun then said, "Quickly find Icarus's helper and come back." He politely replied, Yes, thank you. Kang Hyun then appeared generous, saying it was all thanks to the skills of the hunter's father. That day, EG was promoted. Once again, the Republic of Korea marked a historic moment with the appearance of another S-rank hunter. This time, Sancha IEG Hunter was promoted from F rank to She rank in just 1 year, becoming the first in the world to achieve this feat. We conclude the S-rank hunter promotion ceremony here. The crowd below cheers loudly, congratulating him as he quietly holds the certificate and whispers to himself, "I'm so shy. I wonder if Manager Down, who's so busy, can make it. If we meet here, Down and everyone at the company are here too." Shiansu is excited. "Congratulations to you." He was moved to tears. "You're trembling." The man immediately said, "Let's get back to work. Hunter, Father Ij, come with me." He was surprised. "Really? Then why was led away like that?" She cried as she looked at him. "Sir, please calm down," Kang Hyun reassures. "It won't take much time. She just needs to answer a few more brief questions." "Yes, I am feeling down." Then he asked, "Are you feeling down because you didn't get to meet Mr. Do-run and were dragged here instead?" She glanced over. "Yes." Then he said, "If that's the case, then you've come to the right place." "Are you still stunned?" As soon as the door opens, Kang Hyun and the others all shout together, "Welcome to the EJ Sancha fan club." He immediately ran over excitedly. "Oh my god." Seeing Do Junhwa's frantic shouting photos, Kang Hyun also felt happy. "I knew you would like it." Junyeon pouted and said to put that photo down already. Kang Hun told her that the minimum requirement to join the fan club is to reach level A. Not many people know the true body of the Lord because of his tremors. "You meet the requirements to join. Do you agree to participate?" He smiles brightly. "Oh yes, of course. Run Ion immediately to retrieve the contract." "Okay, it's signed. You can't withdraw your request. From now on, the body must follow the contract conditions." "Surprised, huh? A fan club with a contract too?" Junyeon is amused. "First, I will invite you to join the chat group, and most importantly, he then pointed to the contract. She must share the training method learned from Manager Lee Do-jun. Clause 3. About 5. The training techniques learned from Manager Lee Do-jun must be officially shared with the fan club members. We will also share moments with Manager Lee. Junyeon now silently wondered to himself, but did he really think she would share with us? This is no different from demanding the country in exchange for Manager Down's training secrets. Kang Hun is also powerless. I don't expect much either. Just push her a little more. But Ig was pleased afterward. "If you want me to do it, I will." Kang Hun looked confused. "What?" Eji said, "I will tell everyone what I have learned." Because Jun said that the BMO's guild is extremely trustworthy. Junyeon feels embarrassed. Manager Lee wonders why Jun really said that. "Yes." Kang Hun was stunned immediately after. "Are you going to tell us everything?" He feels intrigued. "Actually, there's no such clause in the club's rules. It's just a joke." Y smiled brightly like the sun. "If it weren't for your trembling, I might have been stuck at the forced level my whole life, right?" "Run," Ion said with amusement. "It's over. You smile is like the sun. She truly is beautiful in her own way." Kang Hyun was also stunned by that smile. On this side, the Marquise was annoyed. Aren't they planning to leave from here? "Ma," shout loudly. "Move your hands and feet quickly. The ghost will arrive in a few minutes." As soon as I bit the wasp in the Duke's mouth, I felt triumphant. Don't think I handle these guys easily. Or that it's simple. It's really difficult and requires precision. You fake. "See, I told you. I have to hold these insects tightly so I don't spray the world tree by mistake. This is a very meticulous task." Ma takes a deep breath. "In 3 years, it will regain its old form." The Marquis was surprised. "Already that fast? Do you think I was wrong? Maybe 30 years is more appropriate." He was annoyed. "I have never been wrong. Trust in my skills, you stupid bird." He immediately lunged forward when he heard that. "Who are you to call me stupid? Come here. Even demons are not to be underestimated. So instead of calling you stupid, what should I call you?" At this moment, Down suddenly appears. "You're like a ghost. Is the world still okay?" Both of them startled and shouted, "Ouch!" Shaking, they hurriedly said, "It's almost done. These insects will be eliminated soon." "Yes, and in 3 years, everything will return to normal." He was trembling and pale. Too late. "Can we go to the 9th floor now?" Hao Tuk and Ma were startled to hear it. "You want to go straight to the 9th floor? It looks like the 8th floor has already been conquered, but is there a specific reason you need to rush to the 9th? Ma recounts that the 9th floor is the Blood Valley, where the commander of the Ramban army resides. You need the blessing of the World Tree to fight him. I can amplify your power through the tremor. But the problem is, that guy has a terrifying skill that allows him to steal abilities. Hearing this, you hesitated, but I need to return soon because I have to prepare the meal. Yas is at home shouting, "Master, can we eat after today? Sabu, is that okay?" Both of them were startled. "Have you eaten yet? So are you planning to come back before mealtime?" "Wait a moment, is it possible? The opponent is in prison. He might even be more dangerous than you think. So you ignored it because you were nervous. Are you taking this route?" Moth immediately stepped in to stop him. "Wait, it's really dangerous." At this moment, a voice suddenly echoes, wait a moment." The voice spoke again, "I can help you in 3 years, but for now, that's all I can do. It's a one-time item that allows you to instantly return here. If you are in danger, use it." Down chuckled softly. "I know." Immediately after, he calmly walked into that place. In front of Down now, the surrounding scene was shrouded in thick smoke. At the same time, a small black snake appeared in Down's hand. Down was surprised, wondering why it had crawled out. Then suddenly, a loud explosion echoed again. Do wondered, do you know lightning will strike? Do you want to stop it? That voice echoes again. Is that so? You think my skill is scary enough to leave? Ram immediately appears. You're lucky, but also truly pitiful. Soon, you will lose all your skills. Then he reached out to stop charging his power to steal. At this moment, the black snake slithered up. Ram was surprised. Why was his skill not working? The system also announced that this target was not eligible for the skill to take effect. Ram once again used the skill to steal from this target, but it was not eligible for the skill to take effect. Stealing this target's skill isn't eligible for the ability to activate. Ram is annoyed. Why don't you want to steal his skill? The weapon in his hand quickly shot forward, carrying a thick bolt of lightning. Calmly, he reached out and grabbed it, not even needing to use force. And quickly, the target was moved to the detention area. Rocks and debris flew everywhere as a loud explosion erupted. Ram was suddenly stabbed in the chest and was filled with fear. Trembling, he took out his phone. He still had 30 minutes left. Damn it, who the hell are you? Why doesn't my instant kill skill work on you? Stop for a moment, he just realized. Wait a minute, are you a boundary breaker? If you've already become a super being, then why are you in my lair? Calmly, Do-Run kept a cold face. I don't know what you're talking about, but is now the time to worry about me? Hold on a moment. I was trembling as I spoke because my friend looked very angry. Ram was a bit startled. Damn, this is a giant snake. How could you do it yourself? He was startled. Impossible. And you, are you its master? The great serpent serving the lord of creation, Ouroboros. The demons here have already recovered their faces, Mom. Will Down be okay? It's strange. I can't see your future because of my trembling. I'm going crazy. Hao Tuok, on the other hand, remains completely calm. Hey, we're talking about imprisonment here. How could he lose? We should just pray for Dojin's soul to be freed. At this moment, suddenly the nearby tree made a thunderous sound. A blinding light shone directly into both of their eyes. The Count and Ma instinctively raised their hands to shield their faces. Now, seeing Do-Run standing on that giant snake, both of them are stunned. That thing is both human and bird, wide-mouthed in amazement. That is Ouroboros, Down is pleased. Thanks for the item earlier. It helped me move quickly. That voice echoes. It's nothing. Your power is truly admirable. Now, Ouroboros swiftly lunged forward, opening its mouth to bite down hard on Ram's head. In front of the three, his body helplessly collapsed to the ground. Now on the ground, his body had vanished in an instant. Both of them looked on with chills. That's Ram, who immediately retracted Ouroboros after trembling. I'm hungry, so I'm leaving now. Next time we meet, the two of you will be kneeling on the ground. Yes, we will restore the world tree as soon as possible. I dedicate my whole life to help you. As he turned away, he said to himself, thinking that a momentous day is coming soon. What's going on? Hyun here is frowning. It seems like he's thinking about something. Just after he finishes, he stands up and loudly says, Everyone, this is an emergency. Kang Hyun summarized, Everyone pay attention. This is the information I got from a level SAS information broker pretending to be serious. So, you want to know about that person, huh? Kang Hyun quickly replied, Yes, I want to know about Manager Lai's preferences and his desires. As I said, the amount of rice spent isn't that much. Kang Hyun then immediately handed over a box. I have prepared it already. Yas was stunned and confused.
What is this? I said it was 50,000 watts.
Are you planning to give me all of this here? Kang Hyun said casually. Isn't 50,000 the same as 500 million? Yas exclaimed in shock. If I take all of this, my master will be furious. Then he immediately said, So forget it. You want to know what my master likes most, right? Kang Hyun nervously said, Yes. Please give me information about that. Ai's gaze sharpened. That's when he stopped the other from pounding the table and speaking loudly and clearly. Braised ribs. Hearing this, Kang Hyun looked puzzled. Now he laments that even an S-rank information broker wouldn't bother to write down what Manager Lai likes. He told everyone that the purpose of today's meeting was to find out what Manager Lai liked most to prepare a birthday gift for him. Akong said, 2, last time we ate together, it seems Manager Lai isn't picky about food. We both eat Western and Korean food. EJ then added, I also eat with him a lot. Minhuk proudly added, We even went to the sauna together. He enjoys confirming that Lai Dun is a real man. And then Hayuki quickly covered his mouth. All right, now's not the time to talk about that. He then said, let's reorganize our opinions and submit again tomorrow. Hunter Han Min and Kang Min Hyu will be in the same group. Jun Jeon and Akung are in the same group. The Hunter Han Min can go with me. Esh quickly agrees, yes. At this point, Kang Hyun smiled brightly. So I'll rely on you. Hearing this, Junyeon looked a bit confused. His gaze was fixed on Hyun, as if no one was foolish enough not to understand the implication. Down just got back from the street. I wonder if there's any snacks at home should I buy something. Akyung and the others are following behind. He's heading into the bakery. If I knew what kind of cake he likes, choosing a birthday cake would be easier. After finishing, the two of them moved across the street like news hunters. Runyon then said, Do they only look at the chocolate cake? but it seems his birthday is still a long way off. A Kyung replied, maybe he just wants to eat it. Do-run here said, please give me a chocolate cake with a princess on top. The baker happily asked, is it your daughter's birthday today? Do-run casually said, no. The kids at my house just like to eat cake. The shop owner was surprised. Oh my, your house must have a lot of children then, because of this size. Junyeon tries to listen carefully. What is he saying? You like chocolate cake? It seems so. He bought such a big cake. A Kyung ponders. Wow, the next year I can make him a chocolate cake. He replied this. What are you imagining? They continued talking, probably imagining the day they would share a chocolate cake together. Not at all. I was just thinking of using it as a gift. I plan to make a chocolate cake or buy a chocolate sculpture for the photo. Oh, right, the chocolate statue. I should buy a whole chocolate factory. Inside, Down quickly said, thank you. I hope today's business is good. But as soon as he stepped outside, the two others hurriedly ran away. Because of that, he secretly smiled faintly. Hunter Yi-kung and Junyeon. Have they known my birthday is coming soon all along since they were talking about gifts earlier? What should I do now? Whether the fruit is too expensive or too strange, it's still odd, and it's at a different store. Welcome. Seeing him sweat profusely, you look a bit stunned. Of course, Jun also recognizes that the hunters Ham Minjiji and Kang Min are clever. If an S-rank hunter has so much free time, I guess it's time to train them more. Min-jae was surprised. He just took a bottle of barley water. Senior, Mi and Hai-og also whispered. His hobbies are simple. Then just use a barley field as a gift. Both of them immediately whispered, so that's a bit too much. Wouldn't it be better to give him a high-quality barley tea instead? A high-end VI Pro bottle? That sounds good. Seeing them tremble, he sighed inwardly. Everyone is thinking nonsense again. The next day in the chairman's meeting room, everyone was buzzing and chatting. I still really didn't know what to give. Buy him a chocolate factory, not a barley field for making premium barley tea. Kang Hyun then asked loudly, have you finished your research yet? Ki-young looks dejected. He can't think of anything. Maybe we should buy a piece of land and name it Downs Land. Kang Hyun looked around at everyone, and Hunter Edge had come up with a good idea. So why don't we make the warm coat for him? Honestly, I think if he wanted money, he would have become rich within a month. But he didn't do that. That shows he has a noble soul, so why don't we show him our sincerity? He immediately said, that's a good idea. Min agreed. Junyeon excitedly said, I've never done it before, but I'll give it a try. Mi and Hyuk immediately added, I will show my respect. All three young men are now full of vitality. Just wait and see. Lai-do is nervous. Is Lai here? Because the day after, before Down's birthday, the city hall was just opening and this place was already noisy. Lai-do is trembling. Everyone is in an uproar. Are you nervous? What? Is this your birthday gift? Oh my god. So you're famous enough to receive this? Someone gave you a gift. Holding the box, Down quietly thought he could guess who it was from. But Down then said, open it and see. Hai Ukshu was surprised. Did that person make it themselves to give to you? That really shows dedication. Cheon Shu was stunned. Hey, you're lucky someone was willing to sew these for you. Down smiled brightly. I know. I guess I'm really lucky. Seeing the card, Do-run looked a bit happy, as if her worries were unnecessary. Looking at her shirt, a hint of happiness appeared on Do-run's face, and everyone started to chatter excitedly. I guess I won't take it out often. Oh my, so you also know the Lord. But it's so cute. You should bring it with you regularly. Lee, Do-run then quickly said, please don't mock me. Hyuk-soo smiles brightly. Oh my, I don't have it, but I do. At that moment, at Dojin's house, Bill stammered, what should we do, Nong? The Yas brothers also turned pale. We can't do anything. Bill sobbed uncontrollably. No, Bill didn't mean to. Both of us are helpless, I know, but we can't do anything more. Bill, with your skills and his, there's nothing you can do either. Bill quietly sheds tears as he looks at the ruined cake, unable to give it to his father. The cake doesn't look tasty at all, completely different from the video. Everyone remembers that if they follow this process, the result will be a delicious cake like that. Nong Nong and Cassie's cake looks so bad. We're just here to help. It's the kid who made it. Yeah. She scoops up some cake and licks it, and as long as it tastes good, it's fine even if it looks bad. Casey hit him hard. Big brother, swallow it. It's not poison, just because the cake isn't tasty. At this moment, Junhee walks in with a bright smile. Are you guys okay at home? Little Master C quickly replied. Little Master, we're in trouble. We tried to make a birthday cake for you, but failed. Junhai gently asked, do you want to make a birthday cake for Dad? Junhai smiled brightly. I've never baked before, but why don't we do it together? Wait a moment, her gaze swept over again, but Junhee's face turned pale and she shouted, what is this heaven? Then IS was immediately struck. I know you want to make a really delicious cake, but Duangchut and all three of you have been punished to kneel with your hands raised. You shouldn't mess up the kitchen like this. Woohoo, so we can't make the cake? Junhai then said, it seems like none of us can do it, and if we talk about someone who can cook well, there is only one person. All three answered in unison. Who is it? Junhai cheerfully said, you all know who that is. Hawk was stunned in shock. Is the birthday of the owner coming up? Did he ask Junhai and everyone if they want to make a cake? I've been learning to bake these days, but I didn't expect to showcase my skills so soon. Let's make the biggest and most delicious cake together. Everyone together. Yes, Yas looks around.
But why did you come alone? Where is Kiriel?
Haka says I also don't know where he went. This is a problem, so no one went to get the materials. Duong thought for a moment. That's right, no one but him could go buy the ingredients. Yes, you're not here. Why immediately started yelling, hey, you and Boo can do it. The two girls pouted at the big brother as if it was nothing. Nong Nong can finish it in no time. Junhai then happily agreed. Truly, no one but Long Long can buy all the ingredients. Ha is pleased, only the boss can buy all the ingredients on this list. Yas laughs happily. Why is everyone praising me like that? They both said, not to brag, but it's the truth. Big brother, Long Long is number one, or shall we make some more cakes together? At this point he sighed. I guess I have no choice, but it would be better if that Kiriel guy was here. He's really a troublemaker. I don't know where he ran off to. Maybe too lazy to die somewhere in a corner. Switching to another scene. The cow with black spots. This black-spotted cow and the others afterwards just went crazy. Yas was panicked. They're fed up now. These cows are as hot-blooded as dogs. Can I let them spit? You just watch from the side. Boss, if you're different, where would we get the milk? How much milk should we take? Asking the boss to do this is truly impossible. I wish Kiriel were here. Casey imagines the young man rushing at the cows. Give us some milk. I am the one who contributed the most to making the cake. I am also the one who got the exemption from writing the review. He will shout loudly at the cow now. What's going on? How dare you show that unpleasant face to a superior like that? As soon as it kicks him, IAS will take the opportunity to get the milk. Damn it, if it weren't for the exemption slip, I wouldn't have done this. Good job. Kiriel, hearing this, Seer sighed tiredly. So, we managed to get the milk easily. Without Kiriel, everything was too difficult. Then she shouted loudly, Big brother, distract it for a moment. Bill and I will milk it. Isaac was running and shouting, Kiriel, if you come back, I will deal with you properly. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by the cows. Hurry up, he's scared. Both quickly crawled under the herd of cows. Boo, just like your sister. The girl responds successfully. Bill skillfully raises his hand to calm himself. Gently, gently. But as soon as the girl squeezed, the milk immediately started to flow. The cow was terrified and screamed loudly, while Boo cried. Sorry, please don't be angry. C hurriedly reassures him. Bill, don't cry. If we upset the cows, we won't be able to make the cake. Yas shouted loudly. Bill, get out of the way. How hard did you squeeze it? Why is it so angry? And what was destined to happen happened. Cassier lost control of his power. I was so scared. Everyone, including Bo and Yas, looked like they were about to faint at this sound. Bring my ears. Now he realizes how important that young man is. I won't hurt you. Please go back, Kiriel. At that time, at Wongi's house, he glared over and asked again, Why did you come here? Kiri glanced behind him. He wants to eat noodles. Dunki was surprised. What about noodles? Did I hear that right? You mean the noodles I know? Imp then said, I heard I can eat it here. Kiri whispered, Hey, cook it quickly or you'll get beaten badly. Dunki hesitated. I will do it, but I have something urgent. Can you lend me Kiri for a bit? Impelhem replied casually, As long as you can eat the noodles, do whatever you want. The annoyed young man asked, Am I just a thing? Impelhem said coldly, threatening. You're too noisy. Do you want to talk back to me? Kiri was scared. Not at all. I will do everything you command. Way Dunki. Now, Dunki happily said, so let's go to the nearby field to get some milk to discard, because I plan to make a super delicious drink from it and use it as a gift. Following Dunkai's words, Kiriel arrived and saw the three unfortunate characters lying here exhausted. Kiriel, surprised, why is everyone here? The three of them are trembling and exhausted. Kiriel, why are you just arriving? Do you know how miserable we are without you? Please don't go anywhere, Uncle. You can't go anywhere. Don't leave. I don't know what's happening, but it seems like no one can do anything without me now. Now that I've regained my composure, all three rush to embrace him. Damn it, why are you so late? Damn it, you're so late, Dad. I've been waiting for you. Kiri hesitated. What the hell is going on? Why is everyone welcoming me like this? Bu whispered. I miss you so much. I really need you. Kiriel sighed and said, A person like me is loved wherever I go. Truly a star of the universe. No, it's the star of multiple dimensions, right? Yas and C immediately flatter him, calling him the star of the universe. So you go attract the attention of those cows for us. Please, only you can do it. Hearing this, Kiriel was stunned. Why does Bu have to stand behind Kovu? Come on, hang in there, buddy. Over here, the cows are going crazy one after another, their eyes like demons. Kiriel is stunned, and he's also terrified. Just like before, as soon as they saw Kiriel, the cows went berserk and charged at him. He shouted in fear. Hey, I'm not wearing a red shirt to chase after you. Then the three of them went home. Hey, sir, we have a lot of milk. Since you also need some, I will give you a little. If it's okay, could you help us find the other ingredients on the list? Dunki then replied, Thank you. Okay, I have these ingredients. I will bring them out right away. Bill cheerfully says, Thank you, sir. By the way, where is Kiriel? Isn't he supposed to be following? Casey continued, Big brother, he's right behind you. Looking at the unlucky young man, so that's where you were. Kiri mumbled, Bovine. Bovine, stop it. Dunki immediately responded coldly. Kiri, if you got stabbed by the cow, you wouldn't be hurt either, right? Aren't you just pretending to be innocent? He then sat up and said, I was really stabbed. I just used it as an excuse to get some attention. Dunki calmly replied, I'm not fooled. This isn't the first time you've used this trick to deceive others, and on this side he eats noodles while smiling happily. You really are interesting. Time passes, but you haven't changed at all. Let me finish this bowl. Yaz frowned and looked at him. Hey, you, shut up and keep eating your bowl of noodles. He ate happily, then his face suddenly changed. Long King, I think you've become a dog lately. He's annoyed with that kid. If it weren't for the master, you would be dead by now. Bill seems a bit scared. Seer, it looks like they don't get along very well. Are they fighting? She replied to Bill. I guess you don't know, but the dragon race isn't very fond of overlords. Casey said again, and that Impel Hem is one of them. The problem is that a second holy war could break out before the entire dragon race gathers. Yasir reaches out and asks for a taste. Can I try a piece? Imp flatly refused. No. Casey felt embarrassed. Why are you acting like that, big brother? Why? Over here. Those two young men are arguing loudly. This is mine. If you want to eat, go cook yourself. You're so stingy. I have plenty at my place too. Duong Chuki said, Come on, gather the ingredients and then head back. If we delay any longer, we'll miss the birthday party. Hurry up and bring the stuff back. Dunki looked confused. Birthday? Whose birthday? Boo smiles brightly. Yes, it's my father's birthday. We're making a cake. He shouted in surprise, I can't believe I know the most secret information of the celestial demon sect. This is something that the heavenly demon would never reveal. Kiriel glared and said, You're overreacting again. If you escape, he'll disappear and there won't be any more time. Maybe that's why he didn't tell the big brother from the start, he replied. Yeah, she took out the big bag. I will offer you the finest delicacies of the world, great celestial demon. Impel Hem eats noodles while commenting. That guy is really unique. I didn't expect him to put so much effort into preparing something for Kiriel's subordinates. Duong paused for a moment and then continued. I think I'll have another bowl of noodles before I go. In the kitchen, the sound of a robot voice echoes. All the other ingredients are also prepared. You really are the best at this. Boss, my boss can do anything, Junhai thinks. Long Long really has a talent for making strange dishes. The food is made by mixing this with that. Haas exhaled, not too bad, but the taste is terrible. We have to keep the boss out of the kitchen. Yas listened and got annoyed. Damn it. Fine. Today I will rest. You try your best to work hard. Hawkus was startled. Since when did you become like this? Big Brother said coldly. I just arrived a minute ago. Sleep where? And right after, everyone arrived at Dorun's house. I will let someone taste the finest ingredients. Lord Heavenly Demon. And now everyone is beginning. Junhai is excited to make many delicious dishes. Bill remains resilient. Come on, everyone. Make lots of delicious dishes. Bill is very excited to see Junhai baking, and Isaacs and Kiriel are also cooperating very well here. Dunki carefully peels each apple, surprising everyone. Bu looks at the fruitcake with delight. It's so beautiful, enormous, and looks incredibly delicious. Hake then forced a nervous smile. The cake looks great, but we should eat first. Dunki replied again. You're quite talented at cooking too, Hakus said. You're not bad either. Let's try working together next time. Dunki happily replied, That's not a bad idea. Yasir is suffering. Why are you so cruel? At least give people some leftover rice and soup. Kiri sighed. Can't I have even a single grain of rice before you start trembling and leave? At the same time, Junhai hurriedly shouted, Dad is coming home soon. Everyone remember your roles, right? The group all responded in unison and immediately opened the door trembling. Dad is home. Now in front of you, a grand fireworks display is being set off. Everyone cheerfully shouted happy birthday. The postman brought the cake, and the girl's eyes couldn't hide her excitement. She burst out laughing happily. Thank you all. Everyone was excited and happy. Let's eat quickly. I'm starving. Yeah, let's eat. Dad, have some cake. Long Long and Uncle Kiriel, go wash your hands first. Yes, we're going to wash our hands now. A few days later, on the 5th floor of the central area, the Kang Hyun clan was now in trouble with the strange girl. The Black Shadow glared and shouted loudly. Who dares to wake me up? King Hyunan replied. We come from Earth. Who are you? The man burst out laughing. Earth. Earth? Wait a moment, he introduced himself. My name is Kwang, the most brutal among the wicked. Kang Hyunan looked over with a hint of fear. That energy. The deadly smile echoed. A superior being shrouded in darkness that blackened all spaces. Heavenly Demon. On this side, Dunki is cheerful. Never expected to be able to organize a birthday for the Heavenly Demon. There's nothing better than this in life. He happily checks the large bottles, planning to make some milk and invite him next time. Wow, you're that happy? He said with a bright, cheerful smile. Of course, the Heavenly Demon enjoys my food a lot. That party was also the most fun I've had lately. Kiriel stands behind me. It's my birthday, so you should remember to do the same. Dunki frowned. He asked again, Your birthday? Why? Stop talking nonsense and clean it up. Hey, do you know how hard I've been struggling lately? He's always giving me these kinds of things all the time. If you're going to give something, give gold or something useful. How can you eat this? Dunki then immediately said, That's an item used to check the sealed person on the 5th floor. Someone related to the heavenly demon, so it's best for you to keep it. If the gem is glowing, you must go out and break the seal immediately. Kiri handed it over. So bright like this? Now it's glowing fiercely. Look! Are you confused, donkey? They laugh happily on this side, thanking you for breaking the seal for us. The adventurers holding the book in her hand are a bit startled. Damn it, Rujun Jian, it's you again. All we need to do is avoid what the manager told us not to do. Kang Hyun next to him replied, it must be really itchy all over. Bu Ai Kyung shouted in frustration. Why does this feel itchy when it shouldn't be? I already warned not to break the rock. You actually did it? Runyon pouts. No, I guess I didn't know. I wanted to bring it to the room for decoration, so I made a little adjustment. You're annoyed? Die. I will definitely deal with you. Huang felt unhappy. How dare you ignore me? Know your place? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately gathered his inner strength. Wang shouted angrily, you will pay for your disrespect, and he struck fiercely, sending you all to a peaceful heaven. Kang Hyunun looked on in fear. Could he really blow away an entire mountain with just one stance? Stop for a moment and then Kang Hyunun immediately begins to calculate. Or maybe he can't use his full strength? If we run now Junyeon and Akung over here, the familiar voice echoes. It's not that he can't use his full strength. Because we are here. Kang Hyunun was surprised. Kiriel looked at that figure's back and wondered who he was. Kiriel cheerfully replied, he's my friend Wonki. He's pretty good, but of course not as good as me. Over here, Donkey looks at the opponent and asks, have you awakened? After glancing at you, he then coldly asks, who are you? Why do I sense demonic energy from you? Donkey replied, yes, because I am a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. Idiot, Kiriel is evacuating internally. Why are you still here? Run away. Oh, from the heavenly demon sect? A kid from the heavenly demon sect dares to call me an idiot again? Come here, and he unleashes his inner strength with a roar. I am the ruler of this world. I am the only celestial demon. I am the celestial demon king. Kiriel here is stunned. The ruler of the heavenly demon. Donkey shouted in anger. The heavenly demon rules over multiple dimensions. A lowly existence like you is unworthy of that title. He still refuses to give up. You insolent brat, I am the heavenly demon. Donkey still argued. How dare you? You are just the commander of a branch of demon soldiers, and yet you dare to mock the celestial demon? Kiriel hurriedly said, hey, he's the commander of the regiment. I think he has the right to boast, and he's not actually mocking your heavenly demon. He only claims it himself. As he charged into the dung crystal, he said, shut your damn mouth. Kiri obediently keeps grinding. Wang Ok's other hand is almost within reach of Dong Ki. But at this moment, a huge explosion suddenly rang out, and Kwang's words reveal a harsh truth. But there's nothing extraordinary about it. The only reason I joined Ban's army before being sealed was to seize his throne. When the opportunity came, Dong Ki was already thrown out. Did you hear that? So he's at the same level as the others. Aren't we both not strong enough to handle him? Dong Ki said coldly, shutting him up. How can you let an ordinary person like him mock Lord Thien Ma? Kiriel was speechless, signaling to himself to be quiet. Then Dong Ki focused again to gather his inner strength. It seems my martial arts are not enough, so I will show you some of Lord Heavenly Demon's skills. This is the Nine Heavens Divine Sword technique. Guang looked on in astonishment, the slashes he unleashed accompanied by his frantic screams. Dong Ki on this side also spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. I've only copied a small move, and it's not even the full power of this sword technique. I never expected all my strength to be exhausted. This is the sword technique of the Heavenly Demon. Are you laughing smugly over there? Is this the technique of that Heavenly Demon you've been using all along? Although I have already lost 9 lives, I still have countless more. And this is my true demonic technique. Blood technique? How can such a trivial move be part of the Heavenly Demon's martial arts? This blood technique is the true martial art of the Heavenly Demon. I will personally show you and kill you. What kind of spell is my technique? Why did all my power suddenly vanish? And then, Kwang suddenly got pressed down, spewing a mouthful of blood. You released this pressure, that bastard, Dong Ki sneered. You? You really think the master doesn't care about you after your seal is broken? He looks at you, or maybe he's been sealed for too long, and your mind has gone crazy. Kwang cursed and shouted, you bastard sissy, but why are you both unharmed? How did you withstand this terrifying pressure? Jug Ki is full of pride. Where do you think the reason lies? It's because we are familiar with him, the true tyrant of the heavenly frame, the king of the world. Over here, Dune is quickly flying by. As soon as Dong Ki sensed Down's breath, he loudly declared that the demon had arrived. Kwang involuntarily turned around, his eyes suddenly cold as he saw a figure from afar, and he was somewhat surprised. With a cold voice, Do Run had told them not to touch the sealing stone, and Dong Ki should write a confession. Now face to face with you, he then asked again, so you are the one who claims to be a celestial demon? Because of the trembling, he asked back, judging by the flow of energy, you must have learned the blood technique, right? Because of the tremor, all the secret techniques corrupted by evil must be destroyed. Kwang roared, you can block my attack because you can use all your strength, unlike me when I just escaped from this place. Now he smirked cunningly and said, I will kill you, just like your subordinates. But as soon as he finished speaking, Kwang Ok saw his body being cut in half. You lose 1 life, remaining 8 lives, then a series of notifications appeared. You lost 1 life, leaving 7, you lost another, leaving 6. Kwang Ok could only stand there and endure as the system continued to blare loudly. You lost 1 life, leaving 4 lives. You lost 1 life, leaving 3 lives. You lost 1 life, leaving 2 lives. You lost 1 life, leaving 1 life. You lost 1 life and now have none. In the end, when there were no lives left, Wang immediately disappeared. Helping Donkey to stand up, Kirill was surprised. Why is he handling it so easily? I know you're strong, but enough with the nonsense already. Of course, because he is the heavenly demon. He is the demon who touched the blue sky and became a god. No matter who the enemy is, whether it's a supreme being or something else. It doesn't matter. Duong glanced at Donkey, who suddenly hesitated. Unless that person is Solomon, then you dare to challenge even the gods. Kiri paused for a moment, laughing happily. You still have the strength to talk after being beaten like that? Donkey frowned and stay silent. Over here, the two are quarreling again. At least I am stronger than you. You weak little traitor, so fragile? Then why did you hit me, coward? Kiri smirked confidently. Now I am extremely important to Dune, so if you hit me, you'll also be punished. Dung, when surprised, what? You? He's obviously proud of himself. He comfortably talks about all his work. I help Hakas every day. I play with the kids and even take care of the young master. Hearing this, Donkey could imagine the scene and finally couldn't hold back. Kirill, you're a good person but also a bit foolish. Kirill, surprised, you praise me, but I feel something's not quite right. Over here, Down then said, Kirill and Wongi. He quickly replied, yes. Down then continued, can you help me with something? I'm a bit busy and can't do it myself. The scene shifts to a house, a loud voice echoing loudly. Please spare me, spare me. Kiri enjoys being the leader. Hey, you, stop whining. Junion is furious. He is trembling. In this situation, you're still forcing me to write 100 self-criticism reports? Kirill laughed loudly. Are you saying I'm lying? Over here, the gang is calmly sitting and discussing. He's embellishing the story. That's definitely a lie. Let it be. He needs to be taught a lesson to realize his mistake. Junion here couldn't hold back and shouted. Wait a moment, stop for a bit. I can't review it if you hit so hard. But Kirill still doesn't intend to forgive. You're so talkative, focus on your training. Just pretend it's all training. He's enjoying it. It was Big Brother Down who told me to do this. Right now, Dun walks into the room. As soon as he saw June, Kirill stammered and hesitated, saying he was busy and couldn't do it himself. Why are you here now? Junion explained nervously. I am diligently writing my self-criticism and I am very focused. Over here, the 3 young men are holding back their laughter in misery. Down's gaze turns cold. Since when did I tell you to do that? And right after everyone knew Karel was beaten badly. But why did you come here? Junion flexed his muscles. He should have hit harder. I'm here to ask about Agaris because there's a rumor he's on the next level. Oh, he's ranked 2nd among the demon clans. Down calmly said, does his rank matter? Is he someone who could threaten Earth? Kirill recounted, he is a notorious villain. He is famous for slaughtering and conquering territories along with his 100,000 subordinates. And there are rumors that he has obtained the demon sword Apophis. Looking back, there's also a story that after obtaining the demon sword, he became even more arrogant. Jun said thoughtfully. I see, Kirill thought to himself. Could he be planning to start a war? That guy Agarit? I heard that with the demon sword Apophis, he even threatened the position of our group. At the same time, Dozen suddenly gathered his inner strength and drew his sword. In front of Kirill's confusion, Down suddenly struck hard into the air. And speaking of the Agaret community forum that was just removed from the rankings. What's going on? I heard most of his subordinates were also cut down. That's the credit of the Earth Lord. I also heard he smiled faintly before striking, trembling as he watched and sighed. Dealing with his remnants is fine too. This forum is full of nonsense. No one saw anything. And yet they say I smiled before acting. Do you think I am a crazy heavenly demon? He knelt trembling behind him. Could it be that you just dealt with Agaris? Since June didn't answer but asked Kirill if Impel him was dangerous, Kirill said, don't worry, I'll handle things with him so he won't hurt you. Big brother, remember the conversation between the two of you back then? Are you planning to fight with the big brother because you're nervous about him threatening your rank? Honestly, I don't really care because I am an explorer. You guys can play your ranking game as you like. Now Dejun doesn't care anymore, so let him be. Kirill hurriedly followed, walking carefully. Over here, the crowd was buzzing. The Earth Lord? He smiled softly. Was it the Earth Lord's achievement to kill Agar? I also heard that he smiled faintly before making his move. You smiled at me then too. The young man turned pale. Could Wunki's words really be true? And this is Marumu, who once enjoyed the battle with Li Down. Why is he trembling now? He's trembling because not long ago, before Marumu bid farewell to W. Donkey, he had spoken carefully that day. The fact that Heavenly Demon is smiling at you means you've been marked by him. Next time you meet him, you're sure to die. But that day he didn't listen to childish talk. Muru waved his hand. You think I will give up becoming his disciple because of those silly words? Do you think you're smarter than Kirill? Now he's trembling in fear. Damn it. I didn't expect those words were meant to warn me. Marumu has fallen into panic because of W. Dunkai's prank. He begins packing his belongings to go to Earth and show his respect to the Earth Lord. Wait a moment, if I rush to express my gratitude, he might punish me. But if I happen to meet him, the Earth Lord will kill me in an instant, maybe even turn me into a slave. So I might as well go to Wongi's house first. Wongi probably knows what to do and how to survive against the crazy celestial demon. As he spoke, he secretly cursed himself for not realizing that the Earth Lord had no heart, while Momu carried the large bag forward. Wudunki will definitely know how to help me survive because he thinks that Kirill guy, whether he's truly a super elite or just clinging to someone else's fame to survive. Wudunki also seems to be using that strategy, pretending to be a devoted follower. So Momu secretly made up her mind to pretend to be a follower or flatter him. I will learn every trick. I must survive for sure. Finally, he burst open the gate and shouted for Wudunki to help him survive and find his own way to exist before the insane heavenly demon. Dunki was stunned. What? This is from Momu's perspective, because driven by the desire to survive, he only sees Wudunki. Then Momu quickly rushed over and grabbed Dunki's shoulder, always calling himself a worshipper of the Earth Lord. Are there many people who were killed by you, and only you and Kirill survived, right? Dunki is confused. Huh? What did you say? Momo's voice grew increasingly frantic. If I pretended to be a worshipper like you, would I survive? His exaggerated words directly made Dunki angry. What pretending are you talking about? He kicked Momu several times with a straight leg. You bastard, I was not pretending at all. I truly worship him, so how dare you call me that? Then Dunki hurriedly knelt down, trembling. Heavenly demon, I am truly sincere. Hearing him speak, please understand my genuine feelings, leaving Momo's heart full of questions. Huh? Over here. Dunki is still sincerely expressing admiration for the great heavenly demon, even though he still has shortcomings, but he has no ill intentions. At this point, Lord of the mysterious planet Mumu, when did you arrive here? Momu casually revealed from the very beginning. However, you suddenly smile, but since you're here, I also want to ask for a little help. Momu didn't expect to be called by name. You're Momu, right? He's so scared he's turning pale. Are you going to punish me? Later, they arrived at the location of a volunteer event. First, I want to thank everyone for participating in the rice-sharing volunteer campaign. Meanwhile, Momu stood beside down, trembling uncontrollably. All everyone needs to do is carry those rice bags to the elderly person, one bag at a time. After a while, he finally dared to speak. Planetary ruler. No, I mean universe king. I only need to do this volunteer work. Momu tries to gauge Down's expression. Are you going to forgive me? Do-Jun asked. Let's see how it goes. After finishing the sentence, Do-Jun's voice suddenly changed. But right now, Do-Jun is with Junion and Kirill enthusiastically carrying rice. I didn't tell them to go together. Junion smiles genuinely. You came here before Down called. Actually, he's hoping I will restore my image and learn a secret technique from him. Maybe I'll even become stronger than Kang-Hu. Kirill also shows no less enthusiasm. I really enjoy volunteering too. He also has his own plans. I'm sure I'll get a pass to skip writing the self-criticism report. Skip the self-criticism. In no time, more than half of the rice in the warehouse had been moved. Do-Run carefully checked everything, and with this many people, it will be done 5 minutes early. Hearing that, Momu hurriedly rushed forward, waiting for me to do more. I also have to volunteer. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Do-Run praised him with satisfaction. It's really nice to see them working so hard. The people around are just as amazed. Where do they get so much energy from? Even Hyuk-Shu can't believe what he's seeing. How is this possible? But I was already ready to ask for a sick day tomorrow. He called out softly, trembling. Senior, he exclaimed with joy. Is it almost finished? Kirill replied. Of course. The one giving the orders is the Earth Lord, and the ones carrying them out are the Supreme Beings. That made Hyuk-Do confused. What? What do you mean by the Earth? Kirill didn't recognize the threatening look from Do-Jun. Don't you know? He's right beside you. Just in time, Kirill was about to speak out. Luckily, Junion stopped him in time. It's nothing. But Kirill still doesn't recognize his kindness and frowns. How dare you? You think you can silence me and still live? Junion quickly warned. Look over there. These two are outlaws of the Mind Realm. One a novice who hasn't even approached the realm, while the other is trembling from the intense aura of magic radiating around. Revealing that truth will ruin his life. Can you bear the consequences? At this moment, Do-Jun's face darkened, and only then did Kirill keep silent. Hyuk-Shu looked on in astonishment. They are really strong. Do-Jun nodded. That's right. Kirill quickly walks away. Hurry up and get to work, Junion replied. Okay, still, Kirill doesn't forget to settle the score. How dare you answer so rudely? I have lived hundreds of thousands of years longer than you. Hyuk-Shu is teasing. They look so close. In another corner, Momu is also racing. What the heck, they took a few more bags again? Suddenly he heard a call. Hey, young man. An old lady is approaching. You are very kind. Thank you so much. Momo was surprised. Is she sick? The old woman's voice was full of kindness. I just have a slight cold. Momo hands over some pills. Take these if you're feeling sick. These elixirs are made by solidifying extracts from Inan's heart, which are excellent for restoring stamina and regenerating the body. The old woman confidently puts the medicine into her mouth. Really? Then I'll eat it. At that moment, a powerful aura of life force radiated from her body. I couldn't even stand straight before, but now I feel like I could fly. Then, she lifted her leg. Can I jump this high? And can I stretch my muscles like that? Surprising everyone, what happened to her? Hearing the noise, the two old men hurried over worriedly. What was that sound? Are you okay? The old woman held out the remaining 2 pills. Hey guys, try this one. Momo proudly raises her voice. The effect is pretty good. Is that right? The 2 old men still hesitated a bit. But what was that sound just now? Why are you acting so weird all of a sudden? The old woman snapped. Be quiet and eat. Still, they followed her words, truly hot-tempered. Under the effect of the medicine, the 2 old men shouted out fiercely. This is the strength I had at my peak. But soon, the 2 old men returned to their frail and weak appearance. At that point, Momu explained, Hey, that strength is only temporary. It's just a supplement, not some kind of magic potion. The 3 old men hurriedly spoke. Please, young man, give us more today. I will give you my assets. I am giving you all my wealth, so please give me more. Seeing their pleading eyes, Momu backed away in fear. These people are healthier than before. No need for more. If it weren't for the Earth Lord, I would have already. A complaint was sent to the city hall, and he tried to refuse. There's no such divine elixir, but in the end, among those who first met Lai through Run, Momu was the one caught and forced to write a confession earliest. While Momu attracts everyone's attention, at the tomb of Agaris in the spiritual realm, Alina slowly approaches Apep and uses both hands to grasp the hilt of Ap. Agaris, even though you are a filthy bastard, with those words, a fierce determination shone from Eilena's eyes. But because you left this sword behind, I will avenge you. A sudden voice echoes from Api. I will fulfill that wish. Then, a surge of magic radiates throughout the space. I also want to see the ultimate sword technique that killed Agaris, the mysterious voice said hypnotically. Unlike Agaris, you are suited for that. Now, Apep seems to be controlling Elena, the ultimate power, and I will grant it to you. Nevertheless, Apep's power still excites Elena greatly. A new force has emerged in the spiritual realm. A, ranked second, a bold thought crossed her mind. At this level, I can surpass even the Earth Lord, not to mention the ban. Just then, MB suddenly spoke. Wait! Stop talking nonsense and sit still. If you want to live, these are Solomon's 72 demons. Number 72, MB.
Seeing I holding Apt in her hand, and MB was terrified and warned her not to touch the Earth Lord or she would die. He asked, Are you crazy from being swallowed by the demon sword?
Seeing Agaris die like that, do you still want to capture the Earth Lord? But Eilena's voice had already carried the aura of Ap. You are the fool. Look at the color of my energy. It's no longer purple, it's gray. Moreover, she struck out with a palm attack, and you, a mute in front of Agaris, dared to speak up before me because you haven't seen my true strength when I ascend to the 2nd rank. It seems Y intends to eliminate MB. You will come with me. There are a few things to check on level 14 before capturing the Earth Lord. M-Bat tried to explain. I will go with you because I am worried about her. Even though my energy is running out, M-Bat still tried to clarify the situation, and that places our dawn and the origin of the great battle of King Solomon's Resurrection Temple. That words can't wake Elena, who is under Aap's influence. But what if I am not satisfied with my rank on level 14? Aap wants to go. M-Bat shouted in helplessness. This idiot just wants to quit. No matter what floor you're on, your rank stays the same. Have you completely fallen under its control? Damn it, I only warned you because I know you. Yeah, I cut him off directly. How dare you say that to a 2nd rank like him? The only reason I let you live is because I know you personally. When you're with me, you'll understand who I am now. Somewhere hidden inside the center of the 14th floor, Solomon's Temple. Amidst the vast space, voices echo. Familiar yet honestly, I don't want to go in. Boss, no matter what you say, you can't go home. Seer is flipping the screen in his hand. What's wrong with this game? Why is the character named Supervive IP Dragon? Do you have some kind of dragon rank? Hey, I'm serious about this. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes from somewhere. No way. I came here just to confirm a few things. And look, a fish just jumped into this place. Kasi immediately fell silent. I've held back a lot, but you've gone too far. The one coming is none other than Eilena, Earth's ruler. I have confirmed your face, so don't even think about denying it. She loudly questions with a mocking smirk that you killed Lord Agaris. Furthermore, Eilena also shouted and silenced him. It turns out that the power in her hand is intoxicating. No, I'm speaking. At that moment, Ab could no longer hide his excitement. I can feel the source of the power that defeated Agaris. Then it escaped from Eilena's grasp. You can't hide your power. Fight me with everything you've got. Dawn calmly lifts her up. It seems like they will burst out. It keeps pouring out, so I have to end everything here. Master Yaskenti, why did you suddenly lift Sai like that? Because of your arrogance and a glance at the person in front of you, it's a bit difficult, and at this moment, the powerful magic force immediately blows away everything around. Due to your trembling and suppressing my strength, even the fortress was blown away. Master, just one strike. Eilena couldn't withstand it again. She nervously asked about the strongest demon sword in the world. What is this black energy? It stammered about that. Suddenly, Yuna speculates that it might be even more advanced than Gray. App can't find the words. That thing is now closed because of the tremors. So shall we just exchange sword techniques? Demon sword. As he finished speaking, he quickly unleashed a powerful magic fist. At that moment, Ina shouted, "Time's up! Wait, it's already time!" She said, then sincerely knelt down and held up this item. "Actually, I came here to give you this." He was stunned. What? To save her life, Alina blamed everything on App. This is indeed a wicked object. It swallowed Agaris's willingness to visit and also drove me mad. Down asked again, "She looks normal, but this time Alina said that because your power shone through and made me regain my awareness." The Earth Lord shouted in anger, "What do you mean?" This brat's attention was drawn to it because of this. So it turns out the killing intent is coming from this sword. App clearly can't resist, right? Wait a moment. Next, if it really... Down quickly broke the APA with one hand, which had already surrendered in his trembling grip. "I will take it. It looks quite powerful." Seeing the remaining part stuck in the ground, Alina dared not utter a word and behaved very obediently. Yes, of course, and I promise to live a noble and honest life." He hesitated and interrupted. "Words are more important than appearances. You left a warning like a threat, so act now." Ina immediately kneels down. "Yes, I understand." Still, a part of AP's soul managed to escape. The dark gray stream of air heads to a dark place, climbing the stairs and quickly slipping through the wall. On the other side of the wall, it weaves you gradually into a giant sphere. At this moment, Solomon has sensed that aura. "This is part of my power channeled into Ban. At least you have found it and are summoning me. Ban, be Ban." This is the inner part of Ban's middle realm castle. Hearing the call, Ban immediately rises. Solomon spoke with satisfaction. "My first child, you finally found it." Ban is curious, "What are you talking about?" This statement leaves Solomon completely puzzled. He pauses for a moment, then speaks with doubt. "Didn't you send part of App's power to me to summon me?" Ban guesses that App means the broken sword. There's no way Alina has that much power. Hearing that, Solomon suddenly wondered if the Dragon King Yas had interfered with his plans again. Then, Solomon turned to Ban and said, "If you still can't find that thing, I guess I will have to look for it myself." Then Ban asked, "So use my power and revive me." Solomon gathered his strength into his body. "It's not the right time to use your body yet. I will only take over your body when the power within my soul is complete." With that, he ordered Ban, "As I now need a temporary body, so go to the dwarf village and bring back the soul fusion device. And go alone. Don't let anyone else notice." Solomon didn't forget to warn that if the Dragon King Yas finds out at this moment, our grand plan could be delayed by another 10,000 years. My heart trembles slightly. Are we truly encompassed by those two words? Understood. Then he left as ordered by Solomon. "I'm heading out now." We arrived at the dwarf village, a peaceful settlement on the mountain's edge, and immediately encountered a group led by Run. "Why is the Dragon King here?" Yas lazily glanced at him. "What's that? I think I've seen you before." "Where is this? Are you a minion from the demon clan?" At the same time, Solomon summoned another person. "Acer, come here." Amidst the black aura, Acer appears. "Your Majesty, you summoned me." She stands still as if waiting for orders. "Your Majesty, Acer, Solomon's loyal subordinate." Solomon ordered, "Bring me the bones of a dragon so I can use a temporary body. The aura I feel right now is definitely it. Kill the 7th dragon and bring back its head." But Acer wondered why the god wouldn't order the plan directly instead of wasting the power Solomon granted him. At the same time, she also warned that if the 7 dragons die, the Dragon King Yas will awaken. But Solomon had already seen through that. The Dragon King Yas has surely awakened. Only he can destroy App. The holy war has begun. Air was startled and shouted, "So the most evil and wicked existence has awakened." Then she hurriedly knelt down to apologize. "The reason you didn't order Ban to go is because you plan to use him as a vessel for yourself in the future." God, I apologize for not realizing that. Solomon has no intention of blaming. He is just expressing his doubts. "I sensed a strange aura from you, so Solomon made a different request for Acer. If he has other intentions, I will immediately seize his body. Keep an eye on him." She spoke. Perhaps he wouldn't do something so foolish. A dark expression appeared on A's face. But if Ban tried to cause trouble, the god would subdue him without harming his body. For a moment, a faint smile appeared on her lips, but Ban's soul would be torn to pieces by the god into 100,000 shards. At the same time, Ban on the other side was in a difficult situation. He spoke in a tone to confirm. "Are you the Dragon King Yas, and are you the Earth Lord?" Yas snorted coldly. "If you have something to say, just say it." As he was thinking, I thought I had seen this face before, because of my trembling curiosity. "You know me?" Then Ban immediately admits it. "Of course, you are the reason we failed in the important asset recruitment." Down quickly hugged him, nearly losing her mind. "Hey, are you being rude? How do you know who my master is?" "Could it be that you are?" Ban continued. "You don't look as evil as the rumors say, but it's also not hard to tell." So it turns out he saw Dun's picture in Dun Key's room, in the room of the important asset that only contains images of the face of the Earth Lord. That's terrifying. "I was planning to meet you, but I didn't expect to find you here." At this moment, Mbat's face turned pale. Hey, what did she ask?" Mbat whispered tremblingly. "Could it be that he thinks we betrayed Solomon?" Alina softly replied, It's probably Solomon's first and most loyal creation. He must think so. Hearing that, M-Bat collapsed, clutching his head and slumping down. We're doomed. It's over, my little sister. Elena comforts him. I also didn't expect the Earth Lord to be so powerful. M-Bat mentioned it again. So who was the one pointing a sword at him in the beginning? It's her. He nervously asked, do you think he will help us? Ina's face darkened as she replied, no. Damn it, I have no other choice now. I have to use the ultimate move. Ina was stunned. Do you still have any tricks up your sleeve? I didn't expect it to be that begging move. Big Brother Ban, please forgive me. Yas looked at him as if watching an interesting show. What? This time Do Run is the one who gets to be called lucky. This guy is the lord of this world. We are nothing but insects in front of him. We will not betray. It's just for survival. Please, Big Brother, understand that we're only trying to stay alive. And on top of that, you dragged Ina into this. Hey, what are you doing? Beg me, please. She hurriedly knelt down. That's right. Please forgive us. At that moment, Ban finally looked at the two of them. Yes, you two are here too. There's a hint of ambiguity in his tone. It seems you two have betrayed Solomon and joined forces with the Earth Lord. Those words left Matt and Y speechless. Soon after, Ban with dense demonic energy appeared before them. Both of you, he commanded in a stern voice, go far away, so far that I cannot detect you. Bat was stunned. Huh? So you? Are you letting us go? Ban exclaimed. I don't know, but if you don't leave now, I will kill you. Hearing that, Matt and Y immediately rushed away. We apologize. At this moment, the gang turns to Down and the Earth Lord, asking if it would be okay for us to have some private time. Before Down could reply, Yas spoke up. Someone as insignificant as you dares to speak to my master like that. I'm grabbing his collar because he's trembling. That's enough, Long Long. I don't have anything urgent right now. Just listen for a moment. Yas irritably jumps down from Durun's hand before avoiding eye contact, not forgetting to threaten. If you cause trouble for the master, I will cut you off. Bun-Than Trong replied cautiously. I will consider your words. King Long yes. A moment later, Durun spoke first. So what's the matter? Ban hesitated. So at this moment, he finally recounts how the creator god made the demons. Solomon awakened because of that foolish thing. His face trembled but showed no emotion. So what? He explained in a deep voice that now he is arousing himself to prepare for the test to become the ruler of the dimension. The test is easy but difficult. With the key, the universe and the divine artifact gain Ouroboros' recognition. Then, once recognized by Ouroboros, he can challenge the trial to become the Lord of Dimensions. And Down is still thinking about the divine artifact. Is this the old piece of wood I got at the auction? Thinking of you, I suddenly froze. But Ouroboros, even so, Down couldn't help but feel suspicious. Why did you tell me? The reason I told you is that we demons cannot oppose the will of the Creator, and most of us don't even consider fighting against him. For a moment, his eyes slightly darkened, but I wanted that expression to have caught the tremor. Please honestly reveal that if Solomon becomes the ruler of the universe, his task will be to destroy all intelligent life. I want to protect the young demons. That drove him to tremble with fear, and I want us to be freed from this endless cycle of violence. So I hope you, Earth Lord, will stop Solomon. At this point, Down understood part of the situation. Basically, because of the temporary body, you will do something with the soul joining device. If he uses it, he will be attacked suddenly and won't have time to react. At the same time, Down considered another possibility. But if he realizes and chooses not to use it, that's fine. He will still take over your body. So when he does, we will launch a full-scale attack. Ban sincerely confirms that no matter what, my body will be taken over. I just want to help the children survive. At this moment, Down had a different idea. Then don't do anything with the soul fusion device. Just operate it normally. I remember your energy. Let me handle it. Ban still hasn't stopped worrying. Earth Lord, I know you're strong, but don't you understand? He emphasized that the fate of the entire universe and the multiverse is in great danger. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ban reminded him to take it more seriously. Suddenly, a trembling voice called out. Lon approached to present the finished product to Run. It's done. The ultimate haul created from Solomon's demon sword. Accept that haul and give your praise. Indeed, the blacksmith is highly skilled. He works so quickly. DF respectfully presents it. Please accept this. The dwarf tribe feels quite embarrassed when forging something other than a sword. As for me, I am extremely proud to have forged the ultimate weapon to fight against the demon race that destroyed our village. I was very surprised to hear that you broke it with your bare hands. Those words left Ban in shock. You broke the AP with your bare hands? Only then did DF realize Ban was standing beside him. But who is this guy burning up like this? Only later does he shout out in tension. Ban? But B only cares if you broke the AP with your bare hands, right? Is that correct? He calmly replied yes. Hearing that, Ban clenched his fists in anger. So are you planning to declare war on Solomon with that useless haul? I did it because my youngest daughter just needed a haul. As soon as those words finished, the atmosphere became awkward and confusing. A moment later, Ban burst into loud laughter, saying, I see you're a king who is obsessed with family. I believe you and won't do anything. All right, just act without any tricks. Then he turned to look at DF. and you come with me. He's afraid that the demon tribe is planning to ambush tonight. Just then, Do-Run still had something he wanted to clarify. Your name is Ban, right? Can we go into battle today? But B remains very calm. Maybe today if this guy lends me the device. Do-Run nodded. All right. Suddenly, Do-Run's phone rings. An urgent call? Something must have happened on Earth. You didn't dare hesitate and quickly answered the phone. Yes. I hear a familiar voice on the other end. It's the chairman of the Qian Yang of the Hunter Association. Down replied yes. After a while of chatting, Down gently closed his tired eyes. Yes, indeed. Okay, I understand. I will handle it immediately. At that time, IAS was also ready. Master, since that guy has left, we should go too. This corner is so boring. Dun replied. Yes, but you two go ahead. I need to go to Zhongjie. Yas immediately complained. What?
But if I don't go with my master, Yunhai won't let me eat much meat. Seer sighed.
Big brother, is that why you came along? June had to admit it. A dragon has appeared on Earth. Yas quickly cast a spell before anything happened. Shattered dragon, I didn't do anything. I didn't lift a finger at all. Of course, Run had already investigated early on. It seems like it's being chased by someone who looks like a demon. Hearing that, Yas was furious. What? Who is it? Who dares? Casey teased. You're angry now. With a trembling hand, he said, all right, go ahead and protect your subordinates. Long, I choose you. Casey also volunteers. I will go too. Casey eagerly stepped forward. Long has arrived, and Earth is in chaos, so evacuate immediately.
An SSS-level disaster has occurred. Evacuate immediately. Meanwhile, they are also investigating the cause.
How come you managed to get here? I clearly escaped by tearing through space. You think you can escape from me so easily? She exclaimed excitedly. Do you think you can escape someone blessed by Solomon? With Solomon's protection, Acer becomes even more eager. You fool. As he finished speaking, Bison's massive body was pierced by magical beams. By this point, Bison had run out of strength. Big brother, I came here following his trail, but he's not here. Its eyes slowly closed. If I realize I'm dead, I just want him to know one thing. This life was saved by him. I am truly grateful to have been able to live until this moment thanks to you. Going back to the secret meeting place from 1,000 years ago, Bon was also cornered before death. Kill him. That dragon's scales belong to us. Tear out its heart and I will take the dragon blood. At that moment, it was almost out of strength to fight back. How dare you little brats? An old wizard spoke up. Dare to touch my ass. You guys should stick it together. Do you think you can fight us alone? My old comrades quickly coordinated and charged forward. That's right. If you go out at night, you'll meet ghosts someday. Who told you to treat us like bugs? Moreover, you are covered with countless treasures. Only a fool wouldn't seize you. In an instant, Bison was overwhelmed as they divided his power, delaying his magic so that the heroes could come and rule the world with their swords. One by one, they kept charging forward. A dragon is a worthy prey for a true hero. Just as someone was revealing their sinister plan, should we have knocked out all their teeth, a dragon's foot crushed their body. It was Yaz who arrived just in time, chattering. Who do you think you're messing with? Bison asks. Who are you? Iza asked him. You should recover first. I will handle these guys. While facing them, the others are still planning. Another dragon? Well, what's going on? Suddenly, another one appeared, and then a fearless guy tried to rush forward. This red dragon is probably no better than the others. Let us handle it. The old wizard behind realized the problem. Wait a moment, but there was no longer any chance because IAS had already started spewing fire to sweep them away. The strongest dragon IAS, you're still alive. No wonder Bison also recognized it. Yas, why are you here? Aren't we two countries that don't interfere with each other? Yas sorrowfully speaks. Over the 1,000 years, fewer than 20 Dragon Clan members remain alive. He created a fiery mark on his forehead. From now on, I will protect my kind. I swear in my position as the #1 dragon and your king to quickly grant B the number 7 on his forehead. You are the 7th dragon and will be under my protection. Now, Yas has sworn with all his honor, but I promise I won't ask you to do anything. I will only protect you. That is the responsibility a king must bear. But if you use my name to commit murder or do evil things because I am protecting you, I will deal with you myself. Bison assured that it would never happen, and then it lived a proper life under the protection of IAS.
At that moment, I was a little scared, but thanks to you, I felt very safe. Now B is hopelessly waiting for his own end.
After thousands of years of loneliness, I have been incredibly happy. At least I want to say goodbye. In front of it, Acer had gathered a powerful attack. I don't think I can withstand this blow.
What have you been muttering all this time?
Are you thinking about that pathetic lizard of yours? The more she talks, the more satisfied she seems, but why isn't your imprisoned king here now? Just as Ayer mentioned, I wish he would come, and when he does, I'll send him off with you. She has been crushed by Yas's huge body. Seeing what was happening, Bison was a bit in disbelief. Big brother, Issa seems to want to tell B to just stay calm. I told you already, right? I will protect you, so you just need to wait. Right now, IAS has seen Acer push the stone and surface. Are you still alive? You're quite thick and fleshy, aren't you? And she's suffering immensely. Lord Solomon personally entrusted it to me. Your treasure, oh my treasure. For a moment, that emotion turned into a raging fury.
Yes, Isaias, how dare you destroy the treasure that Lord Solomon gave me?
Air unleashes a technique that destroys the mind, erasing memories and the consciousness of a living creature. As Yas is caught off guard by the beam of light, he laughs loudly. This is the ultimate mind magic that restores and mixes all the suppressed memories you have forgotten. Go crazy and kill your own kind. Yas instinctively follows her command. Huh? What? My memory? Seeing him turn towards me, Beyond panicked and shouted loudly, Big brother! It screams in fear, covering its face with its hand. Big brother, it's me! Ah! I shout excitedly. That's right. Kill each other. Now Bon is extremely panicked. Please calm down. What? But A was the one who got hit. Long Vuong, you will definitely die at the hands of him. Yas has transformed back into his human form. He looked at Acer carefully. Hey, you just helped me a little bit. You will pay the price for provoking us, but now I'm a bit conflicted, so watch your mouth. She laughed. Don't be overconfident. You will die at the hands of Lord Solomon. But never mind. Thank you anyway. I woke up with a jumble of memories, but thanks to you, they've all come back. Then he stood up strongly. I truly appreciate it. All I can hear now are IAS the Mighty's arrogant voice and Bison's calls. Big brother. Bison's voice is full of urgency. Thank you very much, and you should know this. The situation is very urgent. Hey, Yas, remember you're injured? Slow down a bit. Bison, exhausted, breathes heavily but dares not stop. Your injury doesn't matter. According to Big Brother Acer, who just defeated him, Solomon will be reborn soon. Yas reassures him it's okay. Bon seems very curious. He takes a breath and explains, I said it's okay. All my memories have returned. If he threatens you, it means he's trying to get a physical body. Bon wondered, do you already know everything? I'm not afraid. Ban and my master have already talked, so don't worry about it anymore. Then he smiled gently and said, I will explain later. You can't really explain that monster with words either. At the same time, Down was deep in thought, sensing that its aura had already begun. When you opened your eyes, Down's trembling eyes emitted a fierce light. Perhaps this was the moment Ban had foreseen. Suddenly, Solomon's image appears. Well done. You brought it here. Ban brought back the corpse of a hairy monster. The remains of a mythical creature and the soul hybrid device are both in very good condition. The boss praises, well done. In fact, he's secretly evaluating.
So you complain about not betraying me, huh? Then Solomon pushes a stream of demonic energy into the Lu Din.
Then, let's begin. In a blaze of light, Solomon muttered a name, Uboros. Not long after, his soul was split into two parts, a tense expression on his face. A moment later, a thick black energy suddenly erupted around Solomon's body. Solomon was stunned. Half of my soul has disappeared. Ban, is this because of him? But Ban's expression told Solomon that it wasn't Ban. If it were me, I would kill you right now. No, I won't. The pain tearing through my soul is gradually consuming me. My soul is fading away. I must return to the seal. Ban was stunned. Did Solomon really return to the seal? I didn't even know where the attack was coming from. At that moment, a look of utter terror flashed in his eyes. I know he has a way, but this is too unreasonable. The Earth Lord, or maybe the Earth Lord is the only being capable of challenging the Prime King. The only one. In a moment, Isas, Bison, Hakas, Kasi, and Rizago gathered together. A while later, Isas spoke. So you're saying the one chasing you is Solomon's subordinate? The other side replied, yes, I think he wants to turn you into a vessel. Rizago understood the situation early on, but now Solomon only exists as a soul. He will never stop until he gets a body. We need to act. Keep the door quiet. It's too noisy. Yeah, Asas happily got up and said, you're awake now. Hakas told me to buy you some fish cakes, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Fish cakes? Fine then. Yeah, Asas keeps teasing. Yes, but now there are only 2 left. Blame the kid for waking up late and deal with it. But don't worry, tonight I'll cook something delicious. Seeing him, Bu shrank back in fear. Who are you? Hearing that, Isa felt a bit disappointed. What, you don't recognize me? Does my friendship with you mean anything? But Bu shouted with all his might. Mom, this guy is so strange and scary. Yaz only stopped teasing after being knocked away. It's me with a heart full of courage. I never thought the day would come when he would be defeated by a little girl. Bastard's face turned pale. Who is that kid? He pointed at Bill and asked, are you also one of Solomon's subordinates? Then Bison immediately gathered his magic into his hand. Why would you do that to the boss? Hakes and Casey shouted in panic to stop him. Don't! But it's already too late. Bison has been beaten and is lying on the ground. Why did you hit me? Hekis reminded. Be quiet. If you do anything to the girl, the master will cut you down. After a moment, Bu calmed down. So you're a dragon? At this moment, Yaz exclaimed in frustration, how dare the kid punch the perfect pure body of a dragon? Bu curled his lips. Do you know how painful that was? Does this just tease Yaz? Kid, do you know how famous I was back then? Even the spirit king of the GM him was completely captivated by me. While he was laughing proudly, the others all shared the same thought. Is that so? At that moment, the door opened again. Everyone here, trembling, stepped inside, so everyone in the room knelt down all at once and saluted the master. While Daorun was distracted and confused, suddenly they all saluted the master together. Bison stepped forward to introduce Durun, a subordinate who had heard a lot about him. The boss of the underlings, the seventh son Long Bison, respectfully greets you. Durun hurriedly orders, please stop doing this. Come on, of course B wouldn't dare, but how could I? Durun hands over the bag of food. No one has eaten anything, right? Yas exclaimed. What's so delicious? Kor could only sigh, but he had just eaten fish cakes from the boss. Soon, the whole room focused on the glowing meat tray in his trembling hand. It's been a while since we all gathered, so let's just eat meat, right? That's pork belly. I grill it really well. Just leave it to me. Bis wondered, is it just meat? Suddenly, I got a glance from the others. It's not just about the meat. That piece of meat is a blessing sent down to earth. Finish it all or don't even think about asking for more. Everyone just a little, even without saying anything. B still wonders if it's all just for a piece of meat. Why have everyone ended up like this? Even Bu has come to remind him. Sir, since this is your first time eating, remember to chew carefully. Finally, Bon has tasted the flavor that has intrigued him all along. As expected, its flavor surprised B. Here. Bon happily covers his face. Is this pork belly? Over there, Haka spoke up. Damn it, big brother, give me another piece. But Yas has taken everything. I will eat it all. Seeing them like that, Durun had to remind everyone to take it slow. There's still plenty of meat left. Still, this scene makes him involuntarily smile. Actually, it's all Down's plan. They've eaten so much, so let's leave the city's reconstruction to them. The great ministers of the Ten Kings Council sat silently around the table when suddenly a hand slammed down loudly. Everyone fell silent. I know today's topic is important, but don't get so worked up. King Yama speaks with authority. King Yama Solomon has awakened, as you all know. Taisho urges, come up with a solution. Equality or not, how should we handle this situation now? Great King Tai-sun, great king of equality, turn your hand. What? Did I free him? Why are you suddenly blaming me? His voice grew louder. And we're talking about Solomon. This is not something we can handle easily. Hearing that, Yama raised his voice. Only one person can handle this. At this point, DM Law has suggested that we must go see the Dragon King. I've heard he's been very difficult lately, so there must be a reason behind it. Will he help me? In the past, he used all his strength to stop Solomon. At this moment, DM Law has arrived at the teleportation gate. Now we have no choice but to trust. I will go meet him, so everyone must not cause trouble while I am gone. But another difficult problem has arisen. Do you know where he is? Maybe he's in a meeting somewhere. Tai-sun sighed in frustration. Is the Dragon King really his son that he keeps finding him everywhere? Surely DM Law is just making an excuse to go out. Over there, DM Law is working seriously. What's going on today? Dunki replied, we have green ramen today because we're out of Golden Emperor ramen. Hearing that, DM Law sighed. I'm bored, I prefer Golden Emperor ramen. At this moment, Kiriel whispers, why do those two keep coming here to eat ramen? Dunki scolded him, even though he looked like a senile old man, as if he were the manager of the Central Realm. Show some respect, Kiriel. But despite knowing that, Kiriel wasn't afraid at all. We have the Lord of the Earth here, so we're not really surprised when we meet people like that. Yan Luo suddenly interjected while eating noodles. The Earth Lord, are you talking about the one who's been the talk of the town lately? I want to hear the details about him, Kiriel inquires. About what? He's very busy. King Yama just made up an excuse. Anyway, I just wanted to learn more about the Dragon King, so only then did Kiriel agree to tell. Long Vuong? Do you mean Long Long? That fat lizard was defeated by the Earth Lord, and then Yas's face appeared in my mind. Does Kiriel have noodles yet? Demon Lord, are you serious? The one who can stop Solomon is the Earth Lord? Kiriel continued slowly. Solomon has lost half of his power after being cut by the Earth Lord. He won't be able to do anything anymore. This statement made Yama gasp in shock. What? Dunki continued. There is nothing that the heavenly demon cannot handle. Diemla quickly inquires about Down's whereabouts. Do you know where that person is? He is trying to find the answer to the question in his heart. What on earth is going on? Kiriel strokes his chin and makes a guess. Today he's very busy. He's cleaning up the earth. But this statement causes Diemla to misunderstand deeply. Cleaning the earth? Even I, with my super sensitive instincts, could tell. Who's reminding me? And you guys are just working and complaining at the same time. We only ate a little meat and now we have to clean up all this? It's not fair at all. Why me? Down quickly crossed over here politely. Good morning. The cleaner smiles brightly. Did you come early again today? Do-Run lightly replied. Yes, there's still a little time for breakfast. If you don't mind, please accept it. The old man was surprised as he tidied up and said, Oh my God, thank you so much. She laughs happily, saying it's nothing. She even made food for all the kids at the dining hall. Thank you very much. At this moment, Down's eyes quickly darted to the hiding figure. He was trembling with anger again, and it was that guy's fault once more. As a death god, my duty is to escort him to the underworld. He's already lived his full life. Wait a moment, the kid tries to push the barrier away. But why can't I get close to him when he's near that guy? Troll took a deep breath, seeming to not want this old man to be taken away. Over here, everyone was making noise. Kindergarten. Haas, can't you take this kid to kindergarten for me? Must I personally do something as great as this? I still need to go to the supermarket. Big brother, you eat like a pig and are too lazy to walk, Yas replied. Just let Casey take her, that's fine. The girl sighed. I don't look as old as you do. Big brother, you're the most suitable. You look like someone who is married and has children. He was annoyed. I never thought that a young guy like me who has never experienced love with anyone would be seen as an old man. All three of us were stunned when we heard that. You're that old already and still a rookie? Well, I guess so. If it's as smooth as cream, who would bother dating? That's right. That's right. Yas grinned slyly. Do you want to die? Casey was confused again shortly after. It was the girl who then pointed over to Shin-tron. Big brother, there's a child over there. Maybe she lost her parents. I feel sorry for her. She must be very scared. Asus replied, this guy is starting to look more and more like Hakus. Shin-chan grumbled, damn it, still can't get close. It's all because of that weird guy with the money-grabbing face. Stop for a moment, and Shin-chan's gaze suddenly froze. The kid looked at Bull in surprise. What's going on? You can see me, the girl said happily. Yes, I can see you. Don't be surprised.
Is this kid listed in the register? I thought there wasn't.
Let's check if this girl's name is in the book. What's her name? The cheerful girl. Bull. Please let me see. Just a quick look in the book. There isn't, right? Your name is Bull in the Shining Star? Bull quickly replied. Stop pretending to be clueless. You're not dead and you won't die either. How can you see me? Even when I am alive, only those in deep coma can see me. Wait a moment. Then Troll immediately reached out to touch Bull, but Yaz quickly pulled him away. Hey, little guy, do you think you can put your dirty hands on our precious girl? Especially when you carry that filthy energy from the underworld. Sin-chan was stunned. Do you dare to put your hand on the shoulder of the god of death? Yas flicked his hand and said, if you try to mess with our girl, come back in a few thousand years. Kids talk. Hasak was startled, but he's still just a kid. Yas replied, Huckus, isn't Casey just a kid too? Based on the aura of the underworld he exudes, he's been alive for hundreds of years. The girl below responds, well done, big brother, a creature from the underworld daring to lay a hand on Bull. He reached for the notebook, but it seems Bull isn't his target. So then, who is he actually here to take away? He was surprised. Lim Yang-shi. He's the guy who occasionally gives us snacks, right? Bull speaks up. That's right, Bull likes him the most. At this moment, a hand touched IAS. Did you just call me? He immediately glared and secretly sneaked behind me without making a sound. Are you an assassin? But at this moment, Casey immediately stepped in front of the old man. The girl was annoyed. Yas was startled. Huh? What's going on? It's just Mr. Yang-shi's misunderstanding. I don't plan to kill him. I thought you were a hitman. As soon as I said that, he slapped himself on the head, pretending to be cute. Sorry! Hakesh shivered and felt like vomiting. Yas fumed. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hakus glared. Hey, boss, lower your killing intent. Huh? Did someone drop this? He just picked up the notebook and looked curious. Want to see? He quickly closed the notebook and Yang-shi read the two characters on the outside, his eyes slightly stunned. Meanwhile, Ayas and Hakus were still shouting and arguing. Let me hit you to reduce your murderous intent. But at this moment, Yang-shi saw a light from the sky shining down right where he was sitting, and a figure was struck down, causing the ground to crack. All three were stunned. You threw the kid down so hard just now, he's probably dead, right? He won't die, though. It's an existence from the underworld. Really? Maybe so. The one who was beaten is Shin-tron. The kid shouted loudly in frustration. The kid was annoyed. How dare you treat me like this? I am the death under Lord Yamama's command. Are you done for? Lim Yang-shi. Please quickly reach out your hand to catch it. Good old man is here now. Do you know how long my work has been delayed because of you? Yas quickly grabbed him. Kid, be polite to elders. Come on, I'm older than you. What's so great about being old and still strong? Sin-chan glared back irritably. Yang-shich then said, enough already, kid. You'll hurt the boy. Old Hien-tu said, you little one, it's time for me to go. Right, I will go with you, so can you forgive these boys? Sin-chan looked surprised and then said, now I look like a bad person. But when it's time, I have to go. Yang-shi smiled brightly. Yes, that's right. Luckily these days it's getting harder and harder to stand up straight, so I can finally rest. Bull is worried. Where are you going, sir? Yaz and Cassie comfort her nearby, saying, it's probably time. It's a pity, but there's no other way. The girl hurriedly runs over. No, please don't go, sir. Yang-shi comforts the girl. Bull, don't cry. Sighs, I'm not a bad person. Can we go now? You are respectfully acknowledged, child of the Grim Reaper. Now, look at the troll, then immediately reach your hand into the air. Lim Yang-shich. He begins to recite the spell. He has already lived out his lifespan. His journey ends here. Prepare to receive the judgment from the underworld. If his soul command is pure, he will enter the wheel of reincarnation and go through the cycle of rebirth. Before I finished speaking, sharp arrows flew toward him. The ground cracked open like that, and I wish everyone could see this scene and be filled with fear. The two young men on this side looked on in shock, as it seemed no one could have predicted this outcome. Casey quickly reassured, the master has stepped in. Bull, huh? Don't cry anymore, the owner just said no. Yas looks at this scene and goes to tell that king of hell, if the Lord of the Earth demands, then it's the end of the old man's life. Do you understand? King Yama sighed. You still can't bring that soul back? How long do you plan to act like a child? If you keep doing this, you'll always be the youngest. Sorry, but if you take that old man's soul, the Earth Lord says you'll be eating a whole bunch of bananas. He was surprised and asked again, did the Earth Lord really say that I choose to say? That person didn't say it himself, but his strength protected his soul, so I couldn't do anything. Kiri angrily said, can I kill that old man? Just kill Quatch and be done with it. Dunkey quickly advised, calm down. You need to be at the level of Heavenly Demon Lord to fight him. King Yama immediately became frightened. Dude, Dunkey, today's meal was not bad. I'm done eating, so I'll go now. Before I leave, King Yama also reminded me that if the Earth Lord happens to come here, I should tell him that all our administrators are on his side. Dunkey felt annoyed. Fine. You've said that over 100 times already. I get it. The sweat on the King of Hell's forehead keeps dripping down. Remember, you have to say it. Dunkey felt helpless. Fine, go ahead. As he left, Kirill immediately knelt down. No matter how you look at it, this old man must be scared of you because he's trembling. Dunkey couldn't help but expose him, saying, as if you're not afraid, Kiri. Come to think of it, didn't Lord Demon give you a mission? Kiri then replied, is that what you're talking about? It's nothing serious, he calmly said. I just need to catch suspicious people entering Earth. But right now, Kirill is working calmly. I don't like your face. Just stand there and wait. After hesitating, Dunkey wondered, can I really trust this guy? Then he paused, crossed his legs on the command table. Where is episode 12 of The Abyss of Darkness? WW, Dunkey, help me find it. He's so annoyed he's glaring. Hey, you, how dare you belittle the great mission entrusted to you by the Heavenly Demon? Are you trying to die? No matter what you say, I won't let you go. Get ready to die. Hold on a moment, Dunkey. Then he said, hey. Kirill glared over. Stop being weird and find episode 12 for me. This mission was assigned to me by Heavenly Demon, so if you understand, go find it for me. Are you crazy? Hey, bastard. Do you dare call me crazy and think you can kill someone appointed by the Heavenly Demon as the diplomat between Zhongjie and Earth? He looked stunned. What? Diplomacy? Kiri closes the notebook and then keeps hitting the opponent's head repeatedly. You bastard, you trash, you rude fool. Kirill then enjoyed it again. Thanks to this book, I was able to sit in this position. How dare you insult it? You must be curious, so I will explain. As I hit him, I said, be grateful to me. A few days earlier, at the market, I was the hero of the shadows. The darkness was deep. Kirill is lying down reading a book. An unseen guardian. The black spinning top of peace as he reads, he happily rolls around. So cool. At that moment, a loud sound rang out. Thief. The old woman trembles and cries. There's a thief. That money is my grandson's university tuition. Oh my god, what should I do now? The old lady suddenly shouted loudly. Thief! Who caught him? That was my nephew's tuition fee. Kiri sighed. Who is causing trouble again in the neighborhood? He looked over at the thief. He's pretty quick, huh? Hold on. Kirill is about to continue reading. At this moment, a loud voice echoes. Kirill, a title belonging to the protector of peace for everyone from the shadows. I will punish anyone who threatens peace. The thief was immediately struck in the face. He could only shout out, and then he was sent flying. The bag was immediately in Kirill's hand, and the thief was knocked away. He couldn't help but feel proud. I'm Kirill, the shadow warrior. Immediately after, Kirill quickly handed the bag back to her grandmother and then said goodbye. I will protect peace in the shadows. And then Kirill immediately leaves. But in the darkness, there is a gaze watching him. Down immediately steps out. Surprisingly, you did a good job. Kirill was startled and shouted loudly, caught off guard. Due to trembling, he then said, with this attitude towards work, can I assign you some tasks? Immediately, a bunch of scenarios flashed through Kirill's mind, saying he couldn't write a report card or being obsessed with praise. He exhaled nervously and said, if you can't do it, he immediately said, let me do it. And this also made him tremble with surprise. I thought he would say no, but why does his voice sound so energetic? He's so enthusiastic. All right, I'll tell you what you need to do. Then Kirill immediately slammed the table in the present. That's right, I was assigned to review and handle the relocation papers for those wishing to come to Earth from the middle world. Dunkey is gaping again. Do you always have to boast about yourself so loudly? Wait a minute. If people see me standing here, they'll think you're my friend. And they keep saying you can tell what kind of person I am just by looking at my face. Oh no, there's no way I'm like you. Kirill scoffs. What's wrong with you? Step aside, sir. We have guests here now, and I must fulfill my duty to carry out the immigration inspection process. So, you're here to oversee the immigration check? The other person immediately replied. Yes. The old man then said, I want to find a place where my people can live safely. I have chosen Earth. Kiri then said, so what? I am the minister. The minister personally approved the entry? The old man coldly said, you're just good for being a subordinate. Who do you think you're fooling? Dunkey, clutching his stomach, laughed proudly. That suits you, doesn't it? He immediately drew his weapon. Wait a moment, you got scolded a little and you're already planning to punish someone? Seeing that he said nothing, Dunkey was immediately frightened again. That crazy lunatic. Dunkey hurriedly shouted, "What are you doing with that here?" Kiri then pretended not to hear. "Say that again." "Clumsy with my hands and feet? I am the foreign minister. I've been getting old lately, so my hearing is a bit off." Haha, he's still a Vietnamese superstar, and now everyone is kneeling in respect. We apologize and respectfully salute the minister.
He immediately started to act tough, you fools. If you go to Earth and don't follow the instructions and cause trouble, you'll be doomed.
The old man suddenly paused, looking a bit surprised, then bowed respectfully and said, "If you give us the instruction manual, we will follow it immediately. Just hand it over." Dunkey then frowned and whispered, "You haven't prepared the instruction manual, have you? I didn't expect Lord Heavenly Demon would entrust such an important task to someone as scoundrel as you." Kiri then said, "I already prepared the instruction manual. Do you think I haven't prepared it?" Immediately afterward, he took out a few cards and a manual. "Here it is. This is it." Dunkey shouted in panic.
Are you crazy?
"What? Why am I going crazy? This contains all the truth."
Dunkey said, "Stop your madness and let's write the guide together. In 1,000 years, this is the stupidest thing I've ever seen."
"What?"
Are you stupid?
Kirill immediately said, "Wait, but I don't want to make the manual with you."
I think that book is still good.
Dunkey groaned. "Please, someone help this crazy guy." He was speechless. "So you used comic strips as a guidebook?" As soon as he heard Kiri's affirmation, Dunkey's face turned pale. "Oh, Heavenly Demon, do as you please with him." Even though he was trembling, he didn't blame or scold him. "It doesn't make any sense. But you did very well." Dunkey then replied, "Exactly. How could there be no mistakes at all?" The others were stunned. "Are you the master the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned, standing beside him? What? Is that absolute existence, the ruler of heaven and earth, the only one?" Seeing them tremble in surprise, "Is that the Shadow Guardian?" Immediately, everyone shouted, "We humbly bow to the Lord of Earth, your majesty, greetings." He is the ruler of the earth. The people around him, on the other hand, see him trembling like a madman. Those people are calling this boy the Earth Lord. It sounds so cool. The world is going crazy. He turns pale with fear, but Kirill, surprisingly, is excited. "Yes, sir. Please kindly guide them properly." He was surprised to see 50 self-criticism reports. "What? Why are you suddenly writing a self-criticism?" He trembled and spoke coldly. 100 copies. Is he panicking? Wait a moment. This is... Do run again and speak. 200 scene transitions at this point. Urgent notifications keep ringing. You have entered a different space. As soon as Do-Run arrived, everyone was panicking and running chaotically. He stopped and snorted coldly. "So, this is a different space. I guess I told myself I was planning to come back, but it's too chaotic here." He quickly gathered his inner strength and said, "I should probably deal with this first. Now those monsters will be defeated in the blink of an eye." The soldiers were all stunned, mouths wide open in fear. He defeated the monster with a single strike. Could he really be the Demon King? "Step back quickly." Just then, the soldier leading the trembling inside said, "Your Majesty, the Demon King has arrived." The guards inside kneel trembling. "Oh, Demon King, we never expected you to be this powerful." Up here, the king and queen also quickly stood up, and everyone simultaneously shouted, "Please spare the lives of the residents here." The man immediately turned cold and said, "I am the ruler of this land, and I am willing to sacrifice the lives of the nobles to save us because I am trembling." Sun said, "I am not the Demon King." At the same time, the king loudly declared, "The Demon King is truly cruel. You even destroyed your own subordinates in one strike. Don't deceive us anymore." Hold on a moment, and I'll explain again. I'm just an ordinary resident trying to return to the Central Realm. A crack. Do you know what something like that looks like? It's like a portal. The king turned pale and asked, "Are you saying you will create a crack in our world? The people here haven't done anything wrong? We haven't done anything wrong either." He quickly thought to himself that since this space was already ruined, there must still be a crack somewhere, maybe because they didn't know. Duan glanced around and assessed. The knights didn't seem very strong. Have they lost all their hunter abilities? Just as Tuan said, once the damage process is complete, you will lose all your strength and memories of the central world. All the gates will explode, and the monsters passing through will be left behind. What do you think? You're probably scared, right? Then she took a deep breath and added, "I checked last time. Yeah, it seems the process is almost complete, and Earth will soon be damaged too." Before leaving, Dai Down punched Tuita on the head and said, "Thanks for the information." Now Down is sweating a bit more. Maybe I should inform the director when I return. Down looked closely at the king, slightly suspicious, his face familiar, staring a bit longer before finally remembering Kirill. Hearing this, the king and queen immediately became tense. "Kirill, you know it? You Demon King, you!" He looked at Down with a look of fury. "So you are the one who killed Kirill." Queen hurriedly struck her husband on the head. "Calm down. You fake. Can't you see his eyes when he mentions our Kirill? If this person is a Demon King who massacres his subordinates, then why would he spare us, huh? Even if this person is a real bastard, we still need to hear news about Kirill. Don't you want to hear about your son?" Finally, after settling the family affairs, the queen mother immediately let out a breath. She looked trembling and asked, "You're not the Demon King, are you?" He calmly replied, "Yes." She hesitated. "So our son, our beloved Kirill, can you tell us more about him? Or at least let us see him once?" I trembled as I said, "Everyone can't see him, but I can tell you, everyone would be overjoyed to tears. My son is still alive. The prince is safe. Now, recalling that face, Down was a bit surprised. Is he really the prince? The queen mother then asked, can you bring Kiriel here? June replied, sorry, but I am the only one who can come here so everyone cannot meet him directly. The king looked a bit sad. So, what now? Then at least you can send this letter to him. Yes? Seeing the letter handed over, Down said, of course I will send it to him. What is this? You mean you met my father? June replied. He asked me to give you this letter. I also couldn't believe my eyes. Someone like him could be a prince? It doesn't look anything like it. Kiriel replied. It's not that I don't believe you. But Bool asked curiously, hey sir, did you reply to the letter? Kiriel cheerfully said, yes, I do. The girl soon became so excited her eyes turned red. Then let's write it together. As soon as Bool rushed in, Kiriel quickly dodged to the side. No one bathes twice in the same river. Kiriel then hands over an item in front of him. He trembles and says, can you also include this when you send the letter? I've always kept it, never thought I'd be able to give it to them one day. What the hell is that? That's disgusting. Are you planning to give it to your parents? I guess that's all you can do. It really is you. And just like that, Doo's house trembled loudly. Hey, do these guys want to die? Who wants to die? If you're so brave, come on and fight. Sometime later, in the kingdom of Light and Down, he asked me to deliver this. He specifically said it had to go to his father. Both the king and queen are moved. Oh my god, the boy is so kind. Is this really from my son? The queen mother looked at her husband in shock. What is he doing? Why don't you eat it? The king hurriedly replied, wait. Immediately after, the king's face turned pale and he couldn't speak. The soldiers looked on in fear. Your Majesty, that person is trying to poison you. But then the king suddenly shouted, stunning the queen and the courtiers, all holding their breath. And eventually the king's hair grew back, leaving everyone in awe as they looked at him like a deity. Hero, could you please give us that food again? Hey, follow the noble order, gentlemen. Hero, please start with me first. I secretly think I'm not their benefactor. It's Kiriel. And because of this, Lie Down became a hero of the Black Kingdom when a loud voice echoed from this side. Kid, how dare you hold me? Now your precious belongings will be destroyed by my own hands. The tree scoops soil with Bool's hand. I am the sword that leads everything to destroy the cycle. Wait a moment, he says again. Is that the thing I will destroy? That tree keeps saying, I will destroy this land, dig up the soil to provide oxygen, and create a habitat for the trees. Bool is delighted, so happy. Over here, Izias is stunned. Is that Solomon's ultimate weapon? Casey also responds, not sure anymore. Yaz exclaims in surprise, but Apapir is puzzled. What does the boss mean? Yaz looks over again. It turned the owner's house into a mess, and he immediately looks grim after just coming out of trembling. Bool, can I borrow that for a moment? The good girl obediently hands over the gift. Here you go. Then he looked at you, which didn't seem good for Bool's emotional state. She was scared and sweating. Oh, but I've been like this since I was born. If that's my nature, it's hard to change. Down also hurried to answer him. Really? Then there's no way out. App hurriedly asked. Do you understand me? He glanced at him. Not at all. Immediately after, Down clenched the sword tightly in his hand. App feels trembling. Bool immediately rushes into his arms, trembling. Dad, please don't hurt my friend. Bool recalls that my mother told me I should be kind to my friends. Bool quickly took it in his hands. Hey B, does it hurt? As soon as it was back in Bool's hand, it asked, can I live? Bool smiled brightly. Of course, you're my friend. Apep was so moved that he blushed. Friend. Now App is increasingly feeling a fondness for this girl. Immediately, a black light emerges from around App. It also loudly said, I pledge my loyalty to you. From now on, everything. Bool was surprised. Then the girl looked back at Do Run. Oh right, Dad, I have to give this to Mom. Here you go, little girl, happily. I think she will like it. App hurriedly said, let me say one more thing. Do Run looked at the cheerful girl. She will like it, App kept shouting. Can anyone hear me, both of you? The scene shifts to another place with different voices echoing. Oh my. Little princess, you're here? Yes, it was indeed Bool who raised her. Hun Yu happily hugs Bool. Did you bring such a precious gift for Grandpa? Oh, you're so good, so good. Sion also quickly took the girl's hand. Bool, let's go prepare something delicious for the whole family to eat. Bool cheerfully said loudly, yes, sir. Immediately after, only 3 people remained sitting together in the living room. Di-hyuk suddenly caused a commotion. Dad, Akyung's younger sister, our princess. Since when did she get married and have a child without even her brother knowing? He is the eldest son of the SG group and also Akung's brother. Hyun is confused. What is this? Things are not like that. He immediately responded then. So what exactly happened? Right after, Dai-Hai UC pointed over again because he was trembling. What is going on here? Hai-Un quickly wiped her mouth with a napkin, feeling shy. Lie, our son doesn't know, that's why he's like that. Please ignore it. I took a sip of tea because I was trembling. Yes, please feel free to speak openly with me as before. I don't know what news you've heard from whom, but I am just an ordinary citizen working at Seoul City Hall. Hyun suddenly coughed several times, and then Dai-Hyuk immediately seemed to lose her soul.
Could it be that you let our princess marry a civil servant from the city hall, Dad? Oh, that's him. Father and son are cold-hearted and ruthless entrepreneurs, but he actually allowed little Princess Ong to marry an ordinary citizen? Does that make any sense? Hold on a moment. Hai-un pushed up his glasses and coldly said, Mr. Lai, I apologize, but could you please overlook this matter? Du-run also quickly stood up. Okay, it seems like you two need some time to talk. Di-hu was unwilling, and his father snapped at him in a stern voice to maintain order. Then he asked, Did you hear anything from the head of the Hunter Bureau? Di-Haik looked confused. What news? Yun-yu explained again, the ultimate being attacking straight into the mind. Dai-Haik now hesitated a bit and said, I don't know who that person is, but I have heard of him. So what? And then Hyun-yu immediately lowered his voice and spoke each word clearly. Lai Do-jun is the one. He is Ong's advisor and an SSS-ranked figure in the exploration force. You idiot! Hearing this, the coffee in Jae-Hyuk's hand trembled and spilled. What? He's the one? Bool is having fun playing outside. Dad, higher please. Di-Haiti turned pale and stammered, So then, is my child about to die? Hai-un looked at her son. If he were that kind of person, I would have died 100 times over. After calming down, he said again, You need to apologize quickly and ask him to take good care of Ong. It's you who doesn't know anything. I hope he won't be disappointed in Ong. Un coldly said, knowing when to turn back and that your quick judgment and instincts are just like mine. So, you're planning to recruit him. He then said to his father, Dad, I'm not stupid. For someone who wants money, fame, and power like him to work for my daughter? If you do that, the relationship between the two might even get worse. But I was still hot-headed because he married my sister. Even having a child, I still didn't know. Un quickly said, No, I told you 100 times that's not how it is. Un says to his son, That girl is not your sister and she didn't marry Ong. If they got married, wouldn't the family know? Jiun then thought back and felt a bit happy. Hey, that's right, isn't it? Because she looked so much like Ong when he was little, I thought she was my biological daughter. Un also agrees. At first, my father was mistaken too. Still, having him as a son-in-law makes me happy. Today was so joyful that I took the chance to say, Dad has transferred all the shares and made you the director. But Hyun-yu didn't seem angry at all. This kid, I asked my son, but if we manage to recruit him, we'll get a lot of benefits. Why don't you try to figure it out? Dai-Huk felt a bit helpless. Dad, why do you keep checking on me like this? He held the teacup in his hand, feeling proud. Now Ong is by his side. Dad has nothing more to worry about. Akyung will be the one to connect with him on our behalf. And whether the connection brings any benefits or not, as long as the girl is happy, that's enough. As she just passed by, the girl called Hai-un affectionately. Hey, uncle. Then he immediately exclaimed, Oh my god! Has Arbol finished the tasks, kid? The scene shifts to the Hunter Association's artifact research room, where Yang Qian appears confused. What is this? Oh my god? Looking at the paper in his hand, he looked a bit confused. Why is it a resignation letter? The man looks dejected. I am too incompetent, so I plan to return to America. This person is also the director of the Research Institute. Yang Qian was panicked. Who said he was incompetent? Do you know how much effort we put in to recruit you? You are the youngest graduate ever from Harvard. Thanks to your research, the survival rate of hunters has increased by 27.35%, and their crisis responsibility is now 41.25%. Your work is excellent, so why do you say you're incompetent? He adjusted his glasses and said, Director, I am an analysis expert who evaluates which items work well together. Hoa handed over a report while speaking. But look at this. Yang Qian was surprised. Huh? What's this? Ho couldn't contain his emotions. Here, lie down. Who is this person? It took us a whole week to analyze an item. But the prediction written by this person in just 1 hour at the item retrieval point matches our analysis. How is that possible? Yang Qian just looked it over and couldn't help but exclaim, Pretty impressive, huh? But that doesn't mean his workload decreases if he follows what's written here. Ho Hyun feels like he's about to collapse. It's such a waste. We spend hundreds of millions on each analysis. What can I do to help here? Yang Qian hurriedly went to his town. Why did you say that? The results match a few times, but how can every analysis be so perfect among so many? Now Hoon's face suddenly became cunning. Then grant me a favor and agree immediately. Just tell me. Hand the report to Hoon with excitement. Let me meet him in person, that damn worm of a guy, right now. Otherwise, I will keep submitting my resignation, and Yang Qian has no other choice. All right, don't scare me anymore. Scene changed to another place. Now it's 9 o'clock in the morning. Yas sits leisurely on the chair, eating candy with one hand while holding something else, surrounded by everyone. Oh, it just yawned. How can there be such a cute animal? Despite the others constantly touching its face and pinching its cheeks, Yas kept watching the stopwatch intently. And finally, the time ran out. It's been 10 seconds. Looking at everyone, he nonchalantly makes his demand. Anyone who touches me will have to give more candies and snacks. I remember everyone's faces, so don't try to sneak away. If you don't hurry up and give me your food, everyone happily hands over their treats. So adorable. Here you go. Holding a bunch of delicious food in my hands, I couldn't be happier. Good, good. This is truly paradise. He smiles smugly. This is mine. I own it. Wait a moment. Isa is about to start calculating. But should I share with C and Bull? No. Selling is fine, but not giving. Bull doesn't know anything about money, so I can sell at a high price. Down overheard those evil intentions and couldn't help but punch him. Yas looks around with a shiver. Who's the bastard? If you keep this up, there won't be any pocket money left. He was so startled he broke out in a sweat as the owner quickly grabbed his trembling leg. He sighed and said, I was just joking. Just joking, please don't take all my pocket money. Meanwhile, Yang Qian hurriedly walked past. There you are. He appears delighted. You finally meet you, Kali. Dune steps forward. You arrived earlier than I expected. As I mentioned on the phone, Yang Qian immediately introduced him as Dr. Choi Hoon, a top world-class artifact researcher. June calmly replied, I know you well, but why do you want to meet me? Hohei immediately responded, You must be very busy, so I'll get straight to the point. I want to recruit you for our artifact research department. I even offered you the position of director of the research department. Yang Qian was surprised. Doctor, what are you talking about? I said, trembling in confusion. Me? Ho presented the report. I can sense the deep thought and effort behind this report. Perhaps you personally conducted the experiment by transferring mana into the body without using specialized equipment. I see your effort and intelligence. Please lead our research team, but I must also politely decline. I'm sorry, but I'm satisfied with my current position, Hoon replied. I understand. Someone could make perfect calculations without specialized equipment like you don't need us. As he spoke, he glanced over, so let me make a more worthy offer. Passion, enthusiasm, and genius. With someone like you who has these abilities, this invitation is very appealing. I secretly cursed myself. I don't have any of those things. Dr. Hoon shouted, That is the right to research byproducts and items from the 10,000 Dragon Demon book. Hearing this, Yang Qian was startled and almost vomited everything in his stomach. Yang Qian shouted, Wait a moment. Doctor, what are you talking about? Hoei added, Wrong is undeniable. They are the most studied subjects. Just a part of their body is enough to make you cover your mouth. And he continued, Lie. We will meet again later. At this moment, Yas suddenly spoke up, stopping him to let him continue. Hoan quickly felt touched and thanked him. As soon as Hoan looked at Yas, he immediately recognized him. Oh, you're the famous mascot of the city hall, huh? Your Lee's Bach was trembling. He immediately stepped forward. You're also curious, right? Yas immediately followed up. Yeah, I'm very curious. Ho-Hyun looks pleased. The monster's body part is considered a living disaster. You must be very curious about that ugly creature's body part. But S's face was pale and dark, and he smiled cunningly, perfectly calculated. Ho-Hyun immediately looked pleased. Oh, the scientific passion of a beast like this. Yang Qian once again silences him. Wait a moment, he stammered so much he was sweating. Mr. Lai, perhaps it would be better if we discuss this somewhere more private. Yas is still furious. Come on, tell me. Yang Qian was scared. Yes, I understand. Stop fussing, Director. I know what you're worried about. Then he turned to look at him again and said, Don't worry. I won't perform surgery on this pet because it looks interesting. Yang Qian started to panic. What? All right, let me start the lesson. He looked at Yas and shouted, We need to understand the power of the dragon bone and the dragon horn first. Down glanced at Yan. Are you in such a hurry to meet because of this person? He looked pale and uneasy, and there were a few other things as well. Shaking, he pointed at the doctor. So let's discuss the other matters first. It seems he's a bit distracted right now. Yang Qian looks a little confused. You want to leave that here? Now that you've finished imagining it, you're immediately panicked. Will all of Korea be leveled? He doesn't care at all because he's trembling. Who knows? I'll go book a meeting room now. Yang Qian stammers in fear. Wait a moment, please, Cao Lai. Even though Yas has been feeling increasingly annoyed, Hoon keeps talking. Now I will explain about the fused creature. At the same time, Cassie passed by and Big Brother Hawkus cheerfully said, I've already packed the food for Big Brother and the Master. I still have some side dishes with meat that the boss likes to pack. Duong Chut. Casey wondered aloud, where has the Master gone? And what are you doing with that humanity? Yas then said, I have a few matters to discuss with this friend of mine. His face became cunning as he told me about the items made from the body of the demon book. And his dream is to make items from my body. He said he really wants to get his hands on the first dragon's corpse. Now all three dragons are standing over there, each looking stunned. Tassi also can't hide his surprise. What do you dare to do? Big Brother, all three of us are filled with murderous intent. Our honorable king, how dare you? Hawk K's face darkened with anger, hearing you speak as if those dragon hunters from long ago were still around. Boone was stunned, so that's why I was like that? He immediately knelt down, and suddenly I couldn't breathe. Casey's fury surges as he channels his inner strength. You have brought back my memories from 1,000 years ago. The girl's eyes now resemble those of a demon. I will turn your body into fine dust, send your soul to hell, and cast everything into the hungry ghost space of the middle world. Everyone on this side suddenly knelt before me, trembling and surprising me. What are they doing? One of them took the initiative to speak. We are researchers under Director Choi Ho-Chian's command. Please lead us. But since June quickly declined politely, I am just an ordinary citizen of the city hall. The other person wouldn't give up. You are the author of the article, right? How come the draft already matches exactly with our research and experiments? That doesn't make any sense at all. Maybe the director tried to persuade you with materials from the Dragon Clan, and we came directly just in case you're not interested. Please guide us and help the director. With your participation, we can save hundreds of billions, not thousands of billions of state budget, and also double, even triple the survival rate of hunters. Because of my trembling and exhaustion, I asked the director to stop things like this. Then I took a deep breath and said, "There's one thing you need to prepare if you want to work with me." Everyone quickly replied, "We can handle it as long as..." But before he finished speaking, a loud crashing sound echoed. Now, seeing those people panicking and trembling from the shock, I calmly said, "I don't think you can handle this." I stood there calmly. My family can be a bit wild sometimes. Ayas has rushed over here and seems unable to hold back, grabbing Hoan's neck tightly. Down quickly glances over, still wanting to work with me. Everyone's faces now turned pale. "No, no problem. We can handle it ourselves." He trembled, then looked over at Waiche, and moreover, the director was lying on the ground, crushed and stammering. Yes, I am here." Laidu immediately followed and said directly, "They are my family. They won't attack humanity first. But if they act, they must have a reason. And I don't want to hear anyone say anything about making items for my family members." Hearing this, Yang Qian was momentarily terrified and fainted again. I was trembling, then turned back. "Since you understand now, we're heading home." "It seems like you're still not satisfied." "We've only just begun." But the girl didn't argue this time. He understood. The master is just as annoyed. I wanted to play a little longer, but this is enough. Before leaving, he didn't forget to turn back and warn, "What happened to Ma is over, but if you mess with my lovers, you're dead." As soon as they spoke, their eyes blazing with murderous intent, they immediately rushed towards down. "Why would the master go without you tonight when it's braised ribs for dinner?" He hurriedly followed. "Please let me go with you." When they left, Yan's people were lying unconscious on the ground. He trembled and said, "From now on, we must absolutely stay away from Lai's family at all costs." He is the type of person who would slap the face of the King of Hell to protect his family. Suddenly, the King of Hell sneezed loudly. He looked at the memorial and wondered, "What's going on? Who's reminding me?" As he spoke, he looked over here. Which King of Equality? King Yama carefully advised to watch out. Lido's nervous kids will soon arrive at the checkpoint we oversee, so remember to take care of them. Ping din ngama tam ha hukmom. Is he telling me to break the rules? King of Hell raised his voice. "Are you listening?" Equality silently wondered. He didn't even tell me what he discovered in the middle world. What advice did he get from the Earth adventurer? The King of Hell spoke loudly again, saying, "I will judge them more strictly and fairly." The King of Hell repeated his words. "Equality, are you listening to me? Remember, today's competition is for the people of Earth to pass." The King of Equality frowned and shook his head repeatedly. "Absolutely not." King of Hell was a bit annoyed. "What did you say?" "Oh, I forgot to explain who Laidu is, huh?" Then he said, "Look, this is part of a mythological creature's body, yet the person named Laidu was defeated with just one strike." The King of Equality frowned deeply. Could it be that this part of the mythological creature's body is actually the bribe he received to collude with them? King Yama is annoyed. "Hey, what nonsense are you talking about?" Equality immediately became angry too. I knew it would be like this. He was annoyed. Recently, a mortal met his end, but was saved again because of this, right? You dare to break even the forbidden rules? That's unacceptable. I will personally go down to Earth and make that bastard Laidu understand his place. Are you talking to your superior like that? Are you tired of living? And when did I accept bribes? If you know who that person is, then wait. King of Hell's face is cunning, but I still need to confirm how strong that person is. I'm too hesitant to go myself, so I might as well send him instead of the little one. Even if he causes some trouble there, as long as it's not a bad thing, at worst he'll just write a report. Immediately, the King of Hell changed his attitude, thinking that perhaps it was because I hadn't explained things clearly. Even though I always work diligently in silence for the common good, how could everyone know that? How can a sparrow understand a white crane? Both of them secretly feel annoyed. It's really unpleasant to hear about. Then the King of Hell handed over a piece of paper and said, "This is the address. Try going there to see how hard I've worked day and night to understand the matter." The King of Equality then replied, "Yes, I understand. Who could be here?" But the knocking kept going non-stop, making him annoyed. "Who the hell is it?" Junhai quickly responded, "Yes, I'm coming." I will shout. Weekends are precious, and it's still early morning. If you're a scammer, you're dead meat with me. Even if my master beats me to death, I will fight to the death with you. Equality stands outside the door, cupping his hand to his mouth and coughing. Yas looks at him in confusion. Who's afraid? Ben Dong just acts like he's walking into an abandoned house. Is this some kind of pet that doesn't know manners? Is this the home of the guy named Laidu? Yas still doesn't understand what's happening, huh? He started to get annoyed by those words. The guy named Laidu is a worm. Then Yas shouted, "How dare you speak disrespectfully?" That is my master, so Junhai quickly went up and hugged him when he saw him lose his composure. Long, stop it. He's also older, so there's no need to be afraid. Moreover, judging by his outfit, he doesn't seem like an ordinary person. He glared over. He's not normal. I mean, is he a crazy guy? Junhai then quickly spoke up. Sorry, sir. I think you came to see my father. Please come in. I wonder why I keep feeling like I just got insulted. Junhai added, my father is busy and not at home. Please have a seat. Casey, who just came out, immediately asked in surprise. Who does he think he is? Y quickly replied. She happily accepted equality with Junhai, a well-behaved child unlike your father, and was brought over here. The two dragons on this side were trembling with anger, and that bastard still dared to order Junhai around. Who does he think he is to treat the young master like that? Y pouted. Shouldn't Junhai have kept him out of the house? What if there's danger? She calmly asked. Why would I be in danger? He listened in helplessness. Oh my god, master, how do you raise your daughter like this? Junhai explains, think about it, we have Long at home, the second strongest in the universe. She pinches his cheek affectionately and says, isn't he the second strongest in the universe? Yas is very pleased with this statement. Yes, that's really true. Junhai seizes the opportunity and says, so Long, the second strongest in the universe, help me with the chores and cleaning. He's so enthusiastic that he just leaves everything to Mai. Finally, it's all settled. Junhai breathes a sigh of relief. But as soon as I saw Ouroboros Pingdang, I was surprised by this snake. And as he looked at him, he could tell this was the state snake. Bindang then turned to Junhai and asked, is this your state snake? It's like a lifeline. It must never be separated from the body. She quickly replied, oh, that's my father's, Bindang said, while gently stroking the snake. Huh? Is that why he's trembling? He left it at home and didn't bring it with him? Honestly, King Yama, even someone as unruly as you turning black is quite something. Snake in the Ouroboros state, why are you black? Black is absolutely infinite. The origin of the new central area can only have this color. Junhee introduced, this kid's name is Kyuung. Long said he's actually an Ouroboros. Hearing this, Bindang was stunned with his mouth wide open. What? Is it really Ouroboros? Both of these dragons here are stunned. Is he really that scared? It seems so. Bindang, losing his composure, rushed over and grabbed Junhai's shoulder. Are you saying this is his snake form, Laidu? No? Are you trembling, your majesty? He is now burning with rage. Hey, if you dare to touch Junhai, you're dead for sure. Bindang was startled, quickly turned away, blocking the energy with his hand, wondering if it was the Dragon King Yes. Oh, you know me? You knew and still dared to act disrespectfully in front of me, and you even called the owner this guy, or that guy. Pingy trembled with shock and confusion. Is the person named Laidu really the owner of Ouroboros and also keeps the Dragon King Yas as a pet? Yas is annoyed. I'm not a pet, just so you know. Dune immediately appeared from behind. That's right. It's not a pet, but family. Equal and lying on the ground, everyone still casually greets each other. Dad, when did you get back? I just saw you arrive. Dad came all the way here, but no one recognized him. Yas was stunned and confused. Sir, I haven't broken anything. Casey is just pretending. That's right. We are only assigned to protect the young master. Junhai nodded with a slight smile. Good job. From now on, rely on you to protect Junhai. Yas cheerfully. Yes, you're so annoying. He hugs Down's leg and asks for some extra pocket money. Seer sighed. Oh man, I really give up on Ro. Down also quickly agreed. All right. This time you did very well. Ben Din immediately sat up, and Lord Laidu hesitated. You glanced casually. Oh, you're awake now? Equal quickly bowed his head. Yes, I apologize for thinking you were the one accepting bribes. Yas is still hanging around, joking. Hey, look, master, still playing with your little fairy. Equality's serious face. May I speak with you privately? I asked nervously. Sure, I don't know what you want to talk about. Oh, I hear Yas shouting in my ear, master. A few days later, in the midterm evaluation area on the 7th floor of the Central Zone, Kang Hyun looked around and then said, be careful, everyone. This challenge judge is one of the Central Zone managers. The Underworld King truly rules this testing area under the authority of the King of Equality. And now, seeing them all equal, he coldly said, are you the contestants from the border region? Kang Hyun quickly replied, yes, we want to participate in the challenge. Then he raised the certificate and loudly announced that Him, the evaluator of the 7th floor in the Central Zone, had passed the test. All three stood below, each looking bewildered. Huh? Kang Hyun still doesn't understand what is happening. He continues to ask why the evaluation area on the 7th floor of the Central Zone. According to their understanding, everyone says this place is hell. Hell itself, where even the tutorial is just like a child's toy. If even the strongest buyout gang on Earth cannot overcome it, the planet risks being destroyed by the Central Zone swallowing it up. That's why this moment is one the entire world must watch. Everyone was excited, quietly wishing they would win. The King of Equality looks serious. The participants in this challenge, are a bit afraid of Junion in this challenge. They fight fiercely no matter what. Kang Hyun glances at him. His neck is thick, but why is he trembling? And now the King of Equality loudly declares that there are no more challenges. Everyone has passed, and the big screen here clearly shows his words. And this statement shocks the entire planet. How is that possible? Equality holds up the evaluation paper, explaining why you passed without taking the test. Let's see. First, the overall rankings for tutorials 24, 32, and 27. Your performance is outstanding. Transition to another location, special guest Hutala Lin Vuong. She thinks that God Do Run's team is so bad that their performance should be called trash level. Jia Kim hears this and gets angry. What kind of trembling are you talking about? The monsters caught in the central area include Tuka Ka. Eus is on the second floor. Moving to another location, on the third floor, we will eliminate you. Damn it. Fucking hell. Benny Yang was reading and evaluating, and he also discovered more than 10 hidden P's. Truly top-notch. Tuit Law said. That's also Lord Dodu's group. Benny Yang continued speaking, so by him is qualified to pass the test without taking it. Standing on the stage, he announced loudly and officially. Not only the three of them, but the audience on this side was also in awe. After regaining their composure, everyone cheered loudly in joy. Let's celebrate and have a good time. Run Yon sighs. Honestly, he's so proud now, the results are just too clear. What's so surprising? Ikkyo is speechless. You're such a sourpuss. Kang Hyun is overjoyed. So we've overcome the challenge. You all worked hard. Junion said again. I guess I need to rest for about a month. Akung also agreed. Honestly, I also want to take a little break. Kang Hee-hun happily hugs the other two. It's a done deal. Let's relax now, both of them said happily in unison. Oh, over here. Kiriel is also checking the results on her phone. You guys are pretty good, he said afterward. But the real hell starts from the 8th floor, guys. The news here keeps updating. Bios has passed the midterm assessment on the 7th floor, so now the ranking of the central area can be determined. And the reporter begins reading the results. First place is Impel Hem, 14th is Kirel. He would be so excited to hear that. Seeing me now would definitely make him lose his mind. I'm the most handsome in the central district. As soon as I finished speaking, a female student recognized me. Hey, isn't that Kirel, ranked 14th in the city center? He just heard that and felt proud. Is it finally happening? How can this handsome face be hidden? But the harsh truth is, the girl beside him replied with a squint. Right? That's the beggar. The two of them have been discussing the bastard who's been bullying handsome Hakas all day. Really? Kiriel is badly hurt. Anyway, I'm 1,000 times better than Hakas. And the two of them left annoyed. See, isn't he just so mean? He's really a total psycho. He also looks at him. Kiriel still isn't satisfied. It's so frustrating. If they were in the central area, they'd be dead meat. He looked at his phone idly, daring to treat me, someone who's both resilient and noble like that. The news is shifting again, and we have an important update. The 15th floor in the central area is said to be where you can obtain a supernova star to become a supernova at Li Down's house. King Bin Dong was overwhelmed hearing this. Isn't he still not a super being? Is he only now reaching the 15th floor? No wonder I didn't see your name on the super elite ranking. If that's the case, I'd better pay a visit there. Do Run calmly sipped his coffee. Yes, that's right. I secretly think he's been coming here a lot lately. Bin Dang then said, collecting supernova stars is not difficult for you. Do Run. Then Bin Dang looked at you again. Lord Down, if you want to obtain supernova stars, you'll have to prove yourself to Hasantara. So June asked again, do I have to be careful with Hasantara? Bin Dang hesitated. Oh, I mean, he's a bit cocky, so I hope you'll go easy on him. Are you surprised? Bin Din said, but he's not a bad guy. Yas calmly continued. If he's arrogant, he needs to learn his place for daring to challenge the master. Everyone's eyes are now focused on him, making Yaz a bit startled. Why do they look at me so fearfully? All three shook their heads repeatedly. No, it's nothing. Really nothing. He is furious. What exactly is going on? Everyone keeps hiding it again. There's nothing to see. What? Are you going to say it or not? The scene shifts to the competition area, where Hasantara is yawning repeatedly. He mutters to himself. Lately, no one has come to join the challenge. So boring. They're all just weaklings like snails. At this moment, Tusitala arrived from afar, arrogantly looking at Hasantara. Hey, you! He swung his arm. Where did the mosquito fly out from? At the same time, Tatala was immediately shoved away, and she angrily shouted, You bastard! How dare you do this? Do you want me to confirm you want to attack me, huh? Hintara said. Oh, Titala, is that you? What's the matter that brought you here? She snapped, annoyed, because I had to come personally due to an important matter. He looked at his hand, then asked again. An important matter? Hintara immediately felt excited. At last this day had come. He gritted his teeth and asked, Do you want to challenge me? Tusitara felt disgusted. How could a filthy person like him become the gatekeeper of the 15th floor? Drawing his sword, Hasantara shouted, What else? Because I possess superpower, of course. As he said this, he brandished his weapon. Tusitara's face paled. I have no intention of fighting with you at all. A person named Lie Down will join the challenge soon. Don't bother making a face. Just open the door. He looked confused. What do you mean? Hasantara's gaze also turned cold. As a judge, how could she ask me to commit such an immoral act? He looked at her and also felt annoyed. Are you crazy? Tutela hesitated. It's not because of that. But Hantela immediately interrupted. You even used spiritual language and threatened him with internal energy. Have you been bought and gone crazy? I no longer care about justice or fairness. I've completely fallen and become corrupt. Tu sneered. I told you so. I warned you beforehand. Hintala swung his sword fiercely at her, asking what game she was playing. She dodged annoyed, saying talking to a brainless muscle like you is pointless. Ha! I just said that while wildly swinging my sword. How dare you? Tuzita confidently dares. Why should I hold back? Before leaving Joe, I didn't forget to mock. Just wait. The terrifying man saw Tatala fly away and shouted loudly to stop him. Heintila's voice echoed from hell. The one called Lie Down. Does it dare to bribe the supervisor? I don't care who he is, but he's got the wrong person involved. That Lidu Run guy definitely needs to be taught a lesson. Over here, those two dragons keep on complaining. Sister Junhai has already prepared the meat. Sir sighed.
Rốt cuộc, cậu ấy vẫn cứ làm mọi người bực mình thật đấy.
The girl turned to Do Run to explain. Sir, Ro is not angry with you. Down casually glances over. It's okay, sir. I understand. Heintala growled as soon as he saw you. You finally arrived. Your hands are trembling. You bastard, disgusting criminal. No need for words, you're out for good. Because of the surprise attack, Yas immediately panicked. Huh? But who would have thought that out of nervousness, he would use him as a shield? Casey was startled, standing still with her hand covering her mouth. Do Run coldly warns Long Long, you still have to take part in the challenge, don't kill him. He's annoyed, can I just grind him to dust? Do Run casually replied, do you listen to me or not? Y pouted, of course I've grown up. Do Run teasingly said, so what if I do that? Then immediately afterward he said, if that's the case, I permit it. But Cassie still worriedly warned as he rushed forward. Be gentle. Ha sneered. You coward, did you push Pet to attack first? Over here, Issa has already started rushing forward with another move. He's just watching you use your pet as a shield to escape, isn't he? Ha Shintala then said, if you know what's good, I will spare your life. As he punched him hard, he said, who is Pet? Chết nè, liền tức bị cây rùa nhỏ kia quạt vào mắt. Haintala kêu khổ. Thú cung quay di Mayas lạnh giọng ngắm chặt mồm vào chuẩn bị tiếp dọn nha. Cũng khống la rằng mỗi lần lộn trốn vào nhau dậy. Giờ dậy Haintala mới nhận ra, khoan ra, ngôi là Rose Isa rồi sao. Thô phao một hồi, xong vụ này ê ẩm. Phải biết Haintala thì ngô ngạc. Khoan ra, giờ dậy ông ta nằm trên rất kêu khổ. Cự dẫn này ta sẽ chết mất. Con lau mới chết ruột nha, cứng. You bastard, I don't know what tricks you've pulled to buy Yas, but I will never submit. I'm trembling with uncontrollable anger. Bribery? You must be itching for a fight, huh? You will never get the superstar, will you? Then he saw the system snake coiled on Dorun's hand. It was Hasantala stammering in color. Black means it's impossible. The two dragons immediately covered Du's ears again, as if they were too used to this. Heintala quickly knelt down. Could it be that you are the master of Roch? Then he immediately bowed again. I truly was blind. Please forgive me. I humbly present to you the supreme star, forged from the power of Uroboros. Casey and Eus look down on this guy. Is he crazy or what? Afraid? There are always a few crazy people everywhere. Yas sighs, everyone's crazy except for me. Cut to another scene, Jinu looks pale and stammers. This time during training for sure. Hai Dung, quick-witted, planning to confess? He got so angry that he kept shouting, whatever. Junhee was quietly suffering, and before you knew it, it was already the third year, about to graduate. If I graduate, I'll probably have to leave home. The two dragons look on with worry. Why do you look so wealthy just for hanging out? Be a bit more refined. Yas guesses, you're not thinking about having to leave home if you graduate, are you? Casey slaps her face in disbelief. But as soon as he saw Junhee sigh, he was startled. Wow, is it really true? Sire is always criticizing. When it comes to strength and being rude, Rot is definitely the best. The most unfunny in the world, no one can match her. Hai Dung then looked over at her. Run Hai here. She takes out a bottle of alcohol from her bag. Tonight then, okay. Hong Jinshu quickly shouted in fear. Junhai is innocent, don't try to seduce me randomly. Hai Dung glances over and smirks slyly. Are you not wanting me to give you a treat tonight? Jinshu was stunned. Huh? That matter, Yas quickly scolded. This kid. He didn't hold back and hit the opponent really hard. Who do you think you are to even dream of Run Hai? Yas then shows his annoyance, snatching the bottle of alcohol and saying, this is confiscated. H Dung, are you confused? Then she immediately pouted. Run Hai, your dog is so fierce, huh? Yas shouted loudly, being rude. Seer was also scared. Just then, the driver loudly announced that they had arrived and everyone should get off the vehicle. Before leaving, Minhook reminded everyone not to forget our main goal of controlling the cracks. He also said that if it gets too difficult, just send an SOS signal to us. Yas looks down on him. Weak and pathetic, but always trying to act tough. Junhai quickly reminded him, Long Long, please don't be so harsh. A weak rancor in Yas's eyes is still at the top level of the world, like Min Hugh. Over here, he's feeling down. Guiding rookies like this isn't fun, but Lord Lai Run asked, so I have to do it. Quickly rallying his spirits, Minhook shouted, let's finish early and get to work. Everyone shouted together loudly. While everyone else started working, Sir and Isas still relaxed lying in the sun. She worried, Rot, should we help the young master? He immediately asked back. To survive in this brutal world, you have to learn to overcome challenges. Issa paused for a moment, then said, look at Junhai. You can't help but praise her. She's doing very well. She quickly shot her attack at one of the monster's eyes, but immediately after, two more large monsters appeared behind Junhai and launched a simultaneous attack on her. At this moment, Ayas's expression changed, and before Junhai could even regain his composure, Ayas's huge flames erupted. Jinu instinctively shouted in fear, "Junhee, are you okay?" Haidung looked on confused and quickly asked, "Junhai, what technique are you using?" She forced a smile and said, "I don't really know either." Yas here is confident, just helping a little now and then is enough. Casey also breathes a sigh of relief. These moments are really intense. Yas still hasn't responded all this time. Seer glanced over again, but as soon as she looked, she immediately startled. "Look, Ro," she was startled and quickly grabbed the bottle of alcohol. "The memory has been restored. You definitely can't drink alcohol. He actually seems uncooperative. Let go." As soon as he was a little drunk, he finally transformed back into a human. Ye happily laughed with delight. Casey is scared and can't do it. Drinking reveals your true form. But it seems it's already too late. That's right, he didn't get to eat meat yesterday either. He looked up and roared in frustration. "Why didn't you make me a side dish with the meat?" Sarah forced a smile. "Well, I guess I have no choice. If the owner finds out, Ro is definitely doomed." Watching the big flames rise, she could only pray silently. "Farewell, Rot. I will never forget the time we've had. Not only the monsters, but everyone there was stunned. What's with H going stiff like that? Could it be an SSS level monster appearing?" Jinsu also couldn't speak. "We need to get out of here quickly. Jun H, over here." Minhu also turned pale. Could it be? His inner thoughts secretly troubled him as he guessed that Lady Do-run came here with Dragon Root. Thinking of this, Minhook hurriedly ran over. But why is everything suddenly in chaos? Yas is crying and screaming. "Give me some meat." As soon as Minhook saw him, he was terrified. Wait a moment, why exactly is Lord Longvuong? Before he could finish speaking, a bottle of wine was accidentally thrown and hit him on the head. Yas kept crying and screaming, "I don't need anything in this world." He looks like he's heartbroken. "I only need the owner and Junhai. The others are pouring everything out." Casey looks grim. "Probably it's been a long time since we last met. Seeing this is quite frightening. Use your inner strength and shout out loud. Come here, my brothers. I summon all of you. We will dominate the world." A loud sound echoes. "All the meat in this world belongs to me." At the same time, two figures rise up from beneath the ground. "Your Majesty the Dragon King, did you summon us?" Isabel said cheerfully. Bishop Isabel of the Dragonic Church has arrived as summoned by her master, while the young man beside her also bows respectfully. The first disciple, Rizago, is also present. Rizago whispered to Cassier, "What's going on?" She frowned. "Why is it not someone else but Isabel?" He was surprised. "Why isn't Cass responding to me?" "Don't gossip in front of the master." Quickly channeling her inner strength, she said, "I, Isabel, will use this sword to destroy your enemies, Isa." With a cold gaze, she swung her hand, cutting down everyone without leaving a single survivor. Yas, clearly drunk, is satisfied. Well done, well done. Casey was panicked. Wait a moment. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he spoke loudly. "Come on, swing your sword. Cut them all down." Now, Isabel raises her sword. "The enemy of the master. Everyone who dares to show their teeth in front of the master must die." Kasi looks at the opponent. Rago quickly responds, "Why do you ask? If it gets Rot, then it's a lost cause. And now with Isabel causing chaos, what will happen if the master finds out?" Rizago calmly said, "As long as you don't get hurt, it doesn't matter what happens. Casey coldly told you that the young master is also here." Rizago smiled brightly, saying, "Well then, the chance of getting hit and breaking bones is 100%. Casey then asked, "So what should we do?" He quickly replied, "I pray for a less painful death." She angrily punched the opponent hard and kept talking nonsense. "Hurry up and stop them." This punch sends Rizago straight into Isabel's face. Ouch! The pain hit her so suddenly that she hadn't even had time to steady herself, and eventually blood started to flow from her nose. Ouch! Isabel shouted angrily, "What are you doing?" She pointed her sword at Rizago. "You don't know that I was summoned to deal with Lord Isa's enemies. Our master, huh? You're scared. Hey, wait a minute. If Isabel acts like that, how dare you, someone who is supposed to be loyal to the church, to stop me?" Now, Isabel's eyes burn with a fierce glare. "You must be executed." Huh. At the same moment, Yas immediately rushes forward. "The light fight? Whoever wins will join our side." Before our side could finish speaking, a powerful internal force suddenly struck his face. Isabel's face paled. The master. Rizago is also trembling with fear. This time, we're doomed. Seer breathes a sigh of relief and then smiles with satisfaction. Isaac's eyes look like those of a corpse, smoke billowing from his body. Isabel runs over affectionately from afar, and the owner quickly adjusts his face, asking Yasko nervously, "Are you okay?" "Please forgive me, I accidentally did it." Rizag also ran out of words. "Well, there's no need to justify this. You're going to get hit anyway." Now Yaz, annoyed, shouted loudly, so Rizag just stood beside him and spoke for himself. Since he values Ice Bell, he'll probably go easy. "Hey, wait, could it be that only I am like a strike from the heavens?" After a while, Yas suddenly grew even more formidable. Yas is satisfied, finally sober a bit. Isabel is so moved she starts to cry. As expected of my master, hit by a blow and not even flinching, still majestic and imposing. "Huh, Isabel, why are you here?" She quickly responded as well. Yes, the master called me to kill the traitors. Are you surprised? Kill the traitors? Casey quickly said. That's right, Rose called them here. Thanks to that, the young master and the other students almost lost their lives. Y was terrified. Huh? Did I really do that? I'm not involved. It was Rot who drank and caused the trouble. Issa coldly said, I guess I have to write a review. Casey also replied, do you think that's all? Could it be a curse? No, you're almost at the door of death. He was so scared he hugged his head and sat down. I'm doomed. Sia finally spoke up. Ross still wants to live, right? Then listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Isabel sneered, her expression full of disgust. She pointed ahead, and a very dangerous enemy suddenly appeared here. Rot quickly took care of the monster without leaving a trace. Yas was stunned. Huh? Seer glared. If the rumor that Rot drinks and causes trouble reaches the students, we're definitely doomed. Do you understand now? Yas immediately realized. Just telling Junhai and the owner should be enough, right? Seer continued. No, it's just to reassure the teachers and students. You shouldn't and can't lie to those two. Lying about small things will lead to lying about big things. Does Rot really want to become the little shepherd boy who always lies? Doesn't anyone believe what Rose says anymore? There's nothing more you can do. All right, I understand. Immediately after, Ayas felt a bit confused. Oh no, how am I supposed to talk about this with the other students now? Casey sighed, say we would be suspected immediately, and told him to speak. Rosago happily hit his head, thinking it would wake him up. She's annoyed. A light hit would have been enough to kill her. Just a gentle touch. Min Hyuk over here is still loudly reading the rules. So, can everyone hear clearly now? A huge monster appeared earlier. It was beyond my ability to handle. The Dragonic Church team took care of it. Casey ordered, and everyone clapped. The crowd buzzed with conversation. So, if the fire from earlier was so powerful, did they save us from death? Junhai, are you okay? This dog's peak is too much. Yas still feels dizzy. Casey, I need something to cure this hangover. Please be more perceptive. Junhai here seems completely helpless, but all she can do is sigh. Issa glances over, probably thinking Junhai isn't angry. Casey continued, still angry, but probably letting this one go. Isabel also chimed in, saying, That's right, so worship my master. To serve that purpose, we must bring everyone there. Casey then asked, Huh? Hey, wait a minute. Rosago was startled. Where are you planning to go? Isabel immediately summoned her power afterward. We have to go to the Dragonic Church to pay our respects to our Lord Issa. Ia sighed bitterly. Junhai won't let this slide, Casey adds, still questioning. Junhai's face here is stiff, while Jin seems to be extremely excited. Junhai, I will protect you. She was stunned. What is going on? Scene transition at the Dragonic Church headquarters. As soon as she arrived, Isabel loudly declared, Attention, our one and only noble god. Everyone bow sincerely to our true guardian deity. Everyone was amazed and in awe. What is this? It looks just like that red Uncle Quatch. Where exactly are we? Y asked softly, scared. I don't dare look at Junhai Lun. How is the situation? She immediately replied, Why else would I ask? And looked at Junhai's face for a judgment, her expression exactly like when she was forbidden from eating meat and had her allowance cut. Yas sighed. Damn it, this time I'll have to write a confession for breaking my arm. Casey replied, I might have to write the rest of my life. Isa then looked at Cassie again. Yes, destroy it. Huh? I told her to destroy it. She's a bit worried. She might tear me apart if she does. Iase remains calm. Don't worry, she won't do anything. I will cast a spell to erase the memory now, but Seer disagrees. That spell could turn an ordinary person into a complete fool. Yas ruffles his hair in frustration, thinking you don't want me to just sit here and wait for death, right? At that moment, Casey suddenly speaks up, saying, How about Rot, or we cook something for them? She looked at everyone's expressions and then said, They must be hungry. Yas was annoyed. Cooking something now? Are you crazy? She calmly replied, Listen to me. After all, this was caused by Isabel, not Rot. If Rot takes care of the students now, maybe he will be granted leniency. He hesitates. Are you sure it will work? Casey said, using the excuse of going to get food to stop the lecture and take the opportunity to persuade Isabel. What does Rot think? Maybe if we do that, the young master will be merciful and speak up for us. In the end, you finally listened. Maybe that's the way it is. That's right. I need to win the students over to atone for my mistakes. At this moment, Sia quietly had her own thoughts and apologized. But there was truly no other way. Isabel continued her lecture diligently on this side. At the same time, a strong student loudly asked, When will we stop listening to these lectures? Min Hee-wok was startled and fell silent. Isabel began to gather her inner strength. How dare you look down on the great trial of the master? Then, Yas's voice rang out. Come on, bring the rice pot over, he cheerfully said. I guess everyone's hungry now. Let's eat a little and then continue studying. Casey whispers, hurry up and be quick. Yas quickly added, I know, don't worry. Then he walks up to her, and as your devoted Isabel, I offer this small gift in gratitude for your hard work. Please accept it quickly. Isabel was overwhelmed with emotion. Did the owner personally cook this dish to give to us? Immediately, Isabel shared the food with everyone. Eat it all, and not a drop must be wasted. Everyone looked at Toe's food in his hand, all of them amazed and starving. What? Seeing the food in everyone's hands, they all turned pale. What is this? The students couldn't hold back and collapsed to their knees. Teacher, do they still not cook prison rice like this anymore? Min Hyuk looked confused. Huh? Isabel stomps her foot down hard. If you dare to waste even a drop, you will be punished immediately. Seeing Isabel's commanding presence, everyone was trembling. Teacher, save us. Then, as if there was no other way, Min Hyuk clenched his teeth and straightforwardly poured the entire bowl of food into his mouth. Immediately after, Min Hyu ate while trying to reassure himself, which was quite painful. He paused for a moment, then turned around to face the students. Listen to me, if you don't want to die, eat up. CIA comes over here, little master. Come here for a moment. Junhee also hurriedly asked, so long? Long is accepting responsibility now? She hesitated. It's not that, actually. But then suddenly, the sound of vomiting echoed, startling both of them. Seeing everyone lying motionless on the ground, Junhee cried out in distress. What is going on? And hurried over to check on her friend while shouting loudly, Long, what are you up to now? Isa is scared. It's not me, Junhee. I didn't do anything. Sierra interrupts to explain that even the young master knows Rose's cooking skills are now at a highly toxic level. This poison can cause trauma to the human brain, leading to temporary memory loss. Junhee then asked, why did they eat the food cooked by Long? Did you say you poisoned your friends? Isabel shouted loudly. You dare! Casey's frantic scream echoes out. Rose, annoyed, please stop that crazy Isabel. Because Rose was drunk and caused this mess, but she really has gone crazy. IAS said coldly, glancing at the other person. Now shut up. Isabel pouting. Yes, just a moment. Casey then turned to Junhee, the young master. There truly was no other way but to make them forget. With that, your actual tour can continue smoothly. Junhee felt a little touched when she heard this. Junhee sighed in despair. Surely Long fed them without thinking. But since Sierra is forgiving, this probably won't affect her health, right? She quickly confirmed. Of course. Junhee then said, hurry up and clean up. I won't tell Dad. Both dragons cheerfully said, yes, thank you, Junhee. Although everyone forgot, the trip ended well. Meanwhile, at Dojun's house, a distressed voice was heard. What should I do now? Inside, Dojun and Byun are sleeping soundly. Ikyung looked on blushing as Lord Do trembled. Ikyung wondered to herself, how should I wake them up now? Soon after, that little girl finally stirred faintly. Unun is awake? As soon as she saw Ikyung, she immediately stood up. Mom, come back. Ikyung reaches out to pick up the girl. When Unun calls, of course I have to go right away. Unun is very sad. Everyone has gone to training, so Dad is just sleeping all the time. Ikyung glanced at him, feeling strange. It's the first time she saw him sleep so soundly from trembling. Ikyung then happily said, let's make something delicious for Dad. Bai was delighted. Yes, let's make something delicious. And so, the two of them went into the kitchen together, leaving Daeun to sleep there. The reason you are not waking up is because a malfunction occurred within Dejun's subconscious, awakening memories of a lost past. A voice then echoes, I am truly sorry, for I cannot win in this life. I will support you to win in the next. This item was prepared by Ouroboros itself. It is a high-grade treasure to ensure the connection in the next life. The person lying on the ground is caused by the tremors of the previous life during their last moments. You ask, will I be able to defeat that person in the next life? The girl said, if you absorb this and go back to the past, you can acquire a special skill to become stronger and likely win. Moreover, if you bring this to me, I will learn everything that has happened. Down opened his eyes. Is that so? It really is a special treasure. You said your current form isn't real. Do I know your name? The girl hesitated. I am Solo. At that moment, a voice echoed from the sky. Cecilia Solomo roared in anger. How dare you betray me? Do you feel your pride has been undermined? He raised his sword to send both of you to serve King Yama right away. Cecilia panicked. I will try to buy some time for you to absorb the treasure. And right after saying that, she charged towards Solomon. His power hit Cecilia directly, causing her to vomit a large amount of blood, and as she was thrown back, Down could only watch helplessly. But I can't just let her die like that. Now, I grit my teeth and channel my inner strength into what Cecilia just handed over. Seeing that source of power surge past Solomon was momentarily stunned. He sneered condescendingly. You're about to die, but you're still so formidable. Seeing that I have used a lot of strength, but the opponent remains unfazed, I start to worry. Solomon then immediately used his inner strength to heal himself. But it's nothing to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Solomon immediately leapt into the air again and swung his sword at Down. You just lay there watching the opponent attack you, and in Down's eyes, the image of Solomon's madness kept flashing back. Now the system sounds again, completing the fix and erasing the lost memories of the past. Feeling nervous, he drowsily wonders if he just had a dream about something. Right after, Byunin happily walks over. Dad, are you awake? Are you sleeping well, Dad? Down asked the girl with a bright smile. Are you awake now? Yes, I made some tucky-bookie with the ghost. Young also passed by. Lord Du has woken up. Seeing that you are deeply asleep, Bai and I took the opportunity to prepare some food. Du Run hesitated. Oh, thank you.
I should have prepared in advance. Bai Unan is being spoiled. I like cooking with you, demon. Dad, just rest. I was also a bit surprised by the trembling. Why did I sleep so long? Ikyong said. I went into the house without you knowing. You must be very tired lately. You look confused. You're fine. Someone entered the house without knowing, lost in thought and trembling. It seems there's something preventing us from waking up. Right after that, Bi Unan immediately grabbed Doon's hand. Let's go eat. I'm so hungry. But at the same time, Down's phone suddenly rang, and as he answered, Seer on the other end sighed. Master, I am calling to confess to you. Yas's voice echoes. Are you crazy? Why did you confess before even fighting? Hang up immediately. But then another call came in right after, this time from the hunter Kang Min Hugh. I just panicked and answered the phone by mistake earlier. I've cleaned up. Yes, I've finished everything, so don't worry and absolutely don't come here. Then Min Huk hurriedly turned off the phone. Wik Hyung felt a bit sad. You have to leave right away, don't you? I'll let you and Bi Unan eat the meal, so Bi Unan pouted. Does Dad have to go? Durun answers. But there's no need to go in person. Let a trusted person check it out. Bai hears Durun won't go. The girl looks visibly happy. Hakas quickly rushes over. So it turns out the trustworthy person Down mentioned was him. Then everyone sat down together to eat. It's delicious, Bi Unan replied. This is so delicious. Wai Kyung feels happy. Really? That's such a relief. Run sincerely thanks you, Kyung, to return the favor.
If I find the best quality artif, I will give it to you. Kyung felt shy because of that.
Please don't be so formal. I just wanted to do it. Bi Unan now also happily watches her parents being happy. Then she whispers to Kyung, Mama, if Bi Unan wants to have a sibling, she has to sleep separately. She was so startled she blushed. Bi Unan, who told you those things? The girl replied casually. Your friends at school told Bi that she would sleep separately while Dad and Mom sleep together. Kyung's face was as red as a gak fruit. The girl continued to make a suggestion. Dad and Mom should sleep together. Kyung hesitated and asked again, Where did you hear that from? The girl happily replied, My friends at school told me about it. Today I will hold Dad's hand while sleeping. Kyung blushes. Bai Unan, you can't do that. Her inner voice laments how could she hold hands with Lord Do-run to sleep. You trembled, then calmly asked if holding hands was enough to fall asleep. Hey! Kyung was startled. Huh? Bi Unan casually replied, Yes, that's right. Then she immediately stood up. In that case, Bi-un should sleep together too. The girl was surprised. Yes, Bai-un is supposed to sleep separately. You ask the girl, You don't want to sleep together? Bai Unan pouts. But Bi Unan also likes having a little sibling. Still looking surprised. Huh? You have a little sibling? Bi Unan speaks again. But if Dad prefers to sleep with Bi Unan, then I guess that's how it has to be. As she spoke, she pulled strongly on his pants while holding Bi Unan in her arms, looking at her nervously. Wai Kyung, can you quietly apologize, but do you think you could go along with what the little girl wants? Just until Bi Unan falls asleep. I was puzzled. Going along with Bi Un's wishes? The girl happily took her hand. Ma, let's go to sleep now. Kyung blushed. Fine then. Young's voice hesitates. Let's sleep together. Then both of them lie down together. Bai Unan in the middle pulls their hands together. Today, Dad and the ghost are sleeping together. The girl is excited to tell her new friends at school. Kyung asked, Do you really have to show off to your friends? Bai Unan calmly replied, Yes. It seems the girl was feeling tired, so she said she would sleep for a bit and then wake up to play again. After finishing, the girl lay down and closed her eyes. Wai Kyung was surprised. Bai, are you asleep yet? There's less than 10 seconds left. Then Young quickly sat up. Lord Do was trembling. But just like the trembling moments ago, Kyung fell asleep again. Wai Kyung smiled brightly, looking tired, and finally she told herself there was no other way. As I lie down, Kyung says, Be careful of any monsters suddenly rushing in. I have to stay and protect them. Cut to Yas. No way. He was annoyed. Why? The stern-faced monk shouted coldly. How could they be grilling meat in this sacred temple? Just eating vegetables is enough. Yas couldn't take it anymore and shouted loudly. They are being tested, and they need to replenish protein and fat. The protesting students are extremely intense. That's right, we've been under so much pressure, we've gone completely forgetful. I don't know if the pressure is related to the memory loss, but we're starving and need to urgently replenish our vitamin intake. But the monk remained determined, refusing to back down. Yas was annoyed, furious at himself. Now Kaser quickly said, This is the last resort, little lord. Hai shivered in surprise. Could it be that she then took out her phone and said, Master, this is serious. Right now Rose Yas glared over. Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly call the owner? Hey, you useless guy, stop him quickly. Minhu immediately obeyed and understood. Then he immediately snatched the phone. Casey, I'm sorry. And the conversation just now started from here. You don't need to worry. Everything has ended. Oh no, nothing's wrong. She was annoyed and said, The bastard dares to snatch my phone. Don't expect me to stay quiet, Min Hyuk threatened. If you know what happened, you won't be able to rest easy either. It seems C is also a bit hesitant. That thing, the two monks here also said that ferns or beans have plenty of protein, so there's no need to be so strict. Aren't the disciples still eating meat?
They're at that age where they should be growing up, so loosen up a bit. In the end, they finally gave in.
All right, I agree to let the students have grilled meat. Everyone is very happy about it. Hey, we get to eat meat now. Then he pointed to Yas and said, this one has to work for the temple to be allowed to eat. Is he confused? Junhai starts to flatter. Greatest genius Long Long, you can do it, right? We're all so hungry. Yas is pleased. The greatest genius here has to step in again. The monk then added, first fix the temple's roof, then repair the boiler room, clean the toilets, and sweep the front yard. Yas looks pale. All cleaning chores. Do they want me to do these myself? Junhai also started to threaten. Long Long, get to work already. He swallowed his tears. Yeah, it's fine. Although reluctant, the two people beside him also chimed in. Let me help Rot. I'll do my part too. Yas immediately replied. Of course, I had to say something. Down here, the students have already eaten the meat, and everyone cheers happily. Hooray! Even after eating, why do I still feel hungry? I don't remember what I did in the dungeon anymore. The monk at the temple doesn't seem pleased with him. Just one hole to fix, and he can't do it properly. Be quicker. He looks unwilling. After all, I am the big brother in the dragon circle. Maybe we should call Isabel again. A panicked voice echoes from this side. What trouble did Rot cause this time? Yas looked at the young man in surprise. Hakus arrived just in time. Quickly help me with this. Hakus looks terrified. Why did Rot fix the roof here? Even if my little shop collapses, he wouldn't bother to look. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately jumped onto the roof. Yas pouted. What? Are you here to pick a fight? I have to finish this first before I can have the grilled meat. If you won't help, then get lost. Hakus replied, it's not like I wanted to come here. The owner sent me. What should Rose do to please me? Yas begins to threaten. Is that how you want to keep it? Punch faster than the law. There's no owner here, and you're still messing around? Now Hakus is sweating, huh? Wait, what's so strange about that? Afterwards, Ayas was both eating cake and being pampered by the villagers. Don't mess with me. The two of them are enjoying it. The puppy can talk too. That's pretty amazing. They are talking to each other. The abbot here, is he saying this is a dog from the temple? Oh no, it's just a coincidence that I came here. I heard that the neighboring temple makes puppy-shaped products to sell, so they no longer need donations, right? Seeing the monk look surprised, the man immediately took out his things. Wait a moment. The abbot still doesn't understand the situation. The man fidgets for a while, finally wipes the sweat from his brow, then molds a bunch of Yas-shaped statues and asks, what do you think? Isn't it very cute? He looked at the clay statues and said, this will help restore the temple and assist the less fortunate people around here. But the harsh truth is that only about 10 products left to sell, all bearing the word warehouse. Going back to the past, a trembling voice echoes. Please go back quickly and definitely take this with you. Remember what I told you. Sorry for causing you to become like this, but you are my last hope. Before the words were finished, Solomon charged forward. Damn it, he's attacking her. Do you dare betray me? Cecilia was terrified. No. And then, she quickly gathered her inner strength to block June's attack. Although her power was somewhat weaker than Solomon's, Cecilia didn't give up, and her breathing started to become more rapid. Cecilia is terrified. No, she has already transformed back into her current body. It seems like she's dreaming, still repeatedly saying, no, I must bring him back. It looks like Cecilia is caught in a dream. Although she tried to wake up, there was no way to rouse her. Ayaz held out a large chicken bag in front of her, wondering, wow, this thing doesn't even wake her up? Everyone started to get excited. She's really awake now. Whatever. I'll just indulge myself later. But right after saying that, Cecilia's eyes immediately lit up. Fried chicken. Yas was also startled. Wow, I was so surprised. She was craving it so much she was drooling. What is it? For me? Seeing the box of chicken Cecilia liked, how did he know I was craving fried chicken and buy it for me? Yas pinched her cheek hard. Listen up, the master has something to ask you. You can eat only after you answer. Cecilia, impatient, asked quickly, and Down recalled the image he had dreamed of himself, saying, I have a feeling that girl is the girl from my dream. Then Down immediately asked Cecilia, have you ever met me before in the past? She looked a bit confused. Let's see, I'm not sure anymore. I'm a bit surprised because of the trembling. Really? I don't know if I am truly myself. He quietly thought that, although she didn't look much like her, he had a feeling she was the one. Bai interrupted, saying, those lines sound familiar, like something from a movie used to flirt with pretty girls. Wow, I thought so too. So, is the muse of the owner not this person but her? Hey, wait a minute. But she only cares about fried chicken and doesn't pay attention to her master at all. Cecilia felt disappointed. Fried chicken. Give me some fried chicken. Thinking of that, Yas felt a bit satisfied. Finally, the owner got kicked. Bai Unan frowned, showing displeasure, and then a powerful punch struck Ias's head. And so, the box of chicken in his hand accidentally fell into Cecilia's hands. Oh yeah, my fried chicken is here. Dawn looked at her and asked again. Hey, take another look. While eating chicken, Cecilia said, I don't know either. Still patient despite trembling. Try to remember. Immediately after, he asked, can you transform into a different form? She pouted and said, even lightning avoids food. I can do it. I still disguise myself sometimes when going out drinking.
Do-Run quickly went up to try it for me. Cecilia seemed to resist. I don't like it. Why do you keep bothering me like that? It's so annoying. Hearing this response, Do immediately took the chicken box back from her hand. Cecilia snapped angrily. Don't make me use force. But Yas warned, you're definitely doomed, sweetheart. Hearing this, Cecilia hesitated and looked over. Really? He replied casually. Yeah, in the end, it was probably just fear for her own safety. Cecilia then gathered her energy. All right then, Down still patiently waits over here. After just appearing, Cecilia eagerly asked, Are you done? Give me back my fried chicken. Yas irritably and rudely said, Let the master let her taste the hardships of life. Do immediately explained, This is the illusion I saw when capturing Queen Wen, and I feel that this is exactly her form at that time. Could it be that you fell in love because of this form? Bai also shouted loudly, Dad, are you going to abandon the ghost? Do-Run didn't answer them. He put his hand into his pocket, took out a piece of wood, and held it out to Cecilia. As Do-Run asked, Do you know what this is? Cecilia was surprised. Oh, so you're starting to wonder how I got this? Do-Run then presents a different item. So, do you know what this is? Cecilia exclaimed again. Huh? Is there even this as well? She pauses, her gaze fixed on Down with suspicion. Could it be that we are destined to meet? You're not really my type. He trembled, then asked her again, Do you know what they are used for? Of course I know. But why do you have these things? I quietly think, if I am right, that dream is my future, but I don't feel stronger than my present self then. Why does my future self seem weaker? Bai then also asked, Do you like that ant? Yas immediately shouted, I oppose it. It's clear she doesn't know how to cook. I oppose it. The girl also started crying. Bune hates Dad. Yesterday, Dad and the ghost held hands and slept together. Ugh, cheating. Yas said again. Master, even though I hit people and act impulsively, I would never cheat. Even if I get beaten to death, I will still endure it. Liu strongly opposes infidelity. Mom? Down quickly calms the girl down. It's not what you think. Because we knew each other before, that's why Dad asked that way. Bai sniffled. Really? There's only one nanny, right? She said kindly to Bai. Yes, our family is unique, and the girl is happy too. Yes. Now Dejun quietly wonders if only Solomon knows about this dream as the scene shifts to Ban's city. A loud, desperate voice rang out. Ban, you bastard! Solomon gritted his teeth in anger. The only possible reason for my being attacked at that exact moment can only be a traitor within our ranks. His eyes turned cold, and that person was none other than your damn bastard. Pointing at the shadow in front of Solomon, he shouted, You will be executed, Ban! Solomon clenched his hand around his neck and then said, Don't think dying is the end. I will make all your subordinates learn what it means to wish for death. Ban trembled with fear. Your subordinates? Are you planning to kill all those little brats? His eyes shining brightly. Solomon asked again, How can you touch those kids with such a low birth rate era? However, if you don't tell the truth, don't expect me to leave you alone. Ban hesitated. W. Dunkey knew where the Earth King was. Solomon was surprised. W. Dunkey, it's been a long time since I last heard that name. I must see with my own eyes after I humiliate your body. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately tightened his grip on Bon's neck, a painful scream echoing out. Everyone on this side was panicking. Why is it suddenly pouring rain? I'm soaked through. Kiri closes her eyes and quickly rushes inside. Hey, run out there, the rain is coming. The mischievous girl jumps up excitedly. The truth is revealed only after everyone goes inside. Wow. Bi-un looks up at the ceiling in shock. The roof is about to collapse. Little one, run now. As Yaz finished speaking, water from the roof suddenly poured down onto her head. All four young men here look terrified. Bi-unin sits quietly, seeming startled by being drenched in rain like this. Just regaining her composure, Bai started to feel sad and then pouted. Everyone was startled and rushed over. Please don't cry. If the young lady cries, I will be doomed with Lord Heavenly Demon. Writing 50 pages of self-criticism won't make up for this mistake. Look at this adorable sticker. Bai immediately shouted, I'm soaked. Yas and Kiriel hurriedly panicked. Oh my god, quickly soothed the girl. Hurry up, we need to fix the roof first so the water stops flowing. And immediately, everyone hurriedly got to work. Let me go get the materials. You guys bring the tools, hurry up. The girl is now sitting and crying loudly. Bai hates the rain. Dad, Mom, Long C, where is everyone? At that moment, a beam of purple light suddenly shot straight down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Bai-un immediately looked stunned and hesitated as he looked at Bon. Who is that? Ban looked stunned. Who are you? Where's W. Dunkey? The girl replied absent-mindedly. Where did everyone run off to? The girl sniffled. Bi-unin really hates getting wet. You guys and Long with Sir Bon are just hesitating. Don't cry. I hate those crybabies the most. The girl then looked at him again and pouted. Hate Bai-unin because Bai-un is naughty? Now Bi-un hesitates. Everyone leaves because Bi-unin is crying? Bo looks at the girl and also assesses that energy source as the true form of the mind realm. After the thorough cleaning, the children are the future of the world. I don't want to get involved with them. Damn noisy kids. Now he just snapped his fingers while speaking. I didn't mean it that way. Unen at this moment looked at her dry body in surprise. Then he looked up. Come on, I fixed the roof. Water won't leak anymore. Don't cry, girl. Unen finally stops crying. Her eyes also become cheerful again. She smiles brightly and says, "You're a good person." At that moment, she silently thought that the girl looked exactly like Cecilia when she was young, and Ba then took her hand. Uncle has helped Bion, so let me make you a delicious dish. He hesitated. I'll pass. I came to see the magic stall. Bai skillfully tiptoed. Do you like instant noodles? Then he continued, what is that? I'm not really interested in eating. Just call one key for me. Bai Unen still tries to persuade, but this dish is really delicious. Seeing the bowl of noodles in Ban's hand, I ask, don't you want to eat? The girl happily said, yes, Bai is not hungry. Try a bite right now. This dish is really delicious. Go ahead and eat it, please. Unen will do homework. Today, I have to practice dictation. He quickly lifts the noodles and slurps them up. That's pretty good. Bayun smiled brightly. Isn't it delicious, uncle? Looking at her notebook, he was curious. What is that? The girl immediately hesitated. The Korean writing, he hands the notebook to the girl who is delighted. Do you see how good Bi-un is? Here. Dad gazes at Bi-unen, speechless with wonder. Switching to Solomon's side. Why did they write it like that? Cecilia pushes away the item in her hand. This book will be a useful resource for those who come here. She smiled brightly, determined to help as many people as possible. The scene shifts to this side. Bai has fallen asleep after a while. Long, Cassie, come back quickly. Gently cover the girl with a blanket. It seems they won't return today. After that, he turned and left. Next time we meet, I won't hold back anymore, kid. Over here, Kirill and everyone are happily searching for ingredients. Yeah, let's start fixing it now or we'll all be doomed. Dunki here also quickly slung the gear onto his shoulder. Kirill will help me fix the roof, while the dragon soothed the young lady. Seer also said that once she's cried, it's hard to comfort her. If stickers don't even work, what can we do? Yas over here also enjoys sharing things. I knew that, so I brought a new box of colors. This should definitely work. As soon as they returned, everyone loudly said, Bi-un, let's draw pictures together. And upon seeing the girl sleeping on a pile of drawings, they all looked on in surprise. Yas hesitated, saying, that girl isn't the type to fall asleep easily. C continued. Because this is as unlikely as Rot becoming kind-hearted, Kirill is also surprised. Why does the roof look brand new? Dunki also doesn't understand what happened. It was clearly a big hole earlier. Could it be that the young lady fixed it? But these things are too unreasonable, so everyone was confused. That's strange. Maybe no one noticed the drawing on the little girl's notebook. Bi-unen was sleeping and talking in her dreams. Come visit again next time. The scene shifts to the 15th floor of the Mind Realm, the final gate to obtain the Superiority Star, where the guardian deity of the Superiority Star is the Mangsa. Now it coils around Sap Place and loudly declares, I have served here for hundreds of years, just waiting another 100 years to evolve into a dragon clan. Superpower of the mind. Realm. Legendary. The only one on par with Salung and becoming stronger than the Great Dragon Clan that day is not far away. Over here, Cheonsu is feeling very worried. Let me see. Hello to all the students of the Hunter Academy. Hi, Uksu smiled brightly and said, it seems you're very worried about speaking in front of all the students. It's also surprising that we get to attend the Academy's press conference. Truly a miracle. Down quickly hands him water and says, don't worry too much. Everything will be fine. The budget has increased significantly, and we also have IEG Sancha workers supporting our promotion. Cheon-shu added, even with the increased budget, it still can't compare to private companies. Du Run Lak Kwan told him, consider it a profit to work for free. It's lucky not to get rotten eggs. Hold on a moment. Cheon-shu hurriedly ran towards Down. Please, I beg you, speak on my behalf just this once. You told him again, but I had a business trip in the province that day. Cheon-shu handled the situation very quickly. Hi, UK-shu, you go speak on Down's behalf, or you'll have to speak for me. He hesitated. Yes, but I am on a business trip with Down. Cheon-shu hurriedly said loudly, I will go in Down's place. Is that okay now? Cheon-shu forced a smile. Huh? Yes, that's fine. After the agreement was reached, Cheonu smiled brightly and said, handsome Down really is my guardian angel. Were you planning to go collecting that day? Down secretly calculated that I should go today, taking long to handle some stuff should be done quickly. Yaz kept yawning continuously. He's always in a sleepy state. Even Cassie finds him annoying. Are you yawning again? Go inside and take a quick nap. Then he replied, no need. I have to try to atone for making her cry yesterday. She agreed after hearing it, and Rod also had a point. Over here, Dune is still trying to earn money, nothing unusual, and at the same time, he notices something strange under his feet. What is this? As soon as Du-run picks it up, a huge black dragon appears and immediately retreats. Du-run remained calm and casually glanced over to observe the source of the voice just now. It turns out it wasn't a dragon, but a giant serpent. Seeing Du-run not respond, it immediately shouted, let go of your dirty hand from the teddy bear. After saying that, the Mangsa struck down hard with its tail. Casey was startled and shouted a warning. Rot, get out of the way! Yas was surprised.
Huh? Why are you just standing there with a blank look on your face? A loud explosion immediately erupts and the serpent opens its mouth in a threatening display. You dare to touch my beloved bear? I was planning to use the compassion of the dragon race to let this slide. Still calm despite trembling, he replied, Who told you to leave your stuff lying around? Kasia looks down on the dragon clan. The crippled snake dares to be rude. The python glares. A snake? Can't you see this number?
In an era when dragons are extinct, I am the last descendant of the dragon clan. I am the heir to the dragon overlord, the only dragon successor of the great IAS.
She points to her forehead and says, See, I have one too. The snake was annoyed. Who do you think is your junior? But as soon as it saw Ko, it was startled and couldn't help but shout. The snake stammered, No way, little Pepper trying to defy me? Do you want to crack an egg? Casey glared at her. You'll need to learn a lot. The girl started to turn on her sharp attitude. My lord, please forgive me. May I reveal my true form this time? Down said casually. All right. Once Down agreed, C clenched her teeth and summoned her inner strength. As soon as she revealed her true form, she growled. The arrogant serpent dares to call the great lord by name. Are you tired of living? The snake was so scared that it was sweating. Wait, hold on a second. As Sher spoke, he waved his hand, and since ancient times, our dragon race has had a noble educational culture, which is the tradition of Qin that has been passed down through generations. The serpent could do nothing but scream in frustration. Yas casually wipes sweat from his forehead, only now waking up a bit. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he asks, Did you create the punishment for the dragon clan? He hesitated. Yes, you mean right after you finished speaking. He immediately pointed over because of the trembling. Look, Seer is stretching Mongsha's body. 100 years is too soon for you to become a dragon. It was so scared that it could only scream. Please, please spare me. Yas watches with delight. Seer's abilities are improving so much, he's probably about to escape his role as the youngest. She scolds and teaches at the same time. Even though I'm not your mother, where did you learn that rude attitude? Are you still daring to do that? The Mongsha still can't resist anymore. Oh, wait a moment, Isa is a bit surprised. The girl isn't really that formidable, is she? Now the snake is crying and explaining that I am just a fan of Lord Rod. Please forgive me, Lord Dragon. Hearing this, both Down and Cassie were startled. Did it just say it's a fan of Rose? Seeing your reactions, it quickly added, Why are you guys looking at me so scarily? Does the cultivation story have such strange fans? Over here, the snake after being beaten has started to transform. So its true form is just a kid. He said he also wants to become a cool dragon. They say it only takes 2,000 years of cultivation, and I'm about to reach 2,000 years old. Casey looked surprised. You think becoming a dragon is that easy? Fool, you don't even have the number yet. He pointed to the 2 lines on his head and said, I have the number now, but then Sher hit him. Do you like playing with fake stuff? The snake was in pain, caught in the act. Now Yas and Down also felt more at ease. It turns out he's just a kid. Hopefully he passes the test quickly. In the end, Mangja was punished by Sarah to kneel and raise his hands. Seeing the boy's hand seem to lower slightly, she shouted loudly, Hand! Her eyes widened, and her voice grew colder. Impersonating the Dragon Clan isn't enough. Now you're threatening the master too? Mangsa still pouted and said, I didn't know that the orange kid was Lord Yas, the owner of the Dragon Clan, and then pointed at Do with trembling. No, I mean that person. Our master. Mangsa still looked confused, while C was annoyed. Why is the kid turning pale and not understanding? Why is that? That's just a human. What's going on? How can a human be stronger than a dragon? Seer, that's enough now. The girl quickly replied, Yes. Mangsa's eyes hesitantly asked Down. Is that person really the dragon's master? Yes. Du Run reached out his hand. That's right. The serpent closed its eyes tightly, and the boy silently wondered, Do they want to kill me? But Run gently pats the boy's head before passing by. This is very important to you, isn't it? The snake seemed very surprised. Why wouldn't you kill me? Why? Du runs with a warm smile. Looking at you doesn't seem dangerous at all. I also have a daughter around your age, so of course if you become an evil dragon, it's something to consider. The serpent was stunned. Can a strong person be so gentle? Yas here also chimed in. If you're an evil dragon, we would recognize each other right away. Duang Chut Yas pretended to cough a few times while grabbing Down's hand. In the alley, master, Yas then refused to accept it. Why are you acting so differently from the first time we met? When we first met, your attack was even more brutal than hitting a dog. Then Du immediately pointed elsewhere. Can I take that now? The snake seemed surprised. Yes. You mean the little guy, after calming down, immediately said yes, of course. So where is the super snake now? Now, looking at it trembling, it asks how to use this. The serpent system also emerges, seemingly not to be eaten with the mouth. It coils around the star and slowly uses its tongue to sense it, wondering if it will absorb it on its own. After a while, the egg finally started to crack open. I don't know what Ouroboros did, but that star was completely shattered. Yas looks a bit nervous. What's going on, kid? What's going on now? The serpent is closing its eyes tightly. Usually it just glows. I just saw it for the first time too, and the serpent almost flew away. The boy shouted loudly. The energy was so strong, but then a hand immediately pulled him back.
Casey shouted, "If you want to become the strongest dragon clan, you must get through this." She explained to the snake, "That energy source isn't aimed at us." Casey continued, "The rot, the energy is gathering at one point. Could it endanger the owner?" Yas panicked. "Our master? Are you worried about the wrong person?" Down still stands there firm, while everyone else struggles to stay upright. Isaac exhaled, saying that thing is no match for him, just a punch. But before he could finish speaking, he was attacked while trembling. Seer hurriedly. "Rose, the master." Yas was also stunned. "What, he's trembling? What the hell is going on? What exactly is happening here? Did it stab the owner in the stomach?" As he finished speaking, he also fainted. Casey, frightened, quickly pinched Isaiah's cheek hard. "Come on, wake up soon. If we treat him in time, the master will be fine." Now Yas is slowly regaining consciousness. "Yes, that's right." Then he grabbed both of their hands and charged forward. "Master, we are here." Casey at this moment also told Rot to throw me into that storm. "I will use all my strength to weaken it." Yas obviously didn't agree. "Huh? Are you crazy? Doing that will definitely get you killed." The girl said, "Thanks to my master, I was able to meet R and learn what happiness is." As she spoke, Seer's memories flooded back, and only her master could stand up to Solomon. Issa shouted, "If that's the case, let me do it." But Seer quickly shouted out. Rot, the girl's eyes show a glimmer of determination. "I also want to experience a moment of glory." Casey hadn't finished speaking before kicking IAS in the head and flying up. "So from now on, you must obey the master. Take care of the young master and Biha." Yaz helplessly watched Sarah fly over and shouted, "No!" Sarah quickly rushed towards Down. "Master!" the girl shouted loudly. "I will save her!" But at this moment, the system snake suddenly panicked, blocking in front of Sai and making strange sounds. Casey still doesn't care what it's saying. "Get out of the way." Immediately after, the system snake's eyes suddenly turned cold. It enlarged its body and tightened around Casey. Looking at it, she shouted, "Ouroboros, what are you doing? Let me go now." The snake here gapes in shock. Ouroboros C, annoyed, asks, "Are you also Solomon's minion?" At this moment, Yas stepped over and stopped. "Look over there, Casey. Maybe it did that because it didn't want us to interfere. It seems that it's not that thing attacking the master. Judging by his expression, he's like he's sleeping." Seer angrily clenched the snake in his hand. "Are you telling the truth, kid?" "The kid is scared? I don't know. It's the first time I've seen it. I only know that after absorption, I have to defeat the serpent in my own state." Yas grew impatient, looking complicated. The snake said again, "This won't be easy because it's a pure black Ouroboros. Maybe we'll witness a battle of the century." "It's a surprise, isn't it?" All three were excited, but none of them cared about their master. Just now they were so worried they were babbling non-stop. The process of absorbing the star remains incomplete. The serpent added, "There's still the battle with Lord Ouroboros." The boy said this fight might be even more terrifying than the battle between Solomon and Isaacs, but he casually patted its head, and Ouroboros didn't seem to want to resist either. The snake looked at the scene, still seeming surprised, as Is said, "This is a damn fight. Fighting the master means certain death." Ouroboros looked surprisingly clever. The snake asked, "Why? Could it be that Lord Ouroboros is going to skip this challenge?" Yas glanced at him. "Are you stupid? My dragon clan's future seems to be very bleak. What kind of ridiculous challenge is that? It's basically suicide." Yas takes a deep breath and says, "I need to regain my composure quickly or everything will fall apart. The chaos is coming. This is the first time I've seen this phenomenon. How do you feel now? Do you notice that Capson's blessing has become stronger, or has there been any change in your body's structure?" Seeing his hand trembling, he said, "Yes, something has definitely changed." The boy asked eagerly, "What is it?" "What has changed? Did Ouroboros grant you a blessing?" When June replied that it seemed the limit had been lifted, all three of them looked stunned. Do-Run excitedly said, "My power was limited when I was in the central area, but now that limit is gone. Could that be the blessing?" The serpent couldn't believe it. Only a superlative stone can unlock potential. "You said the limit was removed? How can that be possible?" Yas now also spoke coldly. "Stop exaggerating with the volume." Do-Run continued, "All right then, kid. What I said is true. The serpent remains determined. Then prove it. I was surprised and proved it. You want to see my strength? Then wouldn't that be dangerous?" The kid still looks confident. "Don't be fooled by his appearance. I am also a serpent about to transform into a dragon, so don't underestimate me." So Down finally agreed. "Is that so? All right, Casey and Yasno are hot." As expected, the master is flawless. The serpent begins to pale. "Are you that strong?" Ia said nervously. "This is the strength I can use in the central area. Going beyond this limit will cause a lot of trouble, so I should avoid using it." IAAS looked confused. "Did I hear that wrong?" The girl also looked stunned. "Maybe there's something wrong with my ears." Down continues to channel his inner strength, and this is the power after removing the limit. The serpent fainted immediately after, and Yas hesitated. Master, please stop. Some of the kids are about to faint." Immediately after, Down also quickly and gradually retracted his power. Yas was truly terrified beyond belief. Beyond all expectations, it's definitely not the highest level of energy release. Sarah is still trying to shake him loose. "Wake up, don't make me scared," Isa muttered irritably. "Lee!"
Really? I have no idea anymore. Right after that, the Mangsa said, Roz, now I understand. Ia confused. What does that mean now? Everyone was startled and ran after Mangsha. But where is the kid running to? The Serpent King kneels before Down and pleads, please accept me as your disciple. Yeah, sighs. Is that strange kid about to become a Dragon Clan member? Casey also looked confused. I feel so sorry for Rot. Do-Run then said again, sorry, but I won't take any more disciples. I have an appointment, so I have to leave. The snake tried to speak louder. Please, I beg you. Do-Run calmly replied, no. Before leaving, Do turned back and said, if you live honestly, I will consider it, Mangsa stammered. Then Do quickly said, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must go now to plant trees with my beloved daughter. Over here, Bi-Unen is sulking at home. The girl looks annoyed, hates her father, and no longer loves him. The scene shifts to the kindergarten where everyone is excited and noisy because today is the day to plant trees with Dad. Seeing her friends with their families, Bi-Un looks gloomy and sad. The teacher smiled warmly and said, Bi-Un, let me plant a tree with you. You might be upset, but today is the day to plant a tree with your dad. As she spoke, the girl cried and hated her father. Bai had no father, only herself. And after a moment, holding the shovel, she suddenly shouted, wait, why am I alone? I'm here too. The teacher was happy to see Bai finally agree. That's right, let's plant some trees together. The shovel said, my friend and I will go over there and plant some trees. The teacher smiled brightly. Even the teacher is here. Looking around, this place is safe to dig without worrying about the flow of O. But at this moment, Teacher Lai was startled and said no. It shouted loudly, shut up! Look at that mortal. This is my ultimate form, the Grand Hall of Op V Dai. It asked the girl happily. How is it? Isn't it fun? Bai feels annoyed. Are you stupid, Poppy? At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Bi-Un, I'm here. Rago stood beside and added, are you so shameless that you've lost your sense of shame? Haka still says Bai is bored playing alone, right? Razag pouted and told him to go away. The teacher immediately fell for him. Handsome guy. Then she sat down and whispered, who are they, Bi-Uni? The girl replied, they're Bi-Unen's uncle. Haka smiled brightly. Are you Bi-Un's teacher? Sorry for being late. From now on, B. Razago seems to be standing so friendly, huh? Over here, the teacher quietly asks, Bi-Un, has the black-haired uncle gotten married or does he have a girlfriend? Bi-Un was surprised. Yes. Then the girl directly asked, hey, are you married? He immediately replied, I don't even have a girlfriend. I'm Ha. I was startled and quickly raised my hand to block in front of him. Are you crazy? If you reveal your identity, the human world will go crazy. Being late is enough to make the owner tear you apart. Razago frowned and withdrew his hand. Hakas was annoyed, but honestly, he was more reckless than Rose. Razago glared. Do you dare to speak carelessly? Hakas' face also turned pale. Just mentioning Rot makes him lose control. Hakas immediately shouted, calm down. I told you Rot is just crazy. Razago said coldly, I'm not as stupid as Rot. The two of them started arguing loudly. So, you're angry about that? Wait until I get back, then you'll definitely be dead. Bai worriedly intervened right after, saying stop fighting. Both of them are fighting loudly and shouting, drop dead, you bastard, and take that bastard down too. Bai angrily shouts, you guys are fighting and Dad isn't coming. Bai-Unen is so miserable. Once again, she couldn't control her own voice. Seeing this scene, both of them immediately shouted in fear. Do not let Ha rush in. Let me stop her. You go save everyone. Rego hurriedly said, I understand. Quickly, Razago lifted Bi-Un's teacher into his arms and carried her away. Saved by CR, the teacher couldn't help but blush. She stammered, why did you do that? Leave me and save the children first. Razago chuckled softly and said, don't worry, I will save everyone. And immediately afterward, he quickly evacuated the crowd to a safe place. Everyone was stunned by the situation. Razago let out a sigh. Some people were saved, but the ceremony was ruined, and the host didn't know what to say anymore. The teacher hesitated and greeted politely. Are you all interested? She used her quick thinking as an excuse. Actually, today we invited a famous hunter to host a special event for the ceremony. Please give a round of applause and let the teacher speak quietly, so he won't feel awkward. Looking at her, Rago also felt a bit more sympathetic. At the same time, a parent loudly asked, do you help us train hunters? It's not frontline combat, but more like a hunter exploring a dungeon. Everyone is excited. This event is quite unexpected and dangerous, but if we receive training, I promise I won't file complaints or give negative feedback. Hearing this, the teacher looked a bit confused. Did I make things worse? He quickly came over to reassure me. What's going on? Haka shouted loudly. Rag, stop pretending and help me out. I'm about to collapse. Once you're done over there, come back quickly. Are you just going to stand there filming a romantic scene? At the same time, Hakas' protective curtain also cracked open. Now both Hakas and Razago were pale and wide-eyed. Bi-Un's frantic scream could cause everything to shake again. Hakas is now terrified, doomed, certain to be punished from now until the end of time. This time, you and I must live a lonely life, Razago quickly replied. It's not that bad yet, he replied sincerely. From now on, don't hope to reach the border anymore, Razago said coldly. I told you it's not that serious. The owner is here. Hold her gently and softly say,
B. Unun, please don't do that anymore. B. Unun happily then. The girl's father joyfully hugs Down's neck. Dad is here, he thought to himself. From now on, you have to wear the sealing ring. This is too dangerous. Yas over here is angry. What are you doing that you didn't watch over by Unun? Durun turned to smile brightly. All right, Long Long, you two did a great job. Without you, something serious might have happened. Rizago was straightforward. Actually, it's because we arrived late. Hasake quickly covered his teammate's mouth. Thank you for understanding us. Down then looked at the teacher. The teacher let me continue the hunter training. I understand this matter better than the other hunters. Duong, a little hesitant, then said, moreover, Rizago will also participate in the training. I'm confused, and this teacher looks delighted, pausing for a moment before trembling and saying, You? Because I have to undergo training. I can't go with you. Go meet Ban first. Uppy? But Ban hates me so much. What if he kills me outright? If no one uses it, I am just a simple shovel and cannot resist. But as soon as I saw Down's eyes, I hesitated and reluctantly said, I'll go right now. The scene shifts to Ban City a few days after Solomon and Biyun's meeting. Now that Ban has returned, he is surprised. Lord Solomon, why are you entrusting your body to me? Solomon then said, I have been pondering this for a few days. Wait a moment, he added. My flesh can be restored if I find Ouroboros. I have another task for you. What is that surprise? Solomon added. Gather the Demon Council, the meeting of the highest demons, because I will sweep from the territorial boundary, not the core realm. Ban is startled, but at the moment all their strength has been weakened by the Demon Lord. Hearing this, Ban silently considers Solomon, originally planning to use torture to extract information from W. Dunkey, but because of that kid Bai, they had to leave empty-handed. This cannot happen again, so they must deal with the demon realm where that kid is first. After a moment of thought, he pondered, his lips trembling, and finally couldn't hold back, saying, There is no information about the Demon Lord or preparations for war at this time. Solomon shouted angrily. Be quiet, he said coldly. I already said, if we're preparing, then just prepare. Ban secretly despised the situation. Damn it, I thought I could delay the battle, but it was pushed forward sooner. I want to inform the Demon King right away, but in this situation, I can't go find Wei Dunkey. Immediately after, he summoned 2 devil-faced flowers, needing to stay calm and not act right now. Just steady his mind, first. At the same time, a voice rang out. Lord Ban, let me lend a hand. He was startled and turned around. Who dares to break into my garden? I will make the flowers eat people and tear them apart. Seeing the shovel Ban said again, Pep, you came here alone. Do you want to return to Solomon? But it quickly said, Ban didn't give App a chance to explain. Die so you can taste the power of the annihilating sword. It was terrified and shouted loudly, saying it wasn't so. I have already accepted the second daughter of the Earth Lord as my master. It was the Earth Lord himself who sent me here. He was surprised. Really? Afan quickly replied, Yes, if not, I would have gone to see Salomon instead of coming here. I know you hate me to death. You don't even bother to ask and are about to kill me. Come on, stop for a moment, he then said. So what? Get to the main point. App asked further, Lord Earth King Bao, please convey my message. What is Solomon's current situation and his next move? Hearing this, Ban was somewhat startled. Lord King, are you serious? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Clenching the dagger tighter, Ban trembled. I must report directly. After a moment, Ban paused and asked, Where is the returning charm to go back to the territory? Pep trembled and then confidently said, I will return to the territory. Throwing the axe to the ground, he added, And you stay here to monitor Lord Solomon. App was startled. Wait and see. Solomon would definitely throw me into the forge to melt and absorb me. Ban remained calm, so find a way to escape on your own. Hey, you damn bastard, change the scene at the Science City Hall lobby. The 2 staff members here are excited. Who is that? So handsome. A male staff member approached in confusion and asked, Why are you here? The voice responded, I came to see Dai and meet you because I was nervous. But the other person remained calm. You didn't have an appointment, right? The seller is not allowed to enter here. Please leave. Ban glared, and as the street vendor finished speaking, his eyes suddenly flashed. Issa had burst in through the door from outside, which was beyond that guy's plan. The female staff member was startled by the scene. What is going on? Ban hesitated. Issa the Demon King, that damn bastard. He glared, and as soon as he sensed your energy, the master threw me here. Ban was startled just hearing about it. I had hidden all my energy, yet he still sensed it. Even Lord Salomon doesn't know. And then he blushed with clear admiration. You really are on a different level, King of the Land. Yas is annoyed. Not listening to me, huh? He growled that because of you, I was thrown here while chewing on a rib. If it's for trivial matters, just wait and see what I do. You're so speechless. Are you really that angry over some ribs? Are you sure you're the Dragon King? He also hesitated. Well, that was how time passed. And a few hours after their back and forth, they began to understand that he was preparing for a battle at the border. But Yas couldn't bear the boredom and dozed off, while Ban was lost in thought. If those demons come, it will surely lead to serious consequences. But if that orange pig gets the vengeful king angry, the demons will be doomed to extinction. At this moment, a voice rang out. No way that will happen. Ban was startled. That was the voice of the Earth King. Do-Run replied, yes, I said that wouldn't happen. Do-Run, working while speaking, said, I've finished. Let's talk more at home. Bah, quickly pick up the device. Have you heard everything already? Do-Run again said, yes. Do-Run here said, that fat pink pig, that lazy and foolish thing, why did it send this clueless fool here? I will listen carefully. As he speaks, his face turns pale. Wait a moment. Ban hesitated a bit, but you can keep it a secret. Do-Run calmly replied, I will consider it. First, go back to my house and then talk. The moon has risen high in the sky. In the room, Ban dares not move even slightly. Facing him are Seo and Yas, who are extremely alert, even showing signs of annoyance. Only because of your trembling are you calm. Proceed with the Demon Council meeting you mentioned, or Solomon won't leave you in peace. Yas exclaimed excitedly, Master, are you crazy? Are you planning to let them push into the border and cause trouble? Before he finished speaking, he was already struck by Dune's fists. Dream on. Then you said, anyway, there are demons eager to invade Earth, right? It seems Ban still hasn't understood Down's point. He stands there in silence for a moment. Down honestly admits that they are unavoidable. They have strength and a reckless spirit too. There are definitely people like that. Send them ahead before the actual battle begins. From here, your plan is clear. I will handle them directly. Then B finally calmed down and understood. But what should we do if the war actually breaks out? Do-Run reassured him. Don't worry, you've already considered it. Maybe I already met Solomon before the war broke out. Hearing that, Ban's face finally relaxed a little. I see. Thank you, Lord of the Land. So he has summoned the demons as Run intended. Sir Ban, the demon lords are all present now. They are, in order, demon number 31, Lord Porus, followed by demon number 23, Lord Eam. And the one with the strange appearance is demon number 16, Lord Jeffa. The subordinate honestly reports that, except for Lord Matt and Lord Malleus, everyone else is present. Ban immediately flew into a rage. Wasn't it ordered that everyone be summoned? This is a meeting to deliver Lord Solomon's message, and they dare to be late. Immediately, the demons in the room fell silent, then ordered their subordinates to punish all those who arrived late. Let's start the meeting. This is an order from Lord Solomon. And so he said, his voice slightly deepening. We will wage war on the territory. At this point, Ban is still following Solomon's plan. The day when humans must fear Lord Solomon and our demons ruling the mind realm is not far off. With that, he cast a probing glance at the demons to see how many would support this. But the entire room remained eerily silent. Ban looked around with suspicion, then asked seriously, Don't you hear Solomon's message clearly? Do you dare to look down on me? Boris looked at the faces of those beside him before speaking. Actually, Lord Ban Macbat told us something. At that moment, MC Bat burst in and slammed the door. The Lord directly expressed his opposition to the war with the Lord. No, the war with the territory. As if to prove everyone wrong, he revealed all the information about Dozin. I've completed my investigation into the Territorial Lord and Dozin's impressive achievements, starting with King Hyperion. It's been less than an hour since crossing the border. Hyperion wants to clarify but can't. Actually, I died at the hands of the Dragon King, and that's not all. M-Bat also mentioned the second-ranked demon Bio, who only just encountered the Earth Lord. Hyperion's death was not as tragic as that. Besides, M-Bat also mentioned a few other unlucky ones. Jiang Bapula, all the legends and other villains were killed with a single strike. He paused for a moment, his voice deepening, even because the one he called by name was a second-tier demon. Agaris, he died with a single strike before even meeting him. The soul of the opponent, the Lord of the Underworld, looked at him with a puzzled expression, didn't he? At this point, the atmosphere in the room has dropped by more than half. Honestly, which demon dreams of conquering the world? Besides, M-Bat also said, let the subordinates bring the supplies back to eat well, sleep tight, and enjoy themselves. Wouldn't that be better? While those risking everything to reach the border have all fallen, Eam raised his hand in response. That's right, even though he knew Ban's gaze was piercingly fixed on him, seeing the crowd on his side, Macbat was trying to gauge the situation. Honestly, does Lord Ban want to follow Lord Solomon's orders? With the Dragon Clan, Spirit Race, and even the Earth King, there's no chance of winning. It's like walking straight into death. Isn't that guy afraid of Lord Bon? And to continue, it seems better to stand firm and not back down, right? At this moment, Emily pouted and criticized. That's just like a demon lord. Yes, you are a demon lord. Only Ban remained silent. Their goal is personal glory, but clearly they also hate war. For a moment, he suddenly thought, everyone is united, so is there still a need to pretend? Isn't it time to tell the truth now? So Ban was about to tell the truth, that he truly was, but he was cut off by Bat before he could finish. I understand now. You, Ban, are completely loyal and devoted to Lord Solomon. The top of Ban's head appeared with the multitude of question marks I haven't answered yet. At that moment, M-Bat no longer listened to Ban. But we, all of us. Ban was stunned, yet still dared to point his finger. M-Bat boldly declared, we hate war. We don't want to die. Ban quickly raised his voice. I also couldn't keep up with those guys. We hate war. Then Matt led the way, raising his arm. Oh, demons, all evil spirits united. Let's surrender and offer ourselves to the Earth Lord. Then they conferred and said, I actually prepared a bribe beforehand, you trash. But honestly, I was also ready. The band was completely left in a corner. He said that anyone sent to Seon would do. So is it really over? When he was left alone in the large room, he sighed, realizing he had lived in vain. Lord Solomon over there. Solomon is still immersed in nature. This is the flower Cecilia likes. Cecilia, why don't you stand on my side? For a moment, Solomon seemed to see Cecilia right in front of him. Look, Solomon, it's almost finished. Solomon is curious. Are you going to write that again? Do you like taking such risks? Cecilia happily holds up the page with drawings. That's right. Hopefully one day when they come here, this will be useful to them. There are many dangerous areas here. I can't help everyone. But Solomon thinks differently. The weak will inevitably be eliminated. The old principles are still the same, Cecilia. We can't stop it. But Cecilia argued back, saying that the reason we were given this is to help them, at least so they can survive. That is our duty. Seeing her so determined, Solomon had no choice but to go along. All right, I understand what you mean. But do they deserve to be protected? The weak are often very selfish. In the dark, deep forest, a desperate scream echoes. Please let me go. I beg you. Behind him are two fierce enemies. If you want to live, give me that thing. Damn it, making us suffer like this, you're definitely dead. The fat guy is barking nonsense. No, I will let you go. I swear. But the other person just tripped, and the liars were exposed. Seeing him fall, the two fierce ones slowly moved closer. You bastard, you can't fight at all. Only good at running. It makes me so tired I almost faint. Look, we're allies. If you just let me go, I'll do anything you say. On their angular faces, there is a look of ruthless cruelty. Thinking about what you've done, why should we spare you? He said, then raised his sword. You shouldn't have let an incompetent like you come along. Now give me your guidebook to Lady Cecilia and ascend to heaven. At that moment, a furious voice rang out. You bastard! It turns out it was Cecilia who stepped in to stop the two fierce men, and seeing this, the other person exclaimed, Lady Cecilia, Lord Solomon, you're alive. You're saved. Thank you so much. After dealing with the two guys, Cecilia approached to ask, why are you fighting like this? But he shyly avoided Cecilia's gaze. Because those bad guys saw I was weaker and wanted to kill me to take the book. She was a bit confused. What do you mean by that? I gave this book to your team? It's not just anyone's property. When I saw Cecilia about to leave, I had to ask them for the truth. You wait here, he shouted. Just kill Kwok and the others. They are a bunch of scum. Only because I am weaker, they wanted to kill my teammates. It seems Cecilia has realized his lie. You witnessed them trying to kill me firsthand. Solomon was more direct, immediately using his power to deal with the two of them. Hearing the noise, Cecilia turned around in surprise. Solomon coldly explains, Cecilia, those who intend to kill their comrades are just trash. With that, he snaps his fingers and the other person immediately dissolves into streaks of red blood. Solomon's eyes flickered with a dark look, a punishment for the selfish. Cecilia tremblingly reached out for the book. Why did they do that after all? Despite her dazed state, Solomon calmly said, Cecilia, I have met people like this many times. He straightforwardly accused them, saying those two, thinking they are strong, look down on the weak and do disgusting things. Meanwhile, Solomon also didn't forget to mention the traitor who flattered to get a share, secretly took the book you gave, and ran away. As he spoke, Solomon approached Solomon closely. Do you think it's just them? Do you know how many selfish, greedy people you've given books to? After saying that, he tightly grabbed Cecilia's neck. Helping and sparing those people would be useless. At this point, Solomon's madness could no longer be hidden. With just your strength, mine, and the key, we could become the Prime Origin King. His thoughts became increasingly extreme. In that case, we could make those selfish mortals disappear forever. Cecilia tried to object. Solomon, we have no right to judge. But those words could not stop Solomon from going further into madness. I don't want a world filled with useless and weak beings. I want to create a world filled only with perfect beings like us. His voice carried a hint of meaning. If you cannot walk with me, then you are my enemy and must return to me. With that, Solomon's hand tightened even more until Celia gradually lost consciousness. No, then that bloody battle took place. O evil spirits, seize their souls and offer them to Lord Solomon. Some of you, stop the Dragon Clan. No, just kill them. Save me. Seize their souls and offer them to Lord Solomon. Humanity has fallen into chaos. Save me! Cecilia wanted to stop it, but couldn't do anything. Solomon, they're just ordinary people. And on top of that, Cecilia was forced to witness it. Why did you go this far in the end? Solomon asked coldly. To overcome the challenge, you must gather enough strength. Any great deed requires sacrifice. Now he has blamed everything on Cecilia, all because you refused to give me the primal essence. As long as your primordial energy and my universe converge, even Dragon Rot won't stand a chance. In that moment, Cecilia's face briefly darkened. Do you think these things can make you the Prime Origin King? Ouroboros will never acknowledge you. But Solomon paid no attention to those words. With strength, nothing is impossible. The more he fights, the more fired up he gets. If I have enough strength to defeat the Prime King, Ouroboros will definitely acknowledge me. Cecilia helplessly watched. Let me show you. A moment later, Solomon pulled Cecilia's hand away and let go. I never expected he would lead her to Ouroboros. Now the Chi Source and the universe are in my hands. Seeing Solomon, Ouroboros immediately opens its snake mouth wide. Solomon coldly commands, Ouroboros, give me the key. Are you implying I am unworthy? Contrary to his expectations, Ouroboros growled even more fiercely. Why is that? I'm about to dominate this world, but UOB has dragged Solomon into a whirlpool of dark magic. Amidst the whirl of power, Solomon could only scream, Damn, Ouroboros. A moment later, he was floating in the galaxy. You can't admit me right now, can you? Even though he's disheveled, Solomon remains very proud. Then let me prove it to you. After the declaration, Solomon's figure disappeared. I will destroy the Dragon King Yas and the entire Cecilia Dragon clan without panic. On Solomon's side, he managed to escape the grip of the Ouroboros Dragonrot's power. Below, Isis was already waiting with his mouth open. For a moment, a confrontation between two terrifying powers appeared in the sky. With the battle already underway, Isis summoned Solomon and his guards into a barrier to prevent others from getting hurt. In the midst of the intense battle, Cecilia charged forward to help, and thus the tide of the fight suddenly turned. The battle between Solomon, the leader of countless demons, and Isis with Cecilia continued until the final day of the war. And it seemed that after the Demon King Solomon and the Dragon King Yas fell, everything would end. But Cecilia hovered in the air and softly called out, Solomon, Isis. Then Cecilia gathered her power into a sphere in her palm, hoping the two could rest for a long time. Afterwards, she picked up her talisman again, hoping their next meeting would bring back that warm day. This time, she firmly raised the talisman high. This is the special ability of the Origin, activating the power of the clock thread to go back in time, which requires Ouroboros' consent. The Ouroboros manager has approved its use. On another fine day, Solomon saw Cecilia busy scribbling in her notebooks. You're using it again. Do you really like explorers that much? Yes, Solomon. I have always liked explorers. Will Solomon help me too? I have already made up my mind. This time will be different. Unlike in my previous life, I will definitely convince Solomon. Hearing that, Solomon hesitated. To my surprise, Cecilia rushed to embrace him. Please promise me, let's help the explorers together. At this moment, Solomon also couldn't bear to push Cecilia away, but the darkness quickly engulfed her. Solomon. Solomon pointed his sword at Cecilia. Give me Google. Just having it, I can create a new world, she explained. That's not possible, you know. We are only observers, not judges. But Solomon went berserk and grabbed Cecilia by the throat. Be quiet. You know as well as I do that there's no such thing as hope in this world as you wish. No, in a moment of danger, she raised it. I won't let things go the way you want. Solomon, Solomon shouted in anger. Cecilia, how dare you? A moment later, Cecilia was lying on the cold ground. She was almost in despair. Why? No matter how many times I turn back time, it's still like this. I think... Cecilia covers her face, crying in sorrow, unable to persuade him. No matter how much I try to increase my power, I can't stop him. What am I supposed to do now that Cecilia is so discouraged? At that moment, Ouroboros spoke up. Right now, go to Earth and make Cecilia stop in her tracks. Huh? Ouroboros gives a command. Find a man who is about to die there. Only that person is our hope, Cecilia whispered, repeating those words. Our hope. And that person is down as he is being carried away on a stretcher. Oh no, that guy looks like he was hit by a car. He's so young but bleeding so much. What should I do? Cecilia quickly hides in a corner. Is this the hope that Ouroboros mentioned? Still, she couldn't fully trust. But this person seemed a bit clumsy and appeared unable to do anything. Still, she hesitated a bit because Ouroboros is not the type to joke around with me. Then, the injured worm was taken into emergency care. Where is the guardian of this patient? We checked the information, but it seems there is no one to contact. Chiansu, one of my colleagues is coming here. Is my worm okay? How is Doan, who was injured near Hai Uksu? The lead surgeon's voice is tense and urgent, and even with surgery, the prognosis may not be good. Hearing that, Chiansu felt heartbroken. Oh my, is it because of the tremor? How did it come to this? While everyone was distracted, Cecilia sneaked into Dozen's hospital room, her eyes filled with hesitation. Should I really entrust Google to this weak human? As she speaks, Cecilia looks at the talisman in her hand. What if our hope is wrong, or should we look for someone else? But her image in this world is gradually fading away. So does that mean my body is the center's manager? Am I not allowed to stay in another dimension? Accordingly, Down was also transported to a different timeline. He just arrived here and already had to run from the pursuit. That bug's gone now, still causing trouble until the very end. Plus, Down hasn't even had time to get used to the situation. What is this? Is this a dream or a pre-death memory? Is this the cave I hid in yesterday? At that moment, a notification screen appeared before your eyes. What exactly happened? It says that the decisive watch skills effect when experiencing death can rewind time by 1 day without penalty. So I was momentarily stunned by the shock. Reversing a day? At this moment, the pursuer has already arrived and found us. That cowardly rat was so scared that he was trembling. Even though he didn't understand anything, if he ran away, he would die. So he decided to trust this and fight. And that guy roared, "Die." The little mouse. A moment later, the shiny sword was stained with bright red blood. We won on our own after tiring ourselves out and leaning against the wall. Then he looked at his palm. With this power, I can also become strong. Now I no longer have to be looked down on. As time passes, Doan has also become accustomed to this world with the help of the orange clock skill. At that moment, he was very immersed. Do-Run believed that because unlike on Earth, this was the first time he wasn't looked down upon. But the price Down had to pay was going through endless repeating days alone. Thanks to that, Do-Jun realized that when the bright red text appeared, the clock skill sent you back a day, and Do-Run returned again. Those endless repeating days. At that moment, Do-Run clearly understood the actions of the assassin. This time, you handled it quickly and efficiently. Those endless days made you sick of it, and they were never happy. Every day repeating is nothing new because if you die, it all starts over. So what is there to fear? Just as Down was lost in thought, a sound reached his ears. It was the kind-hearted villagers. Finally, he had driven away those evil ones. Thank you, truly, thank you. The boy with the admiring gaze steps forward. Thank you very much indeed. At that moment, Down felt a strange emotion as he saw their happy faces in worlds where he usually felt despair. That was also the first time Down thought to himself that perhaps his power was given to help these people. At that moment, a villager shouted out, begging him to become our king and protect us. Things gradually fell into order. Then, when Down punished those who disobeyed the law and also helped the suffering outside the legal system. But an unexpected event occurred. Before Jun realized it, he had become the celestial demon of an organization called the Celestial Demon Sect. Because June stayed until there were no more enemies left, at least no one else to suffer. But the peace was broken the moment she appeared. Cecilia called out to Li Down, but what Cecilia didn't expect was that June showed no surprise at all. Finally, you've arrived, and the one who's surprised is her? She calmly said, I can sense the same aura as the power I received. Are you the one who granted me my power? Even Cecilia was momentarily stunned. That's right, aren't you surprised? Do you now know who I am? Duran admits. How could I know? It's just that after dying thousands and thousands of times, the ability to show emotions diminishes a little. Cecilia hesitated. That thing is... Duran interrupting her. All right, I don't really feel like questioning right now. Are you here to use the power I gave you? Cecilia replied. Yes. Hearing that, Do-Jun stood up suddenly. Solomon, let's go right now. Cecilia was surprised. Huh? But what about the people who need to say goodbye? Do-Run looks down at those he protected, and now they can all take care of themselves. It's okay. That makes Cecilia happy. Are you really willing to go? Then she quickly created a vortex of power. Thank you. I will explain everything to you on the way. Why I gave you my power and why these hardships are coming to you. So calm and composed as if nothing happened. I see. Now I finally know the real reason. After a moment, the two of them teleported in front of Solomon. Seeing him, Down glanced at Cecilia. And according to her words, he wanted to confirm whether facing Solomon meant confronting that thing. At this point, Down was still somewhat hesitant. The strongest person in this mind realm had already stopped him once, but in the end, he had recovered to his former state. Cecilia placed her hand on her chest. Yes, I alone cannot stop him. And in the end, he has come all the way here. Even when mentioning her, she emphasized that my Google relates to time and space, but Solomon's universe is the power and protection of its user. Under no circumstances can Ouroboros and I kill Solomon. Hearing that, I was trembling and about to refuse, so she needed someone who had trained their strength like me. Sorry, but I'm afraid I won't meet your expectations. Huh? Now Solomon is destroying everything around him. Solomon, that guy is so powerful that it's beyond measure. Moreover, his eyes also revealed a fury as if he was about to go mad, and even trembling drew him in, no matter how many times he died. Hundreds, thousands, or even millions. By the time they finally faced each other directly, Down deeply realized he couldn't win. Solomon was about to deliver the decisive blow. You insect. With that, he swung his sword full of demonic power towards Down. Die. At that moment, I was almost unable to hold on. Perhaps it was already lucky enough to have come here just one day after returning from the martial world. Then Solomon's sword to strike hit Dozen, and the red notification appeared again. The Hourglass skill has sent you back one day. You got cut again after the reset. The Hourglass skill brought you back a day earlier. How many times has it been now with the Lemon Clock skill repeatedly sending you back a day? Even Cecilia can't keep track. Down collapsed onto the ground in the heavy rain. I haven't counted since the 100th time, so I'm not sure. Cecilia's worried. Is there absolutely no answer now? Still, Down had to speak within the limits of my ability. That's right. At that moment, Cecilia pulled out a black object from her sleeve. So even after once crossing the line, with Google and breaking the taboo, that old piece of wood with red characters, even if I break the taboo again and myself get destroyed, she still places the piece of wood on Dojun's chest. Even the copy containing the power of Google that Ouroboros broke the taboo to create. Then, a fierce beam of light radiated in all directions. I will still give it back to you once more. You will return to the very first day you entered the martial world. But everything that has happened so far will become as if it never occurred, and you will start over from the beginning. Then Cecilia raised the piece of wood and explained that this is the treasure of the wisest sage, the guardian of the mind realm, Ouroboros, who broke the taboo to copy the power of Google that I bestowed upon you. With this treasure, you will return to a distant past once again. However, that power also has side effects. The only thing is, so that time
and this world do not reject you, all memories will be completely erased. In an instant, the image of yourself from the beginning flashes through Down's mind. You still don't want it to accept it. Losing all your memories would be pointless, wouldn't it? At this moment, Cecilia has calmed June, and thanks to Ouroboros, a single memory remains in him that he must become stronger. Down suddenly asks if she's okay for breaking such a taboo. Cecilia replied softly, "In the end, you're still so warm, aren't you? Please don't worry too much." Then she exclaimed, "Dawn records everything in the universe, even moments that no longer exist." Nguyen Down interrupts Cecilia. "What does that have to do with my question?" She continued, "The price to pay for breaking the taboo in the next life." So Cecilia had already figured it out. Maybe I will become a fool after all. At least I know I will become foolish. But she remained so calm. Even if I no longer have Google, it doesn't matter. And at that moment, if you had Google, I wouldn't find it strange either. After a brief pause, Cecilia spoke. "It's just that if Google touched my body, I would know what was happening. Then I could become your guide." However, Cecilia also mentioned another issue. If my existence disappears, then so be it. So lazily closing her eyes, I see you're not joking with me after all. With that, a faint smile appeared on his face, but Cecilia didn't say anything more. A trembling, she used her strength on the wooden board on her chest. "Are you not resentful? Even for the greater good, this is like playing with your life." At this moment, Down feels more at peace than ever. I have died hundreds of thousands of times before. That haunting memory flashes back in your mind again. Just counting the times alone, nearly 1,000 years have passed. If I still felt resentment or any other emotion now, it would no longer be real. On the other hand, Down also wants to thank you. Moreover, thanks to Cecilia, I have also experienced many things. For the first time, I felt truly useful because June could genuinely feel that he was helping this world. That feeling has made Down smile countless times. It's an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Now that he's reaching for the piece of wood, she shouldn't feel too guilty. Cecilia stared in shock. You really?" At that moment, a burst of light exploded in the sky. Cecilia's voice grew increasingly urgent. "Did it break?" Solomon roared in anger as he charged forward. "How dare you betray me?" No, she tries to use her strength to stop Solomon, but Cecilia is no match for him. Behind her, the piece of wood began to take effect. At this point, Cecilia felt somewhat reassured. "I apologize to you. If I still exist in the next life, and remember, at the very end, Cecilia will send a message to Doan. At that moment, I will definitely apologize to you." The scene of the buffer zone between the 5th and 6th floors of the center appears. The sound of arguing echoes. "I told you to buy pork leg." "Don't buy pizza. I told you to get traditional Korean food." Cecilia is lying on the ground throwing a tantrum. Isaias is really getting annoyed, staring at Cecilia throwing a tantrum with a scowl on her face. "Whatever the Lord buys, I'll eat it." He said, "Yeah, you really are a shameless person." So she turned to Down and asked, "Master, but why do you keep going to that stupid long-eared rabbit?" Even though I haven't remembered yet, my intuition tells me there's something I need to learn from that girl. But Cassie finds it even more confusing. How could I need to learn something from a silly, uneducated, and bizarre rabbit? At this moment, Yam noticed Down's belongings brought back by the Lord. "Can't we just eat the things the Lord bought for us?" "I promise I'll eat well and not be picky." Seeing that he's flattering me, I reply, "You're grown up now, Long Long. No more asking for unreasonable things." Done. Hearing that, Yas's face darkened. "Is this discrimination?" "Kaser, I think I'm about to die, right?" Cassie could only sigh. "Is that discrimination or what? The owner is really stupid." So Dude trembled all around and chaos broke out. After a while, he brought the box to Cecilia and said, "This time let's accept the pizza. Next time I'll buy pork knuckles." She even pretended to be upset, so I let her go because I was generous. Yaze, unable to stand it, complained, doing nothing but accepting food with that attitude. Really want to punch him. Casey muttered softly, wondering if it was just like the owner, or if maybe what the owner hates is actually their own kind. It seems Ias's anger has all shifted onto Cassie. "I heard everything, you bastard." Seeing enough time has passed, June immediately takes out a piece of wood instead of eating pizza. "Please review this for me. Do you really not remember anything?" But on Cecilia's face, there's a look of unfamiliarity, and she's annoyed while eating. "Give it here." As her hand briefly touched it, an invisible wave of energy began to spread. What is this treasure that suddenly floods Cecilia's empty mind with forgotten memories, making her recall her foolish behavior earlier? Then Cecilia looked at her hands again, and suddenly a wave of embarrassment made her stumble backward. Then Cecilia hesitated for a moment before sealing the paper box. She covered her eyes with her hand, unable to face what was coming, and only after a while did Cecilia weakly speak out. "Lie down. No, Lord Down. Have you become the savior of the world in this life? Have you become someone stronger than Solomon? Now, the one surprised is, do run." Suddenly, what's going on? But Cecilia remembered. Now, you probably have no idea what I'm talking about, right? From now on, I will tell you about what happened in the past and the future. Aya suddenly became curious. Is there an addictive substance in the pizza? Why is it suddenly so polite? Cassie was just as surprised. Yeah, only after a while did the three of Down finally understand the full story. So that's how it is. The true master is the savior of the world.
Is that possible? Cecilia replied. It was originally impossible, but in the end, everything turned out that way. With that, she seemed to be probing. If so, can you now defeat Solomon? Because June is confident, I think this time it won't be too difficult. Cecilia asked further. What about the demons? Even with their chaos, fighting Solomon wouldn't be an issue. Hearing that, Cecilia was a bit stunned. Can he really save the whole world? At this moment, IAS finally spoke. One strike from the master is enough to take my head. That's too simple. And that left Cassie utterly stunned. You? Defeated with just one strike. The little girl couldn't understand. Well, last time you were evenly matched, but still got your mouth shut. You're hungry, right? Cecilia asked curiously. Are they evenly matched? It seems only one strike was enough, yet Az was able to block it with a trick. Are you hungry too? At this point, Down asked if Solomon was, so it shouldn't be a problem. Are there any superiors above Solomon? Cecilia asked again. A superior? She misunderstood as nervousness and explained. And above him is King Tu Nguyen, that's what I said. Cecilia closed her eyes. If he wants to test himself, that's fine, but he isn't harming us at all. On the contrary, they even granted power to me and Solomon to manage the central area, since June didn't object to it either. You are right. To manage the central area. My family has a child named Kirel, who was a prince of a country and is now a supreme being. Issa suspects, that idiot prince? Casey's suspicion seems to be correct. Over here, Down is still seriously discussing the matter, and the world where that child exists has been infiltrated from the central area and is on the verge of collapse. Everyone was surprised, huh? Down recounts that monsters from the central area keep escaping, but humans have lost their hunter strength and memory, so they cannot resist and are gradually dying out. Cecilia was stunned by this. So you mean even Down has considered the worst outcome? If completely consumed, that place could be entirely destroyed, Cecilia said in a trembling voice. I have no idea about that. Does Solomon know the truth? Cecilia's voice wavered. Although I'm not sure, I think it's possible. Since Run seems to have made up his mind, the only way is to meet him face to face. Cecilia hesitated a bit and asked, do you want to start the battle right now? Luckily, Down also thought things through. Not now, Down calmly said, since it's unlikely they'll be able to join the battle anyway, which surprised Cecilia once again. Huh? Meanwhile, at the table city, Solomon looked down arrogantly at the person kneeling on the ground. My first creation and most loyal subordinate. He lazily rested his chin on his hand and said, are the preparations for the battle going smoothly? But you all are hesitating strangely. I don't know what to say about this. I remember that time when he made the decision on his own. When they opposed the war, I didn't say anything. But if I did, we would all end up dead for sure. So Ban lied and said everything was in preparation. Solomon then spoke up and said so. However, that attitude made Ban uneasy. Why is he reacting so indifferently? Could it be that he already knows all the demons oppose the war? What is he really thinking? So he decided to probe further. Are you planning to start a war? So, will you continue to use my body or not? Solomon snorted coldly, cutting off the conversation. Solomon's hand moved slightly. You once asked why I returned your body, didn't you? I need to take over your body for the battle, Solomon suddenly said. But there's one thing that makes me hesitate. He looked directly at Ban. Ban, do you think I can defeat the Earth Lord? Ban hesitated about that. After a moment, he still couldn't say a word. Solomon slowly stood up. All right then, forget it. He had turned into a stream of golden energy and needed to prepare more carefully. I need to visit Gulp Lin Company to see what's going on. At that moment, Ban told himself that even though he hadn't prepared anything, if he didn't want to die at Solomon's hands, he had to make them pretend they were getting ready. Time passes a few days later. Bai from Goblin Company is happily playing. Hey, this is so much fun. The girl raised her hand, wanting to tell the person next to her. Dad, Bai looks like a princess, doesn't she? Doan gently replied, of course the princess always looks perfect. Why does Bai have a pile of poop on her head? That causes Yas and Bi Unan to fight again, making Do Jun sigh in frustration. Does it always cause chaos every time you come here, Long Long, you mean? You bad boy. Charge in, the golden orc speaks. Oh dear. As long as there are chocolate cakes, Lady Biunan will always be welcomed. The golden orc offers a professional smile. She is always our top VIP guest. She can come any day and all her requests will be fulfilled. Over there, Bai pinching Izas's cheek, suddenly pauses. Be gentle now. Oh, the girl just pointed at Solomon. That's the Uncle Biunan saw last time. Yes is eager to look over. What's going on? Who? Oh, he quickly recognized him. Solomon Biun is curious. Does Long Long also know him? And Yas has entered a defensive stance. You bastard, why are you here? What are you planning to do to the master? Solomon also seems just as surprised as they are. I'm the one who should be asking that, but his gaze is directed at Down. Lord of the land, are you here to destroy me?
Down honestly admits, I was indeed planning to find you, but not today.
The golden orc is tense. Solomon is a legendary figure. The scene quickly spiraled out of control. Run now. Bring the whip too. Got it. On Solomon's side, he is unleashing a powerful magic force. It would be a shame if this place becomes the final battlefield. Right? Down replied. I never thought that way, but if you want me to, I will indulge. It seems Solomon wants to confirm that the little one with golden hair has arrived. His face has darkened. So she's your daughter? Before Down could say anything, Solomon burst into laughter. That action of his makes Yas worried. Master, please don't let him distract you. That bastard is known to be crazy. At this point, Solomon mocked him, the #1 in the world. Yas still calls him master, yet I didn't believe what you said. As he spoke, he pointed his finger at Yas's face, the strongest creature in the spirit world, and he wasn't ashamed? He snorted coldly. Why should he be ashamed? That monster. But those words also drove him crazy. Yas, daring to provoke me, you really have guts. Do you want me to teach you a lesson right now? However, Solomon's only goal is Down. Hey, Earth King, can we talk privately? Down doesn't need to think. She has already agreed. All right, Yas, stop right there. Master, you can't let him get away with this. That bastard definitely has some scheme. He's extremely malicious. Being insulted like that in front of everyone, Solomon could only swallow his pride and stay silent. Isn't it infuriating? But I'll let it go for now. But Yas keeps pushing further. Oh my god. If you're so angry, what can you do? Do you want to fight right now? Come on, try it if you dare. Your master and I will end your life for good. Even Down had to speak up. Come on, Long Long. Yas was annoyed, but he's truly a bad person, so I trembled and responded. I know he's a bad guy. You pat Yas on the head as if to comfort him because he has already been through a lot. Well, done. You look at Yas with a look of admiration. Long Long has truly grown up, leaving Yas stunned. Master, just as the atmosphere is rising, you start to feel suspicious again. Could it be that the master feels unwell? At this moment, Solomon interrupted. Fine, call me whatever you want, but can we have a private talk for a moment? He looked directly at Lord Down. After a while, the two arrived in a land full of flowers and grass. Solomon spoke first. Vine Lord, do you know why I did this? Outrun turned away. I don't care. If you talk about things like trust, I will cut off your head right now. At this point, Solomon also openly admitted that he was very angry and disappointed with the Supreme Beings. But if we can't defeat the Four Origin King, the world will be destroyed. Are you asking him back? Isn't it that you want the earth to be destroyed? Solomon corrects. I just want to purify it, not destroy it. Down's patience is about to run out. I warned you. If you keep talking nonsense, I will cut off your head immediately. Let me finish what I have to say first. Now, pointing his thumb back, he's finally getting to the main point. Probably you've never been to the fully invaded space court, right? Even I have only been there a few times, Joan calmly said. So this is Kiriel's homeland, right? It surprised Solomon. Huh? Now that he's finally done beating around the bush, there's no need for any more long explanations. The space dimension will inevitably be destroyed as the central area is completely invaded. Then, Solomon seriously discusses the outcome of that. After all the timelines are destroyed, even the central zone will ultimately be annihilated due to doubt and fear. I see. It seems Tu Nguyen Vuong is also a strange person like you. Your behavior is making Solomon uncomfortable. Is that all? Down arrogantly said, Isn't it enough to just defeat the Tu Nguyen King? Suddenly, Down became excited. That universe is not in my hands. Solomon could only sigh on the side. They never paid attention to me from the start. Seeing that, Down asked, Why do you suddenly feel cold? Aren't you planning to kill your own comrades? Solomon clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, If you want to kill Celia, I could have killed her 100 times already. The reason I did this is because, after finishing, Solomon looked into the distance. I realized that it is this world itself that stands in the way of my ideals. He has gone through many hardships. Ouroboros did not grant me the original, so I couldn't meet the sovereign. Meanwhile, Solomon did not kill Celia and came all the way here. Still, he realized that the monster had truly appeared. The one Solomon wants to talk about is Bun. My only weakness, no, a being identical to my weakness, is actually your daughter. Talking about Solomon, I can't help but sigh. Is this not a sign for me to give up? Solomon, feeling discouraged, places his hand on his forehead. It feels like the whole world is against me. Facing him, Dion had finished summoning his magic weapon, words that made you feel more at ease. Without hesitation, he quickly pressed the weapon against Solomon's neck to let everything go without accepting any punishment. Unfortunately, you've gone too far beyond the limit. It seems he also has no intention of denying it. I will definitely atone for my sins. Then he grabbed Down's weapon, but I had something to do first. For now, Solomon acted on his own. A moment later, a deep wound appeared on his chest. Seeing this, Dorun was stunned and froze in place. Immediately after, Solomon took out a red orb. This is the universe. Its shape has changed, but it doesn't affect the use of the mind. After finishing, Solomon deliberately asked, Will you challenge the Four Origin King? Du trembled and answered on behalf of the response. Will it take a long time for me to go? Solomon replied, I don't know because no one has tried before, not even Ouroboros. Still, Dojun remained calm and accepted it. If this is going to be a long journey, I guess I have to say goodbye to everyone first. At the same time, Solomon also said, While you are saying goodbye to everyone, I must revoke the order I gave to the demons. Down was curious. The order? Solomon explained, I was planning to prepare for a battle with you, so I had to cancel that order. Does this mean Do-jun is preparing for battle? Suddenly, he remembers the day he met the Demon Lord, and we will not follow Solomon's orders. He begged, saying, "We were just pretending to prepare. Can you forgive us this time?" Ya spoke, but now Bon interrupts him. "I am not just begging for forgiveness." Then he immediately bows his head and says, "We will compensate for all the damages caused. Flesh, cooking, gold. I will offer everything, just please spare the lives of the demons." Even as Oz couldn't say anything more at that moment, in front of him, Ban continued to make his demand. One life isn't enough, so you might as well sacrifice even those with issues. Yas is furious. "What nonsense are you talking about? If you want to beg the master, kneel and do so. If not, you'll die at my hands." Ban hesitated, scratching his head. "Oh, I see." Then he sincerely knelt down, trembling, asking if he could trade his life for forgiveness. "And you also said that it should be up to the victims to decide. From now on, helping them to beg for forgiveness won't be easy." At the same time, Dune also reminded that if they want to take your lives, there is no other way. Ban can only accept. "I understand now, Your Majesty the King." Suddenly, Ya spoke cautiously, and now thinking back, it was Kan-na. He was carefully watching Ban. "From now on, you must speak to me with respect. If you still have a desire to live, Ban dares not argue." "I understand." Returning to the present, Down is thinking that it would be good if Solomon canceled the order for the demons to prepare for the battle. Seeing you so lost in thought, Solomon waved his hand and tried to explain, "I really just want to help you, so please don't misunderstand." At this moment, he is still very confident, and the demons only obey my orders, so I hope you will forgive me. After finishing, Solomon's face darkened. "It's all my fault." He thought to himself, "The boss will surely know what to do," then waved his hand and told him to handle it himself. Returning to the dark castle, Solomon sat seriously on the throne, with demons lined up below, waiting for orders. Seeing that the situation was unstable, I immediately guessed that Solomon might know we weren't prepared for the battle. Macbat was tense, possibly, and his face turned pale. "Does that mean we're doomed today?" Mabat hurriedly looked to Ban for help. Surely he has a way out. "Lord Ban, are we going to be okay?" Even B is very worried. Who knows? Hearing that, Macbat shouted in panic, "Are we all going to die together?" Ban yelled, "Please shut your mouth." Damn it, does he already know everything? But how could he know? Suddenly, a thought crossed Ban's mind. Could his momentary anger be caused by the Demon King's betrayal? He was so furious he trembled with rage. Damn it, no wonder he kept looking sneaky. I shouldn't have trusted him at all. Just then Solomon spoke up. "The demons, my creations." Then he raised his hand high, and the helpless creatures could not refuse or deny my command. The band members could only bow their heads and listen, the fanatics obeying my words unconditionally or face death. Suddenly, Solomon's voice turned cold. "You know that if you don't obey my orders, you'll be considered traitors and will suffer forever, right?" Ban Huang Hot could only mutter in anger. "Damn it, I was right. The vassal king is the sneaky one. He knows we betrayed him and plans to wipe us out." Solomon calmly, as if announcing a death sentence, said, "I want you to know that my whole body is covered in cold sweat." Damn it, cursed, are we all going to die together here? As Solomon said, we have already considered that only one of us should sacrifice himself. Then both of them simultaneously exclaimed, "Stop preparing for war and support the king. Please forgive me, I will take full responsibility." Suddenly the atmosphere became awkward. "Huh?" After a moment, Solomon finally called out, "My most loyal subordinate, Ban." Solomon stepped towards him. "This is not something you can be responsible for. All that has happened is my fault," he said, placing a hand on Ban Yu's shoulder to comfort him. "The Lord is someone we cannot defeat, even with all our strength. So I have decided to give up." With that, his facial expression relaxed a little. "My only wish ends here, demons. I order you to help the Lord from now on. You must not attack the Lord because of misplaced loyalty, and absolutely do not attack the border." This left Ban stunned. "Yes, understood. I will give further instructions if needed." Then he turned back into a cloud of golden smoke and disappeared. "We've all struggled so much just following my orders." The meeting ends here. Everyone disperse. Only then do the remaining demons dare to speak up. Does anyone understand what's happening? I understand everything perfectly. Only MC Bat is happily laughing. After all, the result is great. The group excitedly raises their hands high, thinking today is their rebirth, their hearts pounding as they raise their hands. Then the whole group, led by MC Bat, celebrated together. Everything ended well, and they just celebrated. Suddenly he asked, "And Sir Ban?" Ban was startled when his name was called. "Huh?" Seeing him stunned, Matt gently nudged him. "You should have made the first move. It made me twist my brain trying to figure out how to survive today without my head exploding." Ban hesitated. "Oh," before he could say anything, Macbat shouted loudly, "Come on, everyone. Thanks to your generosity, let's give a round of applause." At this moment, Solomon suddenly appeared. "Oh, I forgot to mention something." Hearing his voice, everyone froze in fear. "Oh my, Lord Solomon." Seeing the items in their hands, Solomon asked, "What are you doing?" "I don't even know how to explain this." And Mbat couldn't say a word. Yes,